In the bustling city of Jiangcheng, a young man suddenly patted the shoulder of a stranger on the street. "Hey, pretty lady, I see your virtue palace has turned black. You're definitely in for some deadly misfortune today. It's best to shed some blood to ward off this disaster later." The woman didn't understand a word he was saying. She flashed him a middle finger. "You creep. I'm not a girl, and I have no interest in dating you." This young man, Ye Chen, had just returned from Kunlun Mountain after years of grueling cultivation. He didn't expect the women in Jiangcheng to be so harsh. He was originally born into the Ye family. Although he was bullied by his peers as a child, his family of 3 lived happily. 5 years ago, everything was destroyed. The head of the Ye family had offended some powerful people from Beijing while trying to save a little girl. A few days later, during a banquet at Yunhu Mountain Villa, the entire Ye family was wiped out. Only Ye Chen survived. Those who used to fawn over the Ye family watched without blinking as the entire clan was exterminated. Ye Chen carried the weight of his hatred, wanting to kill those who struck down his family, but his meager strength at the time was nothing. In the end, Ye Chen's mother had to push him into Dongtian Lake herself to save his life. Later, Ye Chen met his master and went up to Kunlun Mountain to master skills so terrifying that even ghosts would shudder. Now, Ye Chen has descended the mountain to return to Jiangcheng to fulfill his master's mission. He would take this opportunity to settle every single grudge from the past. Thinking of this, Ye Chen's killing intent leaked out unintentionally, causing those around him to suddenly feel weak and unable to move. He quickly clenched his fist, pulling back the killing intent. The passers-by looked at each other, confused. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had already vaulted up to a high floor. First, he had to complete the task his master gave him. A gentleman taking revenge for 10 years is never too late, especially since he wasn't even old enough to get married yet. The Huame Group was one of the leading enterprises in Jiangcheng, and its CEO was a beauty named Shire Ruxue. 3 days ago, his master calculated the heavenly secrets and discovered that in 100 days, Shire Ruxue would face a catastrophe with a very high chance of meeting her end. Coincidentally, his destiny was the Ziki Wolong purple chi-crouching dragon, so he had to be sent to prevent this disaster. Ye Chen heard from his master that back in the day, when the master was roaming the world, he knew Shire Rushue's grandmother. Who knows, maybe she's even your master's granddaughter. Ye Chen arrived at the Huame Group and was stopped by 2 security guards at the door. Ye Chen tried to chat kindly. "Is there someone here named Shire Ruxue? I need to find her. Looking for CEO Shia. Do you have an appointment?" Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. As expected, Ye Chen's disheveled appearance got him blocked immediately. He truly had an urgent matter to discuss directly with Shire Ruxue. If it wasn't convenient, he offered to wait on the sofa until he could meet her. Seeing Ye Chen casually walking in, the 2 guards shouted to stop him. "Stop. Do you think you can just walk in and see the CEO whenever you want?" Ye Chen said nothing, just turned and stared at the 2 men. Instantly, both collapsed to the ground, bewildered by what had just happened. For a moment, they felt like they were on the brink of death. Ye Chen calmly walked inside, reminding the 2 to speak carefully next time. "Next time, just wear a sign that says, 'I'm an idiot and you'll be fine.'" He walked straight to the sofa and sat down. "Invite everyone else to leave." Just as Ye Chen was deploying his domain of killing intent, loud footsteps rang out. "What's going on here?" A man in a sharp suit approached, claiming to be the head of the security department. He asked if Ye Chen had considered the consequences of causing trouble at the Huame Group. Ye Chen was annoyed at having to repeat that he was here to see their CEO, Xia. As he spoke, he radiated a killing intent that made the security chief break out in a cold sweat. He even felt that if he touched Ye Chen, everyone present would die. Instinctively, he hunched over and smiled at Ye Chen. "I apologize, sir. CEO Xia is not here today. Please leave your contact information, and I will call you as soon as she arrives." Seeing Ye Chen seem to believe him, the security chief was inwardly relieved, thinking he could send him away smoothly. But unexpectedly, Ye Chen sat back down to keep waiting, simply because he was a guy who was relaxed and had plenty of time on his hands. Having someone so dangerous camped out there made the security chief fear for his job. Since he was alone, the chief decided to have his men go up to him. Wait! Just as the tension reached a breaking point, another beautiful woman appeared. The men around, even in a life-threatening situation, couldn't help but admire her beauty. This was the new director of the group, Tong Di. The only one whose appearance could rival hers was CEO Shire Ruxue. "Director, this guy is very dangerous. Watch out, stay back." Tong Di walked up and introduced herself to Ye Chen. "I wonder how I can help you." Ye Chen stared at Tong Di in a daze. She was one of the people he couldn't let go of back when he was in middle school. Ye Chen and Tong Di were classmates. A year later, due to their social status gap, they rarely stayed in touch. It wasn't until after the Yunhu Mountain Villa incident that Ye Chen was rescued and returned to his home once more. At that time, the Ye family compound had been sealed off and had become a name no one in Jiangcheng dared to mention. All the families declared they were cutting ties with the Ye family and would no longer have any contact. The Tiancheng group, founded by his father, was also occupied. Almost everyone was protected by the shadow of that man in the capital, but Tong Dai, disregarding her family's fear, went to the morgue to bring his parents' bodies for cremation. Later, a tomb for Ye Chen's family of 3 was built on Jiangcheng Mountain. To this day, he still didn't understand how Tong Di dared to do that and sacrifice so much for him. He certainly never expected they would meet again today. In his eyes, there was only the image of Tong Di. She suddenly spoke up, making him jump. "Sir, you're standing way too close." Ye Chen awkwardly made an excuse that Tong Di looked like an old friend of his, which is why he was staring like that. Tong Di laughed. That pickup line is from the 90s. After that, she signaled the others to let Ye Chen wait there for a moment, saying she would compensate him later. They hadn't seen each other for years, and now Tong Di had changed so much. She wasn't the same little orange anymore, but had evolved into a pair of oranges. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold. That thing has appeared again. Just then, as Tong Di got into her car, Ye Chen was suddenly sitting comfortably in the back seat, making her jump in surprise. "What do you want?" Ye Chen begged for a ride. Tong Di was annoyed and confused. "Aren't you waiting for Xia Ruxue? What's your name?" "I can't let someone I don't even know the name of into my car." Ye Chen squinted at her. Tong Dai's glabella was dull and gray, and there were even traces of blood. This was a sign of a major event about to occur. Ye Chen had to do his best to protect her. Ye Chen followed Tong Di to a lavish banquet at the Donghu Hotel. Tong Di wore a black dress with a deep plunge, capturing the eyes of every man present. However, they were puzzled as to why someone like Tong Dai would bring someone dressed like Ye Chen to this party. After reaching a table, Tong Dai and Ye Chen sat down. A group of men hovered over to chat with her. "Director Tong, I'm Quach Hai, founder of the Van Sing Group." "Director Tong, my name is Tian Dung, and the Haidong Hotel belongs to my family." They competed to introduce themselves and flex their wealth. Then, they thrust glasses of wine into Tong Dai's face, making her uncomfortable. Suddenly, Ye Chen grabbed a glass of wine from one of the guys, using the excuse of accompanying Tong Di to drink on her behalf. The men, having had their chance to woo the beauty snatched away, did a 180-degree turn. "Who the hell do you think you are to drink with us? Damn it, what's your surname?" The corner of Ye Chen's mouth twitched. When they asked his surname, Tong Di immediately stepped in to stop them before Ye Chen could accidentally send them all to hell. "This is not how you stop me from drinking." Tong Di took the glass, her eyes holding the entire galaxy. "I'm not good with alcohol and can only take a sip. I hope everyone understands." The men, looking at Tong Di's face, were already satisfied enough and agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, a man with a vampire-like appearance walked over to Tong Dai. It was unclear what background this Tran Fong guy had, but he made Tong Dai go stiff for a second. He was the second young master of the Tran family. Last time, Tong Di had thrown wine in his face and successfully angered him. Tran Fong held a bottle of wine, pressing up against Tong Di. "Last time you left without saying goodbye, you really didn't give me any face. Now you must drink this whole bottle to apologize. This isn't a request, it's an order." Tong Di forced a smile and lowered her voice, not wanting to drink his wine. Last time, she had sensed something wrong with Tran Fong's wine. She was afraid he had drugged it, which was why she threw it in his face. Unconsciously, Tran Fong this time didn't seem to hide his perverted nature anymore. He had even booked a premium room in advance, so even if she got drunk, she would have a place to stay. Tong Di broke into a cold sweat, not knowing how to respond. Everyone knew his character. Any woman who caught his eye, even if she was underage, he would dare to cause trouble. Seeing Tong Di just standing there, Tran Fong lost patience and resorted to abuse. "You bitch, how dare you not take my drink? You filthy bitch, don't play innocent in front of me. Even Xia Rusue would have to drink today if she were here." Tong Di was just born into an ordinary family, dropped out of school early to enter society, and worked incredibly hard to reach the position of director. Even though in the eyes of outsiders she was a boss compared to these kinds of wealthy heirs. She's nobody. Suddenly, Ye Chen snatched the wine bottle from Tran Fong's hand. Tran Fong roared like a beast, but before he could react, Ye Chen smashed the bottle straight into his face. Tran Fong collapsed to the ground, clutching his face, screaming, "Ag! It hurts." "What the hell are you doing?" Tran Fong's eyes bulged, blood and wine streaming down his face. "Even my old man doesn't dare hit me. How dare you treat me like this? Who do you think you are?" Forcing her to drink. Just then, the head of the Tran family, Tran Chan Kwok, stormed over, furious. Seeing Ye Chen holding his son down, the onlookers felt nervous for Ye Chen, because Tran Chan Kwok hadn't just arrived alone. He brought an old man with an extraordinary aura along with him. Tran Fong looked up, tears streaming down his face. "Dad, save me." Tong Di was frantic, wondering how to save Ye Chen from this situation. Ye Chen, ever the nonchalant one, released his grip on Tran Fong's head. Tran Fong scurried back to his father to whine, while Ye Chen's eyes locked onto the old man standing with Tran Chan Kwok. Those emitting such a blue aura were known as ancient martial artists. Tran Fong kept wailing, demanding his father seek justice. Tran Chan Kwok's face darkened as he barked at his son to shut up and stay back, then turned to the old man beside him with a much softer tone. This proved the old man wasn't just anyone. "Min, could you see what this kid's background is?" The old man, Min, showed off his freshly manicured claws with an arrogant expression. In his eyes, Ye Chen was an ancient martial artist too, but given his age, he guessed the boy had only recently entered this world. "Well, what do you want to do about it?" Ye Chen asked Tran Chan Kwok directly. Having been humiliated, Tran Chan Kwok couldn't just walk away with an apology. Placing a hand on Min's shoulder, the two old men clearly wanted Ye Chen dead. Min calmly strode toward Ye Chen. "You're still young. You have a long future ahead," Min said. "Martial cultivation isn't easy, but you've messed with someone you shouldn't have." Suddenly, Min lunged toward him like a bullet. Placing a hand on Ye Chen's shoulder, his face was filled with pure arrogance. He acted as if he were the main character, adding, "Get on your knees and beg, and I might leave you in one piece." Standing outside, Tong Di couldn't follow Min's speed with her naked eye and didn't know what had just happened. Ye Chen, however, showed no fear, instead grabbing a fistful of Min's hair. "Have you picked out your coffin yet, old man?" Ye Chen taunted. "Do you need your family to have it delivered?" Sure enough, he had successfully provoked the old man. Min stopped holding back and launched an attack with his claws, but Ye Chen dodged them and landed a solid punch right in his mouth. "Respect your elders? To hell with that." When dealing with a senile old fool who acted like a hooligan, Ye Chen didn't bother showing respect. With that one punch, Min lay unconscious on the floor. Everyone there was stunned, their jaws dropping. Before they could even register what happened, it was over. Watching Ye Chen calmly put his hands in his pockets as if nothing happened, they all thought of one word: overpowered. Tran Chan Kwok and his son turned pale. Min was a well-known figure, yet he had been knocked out cold by one punch. 5 minutes later, the old man stumbled to his feet. Clasping his bleeding mouth, he hissed, Who are you? How do you have such power?" Ye Chen replied, "If you're so desperate to know, I'll tell you." "Who am I? You aren't worthy of knowing." His voice carried such sonic force that Min went white with shock, and the people nearby clutched their ears in pain. With no idea what was going on, Ye Chen suddenly appeared right in front of the father and son. Tran Fong instinctively covered his face. Remembering that Tran Chan Kwok had just claimed he would leave Ye Chen with only one arm, it was ironic to wonder who should be saying that now. Seeing the killing intent in Ye Chen's eyes, Tran Chan Kwok backed away. He ordered his bodyguards to stop Ye Chen. The guards pushed each other, terrified and afraid to step forward, but fearing for their jobs, they grit their teeth and charged. "Boss, run. Just make sure to increase our pay." No sooner had they said that than Ye Chen sent them all flying with a single punch. Those not in the martial arts world were better off staying out of it to avoid getting dragged in. Faced with defeat, the Tran father and son resorted to their final tactic, kneeling to beg for peace. "Big brother, please spare us. I'll go teach this stupid son of mine a lesson." The speed at which they dropped to their knees only fueled Ye Chen's killing intent. However, there was still one matter he needed to resolve immediately. Just as things were getting tense, a voice rang out, "Stop." A woman in a police uniform, leading a special tactical team, appeared and ordered Ye Chen to step away from the two men on the ground. But when she saw who was kneeling, the father and son of the Tran family, she froze, wondering what Ye Chen had done. Tran Chan Kwok was relieved to see someone coming to his rescue, thinking that in front of authority, an ancient martial artist meant nothing. The policewoman glanced at Min, recognizing him as a martial artist from the Tran family, and connected the dots. She guessed Ye Chen was responsible. Suddenly, Ye Chen grabbed Tran Chan Kwok by the head and hauled him up, causing the man to wince in pain. "Officer, this kid was harassing a girl. I was just doing the right thing. You need to see clearly." The policewoman raised her gun and ordered Ye Chen to let him go. Ye Chen scoffed at how stubborn the team captain was. "This is a personal matter," he warned. "You'd be better off not getting involved." The policewoman was speechless. Even if she didn't want to interfere, her duty meant she had to act. She gestured for him to sit down and issued a second warning. This time, the entire special ops team aimed their weapons at Ye Chen. Being interrupted infuriated him. his aura exploding with heavy killing intent. Just as he was about to strike, Tong Di ran over and held his hand tightly. "Sorry, everyone. His reflexes are a bit too fast. He must have slipped," Tong Di whispered to Ye Chen, urging him to stop there. "If he didn't," she said, "she'd have to cut ties with him." Cut ties? Over people like them? Even though he was annoyed, Ye Chen obediently followed Tong Di's lead. Tong Di told him to rest easy and follow her instructions. Once they reached the police station, Ye Chen just needed to recount the incident, and they would be fine. After all, it was self-defense. Ye Chen scoffed. "It doesn't matter what you say, because if I want to leave, no one can stop me." That night, the captain personally checked the security cameras. Her subordinates reported that after checking the footage over 10 times, aside from the deleted content, everything showed Ye Chen was acting in self-defense. The captain focused on the deleted segment the moment Min was talking to Ye Chen. A minute later, the old man had collapsed. In that interval, the camera hadn't recorded anything, so they didn't know what happened. The policewoman sighed. They had arrived at the scene very quickly, yet someone had still managed to delete the crucial video. She guessed that Ye Chen must have someone powerful backing him. If there wasn't enough evidence, she could only conclude it was self-defense and let him go. That evening, Tong Di left the station, feeling relieved, and proudly told him, "See, listening to me wasn't wrong, right?" Seeing her act as if everything were fine made Ye Chen ponder. Surely, Tran Chan Kwok and his son were a constant threat to Tong Di. Once he left Jiang Ye Chen, they wouldn't let her go. He definitely had to find time in the future to deal with both of them. Meanwhile, Tong Di felt that a dangerous, indescribable aura always radiated from Ye Chen, but she didn't dare ask about it. Seeing Tong Di staring at him, Ye Chen teased her. Tong Di stuttered, saying she wanted to take him home. Ye Chen scratched his head. Since he had just arrived, he didn't have a place to stay yet. If he couldn't find one, he'd have to sleep in the park tonight. Unexpectedly, Tong Di suggested he stay at her place. Although the room wasn't large, it was better than the park. Hearing this, Ye Chen teased her even more. "Did you want to repay the hero who saved you today with your body?" "Humph, who wants that? Are you staying or not?" Just then, they walked past the policewoman's car. She truly couldn't understand why the Tran family's bodyguards, who were retired Special Forces soldiers, were as helpless as children in front of him. Relying only on herself, it was hard to find answers, so the policewoman called someone she referred to as her senior, master, to ask for a favor. Meanwhile, on top of Mount Uran in Siberia, this muscular young man was lifting weights while sleeping when he was interrupted by the phone call. So, this was the senior master the policewoman was begging for help. Yingxing wondered why, given her family background, she had to run to the police station, and why she kept dragging him into solving cases. It was a waste of his talents as the captain of the Dragon Soul Strike team. Despite his grumbling, Yingxing helped her anyway. He watched the video of Ye Chen's fight at the hotel and noticed the bodyguards were indeed retired Special Forces, yet they had been bullied by a young man like Ye Chen. But when he saw Ye Chen push them all back with one hand, Yingxing was surprised. Looking at Ye Chen's appearance, no one would guess he was an ancient martial artist, and not just any, he was a martial arts grandmaster standing on the highest peak. Immediately, Yingxing's face darkened. He demanded the policewoman provide all the information on Ye Chen. That night, Ye Chen arrived at Tong Di's apartment in the metropolis of Jiangcheng. Tong Di finished her shower and walked out wearing only a bathrobe, having no guard up at all with a strange young man like him. Ye Chen went into the bathroom, revealing his solid, six-pack physique. But only the readers get to see him deep in thought while showering. He was reflecting on what happened 5 years ago. He had once thought that being saved by his master was the luck of a lifetime, but he never expected it to be the beginning of a nightmare. On the very first day, that old man threw him into a cage to fight a starving tiger with his bare hands. Over those final 3 days, Ye Chen naturally survived, but that only made his master's training methods grow increasingly brutal. Every day, the training location changed, but they all shared one thing in common: they were deadly traps. Each time, he was forced to face situations where he was teetering on the edge of death. To survive until now, the thing driving him every day was boundless hatred. He swore he would find everyone who attended that banquet at Yunhu Mountain Villa back then and make every single one of them pay. Outside, Sundi was slicing some fruit for dessert, when she suddenly realized she didn't have any clothes for Ye Chen to change into. Thinking of clothes, an image of her padded bra popped into her head, still sitting in the laundry basket. She couldn't let him see that. Panicked, Sundi rushed over and burst into Ye Chen's bathroom. "Wait a second, let me get some." "Get what?" Ye Chen coldly opened the door, leaving Sundi flustered. The only towel wrapped around him slipped off, causing her to blush, turn around, and bolt. She ran back to her room, climbed into bed, and tossed and turned, telling herself, "I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything." except for Ye Chen's middle leg. Outside, Ye Chen understood that Sun Di wouldn't be opening the door again tonight, which actually worked out fine. He had a few matters to take care of now. Whatever it was, it filled Ye Chen with an overwhelming murderous aura. That night, at the Tran family villa, Tran Chan Kwok paced back and forth anxiously in front of Tran Fong, making him dizzy. The moment Tran Fong started to complain, Tran Chan Kwok snapped at him to vent his anger. If it weren't for a useless piece of trash like you, how could Min have ended up crippled? Now that Min is gone and the old man isn't here, the Tran family is in danger. Tran Fong, who was bandaged up and seeing stars from being hit, didn't dare talk back. Tran Chan Kwok couldn't explain why he felt so panicked. Even with the Tran family patriarch protecting them, he couldn't shake the feeling that as long as Ye Chen was alive, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. After hearing Tran Chan Kwok say he would head to Vo Di Mountain tomorrow to invite the Tran family's elder to come down from the mountain, Tran Fong cheered joyfully, thinking his grandfather would take care of Ye Chen. He was certain that when the time came, he would break Ye Chen's arms and legs right in front of him and slowly torture him. You dare touch the woman who belongs to me? Speak of the devil. Hearing Ye Chen's voice, the two Tran family members felt as if they were hearing a summons from hell. Ye Chen calmly sat down on a chair, ready to have a discussion with them. Tran Chan Kwok was still arrogant, believing Ye Chen wouldn't dare push them to the brink. Since he wanted to provoke him, Ye Chen had to show him a little of his power. Nobody knew how, but Ye Chen unleashed an invisible purple energy blast that instantly silenced Tran Fong, who had been mid-sentence. I don't dare kill. So, what about now? Do you still feel that way now? Ye Chen coldly dumped Tran Fong's body on the ground. Tran Chan Kwok was a mess of tears and snot, unable to understand why he had attacked them when there was no feud between them. Hearing no feud come out of his mouth, Ye Chen scoffed. Let me ask you, Tran Chan Kwok, do you remember the banquet at Yunhu Mountain Villa 5 years ago? The death of the Ye family couple? And that filthy mouth of yours? Only then did Tran Chan Kwok realize that Ye Chen was the child from back then who had fallen into the river, his body never found. Ye Chen clamped his hand tightly around the man's face. Before Tran Chan Kwok went to meet his maker with his son, Ye Chen told him a secret. Actually, I'm not a martial artist like you think. I am a cultivator. Hearing this, Tran Chan Kwok was shocked once more. In their eyes, martial arts might be the pinnacle, but in the eyes of a cultivator, even if he had a martial arts grandmaster or an entire sect backing him, Ye Chen could still slice them in two with a single sword strike. With that, Ye Chen slammed his head down hard, shattering the floor. The two Tran men died on the spot. Just then, on a cliff on Vo Di Mountain, Chen Yuanli, who was in deep meditation, suddenly coughed up blood. He glared in fury, for this was a sign that Tran Chan Kwok and Tran Fong had perished. Chen Yuanli let out a roar like a wild beast. I swear to heaven, I will personally hunt down the one who dared to kill my Tran clansmen in Jiangcheng and destroy their cultivation foundation. The next morning, Ye Chen woke up after a night of cultivation. He took a deep breath and hopped out of bed. Ye Chen felt that the spiritual energy in wuxia was far too thin. It couldn't even compare to where he used to train. If he wanted to break through further, he would have to refine some medicinal pills to assist him. In 1 week, it would be his parents' death anniversary. By then, he had to make a trip to Tiandang Mountain. The black stone in his hand was the 51st birthday present his father had given Ye Chen, claiming it was some kind of family heirloom. But, up until now, it had just been a regular, pitch-black rock. Suddenly, today, Ye Chen felt a line of red characters carved into it. It only had 2 words, drip blood. Curious, Ye Chen tried dripping a drop of his blood onto the stone's surface. Immediately, his body felt heavy, his vision blurred, and he couldn't resist, as Ye Chen seemed to be teleported into the middle of a war-torn graveyard, filled with graves and swords. Clasping his splitting head, he struggled to crawl to his feet. Black smoke swirled around Ye Chen. As his vision cleared, he realized he was currently in the reincarnation grave. Ground, a place he had never set foot in before. The sword stuck in the ground suddenly flew into the air, accompanied by dark purple smoke that grew denser by the moment. 2 glowing red eyes appeared in the sky, looking like a demonic face. It even spoke, a late-stage Earth realm, like you dares to step into the reincarnation grave ground? You can't even trigger the lingering obsession of the weakest tombstone here. If you don't want to die, get out. Then, a swarm of demons rushed toward Ye Chen as if to devour him. Ye Chen bolted upright, waking up from the nightmare, his entire body drenched in sweat. He picked up that stone again. Based on what he had just experienced, it seemed this was indeed the ancient magical treasure that his old master had mentioned. Judging by the sounds those spirits had made, perhaps as long as Ye Chen's strength reached a certain level, he would be able to trigger the obsessions of the powerful figures buried in those tombs. But Ye Chen didn't quite believe it. There were 100 tombstones in the reincarnation grave ground. Could there really be 100 powerful figures? While he was lost in thought, Sundi came to knock on the door to invite him to breakfast. She had woken up early to make a very elaborate dish for him, homemade hamburgers. Ye Chen munched on the burger and teased her. "You're so good to me, it makes me not want to leave. Why don't I just give myself to you? I can wash dishes, cook, and in the winter, I can even help warm up the bed for you." Sundi laughed. "My place has a heated carpet in the winter, you don't need to do that. But if Ye Chen wants to stay, he has to pay rent every month. And chores are next." When the topic of money came up, Ye Chen didn't have a single cent to his name. Hearing that, Sundi assumed he wanted her to be his sugar mommy. Suddenly, Ye Chen pulled out a napkin and scribbled something. He handed her a piece of paper with the words, "Primary Beauty Enhancing Pill." Ye Chen held his head high and said this was the formula for a primary beauty enhancing pill. Even though it was low level, it was enough to sustain a company on the market. Paying rent would be no problem at all. Sundai's mouth twitched. "This thing can sustain a company. Do you have some misunderstanding about what a company is?" Of course, he didn't. Huame Group was primarily in beauty products. As long as Sundai gave this formula to the technical department, they would immediately see its true value. Right at that moment, Xiaoru Shu called Sundi. Sundi anxiously answered the phone, never expecting to be urgently summoned to a top-secret conference. After hanging up, Sundi turned to say goodbye to Ye Chen, not forgetting to warn him to stop spouting nonsense and go find an actual job. Ye Chen was speechless. It seemed the rumors that traditional Chinese medicine wasn't popular anymore were true. But since Sundi had told him to find a job, he had no choice. Ye Chen set up a street stall to sell youth-restoring wine. Since it was his grand opening, he was offering a special 20% discount. He claimed it could cure all diseases, and consultation fees started at 100,000. "If I don't cure you, I don't take your money." Passers-by gathered around, not because they wanted a checkup, but out of curiosity, wondering which mental asylum had let Ye Chen out. Hearing them talk about calling the police, Ye Chen immediately planned his escape. Just then, a young woman pushed through the crowd toward him. You traveling quack, come with me." Ye Chen hopped into her Mercedes and followed her home. To his surprise, it was a massive mansion located in the heart of the capital. Realizing he had just landed a wealthy client, Ye Chen began to flex a little. "Young lady, don't worry. With me, Ye Chen, I guarantee you'll be cured as soon as you take my medicine." But unexpectedly, she hadn't come to Ye Chen for medical treatment, which caught him off guard. She was the eldest daughter of the Pham family, Shen Mengjia. Today, she had sought out Ye Chen because of his talent for lying without needing practice. Seeing his words being looked down upon, Ye Chen turned to leave, but when Shen Mengjia pulled out a $10,000 card, he did a 180-degree turn. "Young lady, what are your orders? I can walk through fire and water for you. I'm ready to die for the cause." Only then did Shen Mengjia explain the situation. In reality, her father was truly ill, to the point where even the doctors had given up and told the family to prepare for the end. Her parents had a very deep and affectionate bond. She was terrified that if one of them passed, the other would think of doing something foolish. Thus, Shen Mengjia had invited Ye Chen over to pose as a legendary immortal. She asked to bring the three of them along before her father passed away. She pretended to take him up to the mountains for treatment, believing that once they got through this period, her mother would surely accept the fact that her husband had passed on. Ye Chen was speechless at her story. Filial piety isn't supposed to be used like that, but with me here, everything will be different. Ye Chen patted his chest and said, "Don't you worry, eldest miss. I will definitely complete this task perfectly." Shen Mengjia cheered happily. "That's great. Now I don't need to call the police." It seemed if Ye Chen had refused earlier, she would have ended up behind bars. After leading Ye Chen inside, she kept whispering, reminding him to stick to the script. She kept a close eye on her expression to know how to act. As she stepped into her father's hospital room, she couldn't hold back her vulnerability. "Dad, I'm here. I'm back." Ye Chen observed the situation and immediately saw that things were critical. The patient was slowly stepping into the gates of hell. No wonder the medical arts of the mortal world currently couldn't save him. Deathly energy was flooding his chest. Once it reached the crown of his head, even the goddess of mercy couldn't save his soul. According to Shen Mengjia, last month her father, Shen Haihua, was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. Even the best hospitals abroad had no way to cure him. Later, they invited the divine Dr. Cao from the capital, but yesterday, he concluded that her father only had 3 days left to live. Thus, her only remaining option was to rely on Ye Chen so that her mother wouldn't know the truth. Money was no issue for the Shen family. Just then, her mother walked in, tears streaming down her face. "Mengjia, divine Dr. Cao said your father won't make it through today. Is that true?" Shen Mengjia had previously conspired with divine Dr. Cao to keep this a secret, but for some reason, he had betrayed her just now. A blond young man leaning against the door spoke up. Mengjia, one must be honest. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural. How can you lie to mom? Shen Menglong, Shen Mengjia's older brother, added that he had already arranged the funeral and would give Shen Haihua a grand send-off. Shen Mengjia turned to her brother in anger. Did he not know their mother was in poor health? Shen Menglong, appearing to be a very optimistic person, said that death was also a form of release. As a filial son, I can't bear to see dad suffer forever. Once I take over this house, I definitely won't mistreat mom or grandfather. Sure enough, Shen Mengjia's mother couldn't handle the shock. She would likely follow Shen Haihua once he was gone. Ye Chen sneered at the scene. That guy Shen Menglong was clearly just targeting the inheritance Shen Haihua would leave behind. He wanted to monopolize the assets. Shen Mengjia couldn't believe this guy was even her brother anymore. Just for a bit of money, he wanted to scare his own mother to death to seize a little more. Shen Menglong turned hostile, cursing his sister to her face. You wretch, she wants to die herself. Why should I stop her? He added. Dare to say one more word, and see if I don't tear your mouth apart. As Shen Menglong rushed forward, Ye Chen kicked him square in the face. A living man was standing right there, and the house was already in chaos. Divine Dr. Cao, standing nearby, angrily cursed Ye Chen. Who is this punk, do you know? That this young master will soon be the head of the Shen family? Ye Chen pointed a finger, signaling one. Just 10 million, and I can cure Shen Haihua immediately. Afterward, everyone went outside to wait. Shen Mengjia didn't expect him to take advantage of the situation to extort 10 million. Now, she didn't know how he planned to deal with her mother. Shen Menglong continued to play the part of the filial son, grumbling and blaming Shen Mengjia for hiring a quack just to divide the assets. If Shen Haihua died, she would bear full responsibility, and by then, he would throw Ye Chen in prison for life. At that moment, only Ye Chen and Shen Haihua were left in the room. As long as he was there, the old man wouldn't be dying anytime soon. His master had taught him divine medical skills capable of pulling Shen Haihua back from the brink of death. Ye Chen gestured with both hands, summoning golden talismans that swirled around him in the cycle of heaven and earth. Mysterious yellow, demons, ghosts, and nether spirits rise. As he finished, the talismans transferred from his body to Shen Haihua's. He could clearly see the deathly energy surrounding him, preventing him from surviving. All his meridians were blocked, with only one faint pulse remaining. Still, this was the final glimmer of hope. Ye Chen pulled out all his acupuncture needles and thrust them into the yang meridians on Shen Haihua's body. The deathly energy inside him was forced out. Ye Chen firmly squeezed his hand, causing the deathly energy to dissipate without a trace. Shen Haihua fell heavily back onto the bed, while Ye Chen had exhausted a great deal of energy. Killing is easy, but saving lives is hard. It seemed he needed to practice more. Ye Chen calmly stepped out to demand his payment. Shen Haihua was about to wake up inside. Shen Mengjia's mother happily handed a card containing 10 million to Ye Chen. The password was 6 zeros. Suddenly, Shen Menglong snatched the card, protesting, Mom, stay sensible. Dad has terminal cancer. How could he possibly be cured? This 10 million isn't so easy to take. Shen Menglong pointed at Ye Chen's face but was grabbed by the wrist, making him blush with pain. Ye Chen twisted his arm backward and took the card. This money is for my medical services. Shen Haihua will certainly wake up, but he can only live for 3 more days. 3 days from now, if he doesn't have my medicine, not even the heavens can save him. Shen Menglong clutched his aching arm and cursed, You bastard. You dared to hit me and rob me. I'm calling the police. Divine Dr. Cao reassured him, saying he had connections at the station and would definitely help him deal with Ye Chen. Just then, Shen Haihua opened the door and walked out, leaving everyone stunned, especially Shen Menglong. He wondered if the man was a ghost or human, since he was still alive. Haihua walked out, muttering as he looked for Ye Chen. Seeing his wife and daughter had brought a doctor to save him, he couldn't help but feel happy and proud. Conversely, when he looked at his good-for-nothing son, Shen Haihua's face darkened. Don't think I don't know what you beast, did while I was sick. Starting today, don't expect to get a single cent from me. At that moment, at Hoa, my corporation, an emergency meeting was held regarding the issue of their stocks plummeting constantly. They didn't know how they would survive the coming days. Their rival had released a beauty product with miraculous effects. If Hoa didn't launch a new product soon, they would be crushed in this cutthroat market. Tong Di sat in the middle of the meeting, her heart burning with anxiety. She didn't know what to do to cope with the situation. Perhaps because she was too worried, her chest felt unexpectedly itchy. Tong Di secretly reached in to check, and to her surprise, she pulled out the note Ye Chen had written that morning. Even more surprisingly, he had tucked it between her two melons at some point. Putting that aside, Tongdi suddenly recalled his words. This formula is worth 10 million. Maybe there was a chance. Just then, a woman appeared out of nowhere and snatched the paper from Tong Dai. Let me see what kind of treasure you have to hide inside your bra. Tom D was startled when she saw it was Tona, the most unpleasant woman in the company. Tona read the name Basic Rejuvenation Pill and laughed, mocking Tong Dai. She even said, "Did you get scammed, or why do you value it so much? Is that why you slept with someone for it?" Tong Di's face darkened at her cruel words. Not every woman uses her body to trade for money like you, Tona. Tona not only refused to return the paper to Tong Di but cruelly tore it into pieces right in front of her. Tong Di couldn't take it anymore. She lunged forward and shoved her. Don't go too far. Even if it's just a scrap of paper, it's mine. People in the office looked as if they had witnessed this scene every single day. The two girls grabbed each other's hair and pinched, neither backing down. Just when no one knew how to stop these two shrewish lions, CEO Shiru Shu walked in, radiating pure anger. Tong Dai, Tona, you two look very free, don't you? After restoring order, CEO Ha began the meeting. Perhaps everyone here knows the purpose of this emergency meeting. The rival company had produced an advanced beauty serum, while Ho Mai's products had seen no progress for many years. The people in the room looked at each other, confused, unable to provide a valid reason. Xiao Rusue angrily slammed the table. In the past 3 years, I don't know what the R&D department has been doing after swallowing so much money. The people in the R&D department didn't sit still and take it. They said they had researched with all their might but still couldn't find a better substitute. That's right, our R&D department even spent money going everywhere in the world to buy formulas. But since ancient times, beauty formulas have been rare, and they are getting even rarer. Even if we read all the ancient books, we couldn't find a suitable one. Hearing their excuses, Xia Rusue lowered her voice slightly because it wasn't entirely their fault. But she had spent so many years building the largest beauty corporation in Jiangcheng, Ye Chen, just so her parents would give up in disappointment. Right now, was she supposed to admit defeat? Suddenly, Tona spoke up with a mocking tone. Isn't it just a beauty formula? Tong Di has plenty in her hands. Just now, she was holding something called a rejuvenation pill or whatever. Someone in the R&D department heard the name of the formula from the 7th Grandmaster rejuvenation pill and became overjoyed. CEO Ha, if Director Tan really has that formula, the company is saved. Xia Rusue was visibly delighted, but Tong Di didn't dare to accept the credit immediately because the formula was written by Ye Chen that morning. How could she believe it? CEO Ha didn't care and wanted to see the formula. Tong Di gathered the scraps of paper that Tona had torn up and placed them on the table. Sorry, CEO Ha, this was just my friend joking around. Now it's turned into this. The people in the room saw the formula written on the crumpled pieces of paper and doubted its reliability. Tona smirked to herself. This display by Tong Di was no different from treating Xiao Rusue like a fool. Wait a minute, someone from the R&D department said as they picked up a piece of paper. Take a close look at this formula. It's the real deal. He slammed the table even harder than the CEO did. Just moments ago, he had witnessed with his own eyes the scene where Tona tore up the formula that could have saved the entire corporation. The CEO immediately ordered Tona to be demoted. If she couldn't restore that formula, she would certainly be held accountable. Tona laughed at others one day, only to be laughed at the next. She spoke honestly. I didn't know that formula was so important. I obviously know that our company's first formula was developed based on this medicine. The man from the R&D department chimed in, standing up and acting cool while guaranteeing the breakthrough in quality. Once the paper was restored, Xia Rusue also regained her long-lost faith in life. She ordered everyone to collect all the torn scraps of paper in the room. Tona's face turned pale. She didn't expect such a coincidence to happen in this world. As soon as the CEO called her name, Tona jumped in shock. Xia Rusue's gaze was like a laser beam, scanning her from head to toe. It seems the formula is real, but I don't know which idiot was blind enough to tear it up. Since you're so free, the store happens to be short a salesperson to guide customers. Go over there and help out. Tona froze on the spot. She never expected that one moment of impulsiveness would ruin her life. That evening, Tong Dai returned home to find Ye Chen, but he was nowhere to be found. She couldn't believe the formula he gave her was the real thing. Suddenly feeling guilty, she sat on the sofa, reflecting on everything. Tong Di realized she didn't know anything about Ye Chen. He had single-handedly taken on a group of retired special forces, soldiers, and had even casually written down an ancient formula. Only now did Tong Di feel a chill down her spine. The funniest part was that she had been keeping a man who was both a stranger and dangerous in her house. She feared that if she exposed Ye Chen's true face, she would be wiped out. Immediately. Suddenly, a hand rested on Tong Di's head, making her jump. Ye Chen heard her call his name but didn't say anything, so he was a bit curious. After they both sat down and calmed down, Tong Di wanted to say something, but she kept stuttering, making the viewers feel frustrated too. Ye Chen looked at her with a puzzled expression. He had already cleaned up the house properly, hadn't he? Tong Di took a deep breath and enunciated each word. Actually, I want to apologize to you. The formula you gave me was torn up by someone. If possible, Ye Chen was speechless. What he wrote for her was just the most basic introductory formula. Could it be that she thought the effect wasn't enough? If that was the case, he could write 80 more formulas for her to be amazed. Seeing Tong Di silent, Ye Chen used the excuse of being sleepy and went into the room first. She immediately chased after him, grabbed his hand, and finally admitted she needed his help. Ye Chen broke into a sweat. He didn't know what she was planning to ask, but even if it meant taking off all his clothes, he would agree. Tong Di remembered how, at the beginning, Ye Chen wanted to meet Xie Roshue, and now the CEO also really wanted to meet him, so she would arrange it. Ye Chen's face showed disgust. He wasn't the man he was yesterday anymore. You need me to meet her. Is she even worth it? Tong Di was confused. Just the other day, he had stood against the entire security team just to meet Xie Roshue. Ye Chen crossed his arms. I have my own standards too. Since the CEO didn't bother to acknowledge me the other day, I don't care about her either. Tong Di tried to carefully choose her words to coax Ye Chen. Finally, he agreed to meet the CEO, but on one condition: tell your CEO to come see me in person. Whether I meet her or not will then depend on my mood. With that, Ye Chen walked straight into his room, not giving Tong Di a chance to say another word. Afterward, she called to report the news to Xie Roshue. Although she was asked to come in person, the CEO didn't seem angry at all. On the contrary, she found Ye Chen extremely interesting. Just a few days ago, he was causing a scene at the reception desk demanding to see her, and yet today he was putting on airs. What kind of man is he, anyway? The next morning, Ye Chen arrived at the biggest pharmacy in the area, Zhou Rende Duong. It was indeed a famous shop, with people lining up to check in as if it were a crowded bar. Ye Chen wandered around, looking. He stopped in front of a painting of a white tiger in the middle of the shop. Compared to the knockoffs today, this is just okay. His words reached the ears of Zhou Rende, the shop owner, and his granddaughter, Zhou Ziyuan. Zhou Ziyuan immediately spoke up nastily. Ye Chen must be some country bumpkin who just arrived in the city to dare call our shop's goods fakes. Zhou Rende immediately shut his granddaughter's foul mouth, then turned to ask Ye Chen why he said it was a fake, because this painting has been studied by many collectors. Ye Chen sighed. The fact that this fake painting can deceive so many people shows that you all are blind. However, since this painting can fool so many experts, you might as well keep it to show off. He had originally thought he could find something good in this shop, but it seems he was overthinking it. Zhou Ziyuan had been holding back for a while and could no longer sit still. She was determined to teach Ye Chen a lesson today for his arrogant talk. Zhou Rende stood by and said, she wasn't allowed to make a move on a normal person, but it really seemed they were all blind. Zhou Ziyuan lunged, using her leg to attack Ye Chen. Her grandfather didn't even have time to stop her. She had trained under powerful people. A single kick could kill someone. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen used one hand to grab Zhou Ziyuan's small leg, making her freeze right in midair. What is this? Is that all you've got? Zhou Ziyuan had once kicked through 2 solid sandbags with one leg. Now she couldn't believe she was blocked so easily. Has this young lady had enough? Ye Chen's question brought her back to reality. Ye Chen's face became truly wicked. Bad kids need to be taught a lesson. With that, he grabbed Zhou Ziyuan's leg and threw her head first toward the ground. Ye Chen didn't expect to run into ancient martial artists here, but unfortunately, this martial art was only for men. For a woman like her, if she trained for a few more years, it was highly likely she would end up crippled. Being thrown like a sandbag caused Zhou Ziyuan's self-esteem to be severely crushed, and she immediately turned to complain to Zhou Rende. Zhou Rende immediately told her to stop. Can't you see who the person in front of you is? Ye Chen hadn't even used his internal energy and had already blocked her kick. With this amateur skill of yours, if I hadn't held back, you'd be pulverized by now. Zhou Ziyuan wasn't convinced and wanted to continue sparring with Ye Chen. Ye Chen laughed. Then what counts as using internal energy? Ye Chen's deep, purple, murderous aura enveloped her, making Zhou Ziyuan instinctively step back, her legs so weak she collapsed to the ground. She shed tears and told her grandfather, let's run. Zhou Rende coughed a few times out of embarrassment, then turned to bow and apologize to Ye Chen for Zhou Ziyuan's attitude. Now knowing Ye Chen's strength, Zhou Rende wanted to ask for his advice about the painting on the wall. If he sincerely wanted to know, Ye Chen would open his eyes. Come here. Ye Chen used his murderous aura to make the painting reveal hidden text. I don't know what fool would buy this fake painting. Liu Yuangoyan, 2002. This painting was truly hard to distinguish between real and fake, so the imitator dared to sign their names so boldly. You only need to use internal energy to make the text appear. As dusk fell, Zhou Ziyuan brought the medicine Ye Chen had requested, and she even had to call him Mr. Ye Chen respectfully. Ye Chen took the prescription and said thanks as if he were mocking her. Zhou Ziyuan twitched her lips and replied, "Serving Mr. Ye Chen is this humble one's honor. These medicines are very rare. I wonder if you brought enough money, Miss Zhou Rende. You are truly sensible, but I still like that arrogant look you had earlier." Ye Chen's words made Zhou Ziyuan reveal her true nature. If her master were here, she would definitely make him pay. At this moment, Zhou Rende had to educate his granddaughter. He could see that Ye Chen's strength was in no way inferior to her master. After that, he turned to ask Ye Chen to overlook his foolish granddaughter. The medicine on his list was all available in the store, but the quantity was quite large, so he would have to wait a few days. To apologize, he wouldn't charge him. Ye Chen didn't really need that. Lately, he had just earned a card with 10 million, so he wasn't worried about starving. Furthermore, he didn't want anyone saying he took things for free from her shop. After Ye Chen left, Zhou Rende's face darkened. If he was truly from the Ye Chen family, he feared this city would not have peace in the coming time. On the way back, Ye Chen realized there were a few ants crawling after him. It was also just in time. He needed to vent a little. Back at Zhou Rende Duong, Zhou Ziyuan still didn't believe in Ye Chen's strength, let alone that he wasn't inferior to her master. Actually, I misspoke. Zhou Rende corrected himself. It's not that Ye Chen is not inferior to your master. He is far beyond your master. His appearance means a new grandmaster has been born. In martial arts legends, a grandmaster could unarmed destroy a well-trained, heavy-armored unit. They viewed heavy weaponry as toys. In their eyes, ordinary people are just ants. Zhou Ziyuan broke into a sweat. But Ye Chen is so young. How could he be a martial arts grandmaster? Exactly. But Ye Chen's existence is even more terrifying than a grandmaster. If he lives for another 20 years, I'm afraid there won't be anyone left in this world who is his match. The Zhou Rende family, no matter what, cannot become his enemy. Returning to the person tailing Ye Chen, he was certain Ye Chen was the divine doctor that Shen Haihua wanted to find. As long as he followed him, the reward would definitely be his. Suddenly, Ye Chen turned into a small alley, making him worry he had been discovered. When he followed, there wasn't a shadow in the alley. While he was confused, Ye Chen leaped down from above and grabbed his head. "Looking for me? Behave, and give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you." The guy unexpectedly spilled his entire background. His name was Pham Dong, a private investigator. This month, he'd helped some scumbags track down 2,000 runaway wives and so on. Ye Chen roared in anger. "Cut the crap. Who sent you?" Pham Dong immediately confessed it was Shen Haihua. He had a bounty out all over Jiangcheng. Whoever found him would get 1 million. Ye Chen just remembered he'd only given the man 3 days to live. No wonder he was so desperate. Pham Dong then invited Ye Chen to come with him. "We could even split the reward," he suggested. But Ye Chen just turned his back, telling him to go tell Shen Haihua that if he wanted to live, he should stop playing these games. Pham Dong looked stunned. Shen Haihua had to hire detectives because he didn't know where to find Ye Chen. He begged for a meeting. Since a human life was on the line, Ye Chen went home and found Tong Dai meticulously applying her makeup. Turns out she wanted to take him shopping. He had been wearing the same clothes for several chapters, and it was time for a change. She also needed to buy him an iPhone so they could stay in contact. Although Ye Chen found it troublesome, Tong Di didn't. She insisted that if he was worried about money, she would pay for everything. After arriving at the mall, Ye Chen tried on a few outfits. Each one exuded his cold, domineering aura. Tong Di stood by, clapping and praising him. If Ye Chen walked around campus like this now, girls would definitely be flocking to talk to him. Ye Chen smirked. He didn't make a living off his looks. Tong Di deliberately asked if he had a girlfriend, offering to introduce him to some stunning single women. Ye Chen had never thought about that. For 5 years, he had been obsessively training, barely staying alive, let alone finding a lover. But 5 years ago, before the Ye Chen family fell, Ye Chen had liked a girl, the campus queen, Su Shuran, who was pursued by everyone. He was so head over heels back then that he gave her a love letter, but surprisingly, she wrote him a reply. Su Shuran said if he confessed his feelings in front of the whole school during the flag-raising ceremony, she would agree to date him. The naive Ye Chen of that time did exactly as she asked, only for her to reject him in front of everyone. It was all a trap to mock him. Since then, Ye Chen became insecure and hit rock bottom. Perhaps he was a loser back then, but now, even if the So family stood among the 4 great families of Jiangcheng, they were nothing in his eyes. His anger caused his killing intent to surge. Tong Di felt it too, fearing her previous words had wounded his pride. She quickly defended herself. Not dating doesn't mean anything. I've never been with anyone either, and I'm doing just fine, right? What are you rambling about? Ye Chen said, pushing Tong Di's head as they went to buy clothes. He had no idea what kind of image of him she had cooked up in her head again. While walking, a couple blocked their path. The woman with red hair looked flirty, walking with a man old enough to be her father. Isn't that Tong Di? It's been years, and you already have a boyfriend. Ye Chen recognized her, Ha Thien, who always followed Su Shiren around. Ha Thien looked him up and down, then mocked Tong Di, back in school. You used to hang around that loser Ye Chen. Now your boyfriend is still wearing cheap clothes. Do you only like losers? This Ha Thien had sharp eyes, yet she actually thought Ye Chen looked a bit like that Ye Chen from before. The man with her chimed in, and Ha Thien recounted the story of how Ye Chen confessed to Su Shiren in front of the whole school and was rejected. That loser was so embarrassed he didn't dare go to school anymore. Ha ha. His family was wiped out later, so he must have died long ago. Otherwise, Su Shiren would have had even more fun with him. Ye Chen clenched his fist. His killing intent was thick. Her filthy mouth shouldn't be allowed to open again. Just as he was about to charge, Tong Di held him back, suggesting they should keep shopping instead. Ha Thien saw them walking in the mall and brought up money to insult them, then turned to whine at the old man beside her. Ah Tuan, I want to buy those clothes, okay? Tonight, I'll wear them for you to have some fun, and you can bring your friend along too. Ignoring this annoying couple, Ye Chen and Tong Di went elsewhere. Ye Chen could have handled them, but he didn't know why she stopped him. Tong Di pointed to a suit nearby to distract him. You'd look great in that. The clerk jumped at the chance to sell it, saying it was the most high-end piece in the shop, priced at 360,000. 360,000 made Tong Di swallow hard. She had heard the shop was expensive, but not that much. She only had 300,000 in her card, so she brushed it off, saying, "Doesn't look like that suit fits you well." For some reason, Ha Thien popped up again to provoke them. "Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Tong Di, if you don't have the money, just say so. Doesn't fit? Who are you trying to fool?" Tong Di was embarrassed but still stubborn, not wanting to lose. Ha Thien paced back and forth, bringing up how Tong Di's brother couldn't even finish middle school because of their family's poverty. "Want to hit me? Do you know my friend is Su Shiren? Don't even think about staying in Jiangcheng anymore. Go ahead, hit me." Her face looked increasingly vile. As she wished, Ye Chen slapped her right across the face, sending her flying several meters away. His entire being reeked of killing intent. He should have shut her up a long time ago. Ha Thien lay on the ground after Ye Chen's slap. Everyone watching was stunned. Tong Di looked at Ye Chen, sweating profusely. Her mouth trembled, unable to form words. Ah Tuan stood there like an idiot, intending to live-stream the drama, but the show was far beyond his imagination. Ha Thien clutched her swollen cheek, looking at Ye Chen with teary, hateful eyes, and screamed, "You dare hit me? Do you know Su Shiren of the So family is my close friend? Do you know who my boyfriend is, currently? She only wanted to dig up the graves of the entire Ye Chen family." Ye Chen replied coldly, "What does that have to do with me?" He stared straight into her furious eyes. Ah Tuan pointed at Ye Chen's face and said, "I am the department head of the Back Dan Group, earning 5 million a year. A high-quality man like me is someone a poor loser like you cannot mess with." Hearing Ah Tuan show off, Ha Thien, with her swollen cheek, crawled over to hug his leg. But as tough as he sounded, Ah Tuan's face had already turned pale. He was trembling with fear that Ye Chen might actually hit him. What a big mouth. A deep voice rang out, cutting through the couple's noise. A man in a luxurious suit stepped in. Behind him was a young man bowing and following. The man said angrily, "Shen Haihua, I'd like to see who dares to use my Back Dan Group's name to bully others." Hearing the name Shen Haihua, the couple froze stiff. Ye Chen's voice and Shen Haihua's booming voice overlapped. The young man behind him bowed even lower, sweating cold beads as he looked at Ah Tuan with resentment. Seeing Shen Haihua appear, Ah Tuan stuttered, "PR president." He was utterly confused. Didn't the president have a terminal illness? Why is he here? Tong Di looked at the big shot in front of her, stunned. Why would such a person appear here? If they backed Ha Thien, the consequences were unthinkable. Ah Tuan began to soften his tone, rubbing his hands together. "Uncle Tham, my family often mentions you. I really admire you." Ha Thien also chimed in, "Uncle Tham, why are you here? Are you here to inspect the new project?" Shen Haihua didn't even bother to answer them, walking right past them. Ignoring Ah Tuan's constant bowing and Uncle Tham calls, he walked straight to Ye Chen. President Tham grabbed his hand affectionately and said, "Mr. Ye Chen, you've been so hard to find. If you hadn't appeared, I would have died of worry." Hearing the earth-shattering devotion Mr. Pham had for Ye Chen, Tong Di was frozen in disbelief. Hathian leaned into Ah Tuan's ear, asking, "Am I seeing things?" President Pham is acting so humble, like he's trying to win Mr. Ye Chen's favor. Ah Tuan was also gaping, unable to answer. Tong Di was currently extremely surprised by Ye Chen. Hasn't he just arrived in Jiangcheng? How could he know a big shot like Shen Haihua? Ye Chen didn't care about the president's sweet words. He glanced at him coldly. "I gave you a chance to live before. It's your family that didn't cherish it." Shen Haihua smiled, placed a hand over his heart, and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ye Chen. That degenerate son of mine offended you. I've already punished him. Now, let him apologize to you." After speaking, he glanced behind him and barked, "Degenerate, haven't you crawled over here yet? Kneel for Mr. Ye Chen." Shen Menglong stumbled forward and knelt in front of Ye Chen. He said clearly, "Mr. Ye Chen, it was my fault that day. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Ah Tuan saw this, and his jaw hit the floor. He had followed Shen Menglong for many years, and knew his personality better than anyone. He was very arrogant. Yet now, he was kneeling. He looked at Ye Chen with fear. What is this kid's background? Did he come from the Jiangnan province or an even greater family? Ye Chen didn't give the father and son any face. He turned to Tong Dai and said, "Let's go. Let's try the women's clothing store. I'll buy you some clothes next." Ye Chen held Tong Dai's hand and walked past the couple. Seeing this, Mr. Pham exclaimed, "Ah, Mr. Ye Chen." Ah Tuan watched Ye Chen's back, unable to believe it. He ignored Shen Haihua. It was the first time he'd seen someone brush off Shen Haihua like he was nothing. Thinking of this, Ah Tuan felt his legs go weak. It seemed Ye Chen must belong to some huge family. He had offended the ancestor of someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Behind him, Shen Haihua kept kicking. Shen Menglong, cursing. "Look at the mess you've made today. If Mr. Ye Chen doesn't agree, you'll kneel here for the rest of your life." Seeing Shen Menglong in such a pathetic state, Ah Tuan felt miserable. He turned to plead, "Uncle Pham, I think this is all a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" He growled, turned around, and slapped Tuan across the face. "Misunderstanding my ass. You dare use the group's name to offend Mr. Ye Chen? From today on, you and your father pack your bags and get out of the group." Shen Haihu's face turned dark because Ye Chen couldn't care less about him. Only one thought crossed his mind. My life is in that man's hands. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. With that, Shen Haihua turned and left. Tuan looked at the CEOs retreating back and called out desperately, "Mr. Ye Chen, wait for me." Hathian stepped in to support him and whispered, "Tuan, I think we've offended someone big." Tuan whined, "It's over. It's over. I've got nothing left now." By late afternoon, Ye Chen and Tong Dai left the shopping mall. Tong Di nudged Ye Chen and said, "You clearly can't even afford rent, yet you bought these clothes for me." She looked at her hands, filled with bags from luxury clothing stores. Tong Di looked at Ye Chen, beaming with joy. "Just this gesture alone makes me happy." Ye Chen sighed inwardly. Does she still think I'm as poor as before, with only a few discount items? She wouldn't even let me buy anything else. Little did she know, he was still holding over 10 million in his hand. He looked at Tong Di, deeply touched. She really is a good girl. Behind them, a voice called out, "Mr. Ye Chen and this young lady. Please wait." It was Shen Haihua, who had been chasing them for a while. He raised his hands and greeted them. "Did you have a pleasant time strolling?" Behind him, 2 bodyguards were holding gift boxes from luxury brands. Ye Chen found him an eyesore and asked coldly, "Why are you looking for me?" Shen Haihua softened his tone and said, "You misunderstood. I'm not looking for you, but for the lady beside you. My group's employee dared to insult her, and that was my poor management. I came specifically to apologize. I hope you'll accept this small gift." Tong Dai looked at the 2 stacks of gifts and cried out in confusion. "Huh? How could I?" She remembered these were the exact clothes she had tried on earlier and loved, but were too expensive to buy. Ye Chen smiled inwardly. Shen Haihua knew he couldn't win him over, so he sought a breakthrough through Tong Dai. Interesting. Ye Chen called out, "Shen Haihua." The CEO bowed respectfully and replied, "Mr. Ye Chen, do you have any instructions?" Ye Chen walked past him and said, "I'll give you one last chance. 9 tomorrow morning, I'll come to the Pham residence to treat your illness. Remember, I can save you, and I can take your life back." Hearing this, Shen Haihua's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "Ye Chenkyu, thank you, Mr. Ye Chen. From now on, whatever you need, I am willing to do my best to help." At the villa, Hathin was telling Su Shuren in a panic. "Everything I said is true. It really is Ye Chen. Even though his vibe has changed, he looks just like him, and they share the same name." Unlike her nervous friend, Su Shiran remained calm, leisurely watering her plants. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, really? He's back." Her tone rose, and immediately, Su Shiran's face darkened. "Shen Haihua, I've dealt with him before. He's very experienced and prideful." She stroked her chin, thinking, to make him bow down to a young man, the other party must have very high status or immense strength. Hearing this, Ha Thian grew terrified. "No way, then I'm done for, aren't I?" Su Shiran laughed scornfully. "That loser from back then, even if he's still alive, is just a vagrant. How could he make Shen Haihua bow?" Ha Thian asked fearfully. "But Su Shiran, what if he really is Ye Chen?" Su Shiran said confidently, 5 years ago, in front of the So family, he could only bow. 5 years later, the So family is still in existence he can only look up to. Su Shiran raised her pinky finger mockingly. In her eyes, Ye Chen was as small as a pinky, nothing compared to her. At Daidu apartment, Tongdi and Ye Chen returned with their bags, and it was already dark. Tongdi laid out the gifts Shen Haihua had given her. She said joyfully, "Ye Chen, tell me the truth. When did you get to know the CEO? This is amazing. So many clothes, all these brands I usually couldn't bear to buy." Ye Chen laughed lightly. "Ha ha, as long as you're satisfied." Tongdi remembered something and asked, "Oh, and about Xia Rusue? Are you really not going to see her?" Ye Chen's face darkened at the mention, unhappy. "Why bring up that mood killer? You play by yourself." "I'm going to watch TV." Tongdi teased him. "But the eldest daughter of the Ha family in Jiangmen is in national beauty. Can you really hold back?" Ye Chen didn't answer, silently turning on the TV to watch the news. Today, in a city villa, 2 male bodies were discovered. The son of Mr. Tran Chang Kwok. Police initially concluded this was a case of an evil mastermind. Hearing the news, Tong Dai's face paled. Tran Chang Kwok and his son are both dead. Oh my god. I was so worried about the Tran family taking revenge. Ye Chen laughed mockingly. Some people do so many evil things and make enemies everywhere. Dying is only natural. He turned around and said smugly, "Of course I did it. Actually, I'm a top-tier assassin. Jumping over rooftops and climbing walls is nothing for me." Tong Dai corrected his foul mouth. "Stop talking nonsense. What if you get caught?" Deep down, she thought, he can fight, but he surely wouldn't dare kill anyone. Afterwards, Tongdi picked up her bags, stuck out her tongue, and said to Ye Chen, "Whatever, I'm going to try on my clothes. Don't you dare peek." Ye Chen sighed. These days, the truth is something no one believes. After that, Ye Chen left the apartment and bought some items at a nearby pharmacy, barely enough for tonight's cultivation. Suddenly, he stopped and narrowed his eyes at the front. A girl with white hair stood before him and greeted, "Good evening, Ye Chen. We meet again." She looked at Ye Chen with a smile. Ye Chen recognized her and thought, "This woman is very troublesome. It's better to avoid her." He brushed past her. "Goodbye. Sorry. But I'm very busy right now." She asked, "The Tran family incident, was that your doing?" Ye Chen kept walking. She added a lethal remark. "The Ye Chen family was meant to die, Ye Chen." Hearing this, Ye Chen turned around, his face full of rage, spiritual energy surging intensely. The white-haired girl was thrilled. "I never expected a powerhouse like you to be that former loser of the Ye Chen family." She said these 4 words with utter contempt. Ye Chen reached out and grabbed her neck, growling. "What were you trying to say?" The girl couldn't laugh anymore. She was now a bit scared. She thought, "How can this be? I've practiced some martial arts, yet in front of him, I dare not even resist." The white-haired girl struggled to say, There are some things I couldn't explain right away. I just wanted to have dinner with you." Seeing she was finally scared, Ye Chen let go and continued on his way. Before leaving, he politely said, "No need. My landlord will be eating with me." The white-haired girl didn't listen. She was currently struggling with the pain in her neck. As Ye Chen drifted further away, she pondered. At his age, he's long past the prime time to cultivate martial arts. Even if he risked his life for 5 years, he couldn't possibly be this strong. The girl blinked, deeply suspicious. What exactly did he go through in those 5 years? Ye Chen went out for a while, and when he returned to the apartment, he went to the kitchen. He had brought back some medicinal herbs and organized them on the kitchen shelf. Ye Chen decided that while Tong Di was asleep, he would borrow her microwave to refine pills. After a while, the microwave burst out with clouds of smoke. He muttered to himself, "So hard to use. I should have brought the old man's furnace." Taking the pills from the microwave, Ye Chen looked at his hands, disappointed. Only 5 pills succeeded. He thought again. But they're more than enough to treat Shen Haihua. The next morning at the Daido apartment, Tong Di just woke up, yawning and leaving her room. Rubbing her eyes, she saw Ye Chen was already putting on his shoes to head out. Tong Di wondered, "Ye Chen, It's so early. Where are you going? Ye Chen replied with an air of grandiosity, healing the sick and saving lives. If you need anything, remember to call me. With that, he went out and closed the door. Tong Di pouted. He talks nonsense all day. That image of yours is nowhere near a doctor. She thought to herself, but he does have the beauty pill formula. Maybe he really does know a bit of medicine. She sat on the sofa, lost in thought, calculating the time. It's almost the death anniversary of the Ye Chen family. I guess I'll have to go pay respects alone again. The more she thought, the more she pitied the Ye Chen family. Why were they suddenly wiped out? Uncle Ye Chen was clearly such an upright man, and Ye Chen was also very kind. At the apartment entrance, Shen Mengjia was already waiting by her luxury car. It was her first time coming to this middle-class apartment complex, so she looked around with curiosity. The delicate, precious aura of Shen Mengjia caught the attention of passers-by. Two scruffy guys standing at the entrance discussed among themselves. Bro, do you think that little beauty is waiting for a man or a woman? The fat guy replied, obviously waiting for a boyfriend. He started analyzing. A rich heiress like this would wait for a man. If it's a beauty who's a sugar baby, she'd likely be waiting for someone driving a BMW. She's definitely confident and wouldn't humble herself for a man. Wow, brother, your analysis makes sense. Exactly the thinking of losers. When they see a beautiful, rich girl, they just think she's a sugar baby. Analysis makes sense, my foot. Ye Chen joined the conversation. I think your analysis is wrong. The fat guy was confused and asked, how so, bro? The other guy found it interesting and said, tell us more. Ye Chen smiled mockingly. I just know she isn't here waiting for you too. The two guys got agitated. The fat guy introduced himself. I am the god of love. My power has conquered hundreds of beautiful girls. The guy in the red shirt also ripped open his shirt, proud and disdainful. Watch it. Don't you know who I am? I'm known as the little prince of women. They pointed at Ye Chen's face and asked, who are you again? What are you plotting? Ye Chen calmly said, I really don't understand women. He pointed at himself, incredibly smug, and declared loudly, but at least I know that girl is waiting for me. The fat guy looked at him and laughed mockingly. Waiting for you? You want to flirt with girls, you should look in a mirror first. Even a handsome guy like me wouldn't dare walk up and say hi to the guy in the red shirt who's clutching his stomach laughing. He said, she's a beauty driving a luxury car waiting here for a guy like you? That's hilarious. Shen Mengjia heard the noise, turned around, saw Ye Chen, and cheered. Mr. Ye. The two losers looked at each other, confused. Mr. Ye? Is his last name Ye? The chubby guy said embarrassedly, no, my last name is Niu. Shen Mengjia ran over, happy, and called out, Mr. Yi, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long. The two guys turned toward Ye Chen. Could he be? He raised his chin arrogantly. Shen Mengjia ran up and grabbed Ye Chen's hand. He spoke politely. I'm so sorry. I'm late. Shen Mengjia shook her head. I was just waiting for you. The two of them walked away happily. Shen Mengjia asked Ye Chen quietly, are those two your friends, Mr. Ye? Ye Chen replied, intentionally speaking loudly, I don't know them. I think they called themselves something like Love Saint or Prince. Shen Mengjia covered her mouth and looked at them with disdain. Oh, Mr. Ye, you have to be careful. Lately, there have been a lot of strange people coming in and out of this area. The two guys looked grim, silent, and humiliated, realizing they were the clowns all along. Arriving at the Shen family manor, Shen Mengjia led Ye Chen inside to meet her father. Ye Chen handed Shen Haihua 5 pills he had made the day before. The CEO took them, inspected them, and looked a bit hesitant. He asked, Mr. Ye, do I really just need to take these to recover? I don't need acupuncture or any other medicine. Mrs. Shen thought Ye Chen was worried about Shen Haihua's frail body and didn't dare perform other special procedures, so she said, surgery is fine too. We can handle it, old man. Ye Chen said clearly and firmly, swallow all 5 at once. Shen Haihua's eyes widened in shock. After hesitating for a moment, he put all 5 pills into his mouth and managed to swallow them. As soon as the medicine went down, it started to react. Mr. Shen stood up and shouted, ah, ah, ah. Golden spiritual energy radiated from his entire body like a Super Saiyan. Mrs. Shen saw this and trembled, calling out to her husband. Mr. Shen felt extremely warm and light inside. He hugged his body, closed his eyes, and felt it. As he swallowed it, the rich fragrance of the medicine exploded in his body, wrapping around him like a warm current. It was a comfort he had never felt before. Shen Haihua clutched his chest, looked up at the sky, and hummed. This sensation is even more intense than intimacy. Mrs. Shen, seeing her husband's unprofessional demeanor, reminded him, don't talk nonsense. Shen Mengjia wondered, did he take an aphrodisiac? Shen Haihua walked over, grabbed Ye Chen's hand, and said emotionally, Mr. Ye, Shen Haihua will never forget the debt of saving my life. Shen Mengjia, seeing her father in such high spirits, smiled with relief. Afterward, the CEO handed a bank card to Ye Chen with both hands and generously said, "This is the payment for the treatment, 1 billion. I hope you accept it." Holding the money in his hand, Ye Chen smiled and said, "Taking money to save a life is just a transaction. No need to thank me." Shen Haihua continued, "I have a vacant house at the Great Metropolis apartment complex. It's a waste to leave it empty. An assistant needs to bring the gold tray over to him." The CEO added, "Here is the key. I hope you accept it, Mr. Ye, and I hope you'll do me the honor of having a meal with me." Ye Chen held the house key and thought, a house. That's actually useful for storing herbs. As he hesitated about the meal, he reconsidered. Wait, if Shen Haihua is a player in the business world, he surely knows a lot of inside information. For example, the Jiangcheng group. The group was founded by my father single-handedly. It was his life's work. After the incident with the Ye family, they were taken over by someone else. I tried to investigate the whereabouts of the Tianjin group, but I couldn't find any information. If it's Shen Haihua, maybe he knows. After thinking it over, he said, "I'll take the house. As for dinner, I'll set the time for tomorrow night. Are you free?" Shen Haihua was thrilled to hear that. He said loudly, "I'm free. It's my honor to be invited by you, Mr. Ye. I'll definitely be there." Satisfied, Ye Chen left. "All right, see you tomorrow." Above the wooden door, the words Renditang were clearly engraved. Inside Renditang, a dozen large and small bags of ingredients were piled in a corner. While Ye Chen was inspecting the pile of ingredients, someone suddenly called out to him, "Mr. Ye, you're here." Zhou Rende walked over from outside toward Ye Chen, who was holding a piece of material to examine. He smiled and said, "These medicinal ingredients just arrived. They're very fresh and have great medicinal properties." After grabbing another handful to inspect, Ye Chen smiled, satisfied, and praised them. "Whether it's the age or the freshness, it's better than I thought. Let's settle the bill." Inside, he thought, Zhou Rende has some skills. Zhou Rende generously replied, "Mr. Ye, although I really want to gift them to you, I'm sure you wouldn't agree. We'll just charge the cost price, 5 million. Ye Chen calculated in his mind. Based on his research into the traditional medicine market over the last few days, this wasn't the cost price at all, it was a huge loss. These herbs were worth at least 10 million. Remembering the arrogant look on his granddaughter's face, he sighed to himself, "I'll take this favor and pay him back. I shouldn't owe anyone," he replied. "Then I'll accept your kindness. By the way, where is your granddaughter? How come I don't see her today?" Hearing him ask, Zhou Rende replied with some concern, "Zhou Ziyuan, she went mountain climbing with her master today and will be back a bit late. I actually wanted her to come and serve tea to apologize to you, Mr. Ye." But Ye Chen didn't pay much attention. He scribbled something in a small notebook. Ye Chen said casually, "That's not necessary." Then he tore off the piece of paper he had just written on, handed it to Zhou Rende, and said, "Take this." Ye Chen carefully instructed, "When your granddaughter gets back, give this paper to her. If she doesn't understand it, give it to her master. This is very important for her." Zhou Rende smiled happily, accepted it, and replied, "Sure, I'll definitely pass it on." He thought to himself, "Is Mr. Yi paying me back for a favor? What on earth is on this paper?" Suddenly remembering something, Ye Chen turned back and asked Zhou Rende, "Oh right, old Zhou, I have a question for you. Do you know where one can buy a pill furnace in Jiangcheng?" Remembering the terrifying memories from before, he suddenly shuddered and lamented. "A pill furnace is really hard to use." Zhou Rende stammered. He asked the young man in front of him, "Mr. Ye, could it be, do you know how to practice alchemy?" He recalled what he knew about alchemy, and the more he thought, the more he frowned. In legends, the alchemists of wuxia had disappeared over 1,000 years ago. Zhou Rende thought about the terrifying consequences of this. Although some pills circulated in the market, they were all left over from thousands of years ago and were extremely precious. Some could even sell for billions, they were completely priceless. He continued to analyze. In reality, there must still be alchemists, but they are absolutely rare. Any martial arts family in wuxia, as long as they have one alchemist to support them, can become the top family in wuxia within 3 years. Zhou Rende started to sweat when a thought flashed through his mind. Mr. Ye bought so many herbs, could it be for alchemy? If that's really true, his value is far beyond my imagination. Hearing that, Ye Chen jumped because he felt he had been caught red-handed. He rolled his eyes to find an excuse. "Old Zhou, are you kidding me? How could I possibly know alchemy? I just like collecting pill furnaces." That excuse was so bad even a dog wouldn't believe it. But Zhou Rende believed it. He sighed in relief and said, "Oh, I see. If you're really interested, Mr. Ye, 5 days from now, you can join us for a major auction. There should be one there. Ye Chen thought for a moment. An auction? Sounds reasonable. He turned and walked outside. He didn't forget to wave to Zhou Rende and say goodbye. See you then. Contact me. I'm leaving now. Have the herbs delivered to the great metropolis apartment later. A long while later, Tan Yuanming and Zhou Ziyuan finally arrived home. She happily greeted her grandfather. Grandpa, we're home. Zhou Rende turned his head and teased his granddaughter. Zhou Ziyuan, did you cause any trouble for your master today? Zhou Ziyuan pouted and replied, what are you talking about? You keep talking nonsense. Do I look like that kind of person? Old Tan, standing next to them, could only laugh. Ha ha ha. Zhou Rende was not satisfied with that answer and scolded. Humph! Last time you offended Ye Chen, I told you to stay and apologize to him today. But you ran off early in the morning. Zhou Ziyuan was angry when she heard that hateful name. She shouted, Humph! Ye Chen! Ye Chen! You keep mentioning him all day long. My master is much more powerful than him. He can snap a large tree with one palm strike. Tan Yuanming was very happy with his disciple's praise, but the old man remained humble and taught her, Ha, Zhou Ziyuan, don't talk nonsense. There's always someone better. I think that Mr. Ye must have his own strengths. Ignoring his granddaughter's unpleasant personality, Zhou Rende took out the paper he had received that morning and reasoned with her. Here, this is what Ye Chen told me to give to you. He said it's useful for you. Zhou Ziyuan looked at the paper with half an eye and asked, for me? After examining it for a while, applying all 10 of her brain cells, trying to figure it out, she gave up on her own intelligence. Zhou Ziyuan frowned and said, what is this written? I don't understand. After finishing, Zhou Ziyuan tossed the paper aside and pouted, criticizing, the handwriting is ugly too. I'm not looking at it. Zhou Rende shouted angrily, this child. Tan Yuanming was quick, grabbed the paper to take a look. Old Tan felt something was off. Tan Yuanming repeated Zhou Rende's words with a confused look, useful for Zhou Ziyuan. Afterward, he carefully read the content on the paper. The old man suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise and astonishment, stammering out each word, this paper. A master. This definitely came from the hand of a master. Tan Yuanming hurriedly called out to Zhou Rende, who was still bewildered. Old Zhu. Old Zhu. The normally calm old man was now in a hurry to ask for a favor. Old Zhu, hurry. Let me meet this master. He has done a great favor for both me and Zhu Ziyuan. Zhou Rende didn't understand what was happening and asked, confused, why? Old Tan was acting as serious as if he had lost his life savings. Zhou Rende asked anxiously, what on earth is written on it? Zhou Ziyuan was also a bit scared and chimed in, Master, that guy Ye Chen, he isn't trying to harm me, is he? However, responding to their panic, Tan Yuanming was now calm again. He began the story. There is something you don't know, the old man said gently. The cultivation technique that Zhou Ziyuan and I practiced, the Seven Sons Heart Method, I stumbled upon when I was young, but it is actually a flawed technique. Tan Yuanming recalled how he had practiced it in the past. In the beginning, and ever since I started practicing, it really did increase my power significantly, and my level progressed rapidly. The old man continued in a low voice. But the more I practiced, the bigger the problems became, even affecting my internal organs. Hearing her master, Zhou Ziyuan also realized a few things. She carefully reflected on the recent days, feeling a bit worried as she speculated. So that's it. No wonder I've always felt uncomfortable while practicing lately. Could it be that the technique is flawed? In a reflex action, Tan Yuanming reached out to pat Zhou Ziyuan's head to comfort her. Then, he gently explained, Zhou Ziyuan, you don't need to be afraid. Your technique was only meant for self-defense, and your cultivation level is not deep yet, so the impact is minimal. But the old man's tone grew serious when he spoke about himself. On the contrary, for me, if I keep practicing, it is very likely that my internal organs will degenerate and I will die, unless I cripple my own cultivation. Hearing Tan Yuanming say this made Zhou Rende extremely anxious. He spoke up, then what should we do? In Zhou Rende's heart, a mess of thoughts began to swirl, speculating on the consequences. The old man had always protected the peace of the Zhou family. Once something happened to him, the Zhou family would definitely be affected. Contrary to the negative thoughts of Zhou Rende, who was already cursing others, the old man laughed happily. Ha ha, that was only before. Tan Yuanming was as happy as a child given candy. The old man announced loudly, now, on this piece of paper, the technique has been fully corrected. It is truly a divine hand. From now on, there will be no more backlash. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Ziyuan, we have met a noble person. Ha 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 ha. The old man's words sparked a rare sense of fear and confusion in Zhou Ziyuan's heart. She anxiously thought, a noble person? Even her master said so. Zhou Ziyuan fearfully wondered, Ye Chen, exactly what kind of holy person are you? Right at this moment, at the Dadu apartment complex, Ye Chen stood in front of the magnificent villa, unable to help but sigh. I thought Shen Haihua was only giving me a small house. I didn't expect it to be such a large one. Seeing the incredibly spacious kitchen, fully equipped with everything needed for cooking, he was a bit surprised and exclaimed in admiration. Then, he walked out to check the living room, nodding in approval. Not bad, not bad. Seeing that this place was also fully equipped with everything needed for entertaining guests. After strolling around for a while, he suddenly stopped next to a painting of Pikachu that had been drawn in a distorted way. He muttered in surprise, the supplies are complete, too. That guy is quite thoughtful. He saved me the trouble of preparing them. But it's so big, living here alone feels a bit lonely. Having said that, Ye Chen suddenly felt a bit sad. He thought to himself, if only Tong Di were here, that would be great. Then he recalled what she had said. Hello, Ye Chen, I have to go back to my hometown. I don't think I'll be coming back. After remembering, he suddenly rubbed his chin and continued thinking to himself, I'm a bit worried about that girl. Back then, my house was smaller than this, but it was great because the whole family lived in harmony and it was always lively. Now, there's only me left. After thinking, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel sad and muttered, tomorrow is the anniversary of my parents' death. Parents, I will definitely avenge you. I will crawl out from the jaws of death, shining in the night, just to bring that man's head to your graves with my own hands. Ye Chen, there will be a day I shake Jiang City and make this land of Huaxia bow down. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a ringing sound outside the door. Hearing the doorbell, he spoke up, it's here. Then he quickly opened the door and walked out, seeing that it was indeed the shipping company carefully unloading each crate of medicine for him. Seeing this, he sighed in relief and thought to himself, Ye Chen goodness for this small mansion. Otherwise, with so much medicine, I really wouldn't have anywhere to put it. Suddenly, someone called out, Mr. Yi, making Ye Chen a bit startled. He quickly glanced over and saw that it was Zhu Zhou Rende. The man continued, the medicine has arrived. Mr. Yi, if you need anything else, just say the word. He quickly replied, no need, old Joe. Then he quickly looked at the man standing next to him and thought to himself, this guy is an ancient martial artist. He quickly clasped his hands and bowed, Mr. Ye, hello. Ye Chen smiled faintly in response, Ye thank you for personally delivering this. Everyone, please come in. Speaking of which, this person was. Hearing the request, the man was a bit surprised and exclaimed, oh. Then, he suddenly fell to his knees with a thud and said gratefully, I, Tan Yuming, thank you for saving my life, Master Ye. Zhou Ziyuan heard this and was panicked, shouting, Master, why are you kneeling to him? Tan Yueming wiped his sweat and explained, I won't hide it from you. I am Zhou Ziyuan's master. The corrections to the Seven Sons Heart method didn't just help me break through the obstacles, it also helped me avoid the danger of backlash. From this day on, you are the benefactor of me, Tan Yuanming. Ye Chen spoke seriously. That's just a small matter. But there is one point I'm curious about. Then, he scratched his head and asked, why do you call me a master? How powerful is a master? Hearing him say that, the man couldn't help but think to himself, to be a martial arts master and not even know what a master implies, he really is a powerhouse who can project his true energy. The cultivation levels are the gateway for all ancient martial artists. He pretended to cough and embarrassedly explained the reason. Ahem, I just came down from the mountain not long ago. I'm not clear about the classification of Huaxia martial arts. I hope you can enlighten me. The man laughed awkwardly and continued, so that's how it is. If Master Ye has been practicing in the mountains and hasn't entered the world, it's very possible you wouldn't know. May I speak boldly to Master Ye? In the Huaxia martial arts system, there is outer energy, inner energy, half-step transformation realm, and transformation realm master. These are the 4 levels. Each level is divided into 3 stages, early, intermediate, and peak. Like Zhou Ziyuan, she is in the stage of just stepping into inner energy. But Master Ye, you are definitely a transformation realm master that countless martial arts powerhouses admire. Ye Chen heard this and thought to himself, this classification of realms is different from what the old man told me. But it's also normal. The technique I practice and the superficial martial arts of Huaxia are not on the same level. Body tempering realm, origin opening realm, chi movement realm, separation union realm, true origin realm, spirit wandering realm. Each realm is divided into 9 layers. Of course, beyond the spirit wandering realm, there are much more terrifying realms, but I haven't reached them yet. Currently, I am at the 5th layer of the origin opening realm. According to Tan Yuanming, the Huaxia martial arts masters are probably between the origin opening realm and the chi movement realm, much stronger than I imagined. After thinking, Ye Chen asked, are there many Huaxia masters? Then he thought to himself, I wonder what realm that person in the capital is. A master or above a master? Tan Yuaming replied, I don't know the specific number, but I can confirm that most masters have connections to the wuxia families. Although this is an era of technology and the rule of law, those who truly hold power all have martial arts powerhouses by their side. Zhou Zhou quickly added, just like the four great families of Jiang City, from strongest to weakest. The Su family, the Zhao family, the Liu family, and the Chen family. Among them, even the weakest, the Chen family, has a grandfather who lives in seclusion to cultivate, and he is a master. He couldn't help but say with regret, it's a pity that a few days ago, the Chen family was wiped out by someone, and they were kicked out of the four great families and replaced by the one family. Ye Chen lowered his head slightly and pondered, thinking to himself, before Chen Zhangguo died, he used his family's grandfather to threaten me. I don't know when that old man is coming back. Among the other families, the one that left the deepest impression on me is Su Shuran. Back then, if it weren't for her humiliation, I wouldn't have failed completely and been labeled a trash. Su Shuran. This time when I return, I must make you understand who is the existence you cannot reach. Seeing Ye Chen's murderous aura made Tan Yuanming surprised in his heart. The murderous aura on Master Yi. How can it be so terrifying? How much blood has he had on his hands to be able to practice such skills at this age? Walking on the busy, crowded street, Ye Chen muttered, what exactly is that girl Tong Dai doing? I've called several times and she won't answer. Ye Chen was so worried he was overthinking. Could something have happened at home? If there's no news by tomorrow, I'll have to find a way to find her. Suddenly, his stomach growled like a kettle. Grrr! Ye Chen embarrassedly held his gurgling stomach and thought, anyway, let's find a place to eat dinner first. At that moment, his eyes caught a street food stall with 3 big words on it. Seafood restaurant. Ye Chen pondered, wait, this restaurant belongs to my good brother from my school days, Wang Yuhang. I still remember clearly that the taste was amazing. I used to eat here all the time during school. It's been many years. I didn't expect it to still be open. Back then, it was because he often came here to eat that he became friends with Wang Yuhang. Ye Chen thought to himself, even when I was at my lowest, he insisted on standing by my side. Entering inside, he saw that the restaurant didn't have a soul in it. Ye Chen's curiosity flared. This place used to do so well. Why is there not even a single person here now? Ye Chen softly called out, Uncle Wang, give me a few special skewers and a soda. At this moment, an older woman approached and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, young man. She hesitated and said, young man, we have to close down today. You should go eat at another place. Ye Chen realized this was Aunt Zhang. She continued, we have to move house today. If you get the chance, come support our new shop. Hearing this, Ye Chen was taken aback. A shop that had been open for over 10 years was moving. Suddenly, he noticed the bandage on Aunt Zhang's face. Ye Chen quietly surmised she's been hurt. It looks like someone hit her. Just then, Uncle Wang spoke up. Leave it. Don't chase the customer away. Aunt Zhang hesitated and turned toward him, but Uncle Wang quickly brought out a plate of food and generously said, this one's on the house, kid. He smiled and continued, little brother, if you want to be our last customer, then go ahead. It's on us. Looking at the bruises all over his face, Ye Chen was shocked. Uncle Wang had been hurt too. Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang were a very loving couple. It couldn't be domestic violence. Looking at the delicious plate of food, Ye Chen couldn't help but drool. He forgot about the incident and excitedly exclaimed, oh. Uncle Wang said softly, eat up and go. We won't charge you either, but you have to eat quickly. You really must be fast. Holding the meat skewer, Ye Chen happily realized this was the taste from his childhood. Just as he opened his mouth to take a bite, a wooden chair flew straight toward Ye Chen from somewhere. With his current strength, he sensed it in time. Ye Chen countered swiftly, destroying the chair with just a few simple moves. He stood up powerfully, his body flashing with terrifying energy. Behind him, Uncle Wang's face showed clear anxiety. That group of people sneered. Hey, this brother has some skills. Seeing their mocking attitude, Ye Chen was furious. The thugs shouted, but today, I'm not looking for you. This shop is closed. Get out of here now. Each one of them looked like a gorilla. Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang stammered in fear. Before the two could even speak, the red-haired guy aggressively scolded, Old Wang, didn't you hear? Pay us our protection money, and you still dare to serve customers. He grabbed Uncle Wang's shirt and growled, do you not want this shop anymore? Uncle Wang anxiously pleaded, Tiger, please let us go. He continued, please, let us go. We're just a small business. We can't take this kind of torment. Hearing that, the thugs burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, don't think I don't know anything. He smirked. Trying to run? Huh? I've already scouted out your new place. The red-haired guy threatened in a low voice, "If you don't bring 50,000 in protection money tomorrow, I'll smash your new shop too." Once done, he leisurely turned to leave. "Ha ha ha. If you don't pay in 24 hours, I'll cut off your livelihood." As he brushed past Ye Chen, he didn't forget to mock him. "Hey, brother over here. I'm done with my business. You can stop playing dead now." Ha 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 ha. The 500 gang members behind him joined in the laughter. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Ye Chen growled, "Did I say you could leave?" Hearing that, the red-haired guy was slightly startled. He turned to look at Ye Chen. As if not believing his own eyes, he asked, "Are you talking to me?" Ye Chen smirked, "If I'm not talking to you, am I talking to a dog?" The red-haired guy flew into a rage and shouted, "Do you know who I am, you little brat?" Before he could finish, Ye Chen gave him a powerful slap. Ye Chen said coldly, "What does that have to do with me?" Seeing the red-haired guy flop to the ground, his underlings anxiously called out, "Tiger boss, boss." They were so scared their faces turned as white as a sheet. "His speed is too fast. I didn't even see how he attacked." Tiger boss was just then. Ye Chen casually crossed his arms and asked, "Is that all?" A single slap had taken him down. The boss ground his teeth in rage and hissed, "Damn it." He jumped up, fiercely thrusting his fist of hatred toward Ye Chen. "Die, you little brat." The red-haired guy only managed to scream, "Whoa." Ye Chen continued to beat him up. His strength sent the boss flying high into the air. He crashed headfirst through the ceiling. The underlings were so stunned they couldn't speak. Tiger boss is too miserable. At this moment, Ye Chen growled, "Hey, you guys over there," he threatened. "Get out of here yourselves." The whole crowd trembled, sweat pouring like rain down their ugly faces. Ye Chen glared with murderous intent and continued, "Threatening you? If you ever dare to come back and cause trouble, I guarantee next time I won't be so gentle." Seeing the 500 gang members trembling like leaves in the wind, Ye Chen mocked, "Why are you all kneeling down?" After getting hit, the group obediently begged, "Big boss, have mercy. We won't dare do it again." Ye Chen asked coldly, "And then what?" The boss immediately replied, "We apologize. We won't dare to mess with Uncle Wang again. Please spare us." His gorilla-like face was now covered in jagged wounds, with blood streaming down. Ye Chen grabbed the boss by the head and growled a lesson. "If I ever see you, appear on this street again." Before he could finish, they replied, "Yes, yes. We'll stay as far away as possible." Ye Chen glared with murderous intent and shouted, "Get lost." Hearing that, the 500 gang members helped each other scramble away. They didn't forget to frantically say, "Ye Chen, you for sparing our lives, big boss." Looking at the messy scene, Ye Chen felt a bit embarrassed. "I guess I really turned the shop upside down." He thought to himself, "I should have told those pieces of trash to clean up before leaving." Just then, Uncle Wang asked, "Could you be Ye Chen?" He shouted joyfully, "It really is you, Ye Chen. You're actually still alive." Aunt Zhang was also so moved she was teary-eyed. Ye Chen was a bit surprised. "You two recognize me?" Uncle Wang said, "Kid, you've owed us money for so long, how could we forget you?" Aunt Zhang added, "Ye Chen, it really is you. You've grown so tall. I almost didn't recognize you," they said happily. "It's good you're back. It's good you're back." Ye Chen called out, choked with emotion. "Uncle Wang, Aunt Zhang." He hesitated for a moment and then said, "Yeah, I'm back." After a while, Ye Chen returned to the high-end apartment building. He opened the door, walked in, and called out, "Tong Dai, are you home?" Not seeing her, Ye Chen said, "She's not answering her phone either. I just found a restaurant and later." The long-haired woman just let out a sound. Hearing an unfamiliar voice, Ye Chen realized he had mistaken the person. Seeing the golden-haired girl in front of him, Ye Chen asked, "Who are you?" The woman glared at Ye Chen. Ye Chen kept asking. The golden-haired girl brought up the past. "What? Before, when you caused a scene at our company's reception desk, and now you don't even recognize me?" Ye Chen asked in surprise, "Xiaoruxue, why are you here?" Xiaoruxue explained, "Tong Di is my best friend. I used to come to her place often. Because it's convenient, she gave me a key. What about you? Why are you living with her?" Ye Chen said shyly, "I didn't have a place to stay. Now she's my landlord." He thought to himself, "So this is Xiaoruxue? The old man told me to save her. She looks quite normal. Doesn't look like she's facing any destined disaster." At this moment, Xiaoruxue smiled meaningfully. "This girl Tong Di is bolder than I thought." Ye Chen turned to pour water and said coldly, "As you can see, Tong Di isn't home right now. Is there something you can't discuss at the office?" Seeing his casual demeanor, Xiaoruxue couldn't help but get annoyed. This guy acts like this is his own house. Pushing that matter aside, Xiaoruxue asked anxiously, "I haven't been able to contact her. She didn't show up for the leadership conference this afternoon. Do you know where she went? Hearing that, Ye Chen was startled. You mean Tong Di is missing? He worriedly thought to himself, even Xie Ruxue can't reach her? Could something have really happened to Tong Di? Is she being targeted by my enemies? No, I have to go find her. Seeing the angry look on his face, Xie Ruxue asked curiously, Hey, what are you doing? Ye Chen replied coldly, It's none of your business. Xie Ruxue shouted angrily, What? Weren't you the one looking for me? Now that I'm here, you want to leave? Ye Chen turned his head and reminded her in a low voice, Don't follow me. Then he strode away, leaving Xia Ruxue standing there in confusion in the small apartment. She assessed. He really does have some nerve. Xie Ruxue was now burning with rage. Ye Chen dared to talk to me like that. You're the first one. It's just because you have a formula in your hands, that's all. She worriedly bit her nails. Xie Ruxue thought to herself, I used to send detectives to investigate him, but his file is a blank slate. She believed this proved that his information is being protected by someone else. Normal people can't dig it up. Someone like him would be very useful to the corporation, but why does he treat me like a plague and despise me? Although Ye Chen was very mocking, Xie Ruxue still told herself she had to endure it. No matter how upset I am, I must endure it. I left the Xie family and came to Jiang City to start my own career and prove myself. I can't be too impulsive. His formula is very important. Being dumped like this makes Xie Ruxue even angrier. Obviously, he wanted to find me first. Outside, Ye Chen didn't know where to go. Jiang City was so big, and he didn't have his own intelligence network. Searching for Tong Di alone was too much of a stretch. He thought anxiously, even if I find her, there's not enough time. At that moment, Ye Chen pulled out his phone and muttered, I didn't want to have any connection with him anymore, but it looks like I have no choice but to use it. At the same time, at the theme long building, sunlight shone on the tall, vertical building. A man wearing a black suit was gazing toward the bustling city. Suddenly, his phone rang. Ring, ring. The man used magic with a green hue to summon the phone. He muttered, In the whole world, no more than 6 people know this number. The man answered and asked, Who is this? The voice on the other end replied, It's me. Listen first. Don't try to trace this phone number. Hearing the familiar voice, the man was shocked. Ye Chen casually put his hands in his pockets and continued, If I find out you've planted people around me, I will destroy everything I gave you, including your life. Ye Chen got straight to the point. Investigate someone for me. She is Tong Di, the CEO of HOA, my corporation, and she's been out of contact for 10 hours. I need to know where she is right now, if she's in danger, and what happened at her place. You have 5 minutes, I want to know everything. After Ye Chen hung up, the man on the other end still couldn't believe his ears. 3 years, he thought. 3 years I've been guarding this phone. 3 years of waiting every single day for this person to finally call me. The man smirked and softly addressed the caller. In just 1 month, you called to report the situation, cough, cough. I've found information on Tong Di. The man recounted the intel he had gathered. At 11:35, she left the apartment and drove a car with a license plate Jiang 180TS to the Jiang Ye Chen, number 5 People's Hospital. The car is still parked in the hospital's lot. According to the investigation, the Jiang Ye Chen side an emergency at 11:20. Surgery is required immediately. The surgery costs 700,000. During that time, Tong Di called 3 people. The first was a mortgage company. She sold her car for 50,000. I also gathered more detailed information. Do you want me to send it to you? Ye Chen replied in a cold tone, No need. He worriedly thought to himself, As expected, something happened. Ye Chen muttered, but knowing where she is makes things easier to solve. At the same time, Tong Di was at the Jiang Ye Chen, number 5 People's Hospital, standing in front of the patient's room. She couldn't hide her hesitation. She whispered to herself, I've taken out all my savings, and the car is sold, but I'm still 300,000 short for Hao Qi's surgery. Mom, Dad, is there really no other way? Facing her was Tong Di's father, Ton Vin Quai. He worriedly said, The money at home is all gone, too. We can only ask your uncle for a loan. He's been doing well in business for the past few years. Standing beside him was Tong Di's mother, Truong Van Lan, who wiped away her tears and added, I already called him. He should be here soon. Tong Di worriedly thought, As expected, I have to go to uncle's house. Her uncle was the wealthiest relative in the family, but he had looked down on them for years. She truly didn't want to beg him. At that moment, a voice rang out, making the whole family jump. Vin Quai. In the distance, 2 figures were approaching. They loudly demanded, Something this big happened to Hao Qiit, and you're only calling us now? Tong Di softly said, Uncle, Aunt, thank you both for coming to help. The man in the leopard print jacket, with his wrists covered in gold bracelets, was Tong Di's uncle, Tong Vin Fuck. The stylish woman in red stockings with her pink hair tied up high was Tong Dai's aunt, Dong Sakju Rende. After looking closely at her niece, Tong Vin Fuck couldn't help but be amazed. He thought to himself, I didn't expect that after not seeing her for a few years. This girl Tong Di has become so beautiful. Tong Vin Fuck's eyes lit up. He hadn't really paid attention before. At that moment, Tong Vin Kwai spoke up. Vin Fuck, you know the situation. I really have no other way now. Truong Van Lan chimed in from the side. That's right, Vin Fuck. Please save Hao Chiet. We'll sell the house and everything to pay you back. Tong Vin Fuck took a long drag of his cigarette and exhaled a long sigh. Oh, what a pity. Tong Vin Fuck put on a troubled act and said, if this had happened earlier, that would be great. But business isn't good right now. I don't have extra money. In his heart, he judged them. Looking at how poor you people are, can you even pay me back? If I take this money out, isn't it just throwing it away? At this, Tong Dai's eyes welled up with tears. But uncle, if we don't go into surgery soon, Hao Chiet will lose his life. Dong Sakjo Rende then spoke up. Honey, do you remember having dinner with President Lai last time? Tong Vin Fuck asked confusedly. Dinner? Dong Sakjo Rende pushed up her sunglasses and said sharply, didn't you jokingly say you wanted to introduce a partner to President Lai's foolish son? Dong Sakjo Rende continued suggestively, Tong Dai is so beautiful, it won't be a problem at all. Once the marriage is set, don't worry about President Lai not promoting you. Hearing this, Tong Vin Fuck spoke loudly. That could work, he thought to himself. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Even though the brain of President Lai's foolish son isn't quite right, he's lecherous. Tong Di is definitely a perfect match. Dong Sakjo Rende asked softly. Tong Di, do you have a boyfriend? Tong Di replied nervously, I don't have a boyfriend. Dong Sakjo Rende happily said, then it's easy. Dong Sakjo Rende tilted her head and said, although your uncle's business isn't going well, Hao Chiet's life is what matters most. There is a way to get this money. Tong Dai asked confusedly, what does aunt mean by that? Dong Sakjo Rende got straight to the point. I heard that recently, the son of President Lai in the construction industry is looking for a wife. If you marry into the Lai family, they Dong Sakjo Rende continued. Don't even mention your brother's illness. In the future, the whole Tong family will have to rely on you. Hearing this, Tong Di was overcome with worry. Tong Di was stunned, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Get married, Dong Sakjo Rende said. If you marry into the IY family, don't even mention your brother's illness. In the future, the whole Tong family will have to rely on you. Tong Vin Kwai immediately stepped up to protect Tong Dai. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Are you trying to sell my daughter? Truong Van Lan also added from the side. Tong Di dropped out of school to work for this family and has sacrificed so much. I cannot fail her again. Dong Sak Ju Rende pushed up her glasses and said, don't say it so harshly. How is this selling your daughter? Everything depends on Tong Dai's choice. Maybe she even wants to marry him herself. Who knows? Dong Sak Jo Rende started using psychological tactics. Think about it. Hao Chiet is only 14. His life is still long ahead. Can you bear to watch him die? Dong Sakjo Rende whispered into Tong Di's ear. You are his biological sister. You watched him grow up. Seeing Tong Di's face darken, Tong Vin Kwai blamed himself. As a father, I really am a failure. Why didn't I risk my life to earn more money, making my daughter suffer now? Truong Van Lan said helplessly. Is this the fate of our family? Seeing this, Dong Sakjo Rende was delighted, thinking. The drama is starting. Tong Vin Fuck tempted them. Marrying into a wealthy family is a good thing. From now on, your family won't be short on money. Dong Sakjo Rende added. You have to know that the future treatment costs for Hao Chiet will also be a huge sum. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making the whole family jump. Who wants my girlfriend to get married? Tong Dai's face flashed with a glimmer of hope. Ye Chen. He calmly put his hands in his pockets and said, You silly girl, your brother is sick. Why hide it from me? Ye Chen put on the look of a CEO. You're being too polite with your boyfriend, even at 19. Tong Vin Kwai asked in surprise. You are Tong Di's boyfriend? Truong Van Lan was also extremely confused. Why have I never heard her mention you? Ye Chen generously put his arm around Tong Di and smiled. Auntie, you know Tong Di's personality. She's just shy. Tong Di gasped. Seeing the plan falling apart, Tong Vin Fuck shouted angrily. Nonsense. A moment ago, she said she didn't have a boyfriend. Dong Sak Jo Rende pointed and scolded angrily. Kid, where did you come from? Why are you pretending to be her boyfriend? Ye Chen turned to look at the fake aunt and gestured to his cheek. You see, she doesn't believe it. Should I prove it to her? Tong Di shyly thought, this bad guy came to solve my trouble. I have to cooperate. She was silent for a moment, then Tong Di gently pulled on Ye Chen's shirt and planted a kiss on his cheek. Ton Vin Fuck was stunned. What? I thought they were just normal friends. Are they really boyfriend and girlfriend? Dong Sak Zhou Rende stuttered, unable to speak. This is too sudden. Ton Vin Fuck tried a psychological tactic. Tong Dai, you have to know that surgery costs are a huge amount, not something any man can just pull out. Ye Chen said calmly, that 40-something thousand. When I came here, I paid it on the way. The surgery can happen at any time. Dong Sak Zhou Rende wasn't someone easily convinced. She said sarcastically, 40,000, just pulled out like that. You talk big. Ton Vin Fuck demanded proof. Where is the receipt? If you paid, you would definitely have a receipt. At this, Ye Chen started to break a sweat. God, this guy is really into details. Why did I rush here? I didn't have time to pay waiting to pay. Tong Di would have already agreed to you two dogs. Ye Chen crossed his arms and said, cough, cough. The money wasn't paid to the hospital, but to the divine doctor Yi of Jiang Ye Chen. He will cure. How cheat. Dong Sak Zhu Rende pushed up her glasses and said, Divine Doctor Yi of Jiang Ye Chen? Where is there such a person? I've never heard of him. Ye Chen. That wouldn't be you, would it, kid? Facing that sharpness, Ye Chen was momentarily flustered. Is this woman a detective? She's hard to fool. He stuttered. That is actually me. Ton Vin Fuck shouted angrily. If you are a divine doctor, then I am a living immortal. Dong Sak Zhu Rende burst into laughter at that baseless claim. You, a divine doctor? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Just then, the doctor spoke up in a serious tone, reminding the patient's family. He said calmly, please don't raise your voices and cause a disturbance in the hospital. Recognizing the person, Ton Vin Fuck was shocked. Divine Dr. Cao. Ton Vin Fuck quickly moved forward to make conversation. Divine Dr. Cao, long time no see. Do you remember me? I am Ton Vin Fuck. We had dinner together last time. Suddenly, Divine Dr. Cao's eyes widened as if he had realized something. He pushed Ton Vin Fuck aside and was shocked. He exclaimed, Divine Dr. Ye. Divine Dr. Cao shook hands warmly with Ye Chen. He said enthusiastically, I didn't expect to meet you here. Last time at the Pham families, it truly opened my eyes. Witnessing this scene, Ton Vin Fuck could only stand there with his mouth wide open in shock. That kid is Ton. Vin Kui and Truong Van Lan were as stiff as glue. Tong Di's boyfriend is truly even Tong Di was stunned. Divine Dr. Cao, at this point, Ye Chen still hadn't remembered the doctor standing in front of him. He wondered, who is this? Ye Chen searched his memory. Hello. He said softly, it's Cao, right? Ye Chen asked softly, Cao, where have we met? Divine Dr. Cao replied in confusion. This. He reminded him gently. It's me, from the Pham family, last time. At this, Ye Chen remembered the doctor with the chubby face, who appeared at the Pham families. Ah! At this moment, Ton Vin Kui still couldn't believe his eyes. Die Divine Doctor? Truong Van Lan felt a glimmer of hope. She wondered to herself, why didn't Tong Di tell us earlier? Ye Chen praised him warmly. So you are not a fraud. I thought you were a quack who only knew how to scam money from the rich. Suddenly, Ton Vin Fuck loudly asked, Dr. Cao, you aren't joking, are you? A poor kid like him deserves to be called a miracle doctor by you? Ton Vin Fuck sneered disdainfully. He looks like a scam artist, no matter how you look at it. Dr. Cao, you were just being polite, but this kid doesn't know his place. Now he's done for. Just then, Dr. Cao asked dismissively, Mr. Ye Chen, who is this? Ye Chen replied, just a noisy stranger. Hearing that, Dr. Cao snapped his fingers and called for security. He continued, these two have been making a scene and disturbing the treatment of other patients since a moment ago. Immediately, two burly security guards grabbed Ton Vin Fuck and Dong Sak. Dr. Cao narrowed his eyes and said, I suspect these two might have rabies. To prevent the virus from spreading, I recommend isolating these two patients on humanitarian grounds. Following the order, the two guards quickly grabbed the insufferable couple like they were lifting pigs. Dong Sak shouted, Let me down, you old hag. Ton Vin Fuck struggled violently and called out, Dr. Cao, don't do this. Just then, Ye Chen draped an arm around Dr. Cao and gave a satisfied smile. I didn't expect your medical skills to be ordinary, but your methods for dealing with people are quite ruthless. Dr. Cao replied, You flatter me, miracle Dr. Ye Chen. Who told them to disrespect you? At this moment, Tong Di gently tugged at Ye Chen's sleeve and said, Ye Chen, please, help us. We will definitely cover the additional surgical costs. Seeing this, Dr. Cao suddenly realized, is your sister Ton Hao Chit? He snapped his fingers and ordered his subordinate. Prepare the medical records for the patient named Tong Hao Chiat later. I will personally handle his surgery, the doctor replied. Yes, master. Dr. Cao turned to ask Ye Chen. Miracle, Dr. Ye Chen. Do you think this arrangement is acceptable? Ye Chen said contentedly. Very well done. Tong Di stood by, overjoyed, and thanked Dr. Cao. Ye Chen draped his arm around Dr. Cao again and asked, Will you be performing Hao Chiat's surgery yourself? Faced with this pressure, Dr. Cao replied, Dr. Ye Chen, please rest assured. I will perform the surgery myself. Absolutely no problem. Ye Chen then handed over a piece of paper. This is an introductory set of needle techniques that can help improve your medical skills. Dr. Cao was astonished. What? Ye Chen whispered as he let him hold the paper. Dr. Cao couldn't help but be amazed. This is the legendary Qi blood acupuncture. With his guidance, my medical skills will definitely see a major breakthrough. At this moment, Ye Chen pulled out his card and said, Oh, right. He asked, How much are the hospital fees? I'll pay them for you. Dr. Cao hurriedly said, No. I'm performing the surgery. How could I take money? He acted professionally. Leave everything to me. Tong Dai was a bit stunned. Hao Chiat's surgery fees, even Truong Van Lan couldn't believe it. It was solved just like that. Tong Dai's family wondered. Who exactly is Tong Di's boyfriend? After leaving the hospital, Truong Van Lan said softly, Tong Di, you go home first. Your father and I are here. Tong Di replied, Okay. Before leaving, Tan Vin Kwai spoke up. Right, I have something to tell you. He reminded her sternly. Even though you and Ye Chen are in a relationship, living together is inconvenient. As long as you aren't married, you must pay attention to protection. Hearing her father mention such a sensitive topic, Tong Di's face turned red as a tomato. Ah. Tong Di shouted shyly, Dad, what are you saying? Just then, Ye Chen gave a thumbs up and chuckled. Ha ha. I didn't expect your father's mindset to be so open. Tong Di shouted, embarrassed. How could you eavesdrop on other people's conversations? Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. Who told you my hearing is so good? Tong Di had no choice but to turn and leave. Ugh, you have so many excuses. Let's just take the car back. Suddenly, she remembered. Oh no. Tong Di stammered. My car was pawned. I'll ask for leave tomorrow to see if I can redeem it. Ye Chen then said, Oh, didn't your car keys fall where I was? He dangled the keys in his hand, smiled, and teased. When did I pawn them? Tong Dai was surprised to realize. These are my car keys. Even the keychain is the same. Could it be you? Ye Chen happily recounted. When the pawn shop was driving the car away, it just happened that I saw it. As your temporary boyfriend, of course, I took it back. Remember, don't lose it next time. Who would have thought? Tong Dai was so moved that she hugged Ye Chen. She said softly, Ye Chen Q, thank you. Ye Chen gently patted Tong Dai's head and said, Actually, I am the one who should be saying thank you. He continued with a smile. Tong Di's car sped along the dark road. Sitting in the car, Tong Di asked Ye Chen, There's one thing I'm very curious about. Why did you help me like that? Why thank me? She became puzzled. Just because I let you stay at my place. Hearing this, Ye Chen said softly, Perhaps you'll know tomorrow. Tong Di asked curiously, Tomorrow? What kind of trick are you up to again? Ye Chen just chuckled. Ha ha ha, please wait and see. Just then, Tong Di asked worriedly, Ye Chen, I suddenly feel so cold. Is the car's air conditioning broken? Hearing her, Ye Chen realized it was a killing intent. A powerful force was following them both. Ye Chen said sternly, Don't ask why. From now on, listen carefully to every word I say. Seeing him grab the car door, Tong Di shouted anxiously, Ye Chen, what are you doing? Ye Chen opened the door and instructed. First, after I get out of the car, you must immediately speed back to the apartment. Absolutely do not stop. Remember, no matter what sounds you hear or what images you see, don't stop. Just keep driving. Tong Di replied, Okay. Ye Chen continued, Second, after you get home, immediately take my phone and hide in my room. Third, use my phone to call the number at the top of the contact list. He added, After he picks up, tell him to send his strongest men to your house within half an hour. If anyone breaks in within that half hour, don't resist. Surrender obediently and wait for me to rescue you. After speaking, Ye Chen leaped out. He landed powerfully. Watching Tong Dai's car drive away, Ye Chen felt a bit relieved. He thought to himself, the battles of martial arts experts are something ordinary people simply cannot withstand. Having Tong Dai by my side is only more dangerous. Ye Chen put his hands in his pockets, looked at the black car behind him, and murmured, It seems fighting alone still doesn't work. It would be more convenient to have my own forces. He glared, his eyes filled with killing intent. Now, it's time to welcome my opponents. At this moment, two figures stepped out of the black car, exuding immense energy. Ye Chen glanced at them, the man in the dapper suit with an undercut, and the driver, though he had trained, was nothing. Ye Chen thought sternly, the only one who can pose a threat to me is him. The man next to him was dressed in traditional attire with long, flowing hair. He said in a deep voice, Ye Chen, this name, it's been a long time. 5 years. It's already been 5 years. I didn't expect someone from the Ye Chen family to still be alive. Ye Chen replied calmly, if I'm not mistaken, you were involved in what happened at Van Home Manor 5 years ago. Did you come here today to kill me and silence me? Yao Jinggu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Kill you. A trash like you is worth me coming to silence. You think too highly of yourself. Ha ha ha. After that, he gave the order, Huin Kang, make your move. The driver replied, yes, sir. He charged forward with intense momentum. Huin Chang stomped his foot to gain momentum. Then he ignited a flame of hatred from the past and charged rapidly towards Ye Chen. Huin Chang roared aggressively, die. However, Ye Chen calmly dodged the attack. Huin Kang flew into a rage, attacking left and right. Die, die, die. After a while of letting his opponent flail in the air, Ye Chen passed judgment. You are. He threw a single punch, hitting Huin Kang square in the face. Ye Chen mocked loudly, very weak. His powerful force sent Huin Kang flying 10 meters away. He fell face first onto the ground. Yao Jinggu scolded him irritably, trash. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. At this moment, Ye Chen took a stance and said sternly, don't think you can die as easily as him. Yao Jinggu excitedly recognized the opponent's technique, blood killing. He sneered, kid, to have such achievements after practicing for 5 years, what would you be like if I let you grow further? Today, I, Yao Jinggu, must make you die. Ye Chen coldly scolded, you talk too much. Yao Jinggu bared his teeth ferociously. 5 years ago, it was I who led the people to kill your whole family. A fierce battle took place under the bright moonlight. Yao Jinggu sneered. Huin Kang was a half-step transformation realm expert, yet he was killed with one blow. That proves you have some skill, Yao Jinggu said in a deep voice, but it ends here. Ye Chen replied sternly, what exactly are you trying to say? Yao Jinggu spoke with a mocking tone. How about you come be my dog? His eyes flared with intense killing intent. Huin Kang was a good subordinate. If he's dead, then you come replace him. Hearing these words, Ye Chen almost vomited. Oh, you think too highly of yourself too. Just relying on that amateur skill of yours? Seeing him talk back, Yao Jinggu was extremely furious. Ye Chen said in a deep voice, you, surnamed Diu, since when did you get the delusion that I am weaker than you? His eyes flared with steady flames of determination. His powerful energy created pressure like countless monsters charging together. Yao Jinggu began to feel a bit afraid. This kind of pressure. Looking at that monster illusion, he finally realized the terrifying strength of the kid he had underestimated. He had actually reached the master level. Ye Chen sneered, don't think you can die as easily as your subordinate. Yao Jinggu still couldn't accept it. Impossible. China, there's no way there's such a young master. He thought in shock, I trained for 45 years and spent countless treasures just to barely step into the master realm. Yao Jinggu's body kept trembling uncontrollably. Sweat pouring down his gaunt face. Yao Jinggu realized. My hands are shaking, he yelled. Don't get cocky. Yao Jinggu quickly took a stance and said, although I don't know what evil arts you used to reach this realm in just a few short years, even if there is an experience gap like this. With his energy unable to match the green phantom, Ye Chen scoffed, oh, is that all you've got? Yao Yingqinggu went berserk, charging forward with a roar. Today, Yao Yingqinggu will take your head. He stomped hard on the ground to launch himself into the air, while in Ye Chen's eyes, the opponent's sharp claws were clearly reflected. Yao Yingqinggu let out a crazed scream. Die. Facing someone like Yao Yingqinggu, Ye Chen didn't show a hint of fear. He quickly found an opening and launched a direct counterattack. As agile as Yao Yingqinggu was, Ye Chen was equally sharp. This fight was truly a neck-and-neck battle. Suddenly, Yao Yingqinggu's claws left a scratch on the back of Ye Chen's hand. After a moment of intense exchange, both of them stepped back to catch their breath. Yao Yingqinggu smirked. Not bad, kid. You managed to take all my moves, but those delicate hands of yours. Looking at Ye Chen's wounded hand, Yao Yingqinggu asked mockingly, how many more hits can you take? At this moment, Ye Chen thought to himself, he's stronger than I expected, capable of leaving external wounds on me. Then, he raised his head and said quietly, let's see. So what if you scratch my hand a few times? In the glow of Ye Chen's energy, Yao Yingqinggu cursed in frustration, still acting tough. Suddenly, blood vessels started popping in his eyes, turning them crimson. Yao Yingqinggu realized, my finger was broken during our clash. At the same time, blood continuously flowed from his eyes and mouth. Ye Chen smirked and thought, "Is that all the experience you were talking about?" he asked smugly. "Is that it?" Ye Chen growled out the name, Yao Ying Qinggu. Then he charged forward, his eyes burning with killing intent. "Today, I will make you pay blood for blood." Seeing Ye Chen soar into the air, Yao Ying Qinggu was momentarily stunned. "You dare to attack me from the air?" He bared his teeth, arrogantly assuming he had the upper hand. "You really are still too young." Yao Ying Qinggu used his energy to restore his clawed hand and thought to himself, "In the air, you have nowhere to run, and I just need to channel all my internal energy into this arm." Then, he quickly launched an attack, successfully striking Ye Chen's shin. Yao Ying Qinggu boasted with a wide grin, "Ha ha ha, you brat with a broken leg, how will you fight me now?" Suddenly, his expression shifted to shock. The thing Yao Ying Qinggu had just struck was only a monster illusion, created from Ye Chen's energy. Fake, it's fake. An illusion made of killing intent. Yao Ying Qinggu couldn't believe his eyes. At such a high level of cultivation before he could even regain his bearings, Ye Chen lunged at him with blinding speed. Shit. After a roar, Ye Chen's beast form let out a deafening shout. He landed with overwhelming momentum, shaking the ground violently. Ye Chen said in a low voice, "Not bad for a grandmaster." Looking at Yao Ying Qinggu, who was lying flat on the ground, Ye Chen smirked, "You're really stubborn." By now, Yao Ying Qinggu's face was badly beaten, and he stammered, unable to speak, "Impossible, this is impossible." With one hand pointing straight at Yao Ying Qinggu, Ye Chen grabbed his luxurious hair and yanked. Ye Chen growled, "Answer my questions, and I might consider sparing your life." He leaned in and asked, "First, how did you know I existed? And how many people know about me right now?" Yao Ying Qinggu asked weakly. "If I answer, can you really let me go?" Seeing Yao Ying Qinggu trying to bargain, Ye Chen flew into a rage. He pressed Yao Ying Qinggu's head into the ground and shouted, "Do you think you're in any position to negotiate with me? You really don't know when to quit." Yao Ying Qinggu was forced to confess. "A few days ago, I discovered someone on the dark web database was pulling your information. I was curious, so I sent people to track the data source, and we found some clips and photos. The resemblance between you and the deceased Ye Chen was very high. I like to eliminate all threats, so I came for you." Yao Ying Qinggu continued, "Besides, the Long family once gave orders that no one from the Ye family should be left alive." Ye Chen still remembered that name clearly. The Long family was the one that took everything from him. Ye Chen used his foot to pin Yao Ying Qinggu down and growled, "What is the Long family's real name? Where is he?" he asked further. "Does he know I'm still alive?" Hearing this, Yao Ying Qinggu just chuckled, "Ha ha ha," and replied, "The real name of the Long family? That's not something someone like me would know. I only know that the entire martial arts world, even the major families in the capital, refer to him respectfully as Lord Long. As for your existence, even if I wanted to tell him, I wouldn't have the chance. I'm not qualified to know where he is." Ye Chen asked sternly, "So, you don't have the authority to meet Lord Long directly?" Yao Ying Qinggu lifted his head slightly and replied, Right, that's it." Hearing this, Ye Chen fell silent for a moment before asking, "Then why did the Long family have to destroy my Yi family at Yunhu Mountain Villa? Was it really because my father offended him?" Yao Ying Qinggu replied, "I only remember that Lord Long seemed to be looking for the trace of something, and that trace pointed toward the Yi family." Hearing this, Ye Chen wondered, could it be the stone father gave me? He thought to himself, if the Yi family had something that could attract such big shots, it could only be the reincarnation tomb inside that stone. Ye Chen glared down at the old man under his feet. Yao Ying Qinggu suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, it's finally resolved." He said triumphantly, "Kid, my men have already reached your girlfriend's apartment. Try killing me and see what happens." Yao Ying Qinggu bared his teeth in a twisted grin. "See if your little girlfriend stays alive." No sooner had he finished speaking than Ye Chen stomped his head into the ground, only stopping when blood splattered out. Ye Chen glared. "Didn't I tell you already?" Then, he turned and walked away coldly. "You are in no position to negotiate with me." Ye Chen left Yao Ying Qinggu with his head buried in the ground, unsure if he was alive or dead. At the Grand City Apartments, a white car pulled up right in front of the building. Sundi ran quickly toward her apartment, telling herself, "I have to be fast. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I keep feeling like someone is following me." Sundi stepped inside anxiously, needing to get home quickly. After entering, she panted heavily. Ha ha ha. Remembering Ye Chen's instructions, Sundi told herself, I can't rest yet." Regardless of the sweat dripping down her forehead, Sundi thought, "I have to hurry to Ye Chen's room." She remembered she also had to use Ye Chen's phone to call for help. Sundi quickly dialed the most recent contact. A beeping sound echoed from the other end. Once the person picked up, she quickly explained the situation. I am Sundai. At Building C. Apartment 1003, Grand City, Jiangcheng City. Ye Chen told me to have you send your strongest people within half an hour. Quick, someone is breaking in. At the Grand City apartments, the lights began to flicker on below as several men in black gathered. A masked man said sternly, Mr. Yao gave the order. Dead or alive, make it quick. If anyone sees us, eliminate them on the spot. Then, the whole group moved towards Sundai's apartment. Inside the room, Sundai nervously made the call as Ye Chen had instructed. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? She hurriedly explained the situation. I am Sundi at apartment 1003, Building C. Grand City, Jiangcheng City. Ye Chen told me to have you send your strongest men here. Quick, someone is here. By now, the men in black were lurking outside. The person on the other end replied curtly. Understood. Then, the man immediately hung up. Click. Sundi was trembling with fear. Why did they hang up so fast? Is this phone for the police? She thought. Regardless of whether they are police, hurry. Hurry and come save me. At the Thian Long building, a man in a black suit gnashed his teeth in anger. Who is it? He growled. Who dares to touch the hallmaster's people? They are the enemies of the king of South Jiang. The man shouted angrily. Where are the men? The subordinates immediately knelt and said, Please give your orders. The king of South Jiang ordered. Head to Jiangcheng City immediately. If anything happens to that woman, you will bring me your heads. Two subordinates replied, Yes, king of South Jiang. Then the man continued, Prepare the helicopter. I must be in Jiangcheng City by tonight. One hesitated and said, But the subordinate stammered. Tomorrow is the final negotiation for the 6 great families. He thought that, this matter concerns the situation in Jiangnan province. The king of South Jiang replied angrily, Tell them I'm not going anymore. He crushed the phone in his hand. The king of South Jiang growled, If they don't accept it, have them come to the Thian Long building and find Yi Lingshan personally. At the same time, the men in black reached Sundai's apartment. They aggressively smashed the door. One man bared his teeth, licking his lips with a disgusting expression. Found it. That's the scent of a woman. They teased, Hey, pretty girl, hide well. Don't make it too easy for me. One claimed, I'll be the one to kill her. The leader grinned. Ha ha ha, old 3. Hearing the commotion outside, Sundi couldn't help but be worried. Someone is here. Suddenly, she noticed something. Sundi looked at the green energy on the door and wondered, what is this? Sundi was incredibly shocked. What on earth did Ye Chen do to this door? Outside, one man shouted. Found you, they said in a low voice. Pretty lady, be good and come out, and I'll let you die without pain. Another added, No. Listen to me, I'll torture you slowly. Suddenly, one man sternly warned, Don't kill her. The group was confused. Huh? Why? The other person continued, I haven't been able to reach Mr. Yao for a while now. Maybe the situation has changed. Her life might still be useful, he added. But since we're here, you guys can have some fun with her. Hearing this, the whole group let out perverted laughter. He ha ha, he he. One licked his lips and stepped forward. He he. Pretty girl, here I come. He quickly threw a punch to shatter the door, but despite using all his strength, the door didn't even budge. The blue energy shield protected the door. The man in black was stunned. What is this? How could you block my strike? He couldn't believe his eyes. The door was completely undamaged. How is that possible? He gasped. The man next to him sneered, Get lost. Get lost. Get lost before I decide not to eat. A man realized the door was imbued with internal energy and flinched as pain shot through his body. The man next to him shouted, Hey, why is your hand burning? The man in black had been struck by Ye Chen's internal energy. He panicked, screaming, The fire! It's burning me. Covered in the strange flames, the man in black howled in agony. Ah, help me. He collapsed to the ground, thrashing about as the blue flames consumed him. The 500 gang members around him watched in horror. Seeing their comrade lying motionless in the flames, the others shouted, He's dead. He's dead. One of them said grimly, Who knows what they did to this door? We can't break it with brute force. Seeing the savage blue flames, they feared that if they tried to charge in, they would be devoured by the aura on the door. It seems the person old Yao wants to kill isn't someone simple. One man asked, So, what do we do now? The leader suddenly pulled out a set of tools and said confidently, Give me 20 seconds. He smirked. If force doesn't work, we'll just pick the lock, right? The underlings watched in amazement. How do you have lock-picking tools on you? A professional assassin always carries his tools. It's only logical. One underling flattered him. So cool, boss. Outside, hearing the screams, Sundi was terrified. Was that? She was so worried her face turned as pale as a leaf. Oh my god, someone died. Sundi was tearing up when she was startled by a strange sound. The men in black outside were fumbling with the doorknob and calling out, "Beauty, we're coming in." Their eyes were filled with perversion. Ye Chen's to the leader's expert skills, the door opened. One man cheered, "Wow, I never expected such a beautiful lady." Sitting on the bed, Sundi was trembling. "It's over, it's over." The men in black began to advance toward her. "Because we had to capture you, we lost one of our brothers. You'll have to compensate us for that." As they were about to lay a hand on her, Sundi panicked. Don't come any closer." The leader commanded, "Hey, don't overdo it. We want her alive." The underlings replied, Got it, got it." Sundi thought to herself, Ye Chen said if I get discovered, I should just surrender. I must survive. She squeezed her eyes shut, hoping Ye Chen would come to save her. Suddenly, a dagger flew through the window, embedding itself directly into the head of the man in black. Blood splattered everywhere. The men from the Jiangcheng had arrived just in time. Sundi was crying out of fear. A masked figure shouted coldly, "You dare touch the Jiangcheng's people? You're looking for death." Inside, the gang members braced for a fight. "You dare kill our brother?" One of them stuttered, terrified, Jiangcheng. A man in black yelled, "I don't care who you are. How dare you use sneak attacks? You have no honor." Before he could finish, he let out a scream. With agile movements, another figure successfully drove a dagger into his head. In an instant, another one went down. Sundi was shocked. The gang members were equally panicked, trembling as they thought, "Oh my god, why did we provoke the Jiangcheng? He's the most terrifying legend in all of Jiangnan province. I'd rather offend every top family in Jiangnan than cross the Jiangcheng, the king of the underworld." The leader cried out, I surrender." Before he could finish, the ponytail-wearing man slashed him down. With a few simple moves, the Jiangcheng's people had wiped out the thugs. Sundi was still in a daze, barely processing that she was saved. The two masked men bowed politely. "Miss Sun, please don't worry. We are people of Master Ye." Sundi was stunned. "You mean Ye Chen?" At Thiandang Mountain Cemetery, at 3 in the morning, a gloomy atmosphere hung over the area. Ye Chen dragged a corpse, his expression dark under the dim moonlight. He was silent. The person in Ye Chen's hand was Yao Jinggu. He had been beaten until he had no breath left. Ye Chen dragged him up the stairs to the gravestone of his parents. Ye Chen looked pensively at the stone inscribed with, "Father Yi Tianjiang, Mother Jiang Boi Dung." His son, Ye Chen, had set this up. He spoke softly, "Father, Mother, today is your death anniversary. Ye Chen is here to visit you." His eyes showed a deep, lingering sadness. Ye Chen stomped on the ground, then brutally hoisted Yao Jinggu's body with his foot. Yao Jinggu's eyes were wide, and his jaw was smashed, missing several teeth. He lay limp in front of the gravestone. "Mother, Jiang Boi Dung." "Son, Ye Chen." Ye Chen commanded sternly, "Kneel for me." Yao Jinggu still boasted, "I, Yao Jinggu, am a grandmaster. How could I kneel before a mere mortal?" He dragged his broken body, begging, "Just kill me." Ye Chen grabbed him tightly and said, "I told you." Then, he slammed Yao Jinggu's head down before the gravestone. "Enough," he begged. Ye Chen shouted, "It's not enough." He roared, "Bow again." Ye Chen repeatedly shoved Yao Jinggu's head into the ground. Again, 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 again. Only when Yao Jinggu stopped moving did Ye Chen stop. His eyes flared with fury. "Prepare the offerings." After finishing the task and wrapping Yao Jinggu's body in a foam box, Ye Chen took a sip of wine and spoke, "Father, Mother, Yao Jinggu is the first sacrifice I offer to you." He glared with hatred. "Rest assured, this is just the beginning." Ye Chen gritted his teeth. Ye Chen swore that everyone involved with the Yunhu Mountain Villa 5 years ago, including that man from the capital, Chen, will personally send them to hell to atone for their sins to you too. The next day, Sundi bought a bouquet of flowers to visit the Ye family grave. She sighed, "So many things happened last night. That Ye Chen, I really don't understand him more and more." She stroked her chin thoughtfully. "At first, I thought he was just a con artist. If he didn't look so much like that old, dead friend of mine, I probably wouldn't have taken him in." Suddenly, she jumped when she saw the scene before her. On the ground were empty wine bottles, completely drained. Sundi was so surprised she dropped the flowers. Ye Chen was mumbling, "Father, Mother." Sundi couldn't believe her eyes. That man was Ye Chen. She sat down and said softly, Ye Chen, I should have guessed sooner." Sundi was touched. "No wonder you came to me, protected me, and helped me solve all my problems." She gently stroked Ye Chen's face and whispered, "That's right, only you would do that. Why didn't I realize it sooner? I'm so stupid." Sundi hugged the man in front of her. She couldn't imagine what he had gone through over the past few years. What had changed him so much? It must have been a very painful experience. Sunday said softly. From now on, you don't have to carry everything alone. Standing before the Ye family grave, Sunday whispered, Uncle, Auntie, it's been a long time. I didn't expect Ye Chen to come this year. Finally, he's back. She declared firmly, rest assured. I will help you two keep an eye on him, and not let him act recklessly. He's very powerful now, grown into an excellent man. Just then, Ye Chen woke up from the noise. Sunday, why are you here? Ye Chen rambled. What are you doing? I still want to drink. Sunday quickly stopped him. Stop drinking. Let's go home. She helped him up, unable to hold back her scolding. You stink of alcohol. You've been drinking all night, right? Your parents told me. They told me to look after you. So now, we're going home, you're taking a shower, and then going to sleep. You hear me? Ye Chen blushed and whispered, You're not my wife. Sunday replied, Uncle and Auntie also said that until you find a wife, I'll be your temporary wife. Did you hear that? Now come home with me. Hearing that, Ye Chen smiled happily. Perhaps, compared to revenge, this moment was what his parents wanted to see. The two quickly left, leaving behind the parcel containing Yao Jinggu's body. 3 hours later, someone came to visit the grave. Su Shiren's face turned dark. She didn't know why. Last night, she had kept having nightmares, as if something was haunting her to come here. Looking at the parcel placed before the tombstone, Su Shiren was surprised. An offering? Someone has been here. After opening it, Su Shiren was completely horrified. It's Grandmaster Yao Jinggu. She was so terrified. That sweat poured down her like a waterfall. Who on earth could have killed Yao Jinggu? And used him as a sacrifice? Wait, this is the Ye family grave. Could this be revenge? Along with the death of the Tran family father and son a few days ago, Su Shiren quickly ordered, immediately investigate all security cameras near the Thian Dang Mountain area. I want to know who visited the Ye family grave today. At the Daidu apartment building, the sun was rising, signaling the start of a new day. Inside the apartment, there was a continuous knocking on the door. In the warm bed, Ye Chen was peacefully hugging Sunday. Both were in a deep sleep. Hearing the noise, Ye Chen jolted awake. Ugh, I drank too much. It was rare to see Sunday also ask, Who is it? Who's knocking at this hour? Seeing her seductive appearance, Ye Chen couldn't help but jump in surprise. His face turned red like a tomato. Ye Chen shouted, Sunday, why are you sleeping in my bed? He feigned victimhood. Are you finally starting to crave my body? Sunday was annoyed, craving your head. You drunk jerk. You kept demanding to hug me. I was trapped and couldn't break free. Sunday kept touching my body, then added, Now I'm covered in the smell of alcohol because of you. Ye Chen smiled and teased, What's wrong? Aren't you my temporary wife? Is it that bad to give me a hug? Sunday shyly replied, It's not that I don't want to, but at least not while you're drunk. Suddenly, the doorbell interrupted their playful banter. Sunday's expression darkened instantly. She urged, Go open the door. How can I meet anyone dressed like this? Ye Chen stood up, saying, all right, I'm coming. He opened the door casually, and Ye Chen was a bit surprised to see who had come. Shen Mengjia? He asked, puzzled. What are you doing here? Shen Mengjia got straight to the point. Well, Mr. Ye, weren't you supposed to have dinner with my father today? Since we couldn't reach you by phone, we had no choice but to find you ourselves. Shen Mengjia looked at Ye Chen's fit physique with a hint of interest. I didn't expect this guy to have such a great build, she thought. Ye Chen scratched his head and replied, Oh, about Shen Haihua's matter, you left a message about the location. 14 West Forest Lane, 7 p.m., right? The Shen family's luxurious, high-end cars sped down the street. Shen Haihua asked, 14 West Forest Lane? What restaurant is at that address? Does Jiang City even have a restaurant there? Shen Mengjia added, Dad, I've never heard of it either. Could it be outside of Jiang City? The driver hesitated and said, Mr. Shen, I know where that place is, but it's a bit. Shen Haihua smiled and said, As long as you know where it is, what's the problem? Could it be too expensive or too fancy? No matter. Treating Mr. Ye to a meal is worth any price. The driver stuttered. Well, Mr. Shen, that place is more of a small, unknown food street. There are only small shops that just open there. The average cost per person isn't over $30. Hearing this, Shen Haihua was slightly shocked. Shen Mengjia acted as if she couldn't believe her ears. A small food street, small shops. Shen Haihua also repeated loudly, $30 on average. Shen Mengjia said uncomfortably, Dad, that guy took over $1 billion for medical fees, but he's taking us to eat cheap, dirty snacks? He's so petty. Shen Haihua sighed, ahem. He is an expert, after all. Perhaps he just genuinely likes the food. The luxurious Shen family car parked right in front of Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang's food stall. An Zhang was stunned, saying, I can't tell what kind of car that is, but I'm certain. It's terrifyingly expensive. Uncle Wang wondered, someone who drives a car like that, why would they come to my little shop? Just then, Ye Chen spoke up, Uncle Wang, Aunt Zhang, these are the guests I invited. Please, get something ready for us. Uncle Wang was startled. Ye Chen's guests? Good heavens, what kind of big shot does Ye Chen know? The Shen family's leather shoes stepped into the humble eatery. Shen Haihua said heartily, Ha ha ha. I smelled the aroma the moment I got out of the car. It's no wonder this is the place Mr. Ye chose. Shen Mengjie scoffed. Isn't it just the smell of regular barbecue? At this moment, Uncle Wang welcomed them warmly. Come in, everyone, please come in. The table was filled with very simple dishes. After tasting them, Shen Mengjie exclaimed in surprise, Whoa, it's unexpectedly delicious. The price is cheap, and it has a very unique flavor. Shen Haihua looked around and thought to himself, the price is reasonable. The taste is good, but the decor is simple and the location is remote. There's only one other table of customers. Business is terrible. What they need most right now is foot traffic. He immediately gave an order. Young man, tell the company's PR department to arrange it. Even if it means turning this street into a hot snack spot. I want this shop to be crowded at meal times from now on. The assistant replied, Mr. Shen, rest assured, that will be easy to handle. Seeing this, Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. Good heavens, what is his background? A single sentence and he can make all this happen. The only reason he's doing this is to show respect to Ye Chen. It's hard to believe. Ye Chen spoke up, Mr. Shen, you're too kind. I'll thank you on behalf of Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang. Shen Haihua replied, Mr. Yi, you're being too polite. It was just a small favor. He continued, Mr. Ye, you didn't just invite me to dinner for the food, right? Ye Chen said seriously, Mr. Shen, you truly are a business titan. You get straight to the point. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush either. Mr. Shen, how much do you know about the Jiangcheng Group? Hearing the name, Shen Haihua was startled. Jiangcheng Group, 5 years ago, the Jiangcheng Group was the pride of the Ye family in Jiang City. Ye Tianzheng was the manager and it was once at its peak. But then, the tragedy at Yunhu Mountain Villa occurred. The Ye family of 3 were killed, and Ye Tianzheng died. The Tianzheng Group was carved up by many forces. To cover their tracks, those forces repeatedly repackaged and reorganized the group's assets, making it very difficult for anyone to know where the Tianzheng Group really is. Shen Haihua wondered, Mr. Yi, why are you interested in the Tianzheng Group? This was the Ye family in Jiang City back then. As he said this, the connections clicked in his mind. Mr. Ye, Ye Chen, Ye Tianzheng, the Ye family, Tianzheng Group. Shen Haihua was stunned to realize he's not dead, and he returned with life-saving medical skills. Seeing that shocked expression, Ye Chen said softly, It seems you figured it out. There's only one reason I called you here. Ye Chen clasped his hands and got straight to the point. I want to take back the Tianzheng Group. Shen Haihua asked, Mr. Yi, you want to take back the Tianzheng Group? Ye Chen said firmly, It is my father's life's work. Naturally, I must take it back. He added in a stern voice, Please, Mr. Shen, tell me where the Tianzheng Group really is. Shen Haihua replied, I do know a little. 5 years ago, the Tianzheng Group was split apart, and the forces involved were complicated. The largest share was taken by the Qinghe Group. He continued, and the head of the Qinghe Group is named Zhengying Qingming. Hearing this, Ye Chen thought, Zhengying Qingming, I won't forget his name even in death. He was my father's old friend, the uncle I trusted the most. His eyes burned with hatred. Ye Chen remembered it clearly, but it was also him he had personally handed the invitation to the Yunhu Mountain Villa to his father. Not only that, but while his father was being killed, he was still there, smiling and currying favor with that man from the capital. Seeing that his expression wasn't good, Sundi called out, Ye Chen. Ye Chen snapped back to reality. He quickly changed his expression and said softly, Don't worry, I'm fine. At this moment, Shen Haihua said, Mr. Yi, I can see that you don't know much about the business world. Perhaps I can help. He offered, I will compile a file of information on the Qinghe Group for you. Then we can figure out how to take it back. Shen Mengjie looked worriedly at her father, who was trembling. Is he nervous? She realized, no, it's because Dad wants to bind our fate to Ye Chen's. He's making a big decision. Ye Chen asked, Mr. Shen, you've said yourself that the water here runs deep. Aren't you afraid the Shen family will get dragged into this? Shen Haihua replied, Businessmen are driven by profit. If we can take back the Qinghe Group, I hope to receive a 10% share of the profits. I don't need real power. What do you think? If you agree, I'll get started immediately. Sundi said, Ye Chen is the general manager of Huame. I have some understanding of business rules. This move by Shen Haihua isn't about profit. He's clearly trying to tie his fate to Ye Chen. Ye Chen smiled, satisfied, and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Shen." Shen Haihua was being honest. Just as he was alone and isolated, he needed some support. If the Shen family is ever in trouble later, I will lend a hand. At the same time, Shen Haihua's body trembled slightly. He realized this was the excitement of expanding his territory. Shen Haihua believed that, if we succeed this time, the Shen family can definitely soar to new heights. Sundi happily said, "If you can reclaim your uncle's life work, he would feel comforted in the afterlife." Ye Chen replied, "That's true." He noticed someone was following them, but there was no murderous intent. Ye Chen guessed, "I imagine Ye Lingqian sent someone to protect me." On the way home, Sundi said, "We're out of snacks at home. We need to restock." She asked Ye Chen gently, "Is there anything you want to eat?" Ye Chen replied, "No need. I don't eat." Hearing this, Sundi pouted, "Fine, then I'll buy more, just in case someone gets hungry." Standing behind them, Ye Chen called someone. He muttered to himself, "I should still meet him." The person on the other end said, "Master, you finally called me." Ye Chen said in a serious tone, "If I'm not mistaken, you're in Jiang City right now, and don't call me Master anymore." The voice on the other end replied, "Master, you really are as wise as a god. You're right, I am in Jiang City." Seeing how stubborn the other person was, Ye Chen was a bit speechless. He said helplessly, "Forget it, call me whatever you want. Meet at 8 p.m. There are things that need to be cleared up." The Southern River King chuckled, "Ha ha ha. Master, you finally agreed to see me. Let's meet at the Yuhao Club. It's one of my properties. It's trustworthy and the environment is very quiet." After hanging up, Ye Chen thought, "I remember that place is a high-end night spot in Jiang City. You can't even get in with money alone. I didn't expect it to be one of Ye Lingqian's properties. What exactly is this guy's goal?" At the same time, the two members of the Su family were heading toward the Yuhao Club. Seeing his daughter's pale face, the old master of the Su family said, "Su Shuran, are you still thinking about the Yaojin Valley incident?" He added, "I'm afraid that was just an accident." Su Shuran didn't believe it was that simple. An accident? The Su family used almost all our power to investigate the cause of death, but every time we got to a crucial point, the trail would go cold. It's as if someone is deliberately blocking us. Su Shuran pondered, who could possibly block all information like this? Not even our Su family can touch it. The old master of the Su family said, "Don't think about it anymore. I have an appointment with someone from the National Security Bureau tonight. Perhaps we can use their network to find some leads." At that moment, the staff member politely said, "Please present your membership card." After verifying the black card, the staff member said warmly, "Please, right this way." Once inside, Shu Ran couldn't help but remark, "The energy here today feels different from usual. Everyone around us is radiating an incredibly powerful aura." Shu Ran noticed there were many more experts than before, with several powerful auras present. Old Master Su responded, "Indeed." Observing the situation, he asked, "Shu Ran, did you notice that hunchbacked old man?" Looking at the bulky old man with round glasses, Shu Ran felt puzzled. "Dad, why? Do you know him?" Old Master Su replied, "I know of him, but he might not know me. He is the owner behind this Yuhao Club." He continued, "That hunchback man is actually a martial arts grandmaster with immense power. This is also one of the reasons why no one dares to mess with Yuhao Club." Shu Ran was momentarily stunned. "A martial arts grandmaster. Dad, there's one thing I don't understand. Yuhao Club is luxurious, but not to the point where every family in Jiangcheng would risk everything to please them, right? Is it just because he is a grandmaster?" Old Master Su squinted and said, "Of course not. The real reason lies with the person behind him. His name is the King of Jiangnan, Ye Lingqian." Inside, the atmosphere was cozy and bustling. Everyone kept to themselves. However, as soon as Shu Ran heard that name, she broke into a cold sweat, muttering to herself, unable to believe her ears. The King of Jiangnan Ye Lingqian? She rubbed her chin, lost in thought. Although the Su family was the top family in Jiangcheng, their influence was primarily local, whereas the King of Jiangnan's shadow covered the entire Jiangnan province. The thought of Ye Lingqian, who could cover the sky with one hand, made her hair stand on end. Her father, standing beside her, warned her, "Stop thinking about the King of Jiangnan. The gap in our status is far too vast." As he led Shu Ran down a long corridor, he asked to confirm, "The person from the National Security Bureau should be here soon. You must treat him well. Can you even manage that with your absent-minded state?" As he asked, Shu Ran was still lost in her own thoughts. Finally, she smiled wryly and replied, "Dad, you go ahead and host him. I'll take a walk around to get some air." Knowing he couldn't force her, he glanced at her and nodded. "Fine." Standing alone in the corridor, Shu Ran kept thinking. Every time she closed her eyes, the dagger from Yao Jinggu would appear in her mind. Subconsciously, she bit her thumb gently, lost in deep thought. Yao Jinggu's death isn't what matters. What matters is that his killer used his dagger to sacrifice to the Ye family. If anyone from the Ye family could still be alive, Shu Ran's train of thought was cut off by the appearance of a familiar figure. The person walked towards her from the opposite direction. As he drew closer, she was shocked. Ye Chen, is that really you? Shu Ran's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Even if that loser Ye Chen is still alive, after losing the Ye family, he should be wandering the streets. How could he appear here? She tried to calm herself down. This person must just look like him. She thought to herself, no matter who you are, for the sake of your resemblance to him, I can show a little kindness as if I'm pitying him. She put on a cheerful, friendly appearance, forced a bright smile, and greeted him. Ye Chen only frowned and asked, "What is it?" Shu Ran replied, "I mistook you for someone else. You look a bit like an old classmate of mine," which reminded me of the past. Even though no one asked, she kept talking freely. That guy was very miserable, and his background was pitiful. After finishing, Shu Ran took out her own business card and handed it to Ye Chen with great goodwill. She said, "My name is Shu Ran. If you're in this club, you surely must have heard of the Jiangcheng Su family. This is my personal business card. If you have any difficulties, you can find me for help." Before the business card even left Shu Ran's hand, Ye Chen swatted it away. Shu Ran was astonished and asked, "What do you think you're doing?" In response, Ye Chen stepped on the beautiful business card. He rubbed it into the floor, showing clear disdain. The Su family didn't hide their irritation on their faces. Ye Chen cursed, "The Su family? What are they? I'm not interested. Get lost." Being humiliated, how could someone like Shu Ran tolerate this? She said, "Fine. Such arrogance. Aren't you aware of the bright future you've just thrown away?" Ye Chen didn't care at all and retorted, "You're worthy?" His eyes became sharp and intimidating. "Get lost." "I don't want to say it a third time." Shu Ran exploded in anger, raising her hand high. She scolded, "Insolent. No matter which faction you come from, compared to my Su family, you are nothing." Before she could even touch a hair on Ye Chen, Hida appeared out of nowhere and intervened. "Stop," he sternly questioned her. "What are you doing?" Hearing that voice, which sounded like rolling thunder, Shu Ran stopped her hand, terrified. She turned to Hida, ignored Ye Chen, and immediately put on a sycophantic expression to introduce herself to Hida. "Hida, I am Shu Ran of the Su family." Having known the name Hida for years, he didn't care for reasons or excuses. He didn't even want to hear Shu Ran finish, snapping at her, "Get lost." He pointed at her and shouted, "I don't care if you're the Su family or the Cow family. Get out of here. And don't you dare step foot in the Yu Hao Club ever again." Shu Ran turned pale and stammered, I'm sorry. I'm leaving right now." As she turned to leave, she muttered, cursing Ye Chen, "Damn you. Consider yourself lucky today." On the other side, Ye Chen glanced at Shu Ran and felt very annoyed. Bad luck. A month later, the scene was the same, and the people hadn't changed either. Only the old man he just stood, and Ye Chen sat. Both were reticent, waiting for someone else. Unable to stand it anymore, he spoke up. "It's past the scheduled time. Yi Lingxian hasn't arrived yet. Consider this a broken appointment." Hida rubbed his hands together like a petty, triumphant person. He reassured him, "Surely something happened on the way. Please rest assured, Mr. Ye, the king of Jiangnan, will be here soon." Ye Chen didn't even bother looking at him, saying with disgust, "I'll only wait for him for 3 minutes. If he isn't here in 3 minutes, tell him he doesn't need to come at all." Seeing Ye Chen's bold spirit, which didn't seem like he was pretending, Hida felt a bit wary and thought to himself, what kind of status does this kid have to be so disrespectful to the king of Jiangnan? He repeated, "Surely something happened on the way. Mr. Yi, please be assured, the king of Jiangnan will be here soon." He fumed inwardly. If it weren't for the king of Jiangnan's orders, why would I, the dignified Hida, wait on you? Just as he finished speaking, the room door swung open. Yi Lingxian and another patriarch appeared. Yi Lingxian's power was not to be trifled with, radiating an overwhelming aura. As soon as he saw Ye Lingxian, Hida jumped in shock, feeling completely intimidated. Ye Chen, however, remained calm without any reaction. Hida immediately bowed. "Hida greets the king of Jiangnan." He broke into a cold sweat, sneaking a peek, thinking, "It's been over a year since I last saw the king of Jiangnan. He is still as powerful as before." As for Ye Chen, he frowned tightly. He showed clearly that he was annoyed and, without any hesitation, challenged him, "Yi Lingtian, you're 2 minutes late." But the next second, he relaxed his face and chided, "Making me wait this long." Hida immediately jumped in to make excuses for Ye Lingtian. "Mr. Ye, The king of Jiangnan has so many busy matters. But he was cut off by Ye Lingxian dropping to one knee. Ye Lingxian knelt on one knee to perform the kowtow ceremony to Ye Chen. Master, please, calm your anger. This action from Ye Lingxian shocked everyone present. The two patriarchs' eyes widened, their mouths agape, and they shouted in unison. What? As for Ye Chen, he was temporarily speechless. He had broke into a cold sweat. Oh my god. Can someone explain what's going on? The dignified king of Jiangnan just knelt down without a second thought. Is there no justice left? The other patriarch was no different from Hida. Is that Ye Lingtian? The king of Jiangnan, who makes all of Jiangcheng fear just by mentioning his name, that Ye Lingshan? Don't talk about Jiangcheng. Even the major families in Jiangnan province have to watch his mood to work. The atmosphere was frozen, no one moved. No one knew how to behave. Ye Chen spoke up. What are you doing? Ye Lingxian replied, Master, please calm your anger. It has been so difficult for this subordinate to see you again. I couldn't help myself. Before he finished, the two patriarchs screamed in shock once more. Master? They looked toward the slender young man who had nothing special about him. This young man is the legendary Master. Everyone knew the king of Jiangnan controlled the underworld, the most powerful force in Jiangnan province. He controlled the power, life, and rules of the entire Jiangnan province. He was the most terrifying existence, no different from a king. Hearing the name Ye Lingxian was enough to make people wet their pants in fear, yet only a few knew the position of the one holding the reins. The source of this power had been vacant from the beginning. The king of Jiangnan always emphasized that he was only managing it for someone else. The true ruler, in fact, was the master. Reflecting on the events and looking at the current situation made Hida even more terrified. He realized the puzzle had been solved today. Without thinking much more, both patriarchs simultaneously knelt down. They respectfully bowed to Ye Chen. Subordinates pay respects to the master. Ye Chen poured cold water on them. I said it already. I am not the master. Turning to Ye Lingxian, who was still kneeling, he ordered, Ye Lingxian, you stay. Everyone else, get out. He acknowledged. Understood. Turning back to look at the two old men, Ye Lingxian glared. You too, watch the outside. If anyone dares to disturb us, no matter who they are, kill them. The two old men, already kneeling, bowed even lower upon hearing the order. Understood. The king of Jiangnan's order will be executed immediately. The two patriarchs went outside and closed the door tightly. Ye Lingxian now stood up and respectfully said to Ye Chen, Master, with them guarding, no one will dare to eavesdrop or disturb us. He calmly asked about the matter. Ye Lingxian, I really can't figure out why you insist on calling me Master. Could it be just because I saved you at Yunhu Valley a few years ago? Mentioning this name, Ye Lingxian felt somewhat pensive. Yunhu Valley? Huh? That was a long time ago. He followed his memory and recounted the life and death situation back then. At that time, I and a few brothers were surrounded by a large number of martial arts experts and were severely injured. Guess it's a lost cause. Ye Chen sighed, feeling dejected. He had intended to stay out of it, but hearing they were from Jiangnan province just like him piqued his sympathy. With a flick of his wrist, he used the old man's talisman to wipe out the group. Ye Lingxian, filled with gratitude, began rummaging through the inner pocket of his coat as he spoke. But a life-saving favor only earns my respect and gratitude. The real reason I call you Palace Master is this. He pulled out a medal and presented it. Ye Chen took it, examining the object, initially thinking it was nothing special. But then, he looked closer. He was stunned. A young man was intricately carved into the center of the medal. Wait, why does the guy on this medal look just like me? He demanded. Ye Lingxian, who did you hire to carve my face into this? He retorted, Palace Master, you've got it all wrong. He explained, this medal is over 100 years old, created long before you saved me. With your keen eye, you should have realized that. Ye Chen kept his face calm, pressing for answers, even though he already had his own suspicions. He was just trying to bait him. The markings on this medal are indeed a century old, Ye Lingxian said earnestly. My lord, this is a family heirloom left by my great-grandfather. He was a top-tier geomancer in his day, and his mastery of feng shui was second to none. Back then, he foresaw the decline of our clan within 100 years. Using secret arts, he pierced through the veil of fate and knew he had to find someone with the king's aura, the dragon crouching destiny. He looked Ye Chen in the eye, clenching his fist. In the end, he traded 20 years of his remaining life for this medal, hoping it would change our family's fortune. My great-grandfather's dying words were that the king, depicted on the medal, also surnamed Yi, would meet his descendant in 100 years. If I failed to seize this opportunity, I would be a sinner against the Ye clan. Ye Chen rubbed his chin, thinking, this is a bit dramatic, isn't it? It's the modern age, and he's still talking about king's auras. However, the old man had also mentioned that his own destiny, especially the dragon crouching aura, was unique, which was why he was told to go save Xiao Ruxu. Thinking more deeply, he arrived at a different conclusion. The claim held merit because the dragon crouching aura had the power to defy the heavens and rewrite the fate of others. Ye Lingqian continued rambling. Palace Master, I've heard about the tragedy at Cloud Lake Villa 5 years ago. Over these years, I built up my own force. While it's not yet enough to challenge the powers in the capital, give me enough time, and I will definitely help you march back to the capital and wipe out every single enemy. Ye Chen cut him off, his demeanor shifting to cold and lethal. My enemies don't need others to report them. If you dare to meddle, we are strangers from this point on. Ye Lingqian bowed in fear. I wouldn't dare. Please, calm your anger, Palace Master. It seems I overthought it, he mused. With the Palace Master's power, why would he ever need my help for revenge? Coldly, Ye Chen held up 3 fingers. If you want me to be your Palace Master, that's fine, but you must agree to 3 conditions. Ye Lingqian quickly replied. Anything, Palace Master. Ye Chen spoke calmly. 1. Do not interfere with my life. Without my orders, you are not to take any action. 2. Help me protect her. If anyone dares to lay a finger on her, spare no one. 3. Do your absolute best to investigate the whereabouts of that man in the capital and dig deep into the Cloud Lake Villa incident. It's not as simple as it seems. After hearing the instructions, Ye Lingqian was energized, promising, Rest assured, Palace Master, I can handle all 3 conditions. As he turned to leave, he added, I've said what I needed to say, and it's time for me to go. I'll contact you when I need something. Ye Lingqian remembered something else. Oh, Palace Master, there is one more thing to report. Recently, several forces have been investigating you. The first comes from the Su family. They tried to take the surveillance footage from Heavenly Fragrance Mountain, but I blocked them. The second is from the Xia family in Jiangnan province, but they haven't dug very deep. The third, which I couldn't stop, comes from the National Security Bureau and the Dragon Soul Commando Unit. Upon receiving the news, Ye Chen remained calm on the surface, analyzing internally. The Xia family is easy to explain. It must be that girl, Xia Ruxue, doing it for the pill recipe. As for the Su family, looking at Su Shuran's earlier reaction, she shouldn't have figured out who I am, but they are clearly digging. But the National Security Bureau and the Dragon Soul Unit, they're government agencies. Why are they investigating me? Did they discover the cause of death for the Chen family and Yao Ying Qinggu? Are they linked to me? Seeing Ye Chen deep in thought, Ye Lingqian reassured him. Don't worry, Palace Master. I'll find someone to take the blame for the deaths of the Chens and Yao Ying Qinggu. Even if they get suspicious, those people have no evidence and won't dare to move against you rashly. But please, stay careful. Ye Chen walked away, waving his hand. Ye Chenks. Ye Lingqian bowed respectfully. Ye Chen wondered, why would the Su family investigate me? Is it because my visit to the memorial at Heavenly Fragrance Mountain was discovered? That seems to be the only reason. Just as he stepped out of the building, Ye Chen was blocked. He was surprised to see it was Su Shuren again. She crossed her arms, acting arrogant. If you kneel and apologize to me now, I might consider letting you live. Su Shuren was as persistent as a leech. If you apologize now, I might consider letting you live. Her only reply was silence. Ye Chen frowned. Su Shuren asked annoyedly, Are you deaf? Ye Chen turned his back on her, pretending to think seriously. I should really consider buying a car. The nights are a bit cold, and I could swap my clothes. This reaction drove her crazy. With a roar, Su Shuren immediately used her technique, her fingernails sharpening into deadly claws. If that's how you want it, then suffer. Under the moonlight, Su Shuren was like a predatory beast, launching an immediate sneak attack on Ye Chen from behind. Yet, Ye Chen didn't even turn around. He dodged the strike with ease, and then, using her own momentum against her, grabbed her arm as she lunged. Realizing the tables had turned, Su Shuren's eyes widened in terror. Ye Chen tossed her to the ground with one move. The impact cracked the floor, leaving Su Shuren completely dazed. She couldn't believe it. My skills in the martial world are not weak. How is this possible? Ye Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, waiting for the girl on the ground to recover. Ye Chen looked at Su Shuren with contempt. Su Shuren, angry and struggling, spat out, You brat, no matter who you are. If you offend the Su family, don't think you'll get away with it. Unless you hide in the Regal Club for the rest of your life, you are a dead man. These words really hit a nerve with Ye Chen. He grabbed her by the jaw with one hand and hoisted her entire body into the air, giving her no time to react. Trapped and terrified like a small beast about to be devoured, Su Shuren screamed through her tears. You bastard, I'll kill you. He glared at her. A woman with a mouth as foul as yours should be taken out with the trash. Glancing at a dumpster, Ye Chen sneered. Su Shuren shrieked in panic. No, what are you doing? Don't do this. Of course, there was no don't happening here. With Su Shiren's eyes wide in horror, Ye Chen simply let go, dumping her headfirst into the trash. He dusted off his hands and said, "This is exactly where you belong." With that, he put his hands back in his pockets, turned around, and strolled away. The dumpster tipped over, spilling trash everywhere. Su Shiren crawled out, gnashing her teeth in fury. "You bastard. I want you dead. I'm going to tear you apart. I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left." By now, it was late, with a clear moon and quiet wind. Ye Chen had returned to the apartment building. Standing in front of his door, he thought, "Su Shiren is hateful, but she has nothing to do with my parents' death. She doesn't deserve to die yet. But then again, if she dares to cross the line, then I'll kill her. Even if I don't like killing women, if I find out the Su family was involved back then, the Su family will have to pay too." Entering the room, his mind was still filled with heavy thoughts. It's 1 in the morning now. Tongdi must be asleep. Better not disturb her. Ye Chen unlocked his bedroom door, intending to get a good night's sleep, but suddenly noticed something strange. He broke into a sweat. "Women," he gave a dry laugh. "Tongdi is usually so shy, but now she's sleeping in my bed? She must still be scared from what happened the other day." Without overthinking it, he carefully avoided making any noise that might wake her. Ye Chen took off his coat and told himself, "Whatever, I'll just sleep first." In the blink of an eye, it was morning. Sunlight streamed into the room. Ye Chen woke up without an alarm, yawning as if he still wanted to stay in his dream. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, "Tongdi, what time is it?" Once he was fully awake and looked over at the person next to him, Ye Chen was shocked. Immediately, a scream echoed that could have shaken the building. Ye Chen was terrified and flustered, not knowing what to say. The person across from him was none other than Xia Rusue. She was wearing thin pajamas and asked in absolute panic, "You, why are you here?" He forced a smile, his expression one of pure disbelief. "I should be the one asking you that. Why are you here?" Before the two of them could sort out the confusion, Tongdi walked into the room and asked, "Ye Chen, you're back. You said you weren't coming back last night, right?" Witnessing the scene before her, she suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. "You too." The atmosphere plummeted. Tongdi's face changed as she said, "Ye Chen, didn't you say you weren't coming back last night? What are you two doing here?" Ye Chen and Xia Ruzue thought for a second and then scrambled to explain. "I finished talking to Yi Lingxian late last night. Tongdi called to ask if I was coming home. I thought she wanted to wait up for me, so I lied and said I wasn't coming home so she'd go to sleep early. Yeah, that was it. I drank too much last night, my head still hurts. Otherwise, how could this happen? This guy obviously didn't do anything, it was just an accident. Don't overthink it." The CEO thought back to that man, feeling frustrated. Yesterday, her mother had suddenly arrived in Jiangcheng City, claiming that a crisis had emerged for her and demanding she return within a week. If she really went back, she would definitely be forced to marry him. Thinking about how everything had unfolded the previous night, she had run off to find Tongdi and drank until she couldn't take it anymore. Afterward, she returned home, drank too much, and passed out. Looking toward Ye Chen, she briefly forgot that she had borrowed Tongdi's place. She never expected she would have slept with this penniless loser. Damn it, her innocence was just gone like that. Ye Chen raised his hand, trying to explain. "Look, since it's already happened, I'll take responsibility." He thought with a weary expression. "I didn't do anything too extreme. Is it really worth crying over? But, after all, we did hold each other all night. It's considered an intimate encounter, so I should probably take responsibility." The CEO, eyes glistening, clutched her arm and retorted resentfully. "Take responsibility? With what? You're just an ordinary person. You have no idea what burdens I carry. We're not even from the same world." He stood up and scoffed. "Ha, you're right. We definitely aren't from the same world." He walked out, slamming the door in anger. Just then, his phone rang, ring, ring, ring. He picked up. "Hello, Shen Haihua, what's going on?" The voice on the other end delivered a surprise. "We found a lead on the Tianjin group." His eyes widened, and a dangerous smile crept across his face. He asked about the situation. Shen Haihua, holding a stack of papers, said, "Mr. Yi, our legal team has found evidence that Tianjin group was maliciously seized, but we've run into some procedural issues that are hard to resolve. The root cause lies in..." He cut him off decisively, no need for a long explanation. "I trust you. Just tell me what I need to do and what the outcome will be." The old man continued, "I have some documents here, Mr. Ye. You need to find a way to get Zheng Yang Qingming to sign them." He didn't stop there, adding, "Furthermore, the Tianjin group, which is now known as the Qinghe group, is currently controlled by a local force called the Qing Gate. It needs to be dealt with." Ye Chen replied calmly, "Everything you mentioned, I can handle." The man was excited. "If these two problems are solved within 3 days, you can take back Tianjin group. Not just that, as long as Mr. Yi can get it done, I will take it back within 3 days. Ye Chen replied, good. This left the man slightly stunned. He thought, if Mr. Yi can really pull this off, his capability far exceeds anything I imagined. Looking at his phone for a moment, he whispered, good heavens, what kind of person have I actually teamed up with? Scene changed to the Qinghe building. Ye Chen stood in front of the building holding a file. This is the headquarters of Qinghe Group, he thought. Based on Yi Lingqian's intel, Zhengying Qingming is in there conducting business. His eyes ignited with a fiery rage as he stepped inside. I'll make him spit everything out. Entering the elevator, he reached the 29th floor. Ding. Looking around, he thought, it matches Yi Lingqian's intel. The building has 33 floors in total. The elevator only goes up to the 29th. The remaining floors require a special pass to access. Thinking of that, he became even more pensive. The 29th to 31st floors are offices used as a front. The 32nd floor is where the Qing Gate's thugs handle their illegal transactions. Looking down from the building, he noted, Zhengying Qingming is on the 33rd floor. To get up there, I'll need a special method. He radiated energy. Though breaking in directly would be easier, it wouldn't be right if falling glass shards hit innocent passers-by. He touched the glass, using his qi to dissolve it. Once the glass had melted away, he let out a huff and launched himself into the air. He used his ability to fly up to the 32nd floor. Those guys heard the commotion, and a thug shouted, what was that noise? What's going on? Someone's attacking? Or did some idiot accidentally fire a shot? One of the men ordered his underlings, go check it out, quickly. Yes, sir. Ye Chen spoke up, don't bother looking anymore. I'm right here. The group was shocked. They shouted, who the hell are you? Do you have any idea where you are? He gave a sinister smile, radiating energy. I am the last person you will ever meet in this life. Ye Chen said arrogantly, I am the last person you will ever meet in this life. The guy grew furious. Are you out of your mind, brat? He swung his blade, and the man was sliced in half. The men behind him shrieked in horror. Murder, he killed him, Ye Chen thought. According to Yi Lingqian's intel, these Qing Gate thugs will do anything smuggling, selling drugs, trafficking arms, human trafficking, contract killing for them. It's just a daily routine. He raised his left hand, preparing to strike. People like you, even leaving one of you alive is a sin. Back inside the room, two men were discussing business. The blond man spoke first. Mr. Zhengying Qingming, there seems to be a commotion downstairs. Shouldn't you go check it out? He replied, probably just some of my guys gambling and getting into a fight. It's no big deal. Besides, this floor is guarded by Qing Gate experts. They are all martial arts. Masters, nothing will happen. The other man replied, fair enough. Let's get back to business. This time, our country brought sincerity. As long as you provide the military airport maps for Jiangnan province, all of our country's business at the Jiang city port will be yours to act as an agent. Two of Jiang's subordinates spoke up. What? Military maps? If we hand those over, China's safety will be threatened. That's treason. He let out a sigh with a calm face. He turned to his subordinates and said, what if it is treason? At most, it's just the death penalty. The drugs and guns you've already been smuggling are enough to have you executed countless times over. Why worry about this now? The two men in the back grew pale with fear and said nothing. The blond man spoke up, Mr. Zheng, plus one more item. He explained, our country is willing to provide 10 high-precision automated devices to your group. You must know that a single unit is worth 50 million on the market. Mr. Zheng stood up, laughing heartily. Haha, your country is very sincere. We have no reason to refuse. Both sides prepared to shake hands for a happy partnership. The wall behind them suddenly exploded, cutting them off. The two men looked over in confusion. Who is that? He stepped inside with blazing eyes. Decent Chinese people don't behave like this. Yet you act like dogs for a foreign country? You pieces of trash dying 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Mr. Zhang trembled and stuttered. This guy, he looks so familiar. Could it be Ye Chen? No way. That little loser should have died ages ago. He couldn't possibly be alive. He shouted, where are the men? Where are the guards? He replied with a sinister gaze. They're asleep. They'll never wake up again. Moving to the hallway, it was filled with bodies. Mr. Zhang couldn't believe it and shouted, how is that possible? Among those men, there were several high-level experts. He calmly put his hand in his pocket and scratched, appearing unconcerned. He threw the file at his face. Smack. Mr. Zhang trembled. What is this? He commanded. Sign it, he stammered. An unconditional equity transfer agreement? Brat, you've gone crazy. You even dare to take the shares of the Qinghe group? The blond man snapped his fingers, ordering his subordinates, kill him. The thug replied, yes, boss. Seeing this, Ye Chen paused slightly. Unexpectedly, the thug pulled out a heavy weapon. Mission start, kill the enemy. Once activated, bullets were fired like rain. He used a barrier to deflect them effortlessly. After the bullets touched the barrier, he manipulated them to fly back in the opposite direction. He smirked. I've seen plenty of firearms, but I don't like using them. I'll return them to you. The bullets flew back, blowing off the thug's head. The blond man panicked, trembling as he spoke. What? He narrowed one eye, opening the other, and spoke softly with utter contempt. Is that it? The remaining men, fearless, charged at him. Humph. You think you can act arrogant here with just a few years of training in ancient martial arts? He stood still and spoke, half-step Huajin. In Jiang City, I suppose that counts as a powerhouse. He laughed coldly, but unfortunately, after speaking, he lunged to attack those two. Compared to me, you're still far behind. Mr. Zhang trembled. Martial arts grandmaster? How can he be so young and yet reach the realm of a grandmaster? He asked in panic, who are you? The man standing next to him looked at the gun lying on the ground in horror. He stared at Ye Chen, his face turning pale with fear. He cursed inwardly, damn it. Then, he immediately changed his expression. With a very bright smile, his hands placed in front of his chest, as he bowed slightly. Respectfully, he said, your business is not something I will interfere with. Please, continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Ye Chen glared at him, his sharp eyes showing extreme annoyance. He stomped his foot hard against the ground, his other leg swinging out to kick the guy in the white suit straight in the chest. He cursed, die. After Ye Chen's kick, his dress shirt was immediately soaked in a splash of blood. His face turned ashen and gray, with beads of sweat rolling down his terrified face. Zhang Ying Qingming, seeing what had just happened, screamed, ah, ah, ah. Too terrified to stand, the old man collapsed to the ground. Ye Chen looked at the man trembling in fear, coldly gestured with his hand, and said, come here. His face became incredibly terrifying. He looked at the old man and said, sign it. The old man hurriedly obeyed. Yes, yes. His face was deathly pale. He picked up the pen and hurriedly signed the stack of contracts. While signing, he trembled, tears welling up in his eyes, saying, I'll sign, please. Don't kill me. After signing, he respectfully handed the contract to Ye Chen with both hands. He took it, reading the contract while saying, in that case, you don't need to live any longer, either. The old man's eyes popped out in a panic. What? Seeing that it seemed like he wasn't going to spare him, he hurriedly threatened him. You want to push me into a corner. Do you know that the Qing Gate is behind the Qinghe group? If you dare to kill me, the Qing Gate won't let you off. He smirked and clicked his tongue. Tisk, tisk. He squatted down with a mischievous smile, raised his finger to make a gesture in front of the old man, and said, actually, I only intended to target the Qinghe group, but now I've changed my mind. Tonight, the Qing Gate will be wiped out. After saying that, his face immediately turned terrifying. He said coldly, do you have anything else to say? The old man flew into a rage. He was so angry his face turned red, and he shouted, don't be so arrogant. You really think you're invincible? So what if you're a grandmaster? The Qing Gate master is a late-stage grandmaster. He'll kill you. Not only will you die, your entire family will face retribution from the Ye Chen sect. His expression turned grim. It seemed this unlucky old man had touched upon his taboo. My family died 5 years ago. They all died at Manhwa Villa. He muttered, as if a sudden memory had resurfaced. Terrified and stuttering, he said, are you really Ye Chen? He looked at the young man before him, his heart filled with panic. He thought, this brat is still alive. To save his own skin, he immediately changed his attitude, kneeling down to hug his legs and beg. He looked absolutely pathetic now, fawning over him. Ye Chen, listen to me. It's all just a misunderstanding. I was your father's best friend. How could I ever hurt you guys? Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Chen slammed his knee into the man's face. Blood splattered from his nose. Ye Chen spoke in an icy tone. You aren't even worthy of mentioning my father, let alone calling yourself his friend. The man clutched his nose, weeping and begging, Ye Chen, please, please spare me. For the sake of all those years, hearing this, as if it were a bad joke, Ye Chen laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. His laughter left the old man bewildered. Unsure of what Ye Chen would do next, the old man froze. Ye Chen raised his foot and kicked him hard in the stomach, his eyes flashing with hatred. He growled, spare you? Back then, did you spare the Ye family? Did you spare my parents? What did my parents ever do to you? Having said that, he followed up with another punch to his face. Punches and kicks echoed, mixed with groans and pleas for mercy. Ye Chen continued, why did you betray them? Wasn't it you who stole my family, everything I had? Do you really think I like killing? Who was born wanting to kill? I wanted to study and live like a normal person. I once witnessed the slaughter of my own. He stopped, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. But now, the only thing that sustains me is revenge. Ye Chen sat down, exhausted, leaning against the wall. I will keep killing until every single one of these animals meets the king of hell. Finished, he straightened his clothes. Walking along while watching the moon, he sighed. The Jiangcheng king is quite thoughtful, saving me a lot of trouble. Not only did he handle the Ye Chen sect and clean up the scene, he even prepared new clothes for me. A deadly gaze flashed in his eyes. Next, I need to go settle things with the Ye Chen sect. While he was deep in thought, a voice rang out from behind. Ye Chen, why are you here? Ye Chen was surprised she appeared here. He shrugged and said, Officer Bai Libing, I should be asking you that. Why are there criminals nearby? She teased him back. It's a classified mission, I can't say. He waved his hand, intending to turn and leave. Well, I have no obligation to answer you either. Suddenly, he had a premonition. At that same moment, a series of massive stones fell from the building where they were standing. Nearby, a rock suddenly hurtled toward Officer Bai Libing. She looked up, her heart dropping. She thought, this is it. I can't dodge in time. The officer's face turned pale. Am I going to die like this? Ye Chen immediately lunged toward Bai Libing, pushing her out of the way. After the scene stabilized and the dust settled, he turned to ask, Are you okay? Blushing, she stammered. Ye Chen, thank you. Ye Chen hugged Bai Libing to comfort her, saying, It's all right now. She shyly pushed Ye Chen away and mumbled, Ye Chen Q. Ye Chen turned his head back, calm as if nothing had happened. Don't mention it. He thought to himself, after all, this matter involves me anyway. Ye Chen looked at the explosion happening inside the building. He just walked out, frowning as he thought, even if they were cleaning up evidence, there was no need to blow up the whole building, right? This must be the work of the Ye Chen sect leader. Everyone inside the building was scrambling to escape. Only Ye Chen and Bai Libing remained still. At that moment, two men ran past Ye Chen. They were muscular, bald, and tattooed. Their expressions were extremely panicked as they rushed to follow the crowd. Ye Chen had a hunch. He glanced over and saw a very familiar tattoo on the other man's neck. Officer Bai Libing also noticed the two men. She turned, looking at the tattoo on their necks, and frowned and thought, this tattoo, they're from the Ye Chen sect. Could it be that they caused this explosion? I've been investigating the Ye Chen sect for days. That organization is like a tumor in Jiangcheng City. The police department hadn't found any evidence yet. Immediately, she waved goodbye to Ye Chen and hurriedly left. Sorry, I have some business to take care of. I'll find you later, she thought to herself. But now, the evidence is here. Watching Bai Libing's back as she rushed off, he didn't question it much. Lam ma'am is right. She's so impulsive. Leaving doesn't concern me. Ye Chen raised his hand and began to channel his spiritual energy. He smiled sinisterly. Let's take this time to finish off the loose ends. The two bald, tattooed men were scrambling toward an abandoned factory. They began to enter. Bai Libing snuck up behind, hiding behind walls to track them. Watching their backs, she thought, the place these two are heading is likely some sort of Ye Chen sect stronghold, perhaps even their headquarters. Choosing an abandoned factory is indeed very discreet. As long as I can capture evidence, I can mobilize a team to take them all down. She crept toward a window where a faint light was flickering, hiding to the side to observe. Suddenly, she gathered momentum and jumped. Thanks to her high-level martial arts, she landed lightly on top of a shipping container. She stood there observing. She saw a lot of people inside a room. They seemed to be manufacturing or transporting something, she thought, as I expected. From the window, she saw people moving goods and others holding guns. She raised her phone to report to her unit, but there was no signal. She frowned and cursed under her breath. No signal here, so it's going to be hard to call for backup. She tapped her foot against the container beneath her, thinking, I wonder what's inside these crates. It would be best to figure out a way to open them and take photos as evidence. Suddenly, a sharp, angry shout caught her attention. Ah! Inside that room. A tall, muscular, bald man was grabbing the head of a subordinate. The subordinate was trembling, saying, Branch leader, please spare me. I don't know what happened, but the building suddenly exploded. The branch leader's eyes widened, his face showing rage. He roared, I arranged for so many people. In Ye Chen, Hoa, and you two wastes are all that's left alive. The branch leader's gaze shifted toward the side. He growled, What's worse is that you two didn't even notice you were being followed. He crushed the subordinate's head. He looked toward Bai Libing, who was hiding by the window, and intentionally spoke loudly so she could hear. This is a grave, fatal offense. She was startled, gritting her teeth as she thought, Oh no, I didn't expect that branch leader to be an ancient martial artist. His strength might even be greater than mine. She jumped off the shipping container. and quickly ran away. I have to run. But it was too late. The branch leader lunged toward her. He grabbed her shoulder and said, now that you've come, you still want to leave the Ye Chen sect's door? As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed her down to the ground. A loud thud echoed. Dust swirled in the air. He lifted her up, standing coldly as he looked at her, and remarked with an exclamation, oh, I didn't expect a little beauty. I'll have to enjoy this. Enduring the pain, she revealed her identity to threaten the branch leader. I'm a police officer. My colleagues already know about this place. You all had better stop right now. If anything happens to me, the Ye Chen sect will definitely die. As soon as she finished speaking, he threw her several meters away. He boasted, the crimes I, your master, have committed are already enough to justify execution 1,000 times over. Do you think you can threaten me with a woman like you? His voice began to turn perverse and lewd. Today, my brothers and I are going to have some fun. Hearing him say that, her face darkened and she shouted, you want to die? Let me tell you the truth. My father is Bailey Seong from the Southwest Military Region. If anything happens to me, your Ye Chen sect won't be enough to die 10,000 times over. The branch leader paused for a beat. He thought, Bailey Seong. That is a figure at the chief level. Even the big families in the capital have to show him respect. Why is his daughter here in Little Jiang City working as a police officer? His gang of brothers surrounded Bai Libing, who was lying on the ground. The branch leader took off his fur coat, posing to show off his bulging muscles. Now, he was only wearing his underwear. He slowly walked toward Bai Libing and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. So what if it's Bailey Seong? His eyes were filled with lewdness. After we finish our business, we'll dispose of you cleanly. She struggled to sit up, regretting her actions as she thought, I shouldn't have acted alone. I shouldn't even have come here. Why couldn't I have just stayed obediently in my family? She thought desperately, tears rolling down her cheeks. I'm definitely going to die now. Rather than be humiliated by these villains, I'd rather kill myself. The branch leader gave a lecherous laugh. I won't be polite anymore. Just as he was preparing to take off his pants, a figure suddenly stood on top of the shipping container and called down, hey, if someone doesn't agree, why do you have to force it? Don't you feel shameless? The person standing there was Ye Chen. The leader pointed at him, shouting angrily, brat, who are you to dare come to the Ye Chen sect's territory? Do you want to die? He channeled his spiritual energy. Purple flames surrounded his body. He said with contempt, sorry, I don't just want to come to the Ye Chen sect. His face was grim, his eyes filled with a murderous, hateful intent. He looked coldly at the branch leader and said, I also mean to kill every single person in the Ye Chen sect. Ye Chen stood on the shipping container and said, understand? A strange power radiated from his hands, while the bald man, wearing only his underwear, stood below with his gang, looking up at Ye Chen. Hearing Ye Chen, the bald man asked, you want to kill us all? His face was twisted in disgust, and then he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. After that, the bald man shouted loudly. He says he wants to kill us all. Ha ha ha. Do you know how many experts we have in the Ye Chen sect? Even a martial arts grandmaster wouldn't dare say that. Ha ha ha. The branch leader's cronies also joined in the laughter. Immediately after, the bald man flexed his arm muscles, showing off his strength. With an arrogant look, he ordered them to turn him into a honeycomb so he would learn how powerful they were. Following the bald guy's command, his gang of subordinates started firing at Ye Chen. They kept shooting toward the shipping container, even though they couldn't see a trace of him. In reality, Ye Chen was using his own powers to leap toward them. His face darkened, and then a cold smile crept across his lips. His eyes glowed red as he charged at his enemies, using his hands to knock their weapons away with force. Two disciples from the King Gate were holding weapons on either side of the bald guy. The blonde one muttered, this kid's got some skills. The other one standing next to him added, to dodge that many bullets. Despite their words, both of them were terrified, their faces turning pale. Just then, another figure appeared. He adjusted his glasses, cracked a sinister smile, and said, it seems you guys know nothing. That's just child's play. Any Interkai martial artist could do that. You're brave to come to the Qing Gate all by yourself. With that, he lunged forward, preparing to punch Ye Chen, shouting, let me see what you've got. Suddenly, Ye Chen's eyes glowed with a bewitching purple light, and a faint smile touched his lips. Not letting the bespectacled guy do as he pleased, Ye Chen attacked first. He punched him straight in the throat, sending him flying. Looking at the guy, Ye Chen just said, too slow. After seeing him sent flying, the subordinates screamed in terror. Brother Ji, no. Deputy Hall Master, Brother Ji was killed. Then came a bloody, gruesome scene. The bald guy's subordinates were absolutely terrified, screaming, ah, what kind of human is this? He's a murderer. After attacking them, Ye Chen remained surrounded by an aura of power, his eyes cold and lifeless. The men he struck shrieked in pain, begging, "You bastard, help me." The female police officer, who had been sitting to the side in a daze, witnessed the whole scene. She thought to herself, every strike he lands is a killing blow. There wasn't a single wasted movement. He's like a combat machine. The policewoman's expression changed instantly. She thought, how could someone this terrifying exist in Jiangcheng City? Suddenly, the bald guy's face darkened, but he still wore a sinister grin as he spoke. "I didn't expect to find a master like you in Jiangcheng City. You have the strength of a peak inner chi expert. I'll have to deal with you myself." He tensed his muscles and flexed his arms. Looking at Ye Chen with contempt, he continued, "But you can't hurt me with my perfect body. Of course, if you kneel and submit to me now, it's not like I can't take you in." Before he could finish, Ye Chen delivered a powerful uppercut to his chin, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The blow was so strong it sent the bald guy flying into the air. The policewoman watching from the side was so shocked her eyes went wide. After landing, the bald guy rubbed his chin and snarled, "You're dead." Ye Chen stood behind him with just a smile. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his expression changed. The bald guy thought, "No, this guy is too dangerous. I'll bet it all on this." Thinking that, the bald guy stood up, swung his fist at Ye Chen, and screamed, "I'm taking you down with me." Before he could act, Ye Chen punched him straight in the gut, saying, "You're too slow." After the punch, Ye Chen stood there, chuckling, "Heh, heh, your liver is ruptured." In stark contrast to the calm Ye Chen, the bald guy was in so much pain he couldn't even speak. Suddenly, Ye Chen noticed something and said, "Wait." Having said that, a massive wave of power erupted from Ye Chen, and his face darkened. Seeing this, the bald guy asked, "How can we make a deal?" "Whatever you want, I'll agree to. Weapons, human trafficking." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes glowed fiercely. He said, "Your words," and then he slashed at the bald guy with one strike, adding, "Are too much." When Ye Chen attacked, blood gushed from the men like a waterfall. The scene was incredibly bloody and visceral, with corpses, weapons, and pools of blood everywhere. The wounded policewoman could only sit there and think. In just a short moment, such a large Qing gate was wiped out by one man alone. She was terrified and bewildered. Suddenly, Ye Chen turned toward her and said calmly, "Next." Terrified by his words, she hurriedly shouted, What do you want to do?" Suddenly, Ye Chen reached his hand toward her. She panicked, thinking, "He's going to silence me." She was petrified. She could only squeeze her eyes shut and plead, "No, please." Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen didn't kill her. Instead, he pulled her leg out. She let out an "ah" in pain. Once she calmed down and realized what happened, her face flushed with embarrassment. She clutched her chest, face turning red, and snapped, "You opportunist. You despicable villain. And here I thought you were a good person. How could you do this?" Ye Chen simply bent down gently. He touched her injury with his hand, and a flame-like aura of energy rippled outward. He said, "Your leg bone is dislocated, and you've lost a lot of blood. Do you want to end up crippled?" The policewoman stared at him, stunned, and asked hesitantly, You want to save me?" Ye Chen didn't answer. He channeled his power, and a bright light erupted like a flame, engulfing him. The intensity of that flame grew and spread everywhere. Ye Chen channeled his strength into the policewoman. She felt it and thought to herself, it feels so good. Is that his internal energy flowing through my body?" The sun had already set. At the factory site, she was walking with Ye Chen. Excitedly, she said, "It's healed." "Ye Chen, thank you. If you were a doctor, you'd definitely be a master physician." Ye Chen heard her, but just replied, "Not interested. You go clear up the place. Their phones probably have evidence of their crimes. I'm leaving." The policewoman asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" Ye Chen's face darkened as he replied, "There are still a few remnants left to deal with. After tonight, I'm afraid the Qing Gate will be no more." Corpses lay scattered on the ground. The scene was bloody and gloomy. The policewoman approached a body, looking disgusted, and said, "This is the leader of the Qing Gate. He was a martial arts grandmaster, yet he's dead. And look at his expression, he looks like he saw something terrifying before he died." Along with the leader's death, his corpse looked miserable. His head had a massive hole blown through it, right near his heart. The Qing Gate has turned into hell. The policewoman opened her phone and called someone, her expression grave. She said with a tremor, "Brother, Jiang City is about to undergo a massive change." "It's him." The person on the other end hurriedly asked, "Bai Leibing, Junior's sister, are you saying the Grandmasters included? Were all these people killed by Ye Chen?" A ding sound came from the phone. A photo was sent from the scene, showing the Hall Master's subordinates lying motionless on the ground. Bai Leibing continued, "Yeah, I'm afraid he did it all by himself. Plus, he saved me." Qiyu slammed his table and stood up. He shouted, I'm coming to Jiang City immediately. Remember, absolutely do not make contact with this man again. He is extremely dangerous, Bai Libing said. But the mission, brother, he didn't let her finish, storming out the door while speaking into the phone. Doesn't matter. I want to see for myself what kind of monster this Ye Chen really is. The next morning, the weather was beautiful and clear, with birds chirping. In contrast to the lovely weather, Ye Chen was lazily stretching and cracking his neck. He sighed tiredly, saying, killing people. That sort of thing, it's all easy enough. It's just a waste of clothes. They have to be thrown away because of the bloodstains. As he was walking down the street, he suddenly noticed something. He looked at a nearby coffee shop where a girl and her mother were chatting happily. He thought, Sha Ruxu, the lives of rich people really are different. They're even having afternoon tea. He didn't know what they were talking about, but suddenly Xia Ruxue looked annoyed. Ye Chen shoved his hands into his pockets, deciding not to care anymore, and quickened his pace to get out of her sight. He thought, I don't want to deal with her. I'll just pretend I didn't see them. Xia Ruxue caught sight of a familiar figure passing by. Suspiciously, she said, Ye Chen? She stood up and ran toward the door, calling out, Mom, Mom, wait for me a second. She ran after Ye Chen, shouting, Hey, stop right there. Ye Chen, wait. Why are you walking so fast? He turned around, acting calm, as if none of it concerned him. He asked, What? I'm just passing by. Don't tell me you want to invite me for coffee? Xia Rushu's face turned bright red like a tomato. She stammered, That thing from before. When you slept in my bed, I haven't settled that with you yet. Now's the perfect chance. Help me with something, and consider it compensation. Ye Chen was speechless at her actions and words. He helplessly retorted, You're the one who slept with me. That was my bed. While the two were whispering and bickering, Xia Rushu's mother approached. She crossed her arms, looking annoyed, and asked, Ruxue, who is this man? Ruxue was surprised by her mother's appearance. She quickly grabbed Ye Chen's arm and leaned into him, looking embarrassed, and said, Mom, why are you here? As for his identity, she was too shy to say it. Her mother's face darkened, her eyes flashing with anger. She sternly warned, Ruxue, do you know the consequences of doing this? If that young master finds out you have ties to another man, the Shai family will be in danger. Xia Rushu looked miserable and stammered. But, she cast a pleading look at Ye Chen, but he pretended not to see it. Her mother stepped closer to them and shouted, Let go. You're coming back to the Xia family with me today. Your family's Hua Mei group will be taken over. From now on, you are not allowed to step out of the Xia house. Hearing this, Ruxue panicked and replied in a pained voice, No, please, mother. I'm a human being, not a trade asset. Her mother continued to rattle off one excuse after another. Are you defying your father? Hearing the mention of her father, her eyes filled with fear and a touch of sorrow. She trembled, slowly releasing her grip on Ye Chen's arm. Stuttering an apology, she slowly stepped toward his mother, unable to take her eyes off Xia Ruxue. Seeing her in such a predicament, he immediately grabbed her arm and pulled her back, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. Without a hint of shame, he calmly said, Ma'am, I'm sorry, but Ruxue cannot go with you. She is carrying my child, and I am willing to take responsibility for her. Xia Ruxue froze completely upon hearing this. In her mind, all she could process were the words, carrying my child, carrying my child, carrying my child. Blushing, she pulled Ye Chen closer and whispered, Ye Chen, did you actually do something to me that night? He glanced at her and replied coldly, Don't you know your own body? Liar, liar. Don't you know your own body? Liar, liar. Understanding his cue, Xia Rusue played along, rubbing her belly and saying bashfully, It just kicked me earlier. Ye Chen was speechless watching her act. He thought to himself, She's overdoing it. Xia Rusu's mother looked furious, pointing at the two of them, unable to utter a word. You. Ye Chen sighed inwardly. As for this woman, Xia Rusue, he didn't particularly like or care about her, but since she had begged him for help, he recalled her pleading earlier, he decided to play along. More importantly, he needed her to agree to return to the Xia family. A ray of blood-red light appeared on her forehead. The old man had warned him, at any cost, protect Xia Ruxue. If she truly returns to the Xia family, that blood-red light will surely accelerate and expand until she dies. Xia Ruxue's mother took a few deep breaths to cool her sudden anger and the shock brought on by her beloved daughter. Her father asked with a stern face, Ruxue, is what this kid said true or false? Xia Ruxue committed to the role. She spoke with a firm, convincing tone, Mom, Dad, Ye Chen, and I are truly in love. If they find out I've lost my virginity, they will surely cast me out. Her mother's anger flared up to the ceiling. Her face twisted with rage. Damn it. The daughter I protected so carefully has been dirtied by a nobody. She lunged forward, grabbed Rusui by the shoulders, and shook her hard. We are going back to the Xia family immediately. I will arrange for a doctor to terminate this pregnancy. The pain was so intense that she refused. No, her mother continued. From now on, you are forbidden from stepping outside the house. That is an order. Ye Chen grabbed her mother's hand and pulled it away from Xia Rushui. He said coldly, "Ma'am, that's not appropriate." She shouted at Ye Chen, looking at him with eyes full of contempt and disgust. "What kind of trash are you to even touch our Ruxue?" She yanked her hand away from Ye Chen and looked at Rushu cowering beside him, her fury intensifying. She screamed, "Do you even know who the Jiangnan Xia family is? That is an existence you cannot reach. You aren't even worthy of looking up to us. Even the Su family, the leaders of Jiangcheng, have to kneel when they meet our Xia family." Hearing her mockery, he lowered his head. It seemed his pride had been wounded. Purple spiritual energy began to surround him. He said grimly, "Not worthy of looking up to you, you say?" He raised his head, looked her straight in the eyes, and asked again, "You say I'm not worthy of looking up to you?" He looked terrifying now, like a monster. She took a step back. The surrounding atmosphere became heavy, and she clutched her chest, struggling to breathe. She looked at Ye Chen before her and wondered, "Kid, what's going on? Why do you have such a terrifying presence?" He continued, "The Su family, the Xu family. Whatever. I don't know them, and I don't want to know them. But if you give me, Ye Chen, half a year, I will make you understand what unreachable really means." He led Xia Rushu away in the opposite direction. "Let's go." She watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. She pulled out her phone, dialed a number, and said, "Investigate someone for me. His name is Ye Chen. He's from Jiangcheng and seems to be close to Ruxue." Xia Rushu felt guilty and spoke up. "I'm sorry. I apologize for what my mother said just now. Even though she values interests above all else, she isn't inherently evil." "Actually, you didn't have to do that." Ye Chen replied with 3 parts coldness and 7 parts indifference. "Don't overthink it. I didn't do it just for you." He thought to himself. Regardless, it's a mission the old man entrusted to me. Xia Ruxue suddenly felt a spark of attraction, thinking, "Suddenly, this guy looks a bit handsome." Just then, Ye Chen hailed a taxi. He said, "I'm leaving now. Goodbye." Xia Ruxue let out a surprised cry, then stood in silence as she watched the car drive away. She thought, the Xia family has a century-old foundation. Ye Chen doesn't realize how powerful they are. I can't drag him into this. Anyway, I'll deal with the immediate problems first. The car sped down the road. Inside the car, Ye Chen was lost in his own thoughts. To fight against those powers, physical strength alone isn't enough. I need my own organization. I have the support of Yi Lingshan, but the Jiangmen King is best suited for working in the shadows. I still need a force that can operate in the open. Ye Chen then firmly said to the driver, "To the Lonyu Bay Villa." Upon arrival, Shen Haihua exclaimed, "A distinguished guest indeed. Mr. Ye, what brings you here?" Ye Chen tossed a document envelope onto the table with a thud. "It's done." Shen Haihua asked. This is his face, turned pale as he panicked. Him? He really made Zhang Ying Qingming sign it? How can he resolve this so quickly? How? Why would someone like that just hand over their profits? Looking at Ye Chen, Shen Haihua started overthinking. Could Ye Chen have taken care of Zhang Ying Qingming? Zhang Ying Qingming has the experts from the Qingmen sect protecting him. Could he have done it? Is this guy even human? Suddenly, Ye Chen said, "I wiped out the Qingmen sect last night. Next, it's your turn." Shen Haihua was instantly terrified, even the Qingmen sect. "Mr. Yi, don't worry. I, Shen Haihua, guarantee that within 3 days, I will absolutely make the Tianjin group reborn." Ye Chen replied, "Right, President Shen. What is your take on the Jiangnan Xia family?" Shen Haihua looked fearful. That Xia family is a giant at the provincial level. The Xia financial group has terrifying assets. The Qinghe group can't even compare. Don't tell me you want to conquer them too. Ye Chen laughed. "Look at how scared you are. I was just asking casually." Shen Haihua laughed awkwardly. "I thought so. How could that be?" Ye Chen's face darkened. "But if I gave you a sword, would you dare to take on the whole of Wuxia?" Shen Haihua was horrified. "Oh my god, that's even more terrifying." He asked, "Mr. Ye, this sword isn't the Tianjin group, is it? To be honest, my company is much stronger than that." Ye Chen said with an expressionless face, "Then let's talk about something simpler first. If I gave you a power like the Qingmen sect, but 100 times more powerful, and provided you with many super profitable products, within half a year, could you make the Tianjin group conquer the Xia family?" Shen Haihua replied, "If you are serious, Mr. Yi, I will be serious too. But those things aren't enough. I also need support from the state. Plus, I'm getting old, and I'm afraid I don't have enough time. Ye Chen thought, Bai Libing's father seems to have a lot of power. I could consider pulling her into this. Ye Chen thought, I'll handle the state side of things. As for your age, that's easy. This medicinal pill can extend your lifespan by 55 years. Shen Haihua was startled. 55? He thought. 55 years, this is something countless people dream of. Although it sounded a bit exaggerated, he knew Mr. Yi could absolutely do it. Shen Haihua immediately changed his tune. I am willing. Of course, I am willing. As long as Mr. Yi says so, I can definitely make the Jiangcheng group an existence that no one can shake. Ye Chen left, saying, Good. See you in 3 days at the Jiangcheng group. Shen Haihua replied, Go safely. Shen Haihua felt like his blood pressure was about to drop. Things have changed. My destiny is about to change. Originally, I could only stay in this small Jiangcheng. Now, I might be able to go with him. All the way to the entire Jiangnan region, wuxia, and perhaps even the whole world. That night, the moon was very bright. Ye Chen walked into the house and said, I'm home. Just then, Ye Chen noticed Xia Rushu. She spoke up. You're back. Ye Chen replied, Xia Rusue, why are you here? Zunni called out to Ye Chen. Ye Chen said, You didn't stay at your own villa. You came to my place? Xia Rushu immediately retorted, What do you mean my place? This is our place. The Huome group was taken over by the Xia family, and my villa is also Xia family property. I can't stay there. My bank cards were frozen. I have no choice but to come here and stay. Ye Chen asked, So, you're sleeping here? Let me make this clear. I'm not sharing a bed with you. Xia Ruxue replied irritably, Who wants to share a bed with you? In your dreams. Zun Nai, seeing the tense situation, stepped in to smooth things over. It's fine. Xia Ruxue can sleep with me. Ye Chen said, What? Zun Ni, you're the homeowner, and she's just a freeloader, and she still dares to try and move in with you. Zun Ni thought to herself, Aren't you a freeloader too? Xia Ruxue replied, I don't want to be a freeloader either, but the problem is I have no job. Do you expect me to work for you? Ye Chen said, That's actually a possibility. Xia Ruxue was outraged. Fine, give me a job then. Xia Ruxue thought to herself, That's right, I almost forgot. This guy once took out precious medicinal pills. Maybe he really is a low-key billionaire. It was also on that night that Xia Ruxue spoke about work. I've never had to serve anyone, but as long as I'm in charge, I guarantee your company will prosper. The condition is, with a probing look, Xia Ruxue said, You have to be brave enough to use me. After all, given the current situation, if you really hire me, the Xia family will definitely suppress and seek revenge on your company. Before Ye Chen could finish, he said, Of course, I'm brave enough to use you. Xia Ruxue was excited. Really? That's great. Tell me, where is your company? What's the registered capital? What kind of business model is it? Are there any government support policies? Ye Chen was momentarily stunned. It hasn't been established yet. I guess it's coming soon. As for the business model, that hasn't been decided yet either. Xia Ruxu was disappointed. I'm such a fool for believing him. Xia Ruxu began to feel worried and sighed to herself. This guy is probably just putting on an act to keep his 6-month promise to his mother, but he knows so little about this world. He should know that even if he gave away all of Ma Jianyun's assets, in terms of economics, surpassing the Xia family is absolutely impossible. The Xia group is truly the top financial conglomerate, but everything is hidden in the shadows. Transitioning to Mrs. Xia, she asks about the situation. The henchman reports, Madam, according to the health check report of the young lady, she is likely not pregnant. He says nervously, but some time ago, the young lady went out drinking with Bai Libing, and she stayed the night. In Bai Libing's house, there was a man, and that man was Ye Chen. We cannot rule out the possibility that they were intimate. Mrs. Xia is instantly agitated. If that brat really soiled Xia Ruxue, I want him gone. She says, I want to know his background. The henchman replies, the background of Ye Chen is very strange. With my methods, I couldn't find any information at all, as if he fell from the sky. But I suspect he is very likely the heir of the Ye family who luckily survived the Yunhu Mountain Villa incident 5 years ago. Mrs. Xia is shocked. What? She thinks to herself, that incident happened in Jiang City, but it shook the entire Jiangnan province. After all, the Ye family offended a big shot in the capital. Mrs. Xia smiles coldly. So that's how it is. That brat definitely isn't willing to let his family be destroyed. He wants to cling to our Xia family to borrow our power to avenge his parents. Mrs. Xia sneers. Quite a clever plan. If that were really the case, he shouldn't have made a 6-month promise. The henchman quickly guesses. Perhaps he really does have some strength. Misses. She hums, then turns away, laughing as she says, "Fine, then I'll give him 6 months. I want to see how he intends to make the Schiff family unreachable for him." The next day, Ye Chen has turned into a savage boy. Having another person in the house, there are naturally quite a few troubles. All evening, just taking a bath or using the restroom resulted in constant run-ins. At that moment, Shiarusue screams, "Can't you see I'm taking a bath? Get out." Ye Chen replies, "Well, I see you now." Shiarusue chases Ye Chen out. "You damn pervert, get out." Ye Chen retorts, "Who knew there was someone inside?" Ye Chen grumbles inwardly, "Forget it. Focus on the real business." Meeting the conditions promised to Shen Haihua and the power behind her is easy. Having Yi Lingqian is enough. High-profit products are also easy. My medicinal recipes can handle that. The problem lies in government support. After all, I'm not close to Bai Libing. She might not necessarily agree to help me. Yi Lingqian might have connections in this area. Suddenly, Ye Chen senses something. Ye Chen turns around and walks away, inwardly sneering. Heh, playing the predator with me? Let's see who the real prey is. There is a gaze observing Ye Chen. That black figure perched on the rooftop. Yingqing whispers, "That's not right. This kid doesn't look special at all. He even let a woman chase him out twice. I wonder what he has that's better than others. The food he made looked very tasty. Is he really an ancient martial arts master?" Only just pondering a little, Yingqing is shocked. What? He disappeared. Suddenly, Ye Chen rushes in front of Yingqing, who is completely bewildered. This is an 80-meter-tall building, and he climbed up in such a short time. He truly is a master. At this moment, Ye Chen gains momentum and lunges. His entire body erupts with a fiery aura. Yingqing, not yet reacting, is struck. The impact creates a massive tremor. Yingqing thinks, this kid's strength is too terrifying. He's about to shatter my left arm. I can't fight him head-on. I must reduce the force. Ye Chen seems to be able to read Yingqing's thoughts. Reduce the force? He sweeps with his leg. Ye Chen throws a crushing kick. Ye Chen seems intent on eliminating his opponent. Try to reduce the force of this. Finally, only a cloud of thick smoke remains. The smoke clears, and Yingqing has vanished. Ye Chen thinks, "You managed to dodge? You have some skill, but unfortunately, you can't defeat me." As soon as Yingqing approaches, Ye Chen immediately gains control. Yingqing is extremely surprised. This intelligence was wrong. Ye Chen isn't an ancient martial artist. He's clearly a cultivator. Realizing the truth that he has bumped into a cultivator in Ye Chen, Yingqing immediately jumps away. Later, he thinks, no wonder this guy is so strong. He easily overpowered many martial artists. Junior's sister is inexperienced and didn't see it. Looking at the young man radiating an oppressive aura in front of him, Yingqing concludes that the person isn't a martial artist, but a cultivator. He is covered in sweat and secretly comforts himself. But a cultivator isn't necessarily stronger than an ancient martial artist. At the very least, in the realm of ancient martial arts, a top-tier grandmaster can still defeat a low-level cultivator. Maybe While Yingqing is still deceiving himself, he discovers the person in front of him has vanished. Ye Chen appears right next to Yingqing like a ghost, delivering a precise knee strike to his chest. The pain is so severe, his face turns purple as he screams for help. Yingqing is like a flying ball, smashing straight into a wall. After the collision, the wall cracks over a large area, and he lands heavily on his bottom. Ye Chen, who knows when he appeared, stands before Yingqing, looking down and calmly observing him. Yingqing, seeing the god of death before him, is so scared he's about to wet himself. He quickly shouts, "Brother, that's not how you play. I have no malice. I just wanted to spar with you a little. But do you really want to kill me? Can we talk first? You hit me? That hurts so much, ouch." Responding to him is a pair of shoes slammed directly into his chest. Ye Chen stands under the moonlight, asking coldly, "Who are you? Why are you spying on me? Who sent you? Was it the Shy family?" Yingqing, enduring the pain, hands a green notebook to the protagonist and says sincerely, "I really didn't come to kill you. We have no grudge, no feud. If you don't believe me, look." He reads the notebook aloud. Captain of the Dragon Soul Strike Team. Yingqing, having been named, seems to have found a life-saving boy and quickly replies, Right. Important things are said 3 times. I am a member of the Dragon Soul Strike Team. Can you let me go this time?" Contrary to his expectations, the protagonist raises his hand, preparing to continue the attack, and says, "What strike team? Never heard of it. If you dare to spy on me, you have to pay the price." Yingqing jumps in shock, his head spinning as he screams, Don't! We have a mutual acquaintance. She knows you. Her name is Bai Libing." Hearing this name, Ye Chen stops his hand and says, "Bai Libing? What relationship do you have with her?" Yingqing, like a criminal confessing sincerely, says, I am her senior martial brother. She told me about you, and I was curious, so I came to find you. The goal was just to see how strong you are. I wanted to recruit you. I had no intention of harming you. In his head, he secretly feels lucky. It's this year, and using Junior Sister's name works better than the Dragon Soul Strike team itself. What the hell? Ye Chen thinks. This kid has strength. It's best to nip this in the bud. Then he waves his hand and shouts, Want to recruit me? You can find me, but that's not a reason for you to spy on me. Yingqing feels the affectionate call of his ancestors approaching. He raises both hands to block and blurts out without a breath, I'm sorry. Spying on you was my fault. I apologize to you. At the same time, I use the honor of the Xia Dynasty's Dragon Soul Strike team. In the future, if you have trouble, I can use the power of the state to help you. Hearing the conditions, they seem attractive. Ye Chen thinks, for the Tianzheng group to develop, it must have the power of government leadership support. Originally, Bai Libing was the first choice. But now this guy is showing up at my door. That's even better. He immediately grabs the other's collar and questions, what status does the Dragon Soul Strike team have in the Xia dynasty? Yingqing speaks in one breath, as if it's the last time he can speak. The captain of the Dragon Soul Strike team is the Xia dynasty's third subdivision of the world's mysterious forces. If we're talking about status, we only obey the orders of the number 2 leader and higher-ups. The protagonist silently calculates. If it's the third subdivision, I think there is an existence of a 5th team that is stronger, but for the Tianzheng group, this should be enough. Ye Chen lets the other person go and declares, I can spare you. As long as you are willing to build a relationship with a business in Jiangcheng City, we'll call it even. Yingqing is surprised and, fearing nothing, asks back, Huh. The dignified Dragon Soul Strike team acting as a protective umbrella for a small business in Jiangcheng City? Are you sure? In his head, he is dissatisfied. Don't even mention that if this gets out, I'll lose face. This is truly like using a butcher's knife to kill a fly. The protagonist, hands in his pockets, answers casually, That's right. Yingqing replies, If I'm not mistaken, the business you're talking about must be your father's Tianzheng group. I can't make the call on this matter. After all, the nature of our group is special, but I will help you contact my superiors. Even if they don't agree, I'll find another way to help you. Ye Chen replies, All right, and takes out a small yellow pill, telling Yingqing, Take this. It can help you recover from your injuries. Yingqing grabs the pill and stammers, Dan elixir. He thinks to himself, Oh, what is this kid's background? Not only is he a cultivator, but he also has elixirs. I've only heard of these. This is my first time seeing one. He uses both hands to hold the pill like a treasure. Acting cute, he asks the protagonist, Do you have any more of these elixirs? Ye Chen likes to show off. He takes out a few more and juggles them in the palm of his hand, answering, You call this stuff an elixir? These are just the most basic things. There's plenty more. Looking at the handful of pills in his hand, Yingqing tries to lure him. How many of these do you have? If you hand them over to the national military, they are willing. Before he can finish, Ye Chen coldly cuts him off. What are you thinking? This isn't some great treasure. Why should I hand it over? He turns his back and walks away, raising his hand to say goodbye, tossing back a final sentence. If you guys really want to do this well, wait until you have the authority to speak, then come find me to talk. Watching the protagonist calmly jump off the 80th floor, Yingqing sighs to himself in his heart. That great man. With 1,000 things to do, how could you have time to look for me in person? He sighed, muttering to himself that someone truly talented had emerged in Jiangcheng. Meanwhile, at Tongdai's house, a giant Do Not Disturb sign appeared, superimposed over a pink-tinted scene filled with floating hearts, as the shower ran at full blast. Tongdai's voice rang out, Ha ha ha. It's not just the shape that's good. The feeling is. She was cut off by Xia Rasui's voice. Enough. Stop talking nonsense. These two were enough to make anyone's imagination run wild. Ye Chen, having just finished handling some major business, sat half-reclined against the wall. He muttered to himself, Living with 2 women, the bathroom and the sink are completely occupied. I have to queue for everything. How frustrating. He pulled out an ancient artifact stone, deciding to ignore them. My strength has improved quite a bit lately. I should try the reincarnation ancient tomb. Ye Chen closed his eyes and light slowly radiated outward. His figure gradually faded into a phantom. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes. He had entered the space of the reincarnation ancient tomb. Ye Chen stood on a path in the gloomy space, surrounded by endless tombstones. He marveled, This time, it doesn't hurt my head at all. There's no discomfort whatsoever. The graveyard isn't rejecting me anymore. Could it be because my strength has grown? Suddenly, he noticed a tombstone right beside him. Carved on it were 6 words, Sect Master of the Fist, Luo Yuntian. The atmosphere in the reincarnation ancient tomb was incredibly eerie. Rows of graves were interspersed with thousands of swords stuck in the ground, with black mist drifting about. The scene was hauntingly magical. Ye Chen stood in deep thought before the tombstone of Luo Yuntian. He pondered. According to the voice in the tomb earlier, it seems I only need to reach a certain threshold of strength to trigger the obsession of a powerful figure. The protagonist was certain. Now, the one I can trigger is this sect master of the fist, Luo Yuntian. He channeled his energy and slowly reached out toward the tombstone. Suddenly, Ye Chen remembered something extremely important. Damn it, how exactly do I trigger it? Finally, he boldly decided to try every method imaginable through all sorts of trials. Returning to reality at the Grand Metropolis apartment, warm sunlight poured down on the high-rise building. Xiaoru Shui instructed Tong Dai, I have things to take care of today, no need to cook for me. Tong Di happily replied, remember to bring back some snacks. Ye Chen stood to the side, holding a glass of water, observing silently. He sat down heavily on the sofa, feeling tired. The protagonist thought to himself, 2 days of trying everything, and I still can't trigger that tombstone. Is my cultivation level not high enough? Education really is important. He thought about his alchemy furnace, calculating that to increase his strength, he needed the help of medicinal pills. The things I concocted with a microwave are useless to me. I need a proper alchemy furnace. Ye Chen remembered what Zhou Rende had mentioned the auction was today, but he hadn't received any news, and he didn't have the man's phone number either. Should I go find him? Suddenly, his phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. He looked at the notification. It was a familiar number. Shen Haihua is calling. Maybe she's looking to report on work. He had just answered the phone when Shen Haihua's voice came through. Mr. Ye Chen, I have now seized control of the entire Ye Chen Hoa Corporation. The staff has all been replaced too, she boasted happily. I'm currently in the process of renaming the corporation. In 2 days, I can hold the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Ye Chen heard this and replied happily, Good job, you kept your word. He hung up the phone and chuckled to himself, Hey. By then, everyone in Jiangcheng will know. Tong Di looked at him with an awkward expression, as if he had lost his mind, holding his glass of water while saying, Tianqin Corporation is back. Suddenly, the protagonist remembered something else. And as for Yingqing, I haven't heard from him yet. He didn't run away, did he? Outside the door, 3 rapid knocks rang out. Knock, knock, knock. Both Tong Di and Ye Chen were surprised. Ye Chen opened the door and said, Old Zhou Rende. Seeing the protagonist, Zhou Rende started rambling, as if afraid he would run away. Mr. Ye Chen, I finally found you. I waited all morning at Thuong Ye Chen Nat Fam, but no one was there. I only managed to find this place through some extra effort. Seeing old Zhou Rende's enthusiastic attitude, Ye Chen thought, no wonder I didn't hear anything for a while. He replied apologetically, Sorry, I forgot to give you this address. My apologies. Old Zhou Rende, come in and sit. Zhou Rende handed him a sea blue invitation card, magnanimously saying, No need. Something happened at home recently that requires my presence. This is the auction invitation, just keep it. Ye Chen took the card and said, Oh, thank you. What happened at your place? Let me see if I can help. Before he could finish his sentence, old Zhou Rende had vanished like a gust of wind. He thought, he just left? It seems something major really happened to the Zhou Rende family. At the Thien Thui Hotel in Jiangcheng, Ye Chen, dressed in a sharp suit, had arrived. He looked at the girl beside him and called out, Zhou Ziyuan. The girl seemed worried and replied, Mr. Ye Chen, you're here. He noticed her unusual appearance and asked with concern, What's wrong? You don't look well. Zhou Ziyuan avoided the question, saying, It's nothing. Since you're here, just go in with me. Inside the luxurious auction hall, a few guests had already arrived and dishes were laid out in a lavish display. Zhou Ziyuan explained, This time before the party starts is what we call the social hour. It's mainly for acquaintances to mingle and relax. The actual auction will be held upstairs shortly. Let's have a bite to eat. Suddenly, a voice called out, Zhou Ziyuan, so that's where you are. A man with slicked back hair, flanked by 2 women, began to mock her. You're here? Why didn't you say anything? A girl with short purple hair chimed in. What is there to say? The fact that she could even come is the real surprise. The young man scoffed. Anyway, the Zhou Rende family is having enough trouble taking care of themselves. Zhou Ziyuan's face darkened as she pulled Ye Chen away quickly. She said, Ignore them, let's go. He asked, What actually happened at your home? But she remained insistent. She denied everything, saying, It's nothing. You can definitely handle it well. You're just a guest, just focus on the auction. Ye Chen looked at the girl beside him, thinking, In any case, it's their family business. If she doesn't want to talk about it, there's no need for me to keep asking. Suddenly, A female voice called Ye Chen's name with surprise. Shiarushu appeared, looking stunning in a purple dress, and asked him affectionately, "Oh, you're here?" Ye Chen replied coldly, "I was about to ask you the same." Zhou Ziyuan, standing beside him, sighed. "Such a beautiful woman, she's gorgeous." Zhou Ziyuan quickly coughed and said, I'm going to the restroom. You two talk, I'll stop being the third wheel." Shai Ruxue eyed him and asked, "Who is that girl? How do you even know her?" He patiently explained, "The daughter of the pharmacy owner who gave me directions. But what are you doing here? Your bank card was frozen. Surely you can't be here to participate in the auction. Are you here to mooch off the food?" She put on a thick face and replied, "That's part of the plan to change things up. Who told you I haven't opened my company yet? I have to look for work, too. I got an invitation a while ago. If you came to bid, how much money did you bring?" "I'm just here to watch," Ye Chen replied confidently. 90 million. Hearing this, Shiaruxue sputtered and spat out the sip of wine she had just taken. She was truly impressed by the confidence of this daredevil. She asked, "With 90 million, you dare to come to an auction?" Shiaruxue thought about the terrifying people behind the scenes and kindly explained, "This auction is not as simple as it looks on the surface. The people in power behind the scenes are existences you can't afford to provoke. In this world, aside from normal people like you, there is a special breed martial arts practitioners. Their power is vast. With a wave of their hands, they can kill people invisibly." He replied dismissively. "Oh, and then what?" Shiaruxue asked in surprise. "Why aren't you surprised?" The protagonist feigned shock, saying, "Wow, martial artists are so powerful. How terrifying." She got angry and unsatisfied, exposing Ye Chen, "You're acting too fake." In the lobby of the Thian Thui Hotel in Jiangcheng, Shiaruxue kindly let Ye Chen know, "I'm telling you, on the surface, the strongest in Jiangcheng are the four great families. But in reality, there are even more terrifying existences." She revealed, "These are the martial arts clans." Ye Chen realized who was manipulating things behind the auction. It was the Kim clan of the martial arts world. In his mind, an image of all sorts of trinkets used by ancient martial artists appeared, such as books, cauldrons, pills, and so on. Shiaruxue continued, "Just like this auction, it's divided into two stages. The first stage is for antiques and fine goods for normal people. The second stage is for things related to the martial arts world, could be cultivation manuals, medicinal pills, weapons, or cauldrons. Every single item there can cost at least 100 million. Ye Chen thought to himself, "According to what Shiaruxue said, the cost of an alchemy furnace surely won't be small. My funds really aren't enough. I have to think of a way to get more money." He asked her, "Can I bring my own things to auction?" Shiaruxue replied happily, "Of course you can. You must have realized you don't have enough money and want to sell some medicinal pills, right? The upper floor is where they do assessments. You can go try." The protagonist calculated that, according to Thian Ying Qing's reaction, there definitely weren't many alchemists in Jiangcheng, let alone in China. Medicinal pills can certainly sell for a high price, he decided. In short, I have to go check it out. He then walked up the stairs. Ye Chen stood before a door with a sign reading assessment room. Inside the room, it was noisy. A mahjong game was in progress. An old man with white hair laughed happily. "Ha ha ha, I won. Pay up. Pay up. Each of you owes me 10 million. Don't even think about welshing on it." The other three shouted noisily, "Do you think we'd welsh on such a small amount? Who are you looking down on? No one understands mahjong better than me." Ye Chen stood behind, watching the scene, and was rendered speechless. He thought to himself, "These people are actually playing mahjong, and the stakes are quite high, 10 million a game." The old man with white hair noticed his presence. He asked the protagonist, "Little brother, what are you here for?" "Need an item assessed." He brought out a small yellow medicinal pill and replied, "I want to auction this." As the elixir drew closer, the white-haired old man said in alarm, "This fragrance, it's just like an elixir. But I wonder about the color." A crowd gathered, whispering, "Oh, speak of elixirs, have there been any genuine ones lately? Most of what we see are just pills, molded by internal energy. Don't make such a racket. No one understands elixirs better than I do." The curly-haired woman, chewing on a cigarette, urged him on. "Hurry up and verify it. We still need to save time to play 2 more rounds." The white-haired old man used his magnifying glass to inspect the pill in his hand, concluding, "That's not it. The fragrance is different from that pile of trash." Examining it meticulously through the glass, he suddenly gasped, "Pill patterns. There are pill patterns. This isn't a pill, this is a genuine elixir." The others reached out, trying to snatch the elixir for a better look. They couldn't believe it, asking, "What was that? Pill patterns? You aren't lying to me, are you? Let me see." Ye Chen watched the whole scene from start to finish, feeling nothing but disdain. The white-haired old man held the elixir high, confirming, no mistake. It's definitely pill patterns. Furthermore, the medicinal fragrance is thick and the markings are clear. It looks like a freshly refined elixir. The crowd of gossip started chattering away. Could it be that a master alchemist has emerged? Little brother, where did you get this? Did your master give it to you? Could that venerable old master be an alchemist? The protagonist heard this and wondered to himself, there isn't even a single alchemist here. Could I be the last alchemist in Wuxia? Ye Chen replied, that's not something I can easily discuss. You stand behind and talk to me. The white-haired old man happily said to him, little brother, please follow me to the chairman's office. He then knocked on the door, reporting that a distinguished guest had arrived. A woman's voice called out, come in. The two of them entered the room. The old man spoke up. Miss, this little brother has an item for the auction, an elixir. Jin Lingyan, sitting in her chair, asked with interest. An elixir? Are you sure, old man? The old man hurriedly showed off the shimmering golden elixir in his hand, asserting, it's true, absolutely. The elixir radiated a golden light, surrounded by a faint white mist. Jin Lingyan reached out to take it. Observing the elixir before her with great focus, she praised it. It really is an elixir. And looking at this quality, it was refined less than a month ago. Jin Lingyan's mind raced as she wondered, could it be? The old man understood the hint and said, I won't participate in the rest. I'll take my leave first. Jin Lingyan gestured for him to sit, saying to Ye Chen, little brother, please, have a seat. My name is Jin Lingyan. May I ask how you would like to be addressed, little brother? He replied coldly, Ye Chen. Then, losing his patience, he said, no need for small talk. Can my elixir be auctioned? Jin Lingyan smiled, responding, of course it can. How many does little brother intend to sell? She thought to herself, he's too young. He can't possibly understand alchemy. After all, alchemy requires deep study of formulas and medicinal properties, and each batch consumes a massive amount of time. And this one hasn't been out of the furnace for long. The protagonist held up 5 fingers and calmly replied, I brought 5. I'll sell all 5. Jin Lingyan's jaw dropped in shock. She asked, 5? 5 pills? She guessed that with such a quantity, there must be a genuine alchemist behind him. Jin Lingyan negotiated, Mr. Yi. If all 5 elixirs were sold, they would be worth at least 1 billion. Naturally, such a rare item commands a high price. I suggest we sell them one by one. This time, we will only auction 1. Ye Chen looked satisfied and replied, since that's the case, Miss Jin, give me a price for the remaining 4. Your Jin family can make as much as you want. I just need a number I'm happy with. Jin Lingyan was absolutely stunned by the protagonist's level of play. She broke into a cold sweat, wanting to give him a thumbs up. She thought to herself, good heavens, we just need to drag out the time and sell them gradually. The profits will be astronomical. She stammered, Mr. Ye, you are truly generous. Jin Lingyan produced a card, explaining, there is 1 billion on this card. The password is the last digits of the card number. It's all the cash I have on hand. She raised a finger, adding, of course, this amount isn't enough to buy 4 elixirs, so let's add one condition. From now on, the Jin family owes a favor to Mr. Yi. No matter what happens, the Jin family will help pave the way for you. Ye Chen looked at the card in his hand, lost in thought. Jin Lingyan smiled to herself, calculating, this young man's value is immense. No, the alchemist behind him is of immense value. As long as I maintain this connection, there will be chances to interact with him in the future. The protagonist spoke up. The price is acceptable. The auction is about to begin. I'll be going now. Jin Lingyan suddenly tossed a phone toward him. Ye Chen reflexively caught it and asked, what's the meaning of this? Miss Jin acted understanding, saying, a bidder, traveling alone like Mr. Yi, always likes to keep their identity hidden. The protagonist thought with contempt, testing me. And what will that get you? You still can't probe my background. He waved his hand and left, saying, I'm off. Jin Lingyan replied cheerfully, safe travels, Mr. Yi. The door slammed shut immediately. Jin Lingyan analyzed, the way he caught that phone proves he is indeed a martial arts practitioner. I just don't know the extent of his strength. She pressed the phone's call button, ordering the person on the other end, investigate someone for me. His name is Ye Chen. Inside the auction hall, it was packed with people. Seeing Ye Chen sit down, Xia Rushui asked happily, did you manage to collect enough money? He smiled, answering, I got 10 billion. That should be enough. Zhou Ziwen, sitting nearby, let out a shocked, ha. Xia Rushui didn't believe it for a second, saying, the ghosts are the only ones who would believe that. Don't joke, look there. Even Zhou Ziwen didn't believe him. The pill in your hand is truly precious, but it's not worth 10 billion. Stop talking. Nonsense. The auctioneer raised his gavel and announced loudly, the final item for the first stage is a piece of jewelry. Its name is Tears of the Spirit, a necklace featuring a 6-gem teardrop. When Xie Ruxue saw it, her expression changed instantly. The auctioneer explained the origin of the item. This was the final masterpiece by Master Ding Yuan, the great gem artist of Jiangnan, while he was still alive. However, it is only a semi-finished piece. It is said that the late Master Ding wanted to complete it in his final moments, to gift it to his granddaughter, but unfortunately, he couldn't. The auctioneer continued excitedly. After that, Tears of the Spirit was stolen and passed through many hands before finally arriving in Jiangcheng today. We are now starting the bidding. The starting price is 60 million, and each increase must be no less than 2 million. Xie Ruxue listened in horror as the crowd shouted bids, 65 million, 68 million, 71 million. She clutched her dress sadly, wondering, why did I have to encounter Grandpa's Tears of the Spirit at this moment? Grandpa, I'm sorry I can't buy back the Tears of the Spirit you gave your life to make for me. Xie Ruxue's eyes welled up with tears. She hugged her chest, pained, thinking, if I hadn't made such a clean break with the Han family, even if I had to sell the Huame group, I would have bought it back. But now I have nothing. I'm sorry, Grandpa. Ye Chen noticed that the girl beside him was acting strangely. He looked at the phone Jin Lingyan had given him and sent a text message. Miss Jin read the content, frowned, and muttered, ah, that kid is crazy. Bidding such a high price just to buy a necklace that has no spiritual energy at all. Even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it like that. She thought to herself, humph, he probably wants to give it as a gift to some woman. Whatever, let him be. At least it's not my money he's spending. Back in the auction hall, the bid for Tears of the Spirit had been pushed to 81 million, 88 million, 90 million. The crowd was boiling over with no sign of stopping. Chu Mingkai, with an arrogant attitude, spoke up. 96 million. This Tears of the Spirit belongs to me. He switched to his gossip mode, laughing. Others might not know, but I know very well. That young lady is the heiress of the Han family and has a deep connection to the Tears of the Spirit. If I get it, I can definitely make Xie Ruxue fall for me, and I can use the Han family to advance my own status. So, I prepared 140 million. I'll definitely be able to buy it. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Xie Ruxue could only remain silent and indignant. Suddenly, the auctioneer's voice rang out, dousing Qu Mingkai like a bucket of ice water. He announced, a gentleman who does not wish to reveal his identity has bid 200 million. Young Master Chu erupted in fury, shouting, Who? Who bid 200 million? He's crazy. Where is he? The auctioneer patiently explained. That gentleman does not wish to reveal his identity. It is the organizers bidding on his behalf. Chu Mingkai lost his cool, snarling, bidding on his behalf. Are you kidding me? How could anyone spend 200 million on jewelry? You auction house people must be playing tricks. I only have 140 million. A pair of high heels appeared before Chu Mingkai, cutting off his frenzy. Jin Lingyan walked over with her bodyguards and asked coldly, Are you doubting my Jin family? The crowd, seeing the spectacle, began to buzz. One male guest remarked, That's the representative of the auction house. Behind her is indeed the martial arts powerhouse, the Jin family. He added excitedly, Finally, they've appeared. Someone nearby echoed, Tisk, Tisk, Tisk. That kid is finished. Chu Mingkai was scared out of his wits, stammering, No, that's not what I meant. Jin Lingyan didn't care what he had to say, warning him. The reputation of the Jin family will not be insulted. Drag this man out and break his limbs. Seeing the two bodyguards approach, Chu Mingkai started begging, Please, spare me. I am Qu Mingkai. You can't touch me. You can't touch, damn it. He was immediately dragged away. Jin Lingyan turned away in disgust, leaving behind a final word. From this day forward, any Chiu from Jiangcheng is forbidden from stepping 1 foot into this auction house. Disobey, die. Qu Mingkai was hauled away by the guards. Someone said, This is the true spirit of the Jin family, the spirit of a martial arts clan. A normal family simply cannot compare. His friend standing next to him mocked Qu Mingkai, daring to provoke a martial arts clan. He deserved it. The auction immediately returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. The auctioneer excitedly called out, 2 billion for the first time. 2 billion for the second time. Sold. Xie Ruxue thought sadly, I originally intended to let it go, but since that guy bought the essence of my cultivation, I will spare no expense to find him and get it back. She worried, now I don't even know his name or what he looks like. How am I supposed to find him? It's like finding a needle in a haystack. The auctioneer slammed the wooden gavel down and said excitedly, Sold. The next session would be handled by Jin Lingyan, she announced. Moving on to the second stage. Due to some unexpected circumstances, the final item is no longer the 100-herb cauldron. As for what it is instead, please stay tuned. A shimmering gold-colored outfit appeared on the auction table. Miss Jin spoke up. Next, we begin with the first item, the golden silk robe. Starting bid, 90 million. The auction had been going on for a while, and this was now the seventh item. The Maki Gold method. Starting bid, 150 million. From below, voices immediately shouted 160 million. 180 million. Juju Ziyuan sat below, astonished, and exclaimed, "Wow, so many items have already been sold, and every one of them is worth a fortune." She clenched her hands, suppressing her excitement, and added, "There are even cultivation manuals. This is such an eye-opener." Ye Chen heard this and remained silent. He cursed under his breath, a pile of trash. The male protagonist crossed his arms, indifferent, while a wave of dissatisfaction flooded his mind. A pile of trash, yet people are fighting over it like crazy. The difference between the martial arts world and that place is huge. These martial artists think they are so high and mighty, completely unaware that in that place they are nothing more than a speck of dust. Xia Rushui sat next to him and, seeing him frown, felt confused. While Zhou Ziyuan's attention was entirely focused on the items up for auction, Jin Lingyan continued to introduce the next item. This one is quality. As the cloth was lifted, a majestic gold cauldron appeared. That is the 100-herb cauldron. Miss Jin explained, "This is the 100-herb cauldron, which my Jin family happened to find on Yunhu Mountain. It can be used for refining pills or as a collection piece. It was supposed to be the final item of the auction, but now it has to be the second to last. The starting bid is 300 million, and each increment must be at least 10 million. Ye Chen muttered 2 words. Interesting. Thinking to himself, the grade of this pill cauldron is higher than I expected. The auction hall erupted as the 100-herb cauldron appeared. People were bidding frantically. Someone raised a sign, "I have money," and bid 350 million. Someone else with a double super sign bid 400 million. A person with land grabber on their sign bid 430 million. Jin Lingyan suddenly heard her phone ring. There was a text message. It was from Ye Chen, whom she had saved as the idiot with too much money, telling her to get the 100-herb cauldron regardless of the price. Miss Jin thought smugly, "Haha, so you were indeed aiming for the 100-herb cauldron. If I'm not mistaken, this cauldron must be for the pill refiner behind you." Just then, Jiang Wenlin arrogantly bid 450 million. The servant accompanying him raised an extremely fierce sign, and the crowd in the hall began to whisper, "It's the third young master of the Jiang family." Jiang Wenlin's bid carried weight. Among the 3 major martial arts families in Jiangcheng, the Jiang and Jin families were both in the mix. One shouldn't compete with him. It's likely to invite disaster. They say Jiang Wenlin's methods are ruthless. Whatever he wants, he will stop at nothing to get. Ye Chen read the message Jin Lingyan had sent. "Mr. Ye, Jiang Wenlin is not someone to mess with. He has a martial arts family backing him. It's best to give up on the 100-herb cauldron and not cross him." He replied decisively with one word, "Buy." Receiving the male protagonist's text, Jin Lingyan pondered. "At 1 billion, buying your pills is a huge profit for me, so I should contribute a little. I'll help you this time." Jiang Wenlin furrowed his brows when he heard her announce. "A certain gentleman who prefers to remain anonymous has bid 500 million. The crowd loved the drama and started gossiping. Again, someone actually dares to cross Jiang Wenlin. Someone is going to die tonight. Reckless. Even if he hides his identity, so what? With the Jiang family's methods, they will definitely be able to track down his identity." Jiang Wenlin swallowed his anger and bid 530 million. Jin Lingyan repeated, 530 million. Number 138. 530 million. He gritted his teeth and thought smugly, "That's it. At 530 million, the 100-herb cauldron is basically mine. Nobody will dare to compete with me now." Miss Jin quickly slapped him in the face by announcing, "A certain gentleman who prefers to remain anonymous has bid 700 million. At this point, Jiang Wenlin couldn't hold it back anymore and yelled, "What?" He was furious, hearing people around him whispering and adding fuel to the fire. Geez, is this guy here to cause trouble? He is clearly provoking the Jiang family. At 550 million, the 100-herb cauldron was already at its peak, yet he bid 700 million. Jiang Wenlin slammed his hand onto the table. "I'm so pissed off." He pointed a finger at the sky and declared, "I don't care who you are, but you dare to provoke my Jiang family. Even if you hide, I will catch you and make you regret what you've done today." Jin Lingyan suddenly felt worried. Oh crap, he's actually lost it. She regained her professional demeanor and cheerfully called out, 700 million once, 700 million twice, 700 million for the 3rd time. No one else spoke up. She slammed the wooden gavel down and declared, "Sold." Ye Chen smiled happily, thinking, now that I have the pill cauldron, I can finally level up quickly. Next, Jin Lingyan pointed to the box held by the silver-haired old man from the appraisal room earlier and said happily, "Next." This item was just acquired by the Jin family. To describe it as priceless is no exaggeration. It is the final item of this auction. The box opened, revealing a shimmering, bright yellow pill. She continued, "A true medicinal pill." A guest shouted, "What Miss Jin says can't be fake. It's a real pill." Another guest said, "Is it really that?" The people standing nearby hearing this chimed in, spreading rumors that the pill could not only treat wounds but also rapidly increase one's cultivation level. Miss Jin announced the starting bid, 400 million. Each bid must be at least 20 million higher. The guests frantically shouted their bids, 500 million, 560 million, 680 million. Shirusue felt strange and wondered, no way, is this thing really worth that much? This is the first time I've seen an auction go this crazy. After a while of intense bidding, Jin Lingyan declared the auction a complete success. Next, everyone is invited to the evening banquet to enjoy a good time. Ye Chen looked at the two girls beside him and suddenly smiled. Haha. Looking at the arrogant Jiang Wenlin in front of him, the male protagonist thought to himself, I didn't expect Jiang Wenlin to end up spending 800 million to buy the pill. If he knew that the pill was refined by the person who snatched his cauldron, I wonder how he'd feel. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a text message. Jin Lingyan messaged him, Mr. Yi, please come to see me. After my father learned about you, he requested that I offer you some compensation. Xia Rusue told him, Ye Chen, we're not going to the evening banquet. Let's head back. Oh right, didn't you say you had $1 billion? How come you didn't buy anything the whole time? The male protagonist brushed it off, saying there was nothing he liked. You guys chat with Zhou Ziyuan. I'm going to the restroom. He thought to himself, wondering what kind of compensation Jin Lingyan would offer him. At the Tiangxi Hotel, in room 001, Jin Lingyan happily handed him a black card and said, Mr. Yi, there is 1.5 billion on this card. My father asked me to compensate you. After all, this selling price was a loss for you. Of course, the Jin family's favor still stands. He took the card from her hand. After putting the card in his pocket, the male protagonist said, I didn't come to you to ask for money. I just came to get the 100-herb cauldron. She replied, to ensure safety, please leave your address and phone number, Mr. Ye. I will personally have someone deliver it to you tonight. Jin Lingyan asked cheerfully, Oh right, Mr. Yi, will you be staying for the evening banquet? My father would like to invite you for a meal. He immediately replied, No need. Miss Jin asked in surprise, But Ye Chen had already turned his back and waved goodbye. I won't be staying for the banquet. My friend at home has already cooked, and I'm not used to eating out. He left 2 words, goodbye, and walked straight away. Jin Lingyan stood behind, confused, not knowing how to explain. She thought to herself, this kid did he not realize that my father inviting him to dinner was entirely for the sake of saving him. If he offends the Jiang family without a powerful force to protect him, he will surely die. Looking at the young man's back as he walked out the door, she sighed softly, Sigh, my Jin family gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. If something happens, don't blame us. At the Tianxi Hotel, in the surveillance room, the scene here was like hell. The security guards were lying in pools of blood. A young man was operating a computer screen. Blood was flowing everywhere on the floor of the scene of a brutal murder. Elsewhere, Jiang Wenlin was admiring the pill in his hand and said happily, I didn't expect a surprise today. This pill is incredibly pure, unlike any pill my Jiang family has collected. Interesting. The sorcerer told Jiang Wenlin, Young master, according to the alchemy patterns, the refining time was probably within 10 days. He was surprised and asked, Oh? Who knows where the Jin family got this? They were actually willing to auction such a good pill. Could it be they have a source for these pills? The sorcerer replied, Very likely. If the Jin family really holds a source of pills, they will surely soar to new heights and surpass our Jiang family by a long shot. The young man who had just appeared in the surveillance room ran in to report, Young master, the surveillance footage is out. Through the screen, the young man said, Today, Jin Lingyan only met with this man alone. It must be him who snatched the 100-herb cauldron. Also, the Jin family's pill very likely came from his hands. Young Master Jiang gritted his teeth and replied, Even my Jiang family's things, he dares to touch. A malicious smile appeared on his face. He declared, I'll see if you even know how to spell the word death. Outside the hotel, Zhou Ziyuan said to Ye Chen and Xia Rusue, Well then, goodbye to both of you here. The protagonist spoke up, Zhou Ziyuan, wait a moment. He thought to himself, with the status of the Zhou family, she should always have a driver whenever she goes out. Now, she was reduced to calling a taxi. He placed a hand on the young girl's shoulder and asked gently, What on earth happened to the Zhou family? She looked away, flustered, and replied, Mr. Ye, no, nothing happened. Ye Chen said to her, give me your phone. Zhou Ziyuan looked surprised and let out an "oh," then obediently did as she was told. She looked at him, confused, as he tapped away at the screen. A moment later, the protagonist handed the phone back and instructed, I've saved my number. If anything happens, call me. I'll help if I can, he thought to himself. Zhou Rende has helped me a lot. The Zhou family is in trouble. I can't just sit by and do nothing. After that, Ye Chen said, let's go, and turned to walk away. Zhu Ziyuan was moved to tears, clutching the phone tightly to her chest, and whispered 2 words, Ye Chenkyu. After walking a short distance, Sha Ruxue teased Ye Chen. Why does that child keep calling you Mr. Ye? It sounds so formal and awkward, he replied. She just calls me whatever she wants. Anyway, let's go. The protagonist suddenly felt that something was wrong. Seeing him stop abruptly, Xia Ruxue asked, what's wrong? He pointed to a coffee shop across the street and said, I suddenly have a craving for coffee. Go in there, order a cup, and wait for me. She asked, why now? Xia Ruxue wondered, I'm going in to wait for you. What are you trying to do? Ye Chen gave a vague excuse. I'm going to the restroom. You go sit down. It's my treat today. Order whatever you want, no matter how expensive. Xia Ruxue was confused and asked back, isn't there a restroom inside the coffee shop? He rambled. That one is too gentle, not strong enough. She felt something was off and thought to herself, not strong enough? What does that mean? He reached out to touch his tie and said with a gleam of excitement in his eyes, I have a principle. Ye Chen ripped off his tie and declared, any threat must be strangled in the cradle. A few minutes later, he appeared on the rooftop of a building. Jiang Wenlin and the deaf monk were fearless. He spoke up, found you. The monk reminded him, young master, that brat seems to have discovered us. Young master Jiang arrogantly replied, so, what if he found us? He still has to die. In his mind, he calculated, I'll let the woman wait in the coffee shop. Once I've dealt with that brat, reclaim the 100-herb cauldron, and squeeze the secret of the medicinal pills out of him, I'll take her to play. Suddenly, a hand struck with the force of lightning right beside him. Ye Chen had approached without a sound, and with one hand, he clamped directly onto Jiang Wenlin's head and asked, is that so? The monk screamed in fear, a sneak attack. You have no martial honor. He immediately struck a Wing Chun pose and said to Ye Chen, how dare you lay a hand on the young master? Today, you die. The monk leaped into the air, shouting, lightning strike. The protagonist, clearly amused, pressed Jiang Wenlin's head down, making him wail. What are you doing? Suddenly, the monk felt a terrifying aura coming his way. He thought to himself, oh no. Ye Chen delivered a punch straight to his head. The last thought the monk had was, I was careless, no way. Jiang Wenlin saw his subordinate sent to the afterlife with a single blow and was scared out of his wits, thinking, the monk he was a half-step Huajin master. He was killed in a blink of an eye. Seeing the master he revered now lying face down on the ground, Jiang Wenlin stammered and called out, Master Monk. Ye Chen glared with eyes burning with killing intent and said coldly, next, it's your turn. Even though he was terrified, Jiang Wenlin still tried to threaten him. You brat. How dare you kill my servant? Have you thought about the consequences? Relying on his family background, he kept blathering on, kneel down immediately. I'll agree to let you be a dog by my side. Jiang Wenlin kept talking, but Ye Chen said nothing, merely raising his hand to gather a powerful, purple-hued energy. Jiang Wenlin was still delusional, shouting, I can spare your life. Ensure you have glory and wealth in the future. Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Chen's blow landed squarely on his head. Looking at Jiang Wenlin collapse on the ground, Ye Chen muttered mockingly, idiot. After finishing, he turned around and asked, how much longer do you plan to watch? A man with brown hair immediately bowed and saluted. Mr. Yi, please spare me. I am Jin Qian from the Jin family. Jin Qian thought to himself, protect? Yeah, right. This guy's strength is at least 10 streets ahead of me. Do I even have the right to protect him? He reported the situation. The young miss discovered that the surveillance room had been breached, so she sent me to protect you. Hearing this, Ye Chen smirked with satisfaction. Jin Lingyan, she has good intentions, but I don't like others interfering in my life. Ye Chen walked away coldly and gave a brief warning. Go back and tell her not to do unnecessary things. Jin Qian hurriedly replied, yes, yes, yes. I will definitely pass the message. He hesitated and called out after him, but there's something I don't know whether I should say or not. Ye Chen tilted his head and said, speak. Hearing this, Jin Qian said, Mr. Yi, you are powerful and seem to have reached the Grandmaster realm. But the Jiang family's power is immense. The family head, Jiang Baoguo, is ranked 514th on the wuxia Grandmaster list. Jiang Wenlin is Jiang Baoguo's son. Killing him will likely bring disaster upon yourself. Ye Chen thought to himself, what is that Grandmaster list? And there are over 500 people ranked ahead of Jiang Baoguo. It seems the ancient martial artists of wuxia are not as simple as I thought. He waved his hand to say goodbye and said softly, Ye Chen's for the heads up. Farewell. Ye Chen thought to himself, regardless, for the safety of Sundai and Xia Rusue, Jiang Wenlin couldn't be ignored. Leaving behind future trouble is the stupidest choice. At the same time, the eldest miss had called. Jin Qian reported the situation anxiously. Miss, something big has happened. Jiang Wenlin is dead. Jin Lingyan hurriedly rushed to the scene. Jin Qian reported, Jiang Wenlin, the third young master of the Jiang family, is truly dead. Jin Lingyan worried. Oh no, this is huge. Jiang Baoguo's rage will shake all of Jiangcheng, she asked. Are you sure they were all killed by Ye Chen alone? With no power to resist? Jin Qian replied, definitely. Among them, that old man had the strength of a half-step Hua Jin. Only a grandmaster could do this. Jin Lingyan worried that a grandmaster so young, with an alchemist backing him, plus the death of the Jiang family's third young master, meant Jiangcheng was about to go through a storm. Thinking this, Jin Lingyan raised her hand and ordered, handle the body. Send someone with a clean background to take it to the Jiang family. Wait for the person to return, then delete all evidence, including the person who transported the body. She whispered to herself, this is not something my Jin family can control. If the Jiang family still finds out it was Ye Chen, we can only watch. At the same time, the Dadu apartment building was lit up in the middle of the lonely night. Inside Sundai's apartment, all kinds of delicious food had been laid out on the table. Sundai asked softly, Xia Rusue, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? Having just had a conflict with her family, Xia Rusue wasn't in the mood to enjoy the meal. She replied, oh, just a little. At this moment, Ye Chen thought to himself, asking Yi Lingshan about the Jiang family's Grandmaster list seems a bit difficult to resolve. The ranking system at the time was divided into many levels. The most transcendent ones were the Shen Yu realm. Below that, in order, were the Zhen Yuan realm, Li He realm, Qi Dong realm, Kai Yuan realm, and Sui Ti realm. Regular practitioners were divided into Grandmaster Hua Jin, Grandmaster Hua Yingqing, Nei Jin, and Wai Jin, Ye Chen thought. But the truth isn't like that because the ancient martial lineage of wuxia is incomplete, meaning there are no higher realms beyond Grandmaster. In reality, there are differences in strength among Grandmasters, but since no higher realm than Grandmaster is defined, they created a Grandmaster list to rank strength. I'm not sure where my strength would rank on the Grandmaster list. Only by fighting can I know. Ye Chen popped a shrimp into his mouth and continued to sink into his thoughts. If Jiang Baoguo is ranked 514th after a round with him, based on his strength, I can roughly deduce my own strength within the wuxia Grandmaster hierarchy. At that moment, Sundai spoke up. Ye Chen, our great beauty has a birthday next week. Have you thought about what gift to give? Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, it's this year, and you're still talking about gifts? Giving a red envelope of 250, wouldn't that be? Hearing this, Xia Rusue couldn't help but get angry. She kicked Ye Chen in the leg. Xia Rusue said petulantly, explain yourself. You clearly wanted to send 250. Ye Chen teased, no, I said the number's wrong. How about I send 520 instead? Hearing this number, Sundai was surprised. Really sending 520? So the relationship between the two of them is that good? Having no choice, Ye Chen said, 502. I'll send 502. Is that okay? Suddenly, he received a message. Zhou Ziyuan had contacted Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, please, I beg you to save my grandfather. He was a bit confused. Zhou Ziyuan at the Zhou family compound, a luxury car was parked right in front. Below, there was a crowd of men in black, all looking serious. They wore black suits and military-style hats. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen was momentarily worried. The situation was not good. He approached the main gate. On the roof, 3 guns were already aimed at him. What on earth happened to the Zhou family? Why does it involve military force? He thought to himself. To get in now, I can only use connections. I don't have Yingqing's phone number to call that other line. Ye Chen took out his phone and called someone. When the other side answered, he quickly reported the situation. Hello, Bai Liebing. Help me with something. I want to enter the Zhou family compound, but I'm being blocked by military force. The night was deepening, and things were still the same. Ye Chen grew impatient and gripped his sleeves tightly. He angrily called out, hey, why aren't they here yet? At that moment, General Luo Zhongguo slowly walked over and spoke up. Mister, Miss Bailey told me to come. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Chenkyu, sir, sorry to trouble you. Luo Zhengguo reached into his coat pocket and took out something. He presented his credentials and said in a serious tone, We want to go inside. Is my rank high enough? Seeing this, the men in black immediately raised their hands to salute. Yes, sir. Finally, Ye Chen was able to enter. Zhou Ziyuan said happily, Grandpa, I found someone to help. Zhou Rende said warily, It's useless. He held his head and said to his granddaughter, Stop wasting your time. It's over, and finding anyone else is useless. Just then, Ye Chen appeared and spoke up. That might not be true. Zhou Rende, worried, turned to scold his granddaughter. Why did you call Mr. Yi here? Are you trying to make him run an errand for nothing? Zhou Ziyuan whispered, but he is the most capable person I know. Ye Chen asked softly, Old Master Zhou, what exactly happened? Zhou Rende held his head and said, Mr. Yi, Zhou Ziyuan doesn't know better. Sorry for troubling you. Don't get involved in this. It's enough that I carry this burden alone. He began to explain the situation. A few days ago, a very important figure came to Jiangcheng. He wasn't feeling well and got some prescriptions from our Daoren Tang. As it turns out, after he took the medicine, something went wrong, because there was an ingredient called heavenly poison herb in the medicine. Zhou Ziyuan quickly added, But those medicines were all hand-picked and checked by you many times, Master. There's no way there could be heavenly poison herb. Hearing this, Ye Chen thought to himself, The Zhou family has no motive to poison a stranger of such high status. It's obvious the medicine was swapped. He asked, So what is his current condition? Zhou Rende replied helplessly, He's still in emergency care at the hospital. If something happens to him, it's not just our Jiangcheng Zhou family that's finished. The Jiangnan provincial Zhou family will be implicated too. Ye Chen said calmly, Which hospital? Take me there. As long as he's still breathing, I can save him. Hearing this, Zhou Rende's eyes widened in shock, and a glimmer of hope rose within him. He can save people? Zhou Rende thought, Mr. Yi is a martial arts grandmaster, which is impressive, but usually, grandmasters are good at killing, not healing. Ye Chen said impatiently, This is the Zhou family's only chance. I'll say it one last time, take me there. After a while, they arrived at the hospital. The operating room lights were still on, and military personnel were waiting outside. A man who appeared to be a high-ranking official was standing there, arms crossed, looking stern. Just then, Luo Zhengguo shouted, Make way. We need to go in. Behind him was Zhou Rende. The man was surprised and called out, Zhou Rende. The old man, who had spent his whole life preparing medicine, was terrified and didn't dare to move. The man roared angrily, You damn old man, you killed my father, and you still have the nerve to show up? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I'll kill you right now. Ye Chen stepped in just in time to block his attack. Ye Chen reminded him in a stern voice, Before the person inside wakes up, you have no right to touch him. Then, Ye Chen flicked his finger. He pushed the man back. The man sneered with disdain. So that's why you dared to come, you found a grandmaster to back you up? So what? Who actually has no shortage of grandmasters. Relying on him won't save your Zhou family. Just then, the operating room door moved. 2 doctors walked out with pale faces. The man shouted, How is my father? The doctor trembled and said, I am sorry, Commander. The toxin has spread. We really did everything we could. The commander's son grabbed the doctor by the collar and shouted, Useless. Trash. A bunch of useless trash. Ye Chen brushed past them and remarked mockingly, Humph. People who can only shout and do nothing are the real trash. The commander's son shouted angrily, What did you say? Stop right there. Luo Zhengguo stepped forward. Give Mr. Ye a chance. Perhaps he can save the commander. If he can't, I'll report to the military tribunal. Seeing an insider appear, the commander's son was slightly surprised. Luo Zhengguo, why are you here? The commander's son crossed his arms and said, Fine, I'll trust you this once. But if he fails, not even Bailey Xiong can protect you. He thought to himself, Luo Zhengguo has always been cautious. If he says so, perhaps this kid really does have some skill. The operating room fell silent again. Ye Chen began to observe the commander's body, noting that the aura of death was already leaving him. Looking at the current state, Ye Chen thought, This old man's will is incredibly strong. Anyone else would have died already, but he's still hanging on. Ye Chen decided, Consider yourself lucky to have met me. He clenched his fist, then opened his palm and began to channel his technique. A green aura of healing immediately enveloped the room. Ye Chen shouted, Internal Qi, enter the needles. He pushed the energy into the patient to begin the detoxification. The green energy quickly swirled around the commander's body, seeping into his internal organs. 5 minutes later, the lights in the operating room were still on. Ye Chen let out a breath. Whew, detoxification complete. He thought, He should wake up soon. After a quick glance, he turned away, muttering, I suppose I've done a good deed for the country. Suddenly, a voice called out, Divine Doctor, wait. Ye Chen was startled and turned around. What? He hadn't expected the commander to recover at such lightning speed. He woke up too fast. The commander struggled to sit up and whispered, Divine Doctor, may I ask for your honorable name? Ye Chen replied, No need. I only saved you because of someone else. I didn't come for your sake. Just remember two things. He turned his back and said, First, the poisoning has nothing to do with the Zhou family. Clear up the misunderstanding. Ye Chen added, Second, the poison is a chronic type, and you've been taking it for over a month. Given your status, outsiders couldn't have pulled this off. Clean up your own house. The commander whispered, Ye Chen you. After finishing, Ye Chen confidently opened the door. Seeing him, everyone called out, He's out. The commander's son shouted angrily, I thought you actually had some skills. You were only in there for 5 minutes and now you're out. Are you messing with me? The commander walked out of the operating room unsteadily and said, Stop. Seeing his father, the son was stunned and exclaimed, Father. The doctors couldn't believe their eyes. The commander was alive. My God, he's actually alive. Luo Zhengguo, standing behind, marveled. He's that strong? The surgeon stuttered in disbelief. Am I dreaming? A moment ago, he was lying there, and now he can stand? The commander smiled and said, If it weren't for him, you guys would have truly been preparing my coffin. I never thought I'd meet a divine doctor in my lifetime. Hearing this, the son turned, lowered his voice, and said, Little no, divine doctor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But Ye Chen had already slipped away. The commander's son looked around frantically. Where did the divine doctor go? Just then, the commander called out, Zhou Rende. He replied, Yes, sir. The commander bowed his head and said softly, I apologize. The Zhou family is innocent. My son misunderstood you and gave the Zhou family a hard time. I apologize to you. Zhou Rende quickly said, No trouble at all. No trouble. Please don't say that, sir. I can't bear it. The commander put his hand on Zhou Rende's shoulder and asked, That divine doctor was invited by your Zhou family, right? Do you have a way to contact him? Zhou Rende replied, Commander, his name is Ye Chen, a friend I happened to meet. As for how to contact him, Mr. Ye doesn't like to be disturbed. I only know his name as our benefactor. The commander smiled contentedly. Haha, is that so? At the same time, though it was late, the Tang family villa was still lit. The head of the house, Jiang Baoguo, clutched the coffin and gritted his teeth in a rage. Who is it? Who dared to kill my son? The young master of the Tang family said, Father, we are currently investigating. We only know that when Wenlin was at the auction, he saw a pill furnace taken by a mysterious person. Not long after, Wenlin died. Jiang Baoguo ordered, You go investigate every single person at that auction. Every single one. The young master replied, Understood. Jiang Baoguo clenched his fists, his eyes burning with hatred. Even if I have to turn Jiangcheng upside down, I will find the culprit. I want him to die. I want him to watch everyone around him die a miserable death with his own eyes. Late at night, as Ye Chen was on his way home, his phone rang. Ye Chen answered and asked, Shen Haihua, what is it? The other end got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, everything at the Tianjin group is basically stable. Should we keep you as the legal representative or arrange someone else? Also, by tomorrow at the latest, news of the Tianjin group will spread throughout Jiangcheng. Will that cause any trouble for you? Ye Chen smirked calmly. Why worry about that? There's no need to hide anymore. Just use my name. I want to tell everyone in Jiangcheng, he said confidently. Ye Chen is back. After a while, Ye Chen stopped by his villa. Jin Qian said happily, The 100-herb cauldron and the spirit-nourishing liquid have arrived. Please check them, Mr. Ye. Ye Chen inspected the treasures and smiled with satisfaction. Very good. He thought to himself, With this furnace, my pill refining efficiency will increase at least 100-fold. Just then, Jin Qian whispered worriedly, Oh, Mr. Ye. The young lady asked me to tell you that the Tang family's anger has exceeded our expectations. They've started investigating everyone who attended the auction, and soon they'll find you. He continued, The young lady has arranged a private jet. If you agree, Mr. Yi, we will take you to the capital immediately. We have properties there that the Tang family can't reach. Ye Chen spoke up. I appreciate Kim Langyan's kindness, but I won't go. If they come to deal with me, that's actually a good thing. Hearing this, Jin Qian couldn't help but be shocked. My God. Does he intend to take on the Tang family directly? How can he do that? Ye Chen quickly shooed him away. You head back. As for the Tang family, I have my own plans. I won't see you out. Jin Qian replied, Yes, sir. Alone in the villa, Ye Chen put his hands in his pockets and muttered, Next. Let's see how effective this 100-herb cauldron is for refining the spirit pellet. He brought his hand forward to start the refinement. Then, Ye Chen poured the medicinal herbs into the treasure he had just acquired from the auction. "Ignite!" Ye Chen shouted, throwing his hands out. A powerful burst of energy from him caused the flames inside the spirit cauldron to roar to life. The flames crackled. As Ye Chen continued to refine the pill, he thought to himself, pill pellets are divided into 9 grades, and each grade is subdivided into 9 levels of pill patterns. The higher the grade, the more pill patterns it has, and the better the effect. This is quite energy-consuming, and I'm starting to feel exhausted. The spirit pellet is a 3rd-grade pill used to refine spiritual energy and speed up cultivation. I wonder if this 100-herb cauldron can produce pill patterns. After a while, a brilliant green light erupted, forcing Ye Chen to shield his eyes with his hand. He cheered joyfully. The light is so intense. It worked. A pill floated up from the 100-herb cauldron. Ye Chen cheered happily. The spirit pellet is complete. He reached out his hand to pull the pill toward him. It flew into his grasp. Holding it, Ye Chen realized this is a 3rd-grade pill with 7 patterns. The quality is excellent. I thought it would be, at best, a 3rd grade with 3 patterns. This is beyond my wildest imagination. After all, the herbs I used aren't top tier. There's no way it could produce a 7-pattern pill. Ye Chen looked at his new treasure and mused, could this 100-herb cauldron? He whispered. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the 100-herb cauldron enhancing the medicinal properties. That has to be it. Ye Chen hugged the 100-herb cauldron happily. Looks like I really hit the jackpot this time. This 100-herb cauldron would be a treasure no matter where it's placed. Such a great deal. Ye Chen crushed the spirit pellet and said, time to start cultivating. As soon as he swallowed it, a massive surge of power flooded his entire body. He checked his progress in shock. After meditating for a while, Ye Chen realized he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Suddenly, a stone flew out from his pocket. Ye Chen remained focused on his cultivation as a powerful golden light enveloped the room. Break! Ye Chen shouted. Immediately, energy erupted from his eyes and mouth. A blinding light washed over him, and Ye Chen cheered. Breakthrough to the 6th stage of the origin opening realm. He checked his strength and smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha, the effect is fantastic. Keep refining, keep going. And just like that, Ye Chen continued to cultivate. By the time dawn broke, he had been lost in the room refining pills. He murmured in surprise, to think I broke through 2 realms in just one night. How is that possible? Even a 7-pattern spirit pellet shouldn't have such an effect. It was then that Ye Chen noticed the stone hovering above his head. Wait, could it be because of you? He quickly reached out to touch it. Ye Chen whispered, it feels different now than it did before. I should take a look in the reincarnation cemetery. With that, Ye Chen quickly entered the cemetery, which was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. A tombstone glowed with a sharp, killing aura. Clearly inscribed on it were 6 words, Killing Fist, Sect, Luo Yuntian. Ye Chen thought, it must be because my cultivation level has increased that I can see other things this time. I can sense now that as long as I wish, I can trigger this tombstone at any time. When that happens, Luo Yuntian will appear, Ye Chen continued. But I can also feel that he will only appear once. After triggering his tombstone, it will be destroyed. This is a precious trump card. I can only use it when I have no other choice. Meanwhile, the sun had climbed high over the hill. In the luxury apartment, Tong Di screamed in shock. Shai Rushui, who had just finished bathing, ran over in concern. What's wrong? What happened? Tong Di handed her the phone and said, look at this. It's news from the central news station, domestic reports. The headline read, the Tianzheng group, which went missing 5 years ago, is set to return. Xia Rushui whispered, Tianzheng group? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Tong Di was so stunned that sweat was pouring down like rain. The Tianjin group was founded by Ye Chen's father all by himself, and after he died, it disappeared without a trace. Now it's returning? Could it be Xia Ruxue suddenly shouted? Wait, the news says the legal representative is Ye Chen. On the screen it clearly stated, legal representative, Ye Chen. Xia Ruxue is taken aback. Is that the Ye Chen we know? He said he wanted to start a company, was he telling the truth? She wondered, could he be doing this to go against his own mother? Good heavens. At the same time, the Su family was holding a very solemn meeting. Su Shiren couldn't believe her eyes. The Tianjin group is coming back, and the legal representative is Ye Chen? How is that possible? Could he still be alive? What is he trying to do? Just then, old Master Su spoke. The investigation results are in. The person who registered the Tianjin group is indeed that piece of trash from the Ye family who fell into the Dongting Lake 5 years ago. He projected Ye Chen's ID photo onto the screen. He added, this is the registration photo. Recognizing that familiar face, Su Shiran gasped. No, it can't be. That martial artist, it's him. He really is Ye Chen. How could Ye Chen, that piece of trash, ever become a martial artist? Old Master Su said sternly, the emergence of the Tianzheng group isn't what's scary. What's scary is that the Tianzheng group is built on the ruins of the Qinghe group. Zheng Ying Qingming of the Qingmei group died just a few days ago, and even the Qingmen behind him were wiped out. He stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, "Do you know what this means? The Tianzheng group was built on the corpse of such a powerful force. It's enough to pose a threat to our Su family. We must find out who the protector behind the Tianzheng group is." Su Shiren fell silent, lost in her own tangled thoughts. Old Master Su suddenly turned to her. "Shiren, I almost forgot. That fellow Ye Chen seemed to have feelings for you, didn't he? Don't worry, he's not worthy of our Su family. Him being pushed out now, I suspect he's just a puppet, and there's someone else behind him." At that moment, a man stepped forward to report, "We just found the latest information. Behind Ye Chen is Shen Haiwa of the Beiman group. The entire Tianzheng group was built by Shen Haiwa, but Shen Haiwa was dying of cancer. Nobody knows how he recovered." Old Master Su sneered. "Looks like he's lost his mind to sickness, even daring to use the name Tianzheng group. I want to see how he intends to hold his opening ceremony tomorrow," he continued. "Anyone in Jiangcheng with a brain won't come to support him." The Xia family had also quickly updated their information. Lady Xia said with disdain, "Ye Chen, oh Ye Chen. Do you really think establishing a Tianzheng group is enough to shake the status of our Xia family? In your dreams," she sneered, "it looks like I need to show you the reality of the situation." Lady Xia ordered. Xia Jun sent out a message. "Tomorrow, when the Tianjin group opens, anyone who dares to go support them or send flowers regardless of their business will become an enemy of the Xia family." Xia Jun replied, "Yes, ma'am." He thought to himself, the lady is planning to bankrupt a business and drive the Tianjin group into a dead end. With the authority of the Xia family, the Tianjin group's opening tomorrow will certainly be bleak. Even Shen Haihua's Baiman group will be implicated. Night began to fall. Ye Chen was still lost in cultivation in the villa. Golden energy covered his entire body. Suddenly, Ye Chen noticed his phone ringing. The screen showed a notification that Shen Haihua was calling. Ye Chen quickly answered, "Shen Haihua, what's wrong?" Shen Haihua said hurriedly, "We're done for. We're done for. The Xu family and the Su family have both announced they want to cut off all paths for the Tianzheng group. Even the other three major families of Jiangcheng, the Zhao family, the Gu family, and the Wan family have all expressed their support. Tomorrow, no one will dare come to support our opening, because that means offending the four major families, the Xia family of Jiangnan province, and possibly even my own Baiman group will be dragged down. The stock is taking a huge hit." Ye Chen replied calmly, "Oh, I already accounted for that." Shen Haihua shouted in shock, "Why aren't you worried at all? This isn't just a simple matter of whether people show up or not. From now on, no one will dare to cooperate with us. Should we change the date of the opening ceremony?" Ye Chen sneered. "Why should we change it? If they want to oppose us, let them oppose us to the end. Everything is already in the palm of my hand. Leave the rest to me. I don't just want the Tianzheng group to open. I want to open it with a bang." After a while, Ye Chen returned to Tong Dai's apartment. He opened the door and said, "I'm home." Ye Chen thought to himself, the current situation is basically settled. Even though Yi Lingxian really wanted to show his face, I told him not to. He's better off staying in the shadows. Suddenly, he was startled to see the two women waiting for him in anxiety. Tong Di asked softly, "Where have you been for these 2 days? Why haven't you been in touch at all?" Xia Rusue still couldn't believe it. "Is the Tianqing group really opened by you?" Yi Chen said shyly, "You could say that. After all, it was my father's business. I'm just his son carrying on my father's legacy." Xia Rusue suddenly embraced him, to Tong Dai's surprise. Xia Rusue said with tears in her eyes, "I'm sorry. I didn't think my mother would use the Xia family to cut off the Tianjin group's survival. I called her many times to beg her, but she refused to let go. She was lost in her own sorrow. Ye Chen worked so hard to build this business to stand against the Xia family, and now it's being blocked. It's really my fault. It's all my fault." Ye Chen patted Xia Ruxue's head and whispered, "Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault." He even joked, "If you feel so guilty, then give me a kiss. That'll be comfort enough for me." Suddenly, Ye Chen was completely taken aback by Xia Rusu's action. Without hesitation, she planted a kiss on his cheek. Xia Rushu asked shyly, "Is that enough to comfort you now?" Ye Chen couldn't help but be shocked. "Whoa, she actually kissed me." Tong Dai, standing by, was teary-eyed. So that's the kind of relationship they have. Ye Chen calmly gave a thumbs up and said, "That's a very good form of comfort, don't worry. Tomorrow, everything for the grand opening ceremony should go smoothly. Shen Haihua felt incredibly anxious. True enough, no one dared to show up. Those who did only came to watch the spectacle. Standing alone amidst the colorful floral baskets, Shen Haihua inwardly prayed, "Mr. Yi, please hurry up and get here. At the very least, don't leave me here alone to lose face." Just then, a man walked up and coughed. "Ahem. So this is where you are, Haihua." Shen Haihua was overjoyed and greeted him. "Zhao Yucheng, I knew you'd give me some face. We've had a friendship for over 10 years. True enough, loyalty is everything." Unexpectedly, the other man coldly brushed Shen Haihua's hand aside. As if to sever their long-standing bond, Zhao Yucheng spoke with a stern voice. "Haihua, we've been brothers for many years, so don't blame me for not warning you. Withdraw your support from that trash from the Ye family immediately. It won't bring you any benefits." Shen Haihua gasped in shock. "You?" Just then, Ye Chen stepped forward and said, "What are you talking about?" Shen Haihua was as delighted as if he had struck gold. "Mr. Ye." Ye Chen placed a hand on his shoulder and said softly, "You've worked hard." Shen Haihua happily exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, you finally made it." Zhao Yucheng, standing nearby, angrily roared, "Shen Haihua, have you lost your mind? Showing such respect to a piece of trash?" Hearing this, Shen Haihua no longer held back. He snapped back at Zhao Yucheng. "If you came to support me, Shen Haihua, I would be grateful from the bottom of my heart. But if you're here to talk nonsense, then get the hell out of here." Zhao Yucheng shouted, "I was kind enough to advise you, and this is the attitude you give me. How dare you associate with this piece of trash? Be careful, or you won't even know how you died. If you continue to be so stubborn, I will cancel all 3 of the projects we are collaborating on this year." Shen Haihua knew perfectly well that this was just kicking someone while they were down. "Is that so? Do you think I need those multi-billion-dollar projects? I don't need them. Get lost." Zhao Yucheng still shouted, cursing, "You fool. Don't even dream about your Baiming group. Just wait to be crushed by the 4 great families and the Xia family of Jiangnan province." After that, he left in a huff, not forgetting to cast a side eye and snort coldly. Shen Haihua then asked with concern, "The situation is exactly as it seems. The people I called don't dare to support us. Mr. Ye, what should we do?" Ye Chen calmly said, "It's fine. Things will get better." Just then, Zhao Yucheng walked towards Su Shuren, wearing a fawning smile as he reported, "Miss Su, it's almost 9 o'clock. It's certain that no one will come. All the big and small businesses with status in Jiangcheng don't dare to get involved. Who would want to court death by attending?" Su Shuren smirked triumphantly. "Ye Chen, oh Ye Chen, I want to see how you, a piece of trash, can resurrect this dead game." Over at the Zhou family mansion in Jiangnan province, situated amidst serene green hills, Patriarch Zhou Zhengde was busy practicing martial arts. Those around him looked visibly nervous. Finishing his energy cultivation, Zhou Zhengde let out a long breath. "Ha ha." He wiped the sweat from his brow and said with a smile, "It must be almost time, right?" The Patriarch's son reported with concern, "Father, the Tianjin group's opening is about to start, but still, no one dares to support them. The intention to cut off their path to survival is very clear." Zhou Zhengde spoke up, irritated. "Humph, blocking their path to survival? Cutting off the survival of families in your area, you all are truly imposing. Tell me, what did Tianjin group do wrong?" Hearing this, the number 1 official in Jiangcheng quickly replied, "No, nothing wrong." The number 2 official followed, "Neither did we. We will definitely find a way to save them." They looked at each other with anxious faces. The second official was sweating bullets. He didn't expect the old patriarch to call him so early in the morning. Just for the Tianjin group. The first official was slightly confused. What did the Tianjin group being cut off have to do with them? Who knew if the old patriarch was backing them behind the scenes? Seeing them stalling, Zhou Zhengde angrily shouted, "If you want to save them, why are you still standing there? Go now." The 2 scurried off, rushing to obey. Just then, the patriarch's son spoke, "Father, is that Ye Chen really worth all this? If we support the Tianjin group, it means our relationship with the Xia family will be fractured." Zhou Zhengde smiled and said, "Fulu, why hasn't your ability to judge people improved? You fought him that day and confirmed he was a martial arts master, didn't you?" The son immediately replied, "That's right." Zhu Zhengde said in a low voice, "I witnessed his martial arts strength, and I saw his miraculous medical skills. A supreme genius skilled in both medicine and martial arts, how could the forces behind him be simple? If we don't take a stand today, even if we wanted to later, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the qualifications." He placed a hand on Zhou Fulu's shoulder and continued, "In terms of financial power, the Xia family of Jiangnan province is the largest." Zhou Zhengde wore a confident smile. "But in terms of authority, no one can compare to the Zhou family. Being aggressive with the Xia family is nothing. Throughout history, have merchants ever defeated the state? Hearing this, Zhou Fulu replied, Father, I understand. Zhou Zhengde said, everything is prepared, let's go. 9 o'clock in the morning, and Tianjin Group still didn't have a single person in sight. Only Ye Chen and Shen Haihua stood alone among the rows of floral baskets. The reporters took the opportunity to mock them. Ha ha. It's opening time and nobody dares to show up. One commented with interest, I've already thought of the headline for today's report. Tianjin Group, the shortest live business in Jiangcheng history. Another reporter added, I've thought of mine, too. Tianjin Group's icy opening, not even a single floral basket was gifted. Another person chimed in with mockery, look at this one of mine, the disgrace of Jiangcheng business. How could Tianjin Group even do this? Zhao Youcheng and Su Shiren stood outside, observing the scene before them. With amused expressions, Su Shiren spoke up triumphantly, no need to waste any more time. No one is coming. Zhao Youcheng, let's go. Suddenly, she realized something was off. From afar, two beauties, Quan Nu and Quan Cheng, were walking together to attend the opening ceremony of Tianjin Group. Su Shiren was slightly stunned. Zun Ni, and even Xia Ruxue from the Xia family. She bit her fingernails in frustration. Why did she come too? Isn't the Xia family trying to cut off the Tianjin Group's path to survival? Just then, the crowd of reporters shouted in surprise. Oh my god, why are those two beauties here? This charisma, this appearance, this figure, you won't find a third person like them in Jiangcheng. If you told me they were stars, I'd believe it. Stepping in front of Ye Chen, Zhu Ni said softly, today, the flowers are beautiful. With Xia helping out, I risk getting fired to be here, you know? Xia Rusue broke into a proud smile. Are you touched? Ye Chen could only reply to please the two beauties. Touched? I'm almost touched to death. He thought to himself, what's the point of you two coming? At most, you came for the fun of it, but I'll consider it a good gesture. Just then, Xia Ruxue spoke up. Hey, we'll go stand in the back. There are still many more people coming. A luxurious, high-end car parked right in front of the gate. Everyone shouted, someone else is here. Seeing a big shot appear at the opening, the reporters' jaws dropped in shock. Da 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 da. They couldn't believe their eyes. Oh my god, what is going on? The most top-tier figure in Jiangcheng, the person in control of the Yu Hao Club, is here to show support. And this is after wanting to cut off Tianjing's survival. Unless it's the number 1 and number 2 of Jiangcheng, who would dare to touch him? Even Shen Haihua gasped out loud. The Da family. That's the Da family. He even came in person. My god. How did Mr. Ye manage to do this? I don't dare to even think about it. Only Ye Chen remained calm, as he had already anticipated this. Arriving before him, Xia Da bowed in greeting, Mr. Yi. Congratulations. Congratulations. From now on, the Tianjin Group will surely have money flowing in like water and abundant good fortune. Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction. Yi Chenkyu. Xia Rusue, standing behind, could only stare with wide, shocked eyes. This is the Da family, the patriarch of the 4 great families of Jiangcheng. Even people who see him have to bow down. Zhu Ni was extremely curious. Ye Chen was actually able to invite him here. How did he do it? Just then, Zhao Youcheng asked anxiously, Miss Su, the person behind the Tianjin Group, could it be the Da family? Su Shiren hadn't processed the current situation yet. She stuttered, I don't know. Su Shiren recalled that day when he appeared at the Yu Hao Club. Could it be? Suddenly, the reporters shouted, someone else is here. Observing the 2 cars, they gasped in shock. Oh my god. Those license plates are the number 1 and number 2 of Jiangcheng. The reporters were so shocked that they couldn't even hold their cameras steady in their hands. Could it be? They couldn't believe their eyes as they saw the 2 great officials happily walk in. Everyone gasped, damn, it's really the number 1 and number 2. My god, am I dreaming? How could the Tianjin Group invite them? Can someone explain this to me? It didn't stop there. A jeep parked in front of the gate. The reporters shouted to each other, oh my god, that's the military vehicle of the Southwest Field Army, the troops in charge of combat missions and cross-regional operations for the nation. Why are they here? Looking at the big shot stepping out of the car, everyone was stunned. It's La Zhengguo. What kind of background does the Tianjin Group actually have? Even people from the military region are here. With this kind of power, what are the 4 great families of Jiangcheng compared to them? Just then, another white car appeared. The reporters who had once despised Ye Chen were now gasping so hard they couldn't catch their breath. Oh my god, another luxury car. Who is it this time? A pair of heels stepped out of the car. Madame Xia spoke up irritably. Humph, these people are truly bold, daring to defy the warnings of my Xia family. Investigate who they are. A subordinate beside her immediately replied, yes. Through the radio, the subordinate gasped in shock. What? He is here too? Who else? Madame Xia lost her patience and demanded, have you investigated? Who is here to support them? The subordinate reported anxiously. Currently, there is the Da family of the Yu Hao Club, the number 1 and number 2 of Jiangcheng, along with La Zhengguo, who has military ties. There is news that behind the Da family is the king of Jiangnan, and behind La Zhengguo is the general. Commander Bailey Shang, I just don't know if this show of support is his own idea or the will of someone behind him. Hearing this, Lady Ha pondered. I know both the Lord of Namjiang and Bailey Shang. They couldn't possibly care about a small business in Jiang Ye Chen, relying on Ye Chen and Shen Haihua. They aren't even qualified to meet those big shots. But being able to get the Da family and Lu Zhengguo to support Tianqin Group, he does have some skills. I underestimated this, Ye Chen, Lady Ha said, stroking her chin lightly. But if he dares to defy the Ha family, he must pay the price. I can't easily touch the Da family or Luo Zhengguo. But it's time for the number 1 and number 2 of Jiang Ye Chen to retire. The subordinate immediately obeyed. Yes, my lady. Lady Ha headed toward the opening ceremony, not forgetting to instruct. Bring our gift. A big one for Tianqin Group. The subordinate obediently followed behind her. Seeing the new guests arrive, the reporters were stunned, their mouths agape. Isn't that the Ha family? Are they here to show support too? What is happening? Could the Ha family be intimidated by this lineup? Standing before Ye Chen, Lady Ha spoke with a light scoff. CEO Ye Chen, you are truly a talented young man. I intended to send a flower arrangement, but the shops were sold out, she continued, masking her malice. I had no choice but to share a gift I've personally collected. Here, take it. Seeing the gift Lady Ha prepared, everyone was shocked to their core. When the bringer of poverty figurine was revealed, the reporters couldn't help but chuckle. I knew it. How could the Ha family be scared? Someone noted that gifting a bringer of poverty figurine at an opening ceremony was a major taboo. At this moment, Xia Rushu shouted indignantly, Mom, you're too despicable. Tong Di, standing nearby, added, Exactly. How could you bring such bad luck? Lady Ha glared at her darling daughter. Shirushue, is there still any Ha family loyalty in your eyes? You're siding with outsiders. She then turned to threaten, and you, CEO Tan. As the general manager of Ho My Group, shouldn't you be at work instead of appearing here? Don't bother coming in tomorrow. Hearing this, Tong Di remained firm. Fine, I'll quit. Who even wants to work for your trashy Ha family? How dare you act so high and mighty? I'm done with this. Lady Ha was furious. Brat, teach her a lesson. The subordinate lunged forward. Yes, he threw a punch at Tong Di. La was so terrified she turned pale as a sheet. However, Ye Chen stepped in just in time. He lowered his voice and warned, Try touching her and see what happens. I don't mind starting this opening ceremony with some bloodshed. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed, drawing Lady Ha's attention. Ha ha ha, the Ha family is truly impressive. Zhou Fulu spoke up with a stern voice. Does the Ha family think they can cover the sky of Jiangnam with one hand? The Da family was stunned. It's Zhou Fulu. It's no wonder they're the hall master. They could actually invite him. Lu Zhengguo, standing by, just gave a satisfied smile. At this moment, Xia Rushu whispered, How do you know Zhou Fulu? He's the son of the Zhou Rende family head, and he came in person? Receiving the information from her, Ye Chen replied briefly, So, his name is Zhou Fulu. We almost fought last time. Zhou Fulu greeted them warmly. The Zhou Rende family wishes Tianqin Group a grand opening. Ye Chen replied, You are too kind. Suddenly, Zhou Fulu glared at the gift from the Ha family. He asked coldly, You gifted a bringer of poverty figurine? The subordinate was so terrified he could only stutter. Zhou Fulu irritably brushed him aside and gave a cold huff. He swung his hand hard toward the figurine. The next second, the gift hit the ground and shattered into tiny pieces. Lady Ha shrieked in a rage, Zhou Fulu, what is the meaning of this? You dare to touch a gift from my Ha family? Is this your idea or the Zhou Rende family's? Suddenly, a man stepped forward and spoke, What? Can't Zhou Fulu represent the Zhou Rende family? His appearance made Lady Ha jump in surprise. Zhou Zhengde asked in a low voice, Does it really require an old man like me to show up? Seeing the big shot, Lady Ha could only stutter. Zhou Rende master Zhou Rende, she thought to herself. It's over. Why did even he come here? Zhou Zhengde placed a hand on Ye Chen's shoulder and spoke, Ye Chen is my friend. If your Ha family dares to give him trouble, the Zhou Rende family won't mind making a move. Of course, the premise was that her husband, Ha Hong Yip, had the guts to oppose the Zhou Rende family. Lady Ha stood there as if she couldn't believe what was happening. She could disregard the city mayor or the Day and Le families, but not the Zhou Rende family. She absolutely couldn't afford to risk offending them. Since the half family relied on commerce, they couldn't compete with the power of the Zhou Rende family. Weighing her options, she clicked her tongue. Lady Ha immediately turned around. We're leaving. The subordinate hurried after her. At this moment, Ye Chen cupped his hands in respect. Ye Chen, elder Zhou Rende. Zhou Zhengde laughed heartily, ha ha. You are the one who pulled me back from the gates of hell, Ye Chen. I should be the one thanking you. Watching the lively scene, Su Shiren just stood frozen. She worriedly thought, the mighty Ha family of Jiangnan province they actually lost? That piece of trash, Ye Chen, is no longer a pushover. Even the Zhou Rende family is backing him. Relying on the So family, I have no qualifications to touch him anymore. Seeing her backer turn and leave, Zhao Yucheng hurriedly called after them. Aye, miss, so don't go. What am I supposed to do? Su Shiran kicked him away coldly. Get lost. Zhao Yucheng flew back and landed hard on the ground, crying, it's all over. Everything is ruined. He trembled in anxiety. The So family abandoned me, it's all over. Suddenly, Zhao Yucheng remembered something. Wait, not yet. I still have hope. He shamelessly ran up to chat. Shen Haihua, brother, I'm sorry. Let me tell you everything. Zhao Yucheng grabbed his old friend's leg and sobbed. Shen Haihua, I always considered you a blood brother. You wouldn't blame me, would you? Everything I did was ordered by the So family. It was all the So family's schemes. Shen Haihua had long known his true colors, so he kicked him away bluntly. A lowlife who kicks people when they're down like you thinks you're worthy of calling me brother? Get lost. Seeing Zhao Yucheng face plant, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Watching Zhao Yucheng run away in tears, Shen Haihua just gave a cold huff. Ye Chen placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Shen Haihua, you did well. Then, he raised his head and shouted, let's start the ceremony. Fireworks soared into the blue sky. To celebrate the company's opening, the reporters whispered to each other, all the remaining guests are big shots. We aren't qualified to enter. One person thought, but witnessing this historic moment isn't a loss. Another was just fame hungry. Hehe, with so many big shots here, these photos will definitely sell for a high price. Suddenly, a group of stern-looking people approached. Security stated firmly, please stop. We have received orders from the superiors of the National Security Bureau. Every device you have must undergo an information check. Please cooperate. At the Ye Chen International Airport, a big shot suddenly appeared. The staff whispered, what's going on over there? Are they filming? Someone thought, probably. Otherwise, those outfits are too weird. The targets of their judgment were Chen Yuanli and his friends. Since they were wearing traditional clothing in the middle of the city, they couldn't avoid the mockery. At this moment, a man with a mustache and prayer beads around his neck called out happily, Master Tran. He bowed respectfully, Master Tran, you've finally arrived. I prepared a banquet to welcome you. He thought nervously, dear God, I don't know what level Chen Yuanli has reached after all these years training on Mount Vodi. Such terrifying aura. Back then, when Chen Yuanli was the head of the Tran family, the Tran family was well-deservedly the #1 family in Jiang Ye Chen. Later, when he went to Mount Vodi to cultivate, his top position was stolen by the So family. The strength radiating from Chen Yuanli made him slightly surprised. If the Tran family hadn't been wiped out, he might have come back home long ago. Now that he had returned, his face was full of rage. From today on, there will surely be a storm in Jiang Ye Chen. After returning to the building, the mustachioed man spoke up, Master Tran, come. I'll toast to you. He held a wine glass in his hand and said warmly, after all these years, Gui Yudong only serves you. Contrasting that cheerful attitude, Chen Yuanli asked sternly, how is the investigation going? Who killed the descendants of my Tran family? At the very least, my Tran family was a major family in Jiang Ye Chen. Who had the guts to do that? The man with the mustache was startled and replied, well, the Kuai family has been investigating, he added worriedly. But I don't know why. All information regarding the fall of the Tran family has been sealed. Obviously, the person who killed your family members has a very powerful background. Hearing this, Chen Yuanli slammed his hand on the table in anger. The sturdy table shattered into pieces. Chen Yuanli roared, Gui Yudong, I don't want to hear excuses. The Kuai family hurriedly said, no excuses, no excuses. Although the information was erased, I still managed to find some clues. I also found the person with the highest suspicion. The Kuai family brought out a photo of Ye Chen and continued, currently, this kid is the prime suspect. His name is Ye Chen, but I don't have concrete evidence. Looking it over, Chen Yuanli silently judged, this kid looks barely over 20. How could he kill a martial artist of my Tran family? Does he have a martial arts family backing him? Afterward, he crumpled the photo in his hand. Chen Yuanli was filled with killing intent. Whether it's him or not, even if there's only a slight clue, he must die. At the same time, Tianjin Group was holding a meeting. Ye Chen took the initiative to speak. Regarding the development of the group, does everyone have any ideas? Xie Rusue thought, first of all, what we need most is a product. Without a product, how can we develop? Shen Haihua nodded in agreement. This is also the issue I am most worried about. He added, if Mr. Ye Chen doesn't have a direction, I suggest we take the investment or network path. But relying only on that, we can't catch up to the Ha market group within half a year. Ye Chen rested his feet on the chair leisurely and said, Tianjin Group won't be involved in online business or simple investments. We're sticking to real industry and highly profitable industry at that. He held up a piece of paper and continued, this is the formula for a mid-tier brightening serum. I guarantee it can make any woman look at least 5 years younger in a single treatment cycle. Ye Chen brought out another formula. This is the blood coagulating longevity pill, which can extend an elderly person's life by 3 years. Hearing this, everyone cried out in alarm. Oh my God, that sounds too good to be true. If it actually works, this isn't just medicine, it's an elixir. No way, it's impossible for such a medicine to exist in this world. At that moment, Shen Haihua spoke up. I stake my life on it. Everything Mr. Yi said is absolutely true. He previously accomplished the impossible and saved my life. A team member cheered excitedly. If it's true, our Tianjin Group will have the top products in the world. We'll surpass the Xia Corporation in half a year. It's impossible not to. Those around him were also overjoyed at the prospect of the group's future. Haha. Ye Chen stood up and said sternly, I have only 2 requirements for the formulas I've provided. First, get them into mass production and use immediately. Second, keep the formulas strictly confidential. He didn't forget to warn them. If anyone dares to leak the secret, I promise they won't make it out of Jiangcheng alive. Shen Haihua immediately replied, Mr. Yi, give me 1 month. I will make sure you see Tianjin Group shake up the entire Jiangnan region. Ye Chen replied, good, I trust you. Now, let's assign roles. Tong Di stepped up. I can take charge of the market and ensure sales flow. I wonder if you trust me, Mr. Ye? Xia Ruxue thought to herself with a smirk. Hee hee. Finally, the job assignments. With my abilities, wouldn't it be appropriate for this guy to make me CEO? Ye Chen replied, Tong Di, all right, I'll leave the business operations to you. Haha. Suddenly, Xia Ruxue's phone buzzed. She received a message. After reading it, Xia Ruxue was startled. It was a message from Elder Xia. Just then, Ye Chen asked, where's Xia Ruxue? Xia Ruxue smiled and said, I don't need a position. Just hire me as an employee and pay me 10,000 a month. I'll do my absolute best for Tianjin Group. After everyone left, Xia Ruxue spoke with Ye Chen privately. He was a bit surprised. What, part-time? Ye Chen was confused. 10,000 a day isn't much, considering you were the former CEO of Huomei Group. But why don't you want a position? I thought you'd want to continue being a CEO. Xia Ruxue replied nervously, I'm sorry. Actually, I really want to continue working with you, to be your business partner and support you. But unfortunately, Xia Ruxue hesitated. There isn't much time left. The message in her phone from her father, Elder Xia, said, the wedding date is set, 5 months from now. Ruxue, you don't have the right to refuse. Marrying into the Qin family, the top martial arts family in Jiangnan province, is an honor for the Xia family and an honor for you too. That night, even though it was very late, the light in Xia Ruxue's room was still on. She sat on the bed, deep in thought. Xia Ruxue's eyes welled up with tears, feeling wronged. Why don't I have the right to refuse? I'm a person, not an object. Why can't I refuse all of this? Why? Outside in the living room, Ye Chen and Tong Di were enjoying some fruit. Ye Chen asked, by the way, what's up with Xia Ruxue? Tong Di said worriedly, I don't know. As soon as she got home, she locked herself in her room. She wouldn't answer when asked. It's strange. At that moment, Tong Di's phone buzzed. She quickly picked up. Hello, Aunt Zhang? Why are you calling me at this hour? It was unclear what was said, but Tong Di's expression suddenly changed. Don't be anxious. Auntie, tell me slowly. After hearing Aunt Zhang's account, Tong Di stood up abruptly and nervously told Ye Chen, something big has happened. Do you remember Wang Yuhang? Ye Chen said softly, Hangzi? Of course I do. He's the son of Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang. Ye Chen continued, back when everyone shunned me, only you and him were willing to hang out with me. Even though that kid is a bit goofy and naive, I'll tell you straight, he's my best brother. Ye Chen added, we talked last time. He should be studying at Jiangbei University now. Why? What happened to him? Tong Di said worriedly, Aunt Jiang said Wang Yuhang had his arm broken by someone. The other party seems to have connections and has blocked off the school. They even stopped the ambulance from entering to save him. Hearing this, Ye Chen gasped. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Ye Chen roared in fury. Those dogs want to die, don't they? Upon arriving at the scene, everything was just as Aunt Jiang had described. The school was completely sealed off. Ye Chen and Tong Di stood outside, extremely anxious. Tong Di smiled and said gently, "Excuse me, we are students of this school. We forgot our IDs when we went out. Could you let us through?" The two guards squirmed and replied, "No way. This is a special situation. The school administration has ordered that no outsiders are allowed in. You must have your student IDs." Without caring about them, Ye Chen grabbed the iron gate. The guards panicked and shouted, "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" Without a word, Ye Chen snapped the gate and tossed the scrap metal aside. The guards screamed, "Oh my God." They hugged each other in shock. "Damn it, is he even human?" Ye Chen said in a deep voice, "A school is a place to teach people. How can you help them act like thugs? To be honest, I'm here to save someone. If you keep trying to stop me, I won't mind breaking your dog legs." The two guards quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. "No, we don't dare. Please come in. Truly the halo of a protagonist, only with plot armor can one be this reckless." At the men's dormitory, building E2 of Jiangbei University, some rooms were still lit. Down below, a crowd gathered. The students outside were blocked by barriers and couldn't intervene. Uncle Wang was wearing a Pikachu shirt, but he stood tall and firm. "Don't come over here." His face showed determination to protect his son. Looking at his beaten-up child, Aunt Jiang scolded angrily, "Beasts. You're all just a bunch of beasts." She couldn't hold back her tears, which fell down her face. Even so, the bullies laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, principal, principal, this old woman says there are beasts here. Who are you talking about?" The principal, being in a subordinate position, lowered his voice. "You young master, look at who she's asking about. His son's arm is broken, doesn't that just make him a beast, who can't even take care of himself?" Wang Yuhang gritted his teeth in rage and roared, "You Chao Dong, and you dog of a principal. Say that one more time and see. Even if I die, I'll kill you all." At that moment, you young master smirked disdainfully. "Haha, you want to kill me even if you're dead." He swung a baseball bat and threatened, "Then I'll beat you to death now and see how you can kill us after you're dead." You young master roared, "Die." Uncle Wang used his bare hands to protect his wife and child just in time. He shouted angrily, "Kid, don't go too far. I've already called the police. If you dare to touch my wife and children again, I'll take you down with me even if I die." Under the dim lights of the apartment building, the atmosphere became tense as the crowd around them simultaneously criticized and threatened Yu Chaedong. However, instead of feeling fear or remorse, he faced them calmly. His eyes were cold, filled with arrogance. Call the police? He didn't stop there. He pointed at everyone and mocked them. "Look at you all, acting like I'm the great villain bullying you." Yu Chaedong suddenly hugged his girlfriend tightly, his face darkening. His voice was full of blame and anger. "Clearly, it was your son who touched my girlfriend. When the police arrive, he's the one who'll be locked up." Beside him, his girlfriend acted frail, looking frightened as she covered her chest with her hands, nodding in confirmation. "That's right. He touched my chest." Hearing the two of them speak with such conviction, Wang Yuhang paled instantly, his eyes filled with fear. However, he couldn't bear such a blatant slander. Furious, he shouted, "I did not. It's clear that 3 days ago, Yu Chaedong, you tried to force yourself on a female student behind the mountain. I stopped you. And you're making up this lie for revenge." Hearing Wang Yuhang, Yu Chaedong smirked mockingly. Then, he casually wrapped his arms around his girlfriend and burst into laughter. The mocking and scornful laughter echoed through the crowd. He scoffed, "This young master wants a woman. Do I need to force her?" It's hilarious. It seemed Wang Yuhang's words were nothing but a joke to him, making him laugh incessantly. Yu Chaedong's laughter gradually subsided. He pointed behind him. "That is the girl in Wang Yuhang's story. She was wearing a simple purple shirt, her face pale, and behind her, glasses, which had one lens broken, were eyes filled with anxiety." Suddenly, he sneered provokingly. "The female student you mentioned is her, right? You ask her if I actually forced myself on her." As soon as Yu Chaedong finished speaking, the girl standing behind him looked trapped. Beside her, a large, muscular man wrapped his arm around her shoulders as if to control her every move, as if to warn her to say only what should be said. Her voice was weak and trembling. No, he didn't. With the girl's denial, Wang Yuhang stood there as if struck by lightning, completely unexpected of this turn of events. Before the crowd, he quickly became the target of mocking laughter. Someone in the crowd coldly huffed, his voice full of sarcasm, "Wang Yuhang is just spouting nonsense. You, young master, can't be that kind of person. Someone else spoke up, making the atmosphere even more chaotic. He's a good person. He's donated a lot of money to our school. Some people burst into laughter, mocking him. Looking at how Wang Yuhang was acting, it was clear he'd never even touched a woman. They were certain he was just desperate to take advantage of Yu Chadong's girlfriend. After enduring so many insults and seeing them suck up to Yu Chadong, nobody believed the truth in his words. And because of that, Wang Yuhang yelled in anger, "Are you all blind? Can't you see the bruises on her? She was clearly forced to lie." His gaze swept over the crowd, filled with contempt and resentment, a bunch of spineless, bootlicking trash. However, not everyone in the crowd had lost their shred of self-respect. Two men let out a sneering laugh, their tone mocking. "As long as we can cling to Yu Chadong's power, I don't give a damn who lives or dies. As long as Yu Chadong tosses us a scrap, we'll be set for life. We have to show him we're useful." Meanwhile, Yu Chadong, with his usual arrogance and conceit, stepped forward, gripping a sturdy wooden club, looking incredibly provocative. "So what if they suck up to me? I have power and influence. A poor wretch like you has no business playing the hero." Uncle Wu couldn't take Yu Chadong's threats anymore. He stepped up, his voice full of anger and warning. "You dare touch him? I'll beat you to death, you little brat." Suddenly, an angry voice roared. Before the old man could react, one of Yu Chadong's lackeys lunged out of nowhere, throwing a heavy punch into Uncle Wu's back. The blow was so fast and powerful that Uncle Wu staggered, unable to defend himself. Seeing the situation becoming critical, Wang Yuhang panicked and could only scream, "No, stop it." Watching Wang Yuhang's desperate expression, Yu Chadong couldn't help but feel thrilled. He laughed loudly and mocked, "Worry about yourself first." As soon as he finished, he swung the club high, his eyes full of murderous intent. "I'll tear your mouth apart first and see if you can still scream." But just as the club was about to descend, a voice echoed, "You're asking for death." That voice was like a cold, sharp warning, causing Yu Chadong to stop instinctively. His expression shifted to one of panic as the crowd suddenly stepped aside, to make way for the person who had just spoken. Yu Chadong's club froze in midair as the person who stepped out of the crowd was Ye Chen. He lunged toward him, fists clenched, moving forward with absolute determination. His eyes glittered with unconcealable fury, seeing Ye Chen's state. Yu Chadong felt a flash of fear. You stay back." However, Ye Chen didn't stop. With a single powerful punch, Ye Chen struck Yu Chadong's club, snapping it in two. That same punch connected with Yu Chadong's nose, causing blood to spurt out immediately. Not stopping there, he knocked him to the ground and rained punches down on him. A lackey, seeing Yu Chadong defeated so easily, shouted, "You dare hit young Master Du? You want to die." As soon as the guy finished, Ye Chen lifted him high with just one hand, and roared, "Get lost." With a powerful motion, he flung the guy away. After dealing with those two, Ye Chen turned to look at Wang Yuhang. "Yuhang, I'm here." Seeing Ye Chen appear, Wang Yuhang was so moved that his eyes brimmed with tears. His voice trembled. "Brother Chen, is it really you, Brother Chen? You're here." Hearing Wang Yuhang's question, Ye Chen didn't answer immediately, but quickly gave him the pill in his hand. His voice was urgent. "Yuhang, don't talk. Swallow this quickly. Your wounds will heal very fast. Your arm will be fine too. Trust me." He nodded slightly, not saying another word, and gently swallowed the pill. After taking it, Wang Yuhang's body suddenly writhed in a strange way. He gasped in shock. "This pill?" But Ye Chen reassured him. "Don't move. Leave the rest to me." He felt Ye Chen's kindness, but since this was his own trouble, he tried to stop him. "Brother Chen, don't. This is my mess. Don't get involved." "Don't worry." Suddenly, a hand placed itself on his shoulder and said softly, "He can handle everything just fine." With the sudden appearance of Tong Dai, he was a bit startled. "Sister Tong Dai, why are you here too?" "No, now is not the time to talk about this. The other side has a lot of people." Seeing him so worried, Tong Di squinted and smiled gently. "Don't worry about him. Right now, in all of Jiangcheng, nobody dares to touch him." On Yu Chadong's side, after he sat up, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit approached and asked with concern, "Young Master Du, are you all right?" But Yu Chadong just sat there holding his face, his voice full of frustration. "Do I look all right to you?" He lifted his face covered in blood from his nose and tears, his expression full of rage and humiliation. He gritted his teeth and said, "I was nearly beaten to death." At that same moment, when the man glanced over, he saw Ye Chen approaching Yu Chadong. He quickly stepped in front of him to block Ye Chen and spoke up, What do you want to do? This is a school." Then he yelled, "Security. Where is security?" Seeing him keep making noise calling for security, Ye Chen lost his patience and swung his hand to silence the jabbering mouth. "What are you calling for? Call, call, call." As he spoke, he slapped the man in the face, knocking his toupee right off. After being slapped repeatedly, the man sobbed, tears welling up. You dare hit me? Even my father hasn't hit me. Ye Chen didn't care about his wailing, and coldly replied, You deserve to be a teacher? Get out of the way. I'll deal with you later. Then he turned to the crowd and roared, including you bootlickers. Everyone, men and women. His whole body radiated murderous intent, his voice threatening, Whoever dares to run, I will break their legs. As night gradually fell over the dormitory building, Ye Chen stood in front of Wang Yuhang and Tong Di, looking furious. Yu Chaodong scrambled backward in a panic, shouting, Don't come over here. He pointed at Yu Chaodong's girlfriend and asked coldly, I'll only ask you one thing. Did Wang Yuhang actually harass you? Ye Chen warned in a low voice. If you dare lie, I'll break your neck right now. Seeing that, she hurriedly answered, No, I didn't. She pointed at Yu Chaodong to snitch. It was young Master Du who told me to frame him. It was all young Master Du's idea. He immediately panicked and yelled, What are you doing? Ye Chen decisively slapped her and gritted his teeth. You bitch, get on your knees and apologize to Wang Yuhang. Yu Chaodong's girlfriend obediently knelt before Wang Yuhang, stammering, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Boo-hoo-hoo. Ye Chen glanced over at Yu Chaodong and said in a deep voice, And as for you, he saw that and felt terrified. Scrambling backward in a panic. You, what do you want? Don't come here. Do you know I'm the young master of the Du family? He stepped closer, threw a massive punch at his face, and asked calmly, Young master of the Du family, right? Ye Chen kicked him hard between the legs and added calmly, Young master of the Du family, huh? Yu Chaodong took one beating after another from Ye Chen without being able to fight back. After venting his anger for a while, he landed one final, powerful blow to his body, making Yu Chaodong collapse to the ground. Then he shouted angrily, Open your mouth. Are you the young master of the Du family? He weakly raised his hands, trembling and begging, I was wrong. Yu Chaodong sobbed, I was truly wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore. The lackeys behind them witnessed the scene and were terrified, thinking, Oh my God, does he want to kill the young master? This is so scary. What is he going to do to us later? Ye Chen, seemingly still not done, kicked him in the groin, making him scream in agony. He lay on the ground, stuttering. Don't hit me anymore. If you don't stop, I won't let you off. Ye Chen pulled out his phone and said coldly, I almost forgot. You're so arrogant just because of your father, right? Now, call your father here. All the wrongs you did to Wang Yuhang, you're going to pay for every single one. He dialed the number. Yi Lingxian, bring the head of the Du family in Jiangcheng here for me immediately. I'm at Jiangbei University. A while later, a luxury car slowly drove up to the dormitory building. A group of people quickly stepped out of the car. Ye Chen glanced over and asked in a low voice. Xia Da led 2 bodyguards over to him and said, That's right, the person is here. They brought the head of the Du family over. When he saw who was in front of him, he was extremely shocked and asked, Yu Chaodong? Yu Chaodong cried pathetically, Dad, save me. He's hitting me. Save me. Suddenly, Ye Chen threw a heavy iron rod onto the ground. He coldly ordered, Show me your method of raising a son. Ye Chen threatened, If even one of his limbs is left intact, none of you in the Du family will survive. Upon hearing this, the head of the Du family reluctantly picked up the rod and said in a deep voice, You unfilial son, you brought this on yourself. Yu Chaodong hurriedly begged, Dad, no, don't. The head of the Du family acted as if he didn't hear his pleas, striking him repeatedly while scolding. Do you even know who you provoked, you idiot? You beast. Who did you offend? You dared to offend Ye Chen. Do you know who he is? Even the Da family has deep ties with him. I'll beat you to death, you unfilial brat. Ye Chen softly called out, Da. Xie Da bowed respectfully. What are your orders? He coldly ordered, Remove the principal for me. Everyone hearing that was shocked and looked toward the principal, who was frozen in place. Ye Chen continued in a serious tone. Besides, except for the student Wang Yuhang who was saved, all students here must kneel and slap themselves 100 times with all their strength. Anyone who doesn't use enough force gets a tooth knocked out. For every lie told, a finger will be chopped off. No excuses. Xia Da, hearing this, snapped his fingers loudly and ordered his bodyguards. Do as Mr. Ye said. In just a moment, a chorus of loud, rhythmic slapping echoed, accompanied by cries of boo-hoo-hoo. I'm sorry, we won't dare again. Mom, I want to see my mom. Boo-hoo-hoo. Wang Yuhang timidly called out, Brother Chen. Ye Chen smiled gently and said, Wang Yuhang, let's go home. He thought to himself, 5 years ago, you used your kindness to protect me. 5 years later, I will use my strength to repay you. The next morning, in a different place, The desk was littered with documents. Looking at the pile of papers, Chen Yuanli said in a low voice, I never expected that brat to be Ye Tian's son. He frowned, puzzled, and asked, the Ye family is just a small family in Jiang City. How could they produce such a character? Gui Yudong replied, the Ye family has already been destroyed, so there's nothing to fear. The real trouble lies in the power behind the Tianjin group. If we kill this guy, we will definitely face revenge from the force behind him. The National Security Bureau is also likely keeping an eye on him. Chen Yuanli said, burning with rage, humph. So what if it's the Zhou family or the National Security Bureau? This person killed people in my Chen clan. Taking revenge is only natural. Not only that, I will kill the person beside him right in front of him, to make him experience true despair. Gui Yudong spoke up timidly. Master Chen, actually, we don't need to take such a risk. He started to scheme. If that brat is an ancient martial artist, why don't we use a death battle challenge to force him onto the arena? On the arena, life and death are up to fate. No one can intervene. This way, not only can we kill him in front of everyone, but we can also establish your prestige, Master. Even the National Security Bureau or the Zhou family wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Chen Yuanli retorted, if I could kill him easily, I would. But if he has any brain at all, he would never accept a death match. Gui Yudong wore a sinister smile and said in a low voice, whether he accepts or not isn't up to him. If you use the girl by his side to threaten him, he wouldn't dare refuse. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out from the doorway. You want to deal with Ye Chen, don't you? Jiang Baoguo appeared unexpectedly, smiling as he asked, how about adding me to the mix? Chen Yuanli was extremely shocked to see who had appeared, thinking to himself, Jiang Baoguo, this old man arrived, and I didn't even notice. His strength cannot be underestimated. He cupped his hands politely and asked, so does Master Xiang. What wind blows you here? Jiang Baoguo didn't answer but just stared at the desktop, then reached out quickly. He punched the photo of Ye Chen on the table with great force. Jiang Baoguo had pierced right through the photo and held it up, gnashing his teeth as he said, naturally, I came because of this person. Chen Yuanli asked suspiciously, could it be that Master Xiang also has a grudge against him? He replied angrily, the hatred for killing my son is irreconcilable. Upon hearing this, Yuanli laughed out loud and said, ha ha ha, good. If so, from today on, the Chen family and the Xiang family are allies. Master Xiang, please have a seat. Jiang Baoguo sat down and spoke slowly. Just now I heard that you want to avoid the National Security Bureau and the Zhou family by making him get on the death arena. I have a better idea. He wore a sinister smile and continued. I investigated and found there are two young women who have an unclear relationship with him. We can send people to kidnap one of them. First, this action is more secure and helps us gauge his true strength. Second, I want to make him suffer. Just killing him on the arena is letting him off too easily. Jiang Baoguo continued in a low voice, therefore, I am willing to send 3 experts from the Shang family. Chen Yuanli laughed with interest. As expected of you, so meticulous. Fine. I will also send my 4 strongest disciples. Let's see how that brat deals with us. Meanwhile, at Tong Dai's house, Ye Chen was eating and asking about the situation. How is Xia Ruxue? What exactly happened? Tong Dai replied anxiously. I'm not sure. Last night when she came back, her eyes were swollen. She must have cried a lot. She said gently. I asked her, but she didn't say anything. She just went to sleep and hasn't woken up yet. I'll leave some breakfast by her bedside in a bit. Ye Chen stood up and said in a low voice, forget it. If she doesn't want to talk, don't force her. I'm going to school to see Wang Yuhong. He turned back and reminded her quietly, you remember to go to work too, or I'll dock your pay if you're not careful. Suddenly, Tong Di timidly tugged at his sleeve. Ye Chen looked at her with a puzzled expression. Tong Di hesitated and said, are you still the Ye Chen from before? After 5 years, I feel like you are very distant, almost like a different person. Your personality and methods are beyond my understanding, as if we are living in 2 different worlds. Ye Chen said calmly, over these years, I've realized one truth. There are only 2 ways to live, either be changed by the rules or change the rules yourself. I choose to become the latter. He smiled and added, don't overthink it. No matter what I've been through, I am always me. Everything is my own choice. A while later, at school in the dormitory, Ye Chen was sitting and checking on Wang Yuhang. Male students outside the door looked in curiously, whispering, that's him. He's Wang Yuhong's big brother, the baddest of the bad. Ye Chen saw this, turned around, and asked coldly, is it that interesting? Do you want to come in and watch? The moment they heard that, they ran off in a panic, hurriedly saying, sorry, we offended you. Please, Definitely don't kill us, he said cheerfully. It seems that after yesterday, no one dares to bully you anymore. Wang Yuhang scratched his head and replied, bully me. They all lower their heads and walk the other way when they see me, as if I'm the one bullying them. Ye Chen put an arm around his shoulder and said in a low voice, because they are afraid of me, afraid of my strength. The world is like this, everything relies on strength to speak. Rules are just tools used to bind the weak. For the strong, they have always been just decorations. He slowly reached inside his shirt and said softly. And now Ye Chen quickly took out a notebook and continued, you also have a chance to become strong. I won't force you. The choice is entirely up to you. Wang Yuhang immediately reached out to receive it and replied softly. There is no need to choose, he said with determination. I will never allow anyone to bully me or my parents ever again. Ye Chen said excitedly, very good. This is the Purple Cloud Thunder Arts. It will give you the answer to becoming strong. Today you must memorize everything in here, then destroy it by hand. You must never let anyone else discover it. Wang Yuhang asked in surprise, Brother Chen, how can this be? Ye Chen replied cryptically, that's right, it is exactly what you think. Finally, I must remind you, the path of martial arts is extremely treacherous. The most important thing is to keep your inner heart righteous. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me, he said sternly. Next, I will tell you a few things about the ancient martial arts world. You must listen carefully. Ye Chen thought to himself, I cannot look after you for a lifetime. You need to have the ability to protect yourself. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang loudly. Ye Chen quickly answered and asked, Yi Lingtian, what's wrong? An urgent voice came from the phone. It's bad. Hall Master, Miss Xia has been taken away. The people I arranged to protect Miss Xia have been killed. He shouted in alarm. What? Yi Lingtian said fearfully. From the wounds on my subordinates, I suspect the person who did this is a master. I'm sorry, Hall Master. Lingtian is willing to accept punishment. Ye Chen gnashed his teeth and threatened, now is not the time to talk about punishment. Yi Lingtian, immediately use all your strength to find her. If you can't find her, you'll answer to me. He quickly obeyed, yes. Ye Chen hurried away, not forgetting to remind, Wang Yuhang, I have something urgent to handle. Don't forget what I told you. Wang Yuhang called out, bewildered, Brother Chen. Brother. Ye Chen rushed out through the window. Yuhang saw this and shouted, oh my god. Brother Chen, this is the 5th floor. He looked outside and saw that Ye Chen had already bolted away, leaving only a faint shadow. Wang Yuhang exclaimed in amazement, good heavens, is this even human? Entering the room, the scene in front of him made Ye Chen feel somewhat responsible. Inside, Xia Rushui's mother, having heard that her precious daughter had been kidnapped, was furiously throwing things around, leaving the house in a chaotic, broken mess. When Ye Chen walked in, she didn't even ask a question. Her face darkened as she turned around and spoke, wanting to dump all the responsibility onto him. You're back? When he first entered, he thought the people behind this kidnapping were her own family, intending to spy on him. But when he arrived and saw this scene, Ye Chen began to feel extremely suspicious. He furrowed his brows and said, I even thought it was your Xie family's doing. It seems there is someone else. Hearing Ye Chen say this, she was extremely dissatisfied with the idea that she was being blamed. She grabbed his collar with her hand and shouted, reprimanding him, how could I possibly lay a hand on my own daughter? What about the guarantee you gave me? The signal from Xu Ruxue's safety bracelet has been cut off. Is this how you protect my daughter? Hearing her vent her anger, he couldn't do anything because, in part, he had not kept his own promise, so he could only remain silent and let her vent. After letting her carry on for a while, he resisted slightly, taking hold of the hand that was on his lapel and pulling it down. At this moment, Ye Chen's face was extremely serious. He wanted to establish credibility for the other party, then affirmed, give me 1 day's time. I will definitely bring her back. The look on his face showed enough credibility to settle her, and after making the promise, Ye Chen turned and left, leaving Xia Rushue's mother behind in anxiety. Before leaving, he left her a guarantee that he would rescue her daughter. If I fail, you can take my life as you please. She also placed her trust in Ye Chen, but didn't want to get involved in taking his life. She made a sour face and said with an I don't care attitude, who wants this miserable life of yours? And Xia Risu's mother also laid out a few methods that she had already employed to be more helpful in finding her precious daughter. I've already pulled the camera footage, and I'll use even more influence to definitely find my daughter. What kind of mother is she that she looks even better than her daughter? Let me ask one question. Is she single? Can I get a slot to be Xia Ruxu's father? The conversation between the two of them quickly ended. Liu Yifei, or rather, the path to finding her was now Ye Chen's top priority. Sitting on the edge of the large bed in Xia Rushue's private suite, he seemed lost in thought, focusing on his breathing and observing his surroundings. That's when Ye Chen noticed something crucial. There was a lingering aura in the room, the unmistakable trace of an ancient martial artist, perhaps even a grandmaster. Whoever kidnapped Xia Rusue was likely targeting him specifically. Knowing that acting impulsively would only lead him into a preset trap, Ye Chen searched for a tactical plan, wondering if he needed more manpower to rescue the young mistress of the Xia family. I need outside help right now. Bai Libing, Jin Lengian, Chu Jingde, their networks should be able to assist. As he focused on these thoughts, his phone on the table suddenly buzzed. An unknown number flashed on the screen. He picked it up. The moment he answered, a vulgar voice blared from the other end. The kidnapper, who was currently holding the hostage, actually wanted to throw his life away. Ye family trash, are you feeling nervous yet? He wondered if the person on the other end was the one who abducted the Xia family's young mistress. Ye Chen's expression shifted, his face turning grim and dark as if he wanted to devour the person on the other end alive. He quickly understood the caller's intent. Ye Chen didn't panic, rush, or beg for mercy to ransom the hostage. He simply replied calmly, "So, it seems it's you rats making trouble. I don't know who you are, and I don't care about your motives. I'm already annoyed that I lost my quest chain with the Xia family, and now you've brought this upon yourselves." Ye Chen issued a cold warning in a flat tone. Release Ruxu immediately, and consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. After delivering his warning, he hung up, having no desire to waste more breath on threats. The person on the other end was stunned by the response, unable to grasp who was actually the kidnapper. The guy started to retort, "It seems you still don't understand," but before he could finish, Ye Chen hung up on him without the slightest hesitation. After the call, Ye Chen found a blonde hair on Xia Ruxu's bed. He began to channel his magic through it. Around his body, a brilliant energy field erupted, glowing like fire mixed with arcs of electric light. This was a hair of Xia Ruxue found in the room. He shouldn't have used this spell, but he had no other choice. With the magic invoked, Ye Chen began the ritual. Using 2 fingers, he traced strange, charm-like characters in the air, chanting continuously. Heaven and earth flow, all things are born. The clear is the source, the still is the foundation. As he finished the lines, Ye Chen continued to murmur. Internal energy is naturally pure. Heaven and earth return to order. Suddenly, a night sky appeared above the golden characters he had written. He continued his incantation. Calm the heart, the spirit clears itself. Nature remains undisturbed, the 3 poisons extinguished. Look through the essence of life, find the person. With a flick of his 2 fingers, he traced a long path. From that path, a large, long, golden arrow appeared, pointing toward the long string of golden characters. This was nothing short of a GPS tracker. The long characters where the arrow pointed began to glow brightly, surrounded by electric arcs. Dense white smoke filled the room, revealing the location of Xia Ruxue, a shipping container at the Bailan port. The location made Ye Chen blurt out, "A shipping container at Bailan port?" Having exhausted his magic to cast the spell, Ye Chen coughed up a significant amount of blood. He covered his mouth with his hand, his face deathly pale, but inside, he was quietly relieved that he hadn't failed. Damn it, the backlash from this tracking spell is too strong. Luckily, nothing went wrong. Otherwise, my cultivation could have been crippled. Wait, why didn't I just let them give me the address? That would have been faster. Why do I always have to be so dramatic? Well, what's done is done, and his next goal is to roast the rats that dared to kidnap his future wife. Ye Chen was filled with burning rage and momentum. Now I know where you are. Scene transition to Bailan Port, Jiangcheng. Standing in the middle of the dock, the kidnapper, who had just finished the phone call with Ye Chen, expecting to threaten him, was instead trembling in fear. Oh God, this situation isn't right. Contrary to his bold facade, his face had gone pale. His heart was wavering. Shouldn't I be the one threatening him with the hostage? Why is it the other way around? And he hung up on me. What kind of monster is this guy? Too late to be scared now, honey. The sun had risen high. The 2 masterminds behind the kidnapping appeared. The bald one asked the young man, "Is that kid panicking yet?" He even acted cocky, saying he'd come to deliver his life. Whose life? The old man's peaceful days won't last long. Tong Tong put on a cowardly look. He scratched his head and reported the incident to the 2 masters. He threatened me, then hung up. I didn't even get to tell him the address. I suspect he doesn't even want to save her. What do you mean he doesn't? That's his wife, you old geezer. Chen Yuanli, hearing this, was deeply suspicious. What is Ye Chen playing at? Does he really not care about that woman's life? A single display of his attitude had caused these guys to spiral into confusion. Old Chen Yuanli frowned at the new problem, and beyond the boy's attitude, there was something even harder to deal with. He shifted his gaze towards Xia Rusue, who was tied up in the cargo warehouse, looking displeased. He had intended to capture Zun Ni, but that idiot had brought Xia Rusue instead. Tied to an iron chair deep inside the warehouse, Xia Rusue looked toward the men. She observed their strange behavior and made a deduction. Their actions show they clearly have a careful plan, but they haven't harmed me, and they even give me water on schedule. Her emerald eyes narrowed as she hit the nail on the head regarding the kidnappers. This proves they likely know my identity and are afraid of what might happen if I get hurt. Yet, she still couldn't understand why she was being held hostage. As Tong Tong approached to give her water, she pondered, what is their goal in using me as a hostage? Threatening the Xia family? Not likely. In this entire city, nobody would dare do that. When he walked up and held the water bottle in front of her, ordering her to drink, Xia Rusue refused. She turned her head away, stubbornly threatening him. I won't drink unless you tell me your identities. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Do you know what it means to offend the Xia family? Oh, there goes the princess routine again. Tong Tong was annoyed. I'm being kind enough to serve you, and you have no gratitude. In a fit of rage, he threw the water bottle away. His face flushed red as he shouted, I don't care if you want to drink or not. The bottle fell, forcing Rusue to dodge her head in fear. Triggered, he vented all of his frustration on her. I'm giving you face by serving you, and now you're acting like a high and mighty young mistress. So what if I kill you? At worst, it's one life for one life. Suddenly, the alarm on Tong Tong's body began to beep. Beep, beep, beep. It sounded loudly, emitting a bright green light. He quickly recognized the signal and shouted, the sensor is reacting. Someone's here. He was about to organize an ambush to overwhelm Ye Chen, but the scene before him made him jump in shock and extreme dread. In reality, Ye Chen had found his way here without even needing an address. That alone shocked him, but now the man was standing right there. On the ground lay a series of henchmen Ye Chen had taken down, and he was currently holding one by the throat. This was what shocked him most. Ye Chen's face was filled with fury, his eyes glowing red as he turned toward Tong Tong, that sharp, piercing gaze fixed on him, making Tong Tong tremble uncontrollably. His face was pale, as if he'd lost all his blood, and he bit his lip, sweat pouring down his face. This time, not even the gods can save me. It hadn't taken long for Ye Chen to reach the kidnapper's lair. He had single-handedly taken down the guards. Every henchman who rushed at him was defeated. Grabbing one by the throat, Ye Chen proudly spoke up to warn Tong Tong. Ha, another one down. Seeing this, Tong Tong was absolutely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. He gasped. At Ye Chen's strength, he had single-handedly taken down 4 grandmasters. No way, it's impossible. Even if those 4 disciples of Chen Yuanli just entered the grandmaster realm, they were still grandmasters. How could they be killed so quickly? Absolutely impossible. Nothing is impossible because I have the protagonist's plot armor. Though Tong Tong refused to accept it internally, he knew he had to save his own skin first. With his tail between his legs, he abandoned the grandmasters and turned to flee. No way. I have to run. His cowardice was worse than a child's, and it was all captured by Ye Chen's sharp eyes. How could I let this troublemaker escape? The moment he had run only a short distance, Ye Chen had already blitzed past him to block his path. His eyes glowing red with judgment, Ye Chen said, You must die too. As the words left his lips, his palms slammed squarely into Tong Tong's face, catching him off guard with no chance to defend himself. At this moment, as Ye Chen applied the palm of judgment to this treacherous man, he combined it with magic energy to slam his head into the ground. Tong Tong's face was pinned, cracking the earth beneath him. Around Ye Chen's arm, purple magic formed a current of pressure. Knowing he couldn't beat him, Tong Tong couldn't even withstand a fraction of the power. His eyes rolled back, bulging with red veins, radiating pure terror. Yet, that filthy mouth of his still managed to spew arrogant threats at Ye Chen. Don't kill me. You have no idea what the consequences will be if you do. Just as he spoke, Ye Chen realized this was the very person who had threatened him. He was furious that he had ever shown mercy to such an ungrateful worm. Ye Chen's voice was cold. So, you're the one who was on the phone with me? I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't appreciate it. Now, you don't get to choose. With those final words, Ye Chen's own hand ended the wretch's life. He quickly turned his focus to his main mission, rescuing Xia Rusue. Moments later, Ye Chen arrived at the spot where she was being held captive. His imposing silhouette appeared against the bright sunlight, and his voice boomed with authority. I'm here to save you. Hearing his voice, the young lady of the Xia family instinctively lifted her head. She had collapsed onto the ground, but the moment she saw Ye Chen's figure, Xia Rusue was stunned. He didn't say much else. What needed to happen, happened. With one swift motion, Ye Chen sliced through the thick rope binding her hands. Freed from her restraints, Rusue immediately threw herself into his arms and clung to him tightly. clearly astonished. Why, it's you. I never expected that you'd be the one to save me. Catching the beautiful girl's embrace, Ye Chen spoke softly, haha, if I didn't come, who would? Anyway, it's good that you're not hurt. Not content with just comforting her with a hug, Ye Chen playfully teased her. He gently lifted her face with his warm hands and asked caringly, can you still walk? Let's go home. Could this be a rare exception for him? Gently touching his hand with her own, Xia Rushu noticed that his hand was injured from the fight. She asked with concern, what happened to your hand? Didn't you just come here to rescue me? What about the kidnappers? Huh? Are they actually flirting? I thought this was supposed to be a private date between the two of them. Seeing the girl before him so worried about his well-being, Ye Chen casually grabbed a white cloth to wipe the blood off his hand and replied, they're all dead. No one survived. That's badass. Ye Chen, you're the best. Xia Rushui was shocked to hear this. She couldn't hide her surprise and cried out, oh my god. Xia Rushui's face was still so expressive. She covered her mouth with her hand, silently assessing him. Even though she wasn't a martial artist, she had met many ancient martial artists and could tell that the aura coming from those people was powerful. Yet, even all of them combined couldn't beat Ye Chen. Does the sister see that her future husband is very good? The more she thought about it, the more something felt off, and Xia Rushu fell into deep thought. She remembered her father's words from before. She heard her father say that the person he wanted her to marry was a genius from the Tan family and a formidable martial arts master. Originally, the other party was incomparable, but now, it seemed Ye Chen was no less capable. If his strength was sufficient, maybe her father would change his mind. Thinking about the prospect of living under the same roof with Ye Chen, she blushed deeply. To suppress her racing heart, she patted her red cheeks with her hands. Wait, change his mind. Do I want Ye Chen to marry me? But thinking about it, that didn't seem like such a bad thing after all. She was clearly head over heels but playing hard to get, while her soul was drifting in the clouds. Ye Chen's large hand suddenly landed on her shapely hip. Not knowing what was going on, Ruxu blushed even harder from his touch, looking like she was about to drool. Drool? It wasn't what we were thinking. It turned out that because Ye Chen was worried that this frail young lady couldn't walk, he had simply hoisted her onto his back. Xiaoru Shui was extremely embarrassed. She tapped his back a few times and shouted, what are you doing all of a sudden? Earlier, Ye Chen saw her, lost in thought, standing there like a statue, so he acted. I watched you for ages, and you didn't react. I figured you were scared, stiff, and couldn't walk, so I carried you. If that's not it, should I put you down? This young man really knows how to seize the opportunity. Although a bit grumpy and stubborn, how could Rushu refuse the chance to be carried by her future husband? She pouted. Don't. Being carried is fine. I'm too lazy to walk anyway. Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. Ha! Why are this pair so cute? Sitting on his broad back, Xia Ruxue felt like a young girl in the throes of first love. Her face flushed red. She stared at Ye Chen, secretly thinking to herself that although this guy was very strange, he still gave her a strong sense of safety. Perhaps he could truly become her support. On that same day, over at the Tan family estate, where the two masterminds behind the kidnapping were relaxing, these two old men were watching a video playback from the harbor. It showed the moment Ye Chen single-handedly took down their entire team of grandmasters. One of them spoke up, expressing shame for those defeated by Ye Chen. What a joke! 4 grandmaster-level fighters and 3 semi-grandmasters couldn't kill a kid in his 20s? Truly disgraceful. Try it yourself and see. Stop acting so high and mighty. Chen Yuanli stood to the side, feeling quite confident in his strategy. Luckily, we held back. Otherwise, even if we had joined the fight, while I'm confident I could defeat him, I might not have been able to kill him. The bald old man leaning on his cane seemed to agree, voicing his own inner doubts. From what I see now, Ye Chen's strength is at least enough to make the Grandmaster rankings, but I still find it hard to believe. Training in martial arts for only 5 years and reaching this level? It's absurd. These small-time crooks think they're ocean predators just because they got a splash of seawater. The bald man turned to the person next to him, asking for ways to challenge Ye Chen. Grandmaster Chen, what should we do next? Continue to challenge this person using the martial arts arena. Chen Yuanli said it as if it were obvious. Of course. He cruelly killed members of my clan. My anger is still pent up. There's no way I'm letting his progress stop here. What about the fact that the two of you were accomplices in the kidnapping? People really should take a look at themselves before talking about others. Looking back at the screen, they only saw Ye Chen's mocking smile. The bald old man wavered a bit, feeling an ominous sensation in his heart for some reason. We need more insurance. If he dares to accept the challenge, I'll invite Elder Yuan to be the referee. This name shocked even Chen Yuanli. He gasped and asked to be sure. Elder Yuan? Could it be the Yuan Lai who once ranked 400th on the Grandmaster ranking? 400th. That old man is like a fourth-rate fighter, barely worth mentioning. Maybe you just lack the ability to see his worth. Replying to Chen Yuanli's doubt, the bald man put on an indifferent look. That's right. I want to see how this brat plans to win. A gutter wanting to compete with the ocean? A common crow trying to be a phoenix? Slowly, nightfall descended, blanketing the city. Stars twinkled brightly in the sky, while the lights below glowed brilliantly. The scene shifted to the Sundai residence, a massive building that showed Xia Rushua's family background was no small matter. Hearing the news that her precious daughter had returned safely, Madame Xia rushed out, anxiously questioning her daughter. "Rusue, are you okay?" "Madam, I thought she was going out to find a lover. The way she's dressed is so inappropriate for her age." Rushing over to her daughter, who was lying exhausted on the sofa, Sundai repeatedly asked, "Honey, why were you taken away so suddenly? Were you hurt?" To avoid worrying her mother too much, Xia Rusue only said, "Mom, it's nothing. It was all just a misunderstanding." The word misunderstanding made her mother furious. She shrieked, "Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding leads to people smashing doors, knocking my daughter unconscious, and dragging her away? Is that what you call a misunderstanding?" She even turned to provoke Ye Chen. "If someone can't protect my daughter, then she's coming home with me now." Hearing this, Ye Chen exuded a dark, gloomy aura. He was furious, yet he couldn't refute a word. She took her daughter's hand and continued, "Your father has already called in 3 experts from Jiangcheng province. They are much more reliable than some people." But at this moment, it was as if Rusue had been struck by a love spell. She resisted her mother. "No, I'm not going. I want to stay here." Seeing Sundai start to use excessive force on Xia Rusue, Ye Chen pointed at her and warned, "Keep it civil. If you lay a hand on her, I won't just sit by and watch." Sundai was extremely annoyed, seething with hatred in her heart. This brat is very strange. His aura feels like he's climbed out of a pile of corpses. No need to push this kind of person too hard. Fearing he might actually attack, she obediently sat down, spoke properly, and began to talk gently to Rusue. "Rusue, Mom isn't forcing you. Have you forgotten that your birthday is in a few days? Come home with me for a few days. Once your birthday is over, you can come back here whenever you want." Hearing Sundai say this, Rusue seemed reluctant, but her mother quickly put on a pitiful act and made up various excuses. "Your grandmother came back from abroad just to celebrate your birthday. You know she's getting old. She has fewer days left. Don't you want to see her?" Her grandmother was the one thing that could sway Xia Rusue. She turned to ask her mother, "Grandma is back." Using her small hand, she gently stroked Rusue's head and affirmed, "That's right. How could Mom lie to you?" Rusue didn't really want to believe her mother's words anymore. How many times had her mother lied to her over the years? She turned to seek Ye Chen's opinion. Ye Chen sympathized with her and agreed very quickly. "You should go. On your birthday, I'll go there myself to bring you back." Ye Chen's promises made her trust him more than her mother's flowery vows. Xia Rusue smiled brightly, holding out her pinky finger, demanding he promise 100%. Okay. When the time comes, you must show up. If you don't, I'll never forgive you." To put her mind at ease, Ye Chen also held out his hand to hook pinkies with Rusue, promising, "Don't worry, I always keep my word." Xia Rusue held her hand out first, waiting for Ye Chen's pinky promise, looking feisty and cute. "I'm sure you wouldn't dare to lie to me, right?" Ye Chen asked, his elegant hands tucked into his pockets, his tone firm. "If I ever lied to you, I'd be your dog." Xia Rusue suddenly remembered something, paused for a moment, and said, "Oh, right, I almost forgot." Her slender, fair hands pulled a thick stack of papers from her bag and handed them to Ye Chen. "I've drafted a development plan for the Tianjin group. It's light years ahead of that Shen Haihua guy. You have to seize this opportunity." Holding the heavy document, he felt as if he had struck gold. He couldn't help but feel joyful. "Ha ha, if I can't outshine him, then all this work I'm doing would be for nothing, right?" After chatting for a while, Xia Rushue's mother urged her to leave, pulling her away. "Hurry, come with Mom and get ready, or we'll miss our flight." Xia Rusue left in a hurry but didn't forget to say goodbye. "Bye-bye. Remember, you absolutely have to come." Ye Chen politely waved and promised, "I will." His handsome, sharp features conveyed absolute reliability as he affirmed, "Don't worry." Watching the two of them walk away, Ye Chen pondered to himself. The Xia household wasn't safe anymore. Having Xia Rusue go back home was the best choice, and he could see clearly how much she cared for her grandmother. Naturally, what was more important was, at this thought, the expression on Ye Chen's face turned serious and piercing. "I need to clean up some trash in the next few days. Any threat must be nipped in the bud." Outside, the sun was setting, casting a golden hue, when Ye Chen's thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Who could be knocking at this hour? Ye Chen wondered aloud. Ruxue, did you forget something? He opened the luxurious, modern door, but seeing no one there, a small voice spoke from below. Are you Uncle Ye Chen? Ye Chen was surprised but replied, That's me. A little boy with blue hair, wearing a red scarf, politely held out an envelope with both hands to Ye Chen, his face beaming. Uncle Ye Chen, a man told me to give this to you. Receiving the strange letter, Ye Chen went inside to open the envelope. He ripped open the casing, tossed it on the table, and quickly pulled out the letter. He mumbled something to himself, but before he could finish, he read the challenging words inside, and his hands tightened. The people of the Chen family have decreed. Do you dare to accept the challenge at the martial arts arena tomorrow? If you don't fight, can you really protect those around you? Signed, the Chen family, Chen Yuanli. After reading the threats, Ye Chen clenched his fist in anger, as if he wanted to punch the person who wrote the letter. So that's how it is. It seems this Chen Yuanli is the elder of the Chen family, and he's also the one who laid a hand on Xia Ruxue. Just then, another knock-knock. Knock interrupted Ye Chen's surging emotions. Annoyed, he went to open the door, his voice sharp. Who is it now? A red-haired girl stood before him. Ye Chen saw her standing there in a low-cut qipao. Ye Chen was surprised. Jin Lingyan? She asked urgently. Ye Chen, did you receive a challenge letter from the martial arts arena? Not long after receiving the letter, Jin Lingyan had come to ask. Ye Chen answered, a bit hesitantly. How did you know I just received it? He handed her the letter that had been delivered just moments ago. He thought to himself, her intelligence network is fast. Jin Lingyan, with a serious expression, raised her fan to her face and said, it was posted by the martial arts arena a long time ago. Now, all the major forces in Jiangcheng know about it. The martial arts arena is where martial artists settle their disputes. Once you step into that ring, it's a fight to the death. As she spoke, she hurriedly grabbed Ye Chen's arm, leaned in close, and continued. Chen Yuanli clearly wants to kill you in the ring. Master Ye, please reject this challenge. As long as you ignore him, he won't dare touch you. Every word Jin Lingyan spoke showed her anxiety and worry. But in response, Ye Chen remained indifferent. Why should I reject it? I was just worried I wouldn't be able to find Chen Yuanli. If he's handing his life over to me, I'll just kill him. Jin Lingyan's panic grew. She leaned in closer to warn him. Master Ye, 10+ years ago, Chen Yuanli already reached the Grandmaster realm. His strength is terrifying. Ye Chen saw her panic but only gave her a confused look, saying nothing. Jin Lingyan continued. Back then, he obtained a powerful martial arts manual and hid away on Martial Mountain to practice, fearing others would covet it. People like him, even my father, wouldn't dare provoke him. Finding her advice useless, Ye Chen turned away with an expression of boredom. Stop trying to persuade me. I have to go to the martial arts arena. He thanked her for her good intentions and said goodbye, then slammed the door shut, not letting Jin Lingyan say another word. She looked as if she had more to say, but she was left helpless by his cold dismissal. After being rejected by the masculine man, Jin Lingyan looked dejected and worried as she picked up her phone to make a call. He won't listen to me. What should I do? On the other end of the line, an older man's voice barked in anger. Humph! Our Lin family has done everything we could for him. If he wants to die, no one can stop him. The voice on the phone was furious and mocking. Contact the funeral home and prepare a good coffin for him. If he can't be of use alive, then we'll give him a grand funeral when he dies. After saying this, her father angrily hung up, leaving Jin Lingyan with a troubled expression. She stared at the phone screen, speechless in this situation. Meanwhile, Ye Chen sat in his room, still annoyed by the intrusion and feeling insulted. He grumbled, that woman, Jin Lingyan, can't she say anything pleasant? An old man. From the Chen family, what does he matter? I could crush him with one hand. The phone on the table rang, ring, ring, ring. It was Ye Lingxian calling. Ye Chen answered coldly and concisely. Ye Lingxian, what is it? On the other end, a hurried voice warned, Hallmaster, Chen Yuanli's strength is immense. I fear he could rank in the top 600 of the Grandmaster list. Do you need me to send people to assassinate him? Ye Chen, once again having his strength doubted, replied calmly and irritably, no need, I can handle him. More importantly, how is the port situation? Did you clean up the bodies? Don't cause any chaos for the citizens. Hearing his concern for the people, it was clear what a righteous man Ye Chen truly was. On the other end, Ye Lingxian quickly reported, it has already been cleaned up. Ye Lingxian continued to advise him, Hallmaster, I heard that Chen Baoguo trained in a special type of martial arts. Rumor has it that its power is incredible. You absolutely must not. Before the other side could finish, Ye Chen had already hung up. He collapsed into his chair. I said I could handle it. They're like naggy parents. Just then, his phone vibrated again. Ye Chen looked at the number with annoyance. Another one? On the screen was the number 4, Chu Day. Seeing this number, Ye Chen paused. A while later, the sky grew darker. In the room, Ye Chen was now truly furious. Oh my god, why is everyone calling me non-stop? Yi Lingxian, Chu Day, Bai Libing, Zhou Rende, they all heard about this and are calling too. I don't even have a single person supporting me. Do you all look down on me that much? Ye Chen threw his phone onto the table in frustration. What is this about me going to die? Everyone is so unreasonable. Do I look that weak? Once again, the familiar screen showed an incoming call from Shanhaihua. Ye Chen picked up without thinking, unleashing a torrent of anger. What? You want to advise me not to go die too? Let me tell you all today, it's useless for anyone to try. I'm going tomorrow, no matter what. The person on the other end was surprised. A what? Go die? What are you talking about? When he heard the question, Ye Chen calmed down, realizing, oh right, I forgot. Shanhaihua and Tong Di haven't reached the ancient martial world yet. Shanhaihua's voice on the phone was urgent. Master Ye, there's a major problem. The medicine we produced is a bit special. The Provincial Drug Supervision Bureau won't approve it. The pressure is immense right now. We need you to find a way to help. Ye Chen replied, all right, I understand. He hung up the phone and began to think deeply. This is easy to resolve. Finding the Chu family to help shouldn't be a problem. No sooner than 30 seconds after hanging up, his phone rang again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was Ye Chen. His day must have had over 100 calls already. Receiving yet another one made Ye Chen's face darken. Are you kidding me? Someone else wants to tell me not to go die? Ye Chen answered the phone, and a respectful voice came through. Master Ye, I am Yingqing. I hope you can come out and meet with our chief. I am already waiting in the car. The content of this call was different from the others, which satisfied Ye Chen. He happily replied, all right. He continued to think. Although the Chu family can help me a lot, their influence is limited to Jiangnan province. The Dragon Soul team is a special national-level team. Building a good relationship with them won't be a bad thing. At a certain location in Jiangcheng, an area filled with cargo and shipping trucks, a conversation was taking place inside a house. Sorry for contacting you so late, but due to a special mission, I'm a few days behind. In the hallway of the building, Yingqing walked while handing Ye Chen a slip of paper. This is our pass. When you meet the leader later, please try to hold your temper a little. Whether it's for the sake of the Tianjin group or yourself. Ye Chen took the card, looked at it silently, and turned to Yingqing, annoyed. Do I look like the type who enjoys making trouble? Yingqing scratched his head awkwardly, but was very blunt. Basically, yes. The two of them stopped in front of a large door. Yingqing stomped his feet and stood at attention, speaking loudly. Reporting to the chief, Master Ye has arrived. In the room, a voice sounded, granted. Let him in. The door slowly opened, and Ye Chen walked in, alone and unhurried. Entering the vast room, a man stands looking out the window, clearly having waited for Ye Chen for a long time. Hearing footsteps, the man recites details about him. Ye Chen, male from Jiangcheng, Southwest Province. Father is Yi Tianzheng. Mother is Jiang Beirong. A family of 3 met with disaster 5 years ago in the Yunhu Villa massacre. 5 years later, Ye Chen returned from the dead, reached the Master Realm, and sought revenge. He killed the father and son of the Chen family, wiped out the Jiangcheng Valley, executed over 100 members of the Qing sect, and killed the son of Shang Baoguo. Watching the man before him recite every detail about his life, Ye Chen thinks cautiously. This person is a martial artist, and a very strong one at that. He gives off a sense of danger. The man turns around, his face sharp and keen. Your recent background is enough to overwhelm anyone for a lifetime. I'm very curious about those 5 years. Where did you go? Even our satellites couldn't track you. The chief takes out a tea set, pours some tea, and continues. What I'm even more curious about is, where did you get the nerve to accept Chen Yuanli's challenge? He smiles strangely at Ye Chen. Don't just drink tea, let's talk. After speaking, the chief gently uses his inner energy to make the teacup float in the air, catching Ye Chen off guard. He flicks the cup at lightning speed. Ye Chen quickly reaches out and catches the incoming cup with precision. The force of the movement makes the tea inside ripple against the rim, yet not a single drop spills. Ye Chen raises the cup to his lips, smirking slightly, and says, talk away. The chief seems very satisfied with Ye Chen's reaction. He muses inwardly. When I flick this cup, I infuse it with my master-level internal energy. It's hard to catch, and even if one manages it, the cup would likely shatter. This kid not only caught it, but didn't even spill a drop of tea. It seems I underestimated him. A moment later, the chief introduces himself. I am Lei Shouwei. I heard from Yingqing that you want to cooperate with the Dragon Soul Assault team. What kind of cooperation do you have in mind? Of course, If you're willing to join us, I can do a lot for you. With your strength, hearing these offers, Ye Chen is uninterested and replies calmly, joining you? Out of the question. I'm used to being free and unfettered. Right now, Tianzheng Group wants to manufacture medicine. The procedures aren't easy to handle. I'm asking if you can give me the green light. If not, I'm leaving. Ye Chen negotiates with an extremely firm attitude, as if he knows the other party understands his power and will help. The chief, Lei Shouwei, smiles and asks, this is simple. I can solve it for you, but the question is, what do we get in return? Ye Chen doesn't beat around the bush and tosses something toward Lei Shouwei. As he catches it, Ye Chen says firmly, I can give you 200 of these. No counter-offers. Lei Shouwei catches the pill, which radiates power in his palm. He picks it up to inspect it and is stunned. Alchemical markings? This is a top-tier healing pill. He pulled out 200 of them just like that. He must have a terrifying quantity. Lei Shouwei's mind begins to scheme for profit. Alchemical pills are worth a fortune. I need to pressure him for more to maximize the gain. Lei Shouwei reaches out his hand, looking cunning. 500 pills, and I'll help you with this. Ye Chen, hearing this, turns around. I already said, no counter-offers. Seeing the potential profit slipping away, Lei Shouwei panics and calls out, wait, 200 it is. Haha, what a funny scene. What was Lei Shouwei thinking? Trying to haggle with the toughest person in the room. Seeing the other party panic, Ye Chen immediately deploys a strategy to lower the other party's leverage. He says coldly, I've changed my mind. Now it's 100 pills. If that's not okay, I'm leaving. Seeing the look on Lei Shouwei's face, he must be desperate. He whispers, fine, it's a deal. Inside, Lei Shouwei is annoyed. This kid really doesn't leave any room to breathe. With the deal made, Ye Chen walks to the door without looking back. Have Yingxing come to me tomorrow to pick up the pills. Goodbye. Ye Chen walks out and slams the door, leaving Lei Shouwei lost in thought. This kid, I thought he was greedy for profit, but he actually wanted to give them away for free. It's hard to understand. After Ye Chen leaves, Yingxing cracks the door open. Chief? Seeing Lei Shouwei standing in the middle of the room, Yingxing runs in. Based on my knowledge of Ye Chen, he will definitely go to the martial arts arena. Do we need to do something? Lei Shouwei calmly orders. Prepare the plane. I'm going to ask the leadership for instructions today and try to get the documents as soon as possible. He looks out the window, muttering, if Chen Yuanli and Shang Baoguo dare to kill him, use the documents to protect this kid. It seems Lei Shouwei has a good impression of Ye Chen. Late at night at Ye Chen's villa, the lights are still on. Standing before his alchemy furnace, Ye Chen clicks his tongue. The 100-herb cauldron really never gets old. With this, 200 pills will be no problem. Suddenly, his phone rings. Ye Chen answers, Tong Dai. From the other side, a voice scolds him, panicked. Hello, Ye Chen, where did you run off to? Why haven't you come back yet? And Ru Su, why don't I see her? Ye Chen replies, confused, Sha Xia. Ruo Su went home with her mother. I bought a villa nearby and I'm staying here. On Tong Di's end, she is stunned and skeptical. Don't joke around. A villa nearby costs more than the company you started. Can you afford that? She is suspicious again. Ye Chen snaps, frustrated. If you don't believe me, come see for yourself. I'll give you the address. The door is unlocked. Just come right in. After finishing, he hangs up the phone as usual. Beep. Tong Dai puffs out her cheeks, annoyed at being cut off. Humph. I want to see if this is for real. 10 minutes later, Tong Di, wearing a white form-fitting outfit, arrives at the villa address. She opens the door politely. Excuse me, sorry to bother you. I'm a friend of Ye Chen. Her eyes widen at the sight of Ye Chen cultivating spirit pills. It's incredibly cool. Tong Di is still skeptical. Oh my god, am I hallucinating? Is this really something that can happen in real life? Tong Di stands there, watching Ye Chen floating in the air, using a flame to heat the vessel. From the opening of the vessel, round, black, sparkling pills emerge amidst a faint, mystical mist. Ye Chen quickly holds out a plastic bag to catch all the pills. He looks down, looking satisfied. Great, this speed should be enough. Tong Di feels a bit uneasy and speaks up. Ye Chen, is this really your house? He suddenly grabs Tong Di's hand, making her blush. He turns around and pulls her along, saying, as long as you're willing, it can be our home too. Come on, take a look. As soon as Tong Di enters, she can't help but gaze around in awe. She exclaims, oh my god, the house is luxurious, and the furniture is all top tier. Ye Chen continues to pull her along. Tong Dai can't hide her excitement and says to herself, this is really my dream home. The bedroom door opens, and Tong Dai doesn't hesitate. She jumps onto the bed, excited. Ha ha ha, the bed is so soft, so comfortable. I don't even want to get up once I lie down. Ye Chen stands there, looking at her, confused. He crosses his arms, watching her roll on the bed in delight, and says, "If you like this house, I'll give it to you. I'll arrange for someone to transfer the title tomorrow." Tong Di is startled, sits up, and waves her hands in refusal. "No, no, no. Are you joking? Why would you give me a house? I don't want the title." Ye Chen looks at her with a serious expression. "I owe you more than just a house." She lowers her head, stammering. This is all she can think of just because of what happened 5 years ago. "It was something I should have done. It's not worth you using a repayment attitude to treat me." Suddenly, Tong Di lunges forward and grabs Ye Chen's shoulders, making him blush. She says, "To be honest, I'm very angry because you, little brat, dared to sneak around and live in such a nice place alone." Her face is bright red with shyness, but she excitedly adds, "You're not allowed to hog it all to yourself. To ensure fairness, I want to stay here too." She throws herself back down on the bed, beaming. Ye Chen smiles and rubs his forehead. Tong Di, feeling triumphant, continues, "Haha, there are so many rooms here. When Ruoxu comes back, I won't have to squeeze into one bed with her anymore." Hearing this, Ye Chen turns around to leave, calling back, "Fine, fine, fine. Do whatever you want. As long as you're happy, it's fine." He walks away and closes the bedroom door without a second thought. Tong Di is stunned for a moment, then quickly smiles again, hugging the pillow and thinking to herself, "If you're only getting close to me because you're repaying a debt, that's not going to work." Outside the house, the sun is shining, and it's a beautiful day. Looking at the 2 bags overflowing with round, black, sparkling pills, Ye Chen says with a sigh of relief, Finally done." Tong Di comes out carrying a tray with a glass of water. "Ye Chen, tomorrow is Ruosu's birthday. Have you thought about what gift you're getting her?" She continues, "By the way, I brought breakfast. Come and eat." Ye Chen hears this and looks back, asking, "Ruosu's birthday is tomorrow?" In his heart, he thinks, "The martial arts arena challenge is also tomorrow." After thinking, he stands up straight and says, "Both things at the same time? It seems it's time." Ye Chen goes to the door and sees Ying Qing standing there. Seeing him, Ying Qing says, "Mr. Ye, I'm here to pick up the pills." Ye Chen holds out the bag filled with pills and replies, "Oh, Ying Qing." Ying Qing raises both hands in refusal. "Mr. Ye, you're too polite. We already ate breakfast at headquarters. You go ahead and eat." Hearing this, Ye Chen frowns and replies in a tone that clearly brooks no refusal. "What breakfast? These are the 200 pills we talked about. They're all inside. Do you want them or not?" Hearing this, Ying Qing panics, grabs the bag, and hugs it to his chest, complaining slightly, "Why would you put such precious medicinal pills in a plastic bag? What if they get contaminated?" Ye Chen doesn't reply. He just stands on the side, indifferently picking his nose. Ying Qing turns to the person who came with him and says, "Quick, bring the protective case without oxygen from the car here." The guy scratches his head and replies, "Yes, Captain. But the blood sample from this mission is in the bag." Ying Qing has snapped, "Throw it away. If that prohibited pill causes any trouble, who are we going to find to refine it?" The subordinate, flustered, scrambled into the car and replied, "Yes, Captain." Ye Chen spoke up, "The pill refinement isn't as fragile as you think. No need for a sealed plastic bag. It's fine. If there's a problem, just come find me. If you ruin one, I'll compensate you 10. Ying Xinghe replied, "In that case, I'm relieved." He suddenly remembered something and added, "Right, Mr. Yi? The chief told me to tell you that no matter what tricks Chen Yuanli and Jiang Baoguo pull tomorrow, we will intervene if necessary." Ye Chen responded calmly, "Yi Chenkyu." Scene shift to the Jiangcheng tea house. 3 dignified men sat facing each other. The man in the brown vest sitting in the center was named Yuan Ying Qingfu. Jiang Baoguo sat to his left, glancing at him and thinking, "No matter how many times I meet him, he always makes me feel afraid." This is a top-tier powerhouse, ranked in the top 400 of the Grandmaster ranking. Even if I, Jiang Baoguo, risk my life after all these years of training, I still can't compare to him. Recently, Yuan Ying Qingfu had been active in Jiangnan Province, building his influence, and he was even the vice president of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. That is a provincial-level association. Not only are there many grandmasters, but people fight tooth and nail just to get in. Suddenly, Yuan Ying Qingfu asked, "You 2 martial arts grandmasters invited this old man here, surely not just for tea, right? In front of Elder Yuan, we don't deserve to be called grandmasters. We are just juniors." He brought out a box and continued, "This is a small tribute from us." Inside was something that looked like a small ginseng root, but it looked whiter, glossier, and firmer. He pushed it toward Yuan Ying Qingfu and added, "This item has a powerful effect on consolidating a martial artist's realm. Hopefully, it can be of some help. Yuanying Kingfu held the gifted box and said, "A 1,000-year spiritual ginseng. This is too valuable. This gift is a bit too precious." Chen Yuanli, holding his teacup, flattered him. "Not precious at all. Only something like this is worthy of you." Yuanying Qingfu laughed. "Ha ha, you are quite capable. After another 2 years of training, you might be able to try applying to join the Jiangcheng Province Martial Arts Association." Chen Yuanli replied, "Ye Chen, Elder Yuan." Jiang Baoguo also spoke up, "Elder Yuan, tomorrow Grandmaster Chen will have a duel with a junior named Ye Chen at the martial arts arena. Do you have any expert advice?" Yuanying Qingfu turned to look at Chen Yuanli, puzzled. "He's just a junior. Are you lacking confidence?" It seemed Yuanying Qingfu doubted his strength. Chen Yuanli hurriedly explained, "No, no, no. Although that kid's strength isn't great, he obtained a prohibited pill at the auction a few days ago. His strength skyrocketed after taking it. I'm afraid he might use the drug, which wouldn't be fair." Hearing this, Yuanying Qingfu slammed his hand on the table, frowned, and said angrily, "He would dare? With me, Yuanying Qingfu, here, if he dares to use a prohibited pill to beat you, I will definitely make him kneel before you and pay with his life." Jiang Baoguo still wasn't fully at ease and said worriedly, "But Elder Yuan, that Ye Chen is very bold. Rumor has it, he wants to kill Grandmaster Chen at the martial arts arena, and even arrogantly said that even if you were there, Elder Yuan, you wouldn't be able to stop him." Understanding their intentions, Yuanying Qingfu asked, all right, stop adding fuel to the fire. You all must have some deep blood feud with this kid, right?" As if hitting the nail on the head, Chen Yuanli said, "That kid killed my nephew, leaving the Chen family without an heir. This debt must be settled." Jiang Baoguo followed up, "Furthermore, his personality is brutal. He kills without blinking. He plotted against the pill belonging to my son, Jiang Wenlin, then cruelly murdered my son." Hearing them say this, Yuanying Qingfu sighed. Someone like that is truly a disgrace to the ancient martial arts world. Haha, he actually dares to kill the descendants of 2 grandmasters? That kid named Ye Chen is quite arrogant. Rest assured, leave tomorrow's business to me. Even the Heavenly King himself won't be able to save him. Hearing Yuanying Qingfu say this, Jiang Baoguo and Chen Yuanli stood up, cupped their hands, bowed respectfully, and said in unison, "Ye Chen, Elder Yuan." Suddenly, Jiang Baoguo looked toward the door, smiled, and said, "Elder Yuan, there is one more thing I would like your help with." Jiang Baoguo clapped his hands to signal and said loudly, "Come in." As soon as he finished, 3 girls walked in. The girl in the middle said, "Greetings, Elder Yuan." Jiang Baoguo saw the 3 girls walk in and smiled, saying, "They are all students from Jiangbei University who have always admired you and want to go to your room to ask for some pointers. I hope you can help guide them a little." Hearing this, Yuanying Qingfu's face darkened, hesitating this matter. Afterward, he revealed a greedy look and smiled deviously, the corners of his mouth curling up. "Ha ha ha, easy to talk about, easy to talk about. Female college students these days are all studious. As a senior, of course, I should guide them, especially the tall one." On the second day, at Ye Chen's villa, the stone was surrounded by a layer of golden energy. Ye Chen was currently floating in mid-air, meditating. After a while, Ye Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A golden light radiated from around him. Ye Chen had broken through to the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. After the breakthrough, Ye Chen stopped training and slowly sat down. The stone also descended. Ye Chen brought his hand to his chin, puzzled, logically speaking. The spiritual energy in wuxia is rare and far inferior to that place, yet my cultivation speed hasn't decreased. It's actually increased. Could it be because of this stone? The stone suddenly moved a bit. Ye Chen saw this and thought, it moved. Could this stone have a life? Was it answering me just now? He leaned down, getting close to the stone to look at it for a moment. Then, Ye Chen picked up the stone and said, "This stone is truly mysterious. I have enough confidence to participate because of the reincarnation graveyard inside me. I wonder if I can trigger the first great master now? I wonder how powerful that ancient figure really is." Then, Ye Chen took out a turtle shell and 3 coins. He thought, forget it, overthinking is useless. Ye Chen tossed the turtle shell and coins down and said, "For better or worse, this is my first time participating in a martial arts arena duel. Let me calculate the fortune first." Ye Chen looked at the turtle shell and wondered, it's standing upright, but how do I interpret this? The turtle shell and 3 coins Ye Chen tossed had now formed a formation. The turtle shell stood upright in the middle. The 3 coins fell in 3 different directions around the shell. Ye Chen stared at them, thinking, is it the same as before? No matter how I look at it, I can't figure it out. The old man said my destiny is something even the world doesn't have the right to interfere with. Could it be true? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Kunlun Hao. She called out, "Mr. Ye, I'm here to pick you up." Ye Chen replied, "Okay, thank you." Scene shift to the martial arts arena. Ye Chen and Kunlun Hao walked through the crowded sea of people coming to watch and cheer. Ye Chen looked around and thought, I didn't expect the number of ancient martial artists in wuxia to be this high. It seems everyone has come to watch. Moreover, there are quite a few familiar faces. Looking over, he could count Chu Rende, Chu Zixuan, Tan Yuanming, and those two men, and also Bai Libing and Ying Qing. Ye Chen looked over once and thought, Chu Rende, Chu Zixuan, Bai Libing, Chen Zhengguo, Chu Zhangde, and Chu Fulu are all here. Haha, even Su Shiran is here. Afterward, Ye Chen saw two more familiar faces. He thought, wait, is that Ye Lingxian? That guy, even if he doesn't want to expose himself. There's no need to pretend to be a lackey for the Da family. For better or worse, he is a Jiangnan king. Ye Lingxian also saw Ye Chen and thought, Hall Master, if your life is in danger, we will stop at nothing to intervene. Someone pointed in a direction and said suddenly, they're here, they're here. The three referees are here. Everyone saw them and exclaimed, oh my god. Is that person leading them the legendary elder Yuan? And there are also the two big shots, Wang Zixian and Wu Hangming. Yuan Ying Qingfu spoke up, Yuan Ying Qingfu, as one of the referees for this martial arts arena duel, will certainly strive to be fair and maintain order. If anyone breaks the rules of fairness, regardless of their status, I will kill them without mercy. Kunlun Hao, standing from afar, also said, these three referees are Yuan Ying Qingfu, Wang Zixian, and Wu Hangming. All of them are in the top 500 of the Grandmaster ranking. Among them, Yuan Ying Qingfu is the most terrifying. He once entered the top 400. As for his current ranking, no one knows, but many people guess that he is very likely to have entered the top 300. Ye Chen frowned and thought, the old man Yuan Ying Qingfu is very strong and extremely dangerous. I'm afraid he has entered the qi condensation stage, a realm higher than mine. It seems I have underestimated the ancient martial artists of wuxia. He can also be considered a true expert. Everyone was already seated in the stands, waiting for the first match to start. Kunlun Hao said to Ye Chen, those who can serve as referees at the martial arts arena certainly have strength beyond words, but more importantly, it's their status and the power behind them. She added, you must know that Yuan Ying Qingfu is also the vice president of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. Looking at the whole of Jiangnan, not many people dared to offend him. If you have the chance, try to get into this person's good graces. It is very important for you. Ye Chen didn't care at all and replied, what is he? Why should I? Kunlun Hao frowned and reminded him, don't talk nonsense. What if he hears you? And that Wu Hangming, you should also be careful. The Wu family's hidden forces are very strong. If you can build a good relationship with him, even Chen Yuanli wouldn't dare touch you. Suddenly, a loud drum sounded, signaling the first duel was about to begin. Yuan Ying Qingfu stood on the arena and shouted, Ye Chen, Chen Yuanli, please take the stage. Hearing the order, Chen Yuanli gathered strength in his legs. Ye Chen was also in a ready position. Both of them jumped onto the arena at the same time. Chen Yuanli displayed an expression of resentment, looking at Ye Chen and saying, I will kill you. While Ye Chen just smiled provocatively, a spectator. Standing on the viewing platform, someone sneered, how can a pathetic loser from the Ye family dare to stand on the same stage as Grandmaster Chen? Does he even deserve it? Another person laughed and chimed in, Grandmaster Chen. Slice that Yi family loser up so he realizes he's digging his own grave. Hearing this, Wu Dingming felt his ears burning. His expression darkened as he growled, too noisy. Then, with a murderous aura, he turned to the three men who had just spoken and declared, anyone who dares to spout nonsense and disrupt the martial arts stage again, don't blame me for not being polite. The men were so terrified they jumped in shock. Wu Dingming then sighed and said, what a pity. Such a young grandmaster, truly a rare genius, yet he has to die here today. On the stage, Ye Chen was bursting with energy, his body glowing with a fierce purple light. He looked at Chen Yuanli with a gaze full of provocation. Chen Yuanli was equally intense. Yuan Ying Qingfu stepped in between them, raised his hand, and announced, this battle is set. Since you have both signed the death pact, I hope you will know when to stop and avoid unnecessary casualties. He waved his hand forward and shouted, I now declare the battle. Begin. Chen Yuanli glared at Ye Chen and demanded, how did my descendants offend you? Why did you have to kill them? Ye Chen replied indifferently, they brought it upon themselves. It's fitting that I kill you today. From now on, the Chen family of Jiang City will be history. Hearing this, Chen Yuanli roared in rage, causing the floor tiles beneath him to crack and shatter. Chen Yuanli lunged forward, stretching out his leg to kick Ye Chen, shouting, "I want to see exactly what kind of trash that dog Ye Chen raised." Ye Chen easily dodged the attack, gracefully jumping high into the air. Looking down at Chen Yuanli, Ye Chen provocatively remarked, "With such clumsy footwork, you want to hit me." Enraged, Chen Yuanli threw a flurry of punches at Ye Chen, shouting, "Arrogant brat." Tenfold tyrant fist. Chen Yuanli punched wildly, but Ye Chen moved like lightning, easily evading every strike. Ye Chen moved nimbly, parrying one of Chen Yuanli's arms, and asked, "Is that all your tyrant fist is?" He then easily swatted the other arm aside and continued, "I call it clumsy dog fist instead." The men on the viewing platform who had been mocking Ye Chen were now stunned. Logically speaking, one said, even if old Master Chen couldn't land a fatal blow, he should have at least dealt heavy damage. Instead, the old master is being led around by the nose. It's like Ye Chen is just playing with him. Chen Yuanli, frustrated by Ye Chen's relaxed and unbothered attitude, screamed, "You loser. If you have the guts, stop dodging." Ye Chen calmly replied, "I've been playing with you for this long just to see how much of a disgrace a Chen family grandmaster truly is. Now I see." Chen Yuanli, red with fury, yelled, "Humph. You dare try to outmatch me head-on? You're asking for death." With that, they both charged toward each other. Ye Chen smiled coldly, saying, "Weaker than I thought." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuanli was sent flying by Ye Chen's strike. He pulled his hand back, unable to believe what had just happened. "What?" Chen Yuanli gasped as he collapsed onto the floor. Everyone watching was stunned. Yuan Ying Qingfu spoke up. Grandmaster Chen has practiced martial arts for over 50 years, yet he was nearly defeated by a junior in one move. Wu Dingming was also shocked, saying, "How is that possible?" Jin Lengyan, also caught off guard, exclaimed, "Is he really that strong?" Yi Lingqian curled his lips into a proud smile, thinking. As expected of the palace master, Ye Chen then casually taunted Chen Yuanli, saying, "With only this much strength, you still allowed your descendants to run wild? Your whole family deserves to die." Chen Yuanli, feeling humiliated and furious, gritted his teeth and said, "You forced my hand. I didn't want to use this move unless it was absolutely necessary, but now I have no choice." Chen Yuanli lost his composure and poured all his energy into his technique. He roared, "Even if I have to pay a heavy price, I will kill you with my own hands." Jiang Baoguo, watching from the sidelines, thought to himself, "This aura, I fear this isn't just common martial arts. No wonder he hid in the mountains. So, he possessed such a treasure." Ye Chen realized it too, thinking, "This familiar feeling, it's a cultivation technique, and a high-grade one at that." Ye Chen thought this because, in theory, ancient martial artists and cultivators were completely different. Their dantian were quite weak and struggled to contain a cultivator's methods. Once such a technique is used, it causes massive damage to the internal organs. That is why Chen Yuanli said he had to pay a price. Now, Chen Yuanli just stomped on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. He took a stance for the demonic thunder palm, his murderous intent shifting as if he wanted to tear someone apart. The sky above suddenly darkened. Clouds gathered, crackling with lightning bolts that struck the altar one after another. The atmosphere turned grim and ominous. The lightning converged into one point, pouring into Chen Yuanli's body. He was consumed by rage at Ye Chen's actions. Chen Yuanli was using a cultivation technique, sacrificing his own body to gain power because the technique damaged his internal organs. Even though Ye Chen knew what Chen Yuanli was attempting, he stood there without a hint of fear, standing tall and proud. Chen Yuanli raised his hands and took a defensive stance, channeling all his power into his palms before shouting, "Ow!" A green aura surrounded Chen Yuanli, representing his profound internal energy. At the same time, it generated a powerful shockwave that emanated from his body. Yuan Ying, Qingfu, Wu Dingming, and many others below the altar stared wide-eyed at Chen Yuanli. Everyone was clearly astonished by his technique. Yuan Ying Qingfu wiped sweat from his brow, looking up at the altar, and said, "If anyone gets hit by that, they won't have a body left." Wu Dingming, standing next to Yuan Ying Qingfu, was equally stunned. Wu Dingming kept his eyes fixed on Chen Yuanli in awe. A strange phenomenon appeared in midair. Chen Yuanli leaped up, legs tucked in, hands raised high, staring directly into Ye Chen's eyes as he prepared his strike. Ye Chen stood right beneath Chen Yuanli. Seeing his move, Ye Chen guessed, could this be? He had already figured out the technique Chen Yuanli was about to unleash. Chen Yuanli changed his posture, aiming his entire body toward Ye Chen, pushing both hands forward. As he thrust his hands out, Chen Yuanli roared, "Die." He dove straight at Ye Chen. The attack unleashed by Chen Yuanli manifested as a massive green hand, just like a giant's. The colossal palm followed Chen Yuanli's trajectory, heading straight for Ye Chen. Chen Yuanli fell with lightning speed. Ye Chen remained standing firm, not moving an inch. He looked straight up at Chen Yuanli and began circulating his internal energy throughout his body. An orange-red aura appeared, surrounding him. Ye Chen stood firm, clenched his fist, and muttered, "This move." Having said that, Ye Chen showed a look of contempt. He wasn't afraid of Chen Yuanli's attack at all. Although many were still cheering for Chen Yuanli, Ye Chen calmly accepted it, uttering one cool sentence, "Trivial trick." Chen Yuanli launched his attack, a column of light releasing immense power that created a massive explosion. The stage shattered. Only then did it become clear why the grandmasters below were so awestruck. The girl with red hair and a high bun, holding a fan, stood outside the altar and watched with worry, whispering, "Ye Chen." Standing to the side, one of Ye Chen's own people said in shock, "Palace Master." A girl with short blonde hair, sharp eyes, and a small face stood below the altar. Seeing Ye Chen get hit by Chen Yuanli, she smirked. "Ye Chen, you're a dead man this time." The old master of the Jiang family, standing below the altar, also looked up and shook his head. To die so easily, that's too merciful for this brat. Not bad for the head of the Chen family. Chen Yuanli, the head of the Jiang family, and others stood far from the altar, looking up. Beneath the altar were crowds of people from various martial arts families. The white smoke had not yet cleared. No one knew what had happened to Ye Chen and Chen Yuanli. After a while, the thick white dust slowly began to dissipate. The head of the Jiang family looked up, but he had discovered something. He squinted, curious. That was after looking closer. It seemed the head of the Jiang family had seen something truly astonishing. His eyes widened, his skin crawled, and he blurted out, "How is that possible?" Oh, it turned out Ye Chen was still perfectly fine. Amidst the white smoke, Ye Chen stood tall and proud. Ye Chen smiled coldly. The white dust slowly cleared. On the altar, a scene no one expected was unfolding. Chen Yuanli had been beaten until he was bruised all over, lying face down right in the middle of the altar floor. Ye Chen remained perfectly fine, without a single scratch. He stood tall, looking down at Chen Yuanli with his hands in his pockets. Everyone around the altar was left in total shock. The head of the Jiang family saw this and shouted, "How is he still alive?" Yuan Ying King Fu saw it and stood frozen. As the referee of the match, he had seen everything clearly and had witnessed Ye Chen's move the most clearly. Yuan Ying Qing Fu remembered the moment Ye Chen attacked and began to tremble. When Chen Yuanli struck down, Ye Chen just stood still, raising his hand to wait for him to come down and take the hit. Yuan Ying Qing Fu thought to himself. At that moment, Ye Chen didn't even gather his energy. Yuan Ying Qing Fu imagined that scene again and still felt a chill of fear. Yuan Ying Qing Fu thought. He just raised his fist and waited for his opponent to deliver themselves to his door. How could he? Breaking through the powerful blast of internal energy, Ye Chen launched a fierce counterattack. He stood tall and arrogant, arms spread wide, and shouted with a cold grin, "Go to hell, Chen Yuanli." Just as Ye Chen was about to strike Chen Yuanli down, a voice boomed out, "Stop." Hearing this, Ye Chen glanced toward the source. It was Yuan Ying Qing Fu, the referee, who had unleashed a wave of energy toward him. Ye Chen dodged it effortlessly, but even as he avoided the blow, he studied it with a thoughtful expression, realizing, so this is his ultimate move. Yuan Ying Qing Fu leaped onto the stage, shielding Chen Yuanli as he declared, "This martial arts duel ends here." Charging his energy, he glared at Ye Chen and threatened, "If you want to kill him, you'll have to get past me first." Hearing this, Ye Chen thought with annoyance, "If you were truly here to mediate, why use a lethal strike? This old dog talks about fairness. Yet, where was he when Chen Yuanli was trying to kill me?" Finishing his thought, he cast a murderous, freezing gaze at Yuan Ying Qing Fu and raised his hand. "It seems today, it won't just be Chen Yuanli who dies. You, this old dog surnamed Yuan, will be joining him." The head of the Jiang family, standing below the stage, was observing the situation closely, secretly plotting something. Now that the old man has his attention, he thought, and lunged onto the stage, appearing directly behind Ye Chen. He prepared to strike, thinking, he can't dodge this now. A palm packed with internal force swung toward Ye Chen's back. While Ye Chen was focused elsewhere, his followers below the stage shouted in alarm, "Palace Master. Look out!" One of them panicked, thinking, "Oh no, to think they'd be this despicable, breaking the rules to sneak attack. There's no time to stop it now." And just like that, Ye Chen was struck. The head of the Jiang family landed the hit with ease, thinking, "Got him. This blow will surely leave him crippled." His face twisted with arrogance as he drew his hand back, readying another strike to finish him off. But Ye Chen, moving with fluid grace, slowly shifted his elbow backward with a subtle smile. The Jiang family head thought he had won, but his eyes suddenly widened as he froze in shock. Ye Chen's elbow shot backward with speed faster than lightning, slamming into the old man. As he struck, he said, "Old man, you love sneak attacks, don't you?" Hit by the counter, the Jiang family head gasped in shock. "How? You took my full power strike and you can still fight back?" He began coughing up blood. Ye Chen didn't stop there. He shifted his stance, his eyes turning cold as he said with a smirk, "If you're in such a hurry to die, I'll grant your wish." With a flick of his hand, a barrage of golden light rays shot out, piercing through the Jiang family head's body from all sides. Then, Ye Chen channeled his strength into his fist and delivered a massive punch. With just that one blow, the old man's body was completely shattered. Ye Chen's smile became more twisted than ever, as if he were celebrating a fresh victory. Wu Dingming, standing below the stage with an elderly man with brown hair, both trembled, dripping with sweat. Wu Dingming exclaimed, He turned the Jiang family head into a pile of scraps in an instant. The man beside him was equally stunned. That man was ranked 514th on the Huaxia Grandmaster list. Yuan Ying Qingfu's jaw dropped, his eyes wide in disbelief. I didn't even have time to react, and the Jiang Grandmaster was already obliterated. What kind of dark arts is Ye Chen using? Chen Yuanli, lying slumped on the ground, looked up, stammering, Jiang brother, he's been blown to bits? How is this possible? Yuan, save me. I don't want to die. Seeing Chen Yuanli in such a pathetic, humiliated state, Yuan Ying Qingfu stood his ground and replied, Calm down, Chen Yuanli. I'm here. He won't be able to kill you. Yet, as soon as Yuan Ying Qingfu finished his sentence, a beam of light shot out, slamming straight into Chen Yuanli's face. Yuan Ying Qingfu couldn't react in time. He looked down, stunned and horrified. He could only whisper in fear. Chi Chen Yuanli Ye Chen's face looked terrifying. His bloodlust was boiling. Even if God himself descended today, he wouldn't be able to protect you, he stated. And just like that, the blow that struck Chen Yuanli was his own doing. Ye Chen stood in the distance, looking down at the body on the ground, and let out a cold laugh. Seeing that he had committed murder, Yuan Ying Qingfu exclaimed, Chen Yuanli. Ye Chen remained motionless, holding a stone surrounded by divine energy in his hand. Ye Chen remarked, You said not to kill anyone? Wu Dingming, below the stage, muttered, He's provoking him. The brown-haired martial arts expert standing beside Wu Dingming added, He's gone completely mad. Since Chen Yuanli was already dead, a furious Yuan Ying Qingfu turned to Ye Chen and shouted. The outcome was decided. Why did you have to kill him? Ye Chen showed no remorse, standing tall with arms spread, his expression one of pure contempt. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Because you're biased, or because you tried to ambush me? You low-life dog. Hearing such insults directed at him, Yuan Ying Qingfu exploded with rage and an intent to kill. His face turned beet red, his eyes burning with fury, and a murderous aura enveloped his entire body. Yuan Ying Qingfu continued, How dare you? Do you have a death wish, you brat? Ye Chen remained unmoved. Showing no fear, he only poured more oil on the fire, looking to provoke Yuan Ying Qingfu further. The one who wants to die is you old dog. Every sharp, stinging word from Ye Chen hit Yuan Ying Qingfu's ears. With supreme arrogance, he pointed his finger at Yuan Ying Qingfu, summoned spiritual energy to surround his body, and continued, If you aren't convinced, then challenge me. Don't tell me you're afraid of me, Ye. He was really pushing his luck, to the point where everyone around was worried for Ye Chen's life. The pink-haired girl looked concerned, her face deathly pale, her heart racing. Is this kid trying to die? How dare he talk to Elder Yuan like that? Even if Elder Yuan kills him now, no one would say a word. A handsome young man standing below the stage also trembled in fear. He thought, Yuan Ying Qingfu is not someone Zhang Baoguo and Chen Yuanli can compare to. An elderly grandmaster also mused, offending Yuan Ying Qingfu means offending the entire Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Even without mentioning his background, just in terms of martial cultivation, Mr. Yi is likely not going to survive this. Yuan Ying Qingfu couldn't wait any longer and began his assault. He raised his hands to the sky, gathering spiritual energy into one palm, then transformed that condensed power into a massive blade of spiritual energy. Ye Chen, however, anticipated the move and focused his own internal energy into his palm, forming a blade of aura. You're better than the two who just died, Ye Chen said, switching into his murderous mode. A monster-like aura swirled around him. Ye Chen stepped forward boldly, saying, Let me see what you're really made of. Just as the battle between the two was about to begin, someone shouted, Stop. Hearing this, they both turned their eyes toward the speaker. It was Wu Dingming. He stepped forward, standing directly in front of Yuan Ying Qingfu, and held up his hand. Grandmaster Yuan, in the middle of this tense standoff, Wu Dingming had decided to intervene. So, what would happen next? Wu Dingming stood right before the Grandmaster and said, "With such a glorious reputation, how could you be so serious with a junior?" Wu Dingming was desperately trying to convince Yuan Ying Qingfu not to kill Ye Chen. Yuan Ying Qingfu, seeing Wu Dingming interfering and blocking his way, barked angrily, "Grandmaster Wu, can't you see this brat is wantonly killing innocent people and has no respect for the referee? Shouldn't he be killed?" Wu Dingming gestured with his hands and explained, "The two of them were on the martial arts stage. That means life and death are up to fate. Even if Ye Chen wanted to kill him, it was within the rules. Jiang Baoguo attacked from ambush, breaking the rules, so he deserved to die." Ye Chen stood behind Wu Dingming, not understanding what he was planning, but he listened. Wu Dingming continued, but his tone shifted, becoming louder and more stern. "But Yuan Ying Qingfu, as the referee, why are you interfering in the duel? The one who isn't following the rules is you." Yuan Ying Qingfu, hearing this, retorted angrily, "Grandmaster Wu, what do you mean by this, daring to question me? Do you really think you can represent the Wu family in this matter? If you're doubting me and want to protect this brat, I should take this to the association president." Hearing the mention of the president, Wu Dingming hesitated, clearly afraid. Yuan Ying Qingfu continued, raising a hand. "You better make it clear this person has no relation to the Wu family. If I kill him, so what? Why do you need to protect him?" Wu Dingming stood motionless, thinking after Yuan Ying Qingfu's words. "Even though I appreciate his talent and can't bear to see him die, he is an outsider after all. Yuan Ying Qingfu has brought up the president to pressure me. If there's no legitimate, justifiable reason, it will be hard to handle." Ye Chen, standing nearby with a cold, expressionless face, interrupted, "Are you finished?" Standing on the stage, Wu Dingming turned around and asked Ye Chen, "Ye Chen, let me ask you." Ye Chen replied, Wu Dingming continued, "Are you willing to join my Wu family?" Ye Chen didn't understand Wu Dingming's intention. Thousands of questions raced through his mind. Not fully grasping the situation, he said, "Ah." The crowd sitting in the stands, upon hearing the offer Wu Dingming made to Ye Chen, all broke into applause. People all around were buzzing, gasping in amazement. Whispers spread through the crowd. The O family, the O family. They're one of the 1,000-year-old martial arts clans of Jiangnan province. Old Master O is one of the top-ranking masters. The O family is actually stepping in to help him. Ye Chen is about to soar to the heavens. Everyone was stunned by the offer. The blonde girl, who had previously turned him down, now wore a look of deep regret. She bit her lip, thinking, "I never expected this. If I had just accepted Ye Chen earlier with the O family as his backing, he'd be at the top in no time. Why didn't I see his potential back then?" When Yuan Ying Qingfu heard O Dingming's words, he pointed at Ye Chen and shouted, "Are you crazy? Why would you want to take this maniacal killer into the O family? Aren't you afraid of what people will say?" Yuan Ying Qingfu paled, thinking, "I didn't expect him to be so determined. If he really joins the O family, I won't be able to touch that brat at all." O Dingming turned to Ye Chen and said, "Ye Chen, let's go. You're part of the O family now. No one here dares to lay a finger on you." Ye Chen asked coolly, "Who is part of your family, old man?" Hearing that, O Dingming shouted, "What?" O Dingming turned back and said, "This is the only way to save your life." Ye Chen replied with a blank look, "Save my life? Who needs saving?" In an instant, Ye Chen's attitude shifted. He began to manifest spiritual energy around him and declared forcefully, "Sorry, I have no intention of joining any faction. Besides, isn't that Yuan guy still breathing? I can't just leave like this." The blonde girl, standing outside the arena, watched the scene and her expression shifted. He refused the O family? Is that guy brain damaged? He's an idiot. This is the dream of every martial artist, and he turned it down without a second thought. If he wants to die, he doesn't have to be this stupid. Thinking this, the blonde girl let out a sigh of relief. As expected, he's talentless and a lost cause. My decision to not support him was the right one. Ao Dingming shook his head, closed his eyes, and said, "If you are so determined, then you are responsible for your own life." Ao Dingming slowly stepped off the arena with a rather sorrowful expression, adding, "Though I hate to admit it, this is a mistake young people make." Ye Chen and Yuan Ying Qingfu watched O Dingming's retreating figure with serious expressions. As soon as O Dingming was out of earshot, Yuan Ying Qingfu went back to raging at Ye Chen. Yuan Ying Qingfu's face twisted, veins popping around his eyes. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "You brat, you just cut off your only path to survival. In all my life, I've never met anyone as stupid and arrogant as you." Ye Chen didn't back down. He stood tall and snapped, "Shut your mouth, you fool. You only managed to live those extra few minutes because of him." Ye Chen's words were incredibly cold and bold. Ying Qing, standing outside the arena, looked up and thought, "Damn it, I really want to hit him. Master Yi, please don't be reckless. Your life is what matters." Ye Chen's own people were also worried, saying, "What should we do? Should we intervene? But this is the Hall Master's order. What am I supposed to do?" The fight between the two began. Yuan Ying King Fu opened the attack. He raised a finger high, gathering energy, and declared, "Die." Once he had gathered enough power, he swiped his hand downward, creating a net of light, and continued. 3 moves are enough. Ye Chen stood his ground, focusing all his internal energy into his index finger. Yuan Ying King Fu's voice boomed, "You little bastard. Watch this first move carefully." Before Ye Chen's eyes, a series of red lights swirled and intertwined, forming a net, not a flat one, but a complex, jagged web, scattered all around him. Ye Chen anticipated that the lights would strike him, so he leaped high into the air. Not only did he dodge Yuan Ying King Fu's attack, but he also landed right on the light beams Yuan Ying King Fu had created. He thought to himself, as expected, he's very strong. He's not on the same level as the Tang or the Chen clans. Let me test your true strength." Ye Chen appeared excited for the upcoming fight. He smiled deviously. "Let's see what kind of beast this number 400 ranked Grandmaster really is." Seeing the ground and rocks being sliced by a stream of red energy, Hangming slowly realized what it was, the Heavenly Blade technique. He hesitated, seeing that power. It was clearly one of Yuan Ying King Fu's signature techniques, using excess energy in the air to form countless invisible blades that cut anything they touched. To think he would use such a technique against a junior. But watching Ye Chen dodge those attacks with such ease, Hangming couldn't help but question reality. That Ye Chen, he's dodging Yuan Ying King Fu's attacks in midair so easily. I've never seen footwork like that before. At that moment, Ye Chen was dodging while mocking, "Is that all, you old dog?" He leaped a few more times before planting his feet firmly on the ground. "If you can't hit me, it's pointless." With that, he agilely dodged the energy blasts and headed straight for the man behind it all. "Die." Yuan Ying King Fu saw him rushing directly toward him and wore a sinister smile. No wonder Chen Yuanli lost. This brat really has some skills. Shaking off those thoughts, he raised his hand to activate his power. Suddenly, Ye Chen's eyes widened as he felt something unusual. The red energy from Yuan Ying King Fu's hand had transformed into a thread, coiling tightly around him. Yuan Ying King Fu moved forward, intending to strike. "Run faster if you can, but you've been caught by the net." Having successfully pinned Ye Chen, Yuan Ying King Fu laughed sinisterly like a madman. "Found you." Seeing that smug, victorious expression, Ye Chen felt a hint of disdain. "Humph, this kind of energy thread is nothing compared to the blade energy from earlier. I only need to circulate my energy to break free." At that moment, Yuan Ying King Fu spoke, "Second move." Hearing those 3 words, Ye Chen realized with a jolt, oh no, Ye Chen could only hunch over to take a punch straight to his gut. How do I break free from these energy threads? I was careless not to dodge. Yuan Ying King Fu leaped from below, throwing a punch at him, a flying dragon in the sky maneuver. After that blow, Ye Chen quickly collapsed, but he managed to use one hand to prop himself up. Seeing this, Yuan Ying King Fu gritted his teeth in frustration, the veins on his forehead throbbing. What a strange brat. Even that couldn't kill him. If it were anyone else, their chest would have been blown open already. Hangming, watching from outside, quickly assessed the situation. Yuan Ying King Fu's energy control has improved, but although Ye Chen survived that previous attack, he must be badly injured. This is a fatal situation. Back to Ye Chen, a mouthful of bright red blood spilled from his lips. However, Ye Chen quickly mobilized his energy to stabilize his body. "It seems even though I have the advantage in cultivation techniques, it's hard to defend against a master of the Qi movement realm." Shaking off the thought, he smirked and took out a black jade orb. "I have no choice but to use this." Finishing his thought, Ye Chen raised his hand, and a wave of black energy radiated from the stone, spreading everywhere. Seeing this, Yuan Ying King Fu quickly understood what was happening and panicked. "This is bad. I don't know what that brat is trying to do, but I have to kill him before he finishes." Thinking and acting at once, he charged forward, shouting, "Don't even think about it." But Ye Chen had already successfully enveloped himself in that black energy. The black mist grew thicker and thicker, while Yuan Ying King Fu continued his charge. A moment later, the scenery shifted to a dark, desolate graveyard. Looking at the surroundings, Ye Chen glanced around, unable to believe this place. The reincarnation tomb? Realizing where he was, he became hesitant and alert. I was transported from the martial arts arena to the space of the reincarnation tomb. Just then, Ye Chen looked up and noticed a stone tablet beside him. On it were 5 characters. Slaying Fist Sect, Luo Yuntian. No sooner had he read those 5 words than the figure of a man appeared, crossing his arms and asking, "How can someone with your low cultivation level grasp the reincarnation tomb?" Being asked this, Ye Chen didn't answer right away but asked back, "Are you Luo Yuntian?" In his heart, he was secretly marveling. So strong, so strong. Just looking at him makes me feel like an ant. Is this an ancient powerhouse within the tomb? Luo Yuntian quickly knew what he was thinking. So that's how it is. I thought you could lead the 100 powerhouses under the 100 tablets, but it turns out it's just me. He muttered to himself, dismissing his own idea. No, could it be that I, Luo Yuntian, am not as good as them? Oh, it seems I really am not as good as them. Witnessing this, Ye Chen felt helpless, thinking, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like, wait, what? He voiced his confusion. What on earth are you talking about? In response to that question, Luo Yuntian raised a hand to his chin and replied, "If you grasp the reincarnation tomb, then the inheritance of my, Luo Yuntian, wouldn't have to vanish. It's a pity that the spiritual energy in the outside world is too weak, and my time is very short." With that, he smiled sinisterly and reached out his hand, intending to grab him. Next, learn as much as you can. Ye Chen's eyes then quickly transformed, his pupils turning black with golden irises. After a few seconds, he returned to the present, facing the incoming attack from Yuan Ying Qingfu. But this time, Ye Chen was no longer afraid. "Ant," he said, and with 2 fingers, he successfully blocked the attack. This scene left Yuan Ying Qingfu unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? Before he could stop there, the wave of power directly dissipated, leaving him even more shocked. Why my full power strike? He blocked it with just 1 finger, not letting Yuan Ying Qingfu think of anything else. His whole body was twisted by a mysterious force. Yuan Ying Qingfu collapsed right in front of him. This sight left Yuan Ying Qingfu stunned, lifting his head in shock. "No way. Brat, what on earth did you do to me?" Being asked this, Ye Chen was not stingy, but told the truth. "Really? You think you're so good at controlling internal energy? I was just following your flow and sent it into a backlash. I didn't expect you to be so weak." Thinking it was over, he raised his hand again. "Let's put an end to this." As he spoke, a massive, giant hand appeared behind him. "Ye Chen, the look on your face is terrifying. Go join your ancestors." After that declaration, a surge of blue energy formed behind Ye Chen. A moment later, a giant, colossal arm appeared, and under his control, it transformed into a massive fist. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Ying Qingfu no longer felt fear. Instead, his eyes welled up with emotion. How could anyone reach this level of mastery in channeling internal energy into weapons? Not only him, but everyone watching the battle from the start couldn't help but be amazed. To be able to manifest internal energy into physical form like that, who on earth is this kid? Only now did Yuan Ying Qingfu realize the gravity of the situation, screaming internally, "The gap between him and me is like the distance between the earth and the heavens. No, I don't want to die." Thinking quickly, he put on a pathetic expression, sobbing and begging, "Yi Grandmaster Yi, I was wrong. I was blind." However, life isn't a fairy tale. A massive surge of blue energy appeared above Yuan Ying Qingfu's head. He kept begging until his very last breath. "Please, Grandmaster Yi, spare my life. I'm willing to be your servant." As soon as Yuan Ying Qingfu finished speaking, the blue energy surged down and swallowed him whole. His body simply vanished into thin air. Ye Chen, powered by Luo Yantian's strength, mocked him with a sneer, without mercy. "Be my servant? A lowly ant like you is worthy." Everything that had just happened left the spectators questioning reality, filled with deep terror. Yuan Ying Qingfu had been killed by a mere junior. What just happened? The ring exploded. Who is this Ye Chen guy? Chu Zhangde and Chu Fulu, watching from the outside, whispered to each other. The entire martial arts ring was destroyed by him. Are there really such powerful masters in wuxia? Something feels off. I don't think that was Ye Chen. I have the same feeling. It wasn't just the Chu father and daughter and the onlookers. Even Yi Lingxian was just as shocked. Though he didn't know how the Hall Master pulled it off, this battle would surely be recorded in the history of wuxia's martial arts. It seems I need to speed up the pace. With the Hall Master's strength, his path of conquest isn't just in Jiangcheng or Jiangnan, but all of wuxia. Master Jixin noticed these things and felt something was off. "Master, is he really an ancient martial artist? I have a bad feeling about this." Wu Hangming disagreed with that opinion. "I'm afraid he's not an ancient martial artist." Wu Hangming pondered for a moment, then spoke his guest to himself. "He is a cultivator. Hearing these words, Master Ye Chen couldn't believe his ears and kept asking, how can that be? Cultivators who can destroy the heavens and the earth. They only exist in legends. The transformation realm is just the beginning. Is this actually real? Question like that. Wu Hangming frowned, hesitating before sharing his thoughts. Ye Chen has caused such a huge disturbance this time. Once word gets out, he will certainly become a common enemy of Jiangnan province, perhaps even all of Wuxia's martial arts world. Major powers will absolutely not tolerate such powerful strength that doesn't submit to the rules. He paused for a moment before continuing. And based on the rules, there are experts from the Martial Arts Association hiding in the shadows. If this person leaves and spreads the news, all the powers in Wuxia might surround and kill Ye Chen. Every word left those present speechless. Just then, a masked man spoke up. Ye Chen, you dared to kill the vice president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Just wait for your death. After saying this, the man sensed something was wrong. Hearing the declaration, Ye Chen laughed mockingly. Luo Yantian and Ye Chen's faces darkened, and they grinned sinisterly. So, there's an accomplice? These words successfully made the masked man fearful. Is there a smell? Was I discovered? I need to retreat. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, realizing something. Beside the masked man, a giant hand had appeared out of nowhere. Death. Just like that, he was crushed by the hand. Seeing the person collapse to the ground, blood pooling everywhere, the crowd gathered to check on him. Hey, buddy, are you okay? Why did he suddenly vomit blood and collapse? Observing the crowd gathering, Ye Chen stood alone and muttered to himself, so strong. Right after those words, Lu Yantian appeared beside him with his arms crossed. Impressive, right? You want to kill someone. Even if they're 1,000 miles away, they're dead regardless. Hearing his words, Ye Chen was speechless. Now, the troublesome part is that you've caused such a scene, and a group of people will target me. Hearing that, Luo Yantian calmly dropped a bombshell, then I'll help you modify their memories. This left him frozen. That's possible? Continued, Luo Yantian brought his hand to his chin, smiling proudly. I'll use internal energy to tap the heads of everyone here. Roughly like that. This made Ye Chen feel helpless. Are you going to kill everyone here? He said that as he enveloped Ye Chen, controlling his actions, then explained. Changing memories doesn't mean deleting everything. One day, someone will follow the clues and figure out what happened today. What you need to do now is keep getting stronger and meet the experts of the second monument as soon as possible. Before Luo Yantian did that, he added a warning, don't touch Ye Lingshan. Do whatever you want with the others. He accepted without hesitation. Fine, there is one person I care about. Before I disappear, I want to talk to him. After speaking, Ye Chen raised his hand. A surge of blue energy covered everything. From that energy, countless arrows appeared, piercing the center of everyone's forehead. Only Ye Lingshan was unaffected. He looked confused. This light, how did the Hall Master do it? It wasn't just him. Wu Hangming was also unaffected. Master Wang watched what was happening, and Wu Hangming couldn't help but wonder what exactly had happened. Not wanting to keep him waiting, Luo Yantian appeared in his mind and offered two choices. Submit to me, or forget everything and continue being your aunt. After saying this, he vanished. Ye Chen also slowly walked over. Wu Hangming had not yet recovered, his thoughts in disarray. Ye Chen, could it be that he is in existence from some higher plane? The request left Wu Hangming in disbelief. Submit to a junior? Me? However, very quickly, he hypnotized himself. No martial artists practice nothing but to become strong. Even if I train for 100 years, I can't. Behold the scene today. Ye Chen is the most powerful person I have ever met in this life. Becoming his servant is a great destiny. Thinking of this, he bowed his head and accepted the request. Wu Hangming is willing to be a servant to Grand Master Yi. Receiving the desired answer, he raised his hand to channel energy into him. I have infused internal energy into your consciousness. Once you betray me, you will die from an energy explosion. After finishing everything, Luo Yantian reminded Ye Chen, I still have some time. Find a quiet place for me to fulfill my final mission. Saying this, he turned and walked away. Let's go. Time flies like a dog running in the fields. Soon, the next day arrived. At Ye Chen's villa, number 7, he sat there, face to face with Luo Yantian. Looking at the young man sitting opposite him, he spoke calmly. I know you have many doubts in your heart, but I don't have much time to answer them. Having said that, Luo Yantian smiled brightly, pointed in a direction, and continued. I know you have many doubts in your heart, but I don't have much time to answer them. Hearing these words, Ye Chen's face darkened, his eyes full of intensity as he gritted out every word. One question. Why were you trapped in the stone? Why help me? Question like that, Luo Yantian replied with steely conviction, but remained honest, answering one by one. These are two questions. First, We weren't trapped in a stone, but in the reincarnation graveyard. That stone just happened to contain the graveyard. Second, the reincarnation graveyard chose you. You are the master of reincarnation, the master of 10,000 worlds. Having said that, Luo Yantian turned and squinted at Ye Chen with a slightly judgmental gaze. After observing him up and down a few times, he continued, stating his purpose directly. The only thing we need to do is help you clear the obstacles and help you become an indestructible powerhouse. Hearing these words, Ye Chen didn't quite believe it. He squinted and asked a critical question. The remaining 99 graves, how do I awaken them? Question like that, Luo Yantian froze, crossed his arms, and pondered for a moment before replying. You need enough strength so they feel you are worthy. Of course, then you can awaken them. However, when mentioning this issue, he became visibly hesitant, stammering as he offered another solution. Or you do something that makes them proactively affirm you. Besides, it's worth mentioning that though it's very uncomfortable to admit I am the weakest person in the graveyard. These words made Ye Chen's eyes widen, his face sweating, his sense of reality shaken. Luo Yantian is so terrifying, and yet he's the weakest? Could the remaining ancient powerhouses all be able to tear the void and destroy spirits? But the existence of Luo Yantian reminded him of the Kunlun ruins. That state didn't last long, and he calmed down. In his mind, an image of a snow-capped mountain shrouded in mist appeared. It lies deep within the Kunlun Mountains. I've only been there for 5 years, and I have the strength I have now. Thinking about this, the image of a man standing in the snowy mountains appeared, and he felt a deep sense of dread. If these are the existences that reside deep in the Kunlun ruins year-round, how terrifying would they be? Knowing what Ye Chen was thinking, Luo Yantian interrupted and commanded, I have 1 more hour. I will pass on everything I have learned in my lifetime to you. How much you can comprehend depends on your destiny. Hearing this, Ye Chen didn't hesitate. He sat down immediately, took a ready posture, and agreed right away. Good, let's begin. I've been waiting for this. Luo Yantian placed a finger directly on the center of Ye Chen's forehead. After that touch, a surge of golden energy rolled throughout the area, enveloping the spot where Ye Chen and Luo Yantian were sitting. It wasn't just the outside that was affected. Inside his mind, the images of 2 men fighting appeared with vivid clarity. In an instant, a massive amount of information, various powerful martial arts techniques, and mental cultivation methods flooded his brain, along with countless battle scenes. He struggled to absorb it all at once. Seeing Ye Chen had fully received the essence of his knowledge, Luo Yantian smiled with satisfaction and began to fade away. You are the master of the reincarnation cemetery, which means you have 100 supreme experts to guide you. To those words, Ye Chen remained in his meditative state, eyes closed, not reacting. Luo Yantian didn't mind much, however, and asked with a smile, Now, are you willing to call me master? I don't want everything I've learned in my life to vanish from this world. Hearing this, Ye Chen opened his eyes and softly called out, Master. This single word made Luo Yantian feel as if he had no more regrets in life. He looked up and laughed heartily. Good, good, good. Luo Yantian, my life has not been in vain. I hope we have the chance to meet again. After saying this, he completely vanished into that golden stream of energy. Once Luo Yantian disappeared, that entire surge of power rushed into Ye Chen's forehead. As the energy entered, Ye Chen winced and reached up to rub his temples, recalling those last words. A chance to meet again? The tombstone shattered. Does that not mean he vanished from this world and entered the cycle of reincarnation? He felt like he was about to break through. Shaking off his thoughts, he clenched his fists and used all his strength to channel the power. After a few minutes, Ye Chen stood up with a determined look. His power exploded as he broke through to the 9th level of the Qi Foundation realm. Right after that, a beam of light appeared behind Ye Chen, making him exclaim, Oh, the feeling of breaking through, it's still rising. Once he finished exclaiming, Ye Chen became even more determined. Very well. Today, I shall surpass a major realm. Thinking it, he did it. He used every ounce of his strength to burst forth with energy, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. The tremors reached the villa above. The intense disturbance caused people walking by to panic. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Or did something explode? Hurry, call the police. Down below, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes and then turned his attention to his own palms. Unexpectedly, I truly entered the Qi movement realm. Then, he raised his hand and smiled triumphantly, thinking of something. If Yuan Ying Kingfu were standing in front of me now, I could kill him with ease. More importantly, inside the cemetery, a tombstone lit up, catching his attention. In the reincarnation cemetery, another tombstone can be sensed. Even though the connection was still very faint right now, as long as his strength grew a little more, he would certainly be able to activate it. Just then, his phone rang. Ye Chen picked up the phone. The person on the other end immediately shouted, Hello, Ye Chen. Where are you right now? Being asked that, he replied with a straight face, at home. Hearing this, the person on the phone exploded with anger like never before. There was a local earthquake at your place just now. Didn't you feel it? Are you an idiot? Are you trying to worry me to death? Being scolded like that, Ye Chen chuckled, trying to defend himself. Earthquake. I've been inside the whole time and nothing happened. That answer satisfied Sun Yi. Oh, that's fine then. Well, why haven't you rushed over to see Sharushua yet? She is looking her best today and has been waiting for you at the door for ages. Every word made Ye Chen freeze in place. Oh no, how could I forget this? I'll go right now. In another corner, a man said in disbelief, You mean Ye Chen sent 3 grandmasters to the afterlife in a row, and even Yuan Ying Qingfu didn't have a corpse left? How is that possible? Before that question, the man behind him answered honestly. That's right. Chen Guobao and Zi Yuanli were completely overwhelmed because Ye Chen's strength was too great, but Yuan Ying Qingfu's death is a bit strange. My only impression is that Yuan Ying Qingfu's body just exploded. I don't know the reason why. This made the man narrow his eyes. Only impression? I don't want to be left wondering. He asked directly. What do you mean by using that phrase? The man, having heard the strange phrase, didn't hesitate to voice his confusion. What do you mean by only impression? Why use those words to describe it? Being asked that, the red-haired guy laughed helplessly, scratching his head. I can't really explain it. When I look closely, it feels like that part of my memory, no matter how I think about it, I can't remember the details. I only have a vague impression. This phrase made the man jump up, shocked and disbelieving. Erase memories? The man couldn't believe his ears. He stepped away from his seat and questioned his subordinate repeatedly. Could there be a psychic in the area? I have met psychics who specialize in the mind. They are indeed capable of erasing other people's memories. Every word left the spiky-haired man frozen, not knowing how to respond. The man walked up to him and asked a question full of hidden meaning. Is the outfit you are wearing today the same one you wore yesterday? To that question, the red-haired guy replied with 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts confusion. Yes, chief. Just waiting for this, the man shouted excitedly. Then take off your belt for me. This demand left the red-haired man panicked and politely refusing. Ah, chief. I don't have that kind of interest. Realizing the guy misunderstood, the veins on the man's forehead throbbed as he shouted angrily. It's the belt for me, you idiot. Being scolded like that, the guy scrambled to comply. Before long, the man was holding the belt in his hand, opening it to reveal a tiny camera placed in the center. The man, excited and satisfied, said loudly, Excellent. It will tell us everything. Having finished that, the man returned to the desk and connected the camera to the computer. The red-haired guy also came over, watching the entire process with awe. There is such a sophisticated camera inside this belt? My God. Who could have expected this? As expected of the chief, to those compliments, the man, while typing on the computer, explained, This is my ace. Compared to privacy, the security of our nation's fighters is obviously more important. I hope you understand. Soon, the faces of Ye Chen and Luo Yantian appeared on the screen. The footage is up. Come take a look. The two went over to watch together. They saw him standing there while a massive, overwhelming stream of energy crashed straight into the ground. This scene made the man doubt reality for a moment. My God, is this still human? Is this something a person can do? After watching a bit longer, the man was even more horrified, hesitating as he voiced his internal speculation. I suspect that only existences in the top 50 of the Grandmaster ranking could do this. But Ye Chen is only in his 20s. Those before the top 50 are all old men who have been famous for years. The concepts are completely different. The red-haired guy next to him, watching what happened on the screen, was also confused as he pointed out, Chief, with the strength Ye Chen displayed in the footage, it shows that even if our Dragon Soul Assault team used all our methods, we likely wouldn't be able to stop him. Every word left the man stunned in place. Unable to watch anymore, for some unknown reason, the man slammed the laptop shut. After closing it, he stood up, his face dark and his voice emotionless as he warned, Yingqing, you have followed me for many years, so you must know the gravity of this situation. Remember, what you saw today must absolutely never be revealed to anyone, or I will have you charged with treason. Yingqing understood, raising his hand in a salute. Yes, sir. Having received his response, the man wrapped up that belt while speaking again. Besides, even though the martial arts arena has jamming devices that prevent recording, it doesn't mean others don't have special anti-jamming equipment like we do. These images could have been captured by someone at the scene. After rolling up the belt, the man placed it into his suitcase along with 2 other strange wires, giving out his command. From now on, drop all your current tasks. Organize all the personnel at the martial arts arena. Once you discover that the other side possesses any similar materials, I give you the authority to use any means necessary to erase the files and the person. If something happens, I will take responsibility. Having finished assigning the mission, the man turned his head to voice his own requirement. Arrange a military aircraft SSS class for me. I must immediately head to Zhongnanhai to report this matter to number 1. Yingxing raised his hand to his forehead, responding immediately, yes, Grand Chief. Meanwhile, at a beautiful villa, a countless number of people were gathering in the lobby. Sun Yi stood among the crowd, holding a wine glass and silently observing her surroundings. This place wasn't just packed with high-level figures from Jiang City. Even wealthy elites from Jiangnan province were attending. Many were people she had only seen on TV. While she was deep in thought, Xia Ruzue walked over from afar. Sun Yi, where is that guy? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Seeing who had come, she replied hesitantly, he should be here soon. I just urged him. This answer made Xia Ruzue pout in dissatisfaction. He clearly promised me, and he still needs people to urge him? Truly, he doesn't. Before the two could say more, Xia Ruxue's mother hurried over from a distance. Xia Ruxue, an important guest has arrived. The two of us must personally go greet him. You need to get acquainted. This statement left both girls stunned. The mother then grabbed her and pulled her away without another word. It is that fiancé of yours. These words left Xia Rushu in disbelief. He has arrived. She quickly replied, he hasn't arrived yet, but the Qin family sent a Grand Master to pay a visit, which is a sign of respect for our Xia family. The person mentioned is Qin Yuanxiang, currently standing stiffly in the middle of the hall. She introduced him enthusiastically. That man is Qin Yuanxiang. He is ranked 600th on the Grand Master ranking, a man of terrifying strength. Our Xia family focuses on business and lacks the protection of martial arts experts. Not long after, Xia Rushu appeared before him, greeting him, Mr. Qin, thank you for traveling so far to attend my birthday party. I am truly honored. Faced with those words, Qin Yuanxiang returned the greeting with proper etiquette. Miss Xia, you are too kind. Recently, the young master has been in secluded cultivation to break through, so he could not come out himself. He could only send me to represent him. I hope you will forgive us. He continued. After the party ends, the young master would like to invite you to the Qin family residence for a meeting. I hope you will grant him this favor. Hearing that, Xia Ruxue replied with an awkward smile. I appreciate the young master's sentiment, but I have quite a lot to handle lately, so let's save it for another time. These words left the crowd at the party in disbelief. What? Xia Ruxue refused a request from the Qin family, and all of Jiangnan who would dare to do such a thing. No matter how wealthy the Xia family is, they are just a merchant family. How dare they anger the martial arts Qin family? On the other side, Xia Rushue's mother wore a fawning, gentle smile, insisting, Mr. Qin, my daughter is just joking. She will definitely go, definitely. This caused Xia Ruxue to feel dissatisfied. Mother, didn't we agree that I could stay in Jiangcheng for a while longer? I am absolutely not going to the Qin family. Following those declarations, Qin Yuanxiang was immediately displeased, his voice dropping to a threatening tone. My young master does not like to be refused. He really doesn't like it. Once he is unhappy, the consequences are very serious. Right after those words, a loud laugh rang out through the hall, grabbing everyone's attention. The master of that laughter, Oh Hangming, calmly dropped a bombshell. Qin Yuanxiang, you are acting quite arrogant. Seeing who had arrived, Xia Ruxue's mother was thrilled. Oh Hangming, good heavens, why is he here? We clearly invited the O family, but they turned us down. After provoking Qin Yuanxiang, Oh Hangming walked over to the host to greet them, introducing himself enthusiastically. For Miss Xia's birthday party, our O family naturally had to come and offer our congratulations. He didn't stop there. With a beaming smile, he raised his hand and went straight to the point. First of all, I wish Miss Xia a very happy birthday. Every word, along with the very presence of O Hangming, left the crowd questioning reality. They were stunned. The O family is known for being conservative. They rarely associate with other families. O Hangming holds a very high position within the O family. His appearance here is enough to show the O family's stance. Could the O family really be showing respect to Xia Rusue? It sounded so strange. Over on Xia Rusue's side, receiving these words, she also responded with proper etiquette, Ye Chen, Mr. Ao. Ao Hangming smiled and replied, no need to be so formal. We are all family here. Having said that, Ao Hangming tilted his body slightly, looked at Qin Yuanxiang behind him, and mocked him with a sneer, sparing no barbs. I heard that Miss Xia wants to stay in Jiangcheng for a few more days, right? Isn't that great? These words made Qin Yuanxiang furious. Oh Hangming, what is your intention? Who doesn't know that Xia Ruxue will eventually become someone of our Qin family? Faced with those words, Oh Hangming wasn't one to back down. He crossed his arms and retorted immediately, "Don't speak so soon. Who can know what will happen in the future?" These words successfully pushed Qin Yuanqiang to the point of explosion as he shouted louder than ever, "Insolent! You Ao family members are no longer the Ao family of 1,000 years ago. Jiangnan is no longer a place where you, the O family, can do whatever you want. You should know what the consequences are for offending the Qin family." Despite being insulted so severely, O Hangming wasn't angry at all. Instead, he narrowed his eyes with contempt, judging him internally. The Qin family, they are nothing at all. Ye Chen, whom I follow, is a terrifying figure who can erase people's memories at will and even cause horrific celestial phenomena. You dare to snatch a woman belonging to him? The Qin family is about to turn to dust. Shaking off his thoughts, Ao Hangming pointed at himself and postured, shouting, "Qin Yuanqiang, the Qin family is indeed stronger than the O family, but I, O Hangming, can represent the O family. As for you, Qin Yuanqiang, you are nothing but a dog for the Qin family. Compared to me, what are you?" Right after that, Qin Yuanqiang successfully exploded. Furious, he raised his hand, intending to unleash his power. "You have gone too far." Witnessing this scene, Ao Hangming's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, waving his hand to initiate his own power to block him. Humph! He unleashed his energy outward. Who do you think you can scare? The stream of power from Qin Yuanqiang, after colliding with Ao Hangming's power, quickly dissipated, leaving nothing behind. This scene left him stunned. However, things didn't end there. That stream of power, before vanishing, didn't forget to leave a mark on Qin Yuanqiang's face. Realizing he couldn't win, he acted. Arrogant, turned around, and left, not forgetting to declare, "Humph, just wait and see." Ao Hangming clicked his tongue, a bit annoyed. When Qin Yuanqiang left, Xia Rushue's mother walked up from behind with a fawning face, rubbing her hands together, her voice pleading, "Oh, mister. Oh, there is something I would like to ask you to look into. I remember, you are one of the referees for this martial arts tournament. May I ask what the result of the competition was? What is that person named Ye Chen still alive?" The words she spoke made Xia Rushue anxious and worried, and she hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "What tournament? Why haven't I heard anything about this? Could it be that something happened to Ye Chen?" Faced with that question, Xia Rushue's mother smiled with contempt and said in a harsh tone, "That was Ye Chen asking for death himself. Who knew he would dare to accept the challenge from Grandmaster Chen Yuanli? He didn't know his own limits, a grasshopper trying to kick a carriage." By this point, she became even more worried and asked for information from Ao Hangming. "Mr. O, Ye Chen, is Ye Chen still alive?" This question successfully grabbed his attention. Before Ao Hangming could answer, a voice from behind made Xia Rushue raise her head. "Xia Rushue, you've gone too far." The master of that voice was none other than Ye Chen. He had arrived, dressed in proper attire, and teased, "Even on my birthday, you don't forget your master? Do you hate me that much?" The appearance of Ye Chen left Xia Rushue's mother with her eyes wide and mouth agape in shock. He is still alive? That's impossible. The ones who had a grudge against him were the two top grandmasters, Chen Yuanli and Jiang Baoguo. How could they have let Ye Chen survive and walk off the stage? Suddenly, in another corner, a figure flew over. Ao Hangming, out of nowhere, appeared and knelt before Ye Chen, who was casually tucking his hands into his pockets. Ao Hangming of the O family pays respects to Master Ye. This scene successfully caused everyone attending the party to stare in amazement, whispering to each other, "What is going on?" Ao Hangming, a grandmaster from the O family ranked in the top 500, is performing such a grand greeting to a young man. My goodness, am I dreaming? It wasn't just the crowd that was shocked to their core. Xia Rishu's mother also stood with her mouth hanging open, her heart filled with 1,000 questions. Why? It's crazy. They are all crazy. Ao Hangming must be crazy. On what grounds would he kneel before that brat? If the O family found out, it would surely trigger a wave of outrage. Contrary to her mood, Xia Rusue was visibly overjoyed. Not just the Chu family, but even the O family paid this much attention to Ye Chen. With their help, Ye Chen could truly stand against the Qin family. Although the Qin family was truly terrifying, Ye Chen was still young. He still had a wide-open future. In another corner, Qin Yuanqiang had not left yet but stood by the table, his face dark and silent. He stared at her, then silently assessed her in his heart. Xia Rushue's gaze is the gaze of someone looking at the person she likes. No one has the right to stain the young master's woman, not even someone backed by the O family. Returning to reality, Ye Chen smirked and commanded, "Stand up. You kneeling like that suddenly makes me the focus of everyone. Besides, it is someone's birthday." Ao Hangming slowly stood up. "Yes, Master Ye." After resolving everything, he walked over to her to congratulate her. "Ruxue, Happy birthday. I arrived a bit late. You won't blame me, will you? Faced with that question, Sha Rusue put her hands on her hips, puffed out her cheeks, and replied, Blame? Of course, I blame you. If you can't give me a gift today that makes me happy, this young lady will definitely be very angry. Hearing that, he smiled confidently, patted his chest, and declared, Rest assured, to you. No item is as precious as what is in my pocket. This gift is guaranteed to make you happy. Ye Chen's declaration made the guests at the party mock and laugh at him. This brat really knows how to brag. Everyone here is either extremely wealthy or holds power in their hands. Could they not give a high-quality gift? Yet he can even say such things. Not letting the two talk further, Xia Ruxui's mother interrupted. Ruxui, the time has come. You should get on stage. Then, the three of them appeared, standing under the stage lights. She took the microphone and proactively spoke. Ye Chen, you all for taking the trouble to travel such long distances to attend the birthday party of my granddaughter, especially the presence of the Qin family, which makes us feel extremely honored. Ye Chen stood at the very back, assessing the three on stage. That person must be Xia Rushui's grandmother. Nothing is more valuable than what I have in my pocket. This gift will definitely satisfy you. Ye Chen's declaration made the guests at the party break into mocking laughter. Is this kid just bragging? Everyone here is either incredibly wealthy or holds great power. How can he say something like that without having a high-end gift? Before they could say more, Hat Nu Tuit's mother interrupted. Nu Tuit, it's time. You should head up to the stage. With that, the three of them appeared under the spotlight. She took the microphone and spoke proactively. Ye Chen, you all for traveling so far to attend my granddaughter's birthday party. Especially the presence of the Tun family, we are deeply honored. Ye Chen, standing at the back with Tone Dai, observed the three on stage. That must be Nu Tuit's grandmother. She still looks quite healthy. The Hat family is truly filial. While the speech was happening, Tone Di took the chance to ask the question that had been on her mind. Where the heck did you run off to? I couldn't find you anywhere. He smiled, answering cryptically. Just handling some small trouble. It's not worth mentioning. Upon hearing his reply, Tone Di's attention shifted back to Nu Tui on stage. Ye Chen, look, the gift-giving segment is starting. Someone's already on stage. As soon as she finished speaking, a chubby, blonde man stepped forward, fawning. This is the Jade Emperor that I spent 50 million and 2 months of tireless work to carve into this Jade Avalokitesvara statue. I hope you like it, Miss Ha. Watching his performance, the people below sneered. Ha! This guy must be an idiot, right? The Hat family holds the economic lifeline of the entire Jiangnan province in their hands. They have everything, especially money. Giving. Something like this isn't that just embarrassing himself. The crowd's contempt made Tone Di doubt her own perspective. Seriously, even a gift that valuable is considered nothing? What should I do now? I'm afraid the gift I prepared is even more common. Seeing her anxiety, Ye Chen smiled warmly to comfort her. Don't worry. Compared to the price, Nu Tuit cares more about the sincerity behind it. Your sincerity is definitely not inferior to anyone else's. Seeing that, Tone Di was left speechless. You sure have a way with words. I like hearing that. After a quick pep talk, Tone Di held her gift box, looking determined. All right, it's my turn to go up next. The further back you go, the harder it is to present a gift. It's better to go up and give it sooner rather than later. After reassuring herself, Tone Di stepped forward. Nu Tuit also happily reached out, ready to receive the gift. You're my best friend. You better not be trying to fool me. Don't worry. I can't say if it's precious or not, but it is definitely full of sincerity. Hearing this, she happily reached out and unwrapped the ribbon from the box. Then, Nu Tuit saw something and became incredibly excited. Wow! This is inside. The box was an exquisite small house. Tone Di pointed to it, introducing it enthusiastically. This is our house, a miniature model scaled down to size. I made it myself. In the living room, there are 2 small models of us. Through the window, one could see Nu Tuit looked into the window too. On the small sofa, there were 2 tiny figures sitting there. Seeing it all, she became even more excited. Oh, it's so delicate. I love it. After looking at it, she couldn't help but run over and hug Tone Di tightly, nuzzling into her face, happily saying, Tone Di, how can you be so talented? I love you so much. Tone Di also replied happily. Of course, you better treasure it. Watching this scene, Oh Hang Min also smiled and came over to join the fun. What a touching sisterly bond. All right, next. Let me present a small gift. Having said that, he slowly walked to where she was standing. As he walked, he said, I came in a rush this time, so I didn't have much time to prepare. After speaking, Oh Hang Min smiled brightly and pulled out a red string, connected to a piece of green jade, bringing it before Nu Tuit. With a bright smile, he offered his blessings. I present this jade pendant to Miss Hat. May all of Miss Hat's wishes come true. Seeing what it was, Nutuit's mother couldn't help but gape in shock. What kind of jade is this? This is clearly the O family token. Holding the O family token means directly receiving the protection of the O family. The value is unimaginable. Snapping out of her thoughts, her face darkened, and she hurriedly refused without hesitation. Mister, oh, please take it back. Nutuit cannot possibly accept this. Faced with those words, Oh Hangmin joked. Why can't she accept it? Miss Hat is no ordinary person. Having said that, he insistently placed the jade into Nutuit's hand and then slowly spoke. Compared to the relationship between Miss Hat and Mr. Yi, this object is insignificant. After handing over the gift, Oh Hangmin smiled cryptically and gave his heartfelt congratulations. I hope to drink the wedding wine of you too soon. When that time comes, I will definitely prepare a huge gift. Every word left her and her mother stunned. Once Nutuit regained her composure, she blushed, retreated, and muttered, wedding wine. Contrary to her bashful look, Tun Nguyen Kuong, standing below, had a dark expression and didn't say a word. Meanwhile, the crowd on the other side was whispering, Oh, big trouble is coming. Who doesn't know about the engagement between the Hat family and the Tun family? Oh Hangmin daring to play matchmaker for that boy and Nutuit in front of everyone? He's really picking a fight. These words successfully made Tun Nguyen Kuan explode with anger. He used his strength to step up beside Oh Hangmin, rebuking him in a low voice. Oh Hangmin, I hope you know your place. When the time comes, no one will be able to save you. I have always known my place. Seeing that he wouldn't listen to reason, Tun Nguyen Kuan took out a similar jade pendant. Humph. What? An O family token? Ha. Miss Hat, the Tun family's token of protection is the true authority. Not stopping there, he even took a small wooden box out of his pocket. Besides that, the Tun family has also prepared an extra gift for Miss Hat. Not letting anyone wait long, Tun Nguyen Kuan opened the box, showing off to the very end. This is the Soul Drunken Pill. Anyone without a cultivation foundation who takes this pill will not only directly become a martial artist, but their strength can also reach the peak of internal energy in one step. The appearance of the pill made the people present gasp in admiration. The Soul Drunken Pill, it really is far superior to the other gifts. Tun Shao is so generous. Talk about it. The Tun family ranks third in the Jiangnan province among martial arts families. Their foundation is incredibly terrifying. Naturally, they are generous. Contrary to the attitude of rejecting Oh Hangmin's gift just now, Hat Nutuit's mother smiled brightly and stepped forward to accept it. Oh, Tun Shao is truly thoughtful. In that case, let me accept it on her behalf. Another day, I will definitely tell Nutuit to pay a visit. However, before she could take it, someone snatched it away. Not stopping there, that person even threw both items onto the ground. Furthermore, that person stepped on them hard. Ye Chen. Under his feet lay the Tun family's jade. He ground his teeth and questioned, what kind of trash is worthy of being gifted to Nutuit? His actions made Nutuit's mother scream like she never had before. Ye Chen, what are you doing? Are you insane? The only one who was angry wasn't just her, but Tun. Nguyen Kuang also mobilized his power, ready for a fight. Daring to destroy the gift Tun Shao gave, you want to die. Faced with that attitude, Ye Chen smiled confidently and took out a handful of pills, the scent spreading everywhere. Those expired pills would only give Nutuit a stomachache. If Nutuit wants any, she can find me. My pills are enough to keep her fed and healthy. Looking at the handful of pills and the scent lingering around everyone's noses, they were stunned. Oh my! The pill fragrance is so rich. Look, there are even pill patterns on that boy's pills, proving they are top quality, extremely precious pills. Compared to them, the Tun family's pill can only be called trash. That was no exaggeration. Nutuit's mother heard this and looked at that pile of pills, shocked to the point of losing her mind. I know he is an ancient martial artist, and I know his strength is, but how could he have so many top-quality pills? Plus, Oh Hangmin's attitude, could it be that behind Ye Chen, there is an incredibly terrifying power supporting him? Ignoring everyone's reaction, Ye Chen walked over, gave the pills to her, and teased her a bit. What are you dazing for? Take them. After Nutuit took the pills, he took out another small box. Pills are just a bonus. Actually, the thing I wanted to give you is this. Open it and see. If you don't like it, I'll wash clothes for you and tone D for a year. Seeing that, Nutuit was also full of excitement and unwrapped the gift. Oh, is that so? This young lady is very picky, you know. As soon as she opened it, a delicate blue necklace caught her eye. The people below, not understanding, seized the opportunity to mock. Oh, what is this? After being all mysterious, it's just a piece of jewelry. I even had high hopes for it. Shaking the necklace slightly, Nu Tuyet couldn't help but be moved as two lines of tears streamed down. The tear of spirit? It's grandfather's. The tear of spirit has returned. She cried and took the necklace out, holding it toward her grandmother. Grandmother, look, it's true. It's really the tear of spirit. Before the old man died, he made it himself for Nu Tuyet. Nu Tuyet's mother, who had been a mess earlier, was now also deeply moved. It really is father's tear of spirit. Where on earth did that boy find it? Observing all these reactions, Ye Chen was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts doting, gently asking, "Do you like it?" Being asked that, Nu Tuyet sobbed while answering, "Like it. I love it so much. I love it. This is the best gift I've received in this life." Seeing that, Ye Chen chuckled and scratched his head. "As long as you like it, at least I won't have to wash clothes for a year anymore." Right after he said that, she tiptoed and kissed his cheek lightly, making him unable to believe his eyes. The scene of Nu Tuyet tiptoeing and kissing Ye Chen's cheek caused a stir among the people present. "Oh my god, what did I just see?" Nu Tuyet is one of the 3 golden flowers of Jiangnan. Regardless of her background, appearance, or physique, she was considered perfect. The more the crowd whispered, the more horrified they became when they recalled a certain situation. The crucial point was that she was the fiancée of the young master of the Qin family, yet she was kissing someone else in front of everyone. She was essentially cuckolding him. The 2 protagonists, Xia Rushui, were caught in a moment of stunned shock. The awkwardness didn't last long, though. She blushed and gently thanked him. Since the gentleman was unwilling to reveal his identity, Qin Yuangang watched the 2 of them getting along and was so furious that he gritted his teeth and shouted with all his might, "Xia Rushui, do you even know what you're doing?" Unable to swallow his rage, he seethed with hatred and stormed toward her, raising his hand to strike. "You shameless slut. Today, I'll take care of you on the young master's behalf." She retreated in terror. However, just as she was bracing herself for the pain, Tan Yuanshan's movements suddenly halted. A fist appeared out of nowhere, slamming directly into his wrist. It turned out that Ye Chen had moved at breakneck speed to stand before her, blocking Tan's attack. Tan Yuansheng was so furious he could be heard grinding his teeth. "You've gone too far. How dare you humiliate me like this?" His face darkened as he glared at Ye Chen with eyes that seemed ready to devour him. Without letting him get another word in, Ye Chen swung his hand and slapped him right across the face. Tan Yuansheng was sent flying backward by the force of that slap, completely out of control. He crashed straight into a nearby table. With just that one slap, Tan Yuansheng's face was already bruised and bleeding. Glaring with hatred, he spat, "You bastard." "Ow." Once again, before he could finish his sentence, Ye Chen lunged forward, intent on delivering a crushing kick. A moment later, the table was sent flying, and a small collision kicked up dust everywhere. Ye Chen pinned Tan Yuansheng under his foot, his face dark with contempt. "What is the Tan family, anyway? Even if your family had showed up, the result would be the same." After the small scuffle ended, the crowd watching stood there, their faces pale and eyes wide with disbelief. My God, is Ye Chen insane? How dare he say such things to the Tan family? If the head of the Tan family really came here, he'd surely be spitting blood. Ignoring the whispering crowd, Ye Chen, on the other side, remained utterly fearless, issuing a threat that hit the mark perfectly. "You should be glad today is Ru Su's birthday. Otherwise, you'd be a dead man. I don't want your blood dirtying this place." Finished, Ye Chen paused for a second and then roared, "Get lost." As soon as the words left his lips, he raised his foot. In Tan Yuansheng's eyes, filled with terror, he didn't even have time to collect his wits before Ye Chen kicked him straight out of the room. After the kick, Tan Yuansheng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward uncontrollably. He collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Even after crashing down, Tan Yuansheng scrambled to sit up, obstinately declaring, "You little brat, just you wait. I will report this to the family head and make sure you die a miserable death." Hearing that, Ye Chen closed his eyes and snapped his fingers, ordering, "Oh Hangming, deal with this Tan dog outside. Make it quick and clean. I don't want Ru Su to see any blood." Oh Hangming didn't hesitate, agreeing immediately. "Understood." Right after answering, he vanished, with an eager look and his hands ready for action. Oh Hangming flew outside. Soon, Tan Yuansheng's shrill screams echoed everywhere. Hearing those screams, the crowd was filled with questions and doubt. Could it be? Is he truly not afraid of the Tan family's retaliation? To have Oh Hangming do the dirty work, is this trying to push the Oh family into a corner? They must know the Tan family's fury isn't something he and the struggling Oh family can handle. Seeing the whole process, the mother of Shi Ru Zue also calmed down, no longer opposing him. His age is so young, yet he possesses such formidable strength, and the power behind him is no small matter. Ruaxiu being with him isn't an impossible idea. Even so, She still held reservations in her heart. What a pity! He is about to die in the Tan family's rage. Shaking off her thoughts, the mother of Xie Ruoxiu spoke up calmly. Ye Chen, come with me for a moment. Having been asked, he hesitated but didn't say anything. A moment later, the two appeared in a living room. She bowed slightly to pour him some tea, not forgetting to ask, will you have some tea? This is our family's special black tea. Outsiders can't drink it. Oh, you're pouring tea for me again? That comment left Xie Ruoxiu's mother slightly frustrated. Are you afraid there's poison in it? Noticing the uneasiness, Ye Chen laughed and replied, why would I fear poison? Even if you found some, it wouldn't be enough to kill me. Hearing that, she looked at the steaming cup of tea and felt helpless. You certainly have confidence. After both had settled down, the mother of Xie Ruoxiu spoke seriously. I have to say, the things you've done recently have really opened my eyes. I admit, I misjudged you before. You truly are a gifted child. Facing these words, Ye Chen crossed his arms and said blankly, did you call me here just to talk about this? Realizing he had figured out her intent, Xie Ruoxiu's mother didn't hide it and went straight to the point. Of course not. It's about the engagement between Ruoxiu and the Tan family. Did you know about it? Being asked that, Ye Chen bowed slightly and answered honestly. An engagement? I've never heard her mention it. That answer made her weary. She raised a hand to rub her temples before explaining, that was arranged a long time ago. The Xia family is a major clan in Jiangnan province, but they only hold a portion of the province's economic lifeline. You must understand, any family that wants to grow and survive for the long term must have martial arts experts to protect them. Not stopping there, the mother of Xie Ruoxiu thought for a moment before adding more information. But this is the Xia family's greatest weakness. Although the Xia family has several grandmaster experts, it's still not enough. Over the past few years, Ruoxiu's father has been looking to marry into a martial arts family, and only the Tan family agreed. You could say the Tan family is the Xia family's only way out. After explaining, she paused, using every bit of persuasion she could muster. I know you hate me. After all, I've done many things that make people resent me, but it was all for the sake of the Xia family and for Ruoxiu. If we didn't have the engagement with the Tan family, based on the Chu family and the O family behind you, would you be willing to let you and Xie Ruoxiu stay together? Afraid Ye Chen wouldn't agree, the mother of Xie Ruoxiu used every argument and excuse she could find, but it was too late. Next, the Tan family will definitely launch a crazed revenge. If the Chu and O families don't want to be destroyed, they absolutely cannot help you. Having said her piece, she raised a hand to rub her face and sighed. I'm telling you this for your own good. Leave Ruoxiu. Before the news reaches the Tan family, hurry up and leave Jiangcheng. Go to a place where no one can find you. That is the only chance you have to survive. Faced with that information, Ye Chen crossed his arms, tilted his head, and asked a question of pure ignorance. The Tan family in Jiangnan province is very powerful. Compared to the Jiangnan province martial arts association, who is stronger? Being asked that, the mother of Xie Ruoxiu held up her hands to signal two different sides. The nature of the two is different. The Martial Arts Association is a special organization involving many interests of martial arts families. The Tan family and the O family are both involved in it. There is absolutely no comparison. If we're talking about influence, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association is far stronger than the Tan family. After hearing the full explanation, he exhaled a long breath. Ah, I see. With those words, Ye Chen stood up without another word, turned around, and left. Watching his figure disappear, the mother of Xie Ruoxiu offered, if you want to leave, I can arrange a private jet for you. Faced with the offer, Ye Chen dropped a bombshell. The world is vast, but there is no power qualified to make me, Ye Chen, submit. If that Tan family dares to come and seek their own death, I won't mind uprooting them entirely. Saying that, he slammed the door and left. Witnessing the whole process, the mother of Xie Ruoxiu still couldn't recover her wits. After the birthday party ended, Ye Chen returned to his familiar villa. In his familiar room, he sat there wearing simple clothes, sitting in silence with his eyes closed on the bed. Ye Chen maintained that state for a while, then raised a hand to rub his forehead, sighing with a grimace. I'm really tired lately. I need a good sleep. Just as he finished speaking, someone slowly approached. Hearing footsteps, Ye Chen opened his eyes and looked up. Tong Di was wearing a seductive pink nightgown, looking worried as she tapped on the door, watching him. You aren't asleep yet? To that question, Ye Chen answered honestly, I was preparing to sleep. You couldn't sleep? Hearing that answer, she didn't say a word, just walked over and sat beside him, saying something full of implication. Ruoxiu said she isn't coming back tonight. Ye Chen looked blank, not quite understanding, but still responded, I know. Seeing that, Tong Di spoke slowly, I want to talk to you about what happened today. Mentioning this topic, she opened her eyes, her face slightly flushed, and asked Ye Chen a critical, biting question. Ruo Xiu kissed you today, right? What are your thoughts on that? Being asked that, Ye Chen sensed something was wrong. He silently looked in the other direction, choosing to evade. It was okay. Nothing special. As soon as the answer was given, Tong Di immediately leaned in and kissed the corner of his mouth lightly. The kiss didn't last long before she pulled back. Then in Ye Chen's stunned and frozen state, she asked a devastating question. Compared to Ruaxu, who is better? Once again trapped in a difficult position, he lowered his head, choosing to evade, hesitating as he replied. How should I put it? Immediately after, under Tong Di's intense, pouting stare, Ye Chen raised a hand and gave a standard response. The positions you two kissed were different. It's hard to judge. Why don't you kiss my face once, and I'll think about it? These teasing words made Tong Di slightly angry. She leaned in, hugged his body, and gently scolded. You hateful man. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, who is better? Forced to this point, Ye Chen had to lay his cards on the table, laughing flatteringly. Of course, you are the best. Inside Ye Chen's mind, he was thinking blankly. How could I be stupid enough to praise another woman in front of a woman? How could I have done such a foolish thing? Knowing what he was thinking, Tong Di collapsed onto the bed, laughing loudly until she was out of breath. After laughing to her heart's content, she sat up and reached out to touch his face. Not stopping at stroking Ye Chen's face, Tong Di also reached out to wrap her arms around his neck, bashfully declaring, This lady has decided to take you for myself tonight. Suddenly, Tong Di was startled, sensing something as her body leaned back. Ye Chen laughed playfully, bracing his arms on either side of Tong Di, affirming firmly, I won't give up control. With those words, he leaned down, lifting Tong Di's chin to provoke her. If you want to take me, you'll have to see if you have the skill. Before the two could act, the phone began to ring. Ye Chen then, without a word, used his strength to crush the phone to pieces. Tong Di sat up, her face bright red, while Ye Chen's eyes were bloodshot, the veins on his forehead twitching, his hands still glowing with the familiar golden energy. Humph! How could such a good moment be interrupted? After dealing with everything, Liu Yifei excitedly gripped his shoulders and said, Let's go for another round. Just then, his phone rang. Having been interrupted one too many times, he couldn't swallow his frustration. He raised his hand, channeled his power, and shouted, declaring, Why is there more? Destroy this damn phone. However, Zuni didn't let him do that. She quickly hugged him to stop him. That's my phone. By now, Liu Yifei's veins were popping, but he accepted reality and watched Zuni answer the call. Fine, it's just a call. We don't really need to. I'll buy you a better one later. Seeing his frustrated and unwilling look, Zuni managed a bitter smile to reassure him. If both our phones are ringing, it must be something important. Answer it. Convinced by her, he reluctantly accepted the situation. Fine, it took so much effort to build the mood, and it was ruined in a second. After agreeing, Liu Yifei picked up the phone. What is it? Shen Haihe heard a familiar voice on the other end, panic-stricken as he reported, Mr. Liu, Master, it's bad. The medicinal formula, someone robbed the medicinal formula. Soon after, he appeared at the Tianjin Corporation. Inside a room, an empty box was displayed. Liu Yifei stood with his hands in his pockets, his face dark as he looked at the box, demanding an explanation. What happened? As soon as the question was asked, Shen Hai's face grew solemn as he hurried to report. Around 8 in the evening, a group of violent people broke down the doors and forced their way into the corporation. All the guards, who were powerful experts, were killed. The medicinal formula and all important documents were stolen. These words made Liu Yifei's face harden. He doubted reality for a moment. The safe was destroyed? That's impossible. I set up a containment seal. Unless you have the key, it's impossible to break it through pure brute force. Even if they tried, I would have sensed it. After the safe was opened, it was disguised to look like it had been forced open. Not stopping there, Shen Haihe looked like he had lost all hope. He continued to add information. After that, Lu Zuan disappeared. He must be the mole. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill the guards and take the formula so easily. Hearing this, Liu Yifei understood everything, and his killing intent soared. These people who came to steal weren't ordinary robbers. In his mind, an image of an army appeared, led by the elite guards of Ye Lingxian's subordinates, all experts who helped the king of Jiangnan conquer the realm. Since it was broken into so easily without anyone surviving, he observed the silent, dejected look on Shen Haihe's face. With no words spoken, Shen Haihe put his hand to his chest and proactively apologized. Mr. Liu, this is my negligence. Lu Zuan was my man. Please punish me. But Liu Yifei rejected it immediately. His face dark, he said calmly, Now is not the time to assign blame. Let's go look at the dead first. Soon, the two appeared in a quiet, dark hallway. Countless people had fallen there, with blood flowing everywhere. He observed the entire scene, with bodies scattered all over. He looked solemn and grim, not saying a word. Then, Liu Yifei walked to a man lying nearby, touched him, and analyzed the situation. They were all tortured until they drew their last breath. From touching the man's face, he moved his hand down to his body. As he touched him, Liu Yifei analyzed the situation professionally. The methods were extremely cruel. It seems they enjoyed the process of abuse. Faced with these words, Shen Haihe felt heartbroken and hopeless. What should I do? The important thing is that even the precious prescription has been stolen too. Contrary to his anxiety and panic, Liu Yifei calmly retorted, the prescription was never important. He paused, his face turning dark, his eyes filled with killing intent. A wave of golden energy wrapped around his body as he spoke in a low voice. Every word carried weight. If the prescription is lost, we can write it again. But if their lives are lost, we can't bring them back. Every word he spoke made Shen Hai's eyes widen in shock as he realized, I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. It was my slip of the tongue. Putting that issue aside, he stood up and stared at the surveillance camera, asking, have you checked the security footage? Before he could even finish, Shen Hai answered honestly, the cameras were destroyed. I've arranged for people to recover the data, but the success rate is very low. Even though the information seemed disadvantageous and hopeless, Liu Yifei still persisted until the very last breath. But he didn't forget to give orders, then find clues from elsewhere. Comfort the victims' families. Besides the insurance, give each family another 10 million. Shen Hai knew what to do and replied without hesitation, yes. After agreeing, he looked at Liu Yifei, and combined with what he had just said, he felt deeply moved. 10 million? Mr. Liu really considers his subordinates as his own people. While observing, he suddenly froze, noticing something. Liu Yifei bent down and reached out to touch the clenched hand of one of the fallen men. From that hand, he pulled out a strange badge and was shocked. Realizing what it was, Liu Yifei couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. As expected of Ye Lingshan's subordinates, at the very last moment, you left a clue for us. With this, we'll know who did it. Hearing these words, Shen Haihe just blinked blankly and asked back, ah, who is it? In another corner, Yingqing's phone rang incessantly. The constant ringing forced him to answer. This is Yingqing. How did you manage to call this phone? Faced with that question, Liu Yifei, on the other end, answered calmly, not forgetting to make up an excuse. Liu Yifei here. My phone is broken, so I borrowed Shen Hai's phone to call you. The person on the other end accepted the fact and asked directly, all right, what is it? Having received permission, he quickly sent the image of what he had just found over and made his demand. Investigate this for me. I've already sent the photo to you. Yingqing, on the other side, saw the image and immediately had an answer. Isn't this the family crest of the Martial Emperor Society? Hearing this strange name, Liu Yifei couldn't help but ask back. Realizing he was curious, Yingqing immediately provided more information. The Martial Emperor Society is an overseas dark organization. Not only is their influence spread across the country, but they have also reached their hands into the wuxia region many times. The head of the Martial Emperor Society is named Beijia. In their homeland, he is invincible with 100,000 followers. Not stopping there, he paused for a moment and continued explaining, in our country, Beijia's existence is almost like a god. Speaking of this, the image of himself facing a crowd alone appeared in his mind. Yingqing paused, then added, he and they once fought a battle here. Although we drove them away, we also suffered the loss of 77 people. The people of the Martial Emperor Society are not to be trifled with. Not long ago, there was news that a group of people from the island nation arrived by sea. If I'm not mistaken, they must be the people from the Martial Emperor Society. Mentioning this, an image of a luxurious hotel appeared. Yingqing gently added more information. They are currently at the Jiangcheng Port Hotel. I heard it has capital investment from the Martial Emperor Society. Just hearing this, Liu Yifei smiled knowingly and made a request. Send me the address of that hotel. The person on the other end didn't think much and agreed immediately. Sure. Shen Hai, standing behind, heard the entire conversation and couldn't help but feel worried. Mr. Liu, you want to go to the Martial Emperor Society? Facing that question, he smirked. He silently activated his power and replied circuitously. The country is the foundation of everyone's survival. These people live in their own land, yet they traveled from afar to wuxia to throw their lives away. Well, then I'll give them a hand. Just then, in a familiar building on the top floor, a group of people were gathering. The leader was a bald man. In his hand was a beautiful girl, and he was smoking a cigar, laughing triumphantly. Tudi and Jun, I didn't expect that our trip to Huaxia this time would yield such great results. It must be the Emperor of the Empire blessing us. As soon as these words were finished, the blond man next to him objected immediately. Shangyu and Jun, those words of yours are wrong. The Emperor can only bless ordinary people. We must be grateful to Lord Beijia. However, the bald man wasn't one to back down and completely change the subject. Tudi and Jun is right, we must thank Lord Beijia. Sensing an opportunity, the man with glasses present there spoke with a flattering, hesitant tone. My two lords, I think I also contributed to this. So, what about the things we discussed before? Faced with his hesitations and implied questions, the bald man laughed loudly, confirming, Lu Zuan, don't worry. For loyal servants to the Empire like you, we have always been generous. Going back on his word, the man stood up, put his arm around the other man's shoulder, and announced, Isn't it the status of a citizen of the great Japanese Empire and 30 million USD? We will fulfill it in a while. That statement made the other man unhappy, gritting his teeth as he said what he wanted. Can it be done right now? Just giving me a portion first is fine. I betrayed the Tianjin Corporation. I can't stay in Huaxia anymore. At least give me enough money to run away. Those words made the bald man angry, putting his hand on his head and shouting, Are you teaching me how to do my job? Unable to swallow his anger, the bald man grabbed his hair and shoved his face down, shouting, A slave. What right do you have to bargain? Do you think we would lie to you? Successfully knocking the man down, the guy took advantage and scolded him incessantly. Besides, even if I don't give you money, so what? Serving the Empire is your honor. Hearing those words, the man gritted his teeth, feeling unwilling. Damn it. I shouldn't have trusted these two from the island nation. Now that I betrayed my country, there's no place for me in all of Huaxia. My life is ruined. Observing that unwilling expression, the blond man laughed contemptuously. Ha! Still daring to hold on to resentment. A dog with a slave mentality that isn't worth keeping is useless. Get rid of him. Immediately after that sentence, two men stepped forward, making the man shrink back in fear. Wait a second. Fearing the two men wouldn't show mercy, he crawled up, trembling and begging. I don't want anything anymore. You still dare to harbor resentment? A dog with a slave's nature isn't worth keeping. Get rid of him. Immediately after that order, two men approached, causing the guy to scramble backward in fear. Wait, hold on. Not showing a shred of mercy, he crawled, trembling, and begged, I don't want anything anymore. Please, have mercy. Don't kill me. Watching this scene, he didn't feel an ounce of pity, only deepening his contempt. You filthy Huaxia scum. You deserve to die. Provoked by this, a voice spoke up to correct him, a sound that immediately put the other two on guard. The owner of that voice? Ye Chen appeared by the window, who knows when. The only filth here is the one kneeling right there. Don't you dare drag Huaxia into your mess. Finishing his sentence, he looked down at the group with a mocking gaze. And as for you all, you're nothing but vermin, lower than bugs. Back at the Jiangcheng Harbor Hotel, Ye Chen landed with style and roared, his voice booming with authority. His presence was cold and intense, as if his sharp gaze could pierce through anyone before him. Who gave you the nerve to cause trouble in Huaxia? The group exchanged glances, the air suddenly turned thick with tension, as if his arrival were something impossible, beyond all reason. Akita-kun exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Kid, how did you even get up here? Glancing around, he frowned in confusion. This was the 18th floor, how on earth did he get up here? Seeing Ye Chen, Lu Wenzi's eyes lit up as if he found a lifeline. He stumbled over, shouting in a panic, Mr. Ye, save me. Please, save me. Yu Hara-kun stepped forward aggressively, his lips curling into a sneer. Mr. Ye, so it's just some guy from Huaxia. His voice dripped with provocation, his sharp eyes sweeping over Ye Chen as if trying to overwhelm him with arrogance. Yu Hara-kun hissed, his cold eyes filled with killing intent. Cut off that brat's limbs and bring him to me. The order rang out like a thunderclap. His underlings charged immediately, blades flashing through the air. Ye Chen stood there, his eyes scanning the crowd coldly, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. He spoke calmly, his voice low but filled with power. You want to die? Akita-kun trembled, his eyes full of fear as he faced Ye Chen's terrifying aura. His whole body froze, unable to move. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. Seeing his underlings get crushed, Yu Hara-kun's eyes flashed with shock and rage. He stepped forward, asking in a cold, deep voice, Are you the boss here? Yu Hara-kun gritted his teeth in anger, eyes blazing as he stared at Ye Chen. He shouted, When did you get behind me? What kind of person is this guy? Ye Chen looked coldly at Yu Hara-kun and his men, his low, raspy voice echoing, Forget it. Either way, you're all going to die today. The declaration was absolute. carrying a cold, chilling certainty, a grim warning of their fate. Ye Chen grabbed Uehara-kun by the mouth, staring at him with icy eyes, his voice low and mocking. Seems like you talk too much. Without another word, Ye Chen's eyes turned cold as ice. He yanked his hand away, and a sickening crunch echoed as several of Uehara-kun's front teeth were ripped clean out of his mouth. Blood sprayed across his lips. Uehara-kun's face twisted in agony, his eyes widening in bewilderment. He collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale from the pain, blood streaming from his mouth as he stared up with fear and helplessness. Akira-kun warned nervously, "Be careful. That guy is a martial artist." The others, oblivious to the danger, charged in recklessly. Ye Chen stood there, observing calmly. His hands were relaxed, yet pulsed with inner strength. He said nothing, simply grabbing Uehara-kun's arm, leaving everyone around him stunned. With a powerful heave, he threw him into the middle of his own men, creating a chaotic and overwhelming scene. Uehara-kun crashed into the others, causing them to stumble back in panic. Faced with Ye Chen's raw power and decisiveness, the room fell into a suffocating, tense silence. Akira-kun broke into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief. He thought to himself, with just one hand, Ye Chen lifted Uehara, who weighs nearly 300 kilograms. This is. His voice cracked in panic as he realized Ye Chen's superhuman strength far exceeded anything he had ever known. He stepped forward with a sinister smile, his eyes filled with challenge. Baring his teeth, he said in a mocking tone, "Awesome. I've been in wuxia for so long, and every opponent I've met has been mediocre. They say there are some strong grandmasters here, but I haven't seen one yet." He stared Ye Chen down, assessing him. "But you're different. You're definitely a wuxia grandmaster. No doubt about it." He continued with a sarcastic tone, "Mr. Ye, please excuse my underling's incompetence." Akira-kun stepped forward, sword in hand, continuing the taunts. "I am of the Empire's Sword Dao, the Fumioka school's direct descendant, Fumioka Ichiro. Your skill has opened my eyes. Consider it a sign of my respect that I will personally see you off to the afterlife." Ye Chen's entire body burned with fury, radiating power like a raging fire. He looked at him and laughed coldly. "Stop the empty talk. You're the one who stole the pill formula and killed my people, aren't you?" He scrambled to deny it. It was Lord Xuanqi who acted. Besides, that lord is very interested in seeing just how much pain a human can endure. But I won't bother Lord Xuanqi with someone like you. He boasted arrogantly. "Just become a ghost under my blade." While he was still bragging, Ye Chen leaped high into the air. His foot made contact with his golden blonde hair, and he kicked him so hard his nose sprayed blood. The man was still bewildered, not even knowing what was happening. Ye Chen roared in anger, his gaze fierce. "Hey, call that Xuanqi person here right now, or I'll make you experience what extreme suffering really feels like." Akira-kun lay flat on the floor, trembling. "You despicable wuxia people. You caught me off guard. Wait, what are you doing?" Without a word, Ye Chen reached out and grabbed his hair. His face bruised and purple, he shrieked, "Ouch, ouch, wait, let go of my hair. I'm a diplomatic envoy visiting the wuxia kingdom. I'm your guest. Don't do this." But Ye Chen didn't give his words a second thought. He yanked hard, ripping out a chunk of his hair. Suddenly, the door was kicked in by someone, shattering it and creating a massive crash. A man with teeth like a shark spoke up, annoyed. "Ugh, so noisy. I could die." The person who arrived was Kawasaki, tall and muscular. He was clearly very irritated and continued, "You guys interrupted my sleep, you know that?" Akira-kun turned to look at him with a pitiful expression. "Lord Xuanqi, save me." Ye Chen shoved one hand into his pocket, while the other kept a tight grip on the guy's hair. He asked indifferently, "So you're Xuanqi? The people under me were killed by you?" Kawasaki wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he laughed with interest. "So that's how it is? You must be Ye Chen then." He bluntly admitted, "That's right. Your people were killed by me." Before he could even finish, he added, "Oh, right. Let me tell you something interesting." At this moment, he had no idea that Ye Chen's face had gone pitch black. He said coldly, "Oh?" Kawasaki's expression turned devious. He seemed genuinely entertained by the memory of killing his people. "Actually, before I killed them, I wanted to chat with them about you. But the strange thing is, none of them would talk. It made me suddenly want to play paper folding. So I slowly crushed their bones." As he said this, he laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. It's a shame none of them would talk to me. Ha ha ha. Even until the end, they were protecting you. Who would have thought you'd come looking for me yourself? Ye Chen, they all died because of you." Hearing this, Ye Chen relaxed his hand, letting the hair fall. He slowly, steadily advanced toward him. "Ha!" Akita-kun stood to the side, joyful. With his mangled face, he was still holding on to hope. That's great. Lord Xuanqi is here. So this wuxia guy is definitely dead. He looked between the two of them, seeing the difference in height and build, and compared them. The giant Xuanqi stands 240 centimeters tall, with demonic strength and even greater speed. With that massive body, he can tear through iron gates with his fingers. His personality is incredibly brutal. He's a killing machine of the martial god society. Other than Lord Bei, no one can keep him in check. While Akita-kun was still busy gloating, Ye Chen had already sprung into the air. He drove his knee into Kawasaki's face, not forgetting to curse. You really like being beaten, don't you? It was a blow so hard that even someone as huge as Kawasaki couldn't withstand it. His entire body began to wobble. Ye Chen went berserk, beating him to a pulp. One by one, I'll crush every bone in your body. You disgusting island nation monster. How's that for taking a beating? Watching the whole scene, Akita-kun sat to the side, his face blank and stupefied. Sweat poured down his face in terror. Kawasaki, the giant, now looked like a massive cow lying at Ye Chen's feet. He lay motionless on the ground, no longer having the strength to resist. Ye Chen loudly urged, "Hey, get up. Get up for me." He grinned maliciously. I've suddenly taken a liking to this paper folding game myself. Seeing Kawasaki try to get up, Ye Chen seemed to lose his mind. His face darkened, and he praised him. Ha ha ha. You can take a beating, huh? Ha ha ha. Well then, let's play for a while longer. As soon as he finished, he rained blows down on him, treating him like a punching bag and beating him to his heart's content. Kawasaki couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. Akita-kun was agitated, his face full of bewilderment. He stared at Ye Chen, his mouth moving. How is this possible? Lord Xuanqi has absolutely no strength to fight back. His voice cracked, horror and doubt were etched clearly onto his face. His eyes no longer held the confidence they had before, but were now filled with fear at Ye Chen's strength and resolve. Kawasaki's massive body was sent flying past Akita-kun, who gasped in shock. Who are you, really? Ye Chen's hand reached out, grabbed Akita-kun by the throat, and lifted him up. He said coldly, "Your turn." Terrified, Akita-kun scrambled to plead. Wait, it's all a misunderstanding." He put on a fake, grinning face and started to lie. "Everything that happened before was just a test for you. Any damage caused to you, we will compensate you for it. The Martial Emperor Association has always been hunting for powerful forces in wuxia to collaborate with. Obviously, Mr. Ye, you are exactly that kind of person." Hearing this, his face darkened as he cold-bloodedly asked, "You mean to offer compensation?" Akita-kun noticed his focus and nodded frantically, replying, Yes, we will definitely make Mr. Yi satisfied." As soon as he finished speaking, small flames suddenly appeared. It was then that he felt the danger and screamed in fear. Wait, Ye Chen didn't want to compromise with such scum, so he bluntly burned him to death, then pay with your life as compensation. He couldn't react in time. His entire body was engulfed in a sea of flames. Before he died, he didn't stop screaming in agony. Ah. In just a moment, the group was taken care of by him, leaving only Lu Wense, the subordinate who had betrayed him. He trembled, eyes filled with tears, and fearfully called out, "Yi, Boss Yi." In his heart, he was restless, muttering, "Dead. They're all dead." This kind of absolute power is the reason the Haihua guards listened to him, right? Ye Chen kept his cold expression and spoke up. Lu Wenzi. Just that alone made him turn pale and kneel down on the ground, sweat pouring down his face as he continuously begged, "Please, Boss Yi, forgive me. From now on, I will definitely risk my life for the company, dedicated and loyal. I won't even take a salary. Doing it for free is fine too. I am the subordinate of the Martial Emperor. I am absolutely useful. Let me atone for my sins." He kept his hands in his pockets and didn't reply. He just swung his leg and kicked him hard in the stomach. "Atoning for your sins?" Ye Chen glared at him, shouting in a deep voice, "Those are human lives. What are you going to use to atone for them?" Lu Wenz lay flat on the ground, trembling, and uttered, "Mr. Ye, please don't," but he didn't want to kill an innocent person. After all, he wasn't the one who killed his men, so it hadn't reached the point of death yet. He shouted, "Get lost. I'm not killing you." Lu Wenzi heard this and was overjoyed, kowtowing repeatedly. Thank you." Ye Chen coldly turned his back and walked away. He reminded him, "You go follow the Tianjin group, rise up to become the leading group in wuxia. But from now on, you will never be able to clear your name. You will bear the hatred of the families of the dead, living forever in regret and oppression." After dealing with everything, Ye Chen took out his phone. Next, he told Yi Lingxian to send men to clean up the scene. But suddenly, his eyes froze and widened. As if seeing something quite terrifying, Kawasaki was still able to stand. His whole body was emitting black smoke, his limbs were deformed, yet he still asked him, Who are you?" Hearing this, Ye Chen was startled and stood frozen. He frantically turned his head to stare at the opponent, thinking to himself, why is he still alive? Kawasaki, like a soulless corpse, said, "Dead, they are all dead." Seeing his bizarre actions, he observed carefully and suddenly realized, no, he's not alive. Behind Kawasaki was another soul. He had used some kind of magic to possess the corpse. He angrily questioned him, "Do you know what the outcome will be for opposing our Martial Emperor Association?" At this moment, he realized someone was controlling the body from afar to speak. Ye Chen regained his composure, smirked, and asked, "What kind of thing are you? And what the hell is the Martial Emperor Association?" Deep down, he was still shocked. He didn't expect that there would be people in the island nation who knew how to use this forbidden technique. But just when he was worried about not finding their leader, he shouted, "The Martial Emperor Association, Baya," mentioning his name. The young man didn't show any respect and even pointed his finger with a small flame right at his face, saying, "Get lost, Baya." Ye Chen's self-created flame shot straight at him, making him roar angrily, "You ignorant brat." Before Baya vanished, he didn't forget to threaten him. "I'll only say this once. If your people dare to step into wuxia even half a step." His voice was powerful and resolute. "I will kill whoever I meet." The flames also fiercely engulfed his body. At another location, where a strange and mysterious emblem was shaped, Baya was restoring his soul. His eyes rolled back, his face broke into a cold sweat, and his mouth spurted out fresh blood. The ninjas nearby panicked and asked, "Lord Baya, what's wrong?" He angrily gritted his teeth and said, "Ye Chen," then hurriedly stood up, erupting in a rage, "I will definitely make you pay for your arrogance," making the other subordinates, not understanding what happened, fearfully kneel down on the ground. Scene transition to the Jiangcheng group. Documents stained with blood were placed messily on the table. A board of directors meeting was taking place. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Ye Chen sat in the main chair and loudly declared, "The raid event this time has already been settled." His face was serious as he asked, "Does anyone here have anything to say?" The people below began to whisper noisily, "How long has it been?" "Mr. Yi has already brought the documents back." Some were even terrified to notice the blood on the documents, making them curious. What kind of methods did he use? Ye Chen put both hands in his pockets, his voice sternly reminding them, "From now on, anyone dissatisfied with me can leave the Tianjin group at any time." His eyes sparked with intense anger as he threatened, "But if anyone dares to betray me again, I guarantee the consequences will be very cruel." No one dared to utter a word, all completely overwhelmed by his aura. "Yes, Mr. Ye." After a long and exhausting day of work, Ye Chen returned to his warm home, where beautiful girls were waiting. Seeing his expression, Tong Di guessed, "Still angry? Since you're already home, then leave the matters of the group aside." Ye Chen replied sadly, "I'm very regretful." Seeing he wasn't happy, Tong Di reached out to stroke his cheek, comforting him. Ye Chen frowned, annoyed, and continued, "If I had seriously chosen people before, I wouldn't have caused such a tragedy." She gently put her arms around his shoulders and whispered, "Then don't be sad anymore. Look at me. How about now? Is your mood any better?" The two implicitly understood each other's intentions, their cheeks blushing as they shared a passionate kiss. Ye Chen seemed to be mesmerized by Tong Di's beauty, infatuatedly saying, "That's not enough yet. Please give me more." After a wild night, Ye Chen's clothes were scattered in the living room. By now, the sun outside had risen, and the morning sunbeams shining through the window made the room brighter. Their clothes were still scattered on the stairs going upstairs. The bedroom door hadn't even been closed yet. Ye Chen had been awake for a long time. He affectionately looked at the beautiful Tong Di who was lying next to him with a tired face from last night's full exertion activity, and gently asked, "Tong Di, are you still in pain?" She blushed, pressed closely against his chest, and whispered, "After you treated me, it doesn't hurt anymore." Hearing this, Ye Chen gently stroked her cheek. "That's good." He dotingly warned, "Next time, don't try to force yourself like that again. From now on, let me take the initiative. I can handle it." His words were very suggestive, but Tong Di puffed out her cheeks in anger and said, "No, I want to hold the initiative." Seeing her so energetic, he didn't refuse, and smiled, nodding happily. Okay, as you wish." Tong Di shyly buried her head in his chest, her heart beating erratically, and continued, "Ye Chen, let me tell you a secret, but after I finish, you also have to tell me a secret, okay?" Ye Chen agreed without hesitation. "Okay." Her eyes sparkled as she looked up at him. "Actually, I like you. I've liked you since 5 years ago. You could return, and I'm happier than anyone else. I really missed you." Hearing this, Ye Chen was extremely happy. He touched her head gently and replied, "Me too." Her eyes suddenly, her tone self-reproachful as she said, "Later, when I knew about your family, I was very angry, but I couldn't do anything because my ability was too small, too small. Even now, I only know how to implicate you." Suddenly, she turned around, looked up at him lovingly. "But I like cooking for you, even though it doesn't taste as good as yours. But I like it, and I like being with you even more. So, I want to become your first woman, so that you'll remember me for the rest of your life." Ye Chen really knew how to please girls. He hugged her in his arms and kissed her hair sweetly, saying, "Rest assured, your position in my heart, no one can replace. No one ever can." Tongdi heard this and was extremely satisfied. Ye Chen slowly asked, "You've finished, so next it's my turn. What do you want to ask?" Tongdi's face turned red, sweat dripping as she stroked his face, saying, "Suddenly, I discovered that one secret isn't enough, because there are too many secrets on you. I don't know which one to ask. You choose." Ye Chen's eyes were sad, and he began to tell. "Then I'll tell you where I've been these 5 years." He recalled an unpleasant memory. 5 years ago, he fell into a lake and was saved by an old man who led him to a place called Kunlun Void. The entrance to Kunlun Void lies deep in the Kunlun Mountains. That place is full of powerful people, and magic is rampant. Laws there have no effect at all. Speaking to this point, he frowned, looking very angry. That place only has one rule: the strong prey on the weak. He spent 5 difficult years there, but it was very real. Tong Dai, hearing this, was very curious. She suggested, "Then can you take me to see it someday? I want to know the places you've been to." Ye Chen was embarrassed and hesitated a bit. His face clearly showed worry. He frowned and thought to himself, "Kunlun Void is really very dangerous. Even if I'm there, it's hard to protect myself, let alone bring someone else." Thinking of this, he suddenly regained his confidence. But that was in the past. Now, in his hands, he holds the reincarnation cemetery, and behind him are 100 ancient great masters. What is there to be afraid of? A moment later, Ye Chen gently stroked Tongdi's nose and happily agreed. "Okay, wait until then and I'll take you for a tour." She excitedly shouted, "Great!" Saying that, like a hungry tiger, he lunged at Tongdi, preparing to do a few more rounds as a reward. "Let's do it one more time." Scene transition to the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. In one of the association's rooms, everyone was gathering together to discuss something. The atmosphere was deathly quiet and suffocating. Everyone's face was grim. Sitting prominently in the center was the president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, the head of the Tang family, Tang Ao, ranked 189th among the grandmasters of China. He declared loudly, "Whoever is responsible for Yuan Ying Qingfu's death must pay, and Jiang Luoshen, whom our association secretly deployed his death, is also on your heads." Everyone below turned anxious, breaking into a cold sweat as they stammered. They had been waiting for half a day only to be met with such an unreasonable demand. Tang Ao barked in anger. "Are you all deaf? Is no one going to take responsibility for this, or do you think this is my fault, Tang Ao?" Hearing this, Ma Weiqi stood up abruptly and replied, "President Tang, we believe the person who really needs to be held accountable isn't us. It's that brat named Ye Chen. We've investigated the martial arts arena incident. Even though we don't know the exact details, it definitely involves Ye Chen." Tang Ao's face twisted with suspicion. That is the crux of the matter. That Ye Chen is just a waste from the Ye family who somehow picked up a few tricks. He stepped into the Grandmaster realm, and I wouldn't be surprised if he killed Chen Yuanli and Tang Guobao. But how could he kill Yuan Ying Qingfu? Su Yuangyuan also stood up to analyze the situation. "It is indeed highly suspicious." Witnesses said Yuan Ying Qingfu exploded as if he had suffered a qi deviation. The martial arts arena exploded because of that. Tang Ao slammed his hand on the table in fury. "Exploded? Nonsense." He stood up and pointed at the crowd, questioning, "Yuan Ying Qingfu was our vice president with a limitless future. What reason would he have to self-destruct when facing a piece of trash like that? And Jiang Luozhen, he always operated in the shadows. Why did he die?" Su Yuanyuan couldn't make sense of it either. He stammered, "It's very hard to explain. We asked many people, and they all gave the exact same answer. They clearly weren't lying, but for some reason, if we asked for details, they knew nothing." That's the most puzzling part. Tang Ao's expression darkened. After a long silence, he suddenly looked at them and said, "Ma Weiqi, Su Yuanyuan, Xu Zentian, the 3 of you are among the top talents in the association. 2 of you are even vice presidents. I am ordering you to go to Jiangcheng to investigate the cause of Yuan Ying Qingfu's death." He opened his hand, gesturing firmly as he commanded, "Do not overlook any clues. If there are no clues, bring Ye Chen to me. This matter absolutely must involve Ye Chen. I, Tang Ao, Don't need evidence. So what if I kill this piece of trash? We cannot let a vice president die in vain. Everyone replied in unison. Understood, President Tang. Meanwhile, at the Longhun strike team headquarters in Jiangcheng, everyone on the strike team was training hard. Each one had rippling muscles and looked incredibly impressive. The sound of their cheers echoed throughout the military base. Ye Chen walked over with Ying Qing. With his hands in his pockets, he said gratefully, Ying Qing, thanks for yesterday. He replied calmly, You're too kind, Mr. Ye. It was the least I could do. After a few words, Ye Chen asked the main point, What did you bring me here for today? Ying Qing smiled. The chief invited you. He wants to see you. The chief was already standing ahead, waiting for him. Upon arriving, Ying Qing announced, We're here. Hearing that he had arrived, the chief turned around warmly. Ye Chen, you're here. Standing before the crowd, he proposed, I invited you here to ask for your help to train the Longhun. Ye Chen didn't hesitate and raised his hand to refuse. Impossible. The chief smiled patiently. Let me finish first. I'm not asking you to join. I want you to be the chief instructor of the Longhun. Ye Chen glanced at the people there and asked, Is this the Longhun strike team? Someone interjected, Not exactly. The chief explained clearly, This is a team with mysterious powers in China, codenamed Longhun. As for Ying Qing's strike team, they are just a small unit within it. Longhun only answers to the top leader of China, sworn to protect the land of China and handle all special issues within the nation. Ye Chen scratched his head, looking at him skeptically. You're asking, For such an important force, are you sure you want to hand the training over to an outsider like me? The chief frowned and answered confidently, Of course, I'm sure. He then complimented him. I can guarantee that, with Mr. Yi's strength, no one in all of China is more suitable than you. The chief stepped closer, placing both hands on his shoulders to reassure him. Of course, I know Mr. Ye doesn't like being tied down, so you only need to come and train them when you have time. As long as you agree, I guarantee that those close to you will receive military protection. Hearing the generous offer, Ye Chen asked in surprise, Oh, what level of protection? The chief quickly explained, for example, in the shadows, where Sun Dai and Shirushu don't notice, there will be top-tier snipers. If they encounter unavoidable danger, the military will take them out immediately, he said with great certainty. Of course, that's just one part of it. Longhun also has masters stationed near them. Any suspicious movement will be reported to the Longhun system, allowing us to respond as quickly as possible. At the same time, we will notify you immediately. Ye Chen stroked his chin, pondering. This perk was basically equal to that of a high-ranking official. Even though he didn't expect them to deal with a powerful grandmaster, at least it could buy him some time. The benefit was significant. The chief continued to manipulate him. To be frank, Mr. Ye has made too many enemies lately. The Jiangmen Martial Arts Association, the Tang family, the Island Nations Martial Emperor Society, plus some others in the shadows. This might not be a threat to you, but it's different for Miss Xia and Miss Sunday. You can't be by their side every day. Ye Chen pondered further. He didn't agree immediately. Suddenly, he asked, What does the chief instructor of Longhun need to do? The chief spoke boldly. The method is entirely up to you, Mr. Ye. The key is to make them stronger. If they are strong, China is strong. Seeing that it was simple enough, Ye Chen didn't hesitate anymore and clenched his fist, showing his determination. He agreed immediately. Fine. If you trust me this much, I will give you the promise you deserve. As long as I show up once, I can make these people kill 10 more powerful enemies on the battlefield. The chief was startled. He thought to himself, That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Being strong oneself and making others strong were two different things. Ye Chen stood before everyone and declared, Everyone, you heard what I just told the chief. From now on, I am your chief instructor. Everyone looked at him with defiant eyes, each with their own thoughts. Pulling strings? What else will we hear? Someone was very curious. What is this guy's background? Why does the chief look like he's begging him? Does he even deserve it? They should know we don't just know how to use firearms. We are also internal martial artists. What is he? Suddenly, one of them stepped forward and said contemptuously, Chief, I'm not convinced. Others began to loudly object in unison. I'm not convinced either. Why should he be the chief instructor? The lives of our brothers cannot be entrusted to a brat like this. Standing before them, Ye Chen was very excited. He eagerly accepted the provocation. If you're not convinced, let's fight. If you don't like the look of me, feel free to strike. You can all come at me together. Hearing this, they looked at each other with angry eyes. How arrogant, someone said. He can be arrogant, but we can't lose face. We shouldn't use numbers to bully him. It's too embarrassing. The person next to him sneered, Ignorant brat. The chief also stepped forward and declared. He was quite confident in Ye Chen's strength. He dares to say that, so of course he has the skill. You can strike. Don't worry about my stance. If you can defeat him, I'll let him go immediately. Gu Dashi, hearing this, threw caution to the wind and rushed out first. He grinned with full complacency. Humph, using numbers to bully someone loses the prestige of Longhun. He spread his legs to prepare and shouted, I, Gu Dashi, am enough. Ye Chen jumped high into the air. He didn't say much more and eagerly moved forward. In that case, let me teach you the first lesson. Focusing his chi into his toes, the two legs collided with a loud crack. Ye Chen didn't feel a thing and instead taught, this is how you use force. The battle became extremely intense, with dust rising everywhere. Everyone outside kept watching. Gu Dashi was sweating profusely, his face worried as he thought, my god, how could there be such powerful internal chi? It was impossible to block. Ye Chen turned around gracefully but delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying quite a distance. Gu Dashi let out a cry, ah, and slammed hard into the wall with a thud. He must have broken a few ribs. Everyone else witnessed this scene. They were astonished, eyes wide and mouths agape. Heaven. He defeated Gu Dashi using his own specialty, footwork. Someone couldn't stop praising him. He's strong, extremely strong. Ye Chen stood proudly, speaking with a taunting tone. Based on this level of yours, even if you all come at once, it's nothing. If you still want to keep some face for Longhun, then use everything you've got to defeat me. The rest of the crowd heard this and furiously rushed forward. You jerk, you've gone too far. We said a few words to you, and now you're flying high, huh? Someone even loudly declared, today, we brothers will show you what we're made of. Liu Yifei didn't show a hint of worry. He dropped to a crouch and stomped hard on the ground, a bright smile on his face. Very good, you've got some fighting spirit. Then, let me broaden your horizons. With that, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and braced himself to throw a punch. He charged forward, shouting, Heavenly Slaughter Fist. His punch unleashed a terrifying force like a vortex, striking straight at them. Before his fist even connected, they were sent flying, one by one, left sprawled across the floor. Liu Yifei frowned and let out a smirk. The outcome is decided. They lay there in pain, pressed against the ground. They had no strength left to fight back or even stand. Meanwhile, at the Longhun Special Forces base in Jiangcheng, the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. Liu Yifei was like a machine that didn't know the meaning of fatigue. With a terrifying display of power, he took down one opponent after another with his bare hands until they were battered and couldn't get back up. He finally stopped, his face full of confidence. Well, do you surrender? They lay on the ground, glaring at each other with angry faces. Damn it, there are so many of us. Yet we couldn't take down one guy. Someone even exclaimed in shock, how can there be someone this strong in the world? Their gazes softened, though they weren't entirely convinced. He couldn't hear their quiet muttering, so he asked again, what did you say? Gu Dashi suddenly stood up, startling him. Unexpectedly, he shouted loudly, Gu Dashi reporting to the chief instructor. The others saw this, and, no longer opposing, stood up to report in. Fang Chao reporting to the chief instructor, Li Hu reporting to the chief instructor, Zhang Yuan reporting to the chief instructor, Zhang Aikun reporting to the chief instructor. Seeing that the situation had improved, Liu Yifei smiled. In reality, their foundations were quite good. He wanted to improve their combat strength. The method was simple. Suddenly, he stroked his chin and looked serious. Speaking of which, do you want to learn the Heavenly Slaughter Fist? I can teach you. They were incredibly excited upon hearing this. Really? Someone answered without hesitation. Learn. We definitely want to learn. They enthusiastically added, I want to learn, Master Liu. I want to be able to take on 10 men like you. Liu Yifei stood there with a cool pose and said slowly, don't be impatient. I'll teach you 2 moves first to improve your real combat capabilities. In his mind, he calculated that if he could gain their support, the structure of his influence would be considered initially complete. He began to connect with the people he had worked with. The king of Jiangnan was responsible for controlling the underground forces in Jiangnan province, hidden within the Tianjin group, providing financial resources for him. Plus, with Longhun under the control of military leadership, he could handle the vast majority of situations. He was very satisfied with the current state of affairs. This way, he had the power to protect those around him and the capital to compete with the Long family that had taken everything from him. Liu Yifei frowned, meticulously planning his next steps. Liu Langxin was helping him, but the Long family from the capital was being blocked by another force. Even for someone like Lei Shuwei, he didn't have a single clue. The waters in the capital were very deep. The martial arts families hidden there and high-ranking figures even had to show them respect, simply because they stood at the pinnacle of China. He clenched his fists, showing strong determination. To fight them, he had to accumulate his strength and step them under my feet. Meanwhile, a man stood before a pile of ruins that seemed to have once been a magnificent castle. Ma Weiqi and his group stood there, their eyes wide with shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. With a terrified face and cold sweat, he speculated aloud. This destruction of the martial arts platform, it couldn't have been Yuan Ying King Fu, could it? Tu Yuantu, standing beside him, agreed. These marks show it was shattered from the inside by an extremely powerful force. It's hard to imagine a martial artist being capable of this. He added in horror. Are you saying there is an expert in Jiangcheng we don't know about? Tu Zhen, confused, looked at the two of them. No way. Could it really be a cultivator? Isn't that just a legend? Ma Weiqi hung his head, feeling helpless. Unlikely. The probability is very low. Tu Yuantu calmly interjected. In the 5 years that Liu Yifei disappeared, he must have received some kind of miraculous opportunity. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly have the power to kill a grandmaster. Ma Weiqi narrowed his eyes, meticulously mapping out a plan. There are too many questions here. President Du has already instructed us not to directly question that brat without concrete leads. Let's start with him. He moved on. At Liu Yifei's luxurious villa, a lavish meal with a full array of flavors had been prepared. Liu Yifei picked up his chopsticks and tried a piece of fish. He complimented Shai Rusue profusely. I never expected a young miss like you would know how to cook. Sun Dai, sitting across from them, chimed in. This is also my first time seeing Xia Rushu cook. Xia Rushu beamed at the praise and winked at the two of them. You can praise me more. I've been learning from my grandmother these past few days. Liu Yifei looked at her, teasing. The taste is it's hard to imagine this is your handiwork. Ruxue frowned, annoyed. Do you even know how to talk? Well, how is my cooking then? Sundi suddenly remembered something and asked worriedly, Liu Yifei, where did you go yesterday? He recalled the fighting from yesterday, and not wanting them to worry, said, I went to a base, I don't know its name, to help someone out. I'm going to visit Wang Yuhang in a bit. Do you want to come along? Sundai heard this and patted Ruxue on the shoulder, saying, I've already made plans to go shopping with Ruxue. Go next time. Ruxue also smiled and played along. That's right. It's been a while since I've been home. You can't leave me behind. Seeing this, Liu Yifei didn't force the issue. After all, there would be plenty of chances later. I'll go first. You two take your time eating. As he stepped outside, his eyes halted as if he saw something. A strange supercar was parked there. He was very puzzled. Huh? There's a car I've never seen before in front of the house. The young man in front saw him approach, immediately saluted, and said solemnly, Greetings, Chief Instructor. Are you heading out? Only then did he realize and think of that stubborn commander, the people from Longhun. It seemed that even though Lei Shui looked the way he did, he was still quite thoughtful. Liu Yifei didn't refuse this perk. He coolly got into the car and ordered the young man to head to Jiangbei University. Outside, don't call me Chief Instructor. Call me Mr. Liu or Liu Yifei. The man obediently followed orders. Yes, Chief Instructor. Very quickly, he arrived at Jiangbei University. Inside the male dormitory, he sat on the bed. Wang Yuhang was rambling non-stop. Liu Yifei, the thing you gave me is too powerful. I've reached the first level of cultivation now, and I feel full of strength, like I'm about to burst. His whole body seemed to radiate heat, as if he were in a legend. Liu Yifei was speechless, his face dropping, looking helpless. So Liu Yifei had come to visit Wang Yuhang. At Wang Yuhang's dorm, Wang Yuhang was demonstrating the flow of power that Liu Yifei had taught him, marveling and thanking Liu Yifei repeatedly. Wang Yuhang seemed full of energy, constantly performing motions, unable to stop, powered by the strange strength that Liu Yifei had bestowed upon him. Liu Yifei sat on the bottom bunk, watching Wang Yuhang while smiling, then raised his hand. Liu Yifei summoned some medicinal pills that hovered in the air. He added, Take one of these pills every week. Liu Yifei stood up from the bed, stood with his hands on his hips, and said, It might be a bit uncomfortable the first time you take it, but you have to endure it and circulate that cultivation technique, and you'll see results. Surprisingly, every word Liu Yifei spoke resonated deeply, sinking into Wang Yuhang's thoughts. Wang Yuhang was determined to refine the pill. Wang Yuhang raised his hand, clenched it, and said to him, Yes, Liu Yifei. To protect my family, I will definitely become strong. Liu Yifei was stunned. His face stiffened, thinking of Wang Yuhang's previous appearance and laughing faintly. Before that, why don't you try being normal first? The scene changed. After the conversation with Wang Yuhang at the dorm, Liu Yifei left. Just after he exited the building, walking rhythmically along a deserted road in the dead of night, Liu Yifei suddenly saw someone approaching from afar. That person was walking in the opposite direction. The stranger got closer and asked, Excuse me for a moment, little brother. Liu Yifei heard this and stopped, looking confused, wondering what the person in front of him wanted. A man stood before him. It was the stranger from just a moment ago. The man spoke. May I ask, which way to the male dormitory at this school? Liu Yufei nodded, looked down the path, and said, follow this road straight ahead, and you'll be there. Having said that, Liu Yufei continued walking on his own path. The man kept his eyes fixed on his back with a killer's gaze and said, many thanks, little brother. Liu Yufei waved his hand to signify it was nothing and added, no need for formalities. But then, Liu Yufei bowed his head and said in a deep voice, I get the feeling that what you wanted to ask isn't just about this, right? No sooner had he finished speaking than the man who had just asked for directions jumped up, preparing to assassinate him. So, he was actually Tu Yuantu from the Southern Jiang martial arts circle. Liu Yufei had anticipated that everything would happen this way, so he calmly kept walking and replied, you shameless old villain. Tu Yuantu's attack unleashed a beam of light as a sharp sword slashed straight toward Liu Yufei. Yet, Liu Yufei easily dodged it with a single move, leaping away lightly. The old man Tu Yuantu's attack made the ground shake, creating a large crack in the road. Smoke covered the area. Old man Tu Yuantu landed and continued seriously. You managed to dodge that attack. Little brat, you certainly aren't simple. You are Liu Yufei, aren't you? Hearing the old man before him say this, Liu Yufei gave a cold look of disdain and said to him, what business do you have looking for me, old man Tu Yuantu? Kia snorted in anger. You arrogant brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Go ahead and drop dead, but first, answer me one question. The old man's face twisted with rage. What exactly happened during the tournament that day, and what was the real cause of the master's death? Upon hearing the old man mention Yuan Ying Qingfu, the man he had personally taken down, Ye Chen gave a cold, dismissive laugh. Ha! So, it's just trash from the Martial Arts Association, huh? Hearing Ye Chen insult the association and himself so brazenly, the old man, Yuan too, grew even more furious. He pointed a finger directly at Ye Chen's face and barked, insolent. Even though Yuan Ying Qingfu is dead, as members of the Martial Arts Association, we are not the type of people a brat like you can just insult at will. Ye Chen remained completely unfazed, laughing with utter contempt. Sorry, the trash from the Martial Arts Association I'm talking about isn't just that pathetic loser Yuan Ying Qingfu. He pointed his finger straight at Yuan too and continued, I mean all of you. Every single one of you in that godforsaken Martial Arts Association is nothing but garbage. The old man roared, whether you tell the truth about that day or not, today I will make you pay. You brat, how dare you insult our Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association? With those words, the old fighter's blood boiled with rage, rushing to his head. Yuan too was practically steaming with anger. Ye Chen replied, what? Wasn't Yuan Ying Qingfu enough? I killed him. So what? Yuan too was stunned into silence. Ye Chen then added, besides, I'll let you know one more thing. Yuan too, the old fighter, snapped back. What? Say it. Before the words even left his mouth, Ye Chen lunged forward and delivered a swift, lethal strike, decapitating the old fighter, Yuan too, in a single motion. His attack was fast as lightning. No one could even see it coming. The victim was gone before he could even feel the pain. Ye Chen's expression shifted, his gaze turning bloodthirsty. After I kill you, he's the one I killed too, he said with a smirk. Yuan too lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. Ye Chen calmly pulled out his phone and made a call. Little Deng, come over here for a bit. And while you're at it, help me clean up some trash. From the other end of the line, Little Deng replied, yes, Mr. Ye. Suddenly, Ye Chen noticed something nearby. He turned around and saw the old man's phone on the ground, ringing. The ringtone echoed through the air. Out of curiosity, Ye Chen stepped forward and picked up the phone. He answered it. A voice spoke from the other side. Hello, Yuan too, how's it going? Have you found that loser from the Yi family yet? Ye Chen stood up straight, listening in silence. If the target resists, absolutely do not kill him. Association President Tang wants him taken alive. Even after hearing those words, Ye Chen stood still without saying a word, trying to gauge their intentions and why they were hunting him down. Realizing their scheme, Ye Chen let out a faint, dark chuckle. On the other end, hearing no response, the person grew panicked. Hello? Yuan too? Why aren't you saying anything? Could it be? Before they could finish, the line went dead. Ye Chen held the phone in his hand, deep in thought. Moving fast? Huh? Hanging up already? But I have plenty of ways to track you people down. From the distance, a blue car drove toward Ye Chen. The person inside was Little Deng. Little Deng spoke up. Mr. Ye. As soon as the car stopped, Little Deng hurried out of the vehicle and asked, Are you all right? Ye Chen stood his ground and replied, I'm fine. Help me track the location of the last call made from this phone. Saying that, Ye Chen tossed the phone toward Little Deng. Little Deng caught it and looked at it, saying, The phone. Though he only had a basic grasp of the situation, he immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Just as Ye Chen turned to leave, he remembered something. He turned back and said, "Right, and get me a file." A dossier on the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. Back at Ye Chen's house, it was already late at night. The streets outside were empty and silent. Ye Chen sat on the floor, spreading out the documents little Deng had provided. He looked over the file on the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association, reading it over and over, muttering, "An organization that has existed for 100 years. He picked up a page and noted, "Their sphere of influence is incredibly complex, involving at least 12 martial arts families in Jiangnan Province. This association actually has some pull." He read the file carefully and thought to himself, "The president of each term of the association is a person of immense power in Jiangnan Province. The current president is Tang Ao, the head of the Tang family, a high-level martial arts clan in Jiangnan. He is ranked 189th on the master list. His strength is not something the likes of Yuan Ying Qingfu can even compare to." Reading the report, Ye Chen fell into deep thought. This data is from 2 years ago. I don't know what Tang Ao's strength is now. My current strength is probably in the top 300 of the master list. Whether I can reach the top 200 is still uncertain. After thinking for a long while, he held up a strange object. It looked like a crystal, radiating an incredibly beautiful and mysterious light. Ye Chen stared at the crystal and said, "As far as I'm concerned, the person I need to focus on right now is this Tang Ao. I need to make another trip." Saying that, he began another journey of hunting and cultivation. He stood in front of a graveyard in the middle of the night under the cold, looming moon. Ye Chen approached a tombstone. He mused. The other tombstone hasn't awakened yet. Right now, Chen Qing Qian is my greatest trump card. But to meet him, my current cultivation level isn't enough. He stood still, lost in thought. I must quickly increase my strength to lead to Chen Qing Tian. The Martial Arts Association is already suspicious of me. I have to think of a way to stall for time before the real fight. A moment later, a notification chime from his phone broke his thoughts. Little Deng had sent a message. "Mr. Ye, this is Little Deng. The location has been confirmed at the Tianxi Hotel in Jiang City. According to our investigation, the 3 people who checked in are Ma Weiqi, Yuan Tu, and Tuo Zhen of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association." As soon as Ye Chen received the message, he pulled out his phone and called someone, saying, "They dared to wait at the hotel. Could it be they haven't realized yet that one of their own is already dead?" The person on the other end of the line, hearing Ye Chen say this, replied, "It looks like they haven't. Or rather, they found out but can't bring themselves to believe it." The person on the other end, worried about Ye Chen's safety, blurted out, "Mr. Yi, they are very strong. Do you need the dragon soul to get involved?" Ye Chen heard this and immediately replied, "No need. I can handle it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he set the phone down beside him. Ye Chen folded his arms, closed his eyes, and thought, "Even if I kill these 2 today, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association will just continue to seek revenge. It might even make them go crazier. Right now, I need time. I have to think of a way to drag this out." Ye Chen rested his chin on his hand and thought, "Right, the information Lai Yuntian left for me includes a technique to enslave others. If I could take one of them as a slave, things would be much easier to handle." The night was pitch black, with stars twinkling brilliantly across the sky over Jiang City. At the Tianxi Hotel, inside one of the rooms, Tuo Zhen and Ma Weiqi were talking about Yuan Tu. Ma Weiqi spoke up, "Why hasn't Yuan Tu contacted us yet? Could he really be in danger?" Tuo Zhen replied, "That can't be right. How could a puny place like Jiang City have someone so powerful?" Ma Weiqi felt a sense of unease. He touched the phone on the table and continued, "The last coordinates for Yuan Tu showed him near Jiangbei University. Go over there and see if you can find anything unusual." Hearing Ma Weiqi's words, Tuo Zhen couldn't help but prop his chin up with both hands, deep in thought. There isn't a trace of Yuan Tu's aura left. Either he was purged by someone, or he left early. I suspect the former. Something must have happened to him. Hearing Tuo Zhen say that, Ma Weiqi became even more anxious. He picked up the phone and said, "If that's really the case, it means Ye Chen definitely has an expert protecting him. Even we might not be able to handle it. We should report this to President Tang immediately." Outside the building, a flash of orange-yellow light shot toward the 2 people in the room. The beam of light moved with lightning speed, intended to destroy. The person who created this beam wanted to prevent Ma Weiqi from calling to report to Tang Ao, so the beam aimed directly at the phone in his hand. Ma Weiqi was shocked to see the phone in his hand shattered into 2 pieces by an attack from such a distance. The phone was completely destroyed. Ma Weiqi screamed, "Ah!" So, it was Ye Chen who did this. Ye Chen landed on the railing outside the room and said, "Even though I killed Yuan Tu, it's still 2-on-1. Do you really need to call for backup in this situation?" Ye Chen looked at the two old men with a look of disappointment and continued, "You have no martial honor." Ma Weiqi and Tuo Zhen were stunned, shocked out of their wits to see Ye Chen appear in Jiang City. Both exclaimed, "Ye Chen, this guy, this brat." Ma Weiqi pulled his hand back, and then thrust it forward again. A sharp blade shot out from his sleeve. The knife was an assassination weapon. One hit would mean death. Ma Weiqi didn't wait to hear another word from Ye Chen and immediately made his move. He pulled his hand back, struck a fighting stance, then whipped his hand forward with great force, channeling his internal energy into the attack. The small knife flew through the air like a streak of lightning, so fast that the human eye could barely track it. As he struck, Ma Weiqi roared, "Die." Ye Chen stood directly opposite him, realizing he was in a dangerous situation. He stood there, completely calm, staring straight at Ma Weiqi's strike. With a wide-eyed gaze, he declared that was all his technique amounted to. With just a single look, he blocked Ma Weiqi's knife strike effortlessly. Ma Weiqi had assumed his high-speed attack would strike Master Yi down, but Yi treated it like a triviality, nothing more than a child's game. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Just by using his eyes, he stopped the strike in its tracks. Next, Yi used his willpower to control the knife himself. He spoke, and that sharp little blade turned around, pointing straight back at Ma Weiqi. The speed at which it returned was even faster than when it was first thrown. The sharp blade hovered near Ma Weiqi again, but this time, the roles were reversed. Seeing the knife flying back at lightning speed, Ma Weiqi screamed, "Oh no, I can't dodge this." Seeing Ma Weiqi in a tight spot, Tuo Zhen immediately drew his family's heirloom staff. He gripped it firmly, shouting, "Soul-suppressing staff." Tuo Zhen swung his red staff directly into the path of the incoming knife. The blade collided with the staff and was deflected elsewhere, causing no harm to Ma Weiqi or Tuo Zhen. Sensing something ominous, Tuo Zhen and Ma Weiqi whispered to each other, "This brat is definitely a cultivator. His methods are strange, and he's holding back many trump cards. We must be extremely careful." The two old men stood back to back, protecting each other in a state of growing terror. Seeing that Tuo Zhen's staff had managed to deflect the knife, Yi felt intrigued. He stared at the weapon and said with a murderous tone, "Oh, that staff looks decent. If you two agree to become my servants and hand over this staff as a gift, I might spare your lives." Both old martial artists gritted their teeth in anger and snapped, "How arrogant. Just because you're a cultivator doesn't mean you can handle both of us at once." Ma Weiqi took a defensive stance, pulling both fists deep toward his waist. He channeled his inner energy throughout his body, and a green glow emanated from him. He then shouted, "Attack!" Ma Weiqi unleashed a barrage of powerful, rapid-fire punches. They were so fast, it was impossible to see where he was striking. But those swift, continuous attacks were quickly decoded by Ye. He easily read and dodged every single blow. Ye's speed was just as impressive. Every time Ma Weiqi lunged, Ye sidestepped effortlessly and moved to a different position. Ye firmly grabbed Ma Weiqi's wrist. He squeezed with all his might, then spun Ma Weiqi around like a top, as if he were nothing more than a toy. Not stopping there, Yi grabbed Ma Weiqi's head and slammed him face first into the ground, raising his fist high. Rushing in from afar was Tuo Zhen, clutching the very staff Yi had been eyeing. Tuo Zhen leaped into the air, raised the staff, and roared, "Ha ha." Seeing this, Yi simply reached out to block. Tuo Zhen poured every ounce of his inner energy into the strike, shouting, "Soul-suppressing staff, haunted soul." Suddenly, a series of terrifying, spectral spirits manifested. Yi was caught off guard. He thought this would be an easy fight and hadn't expected the appearance of spirit monsters. His eyes widened in shock as the malicious spirit energy swarmed toward him, infiltrating his body. Yi cried out in pain. Seeing Yi at a disadvantage, Tuo Zhen leaped up, holding the staff high, and brought it crashing down. As he lunged, he laughed, "Ha ha ha, I told you, you're nothing before my ancestral soul-suppressing staff." But then, a hand wrapped in spiritual energy reached out and grabbed the staff without a hint of hesitation. Tuo Zhen's eyes went wide with shock. Yi laughed and told the old man, "Taking your hit earlier was just to test you. I've seen better weapons than this." With that, Yi snatched the staff from Tuo Zhen's grip and counterattacked. He used the staff to strike Tuo Zhen right in the face, sending the old man spitting blood. The blow was brutal, and with the added power of the weapon, it was even more devastating. After testing the staff, Yi stopped and looked at it. A spiritual artifact, indeed. It requires spiritual energy to function. While it's not top tier, it's still a waste for someone like you. Yi channeled his internal energy into the staff and said to Tuo Zhen, "Let me show you its true power." He grabbed the staff with both hands and struck Tuo Zhen's head. Tuo Zhen went flying away, just like a baseball being hit. The staff acted as the bat, and his body was the ball. One swing sent Tuo Zhen soaring far into the distance, where he collided violently with a wall. A loud crash echoed as the wall shattered. Tuo Jin smashed through into the next room of the Tianxi Hotel, interrupting a couple's night. Tuo Jin slumped to the ground, vomiting blood. He was clearly exhausted, gasping for air. The two people in the room he crashed through saw him and screamed in terror, scurrying to cover themselves and running away, shouting, "Murder! Someone's been killed." Tuo Jin lay shivering on the floor. Yi approached, his footsteps making Tuo Jin tremble with fear. Yi stood right in front of him. He pointed the staff directly at Tuo Jin's face and said, "Die with him or become my slave. You choose." Yi then pointed at Ma Weiqi, coldly asking, "Slavery or death?" Hearing this, Ma Weiqi broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "If I die, the Ma family will surely fall into ruin. Everything I spent my life building will be devoured by others, and my clan members will be bullied and hunted by our enemies. I have no choice." Thinking this, Ma Weiqi kowtowed desperately and shouted, "Master Ye, I choose the second option. I am willing to be your slave. Please, spare my life," Yi said with amusement. "At least you're sensible. Look up. I will plant my blood essence into your soul." He pricked his fingertip to draw a drop of fresh blood, murmuring, "From this moment on, if you harbor any thoughts of betrayal," Yi flicked his wrist, and the blood drop shot out. He warned in a stern voice, "Your soul will be scattered to the winds." As he spoke, the drop of blood essence instantly merged into Ma Weiqi's forehead, leaving him terrified. He seemed to fall into a hallucination, his heart jumping as he stared into Ye's cold, murky eyes. Ma Weiqi kowtowed repeatedly, stammering. This lowly servant wouldn't dare. "Since the beginning of time, the weak are slaves to the strong. Your servant, Ma Qi, is willing to follow you, Master Yi." He widened his eyes, thinking, "I can feel it if I even think about betraying him. He can scatter my soul. This technique is terrifying." Yi quickly turned to leave, his voice cold. "For 1 month, I don't want the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association to bother me again. You know what to say, don't you?" Ma Weiqi trembled and replied, "Yes, I understand." He thought to himself suspiciously, "Strange. Why only a 1-month deadline? Does he really think that in 1 month he can handle the association president?" That evening, at Yi's villa, he toyed with the staff in his hand and said excitedly, "An unexpected harvest. Since I don't have a suitable weapon, this soul-suppressing staff will do for now." Yi told himself, "Once I accumulate more power in a month, I will personally visit the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Dao Ao, ranked 189th on the Grandmaster list, I want to see just how strong you are." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He wondered, who could it be at this hour? Yi quickly went to open the door. Upon seeing who it was, he was astonished. He whispered, "Kim Langyan?" Langyan, pale and trembling, asked, "Master Yi, may I come in?" Yi calmly replied, "Come in." A moment later, after she had sat down, he asked suspiciously, "What on earth happened? Is there trouble at the Kim family?" Kim Langyan didn't answer. Instead, she slowly took off her fur coat, revealing a green jade dragon pattern pendant necklace underneath, and whispered, "Master Yi, you'll understand once you see this." Yi was stunned and asked, Where did you get this jade?" He stared closely at the glowing green jade, thinking, there is incredibly dense spiritual energy inside this pendant. Wearing it could increase one's cultivation speed by at least 3-fold. Something like this would be a treasure, even in the Kunlun Mountains. Kim Lanyan explained slowly, "Master Ye, you know that my Kim family manages the special auctions in Jiangcheng. Sometimes, we receive strange auction items." She recalled the memory. "The night before last, a friend of my father's from Hong Kong brought this to our family. He wanted to put it up for auction the next day. But yesterday, he suddenly changed his mind, called us, and said he wanted to take it back." Langyan continued calmly, "My father naturally agreed, but we waited all night and didn't see him. We couldn't reach him on his phone either. Worried, my father went to his house. I never expected," she shouted in panic. "His entire family was wiped out." Lanyan recounted fearfully. The bodies showed that the killer's methods were brutal, and their strength was terrifying. "What's worse is that everyone who had contact with my father's friend over the last few days has been dying one after another. The cause is likely this piece of jade." She earnestly said to Ye Chen, "Our Kim family's current strength is likely unable to protect this item, but we also can't just hand it over to others. My father wants to entrust it to Mr. Yi for safekeeping. In Jiang City, I believe only you have the strength for this. If something happens to our Kim family, this item will belong to you. Please, take it quickly." Ye Chen replied, "All right, I accept. What do you plan to do next?" Ye Chen thought to himself, "Kim Lingyan has helped me so much, and this item is of great use to me. I can't pass this up." She picked up a small fur coat and said softly, "My father has already arranged a plane. The Kim family will leave Jiang City for a while." Lingyan stood up and gently reminded him, "While it's in your care, Mr. Yi, Feel free to use the jade pendant as the safekeeping fee we're paying you, she added with a sad smile. Perhaps this is the last time we'll see each other. Kim Lingyan left with reluctance, saying, Goodbye, Mr. Ye. Ye Chen nodded and replied softly, May we meet again. After seeing her off, he closed the door. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Xia Rusue asked suspiciously, Was there a great beauty here just now? Tong Di said irritably, It's the middle of the night. Are you cheating on us? Ye Chen quickly stuffed the jade pendant into his pocket and replied calmly with a smile, It's nothing. Just a friend who came to ask for help. Sorry for waking you two up. As Rusue looked for snacks in the fridge, she said, That's right, you're going to the Tianjin group tomorrow, right? Are you not going? Since the product launch conference is about to start, there will be many domestic and foreign reporters coming. She sipped her milk leisurely and continued, We have to build some hype for the product launch. Tong Di earnestly added, You have to go because I'm the one representing the group at the conference. If you're not there, I'll be anxious to death. Ye Chen patted her head and said gently, all right, I'll go. Okay. I'll even take some pretty pictures for you too. Tong Di immediately smiled happily and nodded, replying, At that moment, the lights in Ye Chen's villa were still on. Ye Chen observed the green jade pendant engraved with dragon patterns carefully. He wondered to himself, to think it could terrify the Kim family, one of the top martial arts families in Jiangcheng City, to the point where they'd abandon their business and flee abroad. The opposition must be powerful, Ye Chen muttered. But whether they really have the skills or not, we'll find out when we fight. This jade is quite interesting. Let's test it first. He then channeled his spiritual energy into the pendant, and it quickly emitted a strange light. The light surrounding it also enveloped Ye Chen, leaving him completely amazed. After a moment of experimentation, Ye Chen realized it was truly a treasure. He looked at the pendant floating in midair, fascinated, and thought, This jade pendant can at least increase my cultivation speed tenfold. It's way more powerful than I expected. Suddenly, a stone flew in from somewhere. The power of the jade pendant was quickly sucked into that stone, leaving Ye Chen confused and shouting, What's going on? The pendant gradually lowered and slowly began to crack. In just an instant, it shattered into pieces due to the influence of that black stone. Witnessing this, Ye Chen wondered skeptically, What is happening? The spiritual energy of the jade is being absorbed by the black stone. The stone gradually moved closer to him, leaving him wide-eyed in shock as he thought, The spiritual energy is so dense. Has the efficacy of the jade pendant been transferred into the black stone? Ye Chen peered deep into the stone and saw a scene with hundreds of graves built right next to each other. He contemplated deeply. Even the reincarnation graveyard inside it has changed and is now overflowing with endless spiritual energy. He turned pale and muttered, Well, that happened. Ye Chen picked up a small shard of the green jade and sighed. This treasure is now just rubble. How am I going to explain this to Kim Lingyan? Ye Chen immediately thought of a backup plan. I'll just give her some pills later. She'll probably be happier with those. The next morning, at the large Tianjin group venue, people were coming and going in a bustling crowd. Guests had already started drinking and chatting happily. The first and second commissioners of Jiangcheng City also appeared and chatted with Xia Da. On this side, Chu Fulu was laughing and talking animatedly with Ying Qing. The paparazzi and reporters had all arrived. Seeing this, Ye Chen said happily, Quite a few familiar faces here. Very good, very good. Xia Rushu said excitedly, Since everyone is here, it's our turn to shine. He nodded and gave a soft, me-im. A moment later at the hall, Rushue began the introduction. Today, Tianjin Group is introducing two types of products. Tong Di continued, They are the blood coagulating longevity pill and the intermediate skin beautifying liquid. She continued calmly, The blood coagulating longevity pill, after consumption, can improve the elderly's physical constitution and restore their vitality. The intermediate skin beautifying liquid can improve the skin, so from now on, there's no need for photo editing technology. The group of women below heard this and clamored, Excuse me, has this passed testing? Are there any side effects? Is it really that effective? Tong Di said calmly, I can understand how you all feel. Next, we will use a lottery system to invite 5 reporters to come up and test it directly to verify the efficacy of our product. As soon as she finished, a series of hands went up, shouting, Me, I want to go up. I want to try it. The selected ones quickly opened the product lids and applied a little to their hands. They slowly rubbed it onto their faces. After using it, the 4 girls noticed that everyone's skin looked rosy and healthy. They couldn't stop praising it. The wrinkles have reduced so much. Wuxia is truly magical. Tong Di smiled and continued to present. It seems everyone is very satisfied with the samples, so you must be very interested in where you can buy it, right? We have already set the specific sale date. She thought happily, Great, the progress is going very smoothly. Suddenly, a voice from below shouted, "Wait, I have a question." Tong Di looked in that direction with a very confused expression. A woman wearing an orange kimono held a mic and asked calmly, "Hello, I am a reporter from the Japanese martial arts imperial newspaper. I have a few questions about your Jiangcheng group products. If it's that magically effective, are the ingredients safe? To clear up doubts, and to verify the safety, please give me a sample to take back for testing." Hearing this, Ye Chen became angry and thought, "You people living in comfort, the goods haven't even started selling and you're already asking for samples. You want to research them, don't you? These islanders have bad intentions." Tong Di replied embarrassedly, "I'm sorry. This involves trade secrets, so we cannot comply." The reporter immediately seized the opportunity to press with questions. "Does your attitude mean that your Tianjin group is afraid of being checked? Or is there a problem with the product itself, perhaps even severe side effects?" Everyone below started whispering when they heard this. "That's right. Is a miracle drug like this really okay? Tianjin is very suspicious. The effect is too good, making people doubt it." Tong Di explained awkwardly. We have passed the inspection of the Drug Supervision and Inspection Bureau. The safety is definitely not an issue. Please believe us." Xia Ruxue saw that the situation wasn't looking good and thought, "Oh no, this is Tong Di's first time hosting a press conference, and it's very easy to panic in unexpected situations. I have to go save it." Suddenly, someone stood in front of Tong Di and said in a deep voice, "Leave the rest to me." The female reporter saw this and her face darkened, asking, "Who are you?" Tong Di saw Ye Chen and shouted happily, "Ye Chen," he replied calmly. "Regarding your concern about the product's safety, I can explain it to you." Ye Chen spoke loudly, "I will answer for you all from here on." The female reporter then said decisively, "Dare I ask who you are? If you can't produce the true ingredient list today, we won't accept it." He picked up the bottle of lotion and replied leisurely, "Didn't I just say that? The Drug Inspection Bureau has already checked it. Our product is absolutely safe. You want our ingredient list. Could it be that you want to steal our formula?" The reporter saw this and shouted arrogantly, "I don't care. How can there be such a magical skincare product? It must be special effects. Those people were models you invited, right? Otherwise, how could they become young all of a sudden?" Ye Chen asked angrily, "Are you trying to be a rogue here?" She stuck out her tongue and challenged, "So what if the Drug Inspection Bureau checked it? I only look at ingredients, and if I'm not satisfied, then beat me." As soon as she finished, Ye Chen jumped up. He took some lotion from the bottle and smeared it directly onto her face. It was a flawless move. Tong Di saw this and her face changed, whispering, "Ye Chen, that's too impulsive." The female reporter immediately clutched her face and screamed, "Assault! Tianjin Group is assaulting someone." Ye Chen said calmly, "Who wants to hit you? I just wanted to let this guest try our product. I just helped this guest apply the sample that we intend to sell to her face. Now, you can all see the efficacy of our product more intuitively." The reporter took out her phone to check her right cheek, where the cream had been applied. It had become smoother and more radiant. She was stunned and exclaimed, "The side of my face that was applied looks like a different person." The reporters saw the scene and rushed to take pictures, whispering, "This is too fake. Even a novel wouldn't make up this kind of effect. It works just by applying it randomly. Hurry, take pictures. This is definitely headline news." A female reporter asked frantically, "Ye Chen, wait. You only applied the medicine to one side of the face. What should she do about the other side?" He replied coldly, "What does that have to do with me? Suit yourself." Ye Chen announced firmly, "And while I'm at it, the effect of our product is permanent. Consider this healthy side of your face a gift from me." He smiled and continued excitedly, "Oh, right. Didn't a reporter ask about the sales area? The first sales region will definitely be in wuxia. Other countries will have to wait at least a month." Additionally, Ye Chen emphasized the Tianjin Group will never enter the island nation's market. Hearing this, the reporter shouted back, "Discrimination. This is clearly discrimination. It's even an insult and violates the principles of fair market competition. My country officially protests this." He asked arrogantly, "I am discriminating. So what? My products will be sold wherever I want them to be." Ye Chen said coldly, "The reporter from that Imperial News or whatever has malicious intent and is disrupting the press conference. Security. Kick her out." He quickly changed his attitude and said cheerfully, "All right. I said what I needed to say. Next, I invite Miss Sunji to answer your questions." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Mr. Ye." He turned around and recognized the person, saying softly, "CEO Shen." Shen Haihua asked with some concern, "Mr. Yi, are we really going to abandon the island nation's market? The media there might smear our reputation later on." Ye Chen replied calmly, "Let them smear us. The product quality speaks for itself. What is there to fear? You go back to work. Shen Haihua replied hurriedly, "Yes, sir." Xia Ruxue said happily, "Well done." That felt so satisfying. He smiled and said modestly, "You're too kind." She hesitated and continued, "Come to think of it, quite a lot has happened in Jiang City recently. Even our press conference made the headlines." Ye Chen asked curiously, "What do you mean?" She quickly recounted, "There's an urgent breaking news report that a private jet in Jiang City suddenly exploded. Come to think of it, the Qinghe building also exploded a while ago." He asked in surprise, "A private jet?" He frowned, lost in thought. Last night, Kim Langan mentioned she wanted to leave Jiang City by private jet. Could it be? Ye Chen immediately pulled out his phone. He spoke sternly into the phone. "Xiao Zhang, have the Dragon Soul investigate the private jet explosion today. Also, drive over here immediately and take me to the Kim family residence." That same evening, at the Kim estate, Ye Chen sniffed the air and said in a low voice, "The smell of blood is suffocating." He kicked the wooden door open and stormed inside, deciding to see for himself first. Suddenly, Ye Chen's eyes widened in shock. Before him lay over 10 bodies of the Kim family members scattered on the ground. Xiao Zhang, standing behind him, froze at the sight and stammered, "How could this? The Kim family has been wiped out." Ye Chen knelt down to observe the wounds carefully and said solemnly, "The perpetrator is ruthless, killing everyone, from the elderly to the young, leaving no one alive. It's clear they intended to uproot the Kim family entirely." Xiao Zhang held out his phone to report, "Mr. Ye, the Dragon Soul's investigation results are in." He asked in surprise, "And?" Xiao Zhang continued, "The private jet incident, it was indeed the Kim family's plane, but the Kim family head and his daughter, Kim Lanyan, were not on board. It was an empty plane." Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Ye Chenkfully, Kim Lanyan is safe. Her father must have anticipated this and used a decoy plane to avoid attracting the enemy's attention." Xiao Zheng added in a low voice, "However, the Dragon Soul found a body in the suburbs. It has been identified as Kim Lanyan's father, Kim Huang Min. The signs of the struggle suggest a long fight to stall the opponent. Kim Huang Min's limbs were all broken." Ye Chen asked anxiously, "Any sign of Kim Lanyan?" Xiao Zheng replied, "Report, no. Her whereabouts are currently unknown. We are continuing the investigation." He walked calmly further inside and whispered, "I understand. You can head back now, Xiao Zheng." Xiao Zheng quickly complied, "Yes, Mr. Ye." Ye Chen revealed a sharp, piercing gaze and said in a low voice, "I'll handle the rest." Outside the Kim family courtyard, a scene reeking of blood, with corpses scattered everywhere. Ye Chen looked at the scene before him, frowned in disgust, and sighed. To go this far for a piece of jade, is human life really worth so little? He opened his clenched fist. In the palm of his hand were fragments of shattered green jade. Looking at the jade pieces in his hand, he said angrily, "Technically, I shouldn't get involved in the Kim family's affairs, but I have already received their benefits and consumed all the spiritual energy within the jade they entrusted to me." As he finished speaking, he crushed the remaining jade pieces in his hand and said firmly, "This matter must be dealt with." From his hand, golden spiritual energy radiated, slowly enveloping him. He watched the glowing energy and pondered for a moment, then said, "The jade was given to me by Kim Langan earlier. It still retains her spiritual aura, which I can use for tracking magic." Ye Chen raised both hands to cast the spell, and the jade shards began to hover in mid-air as the spiritual energy intensified. He chanted, "Heaven and earth remain. Life fills all things. The clear source, the silent movement. See through the essence, find the person across 1,000 miles." As soon as the chant ended, an image formed by spiritual energy appeared before Ye Chen. It was an orange-colored lake. He looked at the lake and muttered, "Coral Lake." At Coral Lake, the water rushed violently. On a rock, 2 figures appeared. As they drew closer, a young girl could be seen falling to the ground, with a tall man standing opposite her. The girl was in tears, her body covered in scrapes. She was the Kim family's daughter, Kim Lanyan. Her face showed pure terror. She thought to herself, "It's over." The man opposite her had a shaggy beard and wore a mask with 2 horns on his head. His eyes glowed intensely as he looked at Kim Lanyan and said in a raspy voice, "To think that the weak martial arts circles of Jiang City would actually dare to resist the Ning family's majesty." He put his hands on his hips and continued, "There is only one choice if you want to live." She panicked, thinking, "A pervert." Suddenly, the guy reached out with a large hand, grabbed Kim Lanyan by the throat, and lifted her high into the air. Being choked, she struggled to breathe, her face turning pale. He didn't care and threatened loudly, "Where's the jade? If you don't talk, I'll snap your neck." Kim Lanyan's face had no color left, but with iron-willed courage, she sneered in contempt and said firmly, "My Kim family only does business based on integrity. Not only did you break the rules, but you also slaughtered my whole family. Even if I die, I will never tell you where the jade is." After she finished, she used all her remaining strength to spit on his face. Insulted and his ego bruised, he flew into a rage, threw her to the ground, and shouted, "You filthy woman, are you tired of living?" Kim Lanyan was thrown down painfully. She endured the agony and struggled to sit up. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, held her head high, and challenged him. "Go ahead, kill me then." The masked man suddenly let out a sinister laugh. He looked at her and said, "You think that just because you won't tell me where the jade is, I won't dare to kill you." He leaned down, doing something strange, and said leisurely, "But killing you is too easy and lacks a challenge. I've decided I will use my charm to conquer you." Kim Lanyan gasped, looking at him in astonishment, as if to say, "What are you doing?" After fumbling around for a bit, he pulled out a golden key. He showed it off to her, the unbeatable magic key. He took off his cloak, now wearing nothing but a pair of trunks. He held the key up while pointing to the iron belt with a padlock around his waist, and laughed. "As soon as I use this key to unlock my belt, I will transform into a handsome man. Any woman will be forced to submit to my charm." His tone became increasingly lewd. "I want you to become my woman." Kim Lanyan's face turned pale. Seeing that creep laughing lewdly made her skin crawl. She whispered in exhaustion, "Help, there's a pervert here." He held the key, preparing to unlock his belt. Standing by to complete Before he could finish his sentence, footsteps came rushing from behind. Ye Chen leaped forward and delivered a powerful kick to the guy. He shouted angrily, "Die, you perverted trash." The key slipped from the guy's hand and flew away, clattering a few times before falling into the rushing water and drifting away. Kim Lanyan was stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she stammered, Ye Chen." Ye Chen stepped closer, asking with concern, "Can you still stand?" She reached her hand out, murmuring, Yeah. The other guy lunged toward the fallen key, panicked and desperate. "My key." Kim Lanyan blushed, feeling shy and awkward. She didn't dare to meet his gaze and asked, "Mr. Yi, why are you here?" Ye Chen questioned her back. "Why didn't you come looking for me? You know full well that in all of Jiangcheng, I'm the only one who can protect you." Kim Lanyan placed a hand over her chest, bowing her head slightly, and explained sadly, "This is the Kim family's tribulation. I didn't want to implicate you, Mr. Ye." Ye Chen thought to himself, she could have easily given up my location to save her own life, yet she chose not to. She is someone worthy of my sincere friendship. He sighed, feeling helpless, and said to her, "Why go to such lengths?" Ye Chen then turned to leave. Walking away, he said, "How about we make a deal?" Kim Lanyan looked confused and let out a soft, "Huh." He explained, "I'll take that jade pendant, and in return, I'll avenge your family." She chased after him, saying, "My family has been wiped out. According to the pact, the jade pendant already belongs to me." Before she could continue, he cut her off with a wave of his hand. I know. The masked man with the horn, seemingly pulling a sharp blade out of nowhere, blocked their path. Stomping his feet in a rage, he spat, "You filthy brat, do you have any idea what you've done? Now the key has fallen into the sea. Not only can I not transform, but I can't even go to the bathroom." Ye Chen looked at him speechlessly. With a look of contempt, he said, "As expected, a pervert." He stepped into a combat stance, raised his sword high, and declared, "But now I know the jade pendant is on you, brat. Since you delivered it right to my doorstep, you have only yourself to blame." He leaped into the air and swung his blade at Ye Chen, who stood perfectly calm. Just as the blade was about to hit him, Ye Chen lifted one bare hand to block it. The masked man was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes and stammered, "No, that's impossible. You caught the blade with your bare hand?" Ye Chen curled his lips in a sneer. "You dare use such trash to hack at me." He exerted a little force, and the man's blade shattered in two. The masked man cried out, tears welling up in his eyes, "My blade." Ye Chen pulled out his weapon to show him, then said, "Let me show you what a real weapon looks like." Seeing the object in his hand, the man was stunned. "The soul-shattering staff? Why is that in your hands?" He stammered frantically, waving his hands. Wait, let's talk about this. I surrender. You can't kill me. I am the martial arts genius of the Yan family. Killing me means offending the entire Yan family, and my uncle, Yan Gao, is the president of the Jiangmen Martial Arts Association. He's also my master. Killing me is no different than committing suicide." Ye Chen gave a sly, wicked laugh. He mocked, "Oh, Yan Gao, is it? Well, I suppose I should show him some respect." The masked man nodded frantically. Yes, exactly. In all of Jiangnan, no one is qualified to offend my uncle. You're wise to know that. Showing him respect is the smart choice. The moment he finished speaking, Ye Chen raised his soul-shattering staff and entered a fighting stance. He smiled. "Don't think you're going to have an easy death this time. Ye Chen raised the staff high above his head. His expression darkened. Using his shadow step technique, he moved at lightning speed, far too fast for the naked eye to track, and rained blows down upon the masked man. He was as swift as a storm, leaving the man unable to retaliate. He curled into a ball, groaning in pain. "Oh, Mom, my uncle is Yan Gao. Stop hitting me." "Oh, Mom, please stop. Any more, and I'm about to awaken." After enduring the onslaught, the masked man had no strength left to resist and collapsed to his knees. Ye Chen pressed the soul-shattering staff against his face and praised him. "Not bad. You truly are a martial arts genius. You can take quite a beating." The large masked man trembled, reaching out to beg. "Ye Chen, please stop. Yan Gao is my uncle. You can't." He looked miserable now. His whole body was covered in bruises, and one of the horns on his mask had snapped off. He raised his hands in prayer, his chest fur trembling with every word. "Yes, yes. That woman from the Kim family, the jade pendant, I'll give it all to you. Just let me go, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened." Ye Chen growled. "You want to pretend none of this happened?" The surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned cold and gloomy. The masked man felt a chill run down his spine, breaking into a cold sweat. He raised both hands in surrender, stammering, "Yes, yes, yes. I guarantee my uncle won't come after you." Outwardly, he trembled, feigning fear, but inwardly, he was calculating. Behind his mask, he sneered, thinking, "Hook, line, and sinker. You hit hard, but what good is that? To live in the martial arts world of Jiangnan, it's all about family influence. A fool like you, as long as I keep my life, I can use my uncle's background to make sure you die." While he was secretly plotting, Ye Chen suddenly raised the soul-shattering staff and delivered a bone-crushing blow to the man's head. He shrieked, "Ow!" The attack was so sudden it sent him flying backward before he could react. His mask cracked wide open, revealing part of his face. Blood dripped from his scalp down to his chin, then hit the ground. His eyes were filled with horror. He hadn't expected him to go this far. In agony, he glared at Ye Chen, tears in his eyes, and roared, "Are you crazy? If I die, my uncle won't let you off." The sunset fell on the distant horizon. Ye Chen stood against the light. He looked like the very embodiment of truth. He coldly stared down at the man lying on the ground and growled, "What about that? What about the lives of the Kim family you massacred? How do you account for that?" The masked man seemed hit where it hurt most. He slumped down, feebly arguing, I'm different from them. I'm a martial arts genius. My uncle is Yan Gao." "Yan Gao, it seems you're very fond of your uncle. Don't worry," Ye Chen said as he raised the staff. A surge of powerful spiritual energy enveloped the staff and Ye Chen's body. He looked at the man on the ground and continued, "It won't be long before I send Yan Gao to keep you company on the other side." He smirked, then used all his strength to slam the staff down onto the masked man. The strike created a massive tremor. Dust and stones flew everywhere, and the wind howled. In the aftermath of Ye Chen's blow, only a few broken pieces of the mask remained, along with his torn, iron-studded loincloth. He looked at the cloud of dust, coldly saying, "You can stay here in the sea and pay for your crimes against the Kim family." After witnessing everything, Kim Lan Han collapsed to her knees, her legs hitting the cold stone floor. Ignoring the wound on her knee, she stared blankly at the sun disappearing behind the mountains and muttered, "It's all over." Seeing her so sorrowful, Ye Chen couldn't help but soften. He rummaged through his pockets for a moment, pulled out a candy, and offered it to her. "Are you all right? Eat this, you'll feel better." She took the candy and thanked him. Ye Chen helped her up and asked, "The Kim family has been wiped out. What are your plans now?" Kim Lan Han hesitated for a long time, unable to answer. With a melancholic look, she sighed worriedly. "Yan Tan is dead. Yan Gao will definitely investigate this. I'm sure to be the prime suspect. Even if I hide my name and change my identity, I'm afraid I won't survive." Suddenly, Ye Chen interrupted her. "Come with me." Kim Lan Nan was startled. Her eyes widened, glistening with tears. He reached out and grabbed her hand, reassuring her, "Go to Long Han first. I'll have them give you a new identity. I guarantee Yan Gao will never find you." Hearing his firm promise, she felt as if she had found the light and hope for her life. She replied firmly, "I will. I will follow Mr. Ye's arrangements." The sound of waves lapping against the rocks, combined with the sunset, created an incredibly romantic scene. Back in the bustling, crowded city, over the next few days, the business world was stirred by a shocking wave. The products of Tianjin Group were officially launched. Although it initially only covered the Jiangnan province, the clip of the press conference had gone viral online. The public was buzzing. Ye Chen's to the efficacy of the medicine, which was like a divine pill, only 5 days for the blood stops life extension pill and the intermediate pore refining liquid. They had reached sales figures of over 100 million. Sales continued to surge, becoming a hot topic on the internet and among the people. All the newspapers reported the sensational news, but what made people drop their glasses was that, under such a buying frenzy, Ye Chen Group's products were sold out. Many people were willing to spend any amount of money just to own these scarce, high-end beauty products. The sun was about to set in the suburbs of Jiangnan. The Ha family had a huge, ancient villa. This was the home of the Ha family. Inside the spacious living room, there were two figures, a man and a woman sitting on the sofa. The atmosphere was quiet and contemplative. The man sitting on the chair was Ha Hongjiip. He massaged his temples, picked up a newspaper to read, and said, "This Ye Chen group was created by that brat named Ye Chen." The woman sitting beside him was Ha Hongjiip's wife. She praised, "That's right. Surely you can see it too. The scale of Ye Chen group right now, it won't even take a year for it to become a top-tier group in the country." Ha Hongjiip laughed, teasing his wife. "Looking at your bet with Ye Chen, you lost. I admitted defeat a long time ago." His wife didn't argue. She said helplessly, "There are too many secrets about him. So many that it makes me feel like he isn't real." She pondered for a moment, then looked at Ha Hongjiip, saying with satisfaction, "I can't help but admit that he is truly very capable." Ha Hongjiip sighed. He spoke in a tone of regret. If Ye Chen is this outstanding, if Xie Ruxue likes him, but he hesitated for a moment, then sighed again. If not for the Tan family, at that same time, before Ha Hongjiip could finish his sentence, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed. The voice was incredibly cold and terrifying. "Oh, if not for the Tan family, what then?" Ha Hongjiip and his wife both turned toward the source of the voice. They were startled. In their eyes appeared shock and fear. By the door, a young man with white hair was casually leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, looking at them as if waiting for an answer. He curled his lips in a mocking sneer and continued, "Why is it that I've only been gone for a few days, and you're already planning to marry off my lovely fiancée to someone else?" Ha Hongjiip and his wife both cried out in shock, "Tan Tan Xiao." Ha Hongjiip went pale. He panicked, thinking to himself, "I heard the Tan family returned from Mount Ma a few days ago. Could it be they already know about Xie Ruxue?" At the birthday party, even though he was scared to death inside, his sweat soaking his shirt, and filled with 70,000 questions. As to why Tan Xiao had appeared here, outwardly he still tried to appear cheerful. He asked with a forced smile, "Tan Xiao, why are you here?" Tan Xiao didn't bother to answer Hongjiip. He immediately reached out and grabbed his throat. His face turned livid, blood draining from his complexion. As his hand tightened more and more, he said furiously, "It took so much effort for me to return from Mount Ma full of joy, wanting to see my fiancée, only for you people to tell me she's in Jiangcheng keeping company with someone else." Seeing her husband being bullied, Han Ye's wife shouted out, "Honey, stop. Tan Xiao, cut it out." Tan Xiao let go and threw Hong Yuan onto the ground with a thud. He ordered, "Right now, bring Xie Ruxue to see me." Suddenly, a frail voice came from behind. It was Ruxue's grandmother. The old woman's voice trembled as she spoke. "Hong Ye, what happened? Why all the noise?" Hong Ye's wife's face turned pale with panic as she said, "Mom, it's nothing here. Please go back." Tan Xiao glanced toward the old woman and let out an "oh." He leaped up, using his spiritual energy to strike her. The old woman fainted instantly. Han Yuan's wife shouted in anxious panic, "Mom, Mom, what's wrong? Mom, wake up." Tan Xiao laughed maliciously. He pointed at the three members of the Xia family and said, "Now, something has invaded the grandmother's body, eating away at her and causing severe injury. Only I can cure it in this world. I'm sure Ruxue will be back soon, right? Ha ha ha." The scene shifted to the villa. Tong Di and Xia Ruxue were leaning against each other, breathing heavily. When Ye Chen asked, "Are you that tired? You don't even have the strength to pour water?" Xia Ruxue replied, "A boss who doesn't worry about the business like you. What would you know? We're sold out. The inventory is completely wiped clean. Now the whole company is a mess, and I have to rest for a bit before going back to work overtime." Tong Di added, "Hey, such a powerful product. I was the one who hosted the press conference, you know." Hey. Ye Chen looked at the two of them and said, all right, you two have worked hard. Drink some water quickly." After waiting for them to drink, he sat on the sofa and drank some water, lost in thought. Any medicine made by a cultivator is bound to sell well. That's just natural. The real problem lies in who is behind this. Thinking about those behind the scenes. Unlike Jiangcheng, Jiangnan province has many powerful and complex figures. Although Juanao is nominally the head of Jiangnan province, there are definitely existences stronger than him lurking within. He lifted his head, dazed. Dominating Jiangcheng is just the most basic first step. The next step should be looking at the whole of Jiangnan province. Just then, Xie Ruxue's phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. She picked up. Hello, Dad. After listening, her eyes welled up with tears. She hurriedly said, Sorry, I have to go back to the Xie family. Tong Dai asked anxiously. Ruxue? The door slammed shut. Only then did Ye Chen react and ask Tong Di, What happened to her? She replied, I don't know, but she didn't even take her bag. It's likely something big has happened. She left in such a rush. I'll go out and see what's going on with her. Hearing that, he picked up his phone and made a call. Yi Lingxian, investigate for me what happened at the Xie family recently. Send me the news as soon as you have it. The person on the other end replied, Due to the relationship between the palace master and Xie Ruxue, we have been monitoring the Xie family. Just now, Xie Ruxue's parents took her grandmother to the hospital. It seems something happened to her grandmother. Upon hearing this, he thought over it again and again. That's not right. At the birthday party, I saw her grandmother, and she was in very good health. But it's hard to avoid falls when you're old, I suppose. The person on the other end continued. Besides that, there are a few things to report to the palace master. The Tan family from Jiangnan province has returned from Mount Ma. They might be looking for trouble because of the birthday party. Also, the situation in Jiangnan province has recently become unstable. There are several forces hiding in the shadows operating secretly. It could erupt at any moment. He replied, Jiangcheng is ultimately too small. It's time to head somewhere with a broader stage. The person on the other end asked, Palace Master, if you want to come here, do you need me to send a car to pick you up? He smiled slightly and said, No need. The Dragon Soul has cars. Stay put for now and don't reveal anything. Placing the phone on the table, he looked at his hands, which were radiating power, and fell into deep thought. The black stone absorbed the jade pendant, which has greatly increased my cultivation speed. The reaction from the second tombstone is much more intense. I should be able to trigger it in a few days. It can barely be considered as being prepared. Tong Di pushed the door open in a hurry. He looked up and quickly extinguished the flame on his hands. He asked her, looking at how she hadn't caught up with Ruxue, and she panted, That's right, Ruxue left in a car. By the time I could call one, the car was already gone, and she wasn't answering her phone. She added, Also, on the way back, Shen Haihua called to say the Tianjin group is preparing to open a branch and the location is in the center of Jiangnan province. He wants to invite me to manage it. He asked, Do you think I should go? He smiled and said, Go ahead. As it happens, I also want to go to Jiangnan province. We'll go together. He thought to himself, Heaven's will is mysterious. Everything follows the grand trend. The scene shifts to the next day in front of Ye Chen's villa. The driver asked him, Mr. Ye, shall we set off now? He answered lightly, Let's go. To Jiangnan province. After a while, they arrived at the city center of Jiangnan province. The car pulled up to the Mingqi Villa estate. The driver looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, My God, this villa is so luxurious. This isn't something you can just buy with money. As expected of Mr. Ye to have such an impressive house, he replied meaningfully, I'm just relying on a friend, that's all. He meant that Yi Lingxian had arranged it. He turned and asked, Xiao Zheng, are you coming in too? He shook his head and refused. No. I still have to go to the Dragon Soul headquarters in Jiangnan province to report. He turned the car around and drove away. Mr. Yi, see you next time. Just then, his phone rang. He looked at the screen. Oh, Dingming. Since the birthday party for Ruxue, he had told him to return to Jiangnan province, and they hadn't been in contact for a long time. He picked up. It's me. The other side replied, Hello, Mr. Ye. Are you still in Jiangcheng? That I have something I'm not sure if I should tell you. He replied, I am in Jiangnan province. If there's something, just say it. Walking as he listened, he heard, Mr. Ye, the head of the O family wants to meet you. I'm afraid the intentions aren't good. You can choose not to meet him. I'll do my best to stall for time. Hearing this, he pondered. At the birthday party, O Dingming stood on my side and offended the Tan family. I'm afraid the Tan family has already exerted pressure on the Yu family. The Yu family will naturally transfer that pressure onto Yu Dingming. If he called me, he's probably near his breaking point. He continued to the other end of the line. I know the address. I'll be there right away. He thought seriously. This matter is because of me. Meeting him is no big deal. Arriving at the grand manor of the O family, Ye Chen and O Dingming stood at the door, talking. He sighed. I didn't expect that the first martial arts family I'd interact with after coming to Jiangnan would be the O family. O Dingming sighed, Mr. Ye, you shouldn't have come. These past few days, the O family and the Tan family have been arguing intensely. They're on the verge of fighting. The family head is in a terrible mood. I'm afraid he might take action against you, he said confidently. Rather than waiting for him to strike, why don't I take the initiative? Let's go in and see him. he explained further. But this matter is not without room for negotiation. In a while, a big shot from the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association will arrive to mediate the conflict between the two families. The family head likely won't make things too difficult for you. The scene shifts as both of them step inside. He looked at the man sitting in the chair, in front of him, along with a girl standing beside him. They were the daughter of the O family head, O Hanlin, and the man with the ferocious face, the O family head, O Kaiyuan. O Hanlin looked at him and thought, this is Ye Chen. He's actually able to make Uncle O Dingming so wholeheartedly. Stand on his side, he must be very powerful. The family head asked him, are you Ye Chen? His gaze deep, he replied, that's right. At that moment, a man heard this and angrily slammed the table, standing up and shouting, insolent. This kid, facing the family head, not only refuses to show respect, but even dares to speak loudly. This is too much. He angrily used his gaze to emit sparks as he looked at the man. According to your logic, I should lower my voice and fawn over you. Furthermore, if you dare point your finger at me again, I, Ye Chen, will take it. The man was furious. Brat, how arrogant. I want to see how much weight you really have. Oh, Dingming spoke up, stepping forward, and placing a hand on the man's shoulder, smiling. Old Tuo, be careful. This is Mr. Ye's temper. Give me some face and don't bicker with him anymore. The man shook off his hand and spat, Oh Dingming, are you a member of the O family, or are you just this kid's dog? I find it truly strange, how could you, a master, even need to kneel and suck up to that kid like that? Oh Dingming's face turned black. Old Tuo, if you dare insult Mr. Ye again, then I'm sorry. The man asked back, don't tell me you actually want to take action against me for the sake of an outsider. Very well. I'll see this through with you. Both of them argued to the point of climax, as if they were about to fight. At this moment, the family head spoke up to cut through the chaos. Everyone, be silent for me. He stood up and walked toward them. Young man, though I don't know why Dingming admires you so much, you can hardly avoid involvement in the affairs of the O and Tan families. Being too reckless is not a good thing. Who knows? You might just die one day. Both he and Ye Chen emitted terrifying energy. At this moment, the crowd outside whispered to each other. The family head's pressure is still as terrifying as ever, even I feel frightened. The other person added, Ye Chen is just a young man. There's no way he can withstand it. The purple-haired man added, he's doing this to make Ye Chen submit. He looked solemn and asked, are you pressuring me? He haughtily continued, very well, then I'll let you see. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating a large hole. The floor cracked. This is how cultivators play. The tremendous power spread across the entire room. The people outside couldn't stop exclaiming, my God. He didn't just withstand the family head's pressure, he even broke it. The family head's grandmaster ranking is only 3 spots below Duan Ao. Could he be stronger than the family head? No way. He must be up to some trick. The family head's daughter pondered. Is this the legendary head of Jiangcheng? He's truly powerful. At this moment, the family head spoke up. Ye Chen, I acknowledge your strength, but you are only one person, and the things you are involved with are 2 top-level families in Jiangnan province. I absolutely cannot stand you rubbing up against O Qiyuan. I didn't come to you, O family, because I wanted to join your ranks. I just want to tell you with a cold smile that the Tun family situation is something I, Ye Chen, will resolve on my own. I won't drag any of you into this. If the Tun family comes to make trouble for you, just put all the blame on me. O Chu Cheng said angrily, do you think you're something special? Based on what? You think you can go up against the Tun family? This is Jiangnan, not the tiny Jiangcheng of yours. Just because you kill a few good-for-nothing grandmasters in Jiangcheng, you really think you're invincible in the world, huh? O Qiming blocked him. If that's the case, this matter has nothing to do with the O family anymore, he commanded. Take back your arrogance and ignorance. Take the traitor, O Hangming, and get out of the O family estate. Hearing this, everyone whispered and buzzed. O Hangming has been expelled. He's leaving just in time. The Tun family won't have any reason to trouble us anymore. He deserves it, and to think he was a grandmaster, yet willing to play the sycophant for a young man. O Hangming looked back with regret and whispered 2 words, family head. O Qiming turned his head and said, I'll spare your life today, considering your years of service to the O family. But from now on, you are no longer one of us. Go. If you want to be someone's dog, then go be that person's dog. He knelt down. O Hangming was grateful for the care the O family had given him. This meal was an expression of his gratitude. After that, the family head closed his eyes, accepting it. O Hangming stood up and said firmly, however, I, O Hangming, am even more certain of one thing. Ye Chen will definitely reach the pinnacle in the future. Right now, I may just be a dog to him, but in the future, Your O family will definitely have to kneel down and beg this dog to return. Everyone laughed loudly. Our glorious O family needs to beg a dog like you? Ha! You've really developed a sense of honor about being a dog, haven't you? Get lost. Don't stay here and embarrass yourself any longer. Ye Chen looked at him and sighed. Brother Ao, why must you belittle yourself? I have never looked down on you like that. The two turned and walked away. He said, let's go. Just then, Ma Weiqi stepped in. Family head, I was held up a bit on the way. I'm truly sorry, he said with a smile. At that moment, he saw the family head's face clearly, who replied, Haha, old Ma, you're here. Quickly, come in and sit. Before Ma Weiqi could finish his sentence, he was startled to see Ye Chen's figure. Oh, it's you. Ye Chen looked at him. He raised his hand and asked respectfully, Master Yi, why are you here? Everyone was surprised and somewhat panicked. Oh Chu Cheng thought, Ma Weiqi is the vice president of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. Ye Chen turned his back. Oh Chu Cheng looked toward him. He is just like Oh Hangming, calling Ye Chen Master Ye. On what grounds? This is madness. The world has gone mad. Master Ye, you are here, just a small matter, that's all. Oh my god, how many factions want to curry favor with old Ma and can't? Yet he has this attitude. The important thing is that old Ma isn't even angry. What kind of world is this, old Ma? Let's discuss the main business first. The main point is important. Now that you've left the Oa family, what are your plans for the future? I have regained my freedom. Naturally, I will follow whatever Master Yi says. Good. From now on, you stay by my side and follow my orders. Since you chose me without hesitation, I will naturally make sure the O family can never touch you. These 30 pellets, take one each day. Your cultivation speed will be at least 3 times faster. I'll also gift you this manual. From now on, forget the trash martial arts in your head and practice this. I guarantee you. A month later, if O Kuiyuan from the O family meets you, he'll be like a mouse meeting a cat, only fit to be trampled under your feet. Oh my god, this is Master Ye's method. At the same time, he doesn't treat me like a slave, let alone a dog, but treats me like a human being. Oh Hangming thought, I am willing to walk through fire and water for Master Yi. I would die 10,000 times without regret. Jiangnan Province, First Hospital, VIP Ward. Why is this happening? Grandma clearly had a full-body checkup and everything was normal. Why did she suddenly collapse? If I had known Tun Zhengyang was so ruthless, I wouldn't have brought Mom back to the Xia family no matter what. I've let Mom down and I've let my daughter down. Let's go. Let's go home and rest first. Mom, the more I think about it, the stranger it seems. Is there something you're hiding from me? Why did Grandma faint? The hospital checkup didn't show any reason. Mom isn't sure either. After all, your grandmother is already at an advanced age. I absolutely cannot let Xia Xue know the truth. Otherwise, with her personality, even if she has to risk her life, she'll go find Tun Jingyang to settle the score. It's been so hard for my fiancé to come home, and instead of visiting me, she goes to see this damned old woman. It really makes me sad. Could it be, are you Tun Zhengyang? That's right. Even if you are a young master of the Tun family, you cannot insult my grandmother. I invite you to take back what you just said. Teased. You really don't know that she had relations with other men in Jiangcheng. If it weren't for the sake of you still being a virgin, you would already be a corpse. You still dare to speak loudly to me? He came here to tell her. The engagement, originally set for 5 months from now, is void. I've lost my patience. In the next few days, I will go to the Kunlun Mountains to fetch someone. That will be the day of our wedding. During this time, if you dare to step 1 foot outside Jiangnan Province, I guarantee that not a single person in your Xia family will remain alive. You act like this toward me only because of that little mongrel named Ye Chen. You're right, he did touch the people of my Tun family. Before long, I will bring his head to you as a wedding gift. Don't you think so? Ha ha ha, Tun Jingyang, Xia Rushui, even if I die, I will absolutely not become your woman. Minghui Villa. Ruxu wouldn't answer the phone, and he didn't know what the situation was. Forget it. I'll call her later. If she still doesn't answer, I'll personally make a trip to the Xia family. After training these past few days, he had gone from the first level of the Qi condensation realm to the 2nd level peak. Waiting to break through to the 3rd level, he should be able to trigger the 2nd tombstone. Who's there? Please, let me hide for a moment. Those people are almost here. Please. Impossible. If you dare to take another step inside on your own, I guarantee you will become a corpse. I will exchange this pill with you. Just for 1 night. Please, I beg you. Exchange this pill for 1 night? I have no interest in pills. Go away. What? Yi Lingxian said that the situation in Jiangnan is chaotic. This girl clearly caused trouble, and she can't be without vigilance. Naive kindness will get you killed. So, where did she run off to? She must be nearby. Search carefully. Oh no, those people are about to find this place. I will trade this sword for your protection. Just this once. Please, I beg you. This is a spirit sword. Although it's broken, its grade is not low at all. Its level is much higher than the soul-suppressing staff. This girl is not simple. As long as I finish repairing it, I can use it. No problem. From now on, I will shield you. The smell of blood, it seems this girl has just been through a battle. It looks like her internal energy is not low. Why are you looking for me? I want to take a gamble. This room radiates the aura of a powerhouse. As long as I have your consent, I can surely escape this disaster. So that's how it is. It seems your perception is quite strong. Take it off. Slowly, did you just say take it off? That's right. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Having to keep your face covered all the time. You. What do you want to do? The sword has already been given to you. Yet you still want my body? Using your strength to take advantage of me? You're despicable. I told you to take off your face veil. She looks like a good person. I'll take care of this girl's business. Mark on the forehead. Open the door. Where are you? Open the door for your father. Oh no, they're here. I'm going outside to handle this. Stay here and don't go anywhere. Sorry to disturb you. Little boy, I don't know if you've seen anyone suspicious around here. The suspicious ones aren't you. The strength of these people is all at the half-step transformation realm. If this old rat-like guy is still a grandmaster, the person that girl offended must be a powerhouse from a martial arts family. Haha, this little boy really knows how to joke. We are good, honest people. That person is extremely dangerous. In order to protect you, let my men go inside and take a look. You decided it, then. Little bitch. Ooh la la, ooh la la. Little brat, are you looking for death? Daring to hit my brother. I don't remember inviting you into my house. This is the boundary. Whoever dares to step in, even half a step, will be killed without exception. Wait, little brother. We are from the Tun family of Jiangcheng province. Tonight, the family head was killed by a girl. We chased her here. Naturally, we can't miss any house. Offending the Tun family is not a wise move. Open your dog eyes and take a look at what this is. This is the dragon's soul badge. Furthermore, it seems the rank is not low. This Taoist master. I am very sorry to have disturbed your rest. The military personnel cannot be searched. Get out. Don't let me see you again. Yes. Haha, it's settled. Ye Chen, thank you. What is your name? Xie Hanyue. Ye Chen you. Now I just need to wait until dawn. Take it off. What did you say? I said, you hurry up and take your clothes off. As expected, your goal was my body. Even if I die, I won't follow you. What are you thinking about? The poison in your chest has already spread to your internal organs. If you don't treat it, you'll surely die. I don't want you dying in my house, either. You know medicine? Compared to martial arts, my medical skills are even better. As they say, a patient should not hide their illness. It's just treating a wound. I must not think incorrectly. Condition of the wound. I said, is looking enough? Does it really need to be looked at so intently? It's worse than I imagined, but it's not hard to cure. I originally wanted to give you some medicine, and that would have dissolved your poison. It seems now I can directly use my hands to push the poison out of your body. Use your hands? Wait, what do you mean? I'm doing this. Wait, no, don't. Still need to add external force to soften the stiffened parts. A patient should not hide their illness. There's a bit of a cold sensation. In the meantime, my whole body is numb. It feels so comfortable. He's just treating the wound, don't overthink it. Ah ha ha ha. Rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, leave this place. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Ye Chen, thank you. Already gone? Sha Hanyue, I owe you 3 favors, I will repay them. Not paying doesn't matter. Anyway, this feeling, this sword, it really isn't just a broken blade. To think it has such power after being reforged, and it's still usable. From now on, I'll call you the Chamlong sword. Hopefully, it won't be long before I can use you to behead a dragon. Why are you at the capital? Why didn't you answer my call last night? I had such a hard time coming to Jiangnan province. Don't just prioritize the local landowners. You idiot, why did you come here? You absolutely must not go out these next few days. You must not leave the house. I'm begging you, okay? Is someone looking for you to cause trouble? No. Wait for me for half an hour, I'll be there. Ye Chen, I should give Little Dang a call. Tell him to drive over and pick me up. Why are you here, Yi Lingxian? Palace Master, your subordinate has come to meet you. You are my hidden strength in the shadows. I said we should try to meet as little as possible. Though we say that, the moon shines on the mountain. The heart yearns for you. A day without you feels like a year. If you have something to say it quickly. I invite the Palace Master to come with me. Come to the Pashan Pavilion. All the brothers want to see the palace master. I won't go. I'm not competing for anything. This attitude of Yi Lingxin makes me want to take his place even more. Besides, I'm still curious about how vast his influence really is. Now, I have to go to the Xia family. You take me there. Once I'm done, I'll follow you to the Poshian Pavilion. Ye Chen, Palace Master, for your understanding. Right, what's the news about the Long family in the capital? Based on the strength of your subordinates alone, infiltrating the capital isn't too difficult. I sent 6 people ahead, but for now, there's no news from any of them. It seems this Long family scion isn't as tough as I imagined. Forgive me, Palace Master. It's my failure to do my best. I will go to the capital myself and definitely bring back useful information. No need for that. Jiangnan province needs a Jiangnan king like you to defend it. Leave this matter alone. Just send a few people to keep an eye on it. After all, what is that guy's background? His ointment doesn't just heal wounds, it even promotes one's cultivation. Logically speaking, his background must be significant. But according to what my intelligence gatherers found, he's just a guy from a small place in Jiangcheng. Never mind, I guess he's using some special methods to hide information. At the Shai family entrance, a line of bodyguards stood strictly in formation. They all had their hands behind their backs, their faces cold as stone, even as the harsh sun beat down on them. Ye Chen hid behind a wall, observing from afar. He looked at the tightly shut gate and fell into deep thought. Are these the guards of the Xia family? They all have nerves of steel. Ruyu's state on the phone wasn't normal either. Has she been grounded? Going through the front entrance might cause her trouble. I better sneak in. He planned it out in his head. Using his inner energy, he leaped from a tree opposite the mansion toward a room on the 2nd floor. His speed was like a gust of wind, and not a single guard could detect him. Landing softly on Ruyue's balcony, he knocked on the glass door a few times. Then he whispered, Ruyue. Ruyue heard someone calling her and turned around. She was startled, then that surprise turned into worry. She whispered to Ye Chen, her tone full of reproach but mixed with a hint of happiness. I told you, don't come out. Yet you ran all the way to me. Ye Chen pushed the door open and walked into Ruyue's bedroom. He walked toward her, raised his hand, and asked, Ruyue, who's threatening you? Ruyue also stood up, stuttering as she argued back. What are you saying? I am the eldest lady of the Xia family. Who would dare threaten me? Don't worry about me. Ye Chen looked at her, frowning as he spoke. The Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association, or the Wu family, or perhaps the Tan family. When she heard the name Tan family, Ruyue's lips turned pale. She was startled, sweat beading on her forehead as Ye Chen observed her reaction. He raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy, and said angrily, It seems that's the answer. Tell me the address of the Tan family. I will resolve all this trouble. Xie Ruyue hurriedly stopped him. She grabbed his arm and pleaded, Ye Chen, I know you're very strong, but this is Jiangnan province, not Jiangcheng. You don't know how terrifying the Tan family is. Please, can you listen to me? Find a place to hide. As she spoke, she started crying. Hoo-hoo, she sobbed, I'm really scared. I don't want anything to happen to you. Ye Chen hurriedly pulled Ruyue into his arms. He sighed and stroked her back to comfort her. It's okay, don't cry anymore. While comforting her, he silently calculated. Commander of the Long Soul, Palace Master of the Jiangnan King, the reincarnation cemetery, the laws of nature, even if he told her these things, she wouldn't believe them. The more Ye Chen thought, the colder and sharper his gaze became. To put her at ease, the best way was to find a way to deal with the Tan family immediately. Even if she didn't tell him, he would investigate it himself. Suddenly, footsteps were running toward Ruyu's room outside on the stairs. Ye Chen pricked up his ears. He thought, the rhythm of the footsteps is very light. It sounds like it's coming from an expert approaching us. Ye Chen let Ruyue go and reminded her, There's trouble. You stay in the room, don't go out. Ruyue looked confused. She let out an ah. Ye Chen cracked the door open and looked out into the hallway. He was alert, thinking, the experts of the Xie family surely wouldn't dare come to Ruyue's boudoir. So, they are most likely people from the Tan family, sent to monitor Xie Ruyue. At the same time, 2 girls who looked exactly the same, likely twin sisters, were softly approaching Ruyue's bedroom. Suddenly, the 2 girls stopped, their eyes filled with surprise. They pointed at Ye Chen, who was standing in the hallway in front of Ruyue's door, and shouted, Who are you? How did you get in here? Ye Chen pointed behind him and said, I know what you want to do. Let's go outside and settle this. Don't dirty this place, you'll scare Ruyu. The twin sisters fell silent, exchanging glances as if asking each other what to do. The sunset slowly descended behind the mountain. Behind the hidden courtyard of the Xia family, 3 shadows stretched across the ground. Ye Chen asked the twin sisters, Who sent you to monitor Ruyue? The Tan family? One of them spoke up. Since you know about the marriage alliance between the Xia and Tan families, why do you dare to step into the young mistress's boudoir? Ye Chen pointed to himself, smugly saying, because Xia Ru Yu is Ye Chen's woman. Hearing him, the twin sisters immediately lunged at him, shouting, you dare to compete for the Tan family's young master's woman? You're looking for death. Ye Chen snorted in disdain. He reached behind his coat, and with a whoosh, Ye Chen pulled out a baton. He struck the older sister square in the face. The strike had such high lethality that the older sister spat blood and was sent flying. At that same moment, the younger sister, who was rushing forward, was shocked and panicked, seeing that. She angrily used a martial arts, eagle claw technique. Ye Chen watched the younger sister's claws lunging toward him, gritted his teeth, and reacted quickly. At the same time, he raised his hand. Just as her claws were about to touch him, he reached out and grabbed her wrist firmly. Her eyes flashed with shock. He smirked cunningly. He squeezed the younger sister's neck with one hand and lifted her high, contemptuously saying, you're still too weak to catch me. She trembled with fear, tears streaming down her face. She stuttered, begging Ye Chen, please, please don't kill me. Beneath her pants, drops of liquid were dripping down. Ye Chen laughed in contempt. He lifted her higher and asked, only 2 moves and you're already scared to the point of peeing your pants? The Tan family's experts are nothing but this. He asked for the Tan family's address. She wasn't strong at all. After just a little intimidation from Ye Chen, she revealed all the secrets. The Tan family residence was on the Panshin Highway, south of Jiangnan province. Go in 500 meters and you'll reach the Tan family villa. But currently, not many key members of the Tan family are there. He asked further, where did they go? The girl, her face pale and drained of color, struggled to speak. My position is very low. I only know that the master took the young master, along with a few others, to Kunlun Mountain, wanting to invite a big shot to come down the mountain. They say that if they can invite this person, the Tan family will rise to great heights and rule Jiangnan. After hearing her testimony, he fell into deep thought. Kunlun Mountain? Could they be trying to invite someone from the Kunlun Void? No, that's not right. Given the Tan family's small background, they have no qualifications to enter the Kunlun Void. Most likely, they are just experts from Kunlun Mountain. Although they can't compare to the Kunlun Void, there are cultivators on Kunlun Mountain who were expelled from the Kunlun Void. They have immense strength, even I might not be able to deal with them. Ye Chen tightened his grip on the girl's neck, his eyes resolute as he pressed her for more information. When will they return? The girl, struggling for breath, her face covered in cold sweat, replied, I don't know the specifics. It's estimated at least another half a month. How long they stay depends on the big shot's attitude. Ye Chen nodded upon hearing this. All right, I know now. As soon as he finished speaking, he let go. The girl fell to the ground, coughing, cuckoo. Her face was twisted in extreme discomfort. Still not realizing the situation, she glanced at Ye Chen and thought to herself, you bastard. Just you wait. In a while, I'll find someone to report this. You little brat, prepare to die. Ye Chen looked stern, pointing his weapon at her, threatening, oh right, I almost forgot to ask you, do you intend to commit suicide, or should I do it myself? The girl was startled upon hearing this, her face revealing sheer terror. She frowned and trembled, screaming, huh? Weren't you going to let me go? Ye Chen was filled with murderous intent. As he glared at her like a predator eyeing its prey, he said, why shouldn't I prepare to wipe out the Tan family? Why would I let a lackey like you survive? Are you afraid you won't be able to report the news back to them? Hearing this, the girl grew furious and lunged at him, screaming, damn you, I'll risk my life to take you down. But with just one light blow, Ye Chen ended her life. She coughed up blood and died, her eyes wide open, her body lying lifeless on the floor. He quickly pulled out his phone to make a call. Xiao Deng, bring some people to the Xu family estate and clean this up. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. You must be Ye Chen, right? Confused, he turned around. The man standing there was none other than Ru Sui's father. He approached and introduced himself. I am Xia Huangye, Ru Sui's father. My servants told me someone came here to die, so I rushed back. I didn't expect it to be you. Unsure if the man was a friend or a foe, Ye Chen remained silent. Seeing this, Xia Huangye flashed a friendly, toothy grin and continued, let's go inside and talk. The two quickly entered a room, and shortly after, Ru Xue walked in. Xia Huangye turned to her and urged, Ru Xue, what are you doing here? Go back to your room. Your father and Ye Chen need to have a private conversation. But she grabbed Ye Chen's arm in a panic and replied, no, Dad, I'm not leaving. You'll definitely say something horrible to Ye Chen. I can't just walk away. Ye Chen turned to her, smiling to reassure her. Don't worry, I'll come upstairs to find you in a little while. Be a good girl and go back to your room. Soothed by his words, she reluctantly gave in. Okay, then, as Ru Shu unwillingly left, the room fell into a long, heavy silence. Xia Huangye looked at him with an expression of concern. To be honest, I think very highly of you, and I acknowledge your strength. It's no exaggeration to call you a genius. But you don't realize that even if the Tan family let it slide, Tan Zhengyang is a terrifying prodigy. He continued to boast about his opponent's power. He is one of the top 10 martial arts geniuses, and he currently ranks 199th on the Wuxia Grandmaster list. The gap between you two is like heaven and earth. Xia Huangye stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and advised, Ye Chen, stop this. I can help you plead your case to the Tan family. I can get them to spare your life, which would also be a fair explanation for my daughter, Ru Sue. He brushed the man's hand off his shoulder and laughed arrogantly. Ha, I appreciate the offer, old man. As for the Tan family, I'll deal with them myself. And there's one more thing I think you've got it all wrong. Ye Chen brimmed with energy, his face filled with confidence as he retorted, the situation isn't that the Tan family wants to cause trouble for me. It's that I, Ye Chen, intend to wipe out the Tan family and settle everything once and for all. Hearing this, Xia Huangye's face darkened immediately. His jaw dropped in shock. Wait a minute, did I hear that right? Did he say he wants to kill the Tan family? Without another word, Ye Chen nonchalantly headed upstairs to find Ru Sue. He didn't forget to remind the older man, Old man, go get some rest. I'm going to find Ru Sue, or she'll be worried. Watching his retreating figure, Xia Huangye stood there, dazed, rubbing his temples, feeling a throbbing headache coming on. Oh, the fearlessness of youth. He truly is reckless. At that moment, at the potion building, Ye Chen stood tall and imposing, admiring its grandeur, his hands tucked into his pockets. His face held a look of curiosity, wondering what kind of game Yi Lingxian was playing. There were so many experts inside this building. Even the slightest disturbance would surely bring someone out to handle it. With that thought, he casually strolled inside. After all, it was a place of high standing, he might as well take a look. But as he reached the lobby, a man in a suit, wearing dark sunglasses, blocked his path. Stop right there. From deep inside the building, a girl with a sexy, hot body and striking platinum blonde hair came rushing out in a panic, shouting, No, don't stop him. He is a very important guest. Hearing this, the man in the suit was stunned. He quickly changed his attitude toward Ye Chen and bowed respectfully. My apologies, sir. Please, come in. The blonde girl greeted him warmly. Mr. Yi, you finally arrived. She happily added, I will be your guide from here on out. She pointed toward the elevator. Please, this way. Ye Chen followed her closely. Once the two were inside the elevator and out of everyone's sight, the blonde girl knelt before him, bowing. Subordinate Chi Ka greets the palace master. To protect the secret of your identity, very few people know of your existence. The guard earlier was rude. I beg for the palace master's forgiveness. Ye Chen smiled and replied, Get up. I understand. Besides, the guard isn't one of Yi Lingtian's core subordinates. It's better if they don't know too much. Very quickly, the elevator reached the 39th floor. As the doors opened, Chika stood behind him and said, Palace Master, we have arrived. Before him stood a sea of followers, waiting in anticipation for his appearance. Ye Chen walked forward, his eyes scanning the crowd. He thought to himself, everyone here is a veteran warrior with real strength. His face remained extremely serious for this meeting, because he guessed that at least 50 of them had already stepped into the Grandmaster realm. He noticed a group of burly, intimidating figures who looked quite unusual, and several others exuded an aura so powerful it didn't lose to the master of the Wu family. Just then, Yi Lingxian stepped up beside him. Palace Master. No sooner had he spoken than he knelt down, bowing deeply. He said respectfully, Dark Palace member Ye Lingtian pays his respects to the Palace Master. The rest of the crowd quickly followed suit, bowing and kneeling before him. Together, they shouted in unison, We pay our respects to the Palace Master. Ye Chen stood there, a look of great satisfaction in his eyes as he appraised them. Their attitude is so resolute, as if they've gathered here just waiting for me. With such loyal subordinates, if we train them a bit more, why worry about shaking up the whole of Wuxia? He waved his hand and shouted, Everyone, rise. Ye Chen quickly integrated himself into the scene. He declared, full of fire, I acknowledge every one of you as a warrior of the Dark Palace. From today on, we are all brothers. His eyes blazing with intensity, he continued, You offer your loyalty to me, and I will defend your honor. His voice grew even more resolute. His eyes were firm as he made his promise, and his power erupted violently with his words. If anyone dares to harm the Dark Palace, even in the slightest, I don't care who they are, I will wipe them out and make them suffer. The people below were terrified by his display of power. Breaking into a cold sweat, they thought, What an intense aura. How many lives has our palace master already claimed? After he finished, Ye Chen fell into thought. The fastest way to get these warriors to follow me is to show them my strength. Surely Yi Lingxian understands what I'm getting at. While he was deep in thought, Yi Lingxian spoke respectfully, his face serious. Palace master, I request a sparring match. Yi Chen smirked with satisfaction. As expected, the man understood his train of thought. He was truly worthy of being called Yi Lingqian. He played along and asked, Yi Lingxian, what is your ranking among the wuxia grandmasters? He secretly calculated, the Dark Palace warriors have always looked up to Ye Lingqian as their leader. To get them to accept me, I have to be stronger than him. Ye Lingqian adjusted his suit jacket and replied with a faint smile. I have no interest in those rankings. A few months ago, I killed someone who claimed to be a warrior ranked in the top 200. I don't remember the exact number. Ye Chen secretly evaluated his opponent's strength. In reality, the wuxia warrior rankings had no fixed standards because the data on the strongest warriors had stopped being updated years ago. Their true strength had long since surpassed their numerical rankings. There were even experts hiding in Jiangcheng province who weren't on the rankings at all, but their actual power was absolutely terrifying. Yi Lingxian had by now taken off his outer jacket and was calmly unfastening his tie. Actually, the wuxia grandmaster list has over 100 people, and there are experts who track it. It can be used for reference. Yi Chen nodded. I understand. He fell into deep thought. Based on this, Ye Lingxian's strength is definitely higher than Tan Zhangyang's. As for whether he could be a match for Du Ao, that remains to be seen. Yi Lingxian was ready, his entire body pulsing with energy, his muscles bulging as he stepped forward. Then, I beg the palace master's pardon. Yi Chen showed no signs of anxiety. He smiled lightly and said, go ahead. Yi Lingxian clenched his fists, a powerful, surging force erupting around his body. He frowned and shouted, let's have a refreshing battle. With that, he stomped his feet into the ground, using the momentum to launch himself high into the air. Yi Lingxian gritted his teeth and unleashed a powerful punch from above. Yi Chen gathered all his strength and easily blocked the blow. The two exchanged punches rapidly, seemingly evenly matched. But with the aura of the main character, Yi Chen's moves seemed much more fluid. With a slight shift, he could dodge Lingxian's thunderous attacks. Lingxian praised him highly. As expected of the palace master, Lingxian was having a great time. He laughed heartily. Ha, ha, ha. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. He didn't forget to warn Yi Chen, but you should be careful with the next move. Yi Chen remained expressionless and calmly said, oh. Lingxian shouted, Fist of the Golden Image. A multitude of phantom fists appeared, unleashing immense power. Thousands of punches rained down like a storm, relentlessly attacking Ye Chen. He had already taken a defensive stance, his face smiling as he said, not bad at all, but your technique still lacks something. Ye Chen tightened his fists, and a powerful, purple-colored aura exploded outward in an instant. You've mastered your opponent's technique. You put on a show with all these afterimages, but only one strike is real. You confidently threw a punch forward, you can't fool me. With a single blow, Ye Chen took Lang Tian down, forcing him to the ground. Lang Tian's back hit the floor, creating a slight tremor. Dust kicked up, filling the air. Those watching below were stunned. The Image Fist is the Jiangmen King's most powerful move. Throughout the entire Jiangnan province, no one had ever been able to see through the real punch amidst the afterimages, yet the Temple Master had spotted it so easily. A flash of purple power sparked in his eyes. He exhaled in relief. He hadn't been sure he could take that punch. Honestly, analyzing it closely, Ye Lingqian wasn't inferior to him. He had just lost due to technique. Ye Lingqian was truly impressed and defeated. He knelt on the ground and said, I lost. Yi Chen turned around and walked away coolly. He ordered, Yi Lingqian, find me a quiet place. I will give you a bit of good fortune. Yi Lingqian quickly agreed, yes. Besides, he had carefully calculated that Lai Yuntian's fist technique was perfect for him. It could help him increase his speed significantly. Afterward, the two met privately in another room. Yi Chen took out a small piece of paper and said, here, take this. Holding the paper, Yi Lingqian was stunned and asked, this is before he could finish. Yi Chen cut him off, explaining, this is the mental cultivation method and martial technique. You must learn it quickly in the coming days. Hearing this, Yi Lingqian's face showed clear shock. This wasn't even the same level as the martial arts he had learned before. They seemed like two different worlds. Yi Chen clenched his fist to encourage him. From now on, you are no longer a mere ancient warrior, nor some grand master. You are a cultivator, just like me. Time flew by. The next day, at the #1 hospital of Jiangnan province, a familiar figure was lying in a hospital bed in a certain room, with a girl waiting by her side. Mother Ha Ruxue stood there, looking anxious as she watched the person on the bed. Just then, Ha Ruxue appeared out of nowhere and called out, Mom. However, she didn't come alone. She was holding hands with a familiar person. Ye Chen had come to visit her grandmother. Seeing who had arrived, she was visibly delighted. Ye Chen and Ha Ruzue were both there. Observing her reaction, Ye Chen looked a bit worried. He raised his hand, revealing a basket overflowing with fruit. "Auntie, it's been a few days since we last met, and you look like you've aged quite a bit. Are you okay? Here, have some fruit." Seeing his expression and the fruit basket in his hand, Ha Ruxu's mother felt a much better impression of him. Even though Ye Chen didn't hold back his words, his character was far superior to Tan Zheng's. Unfortunately, after successfully handing over the basket, his attention shifted to the older woman lying in the hospital bed. Looking at the purple energy surrounding her, and her face covered in cold sweat, Ye Chen assessed that the situation was dire. She was clinging to her last bit of strength and could pass away at any moment. What kind of illness could have made her condition deteriorate so rapidly in such a short time? Not wanting to wonder for long, he walked over. He used his palm, coated in his power, to touch her wrist. After checking for a moment, he quickly understood everything. Once he knew what had happened, Ye Chen stepped forward to explain, leaving Ha Ruzua's mother in total shock. She wasn't actually sick. Someone had used a special type of internal energy to block her life force, forcing the living person into a vegetative state. After explaining everything, he thought of something and asked a crucial question. Who was the last person she was in contact with before she fell into a coma? Being asked this, Ha Rusue's mother hesitated. She thought for a moment, glanced away, and decided to avoid the question. She had always been by her side. She hadn't met anyone else. No, I absolutely cannot let Ha Ruzue know the truth. Otherwise, the girl would rather die than follow Tan Zheng. Sensing those thoughts, Ye Chen quietly dropped a bombshell. You are lying. Even though she was exposed, she stubbornly refused to admit it until her last breath. Auntie, don't. Ignoring her stubbornness, Ye Chen spoke with understanding, trying to persuade her. At a time like this, are you still making up stories? What exactly happened? Only I can save grandmother now. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Haru Sue also urged her mother. Mom, speak up. Why did grandmother end up like this? Yet, her mother still didn't want to reveal it. Instead of answering, she chose to stay silent, looking him up and down to assess him. This boy, he said a few words and seems to have figured it out. Regardless, he wasn't using Ha Rusue's grandmother as a joke. The threat from the Tan family and her mother's life, it wasn't a hard choice to make. Thinking of that, Ha Rusue's mother finally gathered the courage to say one name, Tan Zheng. The mention of that name caused Ha Rusue behind her to grit her teeth. It really was Tan Zheng. Ye Chen received the answer and didn't say anything else, but took out 3 needles and inserted them into the woman. Then he began to channel his power. To be so ruthless to an innocent elderly woman, Tan Zheng, you will definitely pay the price, he said, then flicked those needles toward the person on the hospital bed. The 3 needles were quickly inserted into different locations. Once ready, Ye Chen assumed a stance, using his full skill to draw out the energy. Very quickly, the woman was lifted by a surge of energy from within. From her mouth, a stream of dark purple energy gradually crept out. Witnessing the entire process, Harukshu's mother felt her worldview shattered. Spirit control needle? There is actually someone who can do this? Hearing the strange term, Harusue couldn't help but curiously ask, Mom, what is spirit control needle? Being asked that, she brought her hand to her chin, thought for a moment, and said, It is a legendary method of using needles. I never expected it to actually exist. After maintaining that state for a few minutes, Ye Chen crossed his arms and declared, Stop. Immediately after that, the purple energy inside the woman's body tried to escape, but reality doesn't always go as planned. He reached out and grabbed it. Oh, holding that thing in his hand, Ye Chen asked with a menacing tone, You still want to run? Having successfully restrained it, Ye Chen squeezed his hand, pulled it closer, and threatened, You need to help me deliver a gift to that scum over at Kunlun Mountain, don't you? When the conversation ended, a surge of purple energy flew off like a bolt of lightning toward Kunlun Mountain. That stream of power flew straight down into a courtyard where countless people were gathered. Behind a group of people, there was extreme dissatisfaction for some reason. Our Tan family is a peak-tier clan, yet we are being pushed aside and ignored. How frustrating. Yes, indeed. Father is busy inviting the expert down from the mountain. How can they be so disrespectful? However, Tan Zheng still maintained an optimistic attitude toward life, imagining all sorts of things. As long as the expert descends the mountain, our Tan family will surely achieve glory. Just then, that purple energy appeared. Without a word, it lunged straight at him. A few minutes later, Tan Zheng panicked and coughed up a mouthful of blood. That surge of energy enveloped him, causing him to lose control and shout loudly. It really is Tan Zheng. After saying that, Tan Zheng collapsed to the ground, causing the crowd to worry immensely. Young master. Young master, what's wrong with you? Damn it. A few minutes later, he was finally able to stand up. Tan Zheng stood up, looking at everything in disbelief. Who? Who was it? Who broke the spell I cast? Just then, the head of the Tan family, Tan Kun, walked over to check on him. Zheng, what happened? When he reached his son's side, Tan Kun quickly realized the issue and asked in return, that spell was passed down to you personally by your master. It earned you the title of the Invincible of Jiangnan. How could you suffer such a severe backlash? Tan Zhang clutched his chest, his face dark as he gritted his teeth and said, it was the family of Ha Ruxue. Someone stepped in to help the Ha family. As soon as that information was revealed, Tan Kun angrily declared, a measly little Ha family dares to injure my son. Tell the Blood Soul Hall to teach them a lesson. Contrary to the bitter look of the Tan family, Ye Chen was currently chilling, holding his phone as he walked into a certain villa. On the phone screen at that moment, 2 messages from Ha Rusui were displayed. Grandmother's spirit is much better now. She's even eating more food. In 2 days, I'll come to find you. Reading that message, Ye Chen smiled. This girl, she isn't being stopped by the Ha family. It must be because her grandmother is backing her. The scene shifted to the next day. When she woke up, her grandmother asked a crucial question and quickly received a denial from Ha Rusui. After all, while at the hospital, her grandmother had figured it all out, so she had directly arranged an engagement for her and him. When are you two planning to register the marriage? Who wants to marry him? Escaping that train of thought, he walked over and grabbed the doorknob. The moment his hand touched the handle, Ye Qian's eyes widened in shock. He then pulled out a weapon from somewhere, entered, and shouted, who is in there? Inside the house, there was a girl sitting with her legs crossed on a chair. The girl smiled slyly at him, pointing to herself, and said, yesterday, we just finished a high-intensity treatment, and you're already turning cold and acting like a stranger so quickly? Seeing who it was, Ye Chen's face darkened, emphasizing every word. I remember I already said it. You are not allowed to step 1 foot into this villa. Even though she was kicked out directly, the girl stubbornly sat back down, took out her phone, and proposed. Han Shuan Yue, I don't like owing others favors, but I owe you 3. You can't escape it. Today, I'm here to repay the first one. These words successfully left him stunned on the spot. A favor? Seeing that Ye Chen had softened, she held out the phone. Just listen to this recording. It's very interesting. The recording was played. Upon hearing every word, Ye Chen couldn't help but let his face turn dark. Unexpected, isn't it, Tan family? Setting such a high price to buy my life? Don't tease me anymore, Ye Chen. Han Su Shuen stood tall, crossed her arms, and said triumphantly, after I found out that you were the target, I took the initiative to accept a mission to kill someone else just to take the fall for you. Tell me, doesn't that count as a favor? Facing her words, Ye Chen walked over, lifted her chin, and spoke slowly. Every single word he said made her shudder. Han Su Xuan, it seems you still don't understand the situation. It's I who wants to wipe out the Qin family, not the Qin family that wants to kill me. If your Blood Veil Hall accepts this mission and provokes me, I guarantee that the Blood Veil Hall will end up just like the Qin family. Hearing those words, the girl clutched her stomach and laughed loudly. Ha, ha, you want to destroy the Blood Veil Hall. Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death so you can inherit my assets? Please, the Blood Veil Hall is the top assassin organization in the wuxia martial arts world, filled with countless warriors. To ensure Ye Chen understood exactly what he had just said, she explained in great detail. As long as you pay the right price, let alone Jiangnan, even warriors. In the capital, the Blood Veil Hall can kill them. Even if an assassination fails, the Blood Veil Hall will keep sending stronger people until the target is dead. After finishing her explanation, Han Su Xuan turned her head, looking proud and boasting. To be honest, let me tell you, inside the Blood Veil Hall, there is a Grand Master ranked in the top 30 warriors. Provoking the Blood Veil Hall is a dead end, but I can save your life. Her offer was met with pure disdain from him. Save me? With that, Ye Chen leaped toward a certain spot, leaving Han Su Xuan stunned. He walked up to a door and raised his hand, ready to strike. Just like that, the door shattered under his fist, revealing a figure hiding inside. Realizing he had been discovered, the man quickly recovered. Damn it. How long has he known? I have no choice but to fight to the death. Just as he was calculating his next move, Ye Chen appeared behind him, as if out of nowhere. Without a word, Ye Chen landed a powerful punch. The man lay on the ground, still reeling from what had just happened. He couldn't believe the target's strength was this overwhelming. He couldn't handle him at all. A few minutes later, Han Su Xuan slowly walked over. Seeing the person on the ground, she realized in shock, this guy is also from the Blood Veil Hall. Damn it. I never expected the Qin family to use two methods. I'm not the only one who received the mission to kill Ye Chen. Seeing Han Suzhuan appear, the man trembled with hatred and crawled up. Han Suzhuan, you dare to break the organization's rules? If they find out, you won't even have a corpse left. Cut his head off immediately. Otherwise, it will be hard to protect your own life. Not giving the man a chance to say another word, Ye Chen lifted his foot with a blank expression, infusing it with power. Too much useless talk. Those who dare to kill me are already dead, and you are no exception. Seeing what he was about to do, Han Suzhuan quickly tried to stop him. No, you can't kill him. If he dies, the Blood Veil Hall will definitely know the mission failed and will send stronger assassins until they kill you. Hearing this, Ye Chen paused. That reaction made the man triumphant, and he started to get arrogant. Kid, you know fear now, right? If you dare to mess with a Blood Veil Hall, you're a dead man. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I might consider it. However, Ye Chen didn't care. He stomped down hard. Blood from the wounds splattered onto his stunned Han Suzhuan. Finishing the job, he slowly walked away. I said it before. If the Blood Veil Hall dares to provoke me, I'll wipe them out. Observing the entire process, Han Suzhuan couldn't believe it. Is this guy insane? He didn't even consider the consequences. With that kick, he'll have to pay with his own life. After the bloody scene ended, Ye Chen sat leisurely on a chair. Han Suzhuan also walked over from a distance. Witnessing her dazed expression, he rested his chin on his hand and demanded triumphantly, "Since you're from the Blood Veil Hall, take the body away. And while you're at it, clean up the villa." Faced with this request, Han Suzhuan didn't answer immediately. Her face darkened as she asked hesitatingly, "Do you have any idea what you've done?" Seeing his nonchalant and indifferent demeanor, she couldn't believe it. Could it be that you won't shed tears until you see your own coffin? Question like that, Ye Chen froze for a second, then answered hesitatingly, On second thought, I am thinking about something." Hearing those words, Han Suzhuan waited expectantly. Thinking about what? No matter how much she expected, reality wasn't as she hoped. Ye Chen, with dead fish eyes, pointed his hand behind her. "The cleaning tools are over there. You can go to the kitchen. There's toilet cleaner. Maybe that can clean it up much better." Those words left Han Suzhuan very dissatisfied. "You want me to use toilet cleaner to clean up a corpse?" Observing her stubborn expression, she puffed out her cheeks, gritted her teeth, and agreed, "Fine. Cleaning it is." While scrubbing the floor with a rag, she cursed him under her breath. "That jerk is really driving me crazy." Despite her anger, after thinking for a moment, she calmed down. She gritted her teeth and continued scrubbing. "After all, he is my life's savior. Even though I hate him, I still hope he lives for a few more days." Just as she said that, she held up a pristine white rag, staring at it in silence. After a moment, Han Suzhuan officially exploded. "Damn it. Why do I have to help that arrogant guy clean up?" Despite her loud, dissatisfied shouting, after a few minutes, she stubbornly complied. "Once I repay this favor, I'm leaving Jiangnan. I will never see that jerk again." Upstairs, Ye Chen was on the phone. "Hello, Yi Lingxin." As soon as the person on the other end spoke, Ye Chen asked straight away, "How much do you know about the Blood Veil Hall?" Yi Lingxin on the other end quickly reported, "The Blood Veil Hall is a high-end assassin organization. It has 36 branches in Wuxia. The branch in Jiangnan province is controlled by someone named Ling Feng." Not stopping there, he added, that Ling Feng's strength is quite decent, but strictly speaking, compared to the Hall Master, he's more like an ant. Facing those words, Ye Chen's face darkened in thought. "Oh, strictly speaking, are you referring to me using the reincarnation cemetery state?" Not seeing him respond, Yi Lingxin on the other end seemed to have eyes burning with rage. "The Blood Veil Hall actually dares to find trouble with His Highness? I will lead the experts of the Shadow Hall to annihilate their branch in Jiangnan province." Hearing that, Ye Chen was satisfied. He gave a sinister laugh. "I'm very curious. If the assassination target for the entire branch fails, what will the Blood Veil Hall do then?" Yi Lingxin now also spoke with a serious face. "That is precisely where the trouble lies. The core strength of the Blood Veil Hall, which is the headquarters in Beijing. If the branch can't handle it, the headquarters will dispatch even higher-level experts." Having received all the information, Ye Chen was serious. "I understand." With all the information he wanted, he hung up the phone. Once he put it down, Ye Chen's face darkened as he raised his hand to activate his power. "If the Blood Veil Hall really wants to fight to the end with me, then they don't need to exist anymore." With that, Ye Chen took out a familiar stone. The reincarnation cemetery was his biggest trump card. He would try not to use it if possible. Soon, a wave of blue energy enveloped his body. Upgrading his own strength was the only truth. Very quickly, Ye Chen sat cross-legged and focused on his cultivation. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes. Finishing the job, Ye Chen stood up and smiled contentedly. Finally, I managed to break through to the third level of the qi refining realm. Ye Chen laughed in satisfaction. His speed was several times faster than he had imagined. The more he practiced, the more. Upgrading small realms brought greater value. After finishing everything, he withdrew the stone. Moreover, a few minutes later, he appeared in a graveyard. In front of him now was the tombstone of the blazing sex Chen Ying Qingqian. Reading the words on it, he opened his eyes in surprise. Even tombstones can be triggered. Not letting his curiosity linger too long, Ye Chen reached out, intending to touch it. I can feel the pressure from this tombstone. It's even stronger than the one from Luo Yuntian. As soon as he touched it, Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh. I really want to try triggering it. Touching it for a moment, he darkened his face and clenched his fists. What a pity. Every great power only has one chance, to be triggered. This was his greatest trump card. Back at the villa, Sun Yi walked in slowly, carrying a large suitcase. As she walked, she smiled knowingly. Hee, Ye Chen gave me the villa password earlier. He must have forgotten. After walking for a while, Sun Yi peeked into a room and looked. Inside, there wasn't a soul to be seen. She couldn't help but wonder. He's not here. It's so late. Where could he have gone? At that moment, Ye Chen appeared, giving Sun Yi a start. What are you doing sneaking around outside my room? Question like that, Sun Yi evaded the truth. I just wanted to bring you a surprise. A surprise? I think you wanted to ambush me, didn't you? Ye Chen smiled meaningfully, lifting her face. Since you've launched a sneak attack, don't blame me for not being polite. Wait a minute. In a bedroom, Ye Chen and Sun Yi sat together, hugging each other affectionately. After hugging for a while, the two finally lay down. Just as they lay down, Sun Yi, with eyes full of tears, gently and softly announced, I want to tell you something. Our Jiangcheng group is now very famous. It seems like we're on the hot search every single day. As soon as the products go on sale, they're sold out. The market value is several times higher. Mentioning this, Sun Yi became more excited than ever. Now, the Tianjin Group has become a star enterprise of Jiangnan Province and perhaps even all of Huaxia. Hearing those words, Ye Chen gently held her in his arms, stroked her hair, and praised her. That's great. The work in the province. Liu Yifei, you've really done a lot for me. Upon hearing this, Tongdi chuckled. It's nothing, really. As she spoke, something crossed her mind. She gazed at a photo of a happy family on the nightstand, and a few doubts surfaced. Ye Chen, is this a photo of your family? Ye Chen forced a bright, carefree smile. I never really felt like I had a family in this villa, so I keep it here to make things feel a bit more comfortable. But in his heart, he felt no such joy. It was merely a reminder of a blood debt. Tongdi tilted her head, her eyes narrowing as she noticed something. She slowly raised her hand and pointed at a black mark on the mother's neck in the photo, asking, Ye Chen, did your mother have a mole on her neck, or did the photo just get smudged? Taken aback, Ye Chen hesitated for a moment before answering honestly. She's had that mole on her neck since I was a child. Is there a problem? Hearing this, Tongdi faltered and stammered. That's strange, I'm not sure. 5 years ago, when I helped cremate your parents' bodies, I remember your mother didn't have a mole on her neck. Ye Chen's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was hearing. What? After a moment of shock, he calmed himself down, leaned in, and asked urgently, Are you certain? You aren't remembering it wrong, are you? Tongdi answered calmly, I'm sure. That was the first time I had ever been so close to a corpse. I was terrified to my core, so the memory left a very deep impression. Observing his frantic reaction, Tongdi hesitantly offered a suggestion. Do you think maybe, before the incident, your mother thought the mole looked ugly and had it removed? After all, aside from the mole, everything else was identical to the photo. Ye Chen's expression darkened, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His mind was in turmoil. It's impossible. On the day the incident happened, she still had that mole. Furthermore, if Tongdi had touched the bodies and said there was no mole, there were only two possibilities. Either his parents' bodies had been swapped, or they might actually still be alive. As this thought emerged, he pictured that happy couple in his mind. But as soon as the thought appeared, Ye Chen dismissed it immediately without a second thought. No, if they were still alive, they would definitely know about the Tianjin Corporation. Besides, I am the legal owner. They could easily find that out. If they knew I was alive, they would surely have come to find me. Shaking off these thoughts, he reached for his phone on the table. With a grim face and unreadable expression, he held the phone to his ear and began to speak. It seems things are not as simple as I thought. Lei Shuwei, where are you right now? Come see me immediately. The person on the other end quickly replied, Understood. I am at the base. Xiao Deng is still guarding the perimeter of the villa. I'll have him pick me up. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Outside the villa, Su Shuren was trying everything in her power to get in. I need to see Ye Chen. But she was blocked by the guards. No entry. This rejection left Su Shuren in disbelief, and she continued to plead. He and I know each other. We were classmates in high school. Xiao Deng remained stubbornly adamant until the very end. No means no. I will not let you inside. Just then, Ye Chen walked out of the house. Xiao Deng, what's going on? Seeing who had arrived, Su Shuren became agitated. Ye Chen. Upon seeing him, Xiao Deng immediately reported, which made her tremble. Mr. Ye, this young lady insists on seeing you. She says the two of you are acquaintances. Though she looked terrified on the outside, Su Shuren was busy scheming on the inside. My father offended the Meng martial arts family in Jiangnan over some trivial matters. Rumor has it they want to destroy the Su family. Since the Kim and Tang families vanished, the Meng family is now the most powerful clan. The only person who can stop them is Ye Chen. She looked at the man standing there, expressionless, his hands in his pockets. Her mind raced. Moreover, anyone can see that the Meng family, going after the Su family, is actually just to curry favor with Ye Chen. As long as Ye Chen steps in, everything can be resolved. However, contrary to her expectations, Ye Chen turned to leave and said coldly, I don't know her. Xiao Deng, let's go. Wait. Su Shuren reached out to stop him. She rushed over and grabbed his arm, looking pitiful as she pleaded with a hint of flattery. Ye Chen, how can you say you don't know me? We were classmates. You even told me you liked me. We've even met a few times this month. Even if things weren't very pleasant, I know you still have feelings for me, right? At those words, Ye Chen's face darkened. He didn't say a word. Then, without hesitation, he swung his hand and slapped her straight across the face. Su Shuren fell to the ground, stunned, holding her cheek as he ordered her to leave. Get out. Fearing she wouldn't listen, he delivered an ultimatum. If I ever see you around here again, I won't spare your life. Treated this way, tears streamed down Su Shuren's face. She felt utterly unwilling to give up. Why can't you help me? Later, at the Longmen base, Ye Chen stood with his hands on his hips in a room, face to face with Lei Shui, who was reporting the situation seriously. Mr. Yi, these are all the details related to the Cloud Lake Manor incident from back then. Holding the file in his hand, Ye Chen gave a perfunctory word of thanks. No problem. Ye Chenks a lot. Hearing those words, the two people present felt their worldview shaken. This disaster bringer actually knows how to thank someone? Has the sun risen in the west? After reading the information on the paper, Ye Chen asked to confirm. Are you certain my parents are both dead? Lei Shui didn't answer, but instead asked a devastating question in return. Mr. Ye, the death reports are all right here. Could they possibly be fake? At that, Ye Chen looked up with dead, fish-like eyes and dropped a bombshell. But I have discovered that someone may have swapped my parents' bodies. This statement left Lei Shui unable to believe his ears. What? The possibility Ye Chen raised shocked Lei Shui, but he still tried to find a logical explanation for himself. In this world, there are indeed some criminals who are executed, the special ones who hold high value. High-ranking officials will often use special methods to hide them, even giving them new identities to continue living and serving. As he spoke, Lei Shui's face turned serious, his mind racing through dozens of scenarios. But the Ye couple was clearly not that special. More importantly, the Cloud Lake Manor incident was a massive event. What kind of measures would be needed to pull off a swap under the eyes of so many people? Before he could finish his confusion, Ye Chen lowered his head, his expression heavy, and slowly explained, Tong Di told me that before my mother's body was cremated, there was no mole on her neck. At that moment, Lei Shui finally realized that this matter was absolutely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Stunned for a moment, he returned to his desk and pointed out seriously, if what Tong Dai said is true, then the level of suspicion is indeed very high. But the Cloud Lake Manor incident wasn't handled by the Dragon's Soul. The data we have is limited. After pointing out the abnormality, he put on a serious face, pulled out a phone, and spoke cryptically. Perhaps there is one person who can help you. With that, Lei Shui tapped on a contact and held it out to him. Meet Zhang Weishan. He used to be the official leader of the Criminal Investigation Bureau. He was in charge of handling special criminal cases in Jiangnan province 5 years ago. The Cloud Lake Manor incident was handled entirely by him. He was the one who personally dealt with the bodies. Hearing this, Ye Chen was quite startled. On the screen was a photo of a man with a stern, upright appearance. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, looked at the man for a while, and asked a series of questions, each one hitting the nail on the head. Where is he now? And you said he was a leader in the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Does he no longer hold that position? Asked this, Lei Shui sighed, resting his hands on the desk. Speaking of which, Zhang Weishan's fate is quite tragic. I only found out about some of these things while investigating that incident at Cloud Lake Manor. Not wanting to keep him waiting, he calmly began the story. 3 years ago, on the wedding day of Zhang Weishan's son, which should have been a grand celebration unexpectedly, his daughter-in-law was raped by the young master of the Tang family, Tang Yuanxian. Unable to bear the trauma, she jumped into the river and took her own life. His son was furious and wanted to kill the Tang family members, but ended up being killed by a Tang family warrior. Thinking of this, an image of a heartbroken Zhang Weishan clutching his son flashed in his mind. The scene shifted to Zhang Weishan collapsing beside his sword, surrounded by countless bodies. Under the double blow, he used all his strength to take revenge on the Tang family. The scene shifted again to Zhang Weishan, wearing prison blues, sitting lifelessly behind bars. The Tang family was heavily damaged, but he himself paid a heavy price. His cultivation was destroyed, he became a cripple, and he is still locked up in the Jiangnan No. 1 prison. Hearing every word, Ye Chen quickly grasped the key point and spoke up, asking, "The Tang family, the family head you mentioned, is it Tang Ao?" Hearing that, Lei Shuwei replied immediately, "Of course. There is only one Tang family in Jiangnan province. Tang Ao is both the family head and the president of the Martial Arts Association." Once he finished, he quickly voiced the doubt in his own mind. How could Zhang Weishan possibly provoke such a giant monster? Zhang Weishan has lived his whole life without a single blemish. Who would have thought he'd run into something like this just before retirement? How regrettable. Before he could finish, Ye Chen was so agitated he stood up abruptly, slammed the table, and shouted, "Either way, Zhang Weishan also holds power in wuxia. Wuxia doesn't interfere in these matters." That critical question leaves Lei Shoshu with no choice but to hang his head, gently shattering the illusions of his junior. "Yi, this world isn't as beautiful as you think. Lawless warriors are rare assets in wuxia." Looking briefly at Du Nangao and Zheng, everyone knows that AI is more important than success. Shattering Ye Chen's illusions, Lei Shushu hangs his head, hesitating before speaking his mind. "To be honest, I can't accept this either. I even tried to take action against Du Nangao's son, but the Du family has already bought off all connections and erased all evidence. Only the Zhang family's word carries weight. Even I can't do anything." Learning all the information, Ye Chen stands up straight, calmly asking one more question. Then why was Zhang Weishan imprisoned in prison No. 1? Facing that question, Lei Shushu replies as if it were a matter of fact. Obviously, he was counterattacked by the Du family. If he uses his official power to deal with the Du family, he's bound to have his weaknesses exposed. Getting all the information, Ye Chen states his intentions and leaves without hesitation. "Take me to Jiangnan Province's prison No. 1. I want to see Zhang Weishan." Shortly after, at a heavily guarded prison, a man sits lonely in a dark prison cell. At that moment, a man walks in. That person walks over with a cold expression. Simultaneously, Ye Chen speaks up, questioning himself. "You must be Zhang Weishan, right?" Without waiting for an answer, he produces a photo and pushes it to the center of the table. Ye Chen doesn't beat around the bush, but gets straight to the point. "Do you recognize the two people in this photo?" However, instead of answering, Zhang Weishan becomes agitated, slamming the table in a rage. "Get lost. I don't care who you are. Stay away from me." Although shooed away, Ye Chen remains persistent, demanding an answer once more. "The two people in the photo are my parents. They passed away at the Yunhu Villa 5 years ago. You were in charge of the case back then." These words successfully leave Zhang Weishan frozen in shock. Seeing that he finally has a reaction, Ye Chen seizes the opportunity. With a dark expression, he adds information continuously. "I was just like you. I witnessed my parents being killed by someone with terrifying power, and I couldn't even put up a fight. I understand how you feel, and I understand why you hate this world." At this point, the man is completely stunned on the spot. Observing Zhang Weishan's dazed, contemplative reaction, Ye Chen stands up and begins to use logic from the heart to persuade him. "During the 5 years I was missing from this world, I endured excruciating agony. To say I live a life worse than death is no exaggeration. The only reason I could keep living was to seek revenge, and you are the only key to my vengeance." Every word makes him stay silent. Even though the words are spoken with extreme sincerity, Zhang Weishan refuses to think about it. "Leave. I don't know anything." Seeing that he is still stubborn and refuses to answer, Ye Chen decides to play his final card, reaching into his coat to take something out. No need to rush to a conclusion like that. If I tell you he takes out a photo of a man with 2 hot girls in his arms and sets a condition, "I want to take the head of the person in this photo," then what would you think? Seeing who is in the photo, Zhang Weishan successfully reacts with hatred. "Du Yuanxian. That son of a bee. Du Yuanxian." The more he speaks, the more agitated he becomes, screaming with all his might as if he had never screamed before. "He's the one who killed my daughter-in-law. He killed my son too. He destroyed everything I had. He deserves to die. He truly deserves to die. I wish I could grind his bones into dust. After a moment of agitation, Zhang Weishan calms down, returning to a look of someone who has nothing left to lose. But what can be done? His father is Du Nangao, a famous warrior on the ranking list. A young man like you, what do you have to take his head? Faced with that look of disbelief, Ye Chen gently releases a bit of his power to prove it. Don't worry about what I have. You just need to tell me. If I bring his head to you, can you remember everything? Waiting just for this moment, Zhang Weishan grinds his teeth and agrees. Fine. As long as you can do it, I will tell you everything that happened at Yunhu Villa. Getting what he needed, Ye Chen is determined and leaves. Time flies like a dog running through a field. Night has fallen. Ye Chen slowly walks towards a building. From a room above, sounds of moaning come through. Ah, young Master Du, you're so good. The man guarding outside remains silent for a moment. That person is none other than the Du family's Du Chenshan, the 251st ranked warrior. He crosses his arms, dissatisfied. Clearly, Du Nangao is so powerful, yet he sired a son addicted to lust. If he were even half as good as the president, it would be fine. Just then, a voice rings out. Interrupting his thoughts, Du Yuangshan. That person is none other than Ye Chen. Pointing at the door, he asks, he's inside, right? Inside the building, a tense conversation is taking place. While outside, the city lights are bright and glamorous. Returning to the familiar hallway, Du Chenshan's incredulous voice rings out. Who are you? As soon as the question is asked, he automatically falls silent, looking hesitant, wondering to himself, something is wrong. I didn't sense him at all. Thinking for a moment, he begins to doubt himself. Could it be that he was careless? Ye Chen doesn't wait for Du Chenshan to answer. He unleashes his power, eyes full of killing intent, looking as if he wants to devour the whole world. He growls, you don't need to know who I am. You just need to know. At this, he exhales a cloud of smoke, his eyes bloodshot and filled with killing intent, gritting his teeth and declaring word by word, I am the one who wants his life. That's enough. These words successfully provoke Du Chenshan, who is so angry his blood boils. He screams, insolent. Immediately after that, he takes a step, using all his might to advance, intending to strike Ye Chen. Facing this attack, Ye Chen's eyes flash with killing intent mixed with a bit of caution. However, before Du Chenshan can attack him, he punches him straight in the stomach as a preemptive strike. But instead of letting Du Chenshan fly 8 meters away like others, he pulls him back and with a dark expression, says something cryptic. You are Du Yuangshan's bodyguard. You surely helped him do plenty of evil things. Finishing, Ye Chen uses all his might to unleash his power, channeling everything into the fist against Du Chenshan's stomach. After that, without saying a word, he pours all his strength into punching his stomach, making him fly out of control backward, while shouting a declaration, then die with him. Du Chenshan thus flies toward the door, while a round, black hole appears on his stomach, shaped like a donut. The door, after the collision with him, explodes, dust flying everywhere, making the 2 girls inside widen their eyes in terror. The 2 girls then turn back in panic to check the situation. On the ground lies Du Chenshan's body, his eyes rolled back, his mouth still wide open in surprise. Seeing that body, the 2 girls scream in terror. Ah, someone's dead. As soon as that sentence is uttered, too small. Throwing knives fly from somewhere straight at the 2 girls. They just stand there, stunned, without reacting, while the small knives have already pierced them. By the time they regain their senses, the 2 girls have completely collapsed to the ground, with no further reaction. Du Yuangshan, witnessing everything, shrinks back in fear, panicked to the point of shouting, You actually sent him to the afterlife so easily. No way. Who are you? Who on earth are you? Finished with everything, Ye Chen slowly steps into the room. He walks slowly, step by step, to where Du Chenshan is lying. Looking at Du Chenshan, whose mouth is full of blood on the floor, Ye Chen doesn't hesitate to step right on his face, gently and calmly giving Du Yuangshan a critical question. 3 years ago, you surely still remember the Zhang Weishan family. Recognizing who has come, Du Yuangshan panics and retreats backward, shouting in threat and warning, Ye Chen, what do you want to do? I'm warning you. My father is the president of the Martial Arts Association, Du Nangao. Not afraid, Ye Chen continues to advance, intending to attack him, which makes the guy shout even louder. If you dare to hurt me, even just a strand of hair, he will absolutely make you. Before those words, Ye Chen doesn't say a word, slashing a line through his hair, making Du Yuangshan clutch his hand and scream as he never has before, my finger. Seeing that he finally knows what fear tastes like, Ye Chen, with a dark face and eyes full of killing intent, slowly reaches out. Zhang Weishan has what I want. and the price for the deal is your head. Even though things have reached this point, Du Yuanxian still clings to his foolish logic. You can't kill me. My father is. Not letting him finish, he swings his hand, jerking sharply, causing two parts of his body to separate. In another corner at the Du family's, Du Nangao sits, resting his chin on his hand in a chair, holding a teacup with the other, speaking with dissatisfaction. That stinking brat, who knows where he's off playing around again? Wait until he gets back. I'll definitely punish him strictly. Just then, the phone rings, catching Du Nangao's attention. He turns serious, picks up the phone, and hears a panicked voice from the other end. Old master, something terrible has happened. Du Chenshan is dead. Young master. Not letting him wait too long, the other end panics to announce. The young master has lost his head. As soon as this was said, Du Nangao's eyes widened, bulging with blood vessels, furious. Police are quickly called to below the building. Then, upon arriving, the two of them gape in shock when they see something. On the ground lies the lifeless body of Duong Yuanhan. Back on the other side of the line, Duong Gao is so furious that he jumps to his feet. He clenches his fists, struggling to keep his composure. If you dare to lie to me, I think you already know the consequences for your entire family, don't you? The person on the other end maintains the same answer. I swear, sir, I wouldn't dare. This information is absolutely accurate. Upon receiving this confirmation, tears stream down Duong Yeo's face. He struggles to suppress his grief, his voice trembling with every word. Investigate it for me. Who dared to kill my son? Back at prison number 1, Trung Vai's son is summoned once again. A mysterious bag is placed on the table in front of him. Seeing what is inside the bag, Trung Vai's son trembles and reaches out, as if to touch it. However, instead of touching the object, he clutches his head, collapses onto the table, and breaks into a wild, manic laugh. That piece of filth is finally dead. Good, so good. After laughing for a moment, he cannot hold back his emotions and begins to sob uncontrollably. He trembles, thanking Ye Chen. Ye thank you for making that monster meet his retribution. Thank you. Witnessing this scene, Ye Chen purses his lips and remains silent, while the sound of Trung Vai's son's grateful sobbing echoes in his ears. My son and daughter-in-law can finally rest in peace in heaven now. Not wanting to let him become further overwhelmed or say another word, he proactively cuts him off, going straight to the point. No need to thank me. This is just a transaction. Next, it's your turn to tell me everything that happened at Van Ho Manor back then. Facing this request, Trung Vai's son, tears still streaming down his face, nods and accepts. I will tell you everything I know. Not wanting to keep Ye Chen waiting, he searches his memory and begins to reveal all the information he possesses. 5 years ago, I was a leader in the criminal investigation department, specializing in handling special cases. Based on everything I've experienced, the incident at Van Ho Manor was the strangest case I have ever encountered in my entire life. When it happened, I was just handling a case in Jiang Ye Chen, so I rushed there immediately. However, as soon as I entered the house, what struck my eyes was the sight of your parents collapse in agony. All the guests at the party had been cleared out. By the time I arrived, your parents were already severely injured. Everything he says successfully shocks Ye Chen. What did you say? Severely injured. You mean they weren't dead? Surprised for a moment, Ye Chen quickly calms himself down. He hesitates, looking at Trung Vai's son. Do you mean? He struggles to find the right words, his expression one of disbelief, his dark circled eyes widening. He blurts out an incredible hypothesis. My parents were not dead yet? Faced with that question, Trung Vai's son narrows his eyes, offering his own opinion and recounting the situation at the time. Well, it depends on how you look at it. At that moment, they both seemed to have stopped breathing. Their heart rates were so weak they could have stopped at any second, but judging from those symptoms, there might still have been a glimmer of hope. At this point, the image of two doctors rushing a stretcher to the emergency room flashes through his mind. Naturally, I took them to the hospital right away. Not only Ye Chen's father, but his mother was also rushed into emergency care immediately afterward. However, a little while later, the doctor, wearing full protective gear from the ER, came out and patted my shoulder to break the news. In the midst of Trung Vai's son's confusion and existential doubt, the result of the examination was a death certificate. Hearing this, Ye Chen tightens his expression, quickly realizing something abnormal. A hospital death certificate doesn't mean anything. In fact, if one really wanted to, the people with those death certificates could have been saved. Observing Ye Chen's grave expression, Trung Vai's son winces and continues to point out, but the things that happened afterward were even more bizarre. According to standard procedure, the case should have been transferred to forensics, but suddenly in the hospital, a man appeared. Mentioning this, the image of a group of people wrapped in shrouds being slowly loaded onto a truck appears. Trung Vai's son pauses for a moment and then continues. That man carried a special document and then he took the two bodies away. Half an hour later, he brought the bodies back. Having finished providing the information, he looks grave and slowly points out the strangeness as well as his own suspicions. Right after he returned the bodies, my superiors informed me that the bodies didn't need a forensic examination and recommended immediate cremation. At that time, I felt as if an invisible hand was controlling everything. I didn't cremate them immediately because I wanted to see if there was anything else. The scene shifts to the moment he met Tong Di, so I notified some of the family and friends of the deceased to see their reactions, but unexpectedly, no one was willing to handle the cremation. Just when I was racking my brain over that, a young woman came to the hospital and said she could take care of the Duong couple's affairs. Hearing these words, Ye Chen turns solemn, understanding everything. His mind races that girl must have been Tong Di. The events afterward, he had already heard from her. The biggest question now is, who was the man who took the bodies away? Thinking about this issue, Ye Chen's mind cycles through dozens of different scenarios. He deliberately took the bodies away and then brought them back, demanding cremation. This behavior is basically an attempt to destroy evidence. He didn't want anyone investigating the bodies, didn't want anyone to discover that the bodies had been swapped. Not wanting to dwell in uncertainty, Ye Chen hurriedly speaks up, voicing the question in his heart. What happened then? Were there any other suspicious points? Faced with such a question, Trung Vai-sun answers honestly. After that, I continue to investigate, and discover that the man who took the bodies had previously met your mother at a coffee shop. Not waiting for him to ask another question, Trung Vai-sun explains in detail what happened that day. The two of them talk for a while, and suddenly an argument broke out. Your mother left directly, with a very firm attitude. After describing what happened that day, he adds, "Initially, I saved the surveillance video, but those files disappeared from my computer the next day. Then, that man found me and threatened me. For the safety of my family, I had to stop the investigation." Realizing this useful information, Ye Chen hurriedly asks, "Do you have a picture of that man? But life is rarely as we wish." Trung Vai-sun delivers a sad blow. No. All information related to him has been completely wiped out. Even though he gets rejected, Ye Chen still takes the opportunity to persist, a stubborn request until the very end. Then, try to sketch out his appearance roughly. It's very clear that this man is the key. Upon being asked, Trung Vai-sun takes the pen and paper and draws honestly. "Let me try." After a while, he holds up the paper with an illustration of a man and asks for his opinion. "What do you think?" Looking at the face of the man on that sketch, Ye Chen is not very satisfied. "No, it's still not accurate enough. How about this? I will find a way to get you out of prison and send someone to meet you." Fearing he might not understand what he intends to do, he adds, "By then, we can use a computer to restore the portrait." At this moment, Trung Vai-sun does not hesitate and agrees immediately. "Very well, then that is no problem." At this moment, in another small courtyard, a man is sitting cross-legged, meditating. The person sits on a rock, focusing his power on himself. Just then, there is a knock at the door. The man opens his eyes and shouts, "Come in." Immediately, the rock he is sitting on is shattered into many pieces. Standing steadily on the ground, the man commands, "Come in." From outside, a servant enters, bows respectfully, and reports, "Mr. Jiang, your subordinate has something to report. Today, at the Jiangnam Provincial Prison No. 1, someone came to see Trung Vai-sun." Faced with those reports, the man maintains his calm demeanor and asks, "How many years has it been? Who would still come to see him?" Faced with that question, the servant stammers and replies, "It is Ye Chen of the Dragon's Soul." Hearing that name, the person curses without hesitation, then remembers something. What the hell is the Dragon's Soul? But you said the person was Ye Chen? Could it be the unwanted child from Jiang Ye Chen? Faced with that question, the servant quickly confirms, "There is no mistake. Your subordinate was afraid of a coincidence of names, so I specifically went to investigate. I can confirm it is him. Not only has he not died after 5 years of mysterious disappearance, but he has also become the #1 martial artist in Jiang Ye Chen." Faced with those words, the man shows no signs of fear, but instead sneers. It seems that unwanted child must have obtained some good fortune. The #1 martial artist of Jiang Ye Chen? Haha, then how can such trash defile the bloodline of the Jiang family? The Jiang family. Hearing those words, the servant raises his head, smiles sinisterly, and asks for his opinion. Should we send someone to kill that Ye Chen? That idea is no sooner put forward than he denies it immediately. It is unnecessary. That unwanted child is not important to me. Even if he enters Jiangnam province, he won't live for long. The servant understands the implication, raises his hand, and bows, "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Having said that, the servant turns, closes the door, and leaves. Standing inside that small courtyard, the man laughs with contempt. "I thought that unwanted child was dead. I didn't expect him to still be living, clinging to life like an insect. But so what? Just relying on him, He wants to investigate everything. Mentioning this issue, he becomes more terrifying than ever. It is nothing more than an egg hitting a rock. If the Jiang family is experiencing heavy undercurrents, then on the side of the Jiangnam Provincial Martial Arts Association, things are also in chaos. With lights bright in a certain room, a group of people is gathered. In the center of the room sits Duong Yao, his face dark, the veins on his forehead pulsing. Behind him stands Ma Vai Kai, looking very serious. That situation quickly attracts the attention of O Koing Yun and Ha Hong Yip, who have to wonder in their hearts. I can't believe someone actually dared to kill Tang Yuanxian and even cut off his head. Everyone knows how much that old man Tang Ao dotes on his son. This time, the entire martial arts world in Jiangnan province is going to be shaken to its core. It wasn't just him. Chu Fulu, sitting on the side, also sighed inwardly. It seems like all the major families in Jiangnan province have sent representatives here. This is the summoning power of the Martial Arts Alliance. It's truly terrifying. It looks like the Tan family specifically came for this matter. Seeing no one speak up, Tang Ao broke the silence with a shocking announcement. My son, Tang Yuanxian, is gone. At the mention of this, he couldn't swallow his rage. He jumped up and roared like he had never roared before. You all know about it, right? Faced with such a question, everyone present fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Sensing the atmosphere sinking into a dead silence, Tang Ao calmed down a bit and slowly got straight to the point. I summoned this emergency meeting today for one purpose only, to help me find the culprit. Having said that, he raised his phone and tapped away. After a few taps, Tang Ao found what he wanted and calmly began assigning tasks. I have sent the culprit's photo to your phones. I need you to use all your resources to help me find him, even if it's just someone wearing the same clothes as in the photo, or someone whose back looks like the one in the photo. Catch them all for me. Ha Huangge then turned on his phone, curious to see who was actually bold enough to. Enraged Tang Ao. But as soon as he saw the figures back on the screen, he was so shocked he nearly coughed up blood. After observing that back for a moment longer, Ha Huangje realized with horror, isn't this Ye Chen? Even though he realized who it was, he desperately refused to believe it. I'm not seeing things, am I? This back is clearly Ye Chen's. I'm not mistaken, right? To be sure, he decided to confirm it with Ru Shui. Thinking, he did it. Ha Huangye messaged Ru Shui to ask where Ye Chen was. Outside, at this moment, Tang Ao was seething with rage. I, Tang Ao, would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one slip through. I will behead his entire family and torture him to death with my own hands. Chu Fulu also hesitated, realizing it was that same back, but he still stubbornly refused to believe it. Tang Ao is furious, but is he really going to kill just because someone dresses or looks like him from behind? How many innocent lives will be lost? But then again, this back really looked a bit like Ye Chen's. As soon as this thought surfaced, he denied it immediately, stubborn until the very end. It definitely isn't him. I'll go back and call that kid to check. As a friend, he truly hoped that it wasn't him. On Ha Huangye's side, Ha Rusue quickly replied. Dad, Rusue answered. Of course he's at home. Why are you suddenly caring about him? Reading this text, he let out a sigh of relief. It really wasn't Ye Chen. Since he was at home, how could he be out committing murder? However, life isn't always like a dream. She had sent 2 more messages. He just got home. He's eating dinner right now. I don't know where he went all evening. He didn't even eat dinner. Reading those lines, Ha Huangye became anxious. He just got home? Reading it over and over, a scene flashed in his mind. Doesn't that timeline perfectly overlap? Could it be that he killed Tang Yuanxian and just returned? Oh my god, this can't be true, right? Not only Ha Huangye, but Chu Fulu and another person also vaguely felt that this back was too familiar. He had a nagging feeling he had seen it somewhere. Not letting himself stay curious for too long, the other person spoke up about the question on his mind. Are there any clearer photos? Ma Weiqi brought some bad news. I don't know who it was, but all the CCTV footage has been deleted. This is the only image, and it was cropped from a photo taken of the scenery. Though he looked calm on the outside, he was extremely anxious on the inside. His mind raced with what might happen next. But thinking about it again, no matter how many times he looked, that back was definitely Mr. Ye's. I must warn him after the meeting. I hope he's prepared. Just as he was lost in thought, Tang Ao spoke up and gave him a task. Ma Weiqi, you are the vice president. I am entrusting the heavy responsibility of finding that guy to you. Yes. Afraid he wouldn't believe him, he raised his hand and bowed respectfully, not forgetting to declare firmly. President, rest assured I will definitely find the culprit behind this, no matter the cost. Tang Ao didn't pay much attention, but threatened him anyway. I'm counting on you. If there is no progress in 3 days, you know what the consequences will be, right? Every word made Ma Weiqi panic and stammer. In response, yes, I understand. Immediately after the meeting, a large number of mysterious people suddenly appeared in all shapes and sizes. Following Ye Chen's photo, they swarmed every corner of Jiangnan province. Anyone wearing similar clothes or having a similar back to the photo. From old men to dogs, nobody was spared. They were all dragged in. Are you the murderer? At that moment, there was no law in Jiangnan province. That night, they didn't stop. Time flew by. The next day, at the Wu family's house, Wu Kuiyuan sat on his chair and said what he was thinking. This incident has caused a huge stir. If any family can provide important information, they will definitely reap huge benefits. Having said that, he paused for a moment before continuing. I sent the photo to everyone. Take a look for me. As soon as she saw the back, Wu Jiaxin couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't this Ye Chen? Oh my god. Why did he kill Tang Yuanxian? At this exact moment, Wu Tu walked in with his phone. Family head, I recognize this. Isn't this the kid who was arrogant toward our Wu family that day? Hearing those words, Wu Zhenyuan's eyes lit up. No wonder he looked familiar. So it was him. That kid was able to deflect my pressure. In reality, he could truly send Tang Chenshen to heaven. Just when it seemed like it would end there, Wu Tu smiled wickedly and suggested, I've disliked that kid and that dog Wu Hangming for a long time. This time, I'll give Tang Ao a big gift. In response to those words, Wu Zhenyuan laughed and teased, Wu Tu, you are always so impatient. But he didn't forget to remind him. This matter still requires caution. Wu Tu took Wu Yong with him to catch Wu Hangming to get the truth. He thought it wouldn't be too late to catch him after finding out the inside story. In another room, Wu Hangming was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, focusing on his cultivation. Sitting for a while longer, he took a deep breath. Having finished everything, Wu Hangming happily opened his eyes and looked at his own hands. It's no wonder it's the divine flame technique that Mr. Yi gave me. I've only cultivated for a few days and I'm already much stronger. In another month, not to mention Wu Tu, even Wu Kuiyuan won't be my match. Just then, the sound of breaking wood came from outside, making Wu Hangming pay attention. Who is it? As Wu Hangming stood up, wary of the breaking noise outside, those sounds grew even louder. A person even slowly stepped in from outside. Sensing the situation was not good, he stood up, raised his hands, and got into a stance, ready to attack at any moment. Who is it? Before the other guy could say a word, Wu Hangming gathered his strength and took the initiative to attack first. Immediately after, he used his hands with flexibility and successfully blocked the attacks of the two men who appeared out of nowhere. Successfully breaking their attack, he stood firmly on the ground. Wu Hangming vaguely realized something. This footwork, you guys are Wu Tu and Wu Yong. The two people named now stood still, backing up against each other, and said arrogantly, Wu Hangming, so this is your dog kennel. Is your master not here with you today? Seeing who had come, as well as confirming their identity, Wu Hangming's face darkened, and he gave a mocking smirk. I have no relationship with the Wu family anymore. Why did you break in here? Asked that, Wu Tu arrogantly and confidently replied, without dodging at all, and didn't forget to add a few taunts. Of course, we're here to see you. But who would have thought that dog life of yours is still quite tough? Ha! It seems like you've been practicing all night. In the middle of his taunting, he suddenly noticed something and opened his eyes wide in surprise. Wait a minute. No sooner had he spoken than the two stopped their attack, hesitant, pointing there in pure excitement. That is. Hearing those words, Wu Hangming turned around in shock. Behind him, there was a wooden box containing an orange pill with strange black veins. Seeing what that item was, Wu Tu and Wu Yong simultaneously doubted their own eyes, reaching out and touching them, panicked and surprised. A thick scent, and there are even pill veins. Wu Hangming, where did you get that medicine? Asked that, Wu Hangming narrowed his eyes, full of killing intent, refusing to answer and even scolded them without holding back. You don't have the qualification to know. If you're smart, get lost now. Even though he scolded them like that, the two guys didn't take the hint and just stood there laughing wickedly. You didn't forget, did you? At the Wu family, our strength is far superior to yours. You dare to talk to us like that? Just as he finished speaking, Wu Tu and Wu Yong moved forward crazily with wicked faces, simultaneously challenging him. You're asking for death. Facing this scene, Wu Hangming got into a defensive stance, preparing to attack at any moment. He then swung his hands with flexibility, successfully blocking the attacks of the two. Not just stopping at defense, Wu Hangming attacked directly. After a few minutes, Wu Tu and Wu Yong landed on the ground, hesitant, not daring to rush forward again. Prevented from moving, Wu Tu stood in the back, unable to swallow his rage, his face twisted like a monkey's butt. How could he block my move? Twice. He hasn't been seen in a few days, and Wu Hangming can already have this strength. Plus, that medicine he must have obtained some kind of opportunity. Contrary to the furious, red-faced appearance of the two, Wu Hangming, on this side, looked on with joy, staring at his hands. It really is the cultivation method of Mr. Ye, and he could go up against Wu Thu and Wu Dong without any trouble. Thinking for a moment, Wu Thu stood up and walked over to his younger brother to warn him. Wu Dong, that fat guy is much stronger than before, be careful. Wu Dong knew what he meant and agreed without hesitation. Got it, no need to worry. Are you going to use that move? Before Wu Thu could even answer, his eyes widened in shock as he saw something. He pointed behind him and shouted excitedly, Ye Chen, why are you here? Seeing this, Wu Hangming turned his head, not paying attention to Wu Dong, who had viciously lunged at him. Wu Hangming turned his whole body around, looking towards the door with a worried, hesitant expression. Mr. Yi. Suddenly, the two guys lunged forward, trying to attack, forcing Wu Hangming to stay alert and fight back. Tricked you, you idiots. Just like that, Wu Hangming was struck by a barrage of blows, and the corner of his mouth was already bleeding. A lapse in judgment. I couldn't dodge it. I have to adjust my stance immediately, otherwise I'll be beaten to death by these two treacherous scoundrels. Thinking in doing so, he sat down, using his broad back to take the full force of all the attacks. The two guys didn't stop, but raised their hands too, land a few more blows. Even though we don't know what kind of martial arts you trained in, under our combined attack, there's no way you'll be able to crawl back up. A few minutes later, Wu Hangming was trampled under their feet, blood flowing everywhere. Didn't you volunteer to be that punk's dog? Tell that punk to come and save you then. Speak, where is that bastard, Ye Chen? And where did those pills come from? Even though he had been defeated and even trampled underfoot, Wu Hangming stubbornly spoke up. You cannot insult Mr. Ye. If you offend him, the Wu family will be destroyed. Hearing those words, Wu Thu scoffed, just relying on him? Besides, are you still worried about the Wu family? When it comes down to it, ending this, he laughed sinisterly, leaned down slightly, grabbed Wu Hangming by the hair, and lifted him up. Wu Dong joined in from behind. You will also be destroyed by us first. Right after that, he was beaten severely, and the sounds of screaming echoed everywhere. A few more minutes later, Wu Hangming used his last bit of strength to leave a clue. On Ye Chen's side, he was feeling confused and impatient. What did you say? Zhang Weishan cannot be released in the short term. Even the dragon's soul can't handle a small matter like this. The voice on the other end quickly provided sad information. Mr. Ye, Zhang Weishan is a high-profile criminal. How could he be released so easily? We have tried our best. Even though he was rejected like that, he still wouldn't accept it and demand it again. That won't do. My parents disappeared under mysterious circumstances. If there's a dangerous situation, what should I do? You must find a way to speed up the process. Yingking, on the other end, had to accept it and propose another plan. How about this, Mr. Ye? We will send technicians to bring equipment to Zhang Weishan. Today, we should be able to reconstruct that man's face. Finally, he accepted. Then, I'll trouble you all. Ending the conversation, Ye Chen stared at the phone, his mind cluttered with thoughts. There was only a little progress. For now, with Tong Di and Xiao Rusue at the company, the Tianjin group has them. I should focus on my cultivation today. Staring at the phone for a while longer, he had an idea. That's right, I don't know how the cultivation progress of Ye Lingxian and Wu Hangming is going. Let's check in. Ye Lingxian, how is the new cultivation technique going? Before the question, Ye Lingxian boasted excitedly. It's truly amazing. I never imagined that there could be something so powerful in this world. After reporting the situation, he remembered something. Right, Palace Master, there is something I must report to you. Those words made him startled. On the other end, Ye Lingxian quickly reported the situation. It seems that now the streets are full of people looking for Dao Ao. In just one night, 36 people have gone missing. These people, regardless of age or figure, all look like you, Palace Master. You must be careful. Faced with those words, his face darkened, but he reassured him. Don't worry, someone has already informed me. I know what to do. Speaking to this point, Ye Chen pressed his lips together and fell silent, his heart heavy with thoughts. I have a bad feeling about this. I have to check on Wu Hangming. Thinking in doing so, he held up his phone to call, but only received notifications that the subscriber was unreachable. Ye Chen tried a few more times, and when it didn't work, he gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. No way. With Wu Hangming's style, his phone is always on 24/7, and he always keeps it with him. Not satisfied with this result, he decided to use his extraordinary powers to check the situation in his spiritual sea, hoping it was just his overthinking. Upon looking, Wu Hangming's desperate plea appeared. Save me, Mr. Yi. Hearing this, Ye Chen's face turned dark. Indeed, something had happened to him. Soon after, he appeared there. Wu Hangming, are you okay? However, All he saw was a message written in blood. Contrary to the surprise and shock at Wu Hangming's location, at the Wu family mansion, it was extremely peaceful. Wu Kaiyuan was sitting in a room with two other elders. Just then, Wu Thu and Wu Deng pushed the door open and appeared, throwing Wu Hangming's body down like a sandbag. Even though he was tossed around by the two, Wu Hangming still kept his eyes shut, unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Wu Kaiyuan was not very satisfied and chided them repeatedly. Even though he's a traitor, for better or worse, he is still one of our Wu family people. I only asked you to bring him here. Why did you have to be so heavy-handed? Faced with those rebukes, Wu Thu showed no remorse at all and even laughed confidently, reaching into his pocket for something while talking. Family head, don't be angry. Wu Hangming now is nothing more than a dog's life. What difference does it make if a dog is dead or alive? The important thing is that this dog's life isn't cooperating at all. Not only did he not reveal the location of that bastard, smiling smugly, he viciously took out an orange pill with strange patterns from his pocket. He wouldn't even say where these things came from. As soon as that pill appeared, Wu Kaiyuan vanished from his seat without a word. Then, in the stunned and fearful eyes of Wu Thu, a hand swung out and snatched the pill. It turned out that Wu Kaiyuan had appeared in front of him before anyone knew it. He examined the pill excitedly. What you have acquired is, looking at the golden pill still glowing in Wu Thu's hand, he couldn't believe his eyes. Slowly, he spoke up. This is an elixir. Not waiting for the two to confirm, Wu Kaiyuan excitedly held the elixir up high and shouted like he had never shouted before. This elixir is so fresh. It seems like it just came out of the furnace less than half a month ago. The patterns are still intact. Finishing his words, he didn't inform anyone, but tossed that elixir straight into his mouth. As soon as he swallowed the pill, Wu Kaiyuan's body was surrounded by a warm, golden flow of power, a scene that made Wu Thu and Wu Deng nervous. A few seconds later, Wu Kaiyuan sprang up, with a burst of power, as if he had been injected with adrenaline, shouting excitedly, "Good, good, good." The efficacy of this pill is even more terrifying than the rare elixirs left behind by our ancestors. Truly a great elixir. Successfully breaking through, Wu Kaiyuan quickly calmed down and anxiously asked for input from Wu Thu. Tell me, where did this batch of elixirs come from in the first place? Being grabbed and questioned like that, he stammered and couldn't say a word. It is. Before Wu Thu could answer, Wu Kaiyuan laughed triumphantly, his mind racing through dozens of different scenarios. Once we grasp the source of it, we will definitely be able to become the #1 martial arts family in Jiangnan province. By then, what are the Tang and Tan families anyway? Observing the eager and expectant look, Wu Thu hesitated and tremblingly pointed at Wu Hangming lying behind. He was the one who got it from him. Initially, we didn't want to go this far, but this guy not only didn't tell us the location of Ye Chen, but also hoarded the elixirs. Right after that sentence, Wu Kaiyuan's attention shifted to Wu Hangming lying there. Watching him for a moment, Wu Kaiyuan felt a bit doubtful of life and asked to confirm. You said, these elixirs belong to Hangming? Just waiting for that, Wu Thu laughed triumphantly and affirmed firmly. Yes, exactly. Receiving that confirmation, Wu Kaiyuan knocked Wu Thu away, changing his attitude faster than a pancake. My dear brother, close friend Hangming. He went over to lift the unconscious Wu Hangming up, tears flowing down, deeply moved. I just wanted to see you again. Yet I didn't expect those two dogs to beat you to this extent. Hangming, tell me the origin of this elixir. I will take you to the hospital now. I will hire the best doctors for you. I guarantee your body will recover as it was before. Faced with those words, Wu Hangming used his last bit of strength to raise his hand and advise. Stop it, Kaiyuan. Then, in Wu Kaiyuan's darkened, dissatisfied eyes, he slowly dealt a fatal blow. There are some things you shouldn't stick your nose into. Your vision is so narrow. Sooner or later, it will destroy the Wu family. Every word successfully angered Wu Kaiyuan. He dropped Wu Hangming hard, stood up, and shouted in a stern voice, My vision is narrow. The more he thought, the more he couldn't control his anger, and he exploded, raising his hand to channel his power, intending to strike. Then, as someone with far-reaching vision like you, did you think about the outcome of confronting me today? Before he could strike, he was stopped by someone. Father, stop immediately. The owner of that voice, Wu Hanlan, walked over with a heartbroken expression, trying to persuade and stop them. What is everyone doing? Uncle Hangming acts righteously, honestly, and impartially. Why are you treating him like this? Although his daughter had said so, Wu Kaiyuan's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying every word. Hanlan, don't worry about other people's business. Do you want to be grounded? Being spoken to like that, Wu Hanlan lowered her head in silence, not daring to speak. Just then, Wu Thua received a message. After reading it, he was visibly agitated and joyfully announced, "Family head, I have important news. The team responsible for intelligence gathering has made a breakthrough." Hearing this, Wu Xingyuan was overjoyed. "Oh, is that so?" The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't contain his excitement, throwing his head back and laughing like a madman who had just escaped an asylum. "Wu Hangming, did you really think we couldn't find anything out without you?" With that, he leaned over slightly, looking down at Wu Hangming with a smug grin. He asked a cutting question. "You remember the Mingthui Villa, don't you?" Hearing this, Wu Hangming gathered his strength and begged, Don't go. You'll bring ruin to the Wu family." However, Wu Xingyuan ignored him and waved his hand, ordering, "Wu Hangming's master definitely knows more. Wu Dun, go capture that man immediately." "Yes, sir." After saying that, he gave a sinister smile. "I'm sure you understand now." Mentioning this topic, an image of Ye Chen's mocking smile flashed through his mind. The only reason Wu Hangming followed that bastard was because he possessed the Duong Nguyen pill. He probably died at that bastard's hands trying to steal it. Mentioning that, Wu Xingyuan laughed cryptically. "We must find that guy before Duong Now does and make him hand over the pills. As long as we get those pills, our Wu family." Thinking of this, Wu Xingyuan threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Once we have those pills, why worry about the Wu family not thriving? By then, even the Duong family, or the Tan family will have to bow down to our Wu family." He kept laughing, not noticing that Wu Dun had already been knocked away. Seeing that limp figure, Wu Xingyuan was shocked. "Wu Dun." Not thinking much, he roared in anger. "Who dares to be this arrogant here?" As he asked, someone grabbed Wu Thua by the head and walked in calmly. "Didn't you want to see me?" The person was none other than Ye Chen. "I'm here now." His appearance shocked him to the core. Ye Chen. Seeing that figure, Wu Xingyuan doubted reality for a moment. He actually dared to come to our doorstep, and he killed Wu Thua and Wu Dun. How does this kid have such strength? What kind of pills did he eat? Anyway, despite his confusion, Wu Xingyuan knew no fear and put on a brave face. "To be able to kill Wu Thua and Wu Dun, it seems I underestimated you before. So, did you kill Duong Yuan Haiyan Duong Nao's son?" Asked this, Ye Chen darkened. His face, not hesitating to answer while his body was covered in a surge of power. "I killed him. So what? Since you're heading down there soon anyway, you can just ask him yourself, can't you?" Receiving his confirmation, Wu Xingyuan smiled triumphantly. "To be able to kill Duong Nguyen Haiyan, you do have some skills. But don't forget, you are now on the Wu family's turf." As he finished, a crowd of people gathered behind him, successfully surrounding him. Wu Xingyuan declared evilly, "It won't be so easy for you to leave here alive this time." After hearing Wu Xingyuan's shout, everyone sitting in the hall stood up around Ye Chen, ready to gang up on him. Ye Chen scanned the room and let out a cold laugh. "So many people. Huh. Looks like I don't need to hunt you all down one by one." Immediately after, Ye Chen moved like a flash, sweeping away the thugs, charging at him and tossing them into the air. Wu Xingyuan broke into a cold sweat seeing Ye Chen's unparalleled skills. This bastard is actually this good? Ye Chen looked down at Wu Hangming's face, observed him, and declared, "Swallow this, you'll feel a bit better." Wu Xingyuan reacted instantly, shouting, "What?" He pointed at Ye Chen's face and laughed boisterously. "Just as I predicted, that batch of pills. You must have refined many of them since there are so few alchemy masters. Hand them all over now." Ye Chen glanced at him sideways and asked, "Why would a dead man need pills?" Wu Xingyuan was stunned and asked back, "Dead man? What dead man? Your pills can even bring back the dead." Ye Chen squinted at him, saying with contempt, "Are you stupid? The one about to die is you." Hearing this, veins popped out on Wu Xingyuan's forehead from anger as he roared, "Do you even know who I am? I am Wu Xingyuan, head of the Wu family, ranked 1 to 192nd among the masters of wuxia." With that, he leaped up, took a tiger claw stance, and lunged at Ye Chen, screaming, "You're just looking for death." Wu Xingyuan slammed down where Ye Chen was standing, shattering the floor tiles. Ye Chen quickly leaped up, above him. Then, he looked up, throwing a flurry of punches at Ye Chen, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, dodging all his attacks. He glided past him, finding it quite interesting, and let out a compliment. Not bad." Wu Xingyuan didn't care at all. He screamed, provoking Ye Chen, "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Huh? Fight back." Ye Chen dodged while observing him, thinking to himself, "Looking closely, this guy's fist technique is quite interesting." Wu Xingyuan grew bored of punching constantly and decided to unleash his finishing move. "Eat my fist." Ye Chen's hand summoned a burst of spiritual energy. He smiled scornfully. "You want to die that badly? Fine, I'll grant your wish." He threw a punch, clashing with Wu Xingyuan's. As soon as Ye Chen's fist touched his hand, a wave of agonizing pain shot to Wu Xingyuan's brain. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. How can I not be able to block it anymore? Wu Xingyuan was sent flying by Ye Chen, his heart filled with horror. Oh no, I'm actually at a disadvantage. Ye Chen looked at him with half-lidded eyes. That's it. I thought we could play longer. Wu Xingyuan pushed himself up, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, you bastard. How many pills did you eat to get such an effect? How hateful. I was too careless. Unconvinced, he said. If I had a blade, I would definitely kill this bastard right now. The thugs around him chimed in. That's right. So despicable. They began to cheer. For Wu Xingyuan. The sword skills of the Wu family head are the strongest. That brat just took advantage of the situation. If the family head uses a blade, he will definitely die. Ye Chen's blood boiled hearing that. He won a direct fight, yet they used their numbers to claim he used dirty tricks. So, he said, Wu Xingyuan, go find a blade quickly. A submachine gun or a bazooka, whatever you want. Wu Xingyuan ripped off his coat, revealing a long broadsword. He swirled it around, exuding the aura of a hawk. He boldly declared, My sword technique is the best in Jiangnan. It is your honor to die under my blade. Seeing this, Wu Hangming worriedly reminded Ye Chen, Mr. Yi, be careful. His sword chi can kill. Ye Chen replied calmly, Just rest, leave this to me. He mocked Wu Xingyuan. It's rare to see a circus performance, and I haven't seen enough yet. Wu Xingyuan gripped the sword, leaped over, and shouted, Witness my strongest sword art. Eagle spreads its wings. His face was full of murderous intent. He laughed excitedly. Die. But it wasn't what he expected. Ye Chen easily dodged his sword strike. Carried by his own momentum, he slashed the floor. Ye Chen hopped onto the ceiling like a squirrel. Seeing him dancing back and forth just like before, Ye Chen gathered his internal energy and informed the old man, Done playing. Go die. Ye Chen jumped down behind Wu Xingyuan's back. The old man's spine turned cold as he fearfully shouted, What? Suddenly, a hand grabbed Ye Chen, and a calm voice rang out, Stop. Ye Chen looked over in annoyance. Elder Wu softly said to Ye Chen, Young friend, do you know what it means to stop while you're ahead? Wu Xingyuan turned back, surprised. Father, aren't you in seclusion? Let me handle this. The Wu family patriarch looked at Wu Xingyuan with disgust. His voice dropped. If I hadn't come, you would have already become a ghost under his hands. Wu Xingyuan argued back. Ha, what are you saying? I am the head of the Wu family. Why couldn't I fight Ye Chen? The elder turned to Ye Chen, smiling with a gentle tone. Young man, you are so young yet have such a cultivation level. This old man is very impressed. But you came to the Wu family to cause trouble today. Can you give this old man an explanation? His mouth was calm and gentle, but his body didn't retract the aura radiating around him. Ye Chen thought, this old man is surrounded by black fighting qi. He suspiciously asked, What explanation? You old man is too much. He demanded, Bow your head and admit your fault. Self-destruct your cultivation, and I will give you a chance to live. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Ye Chen knew he couldn't underestimate him, so he summoned a broken sword. The elder saw this and asked, Oh, a sword? Don't tell me you want to use this. Broken sword to trade for your life? Ye Chen didn't answer. He just thought, if I use this, a single slash swept across the elder's face. He collapsed. Wu Xingyuan panicked and ran over, screaming desperately, Father. Ye Chen held up the broken sword, praising, Even a broken sword is pretty good. The people in the room looked at the elder's bloody face and froze in place. Wu Xingyuan sobbed, calling, Father, Father. The surrounding people were too scared to approach. They stood, rooted to the spot, gasping. He's dead. The old patriarch is dead. That is the strongest person in our Wu family. Look at Jiangnan, who knows how many myths have been told about the old patriarch. Yet he just died like that. Died at the hands of a brat? No way. I must be dreaming. Ye Chen saw that everyone around didn't dare to move, so he put away the sword. He declared loudly, Everyone of the Wu family, kneel down. The Wu family members stared at Ye Chen, shocked that he could be so calm after everything that had happened. Wu Hanlin was no different. She was dazed for a long time before looking around and seeing that everyone had already lowered their heads and knelt. You two, sober up and kneel. Seeing the daughter and members of the O family already kneeling in submission, O Kuiyuan was stunned. He blankly turned back to look at Ye Chen, whose face was cold and filled with rage. Ye Chen threatened him. I told you to kneel. Do you dare not to? Terrified, O Kuiyuan knelt down, his face full of humiliation. The people behind him kept clasping their hands, begging, Please spare our lives. We don't want to die. You can have anything you want. I'll give you everything. Just don't kill me. Ye Chen gave a savage laugh, looked at Kuai Yuan, and asked, Are you not going to beg for mercy? Yuan still replied in a tough tone, Even if I beg, will you let me off? But even if I die, what can you do? You've offended Duao. There's no escape for you. Yuan boasted that although Duao was ranked over 100, that was data from years ago. Based on what I know, he achieved a great opportunity years ago. His strength is far beyond what you can handle. In Duao's eyes, you won't live for more than 3 days. Before Kuai Yuan could finish his rant, he was grabbed by the neck. Ye Chen choked him and lifted him high into the air. Staring at him, Ye Chen warned, You talk too much. Seeing the situation, Hanlon realized she could no longer remain kneeling. Anxiously, she rushed over and cried out, No. She knelt at Ye Chen's feet, clasping her hands in prayer. Master Yi, please, I beg you, spare my father. Hanlon is willing to be your servant and serve you. Tears streamed down her face. Ye Chen glanced down at Hanlon with disdain. Do you really think you are worthy to beg for his life? A cracking sound echoed. Yuan's neck was snapped, and he died on the spot. Hanlon screamed in agony, Father. Ye Chen dropped Kuai Yuan's corpse. Hanlon crawled over, sobbing. How could it be like this? Hearing the shrill wailing, Ye Chen was annoyed. He glared at her and said, I don't kill women, but that doesn't mean I'll let my enemies grow strong. You should join him. Saying that, Ye Chen reached out toward Hanlon's neck. Hangming, terrified, stepped in to stop him. Master Yi, the young lady is different from the others. When my incident happened, she always spoke well of me and even tried to stop Qiwan from going after you. Please, Master Ye, spare her. Ye Chen pulled his hand back. He asked her, Give me a reason not to kill you. Hanlon replied immediately. First, my strength is not enough to seek revenge. You have no chance of that. Furthermore, the family is the only place I can rely on. Without them, I have nothing. Finally, although the family isn't the strongest in Jiangnan province, we have backing in the capital. If I stay alive, I will take over as head of the family and ensure you are never threatened by the capital's connections. Ye Chen summoned a wisp of spiritual energy. He looked at Hanlon, probing. Accept a drop of blood essence and become my servant, and I will spare you. Hanlon didn't hesitate. I am willing. Ye Chen shot the blood essence into her head. As soon as it soaked in, Hanlon felt Ye Chen's eyes staring intently behind her. Having settled the score with the family, Ye Chen went to check on Hangming. Are you all right? Hangming said gratefully, Master Ye, thank you for avenging your subordinate. It's just a pity that I am now a cripple and can no longer serve you. Please, let me fend for myself. Tears of indignation and sorrow from all these years welled up. The protagonist promised, With me, Ye Chen. Here. You won't be a cripple forever. He took out a piece of paper, wrote a prescription for Hangming, and then gestured for Hanlon to come over. Hanlon, come here. Hanlon approached timidly. Ye Chen handed her the paper and instructed, Take this to the best pharmacy in Jiangnan and boil it for Hangming 3 times a day. Since Hangming cannot move, he must stay here, so you are responsible for the next few days. Hanlon looked at the prescription, stuttering, Okay. She had expected Ye Chen to give her a harsh punishment. Ye Chen confidently told Hangming, Within 3 days, you will be able to recover as you were. Hangming wept even harder. After settling the family matter, Ye Chen left and met up with his investigation team. Yingxing said happily, Master Yi, quick, get in the car. There's a breakthrough. Lei Shuwei opened the car door for him. Once seated, Lei Shuwei pulled up a file to examine. After a while, he reported, With the help of Zhang Weishan, we have finally recreated a simulation of that person. According to Zhang Weishan's confirmation, the mysterious man's appearance was 90% identical to the one they met. Ye Chen stared at the photo, stunned, thinking, I wonder if I'm hallucinating. His appearance is somewhat like my mother's. Lei Shuwei continued. Some of the experts at Longhun feel that this person and your mother likely share a blood connection. Furthermore, through Longhun's database, we found information related to him. Ye Chen was completely shocked upon hearing this. Anxiously, he demanded, What is his name? Where is he? I want to see this person right now. Lei Shuwei answered calmly. His information is completely blank. It is clear he has been heavily protected. We only managed to find his name, Jiang Jianfeng. Ye Chen reorganized his thoughts. Jiang Jianfeng. His mother was Jiang Beirong. They shared the same surname, and they looked quite alike. It seems there is a connection. This reminded him of his childhood. He had never heard his mother mention her relatives. Even when he asked, his mother would say she was born in a remote village, and it wasn't convenient to go home. Even when he wanted to ask questions, his father would change the subject. He remembered seeing his mother always gazing into the distance, looking very sorrowful. The more Ye Chen thought, the more confused he became. Why did the Long family in the capital want to destroy the Yi family? Who exactly is this Jiang Jianfeng? Why were his parents' bodies taken away? Why did his mother gaze toward the north? What actually happened to his parents? He needed to find answers to all these questions. Ye Chen's impatience released his aura throughout the car, causing Yingqing to turn back in alarm. Choked by the surrounding aura, he coughed. Cough, cough. Yingqing shouted a reminder. Master Yi, please withdraw your aura. I can't take it anymore. Ye Chen snapped back from his heavy thoughts and apologized. Sorry, I was thinking about something and lost my focus. Then he returned to the topic with Lei Shuwei. You said Jiang Jianfeng's information is classified? What do you mean? Lei Shuwei explained, for information to be completely classified by wuxia, there are only two possibilities. Either that person's status is extremely special, just like you, Master Ye, or he comes from a special martial arts family in wuxia. Ye Chen pondered. I guess it's the latter. But if he comes from a martial arts family, why does my mother share his surname, yet have no martial arts foundation at all? Lei Shuwei said with a serious expression. Besides that, there's another piece of news. It might be a coincidence, but I think I should tell you. Grandmaster ranked 9th on the wuxia list is also named Jiang Jianfeng. Ye Chen was wide awake upon hearing this. He thought fearfully. Grandmaster ranked 9th, what does this mean? Simply put, it was a ranking of the strongest people in wuxia. Based on the people he had killed, his strength could definitely stand in the top 200. If he went all out, he was probably around the 150th spot. Thinking of this, he felt as if he were standing before a giant mountain and felt extremely anxious. But compared to the 9th rank, it was an astronomical difference. A fight would end in defeat. Ye Chen tried to calm himself down, but luckily, I have the reincarnation cemetery. Currently, the second tombstone can be called out, and the third one is also showing signs of life. I must keep my cool. As long as I have enough time to develop, even a top-ranked grandmaster can be matched. Ye Chen turned to instruct Lei Shuwei. If you discover any more news about Jiang Jianfeng, please let me know. Lei Shuwei replied with absolute confidence. Understood, Master Ye. Yingqing called out, Oh right, Master Ye, do you remember the people from the island nation that we killed in Jiang City back then? He continued. They came from an island nation and belonged to a power called the Wu Huang Society. A while ago, we received news that the Wu Huang Society has enough power to rival wuxia. We suspect those people are not good for you, Master Ye. Ye Chen looked ahead with a somber expression and declared, If the Wu Huang Society dares to step into wuxia, I will show them what true terror is. At the road out, the elders were holding a council meeting. Du Ao, the leader, was continuously berating those sitting at the table. We have searched the entire city, and even found people who look similar. Even the ancient martial arts world doesn't know who this brat is. You bastards, are you all useless? What I want is the perpetrator, not trash. Ma Weiqi tried to appease the leader. Don't be angry, Chairman Du. In a few days, it will be your 60th birthday. We will definitely find him before then. Du Ao became even more enraged and cursed. Don't talk about my 60th birthday. My son is dead, and even his head is nowhere to be found. There will be no 60th birthday this year. Someone stood up, dissatisfied, and said, Chairman Du, that can't be. Haven't you noticed that things have been going badly lately? Our martial arts association keeps having incidents. First, it was Yan Yingfu, then the vice chairman, went missing. And now your grandson has been involved. I feel this matter is not as simple as it appears. Du Ao, though still annoyed, lowered his voice after hearing this and asked, What are you trying to say? He began to present his own project, saying, My subordinate believes that all of this, perhaps it's because this year is your zodiac year. There's a saying, things never go smoothly during your own birth year. The only way to break this streak of bad luck is to celebrate your birthday, and the most fitting way to do that right now is definitely your 60th birthday gala. Don't knit your brows, just... He stroked his chin, pondering. In that case, it seems my horoscope needs a change. Fine, I'll listen to you and hold the gala. Keep it small, that's enough. He turned to Hai. Technically, after what happened to Yuan Xian, I shouldn't be doing this, but I have no other choice. To think he actually believes this stuff. It's true. Whenever something goes wrong, they blame it on superstition. A delivery guy rushed into the boardroom to report, Chairman Du. A young man just sent this box over. He said it must be delivered to you personally, and added, Happy 60th birthday. Du now said annoyedly, Just put it over there. Can't you see I'm busy? He looked at the gift box with contempt. Every year for his birthday, people sent gifts to try and build connections. He hadn't expected a few ants to act so quickly this year. Looking closer, he noticed an ominous aura radiating from the box with a liquid leaking out. He sniffed it, sensing something strange. Du Nao blurted out, "Huh?" He ordered, "Wait, that thing isn't right." The brown-haired young man hurried to turn back, asking blankly, "Huh? This birthday gift, it's abnormal." Du Nao didn't answer, instead frowning deeply. He reached out and shouted, "Ugh!" He grabbed the box from the brown-haired man, catching him completely off guard. He held the box high and shouted, "Let me see what on earth is inside." Saying that, he placed the box on the table and slowly opened it. Whatever was inside left him wide-eyed with shock. He screamed when he saw the severed head of his beloved son. It's Du Yuangxian. How dare you?" The gathered members shouted angrily. To dare and give such a thing to Chairman Du. Damn it, specifically choosing the 60th birthday to gift this. Because he was so furious, Du Nao immediately coughed up blood. He then shouted, "Tell me right now, who sent this? Where did he go?" The black-haired young man replied in a panic. He was wearing sunglasses and headed toward the gang leader. Hearing that, Du Nao didn't say a word. He stomped his foot hard against the ground to gain momentum, then bolted out at full speed to find the person. Half an hour later, they saw Du Nao's figure. He was walking back alone, with no one accompanying him. His face was so dark and gloomy that the members couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Chairman Du's gaze, it's like he wants to eat someone alive. It seems like not finding him has only made things more troublesome. For some reason, he suddenly burst into loud laughter, muttering excitedly, "Ha ha ha! Looks like that bastard is declaring war on me. Good, very good. Let's see who gets the last laugh." Just as he finished his sentence, his phone rang unexpectedly. Seeing this, the members huddled together and whispered to each other. This phone only rings when something extraordinary happens. The problem is, who would dare call at a time like this? Don't make trouble, you'll get killed. Du Nao suddenly whipped around, his eyes bulging and teeth gritted as he roared, "Answer it." "Do you expect me to answer it myself?" The blond young man immediately stood up and replied, "Yes, sir." He quickly picked up the call. Who knows what the person on the other end said, but it made his eyes widen in panic as he asked, "What did you say?" "The O family has been wiped out." Hearing that, the members began to whisper frantically. Damn it. The O family was actually destroyed. The O family had O Kaiyuan and Old Master O there. Who could possibly wipe them out? They are a first-tier family in Jiangnan province. They aren't weak. Du Nao heard this and spoke up sternly. "My deduction is, if I'm not wrong, the person who destroyed the O family is the same one who killed my son. This type of person who ignores the rules of Jiangnan province seems to want to challenge the entire martial arts world of Jiangnan. Right now, we still don't know who that person is. For now, let's just call him the Hunter. From now on, all family factions in Jiangnan must be on high alert. The entire Jiangnan martial arts community must confront the Hunter. I want to see who is hunting whom." At the same time, at Ye Chen's house, he suddenly asked, "Did Du Nao get the item?" The old man replied, "He received it and spat out blood on the spot. But Master Yi, you must also be well prepared. Du Nao has given you the nickname the Hunter and spread the word that the entire Jiangnan martial arts world must stand against you." Ye Chen laughed coldly and asked, "The Hunter? Interesting. So, is he still going to hold his birthday celebration?" The old man replied hurriedly, "Probably. He still believes quite strongly in the zodiac year." "Master Ye, are you truly planning to wait until then to strike? After all, there will be many powerful people there." "I'm worried," Ye Chen smiled sinisterly and ordered, "I want to let the entire Jiangnan province know on that day. Whoever blocks my path, death is not a tragedy." The old man let out a sigh and replied, "Understood." Then, leaning his chin on his hand, he thought to himself, "This isn't something I can get involved in." Ye Chen waved his hand, ordering, "You can go." The old man replied, "Yes." Quickly stepped out of the room and closed the door. Holding the sword in his hand, Ye Chen thought to himself, "This spirit sword is quite good. It will definitely be useful later. Even though I have a way to repair the broken blade, I still need a lot of raw materials that I haven't found yet." Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked in, making him very annoyed. He scolded loudly, "Didn't I tell you that you aren't allowed to step foot into this villa?" Despite his scolding, the young woman walked quickly over to him. Lu Hangshui then lowered her voice and reported, "I came here just to tell you, for the time being, the Blood May Temple won't make a move against you. But if this matter reaches the capital headquarters, they won't be able to suppress it." Hearing that, Ye Chen crossed his arms and praised her in his heart. To actually be able to suppress it, it seems Lu Hangshui's status in the Blood May Temple isn't low. She suddenly leaned over, covering her mouth with her hand, and asked in surprise, "Ye Chen, are you planning to reforge this dragon-slaying sword?" He quickly lifted the sword in his hand and asked her back sternly, "Dragon-slaying sword? That's a good name. As it happens, I want to ask you, where did you get this sword? She held up a finger and made a condition. I can tell you. But I want to know one thing. The annihilation of the O family and the death of Du Yuanxian, are they related to you? He replied nonchalantly. The photo taken from behind, it's not hard to guess who it is. Have we met several times and you still don't recognize me? Lu Hangxue widened her eyes in shock and stammered. As expected, it really was you. After that, she couldn't help but think to herself, to think this guy is this strong. It's a good thing I don't have any grudges against him. Inside the living room, Ye Chen and Lu Hangxue sat opposite each other at a round table. Lu Hangxue slowly recounted the origin of the broken sword. Actually, I don't know much about this sword, so I just made that up. After all, I just happened to get it by accident. When I obtained it, its owner had already been killed by me. She continued to tell the subsequent events. But I realized this sword had great value and I have been investigating its origins for many years. Lu Hangxue began to list 3 generations of the sword's history. To think it was created by the genius swordsmith Chu Hongzi 200 years ago. He poured all his energy into it and spent 3 years crafting it. When the sword was forged, he encountered a violent backlash and died not long after. Lu Hangxue's serious face was reflected in her glass of water. Her voice was tinged with regret as she said, I also thought about reforging this sword, but unfortunately, the raw materials required to make it are extremely rare. I could search all over Huaxia and still wouldn't be able to find them. She looked up at the young man before her and continued. But luckily, Chu Hongxi had descendants. Perhaps his descendants can do it. Hearing the good news, Ye Chen asked hurriedly, So, where are Chu Hongxi's descendants now? Lu Hangxue replied honestly, the Chu family in Jiangcheng province. Hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes widened and he stood up abruptly. He suddenly remembered he had extensive connections. The Chu family? I remember the Chu family in Nanchang seems to be a branch of the Chu family in Jiangnan province. The images of the 2 Chu grandfather and grandson flashed through Ye Chen's mind. He was both happy and confused, thinking, perhaps I can ask Chu Rende and Chu Zixuan. But isn't the Chu family in Jiangcheng a medical family? Why would they forge swords? As if reading his mind, Lu Hangxue spoke up to answer his doubts. It seems you know something. The Chu family is known as a medical family on the surface, but that's just a facade to deceive people. Their ancestors forged countless weapons for powerful experts. Just because of those connections, no one dares to provoke the Chu family. Just then, a girl's sigh echoed outside the main door. Oh my, I'm so tired. The girl with her teased. Exactly. With 2 big lumps on your chest, of course you'd be tired. The other girl pouted, hateful. Obviously, Xia Ruzios aren't small either. How do you have the right to say that? Hearing the happy conversation between the 2 girls, Lu Hangxue stood up and waved goodbye to Ye Chen. It seems your little lover is home. I know when to leave. Click. The front door opened and Sai Rusue and Tuan Di walked in one after the other. Sai Rusue loudly and happily greeted them. We're home. She looked around the house and asked curiously. Huh. Just now outside. Wait, I think I hear a girl's voice. Why is there a woman here? You wouldn't be sneaking a girl into the house, would you, kid? Liu Yifei felt a bit guilty and tried to butter her up. We have 2 beauties here already. How could I possibly bring anyone else? Shai Ruxue didn't buy those slick words. She pointed right at Liu Yifei and said, Humph, you might just be the type to keep looking for something better. Shuzi also frowned, adding fuel to the fire. That brat has such a silver tongue. He must be up to something. Liu Yifei rolled his eyes with a mischievous smirk. Haha, don't forget to check the 2nd floor balcony, too. Maybe a beauty will jump down from up there and run away. A beauty? Everyone knew who that was. Indeed, she was standing on the 2nd floor balcony, when suddenly, she sneezed. Han Shuang turned to look down and grumbled. So annoying. Who's talking behind my back? Whoosh. She leaped off the railing and landed below. Han Shuang shouted loudly, Forget it, I'll just jump first. In another space and time, a voice echoed in the silence. It just so happened that Liu Yifei was chatting with Chu Rende and Chu Zixuan, who were sitting across from him. He had only meant to make a phone call to ask a few things. Unexpectedly, both of them were also in Jiangnan province. Chu Rende stroked his chin and asked, As it happens, I'm here with Zixuan for a family meeting this week. Why were you suddenly looking for us? Liu Yifei waved his hand, and an old, broken sword appeared from a cloud of blue smoke. He replied, It's about this sword. After sharing some personal stories, Chu Ren finally understood the full picture. He asked, confirming his thoughts. So that's how it is. You mean, Mr. Liu, you're looking for materials to reforge this sword? Liu Yifei affirmed. It's not that I want to. I need to. He secretly resolved. Whether for the present or the future, the dragon-slaying sword must be reforged. Chu Rende scratched his head awkwardly and said, because this sword was crafted by our ancestor, Master Chu Hongxi, the materials are undoubtedly extremely precious. Chu Zixuan agreed with her grandfather. That's right. Everyone in the family is very selfish. They wouldn't give such a precious item to an outsider. Liu Yifei placed both hands on the table and rested his chin on them, his eyes flashing with determination. He probed, what if I use medicinal pills or other items of equal value to trade for them? As long as the offer is right, they won't be able to just hold on to it. Chu Rende saw the resolve in Liu Yifei's eyes. He pondered for a moment, as if considering it for a long time. Finally, Chu Rende said, how about this, Mr. Liu? I will take you to the main estate and try to recommend you. But he still left himself an out. Chu Rende continued, whether you succeed or not will depend on how you handle it. Liu Yifei agreed without hesitation. Then I'll leave it all to you, sir. The next day, under the scorching sun, the three of them, Liu Yifei, Chu Rende, and Chu Zixuan, arrived at the foot of the stairs leading to the gate of the Jiangnan Chu family estate. Chu Rende announced, we're here. Suddenly, two burly men appeared on the steps. One with long hair shouted loudly, stop right there. State your identities. Chu Rende hurried over to introduce himself. Gentlemen, I am Chu Rende from the branch family in Jiangcheng. I have something to report to the patriarch. Please, you too, go and inform him. But he was met only with contemptuous stares and dismissive words. The long-haired man arrogantly said, to see the patriarch, you need to be recommended by someone important. Do you even have the qualifications? The bald man next to him also added haughtily, if you came from nowhere, go back to nowhere. Facing the dogs acting on their master's authority, Chu Rende wanted to curse their parents, but he had to hold back because he was on their turf. Chu Rende turned to look at Liu Yifei and said awkwardly, Mr. Liu, it seems there's no hope for today. Perhaps we should go back and I'll think of another way. Before they could even turn to leave, another voice rang out. What's all this noise? Don't you know father is handling important business inside? While Liu Yifei was busy checking out the girls, Chu Zixuan quickly whispered the beauty's background to him. Mr. Liu, you must have heard of the three beauties of Jiangnan province, right? Xia Rushu was one of them. Looking at the girl with hair like golden sunlight, skin white as snow, and eyes sharp as knives, she truly had an extraordinary aura, a great beauty indeed. Chu Zixuan continued, and the person in front of us is Chu Ya, also one of them. The girl stepped closer to them. The two arrogant guards seemed terrified of Chu Ya and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, miss. We will definitely be more careful next time. Chu Zixuan suddenly had an idea. Chu Ya had a very high status in the main house. If she agreed to negotiate, his plan might succeed. But she added, she's a beauty, but her temper is a bit strange. Not easy to get along with. Liu Yifei felt the same, saying, I don't want to get along with her either. He didn't want to get close to her, but she wanted to get close to him. Chu Ya approached Liu Yifei's group and asked suspiciously, Liu Yifei, so you really came to Jiangnan province? Liu Yifei was surprised she knew him and asked back, you know me? Chu Ya reached out her hand with a friendly smile. I've heard of you for a long time. Bai Libing and I are close friends. Of course, I know you are the chief instructor of the Dragon's Soul and the youngest major general in wuxia. My ears are sharp enough to hear an ant crawling, so naturally, I'd pay attention to you. On a major street in the city center, there was a cafe with a warm and spacious atmosphere. Liu Yifei leaned back in his chair and probed Chu Ya. Honestly, I can't figure out what value I have that would interest the young lady of the Chu family. Chu Ya replied with a cheerful laugh. Hee hee. If it were just your martial arts status, even the leader of Jiangcheng wouldn't really be worth much. She rested her chin in her hand, looking as if she had found something interesting. Chu Ya looked straight at Liu Yifei and said, but you are cared for by the leaders of the Dragon's Soul, that's different. Liu Yifei asked with interest, oh? Can you tell me which figures those are? Chu Ya just smirked and replied, heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Let's talk about you. What are you doing at the Chu family estate? Surely not to find me, right? Getting to the main point, Liu Yifei straightened his back. He stated the matter seriously. I know your Chu family once forged a sword. Now, I need the original material from that sword. Chu Ya reached out, picked up her coffee cup, and asked, confirming, so, you want to reforge it? Then she calmly continued, that's easy. Out of respect for Bai Libing, I'll try to help you. But the Chu family has forged countless swords. I don't know which one you mean. Liu Yifei placed his hand on the table, and a blue mist emanated from his hand. Immediately after, an old, broken sword appeared, covered in cracks as if someone had used it to strike a bomb crater. Liu Yifei pointed at the sword and said, it's this one. Chu Ya suddenly slammed her hand down hard on the table. She stood up abruptly, excitedly saying loudly, the Breaking Sky sword? Why is it in your hands? Seeing Chu Ya's expression, Liu Yifei had already guessed something. He probed, "Oh, it seems this sword is very important to your Chu family." By now, Chu Ya could no longer remain calm. She shouted as if venting everything. "Important? It's more than important. Before he died, my great-grandfather left behind a saying, 'The breaking sky emerges, the emperor returns.' I never expected it to be here today, and to have become a broken sword." Then, Chu Ya leaned down and asked him, "Liu Yifei, can you sell this sword back to us? My Chu family is willing to pay any price." Before Liu Yifei could answer, Chu Ya, unable to wait, began negotiating. "I'll make you an offer. 20 billion. On top of that, you can name other conditions or even make the Chu family owe you a favor." Liu Yifei brushed aside all the conditions. That would be like winning the lottery for anyone else. He firmly said, "I don't lack money. The favor of the Chu family is worthless in my eyes. I only want the material." Looking at his own reflection in the water glass, Chu Ye slowly calmed down. She hung her head and said, "I'm sorry. I was a bit agitated. But the conditions I offered were serious." Chu Ye gently refused Liu Yifei's request. "As for the material, I have to tell you, it's absolutely impossible. Because to the Chu family, it's a sacred relic." Liu Yifei pondered for a moment, then stood up and coldly declared, "It seems there's nothing left to discuss. Goodbye." Chu Ye felt a bit annoyed hearing those words. Her eyes remained fixed on the young man's determined back. Chu Ya was so busy staring at him that she didn't realize a man in the building across the street was aiming a sniper rifle at her. The man said something in a foreign language that no one could understand. Bang! A bullet was fired. Sensing the murderous intent, Liu Yifei turned his head toward the window and noticed a strange object flying toward them. He reacted very quickly, immediately standing in front of Chu Ya and catching the bullet with his bare hands. Shards of glass shattered and flew everywhere, and the sudden shift in air pressure nearly made Chu Ya, standing behind him, fall over. The bullet was now firmly gripped between Liu Yifei's two fingers. It was truly a cool hero saves the beauty moment. Chu Ya was still shocked by the rapid turn of events. She gasped for air and stammered, "Oh, thank you." After that, Chu Ya took out her phone and called her subordinates. She ordered, "I was ambushed at a cafe 3 kilometers south of the family compound. Within 10 minutes, bring that assassin to me." Hanging up, Chu Ya turned to Liu Yifei and expressed her gratitude. "I owe you a favor. If not for you," Liu Yifei cut her off, tilting his head and calmly delivering a lethal blow. "Your favor isn't worth a penny to me." Chu Ya clenched her fists in frustration. Liu Yifei walked away slowly. If earlier, her gaze followed his back with only regret because she couldn't get the family's treasure back, now, that look held a few indescribable emotions. In a dark, chilly corridor, the rhythmic click of high heels echoed sharply. A beautiful figure glided past 2 guards, her blonde hair flowing with every step. She entered a vast room where a naked man hung upside down, bound and helpless. She approached the man and asked coldly, "Why were you trying to kill me? Who sent you?" The man muttered in an unintelligible language, "Nori Gozen Kang Layesa Hazananka Reigang Gozen." It seemed he hadn't finished his Mandarin lessons. Hearing this foreign tongue, Chuna realized something. Her eyes flared with killing intent as she deepened her voice. "Looks like the Southeast Asian bunch is getting restless, using these tactics to retaliate for the contract breach." Furious, Chuna pulled a knife hidden in her jacket and hissed, "You're asking for it." With a swift motion, the assassin's head bid a permanent farewell to his body. The world's population just dropped by 1. Chuna's beautiful face was now splattered with blood, making her look like a goddess of slaughter. She coldly ordered her subordinates behind her, "Dispatch the clan's top experts to Southeast Asia tonight. No need to keep those partners alive. Head elsewhere." Meanwhile, Ye Chen was wandering the streets, sorting through his thoughts. Just as he stepped out of a coffee shop, he sensed a powerful aura surging straight toward him. Probably looking for Chu Na. The power of the Chu family is truly something else, Ye Chen noted, carefully comparing the levels. If the Chu family, which only deals in medicinal herbs on the surface, has this kind of background, then Jiangcheng's waters run deep. The Wu family is nothing more than small fry. Suddenly, his phone in his chest pocket rang. Ye Chen quickly took it out. A familiar name lit up the screen. He answered and asked, "Tong Dai, what's wrong?" On the other end, Tong Di sounded panicked. "Ye Chen, where are you now? Can you come to the 15th floor of the Huiyuan building? Tianzheng Group is in a bit of trouble." Ye Chen was puzzled. "Why don't you ask Ruxue? She's quite good at business," he prompted. Tong Di replied anxiously. "Ruxue and her mother went to pick up her grandmother and won't be back for a week. Director Tan just flew out for work." Impatient, Tong Di urged him, "Don't ask. Just come quickly, please." Behind her, a red-haired guy who looked like a total thug, along with 2 lackeys, was chewing on a toothpick. Lei Zhi spoke up. I'm talking to you, he asked in a low voice. Is there anyone here who can actually talk? Lei Zhi had a bizarre style, a vest with a backpack, a black suit, and a tie, worn over bright red checkered socks very Christmas-themed. Tong Dai whispered, he's on his way. Is there something you can tell me first? Lei Zhi replied, fine. He blared loudly, do you know what your corporation lacks the most right now? Tong Di looked confused. What is it? Lei Zhi declared pompously. Safety. If your Tianjin group wants to survive in Jiangnan province, you absolutely need someone to back you up. And our family is that umbrella for you. I shouldn't have to say much for you to know the power of our clan, right? Hearing this, Tong Di guessed. You must be from the Tangai family, Lei Zhi shouted. We are the Lei family of Jiangnan. He held out his hand, 20% equity from now on. No one in this province will dare touch you. This is a big deal for you guys. Tong Di politely declined. Mr. Lei, our company has no plans to sell shares right now. My apologies. Lei Zhi cut in. Naive. Miss Tong, you misunderstood. The Lei family doesn't want to buy. We want, he flicked his tongue, you to give us the shares. You should know my status in the business world. The Lei family can bankrupt Tianjin Group as easily as flipping a hand. Seeing his mocking attitude, Tong Di asked sternly, do you even know what you're saying? She thought to herself, I've heard for a long time that some rich second-generation brats or big clans demand shares from successful companies, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Lei Zhi sneered, but then again, I didn't expect a manager like you to be this beautiful. He lunged forward with a perverted look. If you spend a night with me, maybe we can overlook the share issue. Let's go, fall in love. Lei Zhi gleefully snapped his fingers. You guys, go guard the door. I don't want anyone bothering me. His two lackeys replied, yes, sir. By now, Tong Dai was shaking with fear. You, what do you want to do? Lei Zhi put on a disgusting face. Now I'm going to make you. Suddenly, a voice rang out, I'm here. The two lackeys had been beaten until they fell like autumn leaves. Lei Zhi, who was about to devour the beauty, had to stop. He turned and shouted, who is it? Lei Zhi was so terrified his face turned ashen. Ye Chen glared, his voice cold. Weren't you looking for me? Looks like I have to pull your hair out today. A powerful force enveloped his body. Ye Chen asked worriedly, did he touch you, Tong Dai? She replied, no. He was treated like a weed on the side of the road, and no one cared. Lei Zhi hissed furiously, looking down on me. Tong Dai sighed in relief. Ye Chen, goodness, you arrived in time. The security staff isn't on duty until tomorrow. I didn't expect this to happen. Ye Chen said calmly, it's fine. Leave the rest to me. Go outside and wait for me. Tong Di obeyed. Okay. By now, Lei Zhi was boiling with rage, pointing. Do you have any idea who I am? Who do you think you are? Ye Chen slapped him hard across the face. The Tangai clan, right? Do you believe I can wipe that smug look off your face right now? Lei Zhi screamed in pain. Tangai, what? I am the Lei family of Jiangnan. You dare touch me? Even my father has never hit me. Facing his insolent attitude, Ye Chen served another beating with another slap. I'm not your father. Whether he hits you or not has nothing to do with me. Lei Zhi clutched his swollen face, tears streaming down as he roared, you dare. I am the young master of the Lei family. Lei Zhi. Ye Chen kicked him. You still dare to threaten me? The Lei family won't let you off. Grabbed by the hair by Ye Chen, he still stubbornly blustered. Wait, my father is the young master of the Lei family. Lei Zhi, you can't do this. Ye Chen ripped out a chunk of red hair and growled. I don't care who you are. Today, I'm pulling all your hair out. His foot continued to crush Lei Zhi, making him scream like a slaughtered pig. Ye Chen opened his phone and said, the Lei family, right? The other end picked up, Lord. Ye Chen ordered, within 10 minutes, I want the Lei family to disappear from Jiangnan province, and tell the head of the Lei family to give that wretched beast Lei Zhi a call. Now, Lei Zhi jumped up furiously. Damn you, what are you acting tough for? Destroy the Lei family in 10 minutes. Who the hell do you think you are? Finding him too annoying, Ye Chen gave him another slap. Wait patiently for the news. It's coming. Lei Zhi looked confused. News? A moment later, Lei Zhi knelt down, begging. Don't hit me anymore. My father won't let you get away with this. Suddenly, his phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. Seeing the old man calling him, Lei Zhi's mouth hung open in excitement. Haha, it's my dad calling. He threatened triumphantly. If you stop now, it might not be too late. Otherwise, I'll tell my father everything you've done. Ye Chen said solemnly, don't waste time. Answer it. Seeing this, Lei Zhi felt a flicker of anxiety. Wait, why is my father calling at this time? That thing about destroying the Lei family in 10 minutes, it couldn't be true, could it? Ye Chen glared with eyes full of murder. That is the last phone call of your life. Answer it. Lei Jie held the phone, trembling like a leaf. No way, absolutely impossible. Ye Chen lost patience. What are you fumbling for? Just pick it up. Lei Jie answered and shouted boldly. I don't believe that just because of you, the Lei family will be destroyed in 10 minutes. The head of the Lei family roared loudly. Lei Zi, is that you? Lei Zi. Lei Zi replied confidently, Dad, it's me. People are bullying me. Hurry up and send some men to help me. To his shock, his old man cursed at him. You beast. Who exactly did you provoke? Our whole home is filled with corpses. It's all thanks to you. Lei Jie was so terrified he dropped the phone from his hand. He wept and pleaded, Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Ye Chen said nothing, coldly severing his head, not caring about the blood splashing onto his face. Ye Chen muttered, From the moment you targeted that girl, you lost the right to live. At the same time, at the Jiangmen Province Martial Arts Association, the atmosphere was quite heavy. On the door, it clearly read Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Inside, everyone was in an emergency meeting. Duang now was furious. We've investigated for so many days and still have no leads. What is going on? A lackey with sushi-style hair reported, Chairman, lately, whenever we find a clue, it disappears mysteriously. I'm afraid someone is erasing everything. The hunter's background isn't simple. Duang Nao roared, then catch the power behind him. A bunch of useless trash. Other than making excuses, what else can you do? Just then, someone shouted frantically, Chairman, we found something. Duang now turned, agitated. Found what? The lackey with Goku-style hair reported, Chairman, there is a girl outside who says she knows who the hunter is. Duang Nao's eyes brightened as if he had found gold. Then hurry and invite her in. Within a second, the Goku hair guy said, Chairman, she's here. Duang Nao asked strictly, You know who the hunter is. At this point, Su Shuran hesitated before speaking. Chairman, I am Su Shuran of the Su family in Jiangcheng. My family is currently being threatened. If I speak, is the hunter an AI? Can you help me? Tang Nao approached with a dark expression. Are you bargaining with me? Su Shuran quickly explained. No, that's not it. Before she could finish, Tang Nao firmly asserted, As long as you help me avenge my son, from today on, you will be my adopted daughter. He continued, I will give you a life of glory and protection. Faced with such a sweet deal, Su Shuran said, I. She pointed straight ahead and declared, I know who's in the photo. Su Shuran added, I can guarantee 100% that the hunter is Ye Chen, the #1 in Jiangcheng. Hearing that name, Tang Nao stroked his chin and spoke, Ye Chen is the one who killed Yuan Yingfu. But Yuan Yingfu was only ranked 300th on the master list. With that kind of strength, how could he destroy the O family? Su Shuran handed over her phone and said, These photos are the ones I took when he was fighting Mr. Yuan. They look exactly like the ones you have. Looking through them, Tang Nao exclaimed in surprise, No mistake, there's no mistake. He grinned with excitement. That's it. His back profile and the hunters are exactly the same. Tang Nao shouted his orders. Everyone, go find him for me. Even if you have to dig 3 feet underground, find that bastard Ye Chen. I want to cut off his head with my own hands. Tang Nao gritted his teeth in a frenzy. Ye Chen, I will definitely make you die without a complete corpse. Seeing this, Su Shuran thought smugly, Ye Chen, the moment I saw the Su family in danger, you didn't help me. Then don't even think about living any longer. I want to see how much of Tang Nao's rage you can withstand. Ma Weiqi, standing nearby, thought to himself, This is bad. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. He immediately called Ye Chen. Ye Chen picked up and spoke, Hello, Ma Weiqi. The person on the other end hurriedly reported the situation. Mr. Ye, something huge has happened. Tang Nao has discovered that you are the hunter. He has started going all out to find you. Run, hide abroad, as far away as possible. Ye Chen smirked and asked, I'm very curious. How did he find out? Ma Weiqi replied, A girl named Su. Su Shuran brought photos of you to him. To earn a reward, she has become Tang Nao's adopted daughter as of today. Hearing this, Ye Chen said in a low voice, I never liked those fragile girls. Now it seems there are people who truly deserve to die. Ye Chen's eyes burned with murderous intent. Since I've been exposed, the hunting game should officially begin. A short while later, Ye Chen and Tong Di arrived at a skyscraper. Ye Chen said, We're here. Tong Di asked softly, Ye Chen, what is this place? Why did you bring me here? Inside, Tong Di asked, puzzled, Are we here to talk about a partnership? But I haven't prepared anything yet. Ye Chen asked back, confused, Talk about what contract? He reassured her, Don't worry, this is my territory. Tong Di asked in surprise, your territory? You mean this whole building? You're not kidding me, right? Ye Chen explained, soon, Jiangnan province will be in chaos. I need you to stay here for a few days. Wait until everything calms down before returning to the villa. Tong Di replied, okay, okay. After going upstairs, Ye Chen said quietly, we're here. His expression darkened. Seeing Ye Chen, the other person knelt down and paid his respects. The Jiangnan king said, your subordinate, Ye Lingxian, greets the hall master and Miss Tan. Following that, the group next to him knelt down in unison. They loudly declared, greetings, hall master. Greetings, Miss Tan. Watching the martial artists greeting them, Tong Di couldn't help but be surprised. She looked at the person next to her and whispered in awe, is this really Ye Chen? Is this his true strength? Tan Di's eyes widened in amazement. Even as she didn't know anything, she could vaguely sense that everyone present was extraordinary. To put it bluntly, they all felt like incredibly powerful warriors, yet they were all subordinates of Ye Chen. Ye Lingxian's men were top-tier martial artists. Their eyes were all glowing with a green aura. She trembled powerfully. At that moment, Ye Chen said in a low voice, stand up. Ye Lingxian bowed respectfully. Hall master, I have prepared everything. Ye Lingxian asserted firmly, hall master, rest assured and leave Miss Tan to us. As long as she is in this Qianlong building, no matter how many people there are in the Jiangnan martial arts world, they won't be able to touch her. Hearing this, Ye Chen was very satisfied. If that's the case, then I can rest assured and go handle matters outside. At the same time, the Ha family villa was in complete turmoil. Inside, Tang Nao's men had surrounded the place from all sides. A burly man spoke up. Ha Hong Jiep, your relationship with that guy Ye Chen isn't simple. You must know who the hunter is, right? Ha Hong Jiep clutched his head and let out a long, heavy sigh. Sir, I honestly have wondered if Ye Chen was involved in that. The burly man glared and asked, then why didn't you report it? Ha Hong Jiep replied, but even so, I couldn't guess it. Only just now did I confirm it was Ye Chen. He thought to himself, it's a good thing Sha Ruzue and her mother aren't here. As long as they are safe, that's enough. The burly man growled, tell me, where is he now? Surely you can't tell me you don't know that either, right? Ha Hong Jiep had to say that, I really don't know. I never liked that brat anyway. How would I know that? I have no reason to cover for him. Losing patience, the burly man grabbed Ha Hong Jiep's collar. Do you want to die? He shouted. Are you kidding me? Everyone knows that guy has an intimate relationship with your daughter. What about your daughter? Tell her to come out and meet me. Ha Hong Jiep said softly. Although my daughter knows Ye Chen, she's the fiancée of Tan Chin Duong of the Tan family. What relationship could she possibly have with Ye Chen? Hearing this, the burly man was slightly intimidated. The Tan family was a relatively powerful clan. Even Chairman Tang had to respect them somewhat. He couldn't afford to provoke them. He turned to leave in frustration, not forgetting to remind him, fine. If that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. If you have any news, please notify me immediately. Ha Hong Ji replied concisely, oh. He watched the group leave with a worried gaze. At the same time, at the Chu family estate, in the vast and quiet space, Chu Na intently watched her phone. Ye Chen. The hunter wiped out the O family and killed Tang Wei and Haiyan. This is absolute madness. At that moment, a man called out, young lady. The head of the Chu family, Chu Luo Yuntian, asked softly, you were looking for me? Chu Na said gently, head of the family, you are always so polite to a junior like me. If others saw, it wouldn't be good. Chu Luo Yuntian insisted. Since there are no outsiders, how can I be disrespectful to the young lady? Chu Na brushed aside this trivial matter. Suit yourself. I called you here to tell you something important. Chu Na got straight to the point. The Breaking Heaven sword has been found. It is currently in Ye Chen's hands. Hearing this, Chu Luo Yuntian couldn't help but be shocked. The Breaking Heaven has appeared? He suddenly remembered that familiar name. Wait, Ye Chen. You mean the hunter who is making all of Jiangnan province boil? Ye Chen. Chu Na replied, yes. She asked in a low voice, if the Chu family in Jiangnan province use all its forces, what are the odds of capturing him? Chu Luo Yuntian pondered for a moment and replied, 70%. Tang Nao's master's sword was crafted by our Chu family, so if Tang Nao respects his teacher, he might be able to keep it. But doing so would cause enmity between the Tang family and our Chu family. Chu Na firmly asserted, if it's for the Breaking Heaven sword, what does Tang Nao matter? The meaning of the Breaking Heaven sword to our clan, you surely understand. Hearing this, Chu Luo Yuntian complied. I will go make arrangements immediately, but he has offended most of the forces in Jiangnan province. As long as he isn't stupid, he definitely wouldn't dare refuse. At a certain place in the capital, Jiang Qimfong was focusing his energy to practice his skills. A powerful burst of energy enveloped his entire body. Finishing his task, Jiang Qimfong exhaled a golden stream of energy. He said, "If it weren't for the old man giving me those precious treasures, my strength wouldn't be as strong as it is now." Being ranked 9th on the master list of China is time to move up. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Jiang Qimfong asked, "How did it go?" His subordinate reported, "We confirmed it. He killed the son of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association chairman, Tang Nao, and also destroyed the O family in Jiangnan province," he said anxiously. "It was that bastard you mentioned who did it." Hearing this, Jiang Qimfong was slightly surprised. "What did you say?" He thought to himself, "I thought he wouldn't live long, but I didn't expect that not only is he still alive, but he's also causing so much trouble." The subordinate continued, "Now Tang Nao is hunting him down. I think he won't last much longer." Hearing this, Jiang Qimfong showed clear irritation. "Humph, even though he is a bastard, he also has the bloodline of our Jiang family. He shouldn't die so easily." The subordinate suggested, "Should I take action next?" Jiang Qimfong replied, "No need. He's just a little brat. You just keep doing what I told you. Step back." Hearing this, the subordinate had to obey. "Yes." Jiang Qimfong smirked disdainfully. Ye Chen, very interesting. At the same time, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association was holding a meeting. Tang Nao spoke up, losing patience. A full day has passed, and there is still no news of that bastard. He erupted in a fit of rage, causing Su Shuran behind him to jump. Tang Nao yelled frantically. Could he have flown into the sky and left the earth? Just then, the burly subordinate spoke up. "Chairman Tang, there are actually a few places we haven't dared to search," he said in a low voice. "For example, a few top-tier martial arts clans or some forces we have to be wary of, like the Qianlong Building or Van Fuck Ye Chen. Even though those places have small usable areas, it doesn't mean he isn't there." Tang Nao thought, "Those places are truly inconvenient and will only cause trouble." He yelled furiously. "That brat's parents are both dead. Surely there isn't anyone else important by his side." Just then, Su Shuran cut in. "Foster father, I know all about this." It was surprising how quickly she had taken on the role of the Tang family's daughter. Su Shuran revealed what she knew. Given Ye Chen's eccentric personality, he has very few friends. There are only two, and the first one is Tong Di. Those two most likely have a romantic relationship. Dun Gao narrowed his eyes. Perhaps she was hidden away by that brat, so we couldn't find her. "Who's the other person?" Su Shuran sneered. "A married couple surnamed Yuan who run a barbecue stall, and the Tham family in Jiang Ye Chen." Hearing this, Dun Gao began to ponder. "The Tham family in Jiang Ye Chen, I do have a slight impression of them. What kind of background does that Yuan couple have?" Su Shuran replied, "They are just ordinary people." She continued, "Their son is Ye Chen's childhood best friend, and Ye Chen's Thien Xing group is managed by the head of the Tham family, Shen Haihua." Upon receiving this useful information, Dun Gao burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, good." He immediately ordered, "Su Shuran, you are familiar with Jiang Ye Chen. I order you to bring those 4 people here before tomorrow's birthday banquet. You may mobilize the Martial Arts Association's warriors as you please." Su Shuran immediately responded, "Yes, foster father." Deep down, she was incredibly excited. "Ha ha ha, with the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association here, who in Jiang Ye Chen would dare to disobey me? The Man family, if they dare to oppose the Su family to please Ye Chen, then they must pay the price." Just then, the subordinate with the slick-back hair spoke up. "That's right, Chairman. Speaking of the birthday banquet, where should we arrange it for tomorrow? You haven't been satisfied with any of the places we chose." Dun Gao stroked his chin and said, "I remember that Ye Chen, Brad's parents, died at the Van Ho Manor in Jiang Ye Chen, right? After that event, it seems Jiang Nam Province also built a Van Ho Manor." The slick-haired subordinate replied, "That is true, but because of what happened in Jiang Ye Chen, business there hasn't been great." "Surely you don't mean to hold it there, Chairman?" Dun Gao's eyes flared with murderous intent. 5 years ago, that brat lost his parents at Van Ho Manor. 5 years later, once again at Van Ho Manor, I must make him watch with his own eyes as those around him die miserably. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, Ye Chen was staying at Ye Chen Lang Thien's apartment. He sat alone in the empty room, muttering to himself, "I've been waiting at the Tim Long building for these past few days. Logically speaking, it's very safe, but I don't know why I keep feeling uneasy." He took out his phone and thought, to avoid being tracked, Ye Chen Lang Thien has blocked all signals in my operating area. I wonder what it's like outside. Ye Chen stood up and decided to scout the situation. He went to find Ye Chen Lang Thien to ask, At the Jiangnan King's office, rows of machines monitoring the situation were actively running. Ye Chen Lang Thian spoke up. If the temple master wants to communicate outside, then this is the safest way. With that, he handed Ye Chen a phone like something from the 80s or 90s. Ye Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Why is this phone so big? Ye Chen Lang Thian explained. This is a handheld phone we specifically crafted. It has high security. In an emergency, you can use it like a brick to smash someone's head. Looking at this legendary Nokia, Ye Chen felt a bit reassured. Even if it hits the ground will crack before the phone breaks. After dialing a series of numbers, the call connected. The voice on the other end said, "Hello, who is this?" Ye Chen said softly, "Ma Vai Kai. It's Ye Chen." At that moment, Ma Vai Kai hurriedly reported the situation. "Mr. Ye, something terrible has happened. Du Gao has chosen to host the birthday banquet at the Van Ho Manor in Jiangnan Province." Ma Vai Kai continued. Furthermore, he ordered Su Shuran to leave early this morning, taking the Martial Arts Association's top experts to Ye Chen. He said he wants to bring Shen Haihua and that barbecue stall couple to the banquet. Hearing this, Ye Chen was absolutely furious. Seeing his complexion worsen, Ye Chen Lang Thian spoke softly, "Temple Master?" Ye Chen called out lowly, "Ye Chen Lang Thian." The Jiangnan king replied, "Yes." He ordered in a stern voice, "Immediately arrange my private jet. I must get to Jiang Ye Chen quickly." Ye Chen sped off on his motorcycle. The voice on the other end continued to report, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. We couldn't protect them well. Director Pham has been taken away." Not only that, the subordinate added, "Mr. Ye. The two lamb couple's barbecue stall has been destroyed. The status of the people inside is unknown." Ye Chen was enraged, screaming out the name Su Shuran. She was the one who had dragged Ye Chen's friends into this war. At the same time, Su Shuran and the Tang family's syndicate brothers had arrived at the Man family's estate. Su Shuran spoke arrogantly. "Man Nguyen Shuang, you are the head of the Man family, yet you oppose us for the sake of a brat? Do you have anything else to say now?" Man Shuang showed clear discomfort. "Su Shuran, didn't I say back then? Even up until now, I haven't laid a finger on the Su family." He worriedly thought, "This is bad." Seeing the Tang syndicate brothers in front of him, Man Nguyen Shuang felt a bit intimidated. Su Shuran brought 3 experts here. Does she really intend to attack the Man family? At this moment, Su Shuran asked haughtily, "So what? In the martial arts world, the big fish eat the little fish. If you don't touch the Su family, does that mean I, Su Shuran, can't touch you?" She stomped her heels. Su Shuran triumphantly demanded that Man Nguyen Shuang kneel and kowtow, or the Man family would be wiped out. Hearing this, Man Nguyen Shuang was furious. "Kowtow? I am the head of the Man family. How can I kowtow to a girl?" Seeing the tense situation, his son called out, "Father." That made Man Nguyen Shuang's resolve waver, but at the same time, he was a father. Having no other choice, Man Nguyen Shuang knelt at Su Shuran's feet to protect his family. "Young miss, it is all my fault." Man Nguyen Shuang kowtowed until his forehead bled. He wept and begged, "Please spare our Manch family." Seeing this, Su Shuran laughed with delight. "Ha ha 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 ha." She declared arrogantly, "Very good. Your apology pleases me greatly." Su Shuran's attitude twisted instantly. "Too bad, I won't accept it." She ordered, "Don't leave anyone from the Man family in Jiang Ye Chen alive. Even if it's a child or an old person, kill them all." Hearing this, the 500 syndicate brothers immediately rushed forward. The Man family had no choice but to resist. They shouted, "Risk your lives for them." The brawny thug was especially powerful, taking down many people with just a few simple moves. Even the slick-haired subordinate was not to be outdone. The other hulking brute grinned, enjoying the violence. Watching this scene, Man Shuan A. Shuang was paralyzed with worry. "It's over. The Manch family is in my hands," he thought, even considering letting his son run away. Young Master Man called out from the side, "Father." The boy was teary-eyed with fear. Just then, Su Shuran noticed the father and son of the Man family. She pointed them out. "There's still a little brat hiding there. Don't leave anyone." Hearing this, Man Nguyen Shuang erupted in rage and charged forward. "You people are bullying us too far. If you dare touch my son, I will fight you to the death." His spirit flared with intensity. "Come on, good or bad, I am the head of the Man family. Don't underestimate me." However, the muscular thug punched Man Nguyen Shuang away with one hand. He was sent flying into the sky like a frog. Young Master Man called out in worry, "Father." The muscular thug turned toward the boy and roared, "Die." Young Master Man pleaded, "No, please don't." Facing the brute force, the boy fell to the ground and screamed in terror, "Help! Help me!" Just then, a hand blocked the thug's attack. Looking at the man standing in front of him, protecting young master man, he roared. Could you be Ye Chen? With eyes blazing with murderous intent, Ye Chen threw a punch and shouted, "Your father." Then he continued to rain blows upon the muscular thug. At this moment, Su Shuren shouted, "He is Ye Chen. Attack." The two syndicate brothers focused their attention. The brawny one threatened, "Ye Chen, there's a path to heaven you didn't take, but you chose the door to hell." Before he could finish, Ye Chen kicked his head off. "Go to hell." Seeing what had happened, the slick-haired subordinate couldn't help but tremble. His strength is far greater than I thought. He leaped into the air and prepared to flee. Must get back quickly and tell the chairman. Su Shuren called out in panic. You want to run? You dare abandon me. My foster father won't spare you." The slick-haired subordinate sneered with disdain. "You fool. Who cares about your life right now?" Unexpectedly, Ye Chen was already right beside him. He nodded. "That makes sense." Ye Chen glared and hissed, "Too bad, you're a dead man." After taking care of the Tang Syndicate brothers, Ye Chen said in a stern voice, Su Shuren, heaven gave you a good appearance and a good background. Why didn't you know how to cherish it? Why did you insist on offending me?" Su Shuren screamed in terror. No, don't come over here." Ye Chen said lowly, 5 years ago, you caused me humiliation and ridicule. Upon my return, I didn't kill you only because you are a lowly girl, not worthy of dying by my hands. I'll only ask you one thing, where is Shen Hai Hua? Collapsed on the ground, Su Shuren was so scared that sweat poured from her body. She writhed, putting on a seductive pose. "As long as you spare my life, you can tell me to do anything. I absolutely won't resist." Seeing this, Ye Chen's face darkened completely. He punched Su Shuren in the face, sending blood splattering everywhere, and shouted, "Do you really think you're worth it?" Then, Ye Chen launched another attack, sending Su Shuren flying. Not stopping there, Ye Chen approached and demanded loudly, "Tell me where they are." At that moment, Su Shuren was lying on the ground like a broken dog, and she quickly spilled everything, sobbing. She cried out that they had been taken to the Butterfly Manor in Jiangcheng province. Without another word, Ye Chen pulled out his phone and spoke sternly. "Yi Lingshen, send a car over to pick me up." Watching Ye Chen turn and walk away, Su Shuren let out a sigh of relief, thinking she might just survive this. Phew, Ye Chen was still busy on the phone. "That's right, I need to get there as fast as possible." Finished, he glared at her and said, "It seems you've misunderstood something." Ye Chen stated bluntly, "I only told you to stay away because I didn't want your blood to stain my clothes." He clenched his fists, filled with righteous indignation, and then delivered a lethal strike towards Su Shuren. Seeing the scene before them, the Meng family couldn't help but gasp. It had only been a moment, and everything was already over. They exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God, is this the power of Master Yi? We knew he was strong, but we never expected him to be this powerful." Ye Chen replied coldly, "Just a casual effort." Just then, the Meng family head, Meng Yuansheng, spoke up loudly, "Master Yi, thank you for stepping in to save us." The people behind him all knelt to pay respects to their savior, but Ye Chen didn't even look back. He remained focused on rescuing everyone. At that same time, at the Cloud Lake Manor in Jiangnan province, a birthday banquet was being held. Everyone was happily greeting each other. "Haha, President Duong, long time no see. Looking at your complexion, it seems you've made a breakthrough, right?" They kept fawning over him. "Congratulations. Congratulations." President Duong sat proudly in the center, a satisfied smirk on his face. "Haha, let's celebrate." One family head remarked while sipping tea, "Ye Chen should be arriving soon, right?" The person next to him replied, "Everyone knows this is a Hongbin banquet and exactly who the target is." Observing the situation, Chu Ya thought to herself, now that all the martial arts experts of Jiangnan province are gathered here and Duong Ao has everything set up, that boy better not come here. Chu Wentian spoke softly, "If Ye Chen really comes, we are determined to protect him." Doing so would mean a total break with Duong Ao. Even though she felt hesitant about provoking the Duong family, Chu Ya remained silent. Seeing this, Chu Wentian sighed, thinking to himself, "It seems the young lady has already made up her mind." Just then, Duong Ao suddenly stood up and shouted, "For the past few days, that matter has been the talk of the entire city. Do you all want to know what I, Duong Ao, am doing today?" His eyes were burning with killing intent. "It's not early anymore. Let's begin." Upon hearing this, two subordinates pushed the wooden doors open, bringing in people Ye Chen knew. The family of Yuong Vuhang and Shen Hai Hua entered the banquet in terror. Upstairs, everyone was excitedly watching, thinking, the show is finally starting. Uncle Yuong stammered, "Where is this place?" Uncle Yuong questioned loudly, Why did you bring us here? Aren't you afraid we'll call the police? At this moment, Duong Ao shouted, "Kneel." Everyone was startled. The sheer pressure from Duong Ao forced the family of Yuong Vu Hang and Shen Haihua to their knees in pain. Bright red blood flowed as Yuong Vu Hang, trembling, hugged his body, struggled to stand, and shouted furiously, "You old bastard! How dare you lay a hand on my parents?" Yuong Vu Hang yelled, "If you've got guts, come at me." Unexpectedly, Duong Ao easily grabbed him by the head, leaving Yuong Vu Hang stunned. He growled, "Truly, birds of a feather flock together." Duong Ao then ruthlessly threw Yuong Vu Hang aside like a toy and mocked, "You and that kid haven't reached a high cultivation level, but you certainly learned a bit of his attitude." Yuong Vu Hang slammed hard into the wall behind him, his entire body covered in wounds. Duong Ao glared with intense killing intent. "You're just lowly vermin. Did you think I wouldn't dare touch you? Whether I kill you or not is just a matter of time. If it weren't for wanting to lure that brat here, you would have already turned into a corpse." He walked toward Shen Haihua and whispered, "Rest assured, whether that brat comes or not, none of you will leave here in one piece." After that, Duong Ao stomped hard on Tham Hai Hoa, causing him to scream in agony. Duong Ao continued to trample on him as if he didn't even consider them human. Duong Ao glared and said, "I heard you have a relationship with that brat. You've been running around like crazy in the business world for his sake. A businessman like you must be good with words, right?" He smirked with amusement. "It just so happens today is my grand birthday banquet. Say something nice, who knows? If I'm in a good mood, I might just spare your life." Despite the pain, Shen Haihua firmly retorted, "Regardless of who you are, I am very clear about one thing. Anyone who offends Master Yi will die a very miserable death. You are no exception." However, in Duong Ao's eyes, he was just a dying dog. "Ha ha ha ha. I will die a miserable death? How interesting. Tell me, how exactly will I die a miserable death? Speak clearly." Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the door behind Duong Ao exploded. Dust and debris flew everywhere. A thunderous shout rang out. "Duong Ao, you dog!" Ye Chen arrived carrying a coffin and yelled, "I brought your birthday present." He stepped forward with powerful strides. Everyone gasped in shock. Ye Chen is here. The Slayer has arrived. Chu Ya was also taken aback. He actually dared to come? How interesting. Chu Wenxian thought worriedly, "Why did Master Yi come here? This is so reckless." Ye Chen spoke coldly. "Duong Ao, you old dog, I brought you a birthday gift." He glared with a terrifying aura. "Aren't you going to lie down and see if it fits?" Just then, a group of people rushed forward, shouting, "Ye Chen, you actually dared to come here to die. We will end you right now." They all launched attacks toward Ye Chen, but he remained calm, using the coffin to parry. With just a few simple movements, he sent them screaming in pain. Ye Chen successfully repelled those stray weeds. Seeing the fight, everyone exclaimed in shock, "No way! Who uses a coffin as a weapon?" The man next to him thought there was no need to be afraid. Such a heavy weapon will definitely make his movements slow. Thinking this, they yelled at each other, "Let's all go at once and kill him." Standing in the midst of the uneven battlefield, Ye Chen remained terrifyingly calm. He growled, "Those who overestimate themselves and block my path." Ye Chen glared with killing intent, a powerful energy enveloping his body. He swung the coffin, causing the ground to shake violently. Watching from the sidelines, Duong Ao was so angry his nose was practically smoking. He thought, such a heavy coffin, yet it's like a toy in his hands. It doesn't affect his movements at all. The Duong family's men became panicked and fearful. Looking at the bodies strewn on the ground, they couldn't help but be terrified. "Oh my god!" Duong Ao felt a slight chill. So many experts in such a short amount of time. Ye Chen then calmly walked forward, the two of them locking eyes with icy intensity. Ye Chen threw the coffin toward the family head and yelled, "Duong Ao, you old dog, take your birthday gift." Seeing that mocking attitude, Duong Ao was furious. Insolent, he unleashed a technique that created a powerful burst of fire. Duong Ao roared, "Shatter." His power brought with it a shockwave of an explosion. Ye Chen stood firm, unmoved. Despite Duong Ao's roaring, the coffin remained still on the ground. Everyone gasped. That punch from President Duong was clearly meant to shatter the coffin directly, but it's completely intact. The long-haired man looked on in astonishment. Could it be that in the very first collision, President Duong was at a disadvantage? That's impossible. Just then, Duong Ao felt extremely uncomfortable. Although he had used his full strength just now, the coffin had exerted an incredibly heavy force. He was furious, thinking, "If I hadn't focused my energy just in time to defend, my arm would have been snapped off." Looking at Ye Chen still standing tall, Duong Ao thought to himself, It seems I underestimated him. I must deal with this boy with everything I've got. Just then, Aunt Trung said shyly, Master Ye, we've caused you trouble. Uncle Yuong added, you've already given us so many medicinal pills. We'll go over there. Staying here will only get in your way. Ye Chen was busy treating Shen Haihua. He said with firm determination, anyone who has laid a hand on you, not a single one of them will leave this place alive. Duong Ao suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Ye Chen, I truly do not respect your arrogance. You really think I care about some birthday banquet? The only thing I want to do is, he bellowed, is to cut your head off right now. 4 great figures appeared with this elite lineup. Duong Ao was confident he could kill Ye Chen. Those 4 figures included Yu Jin, ranked 194th on the Wuxia Grandmaster list, Wang Zhongyang, ranked 203rd on the Wuxia Grandmaster list, and the other 2 were Old Man Chu, ranked 190th on the Wuxia Grandmaster list, and Wan Feng Po, ranked 178th on the Wuxia Grandmaster list. Seeing the appearance of this F4, everyone gasped. Oh my god, even they are here. These 4 are the top figures under the Jiangnan province martial arts world. At this moment, Duong Ao took the chance to flex a little. Everyone has been speculating about my true strength. Now, I won't hide it anymore. Actually, my position on the Grandmaster list isn't 189, it's 147. Hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped. No wonder even President Wan Feng Po, ranked 178th, was invited. Ye Chen, oh Ye Chen, even if you are a top-tier genius, you are still going to die today. Duong Ao pointed at Ye Chen and roared, do it. First cripple him, then make him die in despair. Suddenly, a voice rang out, stop. Both Ye Chen and Duong Ao were surprised and turned to look. Chu Yao walked down from the 2nd floor. She said, President Duong, please show mercy. Chu Na hurriedly said if the Chu family wanted to protect him, would President Duong grant her a favor? Duong Ao was furious, asking if she even knew what she was talking about. Chu Na remained firm, saying she hoped President Duong would give the Chu family some face. Spare Ye Chen. Hearing this, everyone started whispering in shock, never expecting the Chu family to protect Ye Chen or that they would have the standing to do so. The bald man muttered that it might not be that simple, noting that a master in the top 20 of the master ranking had once invited the Chu family to forge a sword. Shi Zhang whispered, if they use all their favors, maybe they would have the standing. Duong Ao was livid by now, sternly demanding to know why. Chu Na replied that he possessed something the Chu family wanted, and she was sure President Duong wouldn't want to invite trouble for a momentary impulse, right? Hearing this, Duong Ao gritted his teeth in resentment. Chu Na turned to Ye Chen and said, I'll get you out of here safely now. You give that thing to me. She softly asked if the trade was reasonable. Chu Na thought that using the Po Xian sword to save a life was a great deal for him. To everyone's shock, Ye Chen coldly replied, who said I wanted to leave. His words left Chu Na stunned. Ye Chen glared and said, this has nothing to do with the Chu family. Move aside. Chu Na called out in confusion. Seeing this, Duong Ao smirked. Oh. Vuong Chin Duong couldn't believe his ears. Did I hear that right? Yu Chan, while picking his nose, added. He actually refused? Interesting. Van Fong Fa thought the kid must be crazy. Elder Cao also smirked. Is he looking for death? By now. Chu Luo Yuntian whispered, kid, you don't know what's good for you. Chu Na raised a hand, gesturing to let it be, and backed away. Since Brother Yi is so insistent, let's just wait and see the show. Chunya didn't forget to remind him. Brother Ye, if you change your mind, you can call me anytime. Ye Chen just coldly replied, just stay back and watch the show. By now, Duong Ao was grinning with delight. Heh heh heh. Duong Ao laughed. Ha ha ha. Kid, it's rare for me to give you a chance to live. If you're seeking death, I'll grant it. Then he waved his hand, attacking and shouting. All at once. Let's end this quickly. Instantly, 4 martial artists charged at Ye Chen. He gave a mocking smirk. A bunch of rats, you probably don't know what true power is. Roadside weeds, thinking they're royal roses. Ye Chen unleashed the dragon illusion body technique. His afterimages were enough to deal with that crowd. Elder Cao was momentarily surprised by the illusions. Van Fong Fa and Yu Chan wondered what kind of skill that was. They had never seen it before. Even Vuong Chin Duong was incredibly shocked. By this time, Ye Chen had already appeared behind Yu Chan. He growled, looking for me? Yu Chan turned around just in time, thinking, trying to use me as the opener? Let's see if you have the strength for that. Yu Chan leapt up and roared, you filthy brat, you think you can take me down in an instant. Yu Chan yelled confidently, take this kick of mine. Little did he know, Ye Chen had already grabbed those bulky legs. The next second, Ye Chen had defeated Yu Chen with just a few simple movements. He stepped down and crushed the man's head. Yu Chen shrieked, "Arg!" In the end, there was only a pool of blood left where the martial artist Yu Chen had been. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Am I seeing things? It's only been a few seconds, and a top-tier master has already been taken down. The man named Si Zhang exclaimed, "My God, this kid is terrifyingly strong." Witnessing the scene, Chu Na thought, "His strength seems to far exceed my estimations." Vuong Qin Duong murmured, "This kid is vicious." Van Fong Fa still couldn't believe his eyes. "Yu Chan is dead," Elder Cao said angrily. "Damn it. Yu Chan was too careless." Elder Cao warned the others, "Be careful. Everyone. This kid intends to use illusions to mesmerize us and then launch a sneak attack. One strike to take us down. You're quite despicable, kid." Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. 4 great masters surrounding and attacking a junior, and I'm the despicable one. He put his hand in his pocket and said, "Forget it. Just now I realize one thing. Even if I don't use the dragon illusion technique, you all still can't do anything to me." Elder Cao smirked with contempt. "Big talk. Do you mean you want to fight the 3 of us head-on?" Ye Chen didn't care in the slightest. "Even though you're just small fry, you'll do for a sword test." He brought out a short, old-looking sword. Chu now recognized it as the Po-Xian sword. By now, Elder Cao sneered, "Ha, what can a broken sword do? As long as those illusions are gone, we can take you down in an instant." Vuong Qin Duong and Van Fong Fa, behind him, quickly got into position. They all charged at once. Vuong Qin Duong shouted, "Die, Ye Chen." Van Fong Fei boasted, "Watch our combined skill. 1 sword, 3 strikes." In a blink of an eye, Ye Chen had taken down the 4 top-tier martial artists. Everyone gasped in shock. Holy cow. 1 strike, 1 kill. They were all top 200 masters, and they couldn't even block a single hit. They couldn't believe their eyes. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. By now, Ye Chen tilted his head and said, "It's your turn, Duong Ngao." Watching the battle unfold, Chu Luo Yuntian dropped his jaw in shock. 1 strike, 1 top-tier master, he's like paper in front of him. Is this the Po-Xian sword? Chuna couldn't believe her eyes either. How is that possible? By now, Ye Chen and the Po-Xian sword had defeated all 3 top 200 powerhouses in China. He gave a mocking smirk. Is this what the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association is? You all together are just losing face. Ye Chen softly said, "But you, the big guy, are actually quite interesting. You didn't die yet." Van Fong Fa said angrily, "Don't look down on people. I practice the indestructible Vajra body. I won't be killed by you that easily." Hearing this, Ye Chen fiddled with the weapon in his hand. "Meaning you want me to slash you a few more times? Heh." Van Fong Fa quickly yelled, "No, that's not it. You misunderstood." At this moment, Duong Gao stepped forward and whispered, "You're no match for him. Leave the next part to me." Van Fong Fa said worriedly, "President, this guy's movement is like a ghost, and the sword is very troublesome. You and I teaming up to kill him is the only way." Duong Gao devised a plot. "I'll fight him first. You stand to the side and attack his weak points." Van Fong Fa, best at dirty tricks, immediately replied, "Yes." They both shouted, "Kill him," playing a free-for-all and thinking themselves honorable. Ye Chen bared his teeth, thinking, "Blatantly teaming up to kill me. What a waste, Duong Gao. You're a martial arts president. You really have no shame." As Duong Gao attacked, he roared, "Little brat, I admit you're strong. Even so, you will still die today, no doubt." He gathered energy in his hands. Then, Duong Niao shouted his move, Spirit Snake Binding. A swarm of snakes made of qi was immediately summoned. Ye Chen quickly backed away to dodge. Standing on the sidelines, Chu Luo Yuntian looked very worried. He has such a technique. Duong Gao is worthy of being the president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Ye Chen, that kid is in danger. Even so, Ye Chen remained calm and said, "Manifesting power? A bit interesting." He quickly got into a defensive stance, ready to counter. "But with this sword of mine, these attacks are just like floating clouds." Saying that, Ye Chen slashed straight through the heads of those snakes. Seeing that, Duong Gao yelled, "You sure know how to slash, but what use is slashing?" He confidently thought, "No matter how much you slash, you can't keep up with my speed." Little did he know, Ye Chen, who was in the middle of the encirclement, had easily closed the distance to Duong Yao. He was so worried he was pale as a ghost. Teleportation? What on earth is this movement technique? Ye Chen whispered, "Die." Duong Yao roared, "Now is the time, Van Fong Fa." Van Fong Fa, who had slipped behind Ye Chen, immediately answered, "Got it, President." The two formed a pincer movement. With his large frame, Van Fong Fa had grabbed Ye Chen. He shouted with delight, "Ha ha ha, got you. That ghostly movement technique of yours is useless now." Duong Gao yelled, "Well done. Hold him tight." Then he took the chance to strike. Ye Chen took the hit. Ye Chen gave a mocking smirk. Just this? A strike shot toward Duong Gao at dizzying speed. By now, Ye Chen had kicked Duong Gao straight on. Van Fong Fa called out anxiously, "President." Though slightly rattled, Van Fong Fa still shouted loudly, "Even if you block that hit, so what? As long as you can't escape me, you're still a fish in the barrel." By now, Ye Chen swung his leg in a perfect arc, and then kicked Van Fong Fa straight in the nuts. His eggs were crushed. Watching Van Fong Fa clutching his crotch in pain, Ye Chen said smugly, "Sure enough, the indestructible Vajra body has the same weak points for everyone." He swung the Posian sword and continued, "And once broken, you're no different from a common mortal. Die." Van Fong Fa quickly waved. Wait a minute." Before he could finish, there was nothing left but a pool of blood from the four top 200 powerhouses. The crowd was incredibly worried. Dead? Even the 178th ranked master, Van Fong Fa, is dead. All of them killed in one strike. Head-on, one-shot kills. Someone whispered, "That kid is clearly still young. He can no longer be considered human. He's basically a monster." By now, Chuna thought to herself, even though the Po-Xian sword was crafted by the best master of my Chu family, it shouldn't be this strong just based on the sword alone. I originally thought the value of the Po-Xian sword far outweighed his life, which is why I proposed the trade. It seems that's not the case at all. Ye Chen brought the sword before the Duong family head and whispered, "Dang Hao, it's your turn." He glared with killing intent. "Are you going to obediently accept your death, or do you want to put up a fight?" Dang Hao roared in a fury. "You ruined the reputation and power of the Tong Diem Association. You even killed my son. This grudge will never end." He unleashed his inner power, causing his outer layer of clothes to shred to pieces. "Dang Hao," he shouted. "Even if I have to risk my life today, I will absolutely not let you live." Seeing this, Ye Chen was momentarily surprised. Dang Hao spoke with seething, killing intent. "I want to commend you. For many years, you are the first person I've struggled to defeat, even if I have to pay with my own lifespan. I admit I underestimated you before, but since it's come to this, one of us must die today." Muscles bulged on his massive frame. Ye Chen was completely unfazed and quickly took a defensive stance. "Then that person who dies will definitely be you, Dang Hao." Ye Chen powerfully swung the Po-Xian sword horizontally at Dang Hao. Dang Hao shrieked, "How is that possible?" He watched as Dang Hao tumbled to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Ye Chen was disappointed and muttered to himself, "It didn't even cut him in two." He asked in a stern voice, "Dang Hao, when I slashed you, you used all your strength to defend, right? But in the end, it was all for nothing." Martial Arts Association President, what a joke. You're nothing more than this. Dang Hao yelled in rage, "You and I have no feud. Why did you want to kill my son?" Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha. You really have the nerve to ask that. Your father-son duo commits every evil under the sun. Your son even wiped out the entire Kim family just because of one jade pendant, destroying their lives and killing their loved ones. Did you never think that a day like this would come for you?" Ye Chen continued, "Besides, from the moment I killed Vien Can, you never intended to spare me, did you?" Having his thoughts read, Dang Hao could only grit his teeth in frustration, unable to do anything else. Ye Chen suddenly spoke up. "Almost forgot about your little matter." He smirked and said, "Your trusted right-hand man, Vice President Ma Vai, is actually my man." Hearing this, Dang Hao was so angry he spat blood. "Ye Chen, even as a ghost, I won't forgive you." Ye Chen fiercely swung the Po-Xian sword. "Just relying on that tiny bit of strength, you want to haunt me as a ghost? I'm afraid that's a bit difficult. Now, time to kill you." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop!" Ye Chen turned his head in annoyance. There were still those not afraid of death. Fuang Trung Tin stepped forward, representing the Hua Martial Arts Bureau. He demanded in a stern voice, "Put that sword away, kid." At that moment, Dang Hao smiled with delight. "Master. Master has come to save me." The man in the hat shouted, "Kid, don't you dare lower that sword. The Hua Martial Arts Bureau has the authority to prioritize handling all conflicts in the martial arts world. Violators die." Ye Chen was openly annoyed. "What kind of thing is that? Never heard of it." Just then, Chuna waved her hand to call Ye Chen. Over here, she whispered. "Hurry, stop." The Hua Martial Arts Bureau holds the highest authority, responsible for handling all crimes committed by martial arts powerhouses in Hua. Their existence is like Longhorn, but they specialize in studying martial artists. No martial artist can resist them. Hearing this, Ye Chen just let out an "oh." The man in the hat spoke. I know you and Dang Hao have a conflict. I will report all of this to my superiors, and I guarantee it will be handled fairly. Dang Hao thought triumphantly to himself, Ye Chen, you never expected me to hold a grudge. To prevent you from having experts backing you up, I specially invited people from the General Association here. Although losing to you was unexpected, as long as they get involved, you won't be able to kill me. To everyone's shock, Ye Chen kicked Dang Hao, then stomped down with a lethal blow to his head. Ye Chen smirked, sorry, your smile is just too disgusting. So, go die. Everyone shrieked in shock. He killed him. He actually killed the president right in front of the Hua Martial Arts Bureau. It's over, it's over. The wrath of the Martial Arts Bureau is not something he can withstand. He's crazy. He's a total lunatic. The man in the hat roared in anger. I never thought there would be someone who dared to challenge the authority of the Martial Arts Bureau, and a young person at that. He loudly ordered, the Hua Martial Arts Bureau is at work. Everyone uninvolved, leave immediately. Seeing this, everyone sighed. The aura is truly powerful. Let's go. We need to leave quickly. They knew better than to mess with these people. Meanwhile, Ma Vi was a bit worried. Master Ye is just too strong. How could he kill the president? But directly, provoking the Martial Arts Bureau, won't there be trouble? Suddenly, his phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. Ma Vi wondered, who is messaging me at this time? It was a message from Ye Chen. Ma Vi, handle the aftermath of the Hua group. Ma Vi replied, received, Master Ye. The man in the hat shouted angrily, you brat, are you looking down on me, using your phone? Let me tell you, no matter what reinforcements you brought, you won't have a good end tonight. Ye Chen said disdainfully, don't be in such a rush, it's your turn immediately. Seeing this, Chu Na quickly warned him, Ye Chen, stop provoking them. She added worriedly, Ye Chen, I heard from Bai Libing that you just returned to Hua, and there are many things you don't understand. The Martial Arts Bureau and the Martial Arts Association are two different concepts. Chu Na began to explain. The former is a state-affiliated agency. The latter is a civic organization. Offending the Martial Arts Association is at most a personal grudge, but offending the Martial Arts Bureau, even if you are strong, you cannot shake the Martial Arts Bureau. They have many experts. Seeing Chu Na rambling, Ye Chen couldn't help but say, are you annoying? What does this have to do with you? You don't have a crush on me, do you? Chu Na said helplessly. Ha, do you even understand? Stop messing around. The man in the hat spoke up, reminding her, young miss of the Chu family, leave immediately. Otherwise, even you will be handled according to the rules. Chu Na walked away, annoyed. If it weren't for that sword, who would care about you? The martial artist guys were a bit surprised, eh? Chu Na thought angrily, why is this guy so arrogant? After clearing away the bystanders, the martial artists began to surround Ye Chen. The man in the hat said, Ye Chen, you violated Article 9 of the Supreme Martial Arts Laws of Hua. The Martial Arts Bureau has grounds to execute you. Ye Chen realized these footsteps were forming a formation. Trying to use a formation to deal with me? You guys, the man in the hat sternly asked, do you have any last words? Ye Chen just replied with one word, ignorant. The bearded man hissed, I tried to persuade you, but you wouldn't listen. Time and time again, you've made me lose face. Afterward, he yelled, formation, take your positions. The martial artist group immediately lunged at Ye Chen. Ye Chen was momentarily worried. A formation? Unexpectedly, the martial artist struck a Power Rangers pose and shouted, we are the special combat team of the Hua Martial Arts Bureau. Ye Chen was stunned, thinking, I completely failed to see what the point of that was. The bearded man hung his head, looking smug. Did you get scared, stupid, little brat? The martial artist thought it was fine for you to kill Dang Hao, but you shouldn't have made our Martial Arts Bureau lose face. 5-star General Maki, currently far away in that beautiful country, once declared, if the Hua Martial Arts Bureau participates in this battle, our military will not dare to step 1 foot outside our borders. This is what the bearded man was most confident in. The name of the Hua Martial Arts Bureau is proven by its strength. If I could possess this force, then light weapons and ammunition would become a joke. Seeing that pretentious display, Ye Chen judged, by the way, is the Martial Arts Bureau a mental hospital or what? The bearded man said confidently, Ye Chen, I'll give you one chance to apologize again. Ye Chen asked coldly, who is Maki? Hearing this, Fuang Trung Tin was furious. Even his own people thought he was being an idiot. He couldn't help but click his tongue. The bearded man shouted, you arrogant fool. Martial arts team, attack. 4 martial artists continuously stepped and circled Ye Chen. They looked identical, all styling their hair the same way, some wearing glasses, some not. They kept rotating around Ye Chen. The bearded man smirked, thinking, the plan worked. I intentionally used a fake formation to lure you in so you drop your guard and fall into the real trap. They yelled, secret technique, head cutter formation. The bearded man loved this move. The head cutter formation uses 4 experts from the martial team to surround the enemy, making it impossible for the enemy to accurately judge the point of attack. Once, Ye Chen showed a weakness and tried to attack one of them. The other 3 would utilize Ye Chen's blind spots to strike. The perfect scene played out in his head. The bearded man said, you might have been able to kill Dang Hao and you truly have some skill, but now you have been. Ye Chen looked around and said, both of you, simultaneously. The 2 sides shouted, you've been surrounded by us. I've surrounded you. Suddenly, the 4 martial artists accidentally crashed into each other, punching each other. They shrieked. What happened? Where did Ye Chen go? Ye Chen had quickly deployed the Dragon Phantom body technique and escaped the encirclement. Seeing this, the bearded man was shocked. Dragon Phantom body technique. Why does this brat know such a high-level movement technique? The 4 martial artists eagerly rushed in again. It's just breaking the formation. Don't be nervous. We have the numbers. The advantage is with us. Ye Chen smirked with contempt. Done playing. Then go die. He swung the Po Hian sword in his hand and unleashed the dragon-slaying sword technique. Just a few simple movements, and he took them all down. The bearded man frantically yelled, Special Martial Arts Team, no. The no dragged on. He asked angrily, Ye Chen, do you know what you've done? Ye Chen said coldly, save your breath. Next, it's your turn. The bearded man started gathering energy. Die, Ye Chen, he shouted confidently. Burn, my heavenly plateau fire. Wait, no. Burn, my unicorn. Following the bearded man was a baby-faced unicorn. He unleashed his attack and roared, Sacred Beast, Comet Fist. Facing the lightning-fast barrage, Ye Chen nimbly activated his dragon illusion art. He successfully dodged every blow. The bearded man was incredibly shocked. I missed? Why did I miss? My Sacred Beast, Comet Fist is a technique I perfected my entire life. I can throw 10 punches a minute, a technique faster than the snap of a whip. Ye Chen just smirked calmly. Seeing this, the bearded man couldn't believe his eyes. Ye Chen had dodged his attacks so easily. He scoffed. Is that all the Wuxia Martial Arts Bureau has to offer? Ye Chen swung his broken sword and shouted, Go join your disciple in the afterlife. At that moment, Fang Zongxin barked. Stop. Ye Chen turned toward Fang Zongxin and unleashed a powerful strike that made the earth tremble violently. Ye Chen murmured, So, you finally decided to make a move. Looks like I'll have to kill one more person today. Fang Zongxin hissed, furious. Kid, you're really something else. Fang Zongxin stood face to face with Ye Chen. His previous move had been incredibly flashy, with orange-gold sparks still lingering throughout the hall. Staring intently at Ye Chen, he lamented. The boy is truly formidable. To have such strength at this age, what will he become if he's allowed to grow? The old man who had been hiding behind Fang Zongxin grabbed his leg, babbling. Grandmaster Fang, thank you for saving my life. Fang Zongxin, without even looking at him, replied arrogantly. It was nothing. With that, he stomped his feet to gather momentum. Once again grandstanding, Fang Zongxin threatened Ye Chen. Kid, you've already committed a capital crime by killing members of the Wuxia Martial Arts Bureau. His face remained expressionless, his voice growing several degrees colder. Fang Zongxin declared, Today, I, Fang Zongxin, will finish you right here. Without retreating, Ye Chen raised his broken sword shard. Talk is cheap. I'd like to see who finishes who. Fang Zongxin never expected that he had been in the crosshairs of someone else all along. That person was waiting for a single opening to strike. A throwing star whizzed past Fang Zongxin's neck, a perfectly aimed shot. It was just a warning, not a kill. An inch closer, and it would have slit Fang Zongxin's throat. Terrified, he looked toward the source of the assassination and saw a massive, well-armed squad approaching. The leader was none other than Lei Shuwei. From afar, he called out, That's enough. This meaningless fight needs to end. This wasn't any ordinary group. Every single one of them was fully geared up, hands on their weapons, waiting for the command to leave nothing standing. Fang Zongxin frowned. Lei Shuwei, what is the meaning of this? Though he asked, deep down, he already had a hunch about the situation. You even brought specialized anti-martial artist weaponry. Are you looking for an all-out war with the Martial Arts Bureau? Lei Shuwei shouted. Stop. This doesn't just concern your bureau, it involves my Long Hun as well. Ye Chen, still relaxed with his hands in his pockets in front of dozens of gun barrels, watched as Fang Zongxin snapped back. Are you insane? What does this have to do with Long Hun? Lei Shuwei stood his ground and argued. Mr. Ye is our chief instructor of Long Hun. You tell me if this involves us or not. Fang Zhongxin. If you still want to make a move, you better be prepared to deal with the wrath of Long Hun. The old man hiding behind Fang Zhongxin was trembling. What did he just hear? That kid is the chief instructor of Long Hun. The old man frantically searched his memory, and the more he remembered, the more panicked he became. The status of Long Hun and the Martial Arts Bureau were equal. To become the chief instructor, you must be approved by that person. Fang Zhongxin remained calm. Lei Shuwei, you better think carefully. If that kid opposes the Martial Arts Bureau now, it's a fight to the death. Protecting him means Long Hun and the Martial Arts Bureau are mortal enemies. Hearing this, Lei Shuwei couldn't help but pause and consider the stakes. Long Hun and the Martial Arts Bureau had always been partners. If they became enemies, it would be a massive loss for Long Hun. Fang Zhongxin felt the same. He gritted his teeth, wondering what his president would choose. A second later, Lei Shuwei made his decision. With eyes wide and voice booming, he declared, "With him here, wuxia will have 100 victories and nothing to fear. Long Hun's chief instructor, Ye Chen, no one is allowed to touch him." So, he had chosen to oppose them. It was a declaration of war. When these words left Lei Shuwei's mouth, everyone except the calm Ye Chen was left in shock. Fang Zhongxin was so frustrated he felt like he was going to explode. The veins in his face popped as he growled, "This is it, Lei Shuwei. You'd better not regret this." Facing the line of 10 men, Fang Zhongxin stepped forward. Without looking back, he said, "Let's go." However, Ye Chen suddenly asked, "Did I say you could leave?" This question managed to stop Fang Zhongxin in his tracks for a moment. He turned his face back, acting superior, and replied, "Kid, without Long Hun, you'd already be a corpse. Don't push your luck." Ye Chen, standing far away, replied, "The Martial Arts Bureau and Long Hun are both top-tier organizations in wuxia. I don't want the two sides to clash." He confidently issued a challenge. 5 days from now, a life-or-death duel at the Jiangcheng Province Martial Arts Arena. Do you dare to accept? This battle would have nothing to do with the Bureau or Long Hun, just him and Fang Zhongxin. Before Fang Zhongxin could even speak, Lei Shuwei's subordinates were already shaking in their boots. Lei Shuwei stepped forward to advise, "Sir, Mr. Ye, please stay calm. Fang Zhongxin isn't an ordinary grandmaster. Long Hun is sparing no cost to protect you, but that doesn't mean you should go throw your life away." Fang Zhongxin looked Lei Shuwei straight in the eyes and asked, "Lei Shuwei, do you still want to save him?" He was put on the spot, struggling for a long time before muttering something nonsensical. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lei Shuwei turned the tide. He said, "Fang Zhongxin, I think you've misunderstood. From the moment I walked through that door, I never intended to save Mr. Ye. The one I wanted to save was you and the wuxia Martial Arts Bureau behind you." Hearing this explanation, Fang Zhongxin let out a hearty laugh. He mocked, "Lei Shuwei, you're saving me? And Mr. Ye, are you trying to laugh me to death?" Before leaving, Fang Zhongxin spoke his final words, essentially confirming the life-or-death pact with Ye Chen. "If you're seeking death, then I'll grant your wish. 5 days from now, at the Jiangcheng Province Martial Arts Arena. Oh, and I'll tell you this. I'm currently ranked 99th on the Grandmaster board. Prepare a good coffin for yourself." Having said that, he couldn't help but let out another long laugh before disappearing, only after Fang Zhongxin's silhouette had completely vanished. Did Lei Shuwei loudly question, "That was reckless, Mr. Ye. Too reckless." Ye Chen calmly asked, "And if I kill him in the arena?" Lei Shuwei shouted even louder, "That will thoroughly offend the Martial Arts Bureau." Lei Shuwei used every ounce of his energy to express his strong opposition. "Ye Chen, how will you have a place in the martial arts world after this?" Ye Chen, on the other hand, was incredibly calm. He replied slowly, "Who said I wanted to get by in the martial arts world? Besides, the moment I killed Tang Ao in front of them, they already had no intention of letting me live." Ye Chen's expression darkened, but every word he spoke was radiant and deeply warm. "Even if you protect me, they will still try to attack me from the shadows. Nothing can change that. But your actions touch me. In the future, if Long Hun needs anything, just come to me. I won't hesitate to help." These words from Ye Chen acted like an elixir. Lei Shuwei's massive squad began to clamor. "Mr. Ye, you are the chief instructor of Long Hun. No matter what happens, we won't hesitate to stand behind you. Long Hun is your firmest backing." Meanwhile, on the Kunlun Mountains, snow covered everything, and not a single person appeared. In the middle of the sun-drenched courtyard, Tan Zhengyang was concentrating on his cultivation alone. Tan Kun walked over from afar, asking with concern, "My son, Zhengyang, you've been recuperating for so long. Is your backlash injury still not healed?" Seeing his father arrive, he broke from his cultivation state, leaned on his hands, and stood up, saying, "It's better." but it still hurts. Looking at the silent courtyard gate, Tan Zhengyang asked anxiously, "Father, how much longer are we going to wait here? We've been outside for a week. The gate hasn't opened yet. Will someone actually come out?" Tan Kun couldn't give him a definite answer to such doubts, so he comforted him. "As long as we are sincere, the master will surely notice us." The Tan family wanted to take a step forward. This was the only way. "Even if it takes longer, we must wait." He continued, "The top martial arts families of Jiangcheng province have never been the goal for our Tan family." He gestured boldly into the distance. Tan Kun said, "My goal is to help you, my son, build a top-tier force. Only the capital is the true place where the martial artists of wuxia compete." Tan Zhengyang saw this and felt refreshed. He smiled brightly. "Understood, then I will continue to wait." But waiting out in the wind and cold every day was truly unbearable. He could barely stand. Just as Tan Zhengyang finished speaking, the courtyard gate slowly opened. From inside, a pleasant, relaxed laugh echoed. "Fine, fine. I'll see you in a year or half a year." A Taoist priest stepped out, carrying an otherworldly aura. Tan Kun was startled, looking back with his mouth hanging open. Lin Moshan had finally deigned to show himself. Dressed in a kasaya, stepping on the clouds, a small branch was tucked horizontally into his hair bun, giving him a very transcendent feeling. Seeing him, the father and son immediately bowed respectfully. "I am Tan Kun. Greetings to the senior," Tan Zhengyang said. "Following my father, greetings to the senior." Lin Moshan asked directly, "You have waited outside my door for many days. What is it you seek?" Qin Kun answered honestly, taking this chance to express his request. "Senior, I would like to invite you to come out of seclusion and oversee our Qin family." As expected, Lin Moshan kept his eyes closed and calmly refused. "I have lived a free and easy life for too long. That is why I stay here." Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Glancing sideways, he muttered about not wanting to be tied down. Qin Kun kept his hands cupped and head bowed, trying to persuade him. "Senior, please wait a moment. Take a look at this item, then you can decide." With that, he reached out and summoned a treasure. In a flash, it appeared, resting neatly in Qin Kun's hand. As soon as it was revealed, the calm expression on the old Taoist's face vanished completely. His eyes widened in shock. There was no need for words or permission. Lin Moshan reached out toward the treasure, using his internal energy to pull it toward him. The object was very obedient. It zipped straight to him. Quickly, Lin Moshan held the wooden box in his hand. He opened it to reveal nothing but a golden key. He was thunderstruck. This is a key to enter the Kunlun Void." "Where did you get this?" Qin Kun, hearing this, became even more panicked. "Senior, what is the Kunlun Void?" "I have never heard of it." Using his inner strength to levitate the key, the old man said, "That's right. You're merely ancient martial artists of wuxia, not cultivators, so it is natural you don't know of the Kunlun Void. Where did this come from?" Qin Kun bowed deeply, stating solemnly, "Senior, this is an heirloom of my Qin family. I hope that, relying on this, I can persuade you to step in." To oversee the Qin family, putting the golden key back into the old box, just as it was, Lin Moshan muttered to himself, "Fine then. It would truly be a pity to miss out on this." Clutching the box tightly, he said, "For the sake of this item, I agree to come out of seclusion this once, but I will only oversee your family for 1 month. After that, I am leaving." This condition was quite harsh, but Lin Moshan was someone Qin Kun desperately needed. Qin Kun gritted his teeth. This was his family's heirloom, and it only bought 1 month. It was way too expensive. Understanding Qin Kun's hesitation, Lin Moshan stroked his beard and added calmly, "Of course, during this month, I will take 1 disciple from the Qin family." He painted a dreamlike scenario. "Following me will be enough to protect the Qin family for a lifetime of prosperity." Qin Kun looked as if he had been waiting for this guarantee. He smiled and looked at his son, Zhengyang. "Why haven't you come to pay your respects to your master yet?" Qin Zhengyang cupped his hands from afar. "Yes, sir." In a flash, Qin Zhengyang knelt before Lin Moshan under his father's gaze. He spoke solemnly. "Qin Zhengyang pays respects to master." Lin Moshan raised an eyebrow, checked him over, and said, "Your foundations are decent. Take this as a greeting gift." Saying that, he threw him a round object that looked like a pearl but also like a stone. Qin Zhenjiang was overjoyed and thanked his master. "Ye Chen, master." Looking as if he wanted to swallow the treasure in his hand, Qin Zhengyang secretly rejoiced. "My destiny has finally arrived." At the Yunhu Villa, located in Jiangnan province, snow fell silently beneath the eaves of the ancient structures. The air was fresh but a bit chilly. Inside the cozy room, several people were present. Everyone seemed restless. Ye Chen opened the door and walked in. "Is something the matter, everyone? Why are you all looking so troubled? Is it uncomfortable here?" Everyone was delighted to see him and bowed respectfully. Mr. Ye. Seeing Ye Chen return unharmed, Chu Ye was extremely puzzled. He was perfectly fine and hadn't suffered any injuries. Going out there meant facing the Huaxia Martial Arts Bureau. The young boy with the broken arm was teary-eyed with joy and limped over, saying, "Brother Chen, you were truly so cool earlier. In the future, I want to become just like you." As he left, Chu Ya considerately draped a coat over. Ye Chen smiled gently. "If you train diligently, you will naturally become strong, perhaps even able to protect those around you." Chu Ya spoke up, "Mr. Yi, I wonder if you are still interested in reforging the Poxia sword." Ye Chen was slightly surprised by the offer and asked, "You change your mind?" Chu Ya put on an act. "Since the Poxia sword has become Mr. Ye's weapon, our Chu family is of course more than happy to help." She smiled meaningfully. "Besides, the materials of that sword are of no great use to the Chu family. It would be better to gift it to Mr. Yi as a token." Ye Chen took a step back, on guard. "What do you want me to give in return, Chu family?" Chu Ye thought to herself, "This is the effect that power brings. Whether in Huaxia or the Kunlun Void, the weak depend on the strong. Currying favor with them is completely normal." She feigned thought and said, "A precious sword suits a hero. Why speak of value? If Mr. Ye has free time and doesn't mind visiting the Chu family, we will do our best to help you reforge the sword." Ye Chen went along with Chu Ye and agreed. "Very well, I will pay a visit tomorrow." In his heart, he already had his own plans. If the Poxia sword could truly be restored, then that fang, Jiangcheng, ranked 99th, wouldn't be worth a damn. At Ye Chen's villa, it was a beautiful sunny day. Inside the house, sounds of cheerful laughter rang out. "Tong Dai, look, is this dress beautiful?" "It definitely suits you," Tong Di shyly and weakly protested. "It's very beautiful, but isn't it a bit too revealing in the back?" Haru Shue immediately said, "What are you worried about if you've got the curves? Hurry up and try it on." Both of them were lovely in the rather revealing outfits. Haru Shue was enjoying herself. Ye Chen sat at the table enjoying tea, glanced over, and said nothing. He thought to himself that the matter with Tang Ao could finally be considered finished. Tan Di no longer needed to hide, and Haru Shue had returned from her grandmother's house. The house was lively again. Setting his cup on the table, he fell into deep thought. Still, there are many things that need to be dealt with. There is still no news about the Jiangcheng Long family, and my parents' fate remains unknown. Remembering the mysterious person, holding the clues, he grew even more anxious. The only lead was that Jiang Jianfeng, ranked 9th on the Grandmaster rankings, but he had no way to find him. Ye Chen's face hardened. What on earth is hidden in the murky waters of Yunhu Villa? Why do they keep targeting the tiny Ye family? As he was lost in thought, his senses sharply warned him that there was an unfamiliar presence outside the window. He whipped his head around. A hazy figure in a black cloak with a covered head flashed past very quickly. Ye Chen rushed to where the figure appeared, but there was absolutely no trace. He called out, "Who's there?" He was extremely shocked. Ye Chen was stunned for a moment. He wondered to himself, could I be seeing things? Impossible. Ye Chen was extremely anxious. Just now, there was definitely someone watching him, but he didn't know who. In Jiangcheng, within the grounds of a large courtyard, two people were leisurely playing chess together. The opponent picked up a black piece and moved it gently. Jiang Jianfeng praised, "That is indeed a great move." But he immediately asked, "Father, why did you want to see me today?" Jiang, sitting across from him, stared straight at his son with eyes as sharp as daggers. He didn't answer immediately. A second later, the old man lifted a chess piece and said, "A father visiting his son, is there a problem with that?" Jiang Jianfeng gave a wry smile. "Father, look at what you're saying. Of course, there is no problem. But I guess you came to check on the results of my cultivation." Hearing this, Jiang stroked his beard and his facial muscles relaxed a little. "In the process of cultivation, remember not to be angry or frustrated. Among all my sons and daughters, apart from your eldest brother who entered the Kunlun Void, you have the most talent." Jiang Jianfeng was honest. "Father, at first, when the talent was tested, wasn't it?" Before he could finish his sentence, the Jiang patriarch flew into a rage, slamming his chess piece down onto the board, causing all the remaining pieces to jump up. The old man glared and shouted, "It was not her." Jiang Jianfeng was also startled and called out, "Father, you and I are done playing chess." The Jiang patriarch stood up, cupping his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. "A woman who wouldn't listen to the family's control and married a low-born fellow, I will never acknowledge her as my daughter, let alone the fact that she gave birth to an abomination that disgraces the Jiang bloodline." As he was speaking, suddenly, a guard's voice came from outside, sounding extremely frantic. "Mr. Jiang, something huge has happened in Jiangnan province." He ran as if chased by a ghost. Reporting as he ran, Ye Chen, he actually killed Tang Ao. The name was like a thorn in the hearts of both father and son. The Jiang patriarch calmly asked, "What did you just say?" Seeing the Jiang patriarch's face, the guard was terrified. Old master, why are you here too?" He ignored the question and pressed on. "Is it just the same name, or the wretch I know?" Jiang Jianfeng answered for his father. "It is that wretch. The brat didn't die. He even caused quite a stir today." The old Jiang patriarch grew angry. "He didn't die? That bastard has a lot of luck. Tell me, what is this about Tang Ao?" The guard replied fearfully. Tang Ao was the president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. He had a feud with Ye Chen, but he was defeated by him. Jiang Jianfeng still couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Tang Ao is, after all, a martial arts association president. How could he be easily killed by a brat? The guard explained. He was killed in front of the Wuxia Martial Arts Bureau. Moreover, he took on 5 opponents alone and killed 5 grandmasters in succession. The Jiang patriarch listened carefully, commenting, "That's somewhat interesting. Tell me clearly about Ye Chen." The subordinate replied, "Yes, old master." After hearing the story, the Jiang patriarch clicked his tongue. "It seems this brat's martial arts talent is not bad." The subordinate continued, "I observed his power erupting. He even reached the 100th position on the Wuxia Grandmaster list, but he used a broken spiritual sword at the time. It might have been relying on the weapon's power." Jiang Jianfeng glanced at his father, probing, "Father, do you think I should go meet him? It just so happens that he has recently been using some methods to investigate the incident at Yunhu Villa years ago. Furthermore, I am also very curious about where he went during those 5 missing years." The old Jiang patriarch replied calmly, "It's not necessary, but a grandmaster ranked outside the top 100 isn't worth a member of the Jiang family going to meet him." The old man turned his only eye toward his son. Besides, he could only achieve this much because of the powerful Jiang family bloodline. "Right." Saying that, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked away leisurely. "If you want me to think highly of him, he needs to act before 10, Jiang Jianfeng muttered to himself, thinking his father was getting a bit carried away by his anger. He worried incessantly about Ye Chen, thinking, even though that brat is still young, he's growing at an alarming rate. I have to admit, he's already become a serious threat to our Jiang family. I just wonder if this threat is being exaggerated." Time flew by. At the Minthu Villa, the sun shone warmly, and the flowers were in full bloom. Ye Chen was leisurely sipping tea, wearing a white t-shirt quite different from his usual attire. With a hint of annoyance, he said, "Si Hangshu, tell me, should I get a room prepared for you here?" The young woman remained silent. He continued, "Can't you ever knock? You show up like a ghost every time." Only then did Si Hangshu reply, "I still can't believe you actually killed Duong Gao, and even his master." Ye Chen rested his chin on his hand, scoffing. "So what? Is there anyone else who needs your help to kill me?" Si Hangshu said, "This is already a huge mess. The entire internal circle of the Blood Demon Palace is gossiping about it. And you," she looked at him, "dare to treat the Martial Arts Bureau with this attitude? You're the first one to ever do that." Ye Chen didn't seem bothered, mocking her with a smirk. "I never expected these assassins to be so into gossip. Did you come all the way here just to tell me this?" Si Hangshu frowned seriously. "You killing a powerhouse of the Blood Demon Palace cannot be covered up anymore. Tomorrow, come to the Blood Demon Palace with me. The head of the Jiangnan branch wants to meet you." Ye Chen bluntly interrupted, "Who the hell is he? I'm not going." Si Hangshu was speechless, thinking to herself. As expected, he answers like a complete brick wall. Outside the door, Tong Dai's voice called out, "Ye Chen, I'm home." As soon as she heard her voice, Si Hangshu vanished as if she had never been there. Ye Chen sighed, annoyed that she'd run off again. As soon as he opened the door, Tong Di happily asked, "Did you miss me?" He replied, "Of course I did," and tenderly asked, "Are you getting used to living there?" Tong Di answered honestly, "Not really. I was about to die of boredom." Then she added, "Ye Chen, I've been thinking for a long time. Even though I don't like fighting, I want the ability to defend myself if needed." Ye Chen thought to himself, Tong Di wanting to cultivate is a good thing, but I need to carefully consider what methods are suitable for her. Out loud, he said, "Self-defense methods? Let me think about it." After thinking for a moment, he picked up his glass and smiled brightly. "Then, let's try it out." Inside the Jiangnan branch of the Blood Demon Palace, the atmosphere was heavy with authority and tension. Long Feng sat imposingly on a large chair, his eyes fixed on Si Hangshu standing before him. In Long Feng's hand, a stream of energy hovered, emitting a brilliant golden light like arrows ready to be fired at any moment. His deep, gravelly voice spoke up. Long Feng's eyes were as sharp as blades, boring into Si Hangshu, and he demanded. He refused. With Long Feng's overwhelming aura, Si Hangshu felt a flicker of fear but tried to remain calm as she replied. Tian Fong said he happens to be busy right now and can't make it. He'll come to see you whenever he's free. As soon as she finished, Long Feng suddenly shouted her name, Si Hangqiu. His sharp, commanding tone startled her, and she timidly replied, yes. Long Feng's face darkened, his voice filled with severity and power. Right now, I am asking you as a father, so there is no need to use the tone you use for subordinates. But immediately after, his voice deepened as he continued. Did Ye Chen really say that? Hearing this unexpected question, Si Hangqiu couldn't help but be shocked, feeling both scared and uneasy. She stammered, trying to find the right words. Yes, it was him. That her eyes darted away, not daring to meet Long Feng's gaze. She had to confess. He looks down on the Blood Demon Palace and doesn't want to meet you. Hearing this, Long Feng's expression didn't show rage. Instead, he curled his lip into a cold smile. He's got some nerve, hasn't he, that brat? He frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his face, but he suppressed his anger and said, fine, I will go meet him myself and see exactly how much talent he really has. At the Chu family estate in Jiangnan, inside an elegant room, Ye Chen and Chu Ya were both present. Ye Chen smirked, his eyes filled with amusement as he looked around the room. Chu Ya, I came to the Chu family to reforge the dragon-slaying sword, and you bring me to a bedroom. Are you trying to use a seduction tactic? Chu Ya wasn't flustered at all. She looked at him with cold eyes and calmly replied, Mr. Ye, you've misunderstood. Although this is my room, it is also the most mysterious sword-forging site of the Chu family. With that, she reached out and tapped the nearby wall. Instantly, a secret mechanism was triggered, and the wall silently opened to reveal a long, dark, and mysterious staircase leading deep underground. The two stood side by side, looking down into the passage. After a moment, Chu Ya politely gestured, Mr. Ye, please. As they stepped down the staircase into the earth, Chu Ya calmly explained, since the things the Chu family creates are so valuable, we inevitably have a few petty thieves eyeing them. She nonchalantly continued, all those ornaments were just to fool others. Hearing this, Ye Chen glanced at Chu Ya, his tone showing interest in the reason behind it. Fooling others? Being able to dig a tunnel like this right under your private room, that's quite interesting. The two continued deeper inside. Suddenly, Chu Ya announced, we're here. Before Ye Chen's eyes was an incredibly massive underground space. The place was fully equipped with sword-forging tools, from smithing platforms to furnaces, and surrounded by countless swords and spears, neatly arranged, radiating a cold, sharp light. Ye Chen stood still for a moment. His eyes swept over everything in the giant basement. He couldn't hide his surprise. I can't believe such a place was created underground. Just then, a strange sight made Ye Chen even more surprised. A translucent beam of light suddenly appeared, enveloping the broken sword, making it float in midair. At the same time, other weapons were also covered by that light. Chu Ya couldn't help but be amazed by what was happening. 10,000 swords have spirit, 10,000 swords have pride. All these weapons are turning toward the heaven-breaking sword in submission. Ye Chen stood silently, his eyes flashing with excitement. He thought, the dragon-slaying sword is just a broken sword now, yet it can trigger such a phenomenon. If it were completely reforged, what would it be like? Without further hesitation, he quickly rushed forward. He leaped into the air and grabbed the glowing, broken sword. Seeing the situation, Chu Ya hurriedly warned him. The heaven-breaking sword has awakened halfway. Plus, it has absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy. Grabbing it directly is extremely dangerous, Mr. Ye. Ye Chen gripped the sword tightly. A strange light enveloped his body, creating a surge of power that was oppressive. Ignoring Chu Ya's warning, he laughed with delight. Good sword. I didn't expect you to have such capabilities. You've been used for so long, and today you're suddenly supporting other weapons? Huh. He raised the sword, his sharp eyes filled with a smile. Are you cranky because you just woke up? Even though you're broken, there's no way you can subdue me. Wait until you're reforged. You might even be able to flip the heavens. That thought made him even more excited. But the power surging from the sword began to spread. Chu Ya felt that might and tried to warn him. Mr. Ye, you can't use that kind of force. The power grew stronger and stronger. She screamed, stop. The next moment left her stunned. Mr. Ye, you. But Ye Chen remained confident and slightly mischievous. It's fine. I'm just teaching it a little lesson. Those calm words left Chu Ye unsure how to react. She could only think. The stir the dragon-slaying sword caused is extraordinary, but Ye Chen's ability to suppress it is even more terrifying. Chu Ya led Ye Chen into a large room. The four walls were covered entirely with stone, and in the middle of the room, a clear crystal block shone brightly. Chu Ya introduced it to Ye Chen. Mr. Ye, this is the raw material for forging, the heaven-breaking stone, the main material to reforge your heaven-breaking sword. The crystal block wasn't exactly small, but it wasn't huge either. It formed massive, layered branches, creating a beautiful rainbow reflection. This precious and beautiful thing who knew it would be kept in such a dark, hidden place. After introducing the material, she still told him, "You should take it slow and not act too soon, because this is something very hard to break, so let someone with more experience do it. Mr. Ye, if you want to reforge the heaven-breaking sword, you need to split it to get the necessary parts from this stone. The heaven-breaking stone is very difficult to handle. Please wait a moment, I'll get the master to help you." Without the slightest hesitation, Ye Chen bluntly refused her. "It's fine, I can do it myself." Hearing this, Chuya looked as if she'd been struck by lightning. Her eyes widened in shock at what he had just said. "Do it yourself." The young woman stood there, dazed. Without saying much more, Ye Chen was already ready to act. He raised the broken sword, creating a powerful blue aura, combined with a slightly cocky smile. Chuya, standing nearby, was scared out of her wits. She hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait a second. Mr. Ye, you don't mean..." The situation wasn't even clear yet, but with one sword swing, Ye Chen cracked the sturdy heaven-breaking stone in front of him. It didn't just chip a little, it shattered into many pieces. Inside that heaven-breaking stone, when it shattered and fell to the ground, a brilliant, glowing stone was revealed deep within. He picked it up high to examine it like a trophy, while Chuya witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. She was so stunned that her voice became much louder than usual. "You actually used brute force to directly cut the heaven-breaking stone? That's not right. The heaven-breaking stone is the ancestral treasure of my Chu family. Mr. Ye, you were too violent." Just as she was worried everything was going to turn out badly, a threatening voice suddenly rang out from somewhere. "What brat dares to harm my heaven-breaking stone?" His voice grew louder and more intense. He actually used brute force to shatter the breaking heaven stone. "That's my Chu family's heirloom. Mr. Ye, you're being far too reckless." Just as he was worrying that everything was going to fall apart, a threatening voice boomed from out of nowhere. "What kind of punk dares to damage my breaking heaven stone?" The creator of this voice has a 10 out of 10 build, but looking at them from head to toe, it's just a mess. From the bottom up, you can't even begin to accept this unique, bizarre style. Who is this Ye Chen? He's a masked man wearing a spiked collar and holding a distinctive hammer. He looks like a total pervert, the beastman exclaimed, furious at the person in front of him. "This is the Chu family's restricted area. How did you get in here?" Seeing a stranger appear, and not knowing if he was friend or foe, it was best to stay on guard. Ye Chen quickly got into a fighting stance. "What kind of freak is this?" "Chuya, get back. There's a pervert here." Chuya really didn't want to admit she knew him, but she had to so no fight would break out. Wait, he's with me. He's with me." If it weren't for his appearance, nobody would mistake him for a pervert. Ye Chen froze when he heard Chuya say that. He was still suspicious of her denial just now. "He's with me? Oh man, does this person have a taste as strong as fish sauce?" Fearing the other party might misunderstand, Chuya quickly explained everything. "This is Master He, a top-tier swordsmith I specially invited from the capital. He knows my grandfather. When it comes to swordsmithing, if he's second, no one dares to claim first." Hearing that, he looked proud, struck a pose, and asked, "So, is this the brat who came to forge a sword today?" The scene in front of him made the boy freeze like a statue. He couldn't believe this pervert-looking guy was the main character for today. Wanting to be sure, Ye Chen asked Chuya, "Why on earth did you invite him?" She knew Ye Chen was judging a book by its cover, so she tried to explain, "Don't just look at his appearance. His craftsmanship is excellent." Master He, standing nearby, overheard their conversation. He was a bit shocked. He didn't care about politeness or hurting anyone's feelings. Ye Chen expressed his indifference with a judgmental look. "No need. My sword has to be forged by me, obviously." The words Ye Chen just uttered shocked Chuya, but she couldn't be 100% sure, so she asked to clarify. "Master Ye, do you know how to forge swords, too?" Master He, standing to the side, found it hard to believe. Even so, he still struck a pose like a gym bro. Finding himself looked down upon by the boy, he was displeased, put his hands on his hips, and started lecturing him. "Brat, don't you dare underestimate the Tao of swordsmithing. Do you know the 6 laws and 7 principles? Do you know what fire intensity and concealed technique mean? What about sword form? Each one of these requires 15 years of deep immersion to truly master." A man of his experience was surely right, but Ye Chen didn't understand a single thing, nor did he care. Ye Chen calmly pointed out his own annoyance toward the large man in front of him. "Do you have to strike a pose every time you talk? It's so cringy." Man, not caring much about this pose-loving man, Ye Chen wanted to focus on the main task. He turned to Chuya. "Chuya, the things I asked you to prepare, did you get them?" "I prepared everything. But Master Ye, Are you sure you don't want to reconsider and ask Master He instead? It wasn't really that he disliked him, but the important thing here was that this sword had to be made by him. So, Ye Chen put on a serious face and stated firmly, "This dragon-slaying sword must be forged by my own hands." If he was truly determined, they had no right to stop him. A short while later, the three of them reached the forge. Right now, she was using pliers to hold the rare, glowing stone tightly. Inside the red-hot furnace, heating the stone until it sparked brilliantly. Ye Chen looked at the results in his hands and felt satisfied. Not bad. Without this Chu family furnace, there would be no way to melt the meteorite stone. Looking down from above, Chu Ya and Master He were surprised by Ye Chen's talent. She was skeptical. How can he use the Chu family's furnace so easily without a master's guidance? But Master, he still wasn't convinced by his talent. So what if he can use it? I want to see how you actually forge a sword. And he didn't forget to strike his best pose. I don't know what Ye Chen fed her, but Chu Yao now had complete faith in him. Could it be the main character's halo obscuring her vision? I trust Master Ye. Let's just stand quietly to the side and watch. Now, the tense moment had arrived, the part that would decide if the sword would be forged perfectly or not. From the glowing meteorite stone, Ye Chen took the sword and fused it, triggering a powerful, blazing reaction. And then, at the final moment, Ye Chen submerged the sword into a large barrel of water. The intense heat of the sword made the water splash everywhere and hiss continuously with steam. His sword-making process was a bit unusual. From his hand, Ye Chen took out a few dark green, vibrant spirit stones, and he started to get excited about this forging process. Next up, these spirit stones. Master He, high above, started to respect Ye Chen's versatility, but he was a bit sad about the cost of the investment. The value of these spirit stones is no less than high-purity medicinal pills. Ah, the Chu family is actually spending this much money. Chu Ye was also heartbroken about the money, but for the sake of the family's reputation, she said, because it's the meteorite sword, the Chu family can still afford it. Using magic to control the spirit stones, making them hover over the sword, Ye Chen used hand gestures and began chanting, "Southeast, Northwest, Central Palace, Ignite." Using his index and middle fingers, Ye Chen pointed to the sky and shouted the command, "Fire." I've tried that before and got grounded by my mom. As soon as the command was caught, the sword swimming in the water barrel suddenly stood upright, putting pressure on the water surface and splashing it everywhere. It was trying to rise up to find the spirit stones, to combine together. I don't understand what Ye Chen is doing down there. Chu Ya asked 1,000 questions about the technique he had just summoned. What kind of ignition method is this? I haven't even heard of it, let alone seen it. Old he didn't believe in these magic tricks, and downplayed Ye Chen's sword making, saying, "It's nothing but a parlor trick." Right now, while he was controlling the sword to create a masterpiece, Ye Chen was chanting. But a victorious smile had already bloomed on his face. The world is chaotic, none can obtain it. This one sword's name, the soul does not dare to approach. I call upon the sword's name, the sword's soul. Ascend to the heavens, descend to the earth. Around the sword's body, a faint magic was enveloped, combining with Ye Chen's body and hovering prominently in midair. The final command was read. I call upon the dragon-slaying sword, 10,000 swords, obey. Suddenly, a huge blue dragon appeared, embracing the sword within itself. Could this sword become a masterpiece? Receiving a shock of a lifetime, Master, he held his head in admiration. What kind of phenomenon is this? It's like the heavenly phenomena recorded in ancient texts. Does that thing really exist in this world? Chu Ya was also stunned. She opened her eyes wide, wanting to confirm. Is this really just forging a sword? Can simply forging a sword really lead to such a phenomenon? To answer her question, Master, he replied. Of course not, unless what he's using is the legendary sword forging formation. The more he thought, the more useless Master he felt standing in front of him. His eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face in anxiety. I've practiced swordsmanship my whole life, and was honored as a master by everyone around me. Only today do I realize I'm truly just a useless person. By now, Master, he was completely humbled by Ye Chen's boundless talent. He just muttered to himself, Ye Chen, Master Yi. As the sword was finished, it landed in Ye Chen's hand. On the blade, the shadow of the blue dragon remained, winding around him. He was extremely satisfied with the product in his hands. That mister. He raised him up as the true master, the pinnacle of the wuxia sword-forging masters, one of a kind. Scene shifts to a towering mountain, surrounded by clouds on all four sides. This is the capital, Qingfang Mountain Pavilion. At the large courtyard, there were 4 godlike figures gathered to discuss something. Just then, the person with long, black hair asked the most powerful person there, Old Jiang, why does your mood seem to be up and down? Could it be that you have some worries lately? Or have you encountered difficulties in your cultivation? The youngest in the group also noticed it. He found this scene somewhat familiar, so he brought up old Jiang's mood. 5 years ago, I had encountered this because of your daughter, Jiang Beirong. A person wearing a hat sighed when hearing that name, feeling a bit of regret. Speaking of Jiang Beirong, it really is a pity. With her talent, if she had focused on cultivation, how could she not have entered the Kunlun void? Instead, she ended up marrying a mortal. Old Jiang didn't want to hear it anymore. At that moment, he spoke up, putting an end to this prying into his personal life. That's enough. Today, you all gathered here to discuss the situation of wuxia, not to talk about me. Suddenly, just as he finished his sentence, a streak of golden light appeared in the high sky, stretching across the entire blue sky. It was like a massive shooting star rushing toward them, shining brightly yet very dazzling. Witnessing this scene, each of the four people had their eyes opened wide. Old Jiang's eyes bulged because he knew clearly that this was a sign of the appearance of a high-class treasure. Is this phenomenon the appearance of a divine sword? Exactly that. The old men stood before this strange appearance, their attention completely captured. One of them instinctively broke out in a sweat and said, "A heaven-defying person not tolerated by the heavens." A pillar of light suddenly emerged, catching the attention of the heavenly Tao, followed by strange green gusts of wind whipping past the four saint masters. Elder Jiang stood still, but he couldn't suppress the growing unease in his heart. He blurted out his theory. Someone is defying the heavenly Tao, or perhaps the heavenly Tao is threatening this person. The long-haired elder listened, his experience showing. Hearing this, he panicked, desperate to confirm the situation he was imagining. Defying the heavenly Tao threatening someone. Could it be that a Yue of some sort is about to appear in wuxia? A young man in the group was equally shocked. He immediately wanted to head off any disaster, so he turned to the elder beside him to investigate. Elder Nian, can you pinpoint where this person is? You know how important our mission is right now. Elder Nian quickly acted to perform a detection spell. Let me try. With that, he clasped his hands together and began chanting. Elder Nian sat down on the ground as he began his work. As he cast the spell, a strange formation appeared. It had a circular shape like a snowflake, and a powerful white energy radiated from his body. Sitting in the center of the magic circle, he used his energy to turn the formation black, like a third eye. The white energy spread out, searching for the path of the one deemed a challenger to the heavenly Tao. Concentrating on the search, Elder Jiang's expression grew stern. His eyes rolled back to reveal the whites, and he pressed his palms together, whispering the incantations of understanding and revelation. Clear the way, hear the truth, protect the gate, ascend to the higher realm, and bow to the supreme masters. As he chanted, white bolts of electricity crackled around him. Elder Jiang's entire body levitated, encased in a black magic circle. The circle was then enveloped in a layer of green, resembling flames. Even as his body swirled and tilted, he continued to chant the mantra clearly, like a shaman. With the work complete, the true nature of the master would be revealed and pointed out. Before long, the snowflake-shaped magic circle glowed in the darkness. As it lit up, it seemed to be searching for a path, triggering these electrical currents. A black light struck back, trying to block and counterattack Elder Jiang. He took the full force of his own technique's backlash. Tears streamed down his face from the intense pressure and pain. His body couldn't handle the agony, causing his brows to furrow and veins to bulge all over his eyes. Even he hadn't expected to be caught in such a situation. Finally, he descended safely back to the ground. The barrier faded away. Seeing Elder Jiang collapse and clutch his chest in pain, the others in the group rushed over, worried. The long-haired elder, who had been the most talkative and quick to mouth off from the start, showed he cared for his friend by shouting loudly, "Elder Nian, what happened?" The young man in the group, who had been stroking his beard, was also stunned, his eyes wide with shock. Even Elder Jiang, who was usually the calmest and most composed, had such an expression of disbelief. It was clear this was a situation they had never encountered before. Just how strong is this person? Now, Elder Nian looked absolutely battered. His clothes were in tatters, his arm was broken, and he had suffered severe internal injuries. That frail, ruined silhouette appeared through the green smoke, looking truly pathetic. As he lifted his face, the sight before us was shocking. One side of his face had been destroyed, the flesh melting away as if splashed with acid. He gasped for breath, dripping with sweat, and told the three people there, "This person's destiny is rejected by the heavenly Tao. Even the heavenly Tao cannot control him. It's no wonder I suffered such a backlash." The young man stepped closer, watching Elder Nian clutch his chest and pant heavily. There were no words of concern. He was only focused on what he wanted to know. Is it true? Is he really defying the heavens? Is there truly no way to know his location? Mixed with sweat and heavy breathing, thick blood began to trickle from the right side of Elder Jiang's face. Hearing the question, he replied, wanting to assert his own standing. This mouthful of blood didn't come for nothing. It wasn't just me spitting it out. I have found the location of this person. In his mind, Elder Nian visualized the place where this heaven-defying person was staying. It was an image of a place full of mountains. Mountains and very rugged ones at that. He is in Jiangnan. The Saint Master with the long hair heard the word Jiangnan and immediately displayed a look of contempt, his voice dripping with disdain. Jiangnan, I thought he was in the capital. When it comes to martial prowess, Jiangnan is nothing. In wuxia, a few castrated roosters fly onto the roof and think they're phoenixes. Although the other three didn't care much for the name Jiangnan, Elder Jiang was the complete opposite. It was as if he had received a massive shock. He clutched his forehead in a panic, immediately thinking of Ye Chen. Jiangnan? Could it be that wretch? No, that's impossible. I must be overthinking it. If that wretch inherited the spiritual vein talent of Xiao Rong. At this moment, Elder Jiang recalled the scenes of the past, back when large fires had burned down the entire village. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. But that year, when he was born, I sent people to snatch him away that very night to check his talent. When I tested him, he was just a baby, not even weaned. There was no doubt that Ye Chen was immortal through and through, just a tiny, insignificant human. A talent that shocked everyone, belonging to Pei Rong, was ultimately wasted. From those deductions, Elder Jiang lowered his hand from his head and stared blankly, affirming to himself, this heaven-defying person is absolutely not that wretch. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Scene changed to the Chu family. Right now, the sword Ye Chen created was finished. Chu Ya held it in her hands, carefully and cautiously handing it to him. Mr. Ye, please take it. Ye Chen quickly reached out to receive the fruit of his labor. Although it was ostensibly a sword forged by the Chu family, Ye Chen hadn't needed their help for any part of the process. Holding the perfectly crafted sword, Ye Chen drew it to test it out. The completed dragon-slaying sword had exceeded his expectations. He moved the sword lightly, assessing it, and was overjoyed, thinking, with this sword's support, my strength has increased significantly. A good person and a great weapon. Your skill is beyond question. Suddenly, Elder He appeared out of nowhere. He knelt, bowing and begging to be taken as a disciple. I was blind before and offended Master Ye. I hope Master Ye doesn't hold a grudge and will accept me as your apprentice. Without the slightest regard for Elder He, Ye Chen didn't blame him, but he didn't want to take on an apprentice either, so he refused bluntly. I don't care about your attitude, but I will not take you as a student. Get up. Hearing this, Elder He showed a look of regret and was forced to stand up. Looking at Ye Chen's talent mixed with a sense of danger, Chu Ya was full of praise on the sidelines. This kid is truly brilliant. Just a little bit of casual guidance would be enough to last someone a lifetime. Suddenly, Ye Chen's head began to spin. He fainted, unable to control himself, and began to fall to the floor. Thump! He fell face first onto the ground. Forging was no easy task, and since he had created such a marvelous sword, the energy loss was immense. Surprised by this, Chu Ye worriedly ran over, calling his name loudly. Mr. Ye. Ye Chen felt his strength draining away. This isn't good. I spent too much energy forging the sword. My body is much weaker than I imagined. A moment later, he was in a strange new room. There was no doubt this was Chu Ye's bedroom. It was late afternoon, and Ye Chen had been asleep for a long while on Chu Ya's soft, warm bed, but he hadn't forgotten to place the sword right beside him. As he opened his eyes, he jolted awake, panicked by the strange surroundings. Ye Chen quickly jumped off the warm bed. Is this just a conditioned reflex for cultivators? Sitting on the bed, shirtless with only a cloth covering his body, Ye Chen looked around and saw the sword was still there, so he was slightly relieved. The dragon-slaying sword is still with me. To be so tired that I ended up in such an unguarded state that was truly careless. Touching his chest lightly, Ye Chen realized he didn't have a single piece of clothing on, and he went blank. Where are my clothes? And more importantly, this room is Chu Ya's room. With his mind running wild, he worried about his own purity had Chu Ya taken advantage of him. That woman surely didn't do anything while he was asleep, did she? From outside the room, a familiar voice echoed in. So, even someone as strong as Mr. Yi will get so tired he passes out. He immediately turned his head toward the source of the sound to observe. Chu Ya had changed into a new outfit. She slowly entered the room with an alluring look, brushing her hair. She said to him, I thought Mr. Yi would sleep for a while longer. You woke up so soon. Afraid she had done something improper while he was unconscious, Ye Chen spoke up to voice his confusion. My clothes, did you take them off? Afraid he would misunderstand her intentions, Chu Ya quickly explained, Mr. Ye, don't misunderstand. It's just that your clothes were soaked through at the time. She seemed to have been captivated by his physique, her face flushing as she stepped closer. If you slept like that, you would easily catch a cold. That's why I did it. Ye Chen didn't really care, though his expression remained dark. He didn't want to blame her for her good intentions, so he said, I don't blame you. No need to be so tense. The dragon-slaying sword far exceeded my expectations. Ye Chen smiled, a friendly look of appreciation on his face for Chu Ye. This time, consider it a favor I owe the Chu family. If you have any requests, just come find me. Hearing this, Chu Ye was so startled her heart skipped a beat, and she stammered, really? But there is one more thing. Wanting to keep his talent a secret, he gave some further instructions. Besides, I hope what happened today won't reach anyone else's ears. Can you guarantee that? Perhaps he had placed his trust in the right person. Chu Na placed her hand over her heart and swore to him, Mr. Ye, rest assured. Master Ha and I will absolutely not speak of this to anyone else. We swear on our lives. Soon, Ye Chen had recovered. He put his clothes back on, left Chu Na's room, and headed to another location. There, an elderly man was practicing Qigong in the courtyard. Ye Chen was the first to speak, recovered fast enough to practice boxing already. Hearing that voice, the old man turned his head. Recognizing it was Ye Chen, he immediately stopped his training and greeted him with a bow. It's all thanks to the pill from Mr. Yi. Then, Ye Chen handed him a new pouch of pills and encouraged him. Old man, relying solely on pills won't get you this far. It seems, oh Han, Lan has been taking good care of you. Here are 20 pills, but they aren't free. Since I don't want my investment to go to waste, I'm setting a condition for you. Reach the top 150 of the master ranking within 2 months. Can you do it? Oh Ha Min held the pouch of pills, thinking tensely. Reach the top 150 of the master ranking in 2 months? If I told anyone else, they'd think I was delusional. It's completely impossible. But Mr. Yi has given me top-tier techniques and pills. With this help, Ye Chen turned to leave when the man called out to him. Mr. Yi, please rest assured. I, Oh Ha Min, will definitely get it done. Ye Chen just smiled and said, then I'll wait for your good news. Suddenly, something whizzed rapidly toward Ye Chen. Taken by surprise, he luckily dodged it as the object slammed hard into the door behind him. Ye Chen turned to look at the leaf. He had seen powerful leaf-throwing techniques before, but in all of Jiangnan province, there weren't many people capable of this. A high-level expert has come to my door. I wonder if it's the Martial Arts Bureau or some other faction. He walked around to observe and finally spotted the person. He asked, why did you attack me? Who on earth are you? The man laughed and said, the one in charge of the Jiangnan branch of the Blood Demon Palace, Lang Feng. Lang Feng continued, I just wanted to see for myself how much skill this brat who dared to touch my subordinates really has. Seeing you now, I'm actually quite disappointed. Ye Chen didn't care much for his words and asked, so, I killed your people from the Blood Demon Palace, and now you're here for revenge? Lang Feng said, I admit you're strong, but relying only on that won't be enough to deal with Fang Zhangdong. Actually, I can give you a chance to live. Shall we make a bet? Ye Chen asked suspiciously, what do you want? Lang Feng told him, if you can catch one of my throwing knives, the feud between you and the Blood Demon Palace will be wiped clean. If you can't catch it, you join the Blood Demon Palace. How about that? Ye Chen retorted angrily. A lowly assassin organization like yours thinks you're worthy of having me join? Lang Feng then pulled out a throwing knife, laughing angrily. So bold, calling us lowly? Even those in the top 10 of the master ranking couldn't do a thing against the people at our Blood Demon Palace headquarters. Ye Chen stepped closer and said, those in the top 10 can't do it? I might not necessarily fail, but I am quite interested in the weapon in your hand. We can make a bet. If you lose, give me that throwing knife. How about it? Lang Feng was taken aback, thinking, I only have 2 of these spiritual blades. Even though they are precious, if I can win Ye Chen over, this bet is worth it. He decided, fine. Then he began to attack Ye Chen. Try catching my knife then. Lang Feng soared into the air, throwing the knife with all his might. The blade surged forward as if it wanted to pierce through everything in its path. Ye Chen observed it carefully and luckily dodged it. Lang Feng controlled the blade to attack him again and said, didn't you want my knife? Why are you running? Ye Chen stopped and said, don't misunderstand. I didn't need to catch that kind of superficial attack. If you want to bet, then get serious and use your full strength. Lang Feng was quite intrigued by Ye Chen's challenge. Big talk. Very well, try my full power strike. Then Lang Feng used all his strength to hurl the throwing knife at Ye Chen. This time, Ye Chen did not dodge but directly countered. 9 Heavens Profound Yang technique. He then used his internal energy to block the attack. Ye Chen put his full power into pushing it back. The clash was so intense that Lang Feng, standing far away, couldn't see clearly because the surroundings were completely obscured by dust. He stood there thinking, no way, is that kid dead? Ye Chen then stepped out, now controlling the throwing knife in his hand. From now on, this thing is mine. Lang Feng was shocked and couldn't say a word, just staring wide-eyed in amazement. I used my full strength, and this kid still caught it. He's a monster. Ye Chen then turned and left, saying, from now on, the Blood Demon Palace has nothing to do with me. If you dare to come again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lang Feng felt a bit angry and thought, nothing to do with you? If it were anyone else, I'd let it go. But you, Ye Chen, that's impossible. After all, what I value most is the killing intent and coldness in you. You are a born assassin, born for slaughter and meant to die in it. Time will make you change. Note that Lang Feng was secretly delighted, as if he were plotting something. At Manhwa Villa, Ye Chen was checking his sword. He was a bit worried. The broken sword was fine before, but with spiritual energy like this, it's too flashy. Then he thought about that scene, worried that if he took the sword out on the street, it might scare ordinary people to death. Just then, the spirit stone suddenly glowed. Ye Chen took it out, puzzled. What's going on? The sword's issue isn't even resolved yet. Why did you come out? He suddenly realized something. Wait a second. The scene then shifted elsewhere. Ye Chen suddenly found himself in the reincarnation graveyard. In the sky, a divine dragon appeared. Why is there a dragon in the reincarnation graveyard? No, wait. Seeing his sword, Ye Chen realized, that's not right. That's just a projection of the Breaking Heaven's sword. It seems this thing really loves the dense spiritual energy here in the reincarnation graveyard. Ye Chen happily held the spirit stone. Unexpectedly, this little stone could actually hold the Breaking Heaven sword. But come to think of it, anything that can be accepted by the reincarnation graveyard must be a top-tier spiritual item. It's only natural that it comes with the capabilities of a storage item. Suddenly, his phone rang. Ye Chen picked it up. Hello? Yingqing, what's wrong? On the other end, Yingqing said, Mr. Ye, the Martial Emperor Association is on the move. This afternoon, a ship from the island nation entered the East Sea waters of China. Our team discovered that there are at least 20 core members of the Martial Emperor Association on board. Long Kwai suspects that they are targeting you, Mr. Yi. Ye Chen sighed in annoyance. A bunch of islanders? What kind of waves can they stir up? Ying Qing continued. They are very shameless, Mr. Ye. You must be careful. I will continue to observe from here and report back if there is any situation. Ye Chen hung up, muttering, just some minor nuisances. Then he went back to happily fiddling with that stone. The current priority is to study this black stone first. Who knows, I might even discover some interesting things. An hour later, a message from Ying Qing arrived. Ye Chen, target spotted. I am leading the Long Han team to launch a surprise attack, preparing for combat. Please rest assured, Mr. Ye. Seeing the message, Ye Chen thought to himself, originally, I wasn't worried about anything, but if they can help me clear up a small annoyance, that's not bad at all. He remarked, this kid, Ying Qing, actually knows how to think for himself. I'll give him a stroke of fortune later. After that, Ye Chen sat at home, calmly and comfortably watching TV. Tong Dai, seeing this, sat next to him and asked, Ye Chen, why do you look so distracted? Ye Chen replied half-heartedly, it's nothing, just thinking about some things. He then sat there deep in thought for a long time. Ying Qing, why is there still no word? Even if that bunch of Martial Emperor Association Sase scum isn't much to write home about, a report is still necessary, right? Suddenly, his phone rang. Speak of the devil. The report was here, but why was it Loi Thu Vai calling? Ye Chen answered the phone and said happily, what's up, old Loi? Did you snatch any treasures during the raid on the Martial Emperor Association's ship tonight? On the other end, old Loi said, Mr. Yi, the operation failed. Something happened to Ying Qing. Ye Chen stood up, anxious and frustrated. Ying Qing, you guy. Just a moment ago, I thought you were reliable. Is this a slap in my face? Tong Di saw his reaction and didn't understand what was going on. Then, Ye Chen went to see Loi Thu Vai and asked, you were there, what's the situation now? Loi Thu Vai said anxiously, Mr. Ye, you know about the Martial Emperor Association's ship incident. Ying Qing led 10 team members to investigate ahead. Currently, the life signs on all their body chips have lost response. It is highly likely that Ye Chen angrily told him, give me their last known location. He thought to himself, today I wanted to give Ying Qing a stroke of fortune, but now something has happened. What kind of joke is this? Loi Thu Vai pulled out a tablet and anxiously told him, the other party sent this. You take a look. On the screen, a voice suddenly said, Ye Chen, the game begins. Loi Thu Vai nervously said, the phone Ying Qing used to send this, I'm afraid he has been captured by the enemy. Ye Chen looked at it for a moment and asked, can you track the enemy's location based on this message? Loi Thu Vai told him, This is an encrypted message on the internet, very difficult to trace the source. But if the message could be sent, there's a high possibility that Ye Chen is still alive. Just then, the phone rang again. Ye Chen observed for a moment and realized that Ye Chen wasn't acting right. The person on the other end covered the mic and spoke to him. Moses, can you hear me? The man, wearing a clown mask, said, Ye Chen, we've finally met. You're much younger than I imagined. That's right. I have a gift for you. He then brought out Ye Chen, who was tied to a chair. Your friend just came to visit us. I wonder when you're planning to head over here. Ye Chen said furiously, let them go, and I might not hold this against you. Ye Chen walked out and sat down to continue the call. Listen to me, let him go now, and I guarantee you'll make it out alive. The man on the other side smugly replied, Mr. Ye, that's not quite the right tone for negotiations, is it? These guests arrived uninvited, so as the host, I naturally have to entertain them properly. Ye Chen, worried, shouted at Ye Chen, Mr. Ye, you cannot negotiate with these criminals. This group is shameless, don't let them trick you. Mr. Ye, don't worry about me, just kill them all. Any evil must be brought to justice. Ye Chen tried to stop Ye Chen from coming to save him. At that moment, the kidnapper grabbed Ye Chen's head and slammed it into the ground. He snarled, you were sneaking onto the ship and got caught by us, yet you still have the nerve to call us shameless. I heard Mr. Yi is your instructor. He held out both hands mockingly. If the chicks haven't finished training or graduated, they shouldn't be playing around. The past is the past, now is a different story. We have endured your dragon soul for a long time. He grabbed Ye Chen's head again and lifted it in front of the camera for Ye Chen, saying, I imagine Mr. Yi really wants to come here and find us now, right? Well, before you arrive, how about we play a little game? Luo Shui said to him, don't do anything reckless. Ye Chen remained calm and asked, what do you want to do? The man pulled out several throwing knives. Then, without hesitation, he threw them into Ye Chen's shoulder and body. Luo Shui saw this, panicked, and shouted, Ye Chen. Ye Chen said angrily, let him go. If you have a problem, take it out on me. The man didn't care and continued, from now on, every once in a while, I'll stab him with a knife. He held a knife and grinned sinisterly. I really want to see how many knives he can take before you get here. Let the game begin, have fun. He then hung up. Luo Shui said anxiously, the IP address we traced earlier was a fake. What should we do now? Ye Chen calmly directed him. It's fine, I can still find them. Help me prepare the fastest boat and take me to the pier. Luo Shui obeyed. Yes, Mr. Yi, Ye Chen said coldly, wash your necks and wait for me to arrive. The scene shifted to a large ship at sea. The man was running his blade against the floor, smugly saying, so boring. Why hasn't Ye Chen arrived yet? Ye Chen, despite his injuries, still cursed at him. The day he arrives will be the day of your death. The man stood up and walked over to him. It seems you really trust your instructor. Of course, I'm not foolish enough to underestimate Ye Chen. Just then, a subordinate ran in to report, Sir, Nakamura, there's a development. The ship's radar just detected a speedboat approaching us. Nakamura showed sudden interest. Is there anyone on it? They're faster than expected. Mr. Yi, it's a small boat with only Ye Chen on it, the subordinate reported. Ye Chen was furious, speeding the boat toward the ship. The subordinate continued, Lord Nakamura, what should we do next? Nakamura ordered him to have everyone prepare to welcome their distinguished guest. Yes, sir. He then looked at Ye Chen and asked Nakamura, so, what should we do with this one? He replied indifferently. Why even ask? Kill him. Since the fish has taken the bait, the hook is no longer needed. By now, Ye Chen had closed the distance to the ship and climbed aboard, abandoning the speedboat. He stood tall and proud, ignoring the guards watching him through binoculars. The henchmen began assigning positions to attack him. You go over there and check. Keep your positions, don't miss anything. They stood around gossiping. I'm telling you, is Ye Chen really worth all this trouble? I heard he's the instructor of the Dragon Soul Strike team. But the soldiers he trains only have so much strength. If he's their instructor, he's probably just the same. This whole fuss is only because Ye Chen doesn't know if he's coming to our sector. Killing him would be a huge achievement. The man laughed joyfully, unaware that Ye Chen had been standing behind him the whole time. He said, in that case, your luck isn't bad, is it? Before they could react, Ye Chen took them all out in one strike. As expected, arrogant people who like to laugh always have terrible luck. The other men on the ship rushed out with guns. Kill him. Attack and kill Ye Chen. Ye Chen looked at the group with a sneer and mocked, what hospitality, you islanders. Then, he used the heavenly killing fist to crush them. Every man who lunged at him was defeated. Those who hadn't attacked yet were terrified. I'm going to find Lord Nakamura. You guys hold him off. Are you kidding? Is that Ye Chen even human? Ye Chen was still beating the men to a pulp until no one was left. He walked up to one man who was trying to flee and asked, "You're still alive?" The man begged in fear, "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." Ye Chen asked him, "Answer me. Where is the muscular man with the scar on the left side of his face right now?" In the room where Jiangcheng was being held, the remaining subordinate spoke to him. "Who would have thought that the renowned Dragon Soul team leader would fall into our hands? Your Dragon Soul team has killed many of my people. I never thought I'd have the blessing of finishing you off today." Jiangcheng laughed and asked him mockingly, "Villains always die because they talk too much, didn't you know that?" The man was furious and reached for his knife to stab him. "Then go to hell, Jiangcheng." As that was happening, on Ye Chen's side, he dragged the man he had caught earlier and asked, "Where's Jiangcheng?" The man trembled and replied, "They're at warehouse number 3. Lord Nakamura is there with him." Suddenly, an object flew into the man's face, killing him instantly. Just then, a voice came from behind Ye Chen. "What a loose-lipped man. I'm embarrassed for you, Mr. Yi." Ye Chen tossed the corpse aside, turned around, and said indifferently, "I was going to come look for you, but it seems you ran here yourself." Nakamura stood on the deck above him. "If Mr. Yi is a guest I invited, I must personally greet him." Ye Chen scoffed, "You bring a bunch of trash to welcome me? Is this your way of hosting? I can't believe Jiangcheng was caught by someone like you." Nakamura replied with interest, "You really know how to joke. These are all members of the Martial Emperor Association. They are all willing to sacrifice their lives for the great Lord Baya. All of this is to fulfill Lord Baya's wish to eliminate you is all worth it." Ye Chen said, "Let me make this clear. For scum like you, I could write from the Great Road to the Immortal Bridge without even breaking a sweat." Nakamura said, "It seems you don't understand anything at all. They aren't dying in vain. These are all living sacrifices prepared to help catch you. Now, it's my turn to perform." Then, he used magic, and the bodies of the men Ye Chen had defeated began to emit a flame-like aura. Ye Chen thought, "A spirit summoning technique. No wonder he let these pieces of trash die first. He's using the resentment of these killed Martial Emperor Association fodder to cast a spell that enhances his own power. Yin-yang magic? Interesting." Ye Chen watched him go crazy and felt a bit suspicious, but thought, "Why doesn't it feel like a real yin-yang master? Never mind." Then Nakamura summoned the Joker Demon of the Dead. He said with delight, "Come and enjoy the performance I prepared for you." A conjured item made from the gathered resentment of the dead, the soul-stealing balloon. Ye Chen saw the scene and was speechless. "Are you kidding me?" After that, many ghosts flew toward him. "Die, Ye Chen." Ye Chen still hadn't made a move, only dodging their attacks. Nakamura said, "Dodging is useless. The Martial Emperor Association members you killed will never forgive you." Ye Chen muttered while dodging. "I didn't expect a technique like this to actually exist," Nakamura smugly said. "It seems even someone as conceited as you has no way to fight me." At that moment, Ye Chen finally summoned his sword. He said happily, "Aren't these resentful spirits great materials for my heaven-breaking sword?" Nakamura was shocked. "What?" He panicked and screamed, "Kill him! Joker Demon, kill him!" Ye Chen stepped up, stood before the dragon, and smiled as he raised his sword. "What's the point of being huge?" He slashed down once. "Eat this, heaven-breaking sword." As it struck, Ye Chen raised his sword and looked at it. It seemed the heaven-breaking sword was very happy. He then looked at the man and said coldly, "Now, it's your turn, Joker." Nakamura anxiously tried to stop him. "Wait a moment, Ye Chen, let's negotiate. Don't you want to know where Jiangcheng is?" Ye Chen realized he hadn't rescued Jiangcheng yet, so he had to take a step back. "You wouldn't know." Suddenly, Jiangcheng stood behind Ye Chen, having suddenly appeared. "Mr. Yi, why are you here?" Ye Chen asked, "Jiangcheng, why did you run out on your own? Are your wounds all right?" Jiangcheng replied dismissively, "I'm fine. I had the willpower to hold on. Before that Joker left, he sent a piece of trash to kill me, but I killed him instead." Ye Chen told him, "Take this medicinal pill and heal your wounds properly first." "Ye Chen Q, Mr. Ye." Ye Chen turned to look at Joker, cracked his knuckles, smiled sinisterly, and said, "Now, it's time for us to play a game, Mr. Joker." Joker panicked and tried to stop him. Wait, let's negotiate. I can provide you with information about Lord Baya." Ye Chen refused him. "No need. After we play the game I've prepared for you, you'll tell me yourself." Meanwhile, at the Rakshasa's hideout, a subordinate entered to report to him. The man sat on his chair, furious, and said, "So, it finally arrived, has it?" After receiving the report from his men, Lasha slammed his glass down, shattering it against the floor. "A catastrophe? Why is it a catastrophe?" He thought furiously, wondering if the situation was spiraling out of control. Was the wuxia Martial Arts Bureau sending their top experts to deal with him. They had signed a non-interference treaty years ago. Were they breaking it now? If one of the top 10 masters from the Grandmaster ranking stepped in, he would be as good as dead. Lasha then told himself he had to stay calm, no matter who was coming. He needed to be in peak condition. Only by fighting with everything he had would he find a way to survive. Just then, someone rushed in to report, "Master, there's trouble." The man panicked, saying, "A young man is storming in, and he's holding a sword. He's practically wiped out all our North Society members." Lasha stepped down from his throne, demanding, "Only one person? Are you sure? It's not 10 or 20 people, just one." The man scrambled to run back out as he replied, "It's really just one, and his sword is terrifying." With just a light swing, Lasha stepped outside, sword in hand, ready for battle. He was horrified by the scene before him. All his disciples and subordinates had been slaughtered. Unable to contain his rage, he released a burst of power so strong that even his messenger was caught in the shockwave. Ye Chen stood there, admiring his sword. The tram-long sword truly is extraordinary after being reforged. With its help, I can eliminate all these powerful enemies. Lasha asked angrily, "Boy, why are you trying to destroy my North Society?" Ye Chen did not back down, pointing his sword at him. "You didn't heed my warning and sent people to strike in wuxia, so I came to deal with you personally." Lasha, hearing this, had no choice but to grip his sword tightly. If that's the case, he lunged at Ye Chen. "Stay here forever." He charged at Ye Chen, thinking to himself, "His strength is actually on par with mine? No, his aura exceeds mine. It's too late to dodge. I have to go all out and clash head-on." The two collided, trading strike after strike, releasing a massive amount of demonic power. Ye Chen was sent flying back from Lasha's domain. Li He realm, Lasha thought. He's not just a few small levels above me. He's a whole major realm higher. He could crush me. Seeing Lasha's strength, Ye Chen was also impressed. No wonder the North Society could stand tall on the island nation and become a faith for so many. He thought, Li He realm is far beyond the top experts I met in Jiangcheng province. Based on the Grandmaster ranking, the North Society head could be in the top 30. The terrifying fact is that I'm challenging the strongest person in the island nation. Lasha walked toward him and said, "Ye Chen, I must say, you are very strong. At your age, you can be considered a genius. It's a pity you offended my North Society. I started practicing wuxia cultivation techniques when I was 30. Even though I'm not from wuxia, everything related to it is like child's play to me. If a top 10 Grandmaster had come, I would be helpless. But since it's just you," he lunged. Suddenly, at Ye Chen, "You're just looking for death." Ye Chen barely dodged his attack, but neither stopped, diving right back into the fight, trading blow after blow. They clashed and recoiled countless times. At this moment, Lasha felt something wrong with his sword. A crack had appeared. He furiously used his fire energy to mask the damage while shoving Ye Chen away. The sword finally reached its limit and snapped. Lasha held the remaining blade and said, "Very well. I didn't expect your sword to be such a high-level spiritual artifact." Ye Chen struggled to stand after the hit. He continued, "A precious sword like that, you don't deserve it, kid." With that, Lasha lunged at Ye Chen to continue the fight. He leaped into the air for the finishing move. "I'll take that sword for my North Society." Ye Chen didn't lie there waiting to die. He threw the hidden dart he had taken earlier, piercing Lasha's finger. This only made Lasha angrier. "Hidden weapons. You shameless brat. Die." Asura fist. Lasha charged at Ye Chen, throwing punch after punch. No matter how many moves he used, Ye Chen blocked them all and retaliated. Lasha found the speed of his strikes overwhelming, intimidating, and unpredictable. Hey, is this kid crazy? He knows he can't win even by risking his life, yet he still wants to fight head-on. A bloody battle raged between Ye Chen and the North Society head. Their fists collided, splattering blood everywhere. The power was not to be underestimated, but overall, it was clear that the North Society head held the initiative. Ye Chen's speed was no joke, but in an instant, he had launched several overwhelming moves at Ye Chen. The light from those attacks illuminated the entire area. Ye Chen barely managed to block those hits. Even though he was pushed into a corner, he felt no fear. He returned a flurry of punches straight to the North Society head's face, making him spit blood. Ye Chen's eyes blazed with determination. The attacks grew stronger and stronger. Deep down, he knew this fight was beneficial for him. Ye Chen's blood mixed with the North Society heads, creating a terrifying scene during this duel. Real combat is the best way to become strong. It's rare to be able to fight someone in the Li He realm. Even though I'm injured, as long as I can survive, Ye Chen thought, then desperately lunged at the North Society head, punching him repeatedly. Ye Chen channeled a massive amount of power into this attack. All he could think about was becoming stronger. Hit by Ye Chen's technique, the North Society head was sent flying back a distance, unable to steady himself. Ye Chen's attack made him vomit blood. Blood flowed from his wounds, and his eyes turned white. The North Society head breathed heavily, realizing something was wrong with Ye Chen. This isn't right. His fist technique was a bit clumsy at the start, but now it's becoming highly skilled. Unless realizing Ye Chen's intent, the North Society head became furious. He gathered his strength and roared, "You brat! You dare use me to break through? How arrogant! I'll show you the gap between us." With that, the North Society head stomped his foot for momentum, preparing to strike. He gritted out, "As long as I use my full strength." The North Society head dashed toward Ye Chen like a gust of wind. Just one swipe of his hand against Ye Chen's chin made him cough up blood. The physical strength was not to be underestimated. The North Society head sneered mockingly, "You are nothing but an ant." He grabbed Ye Chen by the throat, squeezing his hand as if to strangle him. He used his arm strength to slam Ye Chen into the ground. The impact left Ye Chen battered, and the rocks shattered under that horrific power. Ye Chen's blood splattered everywhere. He rolled his eyes in pain. The slam made him spit blood, realizing that the gap between them and entire major realm was, after all, too large. Though he didn't want to, he only had that one option left. Not stopping, the North Society head continued to rain down punches on Ye Chen. His face now looked like a monster's. He yelled, "I, the North Society head, have been practicing for 60 years and am the leader of the island nation." The attack was aimed straight at Ye Chen, causing him to stumble. Instinctively, he put his hands up to block. The North Society head continued, "Even the wuxia Martial Arts Bureau has to give me face." The blow was right in front of him. With terrifying power, he screamed at Ye Chen, "A tiny brat, like you. What do you have to fight me with?" As soon as he finished, the strike landed right on Ye Chen's face. The North Society head was like a monster, repeatedly punching Ye Chen's face. He punched and roared, "Remember this. In your next life, don't mess with me." Ye Chen struggled to raise his hands to block his attacks, but it didn't help much. Blood flowed continuously from his wounds. Suddenly, Ye Chen clenched his hands into a fist, raised them high, and shouted, "Tran Kin Thuong, come meet me." A large fire appeared out of nowhere after Ye Chen spoke. The heat and strength of the flames pushed the North Society head back a fair distance. He immediately vomited blood from being hit by the fierce fire. The North Society head realized something was wrong. He tried to narrow his eyes to see. There's an expert intervening, and a supreme one at that. The fire flared up, growing larger, its heat spreading across the entire area. The North Society head shouted angrily, Who is it that wants to save this brat?" A foot stepped out from the fire, carrying majesty with it. A man emerged from the flames, his calm voice resonating, "I am Tran Kin Thuong." The words seemed to answer the North Society head's question. Then, he continued, "Tran Kin Thuong, the one who burns everything with a single hand." The North Society head looked vaguely at Tran Kin Thuong, feeling both confused and curious. This stranger Tran Kin Thuong? Who is Tran Kin Thuong? "I know everyone in the top 100 of the wuxia Grandmaster ranking by heart. I've never heard this name." The North Society head was frozen in place. He hardly dared to rush forward. The killing intent of Tran Kin Thuong kept him at bay. He only dared to think. Besides, at the end of the day, can the Grandmaster ranking really contain such a terrifying existence? Tran Kin Thuong didn't seem to care about him much. He only focused on Ye Chen. He flicked his finger gently, and Ye Chen was lifted high by Tran Kin Thuong's fire, wrapping around him. The flame grazed over the wounds on his arms, quickly helping him heal all injuries wherever it passed. Ye Chen looked at Tran Kin Thuong, smiled, and said, "Ye Chenkyu, Senior, for helping me heal." Tran Kin Thuong looked at Ye Chen and calmly replied, "You are the reincarnation tomb. Master, helping you is the right thing to do." At this moment, Tran Kin Thuong turned his attention to the North Society head. He looked at him, and then turned to ask Ye Chen, "Now, how should we deal with that ant?" The North Society head had also witnessed the murderous aura and power of Tran Kin Thuong. Seeing him looking at him, the North Society head felt a bit guilty. He knew he couldn't defeat Tran Kin Thuong, so he shamelessly knelt and kowtowed to apologize. "I am an ignorant worm. Please, Great One, spare my life," he pleaded, thinking, this isn't right. Why is he so similar to the immortals and legends? Ye Chen looked thoughtful. Ye Chen gazed at Beizi for a long time without saying a word, weighing whether to spare his life. If he could keep such a powerful cultivator at the Lihe realm by his side, it would be a major advantage. However, Beizi's cultivation base was too high for him to forcefully control using his own blood essence. Chen Qingqian stepped closer to Beizhi and asked sternly, "Beizhi, are you willing to offer your life essence?" Beizhi stuttered in response. He was terrified of Chen Qingqian, but he also cared about his own survival, hesitating to answer. He thought to himself that handing over his life essence meant he would be completely under their control with no hope of ever turning the tables. But with no better options, Beijie gritted his teeth and submitted to Chen Qing's demand. He channeled his internal energy and spat out a purple orb. The round, purple stone emitted a beautiful glow. Chen Qingtian quickly gathered the orb toward him, surrounding it with his flames, making it shine even brighter. Chen Qingxian walked over to Ye Chen, looked at him, and said, "It's true that, given your current cultivation level, you can't control him with your own blood essence. But if you hold his life essence, the effect will be the same. Now, I will infuse the blood essence and a control technique into your consciousness. Focus and perceive it." Ye Chen listened attentively, eager to learn. Once Chen Qingtian finished speaking, he flicked his finger as if performing a technique. A streak of purple light appeared. Ye Chen reached out toward it, and the light quickly swirled around his arm. Ye Chen remained calm, slowly absorbing the energy. He then issued a mental command. The moment he finished, Beijie shrieked in agony and vomited blood on the spot. He trembled in pain before Chen Qingqian and Ye Chen. He groaned, begging, "My lord, please be gentle. Have mercy." Ye Chen looked at him, no longer seeing the arrogance from before, and felt satisfied. He said, "Good. From now on, you are my servant." After successfully subduing someone like Beizhe, Ye Chen felt immensely pleased, thinking with a smile, "This technique is truly extraordinary. I can feel that Beizhe's life is in my hands. I can end him with a single thought." It was indeed true. Beizhe no longer looked like a monster. He sat there slumped like a defeated man. Ye Chen then ordered, "Beizhe, go arrange a secret room. I have something to discuss privately with the senior." Beizhe replied, "Yes, my lord, I will make the arrangements." Though he spoke obediently, Beizhe was already filled with regret. He thought, "I never expected to cross such a terrifying existence," feeling incredibly remorseful. The scene shifts to a room, where sunlight streamed through the window, warming the space. Ye Chen sat at a luxurious table while Chen Qingxian stood by his side, remarking, "Your strength is too low, far lower than I imagined." Being insulted so bluntly, Ye Chen naturally felt quite ashamed. However, he tried to remain composed and asked, "Senior, may I ask what your cultivation level is?" On the surface, he was calm, but inside, he was in turmoil. "I know you are much stronger than me, but that was a bit harsh." Chen Qingxian glanced at him and replied, "It is better that you do not know. It might affect your Dao heart. The most important thing right now is to improve your strength. Only with sufficient power can you touch upon the secrets behind the reincarnation graveyard." Hearing this, Ye Chen was instantly curious, his eyes bright with anticipation as he looked at Chen Qingqian. The secrets behind the reincarnation graveyard. "I've been curious for a long time. With so many powerful figures, why are they kept inside?" He stood with his arms crossed, unbothered by formalities, and stepped forward to place his hand on the intricately carved, luxurious chair. "These matters happened tens of millions of years ago and are not worth mentioning. You are still far from reaching that level." He sat in the chair to continue the conversation. Resting his hand near his chin, he waited. "When your strength reaches that level, a powerhouse from the graveyard will naturally tell you everything. For now, I am not qualified to speak of it. Remember, you must never let outsiders know about the reincarnation graveyard. Even more so, you must not let anyone take it from you." His aged eyes glinted with calculation, his expression grave. "If someone discovers this secret, you must kill them immediately. Do not even give them the chance to become your slave." Ye Chen nodded coolly. "I understand." Chen Qingqian closed his eyes, a sense of sorrow appearing in his deep wrinkles. He recounted his past. "When I was alive, I was the sect master of the Blazing Sect, with thousands of disciples. Although I was not considered a top-tier powerhouse in that era, I still had a significant voice." Images of bloody slaughter haunted his mind, corpses lying in pools of blood. "It is just a pity that I could not survive that great war." Countless sects vanished from the world. The Blazing Sect no longer exists either. A battlefield strewn with bodies, so many people from the Blazing Sect dropped their swords and died in the slaughter. It was truly tragic. He continued, "I spent my whole life obsessed with cultivation, but I never wanted it to end in failure when I was so close to success. That is the tragedy of our generation." His eyes, filled with expectation, looked at Ye Chen. He asked earnestly, "Ye Chen, I ask you, are you willing to become the sole disciple of Chen Qingqian and accept my supreme Dao teachings?" His words carried a hint of disdain toward Ye Chen. He rumbled, "Even though your cultivation is garbage, your talent is mediocre, and even your bloodline is nothing in my eyes regardless of your many flaws, you are still just a mortal, an ant." Ye Chen was a bit displeased, his gaze sharpening. He thought back to the Kunlun ruins, where the old man clearly told him his talent was unique. Compared to the powerhouses of the Kunlun ruins, Chen Qingjian was just a pile of trash. Chen Qingtian continued to lecture him about his strength, trying to goad him into accepting the offer. But you possess the reincarnation graveyard. With 100 ancient powerhouses behind you, you are destined to crush all living things in your lifetime. Even the heavenly Tao is powerless against you. Are you willing to acknowledge me, Chen Qingxian, as your second master? Chen Qingxian's gaze flickered, waiting with steady resolve. Indeed, in the next moment, Ye Chen slammed his fist onto the table and stood up abruptly. He had made his decision. With a cold, resolute gaze, he affirmed, I am willing. Chen Qingqian waved his hand, creating a mystical effect. His voice was jubilant. Good, good. He stood up excitedly, pointing toward the sky. The radiance shall envelop my inheritance. Based on your current cultivation, you can only grasp a small portion. As your cultivation increases, the remaining inheritances will gradually unlock. His hand became massive, moving toward him as rings of fire manifested according to his magic power. When the entire inheritance unfolded, that hand touched Ye Chen's head gently, like a supportive pat. Ye Chen also looked forward with fiery passion. I hope you become qualified to touch upon the matters behind the reincarnation graveyard. The space became engulfed in black. Chen Qingxian was surrounded by red flames, facing Ye Chen, who stood wrapped in blue flames. Ye Chen was surprised to feel the gradual change. He clenched his fist against his chest like a vow, and also as a way to steady himself. The reincarnation graveyard is indeed heaven-defying, but why does every teacher disappear so quickly after I see them? I'm not a machine. I want to repay my teachers. Could this be the so-called pain of reincarnation? Chen Qingxian's eyes turned pale as he held one hand up, slowly dissolving as the red fire consumed him. He only left behind a final decree. Ye Chen, you are the one who will turn the tides for me. Chen Qingxian, the only hope for the 100 of us. Left behind, Ye Chen still stood dazed in the space. He still didn't understand what the one who will turn the tides or the only hope for the 100 of us meant. He remained confused by his master's words. He tightened his fist, trying to sense his own power. What kind of joke is this? Whether it's Luo Yantian or Chen Qingqian, they are existences at the pinnacle of the world. I am just a cultivator at the qi condensation stage. What right do I have to be their hope? He stepped out of that space, standing in the sunlight, deep in thought, looking at his tightly clenched fist. Forget it. Thinking about it is useless. For now, I should focus on breaking through my own physical limits. In front of the ancient wooden villa, with blue skies peeking over black-tiled roofs and white clouds, Ye Chen sat in deep meditation. The aura radiating from him shook the entire room. He breathed rhythmically, his eyes closed in total focus. Practicing for one night, I've already broken through to the 5th level of the qi condensation stage. This speed is truly heaven-defying. He opened his eyes, his face slightly pale, sweat trickling down his cheek. Every time I move the great powers of the graveyard, my cultivation breaks through a few levels. I suppose that's an unexpected gain. He tried to steady his spirit. Feeling a sudden release, he unleashed a fierce killing aura like a whirlwind. Whether it's combat techniques or magic, Chen Qingxian is clearly stronger than Luo Yantian. Based on this, I wonder how terrifying the 3rd great power will be. It's a pity his graveyard token still hasn't shown any movement. He raised one leg and used his knee for support, pushing himself up to stand. He wanted to get up from his seat. I shouldn't think about these things for now. There is something more important to do. Today was the day of his martial arts duel with Fang Zhongyan. Ye Chen glanced toward the door, silent. He saw a middle-aged man with a sword on his back, dressed like a martial artist. It was Beijie. His hair was gray, and his face was scarred with ugly marks. He smiled with a gentle, melancholy expression and spoke softly. My lord, you have finished your cultivation. Ye Chen was a bit surprised, wondering to himself, why can't I see that senior anymore? Could it be that he is an immortal capable of heaven-defying feats? Facing him, he boldly demanded in a clear, commanding voice, get me a plane. I need to get to Jiangnan province immediately. You're coming with me, Beijie. Following the order, he spoke coldly and indifferently. Also, I don't like the name Beijie. From now on, you will go by the name Rakshasa. Understood. The man obeyed instantly, bowing even lower than his master's height. Yes, my lord. Rakshasa hurried off to arrange the flight. The scene shifted to a blue sky above a city with buildings packed tightly together, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Arena. The ring was empty, with only the wind blowing dust across it. Many spectators were already waiting for the match to begin. Lei Shui asked in a raspy voice, how are your injuries? Yingqing, still visibly rattled, replied dismissively, Master Ye's medical skills are heaven-defying. I can move freely now. He chuckled while rubbing his neck, not forgetting to express his gratitude. I will never forget this kindness. From a distance, the footsteps of the challenger approached the one who had been waiting for him. He strode in, riding the wind, and arrogantly inquired, it's already this time? Why hasn't Divine Yi arrived yet? Fang Zhongyan stood there, looking cocky, his face full of eerie provocation as he spoke. If he ultimately doesn't dare to show his face, he will have to taste the martial arts sealing decree. The crowd surrounding the ring was thick and rowdy, buzzing with excitement over Divine Ye's absence. What? The martial arts sealing decree? That means the instructor's citizenship will be revoked, and he'll never be able to step foot in wuxia again. All traces of his existence will be erased. Lei Shuwei turned his head, sighing, and asked, Yingqing, do you know where he went? Yingqing, also unaware of Divine Ye's movements, tried to avoid the older man's gaze and made a vague excuse. When Master Yi left, he said he wanted to nip the trouble in the bud. Early this morning, the Martial Emperor Association announced it was closing indefinitely. I'm afraid he really went to the island nation to hunt down Beijia. Fang Zhongyan looked at the two of them, mocking them with crude and blunt language. A coward who doesn't even dare to show up for a match, yet he talks about going to the Martial Emperor Association to find Beijia? Ridiculous. And the Dragon Soul actually recruited someone like that as an instructor? It's laughable. The man couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily at him, Fang Zhongyan, you can insult the Dragon Soul, but isn't insulting Master Yi going too far? Fang remained unmoved, instead finding it more amusing to toy with them. His gaze, somewhere between demonic and human, was filled with dark malice as he spoke. You're both in a rush, aren't you? Either way, there are only 30 seconds left. You'd better pray that your cowardly instructor shows up. Ha 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 ha. A sound erupted from the tightly shut doors of the arena, and the two doors swung open. Dust and wind blew in. On the grass of the ring, steady footsteps approached. The figure stood under the sun, tall and arrogant. Are you in such a hurry to die? The people on Divine Ye's side, along with Yingqing, were thrilled and overjoyed to see him appear, shouting and cheering. He's here. The instructor is here. The instructor didn't avoid the challenge. No one could defeat him. Divine Yi arrived with Rakshasa, an intense aura radiating from him as he provoked his opponent. He stared at him with unwavering resolve and cracked his neck, as if warming up. If that's what you want, I'll grant your wish. On the sidelines, Lei Shuwei felt the man accompanying him was a bit strange. He turned to ask Yingqing, who was that person Divine Yi brought? Have you ever met him? Yingqing didn't know either and fumbled for an answer. Not yet. Maybe he's a friend of Master Ye's. Divine Yi walked toward Fang Zhongyan, radiating the killing intent of a seasoned warrior. As he walked, he gave a final instruction. Rakshasa, just watch from below. If anyone breaks the rules of the ring, kill them without hesitation. Rakshasa bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord. Still not having tasted defeat, Fang remained cocky, waving his hand to beckon him. Are you not coming to receive your death? Divine Ye clenched his fist, Fang Zhongyan watching him closely. Before we begin, a few words I don't need you to say much. His eyes were set on the battle, power gathering as a blue flame ignited in his palm. I'll be sure to take care of you. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Divine Yi stood on the stage with a long-haired man slicked back, wearing a traditional martial arts outfit. The atmosphere was incredibly tense as they both just stood still, observing their opponent. From somewhere above, a pair of sturdy legs jumped down, wearing martial arts shoes with black socks pulled high at a glance. Anyone could tell this person belonged to the martial arts world. Then, not just one, but 3 people leaped down, though they appeared advanced in years. With long beards and graying hair, some even completely bald, they carried an overwhelming, powerful aura of a martial arts master. The 3 old men approached him along with the guy with the slick back hair. The old man with the long mustache and high-bun gray hair spoke clearly and seriously. The 3 of us are the referees for this martial arts arena match. Now, I will explain the rules. First, Divine Yi interrupted the old man with the bun, his eyebrows lowered in a serious expression. No need to read them. I just want to ask you 3 a question. Where do you all come from? The long-bearded man and the bald old man turned to look at Divine Yi. The long-bearded man spoke in a steady, serious tone. And then the gray-bearded old man continued. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Arena has been under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Bureau for 30 years. Although we and Fang Zhongyan are from the same sect, we will certainly uphold the fairness of the arena. You can rest assured. Hearing the answer he expected, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. His expression shifted from serious to excited, his mouth widening into a grin. He said loudly, Then there's no need to waste words. Let's start right now. At the same time, he thought, they're all Fang Zhongyan's people. Can these referees even be fair? I fear they're just like Yuan Yingfu. But it doesn't matter. This time, I'm prepared. The long-bearded man saw his expression turn excited and frowned, turning to shout angrily. Kid, what kind of attitude is that? Seeing the old man provoked, Fang Zhongyan stepped forward, hands clasped, bowing slightly, his voice light and subtly provocative to further stir up the old man's spirit. Senior, don't be angry. I'm afraid this is the last time he'll see anyone. Just wait and see. The old man sighed. Humph. The three referees stepped back, leaving Fang Zhongyan looking cool, standing before him. His face and tone were full of confidence as he clenched his fists at his sides and spoke arrogantly to Divine Yi. Kid, if you hadn't come today, you might have lived a few more days, but since you're here, you're finished forever. Before he could finish his sentence, Divine Yi lunged forward like a gale-force wind. He flew toward the face of the guy who was still rambling. His hand clenched into a fist and struck straight at him with tremendous force, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood like tomato sauce. Showing no martial arts integrity, that powerful punch landed squarely on his face, sending him flying backward as his back and buttocks slammed into the ground. A mocking smile appeared on Divine Ye's lips. It seems like staying here forever will be your fate. After being punched off the stage, this guy was still stubborn, struggling to stand up and wipe the blood away. Kid, you only got the upper hand by sneaking an attack. He stood straight up, clenching his fists. A flame of spiritual energy erupted around him, and his black eyes flared with golden pupils as anger surged. He stumbled toward him. Don't be too arrogant. But while he was still struggling to rush forward, Divine Yi flew back, planting the sole of his boot into his face, leaving him no time to react. Fang Zhongyan lay flat on the stage, blood spilling onto the arena floor. Divine Yi wore a bizarre smile, his foot pressing onto his head. When he tried to turn, he stomped hard again, a painful kick, landing on his face that left him groaning. Divine Ye gathered spiritual energy at his feet, hovering in mid-air with his hands in his pockets, his tone filled with threats. Do you know what these things in my dictionary mean? Lying under his feet, the slick-haired man screamed in agony, his hand raised in despair. Ah, violent cloud-breaking palm. Pulling his hand out of his pocket, Divine Yi gathered a stream of orange spiritual energy around his hand. He moved it forward, a beam of sea blue light striking the long-haired man, causing his defeat. Lei Shuwei and Ye Chen, standing outside watching, were both shocked, their mouths agape, unable to believe the scene before their eyes. Ye Chen turned to look at Lei Shuwei, his voice stunned and slightly trembling. Is this martial arts technique? It doesn't look like it at all. Lei Shuwei steadied his nerves and replied to Ye Chen, though his face remained shocked with his eyebrows lowered in contemplation. That's right. Clearly, it has completely transcended the realm of martial arts techniques. A strong gust of wind flew by as the three referees rushed over, shouting to stop Divine Ye's actions. Insolent! How dare you commit assault? Stop right now, kid. Divine Ye just stood there, watching the column of spiritual flame fade into the air, revealing the charred corpse lying in a posture of fearful struggle under his gaze. Divine Ye looked toward the crowd watching the show behind him, his foot still pressing on the charred corpse as he spoke. He mocked, "Your movements are too slow." He's already been incinerated from the inside out. Originally, Fang Zhongyan was 2 minor realms stronger than me. I was planning to use the dragon-slaying sword to deal with him. Now that my cultivation realm has surpassed his, what is he even worth? The soldiers standing outside, fully equipped in protective armor, were also gaping in surprise. It's over? That was too fast. The fight lasted 1 minute. I don't know. I just know the instructor is much stronger than we ever imagined. Lei Shuwei's expression turned to one of worry. We're in trouble. Divine Yi used lethal force. He didn't give the Martial Arts Bureau any face at all. They're probably going to snap. The 3 referees stepped forward, the atmosphere growing even more tense. Ye Chen, you hold a special status, but have you considered the consequences of killing him? Now, you have no chance to regret it. A voice echoed from afar, drawing the attention of the 3 Martial Arts Administration officials. How bold! Who dares lay a hand on him? A man wearing sunglasses with 2 scars appeared from behind, stepping forward with one hand in his trench coat pocket. The master once commanded, "Those who violate the rules shall be executed without question. If you dare take another step, you will pay a price you cannot afford." Ye Chen and Lei Shuwei spoke up, clearly indignant on Ye Chen's behalf. The martial arts arena is a place for life-or-death duels. What crime is there in Ye Chen killing him here? You people from the Martial Arts Administration are so lawless. Do you really think we wouldn't dare report this to our superiors? The atmosphere suddenly became even more suffocating. The arena went completely silent. Not a soul uttered another word. The old man with the bun had a tense expression, with beads of sweat forming on his face. He looked on while thinking. This is truly inappropriate, but before we left, the higher-ups warned me that if Fang Zhongyan lost, Ye Chen must not leave this arena, no matter the means. Thinking this, he stomped his foot hard against the ground. The Martial Arts Administration's old man with the bun lunged forward. Report it if you want. If Ye Chen has slaughtered people wantonly, he has violated our administration's supreme laws and must pay with his life. Several purple-tinted slashes flashed, crossing each other with powerful spiritual energy as they struck fast. The old man with the bun spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale with fear. He collapsed, one hand bracing against the floor, the other clutching his chest, breathing with difficulty. Why did it turn out like this? A hand glowing with purple spiritual energy retracted with cold severity. The scarred man in sunglasses stood there, calm and composed, his tone still steady. I already said, executed without question. Why didn't you listen? The soldiers standing nearby were shocked, whispering in a frenzy. No way, those were 3 Grandmaster-level powerhouses from the Martial Arts Administration. They were definitely ranked in the top 100 of the Grandmaster list, and they were killed in one blow? How is that possible? Lei Shuwei couldn't help but be surprised, though he didn't show it on his face. He thought to himself, more importantly, he is so respectful toward Ye Chen, obeying every single one of his orders. Yingxing, standing nearby, couldn't hide his surprise, his brows furrowing. Crazy, this world has gone crazy. The two whispered to each other after observing the mysterious man in sunglasses. But Chief, seeing his moves just now, why do I feel he's a bit like North? I feel it too. But how could such a powerful figure be a subordinate to Ye Chen? Perhaps it's someone else. Lei Shuwei anxiously picked up his phone, his expression worried. With things having reached this point, Ye Chen has offended the Martial Arts Administration to the end. He will definitely face revenge. Lei Shuwei stared intently at his phone. Tonight, I must call the #1 chief. Only he can protect Ye Chen for now. The mountain scene stood tall and majestic, the sky still clear. At Kunlun Mountain, a group of people in blue martial arts training gear stood outside Master Lin Mo's residence, led by a man in a fur coat, the Qin family head, Qin Kun. 2 servants standing next to him shifted impatiently, leaning in to whisper a report to Qin Kun. Qin Kun also stood tall, gazing at the door. That senior, although he agreed to back our Qin family and even took Qin Zhengyang as his disciple, he hasn't come out yet. Earlier, he had taken the young master into the room, seemingly to personally impart some teachings. Qin Kun stared at the still-closed door, worry evident on his face, but along with it, there was a smirk of relief. These past few days, Zhengyang has been crazily breaking through. His aura right now is extremely strong. Trading an ancestral treasure for cultivation is truly worth it. The red sandalwood door of Master Lin's residence opened with a creak. Walking out was a teenage boy with orange-yellow hair, along with an elderly long-haired martial artist, none other than Master Lin Mo himself. Zhengyang's aura radiated, flashing with a powerful orange-yellow light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Seeing his son emerge, Qin Kun's face beamed with joy, his previous worries flying away. Zhengyang. Qin Kun called out loudly. Zhengyang approached Qin Kun, his aura surging. Father, I succeeded, Zhengyang said happily, showing off his aura and cultivation level imparted by Master Lin, looking smug. Qin Kun was overjoyed, gazing at his son's aura. Father, thanks to Master's teachings, I realized that the ancient martial arts I've been practicing since I was a kid were total garbage, Zhengyang said with a confident look, giving a thumbs up to his father. His orange aura still flickered around him. These days, my cultivation has broken through constantly. Now, even facing someone in the top 100 of the Grandmaster list, I'm not afraid. Qin Kun heard his son say this and his face glowed even more. He laughed loudly. Ha, ha, ha. Good, good. The Qin family is finally about to rise again. Ha, ha, ha. Watching the father and son, Lin Mo wore a thoughtful expression, his eyes sharp. Finally, it's time to descend the mountain. Lin Mo held his phone, his tone serious. Qin Kun bowed his head, clasping his hands toward Master Lin. You arranged the flight for the day after tomorrow. Today and tomorrow, I want to take Zhengyang somewhere. After all, I must confirm if there's any problem with that family heirloom. Yes, Master. Inside, Qin Kun was gloating, thinking to himself, from now on, in Jiangnan, who else is worthy of being an opponent to my Qin family? At the same time, at a luxurious villa, the Mingqi Villa, Ye Chen stood at the door with a scarred man in sunglasses named La Sha. Ye Chen uttered a cool line with a nonchalant expression. La Sha, you stay here from now on. Yes, Master. Thinking back to past events, he felt a bit annoyed. Originally, there were others living next to this villa, but it ended with Yi Lingqian sending people to drive them all away. The scene shifted. A while later, Ye Chen walked from outside into the spacious house. Sunlight shone through the windows. I'm home. Suddenly, he sensed something, his eyes widening. Footsteps rushed out from inside. A pair of slender legs ran toward him. Xie Ruxue dashed straight at Ye Chen, hugging him, leaving him startled. Ye Chen, did you miss me? Xie Ruxue looked at him, smiling happily. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, both hands placed on his shoulders. Xie Ruxue, you came back later than expected. Something happened at Grandma's house. That's why I was late. I heard from my father that you've been doing a lot of things lately, right?" Hearing this, he only responded indifferently with a mysterious look, shifting the conversation elsewhere, which left her feeling a bit let down. "Nothing, just a few trivial matters. How is Grandma? Is she doing all right?" Hearing him mention her grandmother, she brightened up again. He also confidently joked, "Grandma mentions you to me every day. I hear about you so much that my ears are calloused. That just proves I'm a good person." Wuxia replied happily, "Humph, take that as you praising yourself. I'm going to take a bath." Before leaving, she cast a playful, teasing smile. But he wasn't unfamiliar with such jokes, so he declined. "If you want, we can do it together." "Forget it. The tub is too small for both of us." As she left, he felt shy. This Rushue, she's getting bolder by the day. Why is she learning tricks from Sunjae? He walked into the room, holding the blue stone that was radiating spiritual energy. Ye Chen sat cross-legged on his bed. Time to start practicing. The scene shifted once again. At the same time, at a luxurious and grand gray villa belonging to the Wuxia Martial Arts Administration in the capital, a muscular young man with green hair and strange attire was also sitting in meditation, surrounded by an orange aura. That hateful Ye Chen is making me lose my cool. Not only Fang Zhangyan, but even the 3 referees from our Wuxia Martial Arts Administration that I sent out died tragically. As he reached that point, the green-haired man's face became even uglier, his brows knitted and veins popping. Zheng Renju ranked 7th on the Wuxia Grandmaster list. Where on earth did this brat come from? How could he have such power? A servant whose face was covered by a talisman stepped forward, bowing with both hands held together in front of his face to report, leaving Zheng Renju astonished. Grandmaster Zheng, the one who killed the referees, wasn't Ye Chen, but a powerhouse named La Sha. From what I observed, his strength could enter the top 50 of the Grandmaster list. "What did you say?" Afterward, the servant took out a photo of La Sha from his sleeve. "Here is his picture." The rumbling tone of Zhang Renju echoed, along with a somewhat suspicious face. "I know everyone in the top 50 of the Grandmaster list. This person is probably not on the list, but it doesn't matter. If they dare to be so ruthless, I want them dead." Hearing this, the servant became anxious, sweat forming at his temples. Grandmaster Zheng, the martial arts arena is for life and death. Winning or losing is not managed. That is the rule. Furthermore, behind that brat is the entire Long Hun organization. Zheng Renju heard this and immediately lost his temper, shouting, his hand crushing the photo, "I want results, not arguments. Call the experts of the Martial Arts Administration. I want Ye Chen and that La Sha to kneel before me." Elsewhere, the news had also been heard. The shocking news about Ye Chen. At the villa of Jiangcheng, he was being briefed by a subordinate on the situation of Ye Chen's match. The subordinate's voice trembled. "Mr. Jiang, the result of the arena that wretch won. He not only won, but he also killed Fang Zhangyan, all the referees of the Martial Arts Administration." Hearing what the subordinate reported, Zhang Jianfeng was horrified, eyes wide, mouth agape, both hands gripping the shoulders of the subordinate who had just reported. "Impossible. He killed Fang Zhangyan. That was already absurd, but he even killed the referees. How could this be?" "Sir, listen to me. The referee was killed by a mysterious person named La Sha." The subordinate's face gradually became fearful while reporting, sweat pooling on his face. "That La Sha's strength is unfathomable, definitely above me. If he unleashes his full power, I feel he could enter the top 30 of the Grandmaster list. The most important thing is that Rakshasa holds that abomination in extreme reverence, like a servant." Jiang Jianfeng heard his subordinate's words and looked as if he were dreaming. He couldn't believe his ears. A Grandmaster ranking before 30? What kind of joke is that? After a moment of thought, Jiang Jianfeng gave his subordinate an order. His tone was urgent. "Prepare the plane. I'm heading to Jiangnan. I want to see what kind of person this abomination of the Jiang family really is." The subordinate's face turned to shock, appearing somewhat incredulous. "Master Jiang didn't, the old man, say he had completely cut ties with that person. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to go meet him, sir." Jiang Jianfeng pondered for a moment, looking elsewhere. "Who said I wanted to reconnect with him? I'm just curious what kind of abomination a scoundrel and an ant could produce. If that brat pleases me, killing him will be just fine." Back to the protagonist. After some time spent meditating with a blue crystal, Ye Chen's body floated in midair. An orange glow of spiritual energy radiated throughout the room. The room was silent, and Ye Chen whispered to himself with his eyes tightly shut. The attacking stance is like a tidal wave, ferocious as fire. Spiritual chi turns to flame, burning heaven palm. The spiritual energy swirling around Ye Chen gradually enveloped the blue stone, creating a mystical sight. At that exact moment, Ye Chen's eyes snapped open, releasing a powerful burst of spiritual force as if he had just comprehended a new martial technique. His hand clenched and pushed forward, with spiritual energy swirling behind him, and simultaneously, a giant hand appeared. Releasing powerful spiritual energy, a new martial technique was realized by Ye Chen and tested against the wall of the private room. Burning heaven palm, the dust and residual spiritual energy from the technique turned into a hazy curtain before gradually fading away. A hand-shaped hole had been punched through the wall. After testing his new move, Ye Chen let out a sigh. Phew. Ye Chen stared intently at his palm. Having just tested the new skill, he was thoroughly impressed by its power. Just a casual strike and it has this much effect. If I unleash the full firepower, I don't know how strong it would be. No wonder it's Chen Qingqian's legacy. Hearing the loud shock, Xia Ruxue rushed into his room. She was surprised by the large hand-shaped hole in the wall. He calmly lifted his head to look. Hey, what happened? You're here. Xia Ruxue stood there with a look of fear. Her white outfit made her look even more innocent. Ye Chen, what have you done? Do you want to destroy the house? Luckily, the N isn't here, or you would have scared her. Ye Chen could only give a wry smile. I wasn't careful just now and used too much force. Find someone to fix it later. To make the atmosphere less awkward, Ye Chen looked at her white outfit and gave her a thumbs up, which made her even more embarrassed. Besides, when did you buy these pajamas? They are. Too embarrassed to continue, Xia Ruxue turned and left. Ye Chen stood behind her, smiling brightly, gesturing an okay sign with his hand. Don't pay any mind to me. Don't make such loud noises again. You'll scare people to death. No problem. Looking back at the wall with the giant hand-shaped hole, Ye Chen looked helpless. I'll have Yi Lingxin send someone to fix it. Clearly, this wasn't a load-bearing wall. Holding the glowing blue crystal, it floated in the air, radiating powerful spiritual energy. More importantly, in the reincarnation graveyard, the 3 tombstones had yet to show any signs of movement. A cunning smile appeared on Ye Chen's face as he looked at the crystal. I don't know what kind of opponents I'll face in the future. I must find a way to activate this ultimate trump card. Elsewhere, Xia Ruxue had returned to her room. The small room was bathed in sunlight. Xia Ruxue leaned against the door, her face blushing, arms crossed under her chest, lost in thought. In her haste, she had forgotten that this body isn't suitable for others to see. Then her thoughts shifted to Ye Chen. He just used one move to destroy a massive section of the wall and burn a wall that thick. It seems the rumors about Ye Chen are all true. Xia Rushue's mind filled with images of Ye Chen killing without care for who they were or what their status was. That person must still think they know nothing. Ye Chen killed Duao. Even the people from the Martial Arts Bureau were no match for him. He's so powerful. Xia Rushue's emotions shifted. She was both excited and worried. But what I have to face is the Qin family. They haven't been heard from for so long because they went to Mount Kunlun to invite a legendary master. If they haven't invited him, that would be good. A phone chime rang. It wasn't an unknown number, but rather Qin Jiang from the Qin family calling. Beep, beep. Xia Ruxue answered, and the voice of the young master of the Qin family rang out. Ruxue, I know you're at Mount Kunlun. Jiang spoke tirelessly with a face full of confidence. I'll give you some good news. Our Qin family is about to return. I hope you can welcome us in your best state. Of course, my master is coming too. From now on, the Qin family is the sky of Jiangnan province. Ha ha ha. Xia Ruxue looked at the phone with a helpless expression. This guy is still bothering me during this time. Ha. Moving on to the next day, Ye Chen was free and turned on the TV to watch 2 old men exchanging martial arts techniques in an arena. Ye Chen took a sip of water out of boredom and then followed the broadcast on the TV. Are TV programs these days always this boring? A familiar voice of Xia Ruxue sounded nearby. Ye Chen looked away from the television to see Xia Ruxue standing nearby. Ye Chen, are you free now? Xia Ruxue walked over. She was wearing a dark blue off-the-shoulder dress with white polka dots. Are you watching TV? This time, when I came back, I brought you something good. From behind her, Xia Ruxue held out an amulet toward him. Ye Chen looked at the useless amulet with a helpless expression, questioning her with an unchanging tone. This is a protective amulet I specifically asked for you. It will definitely grant you a lifetime of peace. Does someone with my strength need a protective amulet? Suddenly, Xia Rushue's eyes widened, her jade-green pupils contracted abruptly. A mass of dark red death energy shaped like a skull surrounded Xia Ruxue, clinging to her shoulders. Xia Ruxue was still staring blankly at Ye Chen, while he stared back at her, already knowing the answer in his head. His tone was worried. This is death energy, a blood-like calamity? What's wrong with you? The look in her eyes was somewhat terrifying. Rusue's blood-like calamity has erupted again just these past few days. Ye Chen stood up, worried, his hand hovering near Xia Rusue's arm. Xia Rusue, are you hiding something from me? Xia Rusue's eyes wavered, and her tone was stuttering, as if what she was hiding was hard to talk about. No, I'm not. Seeing the expression on Ruxue's face, Ye Chen hugged her, placing one hand on her head, which made Xia Ruxue's heart flutter. He said in a firm tone, tell me. No matter what happens, I'm here. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. Xia Rusue used both hands to grasp his clenched hand, looking straight at him with determination. Her face showed a hint of worry. Ye Chen, can you tell me how strong is your real strength now? Ye Chen's expression gradually turned somewhat confused, then slightly surprised. Adjusting his expression, Ye Chen calmly looked at Xia Rusue and replied in a steady, nonchalant tone. The Grandmaster ranking, perhaps you've heard of it. It ranks the strongest martial artists in China. In reality, I killed Fang Zhangyan. I'm probably ranked above 90, but I don't know the exact number. Hearing Ye Chen say this, a smile of relief appeared on Xia Ruxue's face. Is that so? As expected, you're very strong. I was just purely a bit curious. Don't think too much of it. Afterward, Xia Ruxue shyly made an excuse to leave. Ye Chen looked at her with some suspicion. I have to go back to the Xia family to get something. I'm leaving first. When Xia Rusue left the house, Ye Chen picked up his phone and called Rakshasa with a serious tone. Rakshasa, protect Xia Rusue. Even if you die, you cannot let anything happen to her. Yes, my lord. After hanging up, Ye Chen fell into thought once again. The old man told me to come to Jiang City to destroy the blood-like calamity of Xia Rusue and made it clear that I am the only one who can break the situation. But now, I'm not sure what this situation refers to. With Rakshasa guarding her, it probably won't be a problem. Ye Chen looked at a message that had just been sent, feeling a bit confused. Lei Weishu, why is he looking for me now? The message from Lei Weishu was serious. The content of the message made Ye Chen somewhat surprised. Lei Weishu, Number 1 of China wants to meet you, sir. May I ask if you have time to go to the capital? The envoy for Number 1 will be arriving to pick you up soon. Number 1 of China? Ye Chen pondered for a moment about the mysterious man. Number 1 of China. Number 1 is the person holding the highest power in China. I never expected that old man, who deals with piles of work all day, would want to meet me today. In a large military camp area equipped with all sorts of equipment for soldiers to train, one silhouette stood inside a secret room. Lei Weishu and Ye Chen stood before a large screen. One man had his hands behind his back, looking tense. The other had his hands in his pockets, looking very relaxed. I really don't know what you're thinking. Is there anything more important than meeting leader number 1? Sorry, I've had some things lately and couldn't leave Jiangnan. Lei Weishu's gaze fell on Ye Chen, fearing Ye Chen would say something wrong, but conversely, Ye Chen remained very indifferent. Encrypted signal coming through. Mr. Ye, please try to control your temper. Got it. The large screen lit up, revealing a man with gray hair slicked back. He stared intently, hands interlaced finger by finger. So, we finally meet, Ye Chen. A slight smile curled on the corner of his mouth. Leader, number 1. You are a young person who is as dangerous as you are interesting. I'm very glad that you returned to the Dragon's Soul. Ye Chen's smile also became more dangerous as he looked at the large screen. You came looking for me? It probably wasn't just to say these things. Leader number 1 saw that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he spoke directly. As the questions continued, the expression on Ye Chen's face turned serious. What about the business with the Martial Emperor Society on the island? Are you behind the Rakshasa and the Northern Society? Lei Weishu, standing right beside Ye Chen, stiffened at the question. He was anxious, terrified that Ye Chen might say something reckless, and kept glancing at him as sweat began to pour down his face. It was finally out, someone had finally asked it. How would Ye Chen answer? Would he deny it? Contrary to Lei Weishu's nervous anxiety, Ye Chen showed no hesitation or fear. He answered bluntly, yes. Lei Weishu stared at him, stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning, completely overwhelmed by the answer. Whenever people mention the Northern Society, they always remember the image of a man with a rough, imposing appearance and overwhelming strength. The most terrifying thing about the Northern Society wasn't just its martial power, but its influence. For some citizens, his status was even higher than the leader of the island nation. This meant that the Northern Society could also play a major role in the diplomatic sphere of wuxia. After hearing Ye Chen's confident answer, the number 1 of wuxia smiled and continued, good, very good. The Northern Society is working for you then? Ye Chen did not hesitate. He wasn't pressured by the man's position at all and confidently replied, if I want him dead, he has to die. Faced with Ye Chen's fearless of heaven or earth attitude, even the number one of Huaxia had to concede a little. He told him, "If that's the case, I hope you can let the Northern Society cooperate with us." Ye Chen wasn't a stingy person. He quickly agreed to the request, but he still laid out a few conditions. He said, "Of course, no problem. But I hope you can answer one question for me." The scene of a mysterious stranger he met when he was young surfaced in his mind. So he asked, "I want to know the truth about the Cloud Lake Manor back then, and I want to know where the Long family is." Upon hearing his question and request, the number one of Huaxia just sighed, not rushing to answer. After a moment, he spoke. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I can't. This matter is extremely complicated, and it even involves the three top families in Huaxia. None of them are people you can challenge right now. Even I have to be wary of them." Ye Chen and Lei Weishu stood there, listening intently as the number one of Huaxia continued to seriously analyze for them the strength and power of those three families. Those three families represent the most powerful force in Huaxia. If they get angry, Huaxia will face a major earthquake. Even the Martial Arts Bureau doesn't dare to be disrespectful to them. You must understand, once Huaxia is shaken, the ones who get hurt are still the common people. After saying that, the number one of Huaxia looked directly at Ye Chen. He looked at him seriously again. "Ye Chen, although I cannot tell you everything, I can tell you something more important. Your parents are still alive." He said this while looking at Ye Chen. Ye Chen had shown no reaction until now, but when the number one of Huaxia mentioned his parents, he reacted immediately. Ye Chen was agitated upon learning his parents were alive and urgently asked back, "Where are they?" The number one of Huaxia wouldn't say right away. He kept it vague, telling Ye Chen, "You will know very soon, as someone has already come to Jiangnan to find you. That's enough for the call today. I have to go to the Filian country soon. Regarding the Northern Society, someone will contact you. Finally, I'll give you one piece of advice. Be careful with the Martial Arts Bureau. Before your wings are strong, don't clash with those three families." With that, the number one of Huaxia ended the call, leaving Ye Chen seething with frustration. He gritted his teeth in anger. Lei Weishu, standing by his side, felt the intensity of his rage and called out softly, "Ye Chen." But he didn't answer. Recalling what the number one of Huaxia had said, he became even more furious and muttered through gritted teeth, "Huaxia being shaken, what the hell does that have to do with me?" The scene shifted to the road outside. Ye Chen was on his way back, busy listening to a call from his subordinate. The person on the other end said, "I'm sorry, Hall Master. We have tried our best to investigate, but we have no information regarding the three families." Hearing this, he gloomily hung up the phone. Staring at the screen, he whispered unconsciously. As expected, nothing could be found. He walked along, looking at his phone, and muttered to himself, "One of those three families is likely the family behind my mother, the Jiang family. It seems Jianfeng is the only lead." No sooner had he finished speaking than a truck came barreling toward him. It braked hard, almost hitting Ye Chen. In the truck was a man named Liang Ji, a member of the Martial Arts Bureau. Seeing his rugged appearance, he looked at Ye Chen like a fish finding water and shouted gleefully, "Found you. Ye Chen, let me send you to the afterlife." Ye Chen saw at a glance that he had no good intentions, so he quickly got into a defensive stance. Ye Chen planted his feet to build momentum and clenched his fist to channel his internal energy. He twisted his body, pouring all his power into a single punch. The truck was instantly crushed by him, and the man was punched into the ground as rocks and debris flew everywhere. Even Liang Ji was thrown out of the truck. The punch created a violent tremor, and the vehicle immediately burst into flames before Ye Chen's eyes. He stood in the middle of the road, bold and fearless. He even realized he was being followed and shouted, "You guys hiding over there, come out. I still have things to do. Hurry up." No sooner had he finished than three men jumped out. They headed straight for Ye Chen, surrounding him in a circle so he couldn't escape. Ye Chen calmly looked them over and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you're from the Martial Arts Bureau, right?" One of them, Yuan Sheng, heard him ask and replied, "Humph, we intended to give you a quick end, but that trash Liang Jie was too pathetic and even got himself killed by you." Ye Chen glanced coldly at Yuan Sheng and silently assessed him. 7 points, peak level. One of the other three, Ta Jie, hearing what Yuan Sheng said, chimed in smugly, "Then let's let him slowly experience despair." Ye Chen looked at Ta Ji and assessed him as well, but he wasn't much better than Yuan Sheng, 7 points. The last of the three, Du Kun, was 10 points. He looked more credible and stronger than the other two. He saw Ye Chen grading them and said, "Kid, are you scoring us? Let me spit out a point. It seems your eyes aren't bad." Hearing Du Kun say that, Ye Chen retorted, "I'll accept the compliment on my eyes, but based on a scale of 100, the three of you here are all trash." That remark seemed to have infuriated Du Kun. Veins popped on his face as he yelled back. What? He screamed at Ye Chen, insolent. As soon as Du Kun finished, Yuan Sheng and Ta Ji lunged at him, both shouting, kill him. Ye Chen was far too calm. He didn't even consider them a threat, curling his lip into a mocking smile. Just in time for me to test a new technique. He channeled his energy into his palm, creating a blue flame, and swiped his hand, causing the fire to flare up. As the flames traveled, they incinerated Yuan Sheng and Ta Jie within seconds. Du Kun, standing on the sidelines, dropped his jaw in shock, sweat pouring down his face. What kind of move is this? This isn't even like the martial arts of an ancient cultivator. Ye Chen finished off the two of them in less than a minute. He looked casually at the results, two charred corpses lying on the road, and smiled smugly. Du Kun, seeing the scene, was terrified and paralyzed. What the hell? Didn't they say this kid relies on the Rakshasa? Using the power of just one palm strike, what does he need to rely on? Yuan Sheng and Ta Ji had been burned by Ye Chen until they were unrecognizable. Their limbs were scorched black by his flames, beyond recognition. Even Ye Chen was impressed by the power of the technique. He looked at the flames still burning on his hand and thought to himself, is the full power of the heaven-splitting palm this strong? Even stronger than I imagined. Although the move was powerful, Ye Chen quickly realized the changes after using it. He frowned, but the backlash is too heavy. Ye Chen clutched his chest, clearly feeling the exhaustion from using the technique. His internal energy was also depleted. It seems this palm strike is not something my current cultivation level can control. Thinking this, Ye Chen took out a pill to replenish his internal energy. He looked at Du Kun while smiling. Still a tough battle ahead. I need to hurry back and replenish my energy. Before Ye Chen could even move, Du Kun, who had been witnessing everything, tucked his tail and ran. This left Ye Chen chewing the pill, dumbfounded. Du Kun ran while sweating profusely, his previous arrogance completely gone. This situation isn't right. That palm strike from earlier needs to be reported to the Martial Arts Bureau. This kid is too strong. Ye Chen stood there, stunned for a moment, seeing Du Kun run away before even fighting. He thought dejectedly, I originally thought this guy might have some real skill. It seems a score of 10 was still too high. After replenishing his energy, Ye Chen immediately chased after Du Kun. In the blink of an eye, he caught up and asked arrogantly, did you ask my permission to leave? Du Kun, caught by him, was visibly terrified, sweat pouring down his forehead more and more. But his pride didn't allow him to be weak. Terrified as he was, Du Kun still drew a whip. He looked at Ye Chen and asked, what? Do you still want to keep this old man? Having said that, he lunged forward, swinging the whip toward Ye Chen, shouting, don't underestimate people. Ye Chen jumped up and dodged the whip. Du Kun was somewhat smug with the weapon in his hand and became aggressive again. If you insist on catching me, I, Du Kun, will fight you to the death today. Today, I'll let you see my impermanence immortal technique. As soon as he finished, he lunged at Ye Chen, swung the whip, and shouted, surrender now. Ye Chen was tied up by his whip without any resistance. Seeing this, he became smug. Caught you. It's just as I thought. That move from earlier must be very taxing on your energy, right? My running away earlier was truly being too cautious. He looked at the tied-up Ye Chen and mocked him. Now that you've been caught by my impermanence whip, let's see how you escape. Ye Chen didn't show a hint of fear, remaining completely calm. He looked at him and said, oh, is this what you call the impermanence whip? Seems pretty impressive. Du Kun saw that he didn't budge and heard his praise, which made him incredibly smug. He smirked, thinking, the impermanence whip is my family's sacred treasure. Once I catch you, even a god wouldn't be able to escape, let alone a fool who has exhausted all his own internal energy. Not letting Du Kun mock him for long, Ye Chen pulled out his sword and sliced the very impermanence whip that the other was so proud of right in front of him. Ye Chen let out a mocking smile and said, this whip is quite decent as material for my Dragon Slayer's sword. It looks pretty good. Seeing his beloved whip sliced into nothingness, Du Kun was filled with a mix of fear and regret, stuttering as he struggled to speak. How is this possible? My impermanence whip. Du Kun looked nervously at the sword that Ye Chen used to cut the impermanence whip. He looked at it, wondering, where on earth did this kid get a sword of that caliber? And that blade is continuously absorbing the internal energy from my whip. Having lost his weapon, he no longer held the same arrogant posture he had just a moment ago. The situation had turned. He cowered before Ye Chen. Could it be, is that in your hand the legendary spirit sword? Hearing the question, Ye Chen curled his lips into a smile. He looked at him with murderous intent, his sinister smile saying, that's right. Not only did you notice I exhausted my internal energy, you also recognize the spirit sword. Du Kun, seeing Ye Chen's terrifying expression, quickly spoke up. Wait, Ye Chen. I want to before he could finish his sentence. Ye Chen struck down, taking Du Kun's life instantly. Not only that, he gave a satisfied smile and said, I'll give you a 37 out of 100. After dealing with that group, Ye Chen looked at his hand and said, I didn't expect that unleashing the full power of the heaven-shattering palm would consume so much energy. I guess I'll have to keep it as my trump card for the future. Scene shifts to the capital, at the Martial Arts Association headquarters in a magnificent white castle. A landline phone suddenly rang. A man heard the ringing and smiled, saying, Calculating the time, Du Kun should have taken care of that brat by now. Just as he thought it was a stranger, it turned out to be one of Du Kun's accomplices, Qi Renju. He picked up the phone and spoke casually. Hello. Ah, Kun, done so quickly. Did you handle the cleanup properly? If the dragon soul gets a lead, it'll be a bit troublesome. On the other end, Ye Chen spoke up. Don't worry, I helped you deal with them. But 2 of them burned up, so cleaning the floor took quite a bit of effort. Qi Renju stiffened upon hearing this, his eyes wide open. He was shocked to recognize Ye Chen's voice. Ye Chen continued in a relaxed tone. By the way, these 3 pieces of trash are your subordinates, right? Let me tell you something. Ye Chen stared at the phone with a cold, murderous gaze, unconcerned about anyone, and bluntly delivered a threat. Qi Renju, I've got some things to do lately, so I'll let you off for now. But if the Martial Arts Association dares to bother me again, I will personally come to your door and rip your head off. After saying that, Ye Chen didn't even wait for a reply and hung up the phone. Qi Renju was left trembling with rage, his eyes bulging as he crushed the phone in his hand, cursing, Ye Chen, you son of a bee, how dare you threaten me? Qi Renju was so angry that his eyes bloodshot and veins popped out on his face. He cursed internally, Ye Chen, how dare you talk to the 7th-ranked Grandmaster like that? You little brat, you don't know your place. Scene shifts back to Ye Chen. After successfully provoking Qi Renju, he felt quite pleased, holding a blue stone in his hand surrounded by his own light. He said, What about the Martial Arts Association? What about the 3 great families of China? He smiled triumphantly, surrounded by streams of green light, and said, I have the reincarnation graveyard in my hands. If the Yunhu Mountain Villa really has ties to those 3 great families, at worst, I'll just march to the capital. Regardless of who is involved, everyone has to die. Ye Chen's eyes widened at the power of the light, happily saying, without realizing it, I've already managed to condense a killing shadow. And furthermore, the attribute of the killing shadow is a blood dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive green dragon appeared right behind Ye Chen. The dragon, formed from his own power, looked majestically and terrifyingly strong. He thought with satisfaction, the old man once said my path wasn't any traditional righteous path from the start, but the path of slaughter. The path of slaughter can destroy 10,000 paths, but it can also destroy one's Tao heart. If one condenses a killing shadow of demons or monsters, that truly is a path of no return. But for me, condensing a blood dragon now, it doesn't seem bad at all. Scene shifts, night begins to fall, and a cold wind blows through the air. Ye Chen is now standing in a place that looks like a cemetery, with many graves around and swords stuck into the ground, creating an eerie atmosphere. A massive stone tablet suddenly appeared. Ye Chen happily said, The 3rd tombstone has finally appeared. It seems it was triggered by my killing shadow. On the stone tablet that Ye Chen called a tombstone, many characters were carved. The content read, I live in the midst of slaughter, waiting for the day I return, to be destroyed in slaughter. Anyone who opposes me must die. All the words on it were written in red, adding to the terrifying nature of the message. Ye Chen finished reading the content, written on it, and his expression darkened, looking unusually serious. He recalled the words of someone who once spoke to him. Lao Wantian once said there are only 2 ways to trigger a tombstone. Either have enough cultivation, or do something that makes the tombstone's owner recognize you. Ye Chen stared at the tombstone for a long time, studying it carefully. However, the tombstone had only awakened a small portion and still could not be fully triggered. Thinking of this, Ye Chen suddenly let out a strange smile, the killing intent radiating more and more heavily. Perhaps it needs me to create more slaughter. In front of the movie theater, the 2, Ye Chen and Xie Ruxue, stood side by side. Her expression was as excited as a child's. She opened her mouth to exclaim, Wow, I'm this old and it's still my first time at a movie theater. I didn't expect there to be so many people. Ye Chen, with his hands in his pockets, replied calmly, This place doesn't seem to suit you at all. Today, what do you really want to do? Now you can tell me, right? Xie Ruxue suddenly reached out and linked her arm with his. Facing Ye Chen's puzzled expression, she looked up at him, blushing shyly, and expressed the thoughts hidden in her heart. Ye Chen, do you believe me? Actually, from the moment I was born, my family dictated which school I would attend, what major I would study, who I would interact with, and what I would do. Everything was in the family's plan, even including who I would marry. Because of that, in my anger, I came to Jiangcheng, wanting to rely on my own efforts to forge a path, to tell the Xie family that even without them, I, Xie Ruxue, could do it. Speaking to this point, her shyness vanished. She closed her eyes and bowed her head. The regret was clear on her face. As you've seen, I couldn't escape the Xie family. In my life, meeting you and Sun Di was entirely an exception, and also one of the few things I decided for myself. Ye Chen looked at her and replied in a consoling tone. Similarly, the Xia family has given you enough wealth so that you don't have to worry about money. This is something countless people would give anything for. Xie Ruxue smiled bitterly. That's true. I naturally understand that, so I've never hated the Xie family. After that, she blushed, her eyes wide, round, looking up at Ye Chen expectantly, voicing her confession. Even if it's just for today, I want to leave everything behind and be stubborn like an ordinary girl. Will you agree to be my boyfriend, even if it's just for today? Time seemed to freeze. The two suddenly remained silent and didn't say anything more. Ye Chen was the one to break the atmosphere. He was seen responding, I agree. Hearing the answer, Xie Ruxue unexpectedly leaned in and placed a kiss on Ye Chen's lips before his eyes widened in surprise. Their two pairs of lips touched. Ye Chen blushed, flustered. People around were clapping in congratulations, some covering their mouths in shock. Xie Ruxue's face was flushed, her eyes closed, looking very happy. Then she clasped her hands behind her back and turned away. Ye Chen felt both shy and bewildered by her action. She only asked nonchalantly, since we are boyfriend and girlfriend, doing this much is only fitting and reasonable, right? Before her explanation, Ye Chen tried to appear calm, replying, that is indeed natural. Hearing that, Xie Ruxue immediately grabbed his hand. She was overjoyed, running while pulling Ye Chen along. My love, we start dating from today. The two sat in the movie theater, both wearing sunglasses, each hugging a huge bucket of popcorn. Xia Ruxue enthusiastically pointed and commented. Ye Chen ate popcorn while listening quietly. Standing in front of a stall, the two focused on looking at something together. The sky was clear blue, and Xia Ruxue and Ye Chen sat on a wooden boat drifting on the sea. Ye Chen suddenly stood up, grabbed her hand, and asked, Ruxue, do you want to experience something exciting? Xia Ruxue looked at him shyly. Just sitting on a boat? What's so exciting? Before she could react, Ye Chen picked her up, held her in his arms, and leaped off the boat. Xia Ruxue immediately tensed up, clinging tightly to him, and screamed, oh, falling. We're falling into the water. Ye Chen's expression remained calm, only smiling. Xia Ruxue's hands were wrapped tightly around his neck. Both eyes were now looking forward. His feet were now just a short distance from the water's surface. He landed gently, standing firmly on the water. Xia Ruxue, lying in his arms, was now incredibly surprised and delighted, exclaiming, walking on water. My God, even this you can do. This is truly very exciting. Ye Chen looked at her and replied, more exciting things are still to come. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw Xia. Xia Ruxue was shocked, her eyes and mouth wide open, unable to believe what she was seeing. In her heart, she thought it was all over since she had fallen into the water. Yet, her feet touched the surface, sending ripples outward. Ye Chen just stood there, watching her. With his hands in his pockets, there was no sign of him falling in. Xia Ruxue was stunned, then shouted with excitement, clutching her hands. It feels just like walking on ice. My God, I can actually walk on water. Ye Chen, how did you even do this? Ye Chen smiled at her delighted expression. Haha, just a little trick. But you need to realize this is water, not ice. With that, he kicked the water toward her. Xia Ruxue laughed, covering her face with her hands to dodge the splashes. Ye Chen continued to tease her. See, it can even do this. The two stood facing each other. Xia Ruxue wouldn't be outdone and took a fighting stance. Fine, you dare to ambush me. Take this. Ye Chen chuckled to himself. Ha ha, let's see you wash up in the lake today. He wore a playful smile, continuing to joke around like a child. On the shore, Yi Lingxian stood in his suit with his hands in his pockets. Beside him, Lasha, wearing a long trench coat, stood with her arms crossed. The hunter who killed Duao and Fang Zhongyan is actually using his cultivation just to play in the water. He watched the two of them and sighed. If the Martial Arts Bureau knew, they would definitely be shocked. Yi Lingxian looked ahead and replied, although the Hall Master's strength is immense, we all missed one point. Given his age, isn't it only natural for him to act this way? The sky gradually turned dark as moonlight illuminated the house. Inside, Ye Chen sat at the edge of the bed, deep in thought. Xia Ruxue's reaction wasn't right. Could it be because of the Xie family? But I asked Yi Lingtian, and there were no anomalies with the Xie family lately. Is it because of the Tan family? They are still at Kunlun Mountain and haven't returned yet. I also have Long Hun monitoring all the airports and train stations in Jiangnan province. I will know the moment they return. Thinking this, Ye Chen relaxed, resting his head on his hands as he flopped onto the bed. Forget it. No use overthinking. Xia Xu's blood-like disaster is supposed to happen in these next few days. I just need to stay by her side and not miss a single thing. He stopped thinking and lay stretched out on the bed. A soft click echoed from the door. A pair of fair legs, dripping with water, stepped onto the floor. Xia Xue entered, wrapped in a towel. Her hair was still damp, and she said shyly, "If we are a couple, it's normal for me to come in like this, right?" Her cheeks were burning with embarrassment. Ye Chen tried to remain calm, but he averted his eyes, very normal. Xie Xue walked over and sat at his feet. Since I was little, the family decided everything for me. But today is different. I am just a normal girl. The Xia family or the Tan family, they can't control me. She reached out to touch his flushed face, then placed her hand on the bed, leaning in. She crawled onto Ye Chen and said firmly, "Today, you are mine, and I am yours. This is my own decision." Outside, the night sky was filled with stars illuminating the house. In the morning, the streets near the subway station were bustling with people. Jilin stood with her arms crossed, holding a piece of paper, looking disappointed. Is this the world outside Kunlun? It's so chaotic, you can barely see anything. She watched the crowds at the train station and scoffed. Are the people outside Kunlun really this weak? They don't even have a physical body foundation. I don't know where that guy is now. The old man said he came to Jiangcheng, but I don't feel a shred of his aura. She held up the photo in her hand, a shot of Ye Chen's back while he was shirtless, and complained. What on earth is this? I wasted my precious training time just to find you. She propped her chin on one hand, frowning at the photo. Where am I supposed to find him? Suddenly, a brunette woman approached her. Little sister, are you lost? Although her face wasn't clear, her tight, long-sleeved sweater and knee-length skirt revealed a perfect figure. She continued in a gentle, kind tone. Do you need this big sister to help you find your family? Jilin didn't answer but held up the photo. Forget it. I actually have a question for you. Have you seen the person in this picture? The woman looked slightly flustered, covering her mouth before replying, I'm also just passing through. Why don't you try asking a local? Jilin retorted, how am I supposed to tell who the local is? Suddenly, she stopped, as if sensing something. Eh? Then she continued. I detected a flash of purple spiritual energy. The brunette woman gasped in surprise, but before she could look, Jilin vanished from the station, leaving the woman shocked. Huh? Where did she go? Was I hallucinating? The scene shifted to Ye Chen's villa. He was still in bed, a blanket across his waist. A pleasant scent drifted in, and he climbed out of bed. He sighed. A big battle last night, yet the girl wakes up earlier than me. Her physical constitution is top-notch. He mused. But Xia Xue was way too strange last night. Today, I have to get to the bottom of it. In the kitchen, Tong Di appeared in business attire, carrying a hot plate of food. She placed it on the table. You're up? Come eat breakfast. It's still hot. Ye Chen walked to the table opposite Xia Xue and asked, Tong Di, what time did you get back? Tong Di stood right behind him, 5 in the morning. Things at the corporation have been way too busy lately. I haven't even had time to sleep. She turned and continued, there's an important press conference today. I have to head to the company first. The others watched Tong Di's back as she headed toward the door. She opened it and stepped out, pulling it shut behind her. At the table, Ye Chen and Xia Xue in silence, neither spoke a word. Finally, Ye Chen, still holding his spoon, couldn't hold back. What exactly is going on? You are my girl now. I need to know. Xia Xue sat there, hands tightly clenched under the table. She remained silent. Suddenly, Ye Chen's phone chimed. He picked it up and his eyes narrowed as he read the screen, looking quite surprised. It was a message from Yangqing, Mr. Yi. Just received news. The Tan family is on their way back to Jiangnan. Ye Chen looked up from the phone towards Xia Xue and said, so that's it. You knew the Tan family was returning and were worried about the engagement with Tan Zhengyang, so you wanted to give yourself to me at the last minute, right? Xia Xue maintained a calm expression, trying to sound indifferent. Ye Chen, thank you for everything you did for me last night. I don't regret it, but don't get involved in the Tan family business. It's not just the Tan family. An expert from Kunlun Mountain has arrived as well. Ye Chen looked surprised. The words Kunlun Mountain echoed in his mind. He frowned, thinking, more trouble. This expert from Kunlun is just like me. He might even be someone exiled from the Kunlun void. He reached out, having made a decision. He gripped Xia Xue's shoulders, pulling her close, looking straight into her eyes, and said firmly, since you are my girl, no one in this world can touch you. The day the Tan family returns is the day of their clan's annihilation. Ye Chen smiled. Xia Xue, do you believe in me? Xie Shui was moved to tears, her eyes glistening. She replied softly, I do. They embraced. Ye Chen kept his arm around her waist, resting his face on her shoulder, and gently cautioned, stay in the villa for these 2 days. Leave the rest to me. Xie Shui didn't answer. She just hugged him tighter with a happy expression. Ye Chen picked up his phone and made a call. At a Japanese-style gathering place, Le Sha sat kneeling on the floor, answering the call from Ye Chen. 4 other men sat kneeling opposite her. Ye Chen's voice boomed from the phone. La Sha, guard the villa 24/7. Anyone who tries to force their way in, kill them without mercy. La Sha, wearing her long coat, bowed her head and replied, yes, Master Ye Chen. Then, he made another call. Yi Lingxian, the Tan family is coming back. Are you in the Shadow Hall ready? Yi Lingxian, with a serious expression, pressed the phone to his ear and replied, rest assured, Hall Master. Wherever your sword points, that is the Shadow Hall's battlefield. Ye Chen sat on the sofa, deep in thought. A third call, forget it. For now, there's no need to use it. I don't even know if that person is still alive. He put the phone down on the table. They came out of the Kunlun void. The old man said if I ever faced a life or death crisis, I should call. He clasped his hands under his chin. If this call doesn't go through, it means that person is dead and we have no fate. He frowned, sinking back into thought. Besides, this number can only be called once. Any more than that is useless. An image of a graveyard filled with tombstones appeared. As for the reincarnation grave, even though the light from the 3rd tombstone was getting brighter, it still wasn't enough to trigger Ye Chen. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a thin stream of green spiritual energy coalesced. Standing up straight, he raised his right arm high, and that green energy radiated all around him. A white sword materialized in midair. Ye Chen gripped the hilt tightly, his lips pressed thin as he stared at it, his entire being surging with power. Only one thought filled his mind. A powerhouse from Kunlun Mountain has arrived. I hope you don't disappoint me. In a bustling airport terminal, a black-haired man stood with his arms crossed, his face obscured, appearing to wait for someone. Behind him stood 2 others. Footsteps echoed as they approached. Lin Moshan led the way, draped in a monk's robe, his long beard giving him the aura of a legendary sage. Behind him followed his disciple, Qin Zhengyang, wearing an expression of faint arrogance. Lin Moshang spoke up, disciple. It seems your Qin family has quite a reputation in Jiangnan province. I never expected so many people to show up to welcome me, and quite a few of them have decent strength, too. Qin Zhengyang smiled fawningly. Master, you've misunderstood. These are just elders or heads of major clans. Just by relying on the Qin family name, they wouldn't go this far to cater to us. They came entirely to witness your magnificent aura, Master. Lin Moshan turned his head, his voice tinged with confusion. Witness my aura? I have never been to Jiangnan before. How could they possibly know me? Disciple, don't tease me. Qin Zhengyang bowed his head, a smile still playing on his lips. Whether you know them or not, Master, you will see soon enough. No sooner had he finished speaking than a crowd surged forward, surrounding Lin Moshan tightly, all vying for attention and falling over themselves to praise the Grand Master for gracing Jiangnan province with his presence. This is a small token of my family's sincerity. I have reserved a banquet at the Dingyuan restaurant for the Grand Master and the Qin family to rest. I hope you will accept. The Grand Master's nobility is legendary. My family has heard of you for a long time. Please accept this clear cloud pill as an offering. Outwardly, Lin Moshan kept a smile on his face. Ha 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 ha. But inwardly, he scoffed. So, they're just looking for a faction to cling to and begging for protection. The weak are always the same. Qin Zhengyang noticed this and leaned in close, flattering his master. Actually, it's not just that they want to curry favor with you. They also hope you can restore the prestige of the Jiangnan martial arts world. Lin Moshan asked curiously, Oh? How so? Qin Zhengyang's expression turned serious. Master, you might not be aware, but recently, a killer has emerged in Jiangnan province. He is young, yet he has already wiped out 2 major martial arts clans. His methods are extremely ruthless, stirring the rage of the Jiangnan martial arts community. Someone in the crowd immediately spoke up in agreement. That's right. We all live under the shadow of this killer, terrified that one day a disciple in our clan might accidentally offend him and cause our entire family to be annihilated. That killer is now the top dog in Jiangnan province. Lin Moshan looked skeptical, wiping out clans at the slightest provocation. Such a thing exists? That killer. And someone as reckless as him usually doesn't live long. Qin Zhengyang added, What's worse is that this brat has targeted our Qin family. Lin Moshan stepped forward, radiating arrogance. Humph. Don't worry, disciple. With me here, if he dares to step into the Qin family gates, I will turn him into blood and bone. As soon as he finished speaking, The surrounding atmosphere became cheerful. Qin Zhengyang laughed, ha ha ha, with those words from you, master. I am at ease. Come, come, come. My Qin family has prepared a feast, please, everyone. The gathered crowd began to disperse. Jilin happened to be walking by, accompanied by a man. She suddenly stopped, excitedly rolling up her sleeves as if preparing for a fight, which startled her companion. Hee hee, finally. I've run into someone who actually looks fun. Xiao Qiang, you wait here. I'm going to go have a word with that old man. Xiao Qiang reached out to stop Jilin, his tone pleading. My dear lady, please, stop stirring up trouble. You said you sensed Master Ye's energy on me? You must have crossed paths with him. Let me take you to find him. We're halfway there. How can you just stop to pick a fight? Don't ruin our mission. Jilin turned back, reluctantly compromising, folding her arms and pouting. Fine, fine. Let's go find Ye Chen. That's more important. Hurry up and lead the way. If I don't see Ye Chen today, there's going to be hell to pay. The scene shifted to Ye Chen's villa. He was sitting on the sofa in the living room, circulating his internal energy. Xie Ruxue sat in another chair nearby, a book in her hands, reading intently. Ye Chen was silent. In his eyes, a mark appeared on Xie Ruxue's forehead as if pressed there by a finger, surrounded by blood-red rays of light. Ye Chen closed his eyes to focus, thinking, Ruxue's death, aura, and bloodlight are growing stronger and stronger. I must stay by her side. I absolutely cannot let anything happen to her. I need to adjust to my peak state to handle any combat that might arise at any moment. Suddenly, Xia Rushu's phone began to ring toot, toot, toot. She looked up from her book, glancing over, preparing to answer. Ye Chen raised his hand, and the phone flew into his grasp. He told Xie Ruxue that he would take it. As soon as he held it to his ear, a hateful voice rang out from the other end. Xie Ruxue, remember our original agreement. Qin Zhenjiang is back, and it's time for our engagement. I want you to. Before he could finish, Ye Chen interrupted. Provocative, aren't you? Qin Zhengyang, you're about to be disappointed. Ruxu is my woman now. An angry voice erupted from the phone. Ye Chen. You, somewhere else? Qin Zhengyang was furious, crushing his phone and cursing. Damn it. That wench, Xie Ruxue. Does she really think she can hide from me just by relying on that Ye Chen? His face darkened, his words becoming increasingly vile. I won't just marry her this time. I'm going to humiliate her in front of everyone. Mo Shan, standing nearby, looked at Qin Zhengyang, who was shaking with rage, and asked, Disciple, what is it that has you so angry? Qin Zhengyang immediately calmed down, outwardly replying, It's nothing, master, just suddenly remembered that Ye Chen fellow. It's quite annoying. But deep down, he was desperate to hide the fact that he'd been cuckolded. He couldn't tell his master. Arriving before a room with several henchmen outside, his expression shifted. He smiled and gestured inside, saying, Master, please go in first. I'll go make some arrangements. Lin Moshen, with one hand behind his back, replied, Very well. Qin Zhengyang turned and ordered 2 henchmen. Xie Ruxue's likely in that brat's villa right now. You lot, go scout it out. If that brat isn't there, bring Xie Ruxue back directly. If he is there, test his strength a little. The rumors outside aren't necessarily true. Seeing it with one's own eyes is the only truth. The 2 henchmen replied, Yes, young Master Qin. They hid in a corner, peering forward. One henchman spoke, Is that Ye Chen's villa? Let's observe this place first and see exactly how many people are inside. Ye Chen dares to offend the Qin family. He won't live much longer. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head, as if sensing something. Without anyone knowing when, Lashat Rakshasa was already standing there, holding a sword. Her voice sounded like a whisper from hell, a single sentence that sealed their fate. The master said, Any martial artist approaching the villa is to be killed without mercy. Lashet's emotionless eyes glimmered behind her glasses. A moment later, 2 Qin family henchmen lay limp on the ground behind Lashet, covered in blood. One was still alive, kneeling and begging for mercy. Don't kill me. At that moment, a voice rang out, Lashet, keep this one alive. Lashet and the henchman both looked over. Ye Chen walked up leisurely with his arms crossed, saying, He still has his uses. The other henchman was being lifted by his throat by Lashet, gasping for air. Hark, he stammered, begging, Don't kill me. Ye Chen had to stop Lashet. He was keeping this one alive. Lashet immediately obeyed, dropping him to the ground. Yes, master. The henchman's face was pale as a sheet, thinking, A monster like this is actually his subordinate? This Ye Chen, what exactly is his background? Ye Chen looked at the coward, pulled out a round, skull-shaped candy, held it in front of the henchman, and ordered him to eat it. Do you want to live to deliver a message to Qin Zhenjiang, or die? You choose. The man immediately knelt as if he had found a lifeline. I don't want to die. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. Ye Chen turned his back, walking away as he said, "Tell Qin Jingyang to enjoy these last few hours well. Tonight, I will personally visit the Qin family to claim your lives." Finishing his sentence, he barked, "Get lost." The man, feeling as if his heart was about to burst, immediately scrambled away for his life. Just then, someone called his name Ye Chen. "Everyone is here." The ones calling him were the father-daughter duo, Lang Feng and Ling Hangshui. Lang Feng said, "Now all of Jiangnan is talking about you and the Qin family. I think you're very short on manpower right now, aren't you?" Ye Chen was confused. "Manpower? What are you thinking? Those mediocre fools at the Qin family? I alone am enough." Lang Feng laughed. Heh. But Ling Hangshui wondered, how can he say such a thing? The Qin family has invited a powerhouse from Kunlun Mountain. Relying on him alone, he can't possibly be their match. Lang Feng, however, found it very interesting and intriguing. "Well then, I look forward to your performance, Ye Chen." Back at the Qin family, Qin Zhengyang was sitting quietly in a room, waiting, yet his heart was burning like fire. Just then, the henchman whom Ye Chen had spared ran back, blood spilling from his nose and eyes, frantically reporting to Qin Zhengyang, "Young master, something terrible has happened." Qin Zhengyang rushed over. "Why are you the only one back? Where are the others?" The henchman collapsed. "There's a master at Ye Chen's place. Everyone else was killed by him in one stroke. He said in a few hours, he will personally come to the Qin family to claim our lives." At that moment, a sudden, unexpected twist occurred. A chilling sensation gripped his chest, making him feel as though his heart were being constricted. The henchman's face instantly twisted in agony. Tan Zhengyang asked with concern, "Hey, are you all right?" Suddenly, the henchman exploded like an overinflated balloon. Tan Zhengyang fell to the ground, stuttering. It exploded. Gritting his teeth, Tan Zhengyang was consumed by a burning rage. He screamed at the heavens, "Ye Chen, Tan Zhengyang, and you cannot coexist under the same sky. Either you die or I perish." Ah! The scene shifts to the Minquai Villa, where Ye Chen returns to meet Xie Ru Shui and places a call to Ye Ling Tian. "How are the preparations, Ling Tian?" Yi Ling Tian reported, "I've arrived at the outskirts of the Tan family estate, awaiting your command, Palace Master." Ye Chen replied, "Good, rest assured." After hanging up, he patted Xie Ru Shui's head to comfort her. "I have to head out for a bit. Lu Xia will protect you from now on. Don't worry, everything is almost over." Although still trembling with anxiety, Xie Ru Shui felt a bit more at ease. Just then, her phone buzzed. Startled, Xie Ru Shui saw it was a call from her mother. She picked up. "Hello, Mom. What's wrong?" A different voice came from the other end, not her mother's. "Xie Ru Shui, it's me, Tan Zhengyang." He gave a vile order. "Come to the Tan estate within 1 hour, or else wait to receive your parents' heads." "Ha ha ha." Xia Ru Shui shrieked in outrage, "Tan Zhengyang, you shameless wretch." Tan Zhengyang mocked, "Is this what you consider shameless? Make sure to pass a message to Ye Chen. There will be a feast waiting for my master shortly. If he dares to come to the Tan estate, I'll welcome him with open arms." Xie Ru Shui frantically grabbed Ye Chen's hand, pleading, "Ye Chen, if you go to the Tan estate, can you take me with you?" "My parents are there." Ye Chen agreed immediately. "Fine, we'll go together." Ye Chen had already calculated the risks. With the Shadow Palace and Luo Xia there to guard Xia Ru Shui, it shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, at Jiang Jianfeng's residence, a servant arrived to report on Ye Chen. Jiang Jianfeng nodded. "So you mean to tell me that this bastard is walking into a death trap?" The servant bowed. "Mr. Jiang, the Tan family isn't much to fear, but those masters from Kunlun Mountain are not to be underestimated." Jiang Jianfeng remained skeptical. "I remember you saying similar things before, yet he's still alive and well. You aren't lying to me, are you?" The servant was flustered. "I went to the airport today to scout him. His aura is incredibly powerful. This time, Ye Chen is a dead man." Jiang Jianfeng didn't agree. "It's hard to say. You should head to the Tan estate, too. If he dies prematurely, then it was simply his fate. But if he manages to survive, you are to personally bring him to see me," the servant replied. "As you command, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Jianfeng was brimming with anticipation. Ye Chen, oh Ye Chen, how did a piece of trash with broken meridians manage to reach this level? Meanwhile, the Tan estate was buzzing with excitement as crowds gathered to watch the spectacle. Tan Zhengyang had already brought back the senior from Kunlun Mountain. He waited confidently to see if Ye Chen would dare show his face. The onlookers were incredibly curious, whispering among themselves. One person asked, "If that murderer Ye Chen actually shows up, what are his odds of winning?" Another replied, "Maybe 1%. The Tan family alone might not be enough. but with that master from Kunlun Mountain, it's hard to say. Another agreed. Indeed, that master gives me a feeling of extreme danger, far worse than when I faced Dao Ao. Lang Feng and his daughter were also there. Lang Shuang looked around and complained, "Father, why did you bring me here? We have other missions." Lang Feng replied, "For the Blood Rose Palace, this is the most important mission. I, for one, want to see if that Ye Chen can leave the Tan estate alive. Don't you find this interesting?" Lang Shuang felt helpless. "But I still owe him a favor. He saved my life. If he's really in danger," Lang Feng reassured his daughter, "don't overthink it. We won't even have a chance to intervene. The strength of that person from Kunlun is too immense. In my opinion, he's at least a peak grandmaster, perhaps even approaching the 10th rank." Lang Shuang was stunned. Just then, a stir went through the crowd. "Look, he's here. The killer is here. How bold." Ye Chen, accompanied by Luo Sha and Xie Shui, had arrived. The crowd whispered, wondering if the man truly had a death wish and how strong his actual power was. Xie Shui felt uneasy with so many martial artists staring at them. Without a second's hesitation, Ye Chen put his arm around her waist. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." This blatant display of affection caught all the martial artists off guard. In front of young Master Tan, this was a slap in the face, no, a slap to the entire Tan family. Tan Zhengyang's face twisted like a monkey's backside, his eyes burning with resentment. The master from Kunlun, Tai Mo Shan, asked Tan Zhengyang, "Is that youth the murderer? And is the woman he's holding your fiancé?" Tan Zhengyang replied bitterly, "It is him." To his surprise, the master, Tai Mo Shan, showed disappointment. "As my disciple, you can't even hold on to your own woman? What a disappointment." Tan Zhengyang was shocked and stung. "Master," Tai Mo Shan glared at him, "I originally intended to help you kill him, but now it seems you should do it yourself. Otherwise, even if I kill him, I won't be able to heal the damage to your Dao heart. Only by doing it yourself can you." He reached out and produced a round pill. "During this time, you have been training with me, and I've taught you quite a few martial arts. It's time to see the results." He handed it to Tan Zhengyang. "This pill will help you break through in power. Don't disappoint your master." Tan Zhengyang acted as if he'd found gold, quickly thanking his master. He popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed. Tan Zhengyang immediately felt a surge of strength. He roared with joy, "Power! My whole body is overflowing with power. Master, rest assured, I will present his head to you." Now, Tan Zhengyang was bursting with arrogance, stepping toward Ye Chen. He pointed a finger at him, acting cool. "You pathetic piece of trash. Today, I'll show you just how small and insignificant you are." Ye Chen didn't even care to look. He turned to Xie Shui, "Wait for me here for a moment." "Okay." Tan Zhengyang still acted magnanimously. "I advise you to say your last words. I can give you that much time." While he was still bragging, Ye Chen had already dashed forward. "Go to hell." Before he could finish, Ye Chen's lightning-fast kick landed squarely on his face. Tan Zhengyang thought, "Wait, how was he that fast?" As Tan Zhengyang's head was smashed into the ground, Ye Chen said coldly, "Is this all the skill you have?" Tan Zhengyang sat on the ground, covering his eyes. "Damn you, don't look down on me. If you hadn't fought dirty with a sneak attack, how could you have knocked me down?" Ye Chen looked surprised. "Oh, well, use whatever tricks you have left." Tai Mo Shan urged, "Disciple, quickly use the treasure I gave you." Following his master's orders, Tan Zhengyang pulled out a long spear. "You brat, let me show you some real techniques. Compared to my spear skills, all your martial arts are trash, utter garbage." Tan Zhengyang leaped into the air. "Die." Ye Chen merely raised 2 fingers, using them to parry the spear. Right before everyone's eyes, Ye Chen severed half of Tan Zhengyang's arm. Tan Zhengyang didn't even understand what had happened. What just happened? Ye Chen remained expressionless, asking, "What was that? Was that all you had?" Tan Zhengyang's hand, still clutching the spear, fell to the ground. Tan Zhengyang collapsed, unable to believe his hand was lying on the floor. How can this be? My arm." Tears streamed down Tan Zhengyang's face. Ye Chen stood behind him with a faint smile. "I told you, I would take your life myself." He raised his hand, preparing to finish him off. "Die." Just as he was about to strike, Tai Mo Shan roared, "How dare you touch a descendant of my Tai Mo Shan?" The deafening sound he emitted forced everyone to cover their ears in pain. Luo Sha stepped forward to protect Xie Shui. "Miss Xie, please hide behind me. I'm fine, but Ye Chen, he..." Luo Sha frowned. This might be a bit difficult to deal with. Ye Chen looked at Tai Mo Shan as he slowly approached. "So you're finally stepping in, you old ghost." Tai Mo Shan looked at him with contempt. "You arrogant, vicious little mutt. Do you really think you are the god of Jiangnan province?" Ye Chen laughed. He channeled his dragon profound body technique, finding it quite interesting. I really want to see just how strong you can be. Ye Chen flashed behind Tai Mo Shan like lightning, throwing a punch using his kill fist. But unexpectedly, Tai Mo Shan managed to block it. Your movement technique is mediocre, kid. Ye Chen's eyes widened in shock. What? He was spun around by Tai Mo Shan, who not only shattered his movement technique but also effortlessly neutralized his kill fist. Seeing Ye Chen stunned, Tai Mo Shan chided. What are you standing there for, kid? He dashed behind Ye Chen, his hand descending toward Ye Chen's head. Ye Chen was forced to turn around. I have no choice but to use this. Ye Chen countered Tai Mo Shan's attack with the heaven-shattering palm. The martial artists present all grimaced in discomfort from the sheer power released by both men. The shockwave is so strong. Are they immortals fighting? Tan Zhengyang was panicked. Facing my master head-on and still emitting such pressure? How is that possible? Just what kind of monster is this? Ye Chen, Leng Feng, and his daughter watched, breathless. A Kunlun master is actually being pushed back. Is Ye Chen really that strong? Ye Chen. By this point, he was exhausted. Blood trickled from his mouth as he clutched his chest. Damn it. His strength not only far exceeds mine, but he's even stronger than Luo Sha. I can't even trigger the third tombstone, and even my heaven-shattering palm couldn't defeat him. To beat him, I only have one choice. Fight to the death and find an opportunity to break his formation. Seeing Ye Chen smile, Lin Moshan also laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. That palm strike that is the ultimate martial technique of Kunlun Void. I never imagined you would possess such profound fortune, Lin Moshan said to Ye Chen. But it is meaningless now. That one strike exhausted all the inner energy in your Dantian. You no longer have the strength to oppose me. He created a vortex and declared, Go to hell. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, The one who will die is you. Rakshasa had snuck up from the side to attack Lin Moshan. Lin Moshan, still a master, barely managed to block Rakshasa's strike. Lin Moshan appraised Rakshasa. I didn't expect someone as strong as you to be by Ye Chen's side. But unfortunately, you are no match for me. Having said that, he kicked Rakshasa, sending him flying backward. Back away. Then, Lin Moshan unleashed a punch that made Rakshasa cough up blood. Rakshasa was defeated. How could even Rakshasa be defeated so easily? Lin Moshan pulled out a knife and approached Ye Chen. Hunter, I have to admit, you are a genius worth me being cautious of. Perhaps in others' eyes, you are a hunter, but in my eyes, you are nothing but prey. Lin Moshan sent Ye Chen flying with a blow. Ye Chen struggled, doing his best to steady his feet on the ground. Xia Rusue, incredibly worried, turned to Ling Feng. Dad, Ye Chen has no strength left to fight back. Is there really no way to save him? Ling Feng was equally anxious. Why wouldn't I want to save him? But the problem is, I can't. Even if I search every inch south of the Yangtze River, no one could stop Lin Moshan. Lin Moshan slowly approached Ye Chen. If you are willing to kneel and beg for mercy, and hand over your martial arts, I might let you live for a few more minutes. Ye Chen managed to prop himself up with his sword, sneering, Kneel for you? In your dreams. You aren't worthy. After saying that, he lunged at Lin Moshan. Lin Moshan took the challenge. You're too slow. The two charged at each other, their swords clashing with a sharp clang. Lin Moshan felt something was wrong. With such refined swordsmanship and his extremely powerful spirit sword, I should have been able to dodge it in an instant, but his Dantian should have been empty. Why does he still have the strength to face me? Lin Moshan suddenly realized his own sword had begun to crack. Huh? Ye Chen swung down hard, and Lin Moshan's sword shattered. Go to hell. Lin Moshan retreated. I understand now, it's the silver needles. This brat's medical skills are even more profound than his martial arts. He is actually using the silver needles to forcibly draw power from his own Dantian. This guy has so many tricks. It seems I will have to pay a heavy price to finish this. Taking advantage of the moment, he grabbed Ye Chen's face and smashed his head into the ground. Ye Chen's head began to bleed. Lin Moshan remarked, being able to wound me, you can die satisfied. He threw Ye Chen across the ground, sending him flying 30 feet until he slammed into a wall, landing right in front of Xia Rusu. Xia Rusu turned, terrified. Ye Chen, she rushed to his side. Are you all right, Ye Chen? She knelt to support him. Your wounds are too severe. I'll take you away right now. Lin Moshan revealed a grotesque smile. Want to run? In your dreams. You are definitely going to die. Seeing Lin Moshan approaching, Xia Rusu realized the danger and stood in front of Ye Chen to protect him. Don't you dare come any closer. If you want to kill him, you'll have to go through me. Xia Rusu's eyes were filled with tears of pain, while Ye Chen felt completely helpless, cursing to himself, Damn it, is this the bloody disaster the old man predicted for Xia Rusue? Shirusu will die, not for any other reason, but because of my own weakness. No. Ye Chen refused to let this happen. He struggled to crawl up, his body burning with effort. Don't you joke with me. I absolutely will not allow this. Lin Motion approached. Don't worry, both of you will die together. Ye Chen swore he wouldn't let anything happen to her. Just before Lin Motion's attack hit, Ye Chen screamed, "Third grave, come forth." Instantly, a figure leaped out, stepping directly on Lin Motion's head, sending him flying and skidding across the ground. Ye Chen looked up at the person who had landed. Fighting without calling me? How boring. It was the beautiful Jilin. The martial artists nearby were instantly excited. Holy crap, that senior from Kunlun Mountain was actually kicked down by a single blow? Where did this little girl come from? She's too strong. Lin Motion scrambled up, one side of his face already swollen. Are you all here to get in my way? Who the hell are you? Why are you stopping me? Jilin mocked him immediately. Hey, you old man, with a head as bald as an airport, do you know what mistake you've made? Do you know that Ye Chen is my little brother? Since I'm his big sister, he's protected by me. If he's my little brother, then he's my little brother too. You dare to touch him? You tired of living, you stinky old man. Lin Moshan didn't know how strong Jilin was, so he continued to posture. Don't try to show off, little girl. He lunged forward, using the mountain-splitting palm to deal with Ye Chen. Jilin drew her fist back, gathering momentum, and delivered a single strike straight into Lin Motion's body. Lin Motion screamed in agony. Ah! Jilin stood over Lin Motion's body, looking at him with contempt. Mountain-splitting palm, is it? She stomped hard on his head, her face cold and merciless. This bitter old man wants to split mountains? Jilin sat directly on top of Lin Moshan, repeatedly punching his face like a punching bag. Thump, thump, thump. She cursed him loudly while beating him. On the mountain, right? You piece of garbage like you wants to be on the mountain. Go ahead and split it. You can't even split a damn thing. The onlooker's jaws dropped to the floor. What on earth is happening? That was a senior from Kunlun Mountain, and he's being ridden and beaten by a little girl, even being scolded. As garbage? I thought Ye Chen was a monster, but now an even bigger one appears. If Lin Moshan is garbage, what does that make us? At this moment, everyone was truly stunned. Lin Moshan, face beaten beyond recognition, was dragged along by Jilin with one hand, having no strength left to resist. Sure enough, just a piece of old garbage. After just a little fun, he's already broken. She tossed him aside like an old toy. So boring. Jilin ran to Ye Chen, extremely excited, wanting him to praise her. Am I cool? Am I cool? Hurry up and praise me. Hurry up. Ye Chen just stared at her coldly and said, get lost. The surrounding martial artists were frozen in absolute shock. What the hell? A monster like that? You didn't even risk your life, and you told her to get lost? This Ye Chen is too arrogant and lawless. He should be glad the little girl didn't kill him with one blow. She just defeated Lin Moshan, for heaven's sake. She could kill you like a chicken. But contrary to their expectations, Jilin just pouted petulantly and scolded Ye Chen. You're bullying me again. Everyone was shocked yet again. One shock after another, what was going on? Not only was she not angry, but she actually acted aggrieved. Is there any justice left in the world? From now on, Jiangmen is likely Ye Chen's domain. Jilin started to say something to Ye Chen. Ye Chen, I came to find you this time because before she could finish, Ye Chen walked past her. Wait a moment, he said. I still have some business to handle. Jilin sighed. Ugh, I know. She immediately turned away to find other entertainment while she waited. I'll go find something fun. I want to see the show. Jilin, being a bit of a deviant, turned to Shirusu. Sister, what are your measurements? At this moment, Ye Chen chased after Tan Zhangyang, who had one arm cut off. Seeing Ye Chen looming over him, he gritted his teeth and screamed, Please, don't. I beg you, don't kill me. I promise I won't cause any more trouble for you and Jia, Rusu ever again. Ye Chen didn't want to hear the flies buzzing anymore. He grabbed him by the throat to stop his blathering. Don't worry, I'm not just killing you. The whole Tan family will be buried with you. Tan Zhengyang turned pale, trying to block Ye Chen's hand, only able to make pained, gasping noises. At this moment, a voice called out from afar, seeking death. The Tan family subordinates rushed in to save Tan Zhengyang. Everyone in the Tan family, listen. Today, either Ye Chen dies or our family falls. This guy is at the end of his rope. Everyone attack and kill him. The subordinates rushed toward Ye Chen. Even though Ye Chen was injured, he found it quite interesting. Jilin stood beside him and asked, Need help? Ye Chen smirked. Not really. Relying on numbers to bully me? You guys aren't capable of that. Suddenly, a group of extremely swift, white-masked figures surged forward. The leader said, The Shadow Hall follows orders. Protect the hallmaster. Kill every single person from the Tan family. Having said that, they rushed in to protect Ye Chen and started slaughtering the Tan family members. Die. After a flurry of movement, they wiped out all the Tan family subordinates. A person trembling on the ground was approached by Ye Chen, who handed him a medicinal pill. Use this pill to calm your heart and recover. In less than a day, your wounds will be healed. Ye Chen, you, my lord. The Tan family, not a single one left. The masked group from the Shadow Hall stood respectfully before Ye Chen, cupping their hands. Hall master, including Patriarch Tan Chiu, everyone in the Tan family is finished. What are your next orders? Ye Chen directed them. The Tan family is still holding Xia Rusu's parents. Go rescue them immediately, then you may return. The Shadow Hall members vanished in the blink of an eye. Understood, we are going now. Once finished, Ye Chen reached out his hand toward Xia Rusui. Let's go, we're going home. Xia Rusui, teary-eyed with happiness, nodded. The group of martial artists watched them leave, gossiping. Who would have thought that the Tan family would be destroyed? And that power called the Shadow Hall, they're too strong, yet we've never heard of them before. Whether we want to admit it or not, Jiangnan from this day on belongs to Ye Chen. Jilin realized they were about to leave and suddenly remembered. She hurriedly ran after him, shouting, Ye Chen, I still have something to tell you. Wait for me. Under the blazing sun, Ye Chen sat with his eyes closed, meditating with intense focus, his mind deep in thought. I never expected someone like Lin Motion to exist. I underestimated the Hua Kingdom. The martial arts world here is deep. Hidden masters like him definitely exist in large numbers. The Grandmaster leaderboard doesn't show the whole picture. He frowned, concentrating. Even though the third tombstone was fully revealed and could be used at any time, still, strengthening myself is the true path. I should focus on cultivation first. He bowed his head, and a wave of killing intent radiated from him. A small, dark green stone-like object appeared, then zipped past another stone floating above his head. Those stones were created from the killing intent surrounding Ye Chen. Meanwhile, in a foggy cemetery, the ground at a certain grave showed signs of movement. Suddenly, a hand thrust straight up from underground. Behind the grave, a faint green mist appeared, matching the color of the hand. A voice echoed, Ha ha ha, the killing Dao. This is the aura of the killing Dao. It seems my time has finally come. Who would have thought the master of the Samsara tomb would practice the killing Dao? If that's the case, only I can make him even stronger. A malevolent spirit emerged from the third tombstone. He laughed loudly as he spoke. Among the thousands of great paths, only my killing Dao is the strongest. At first, he was blurry and distorted, but then he grew larger, revealing a powerful physique. The sound of bitter, vengeful murmurs emerged as well. How many years has it been? Those bastards, sitting high above, unaware that we paid a heavy price just to leave our divine spirits in this Samsara tomb. Only the master of the Samsara tomb can claim everything. Scene shift to the hotel where Jiang Jianfeng was staying. As soon as his subordinate returned, Jiang Jianfeng asked, Where is that bastard? Why didn't you bring him here? Did he die at the Qin family's place? The subordinate, clearly terrified, stammered, He didn't die. On the contrary, Jiang Nan from the Qin family was defeated by him. Jiang Jianfeng raised an eyebrow. He grabbed the subordinate by the collar and pulled him closer, causing the man to stutter even more urgently. Even the expert from Kunlun, Lin Moshan, was beaten to a pulp. Jiang Jianfeng was even more furious. What did you say? How could he possibly defeat someone ranked in the top 20 of the Grandmaster leaderboard? The subordinate's face turned pale. He stammered, Mr. Jiang. Lin Moshan was defeated by a mysterious little girl. I will explain the details to you later. After hearing everything, Jiang Jianfeng's heart sank. He contemplated, I can't believe that in just a few short months, that bastard has become a top-tier figure. If Jiang Nan continues like this, won't even I have to look up to him? He looked up and asked his subordinate, did he invite that girl? The subordinate hurriedly said, it doesn't seem so. He was very surprised by her appearance. Moreover, I used all my resources to investigate and found absolutely no information on her. At this point, the subordinate lowered his voice, sweating profusely. Mr. Jiang, to be honest, if that girl really decided to make a move, let alone you, I'm afraid even the family head wouldn't be her match. That is why I didn't bring Ye Chen here. With her there, I didn't dare. Jiang Jianfeng narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect him to have such backing. I'll go find him myself then. Tell him, tomorrow morning at 8, West Lake Park. Jiang Jianfeng wants to see him. Scene shift to Ye Chen's villa. Tong Di and Xia Rushui looked on, stunned, as the little girl stuffed her face with food. They couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my god, that's 800 yuan worth of Kentucky Fried Chicken. Can she really eat all of that? How much food can she hold? Beside them, the blonde girl was throwing a tantrum, demanding more. Not enough. It's not enough. I want more. Ye Chen patted Tong Di's shoulder. Tong Di sighed helplessly and said, eating this much isn't good for your stomach. Ye Chen added, Tong Di, please order another 1,000 yuan worth to go for her. Now that she's here, she won't stop until she's had her fun. The girl turned around with a satisfied expression. Ye Chen, you're still amusing. I heard that food in the outside world was delicious, and it seems that's truly the case. If I didn't have to go back to my family in a few days, I definitely wouldn't want to leave. Ye Chen looked annoyed. No, you should go back. I'm afraid you'll bankrupt me. He thought to himself, this girl is named Jilin. Her reputation in Kunlun is no joke. Even the old man is a bit afraid of her. If it weren't for a specific reason, she wouldn't listen to me. Jilin laughed deviously. You don't like me, do you? If it weren't for me, you would have been tricked to death by that old boss. This made Ye Chen, standing far away, furious, but he couldn't do anything. She continued, if you don't act, I could still kill everyone here. Ye Chen pondered. Originally, he intended to use the third tombstone, but he had accidentally saved her. Thinking this over, he turned to Tong Dai and Xia Ruxue. You two go out and visit the night market for a while. Jilin and I have something to discuss. They agreed. As they walked away, they whispered to each other, a man and a woman alone, that girl is so pretty. Well, Ye Chen. Maybe it's not like that. After all, she's still too young. Ye Chen watched the backs of the two human-powered cameras and sighed helplessly. He sat back down on the sofa in the living room and asked, Jilin, didn't you say you had business with me? We still have a little time before the takeout is delivered, so speak now. Jilin hesitated for a moment, then said, oh, right, I almost forgot the important part. She reached into her clothes and pulled out a token, handing it to Ye Chen. My sister fought for this on your behalf because she knew you needed it to prove yourself. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have come out. Ye Chen took the token, stunned, looking at Jilin. She continued, I really don't understand why my sister and the old man value you so much. With your terrible strength, I expect you to be eliminated in the very first round. Ye Chen closed his eyes, sensing a massive shadow appearing behind him. He was surprised. This as he turned to ask Jilin, how is her power now? Jilin proudly crossed her arms. Don't overthink it. My sister was one of the top 10 geniuses in Kunlun at the time. Her current status is much higher than before. You can only look up to her for the rest of your life. Just then, the doorbell interrupted their conversation. Someone shouted, takeout. Is this my takeout? Jilin quickly ran to open the door. I want to eat. Jilin was delighted, ignoring Ye Chen, and opened the door to get the food. But as soon as she opened it, she saw a man standing there. It was Jiang Jianfeng's subordinate. He was shocked to see Jilin. Jilin was also confused, looking outside and not seeing the man carrying any food. A killing intent appeared on her face. Where is my delicious food? Didn't you sneakily eat it? Jiang Jianfeng's subordinate saw this murderous look and began to tremble with fear. Trembling in terror, Jilin's face darkened. Where is my food? Didn't you eat it? Jiang Jianfeng's subordinate waved his hands in a panic, hurriedly explaining, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. How could I ever eat the food of your esteemed self? I just came to find Ye Chen. In his heart, he cried, oh my God, why did I run into this assassin when I opened the door? Hearing what Jiang Jianfeng's subordinate said, Ye Chen stepped out. Who are you? Why do you keep following me? The man looked at Ye Chen with extreme caution. He almost called Ye Chen a bastard again. He said cautiously, Ye Chen, Westlake Park, 8 a.m. tomorrow. Someone wants to see you. Hearing this unreasonable request, Ye Chen replied coldly, what is this? You want me to go there to meet him? Tell him to come here himself. Jiang Jianfeng's subordinate looked at Ye Chen with an unfriendly gaze. What if the person who wants to see you is Jiang Jianfeng? You might be very interested in the location of your parents, right? Hearing this, Ye Chen's expression immediately changed. He was furious, grabbed the subordinate by the collar, and shouted, say that again. Are you sure it's Jiang Jianfeng who wants to see me? Does he really know the location of my parents? The subordinate, being choked, wanted to resist, but didn't dare. He struggled to say, believe it or not, it's Jiang Jianfeng who wants to see you. In short, my message is delivered. If you have any problems, go ask him. Ye Chen heard this and threw the subordinate to the ground. Fine, I'll go take a look. If you dare to lie to me, I'll make you regret being born. After Ye Chen went back inside, the subordinate scrambled up, his face full of resentment. He thought, damn it, if it weren't for that little girl, you wouldn't be qualified to touch me. Scene shift inside the house. Jilin sat across from Ye Chen and said, Ye Chen, I heard from the old man that you came out of Kunlun Void to hunt down your parents' enemies. She then smiled confidently and pointed at herself. Found them yet? Or should I help you? You know my strength is enough to help you wipe out all your troubles. While I can still stay outside for a few days, you should seize the opportunity. Ye Chen closed his eyes, pondering, and said, I still don't have the location of the enemies. I only know they might be in the capital. The rest of the information is still being investigated. Jilin stood up, hands on her hips, full of confidence. The capital, right? That information is enough. I'll be heading to the capital for a few days to have some fun. Hearing Jilin say this, Ye Chen was speechless and at a loss for words. At that same moment, at the Martial Arts Bureau headquarters in the capital, Qi Non-Quet flew into a rage. So you're telling me that Ye Chen is still alive, right? Even though you were all there, in the end, you didn't dare to make a move, did you? The subordinate, kneeling on the ground, trembled in fear. Sir, with that girl there, making a move would have been suicide. I really think we should call it quits. We've already lost enough men from the Martial Arts Bureau. That Ye Chen is truly too mysterious. Hearing this, Qi Non-Quet kicked the subordinate hard and shouted, Don't you dare waste my time with your nonsense. A mere girl has scared you all out of your wits. Do you really think I'll believe that? Just because the number one exists, I can't openly act against him. Even now, you can't even kill him in secret. What use do I have for a useless piece of trash like you? The subordinate, sent flying by the kick, scrambled up, shaking, and said, Sir, wait, I thought of a great plan. I have some connections with someone from the Blood Rose Palace headquarters in the capital. If it really comes to that, I can hire their top-tier assassin to kill him. Wouldn't that be as easy as crushing an ant? Qi Non-Quet, hearing the subordinate's reasoning, let out an intrigued, oh. The subordinate continued, but I've heard that while that assassin's strength is terrifying, his asking price is incredibly high, and no amount of money can sway him. For anyone else, it would be impossible, but given my relationship with that person in the Blood Rose Palace, it definitely won't be a problem. Sir, you just need to wait for my good news. Hearing this, Qi Non-Quet's expression shifted. He sat down beside the subordinate and said, All right, if this succeeds, I'll see to it that your status is elevated even further. The subordinate replied, Ye Chen, sir. The scene shifts to Ye Chen's house. Ye Chen spots a note on the table and picks it up. It was written by Jilin. Ye Chen, I'm going to the capital for a few days. If I don't have enough time, I'll head back to the Kunlun Void. I hope that when you return to the Kunlun Void, you'll be strong enough. And don't let my sister down. You have no idea how much my sister has endured.